Chapter 1, The Eerie Dungeon, The Dark Hotel. The horrifying game is about to descend. Eerie Dungeon, SSS-level Dark Hotel. Players will be randomly selected from 7 countries for the trial. This emotionless, mechanical voice caused many to fall into panic. Months ago, the horrifying game descended into reality. Every 48 hours, players would be randomly selected from different countries to enter the Eerie Dungeon. If players succeed in clearing the dungeon, it will boost their country's fortune and grant them a qualification for future trials. If players fail, the Eerie Dungeon will descend into reality and wreak havoc for 48 hours. The SSS-level Eerie Dungeon, not to mention newbies, even veteran players have no guarantee of clearing it. At this moment, the Dragon Country forum was filled with wails. We must not be selected. If we're selected again, it's really over. Everyone in Dragon Country was praying not to be selected. Currently, Dragon Country had experienced 9 consecutive defeats. If they fail 10 times in a row, a punishment mechanism will be triggered, and the dungeon level will rise. If they fail this time, it means the SSS-level Eerie Dungeon will rise to Nightmare level and cover the entire Dragon Country. Once the Nightmare level dungeon descends, the entire Dragon Country will face the threat of destruction. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Gulf of Aden, a weapons deal worth billions of dollars was taking place. Pleasant transaction. The bearded armed leader transferred the money in front of Su D using an encrypted briefcase. Pleasant transaction. Su D took a deep breath. Once this $10 billion arrived, he could unlock the technology tree. 2 years ago, he traveled to this world and took over a nearly bankrupt gas cylinder factory. With the Arms King system, he developed step by step. He modified gas cylinders and sold them to the Middle East, sold weapons and ammunition to African warlords, and provided high-tech weapons to Wagner. It seemed like his presence could be found on every battlefield. Since then, Su D, once an unknown, became a gun magnate whose name echoed in the underground world. A few months ago, the horrifying game arrived, and the world fell into panic. Under this stimulation, weapon orders increased instead of decreasing. With the higher-ups of various countries too busy to care, Su D also loosened his grip and started selling freely. Hypersonic missiles, once needing to be hidden, became hot sellers. According to the original plan, accumulating the $100 billion needed to unlock the technology tree would take at least 3 years. Under the pressure of the horrifying game, he earned this amount in just a few months. Taking advantage of the gap before the money arrived, the bearded man pointed at the ongoing selection list of the horrifying game in the air. How about considering joining us? Su D smiled and shook his head. He naturally understood what the bearded man meant. Dragon Country, after experiencing 9 consecutive defeats, will face the crisis of national extinction if they fail again. Leaving Dragon Country might just save his life. At this thought, Su D spat in his heart. In the first 8 times, Dragon Country had bad luck, drawing S-level dungeons. Failure was understandable, but the 9th time, when they drew a D-level dungeon. If it weren't for Cohen, Dragon Country wouldn't have fallen into such a passive situation. When the horrifying game first descended, the high-ups took action. They sent a large number of people to enter the Eerie Dungeon, attempting to understand it. After paying a great cost, they gained many valuable experiences. They then spread the rules of the horrifying game and the strategies to clear the dungeon nationwide. The key was that Cohen, after special training. His crazy female fans even boasted online, "My brother can clear any dungeon below A level in no time." But this guy didn't even take the D-level Eerie Dungeon seriously and pretended to fail right before clearing it. The result was that, in front of the global audience, he made a huge mess. This not only embarrassed Dragon Country, but also placed them in an extremely passive position. Yet, even so, there were still people on the Dragon Country forum defending him. How can you be like this? My older brother is already dead. Why do you still want to keep dragging him into this? Thinking about this, Su D smirked and snorted lightly. It's fine, if I draw Dragon Country. I'll first sink the Japanese island, then level the weird city to the ground. Firearms can't handle the weird, but the weapons in the tech tree might not be useless. As the saying goes, fear comes from insufficient firepower. If ballistic weapons don't work, the planet-killing cannon should do the job. Even the battle-hardened leader of the bearded warriors shivered. To use ballistic weapons against the weird, this guy is truly crazy. Ding, funds have been received. Su D immediately unlocked the tech tree. Tech tree unlocking, 17%. As the tech tree was about to unlock, a voice suddenly rang in Su D's ears. Player has been selected for the SSS-level dungeon, Dark Hotel. Damn it. Before he could finish, Su D disappeared from his spot. The list for the horror game was released. Dragon Country Su D. Top Tower Country Belak. Plaster Country Diawilong. Bear Country Yelatolov. The Dragon Country forum exploded. They really got chosen. The public fell into an unprecedented panic. If they fail, the nightmare-level dungeon will descend, and they can only wait to die on the spot. The shadow of death loomed over every Dragon Country citizen. Damn, this is completely over. Damn. Is there really no hope left? Hee hee, luckily we already emigrated to the lighthouse. The free air is so good. Not everyone chose to give up or escape from Dragon Country. A significant number of people began to search for Su Dee's identity, hoping to catch a faint chance of survival. Su Dee, so much firepower, looks like a big shot. Go Su Dee. The fate of the entire Dragon Country rests on your shoulders. Brother Four Fires, as long as you win, I'll work like a beast for you in the future. The entire national machinery went into overdrive, investigating Su Dee's real identity. In just a few minutes, a complete file was placed before the higher-ups in charge of the weird forum. Even the higher-ups couldn't help but gasp when they saw this file. If it weren't for the horror game, Su Dee's name might have already resounded across the globe. Perhaps he could really save Dragon Country. Instantly. This post quickly topped the Dragon Country forum. The post revealed Su Dee's identity, but it only told people about his arms dealer status. As for other information, it was tightly protected. Damn, who is this godly person? In 2 years, from almost bankrupt gas cylinder factory boss to a global arms tycoon, even novels don't dare to write this. Maybe Su Dee can really create a miracle for us Dragon Country. So awesome, bomb the Japanese island. However, there were still many pessimistic idiots and foreign netizens mixing in on the forum. I protest. This Su Dee is a terrorist. Why should you blow us up just because you were selected? What's the use of being an arms dealer? He's just a rookie player, look at Belak, he's a high-level player who's completed 2 A-level dungeons. Exactly, what use is arms? Last time the billionaire from Lighthouse Country went in, didn't he die too? Chapter 2, New Weapon, Flesh and Sand Eagle. Current dungeon, SSS-level Dark Hotel. Detected that player is entering the horror game for the first time, a random protection mechanism will be granted. Please proceed to the task location, Dark Hotel, and report in. Note, failure to report on time may result in severe punishment from the hotel. Player, Su Dee. Identity, waiter. Physique, 35, normal human value, 10. Mentality, 50, normal human value, 5. Ability, none. Assets, 500 weird coins. Comprehensive evaluation, B. A complete newbie to the game, with above-average physique and mental strength to withstand the weird pollution, perhaps it will help you survive better in the weird dungeons. The game prompt echoed in Su Dee's ears, and he stood frozen in place. No. How did I end up here? Su Dee's face darkened. He had thought that there was a possibility of drawing Dragon Country. He had even prepared himself to. After upgrading the technology tree and defeating a few enemies, I left with Dragon Country. I never expected this. I was directly chosen by the horror game to enter the dungeon. Now it means that the fate of the entire Dragon Country rests on Su Dee's shoulders. Su Dee took a deep breath, calmed down, and quickly surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, there was an ancient castle, surrounded by a terrifying and eerie aura, dark and spooky. It was clear that this building was that Dark Hotel. In a daze, Su Dee felt like the entire world was twisting. The distant hotel turned into a black vortex, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Get out! Su Dee forced himself out of this state, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. Just by looking from afar, his mind was already tainted by the strange aura emanating from the hotel. Fortunately, his mental strength was extremely strong, and he managed to break free from the taint. If it were anyone else from Dragon Country, they probably would have died before even reaching the dungeon. After a brief rest, Su Dee cursed and climbed back up. Damn! What should I do now? The closer he got to the hotel, the more severe the mental pollution became. As a newcomer, he didn't have any tools to resist mental pollution. This time, escaping from the mental pollution was purely by luck, and next time, it might not work. Wait. Su Dee quickly checked the system. Maybe there's a protection device in the technology tree that can resist mental pollution. After all, protective items made up a large portion of the military items. Open. The system wouldn't open. Su Dee felt numb. When he was transported in, the technology tree had just finished loading. He never expected the whole system to be completely frozen. It's over. This is really over. Su Dee was stunned. The next moment, he frantically clicked on the system panel. This was his only hope of surviving in the SSS-level dungeon. Ding, system reboot successful. Looking at the completely different interface in front of him, Su Dee was stunned. The sci-fi styled system interface disappeared. In its place was a system interface that looked like flesh and blood. The weapons he had previously unlocked had all disappeared. Su-D clicked cautiously. The weapons library slowly emerged. These weapons were all made of flesh and blood, giving off an eerie and terrifying vibe. Start from scratch Eerie Edition. Work hard, young man, no matter what world you're in, you'll become a weapons tycoon. Damn it! Has it mutated? Am I now an eerie weapons dealer? With the experience from unlocking weapons before, Su-D quickly got the hang of it. This weapons panel, like before, required money to unlock. As Su-D expected, the money needed to unlock weapons, which once was in mana, had now turned into eerie coins. 1 free unlock opportunity and 500 eerie coins. Su-D didn't hesitate, dragging the panel to the bottom. The panel still required unlocking from the bottom up. After carefully selecting from the weapons library, Su-D found a weapon that suited him. Weapon, Flesh and Blood Desert Eagle. Can deal damage to S-level and below eerie creatures. Note, with this gun, you can resist S-level eerie mental pollution attacks. Do you want to unlock the Flesh and Blood Desert Eagle? Unlock. Do you want to spend 300 eerie coins to buy the Flesh and Blood Desert Eagle? Yes. Ding, hosts first weapon purchase, bonus, Flesh and Blood Desert Eagle *1. Alright. Su-D carefully examined the 2 Desert Eagles in his hands. The Flesh and Blood Desert Eagle still looked like the Desert Eagle. But its body wasn't made of metal, it was made of scarlet flesh. This eerie and terrifying weapon strangely gave off a sense of violent beauty. After converting the remaining eerie coins into bullets, Su-D boldly stepped toward the hotel. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the Dragon Country viewers were extremely anxious. The task time was halfway through, but there was still no sign of Su-D. Once the time limit was exceeded, there would be serious penalties, and some would even be directly erased. Where is Brother Sihua? Could something have gone wrong on the way? Is it too late to buy a ticket and run away? Some viewers from the Gua country took the opportunity to mock. We'll take care of Miss Hua's work, but nothing else. Our mystery Lang arrived at the hotel early. What a pity, after the nightmare level dungeon ends. We will send troops to provide humanitarian aid. Looks like this so-called Dragon Country miracle is just a joke. The Dragon Country people are not afraid of trouble, especially when they pick up their keyboards. I'll send my damn dog to beat you up, wait till Fire Brother comes out, and I'll blow you all up. Little devils, you should worry about your own problems, I think your pet is about to die. For a moment, the comments flooded with curses. Now, 3 players have successfully reported to the hotel. They are from Top Tower Country, Bellac, from Patches Country, Dawilan, and from Bear Country, Yelitalof. The 3 stood in a row in the corner, being scolded by the hotel front desk, level A abnormality. Just from their appearance, the front desk seemed a bit petite and cute. But if you looked closer, you would realize how terrifying it truly was. The scar from the corner of its mouth to the earlobe, the eye sockets empty with no eyeballs. It was the kind of mental pollution that would make you crack just by looking at it. Except for Bellac, who could barely resist, the other 2 were not in good shape. Yelitolof's face was pale, his forehead continuously oozing cold sweat. Dawilan was even worse, twitching from time to time, and sometimes grinning foolishly. Clearly, this guy had been mentally polluted. Setting aside the subsequent tasks, it was questionable whether this guy would survive until the end of the instance. While they were waiting, a notification suddenly flashed in the livestream. Helga Odell has been eliminated. Nightmare level abnormal instance has descended upon Helgel. Helgel had also experienced 9 consecutive defeats, so the nightmare level instance was triggered. 5 minutes later, another notification flashed in the livestream. Helga has perished, the instance ends early. The previously chaotic comments suddenly fell silent. 5 minutes. 5 short minutes. A small country with a population of 30 million has been wiped out. The Dragon Country audience, who hadn't seen Su-D for a while, was in even more torment. The little devils, after witnessing Helgel's destruction, started fleeing. Originally a small place, once a nightmare level instance descends, they will all be wiped out cleanly. At this moment, a loud crash sounded in the livestream. Someone kicked open the hotel door. The front desk, which had been scolding the 3, quickly stepped back. In 2 or 3 steps, it rushed to the door, bowing 90 degrees. Welcome, honored guest. Chapter 3, You are the most beautiful abnormal girl I've ever seen. SSS-level abnormal hotel. It's not a place anyone can enter just because they want to. The hotel exists as an abnormal domain, and ordinary abnormalities can't get in. Those who dare to kick the door in, ignore the hotel's aura that usually repels them, most likely are honored guests. Honored guests of the hotel are not something the mere front desk can offend. Seeing the honored guest remain silent, the front desk raised its head and smiled as it asked. "Honored guest, are you planning to stay at the hotel?" The pale face, the torn mouth, the hollow eye sockets, all formed an extremely terrifying smile. "What the hell, what is that?" The appearance truly startled Sudi. As a good youth of the new era, when had he ever seen something like this? It scared him so much that he lifted his leg and kicked. The front desk was sent flying straight out. The three in the corner lost their composure. Level A abnormality, none of the three could deal with it. Now, something even more terrifying has appeared. Diao Maoilon, whose mind was close to breaking, had regained clarity from the fear. Ignoring the hotel's mental pollution, he kicked the A-level abnormality away? What kind of monster has arrived now? The front desk was somewhat terrified and quickly put on a mask and black sunglasses. There was no reservation today, and since players were about to enter, it had dressed this way to intimidate them. However, it didn't expect to anger the honored guest. It scrambled to Sudi's side, stammering out an apology. "Honored guest, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Sudi furrowed his brow. That face earlier, it truly was a mental pollution. After putting on the sunglasses and mask, it was much more bearable. Moreover, the front desk's attitude was quite good, it didn't treat him badly because of his player status. Thinking of this, Sudi felt more at ease. "Beauty, are you here to report?" Before the front desk could react, Sudi had already picked her up. "We will send troops to provide humanitarian aid. Looks like this so-called Dragon Country miracle is just a joke. The Dragon Country people are not afraid of trouble, especially when they pick up their keyboards. I'll send my damn dog to beat you up, wait till Fire Brother comes out, and I'll blow you all up. Little devils, you should worry about your own problems, I think your pet is about to die." For a moment, the comments flooded with curses. Now, 3 players have successfully reported to the hotel. They are from Top Tower Country, Bellac, from Patches Country, Daoilon, and from Bear Country, Yelitolof. The 3 stood in a row in the corner, being scolded by the hotel front desk, level A abnormality. Just from their appearance, the front desk seemed a bit petite and cute. But if you looked closer, you would realize how terrifying it truly was. The scar from the corner of its mouth to the earlobe, the eye sockets empty with no eyeballs. It was the kind of mental pollution that would make you crack just by looking at it. Except for Bellac, who could barely resist, the other 2 were not in good shape. Yelitolof's face was pale, his forehead continuously oozing cold sweat. Daoilon was even worse, twitching from time to time, and sometimes grinning foolishly. Clearly, this guy had been mentally polluted. Setting aside the subsequent tasks, it was questionable whether this guy would survive until the end of the instance. While they were waiting, a notification suddenly flashed in the livestream. Helga Odell has been eliminated. Nightmare-level abnormal instance has descended upon Helgel. Helgel had also experienced 9 consecutive defeats, so the nightmare-level instance was triggered. 5 minutes later, another notification flashed in the livestream. Helga has perished, the instance ends early. The previously chaotic comments suddenly fell silent. 5 minutes. 5 short minutes. A small country with a population of 30 million has been wiped out. The Dragon Country audience, who hadn't seen Sudi for a while, was in even more torment. The little devils, after witnessing Helgel's destruction, started fleeing. Originally a small place, once a nightmare-level instance descends, they will all be wiped out cleanly. At this moment, a loud crash sounded in the livestream. Someone kicked open the hotel door. The front desk, which had been scolding the 3, quickly stepped back. In 2 or 3 steps, it rushed to the door, bowing 90 degrees. "Welcome, honored guest. Chapter 3, you are the most beautiful abnormal girl I've ever seen. SSS-level abnormal hotel. It's not a place anyone can enter just because they want to. The hotel exists as an abnormal domain, and ordinary abnormalities can't get in. Those who dare to kick the door in, ignore the hotel's aura that usually repels them, most likely are honored guests. Honored guests of the hotel are not something the mere front desk can offend." Seeing the honored guest remain silent, the front desk raised its head and smiled as it asked. "Honored guest, are you planning to stay at the hotel?" The pale face, the torn mouth, the hollow eye sockets, all formed an extremely terrifying smile. "What the hell, what is that?" The appearance truly startled Sudi. As a good youth of the new era, when had he ever seen something like this? It scared him so much that he lifted his leg and kicked. The front desk was sent flying straight out. The 3 in the corner lost their composure. Level A abnormality, none of the 3 could deal with it. Now, something even more terrifying has appeared. Diao Maoilon, whose mind was close to breaking, had regained clarity from the fear. Ignoring the hotel's mental pollution, he kicked the A-level abnormality away? What kind of monster has arrived now? The front desk was somewhat terrified and quickly put on a mask and black sunglasses. There was no reservation today, and since players were about to enter, it had dressed this way to intimidate them. However, it didn't expect to anger the honored guest. It scrambled to Sue D's side, stammering out an apology. "Honored guest, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Sue D furrowed his brow. That face earlier, it truly was a mental pollution. After putting on the sunglasses and mask, it was much more bearable. Moreover, the front desk's attitude was quite good, it didn't treat him badly because of his player status. Thinking of this, Sue D felt more at ease. "Beauty, are you here to report?" Before the front desk could react, Sue D had already picked her up. "Front desk? Dash 3 people in the corner. Check in? No bro, are you F********* ing a player? Dash 1 kick blasted an A-level weird, made it apologize like a dumb egg. Which country's god-level player is this? In an instant. The hotel lobby was full of eerie air, terrifying pressure swept in. The 3 in the corner trembled in fear, quickly pulled back their gaze, afraid of being touched by its anger. Before the front desk could move, Sue D grabbed those small hands first. Cold and soft, weak without bones, yet comfortable to hold. Dash, you are the most beautiful weird girl I have ever seen. Bellic suddenly raised his head, taking out several life-saving items. F***K, this idiot wants to get us all killed? The other 2 also took out items in fear and trembling. Maybe the front desk could kill 2 of them with just one fart. But what the 3 never thought, the terrifying pressure slowly faded away. They never imagined it could be handled like this. The front desk stood blankly, subconsciously trying to pull its hand back. Sue D's burning gaze, warm hands, made its heart pound like a little deer. Whether human or weird, all avoided it. If not picked up by the boss, it might have long been beaten to death by other weirds. Even in the hotel, when meeting rude customers, it was often beaten and cursed. Since birth as a weird, it had never heard such gentle words. Dash you, what nonsense are you saying? Pull the hand. Can't pull free. To deal with weirds, Sue D couldn't. But to deal with customers, he really could. In just 2 years becoming an arms tycoon, not only because of the hard goods in his hand, but also his attitude of treating customers like God. Sue D reached out and removed the front desk's mask, touching that scar like a centipede. Dash, does it hurt? The next moment, the front desk split open a bloody huge mouth. Terrifying pressure swept in again. Dash ugly? Facing the bloody mouth close at hand, Sue D still smiled. Dash, not ugly, instead very cute, how I wish to have such a cute friend as you. Just as he was about to move closer, a warning message flashed. Dash, warning, please player go to hotel check-in time, violators will be severely punished. Dash, countdown, 1 minute. Sue D gave up on teasing the front desk further. At this point, if reason doesn't work, then use truth. Before Sue D could speak, the front desk ran fast on its short legs to fetch a form. Dash, quick right. As soon as Sue D wrote his name, the form was snatched away by the front desk. Dash, not finished writing. Dash, good friends don't need thanks. Dash, ding, Dragon Country player Sue D has checked in, task waiting for distribution. Dash, since the player entered the dungeon for the first time, and reached the mission place within the set time, received, all-seeing inspection card *1. Note, all-seeing inspection card can be used before the mission starts, to inspect all weird conditions inside the dungeon. Good stuff. Sue D's eyes lit up. With the Dark Hotel's detailed info, he could avoid many risks. If not for the front desk's help, he surely couldn't have finished that form. Using the customer service set, dealing with weirds really worked. Since so, why not sell weapons to these weirds? Let these weirds hold weapons, and attack other weirds. In the real world, maybe someone could punish him. In the horror world, wouldn't he walk sideways? When this thought appeared, Sue D felt the whole world became beautiful. Dash, good, from now on, you are my good friend. The front desk nodded foolishly. Without the terrifying pressure of an A-level weird, instead like a little sister next door. Dash, good. Dash, by the way, what is your name? Dash Xiao Qian. Dash, good, Xiao Qian, from now on you and I look after each other. The 3 in the corner were dumbfounded. Why the hell? Why he doesn't need to pay money? Why he doesn't join the hotel test? Just because he is handsome? Just because he lies with eyes open? The live broadcast audience saw all of this. In an instant, the bullet screen exploded. Dash, holy sh*t, brother 4 Fire's move is really too crazy. Is this really something a normal person could think of? Oh, don't eat the sour radish, seems like this new guy from the Dragon Kingdom has some skills. I didn't expect Brother Sihua not only to be good at selling arms, but he's also a master at provoking the strange ones. Brother Hor really has a dark side, that big mouth monster could fit right in his mouth. That's also Brother Hua's talent, look at that fool trying to provoke the receptionist, almost got killed. The viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back and started commenting. Baka, this Dragon Kingdom person is cheating, why can he do it but we can't? He must have been hiding outside, spying on our Aikiru, otherwise, there's no way he could pull that off. If it wasn't for Aikiru, that guy definitely wouldn't know this method. When Aikiru just arrived at the hotel, he tried provoking the receptionist. But when he saw the receptionist's massive bloodthirsty mouth, he almost lost his mind. The Dragon Kingdom viewers fired back quickly. Shut your mouth, that Japanese bastard almost peed himself when he saw the huge mouth. Right, and look at our Brother Hua, he kicked that monster and didn't even care. Not only the viewers in the live stream, but also the heads of horror game companies in various countries were shocked. In just a few minutes, Sudi broke their conventional understanding of horror games. Chapter 4. Do you want to see, little brother? Pay up to watch. In the hotel lobby. Xiao Qian explained the hotel layout and the clients to the staff. The second and third floors were for regular areas. The clients were mostly ordinary strange creatures, and if there were no special situations, the security wouldn't patrol this area. The fourth floor was a VIP area. Clients ranged from grade A to D, with security patrolling every 2 hours. The fifth floor was for high-end VIP clients. Most clients were grade A, and the head of security led the team to patrol every half hour. The sixth floor was also for high-end VIP clients. The difference from the fifth floor was that this floor had a large number of S-grade clients. Apart from regular patrols, the head of security stayed there for long periods of time. The seventh floor was the supreme VIP area. This was a forbidden zone for strange employees, with client information kept confidential, and no security patrols. Xiao Qian also made it clear to the four that each floor had clients. Then, she handed a staff manual to Su Di and left the hotel lobby. Ding, obtain strange item, staff manual *1. Familiarizing with this manual may greatly help you in passing the dungeon. Besides the game prompt, a system prompt also appeared in front of Su Di. Staff manual recovery value *35 strange coins. After Xiao Qian left, Dai Aikiru couldn't hold back anymore. Why did this guy get such special treatment, while he almost got killed by a big-mouth monster? The hotel housed a large number of strange creatures, and there had to be clues in the manual. He quickly ran towards Su Di, intending to snatch the staff manual. Kid, hand over the staff manual. A Japanese? Upon hearing this, Su Di's eyes flashed with a murderous look. Having sold weapons around the world in the past 2 years, he had mastered many languages from Blue Star. After all, some deals were better handled personally. So, he immediately recognized this as a Japanese. What a coincidence, he had just been thinking about how to deal with the Japanese when he entered. Now this is perfect. The Japanese side also had players chosen. Before Su Di could take action, Dai Aikiru was sent flying. Ah! With a scream, he crashed far away, his life unknown. What is this thing? How dare it speak to Mr. Su like that? A Russian? Su Di heard this and focused his gaze. Trollov? Yellowto Trollov's eyes lit up, surprised that Su Di still remembered him. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to remember me. Of course, your brother is one of my big clients. Yellowto Trollov's older brother was the head of the Russian mercenary group. Su Di had met Yellowto Trollov several times at the dinner table. Brother Sihor really has such wide connections, he even runs into familiar faces. Now it's set, with someone to team up, the chance of clearing the game is much higher. Barak showed a hint of caution in his eyes. He didn't expect Su Di and Yellowto Trollov to be acquainted. To get information, he still braved the discomfort to approach them. Mr. Su, we are all players. I think we should help each other. Of course, sir. The completely different reactions caused the comments to explode. The audience from the Lighthouse country began to condemn Su Di from a moral standpoint. There was no employee handbook, and if hotel rules were violated, severe punishment would follow. Damn, is this guy helping each other in the dungeon? Our Mr. Bilrak is an experienced player, how dare this guy ask for money? It's exactly these money-driven guys in Blue Star that cause such heavy casualties in horror games. This hotel has guests on every floor. Without Mr. Bilrak, what would you do with the weirdness? Seeing these comments, the Dragon Country audience retaliated. Why should we show you for free? Is it your turn? Exactly, this was earned by Brother Fire's charisma, and you just want to ask for it? Bro, what was in the past is the past. This is an SSS-level dungeon, don't pull that dead-end stuff. I, Brother Fire, earned this with my life. What's wrong with you paying a little? Apart from these, there were some shepherd dogs appearing. Sudi should be more generous, no need for this. Without Mr. Bilrak's help, Sudi wouldn't make it through. Mr. Bilrak is right, players should help each other. However, these voices were quickly drowned out. Bilrak's face darkened. He was an experienced player who had survived 2 A-level dungeons. In the past, other players had paid him protection fees to safely get through dungeons. He never expected to be extorted by both weirdness and newcomers today. Yelatorov, seeing this, stepped in front of Sudi. Now, the war was tense. Without this supplier, the front line might face ammunition shortages. Most importantly, relying on the land they took, the bear people had avoided multiple dungeon arrivals. Seeing this, and with the threat of the big mouth monster, Bilrak put on a smile and opened the panel. Player, Bilrak. Identity, waiter. Constitution, 30. Mentality, 50. Abilities, deduction, A-level, mental protection, A-level. Assets, 500 weird coins. Comprehensive evaluation, A-level. Mr. Su, I can offer you protection. Sudi's smile stopped abruptly. Was he trying to eat for free? To him, customers were gods, but those who wanted to eat for free were enemies. And why was this guy so poor? Only 500 weird coins, no need to unlock other equipment. Moreover, with the Desert Eagle in hand, why would he need protection from such trash? No need. Bilrak stood frozen. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and asked, would 10 million be enough? Money? I don't lack it. I need weird coins. Bilrak was stunned. What would he need weird coins for? Was he going to bribe the big mouth monster to be assigned to a safe area? How much do you need? 500. Bilrak took a deep breath. I'll give you a maximum of 300. Sudi waved his hand impatiently. Quit being so stingy. Stand behind and watch. Yelatorov and Bilrak stood behind Sudi to watch the manual. Employee handbook. Follow the hotel rules and you will receive security protection. Break the employee handbook, and you will face severe punishment. 1. Stay at your post, do not leave without reason. 2. Do everything possible to meet the needs of customers in your area. 3. Always maintain cleanliness and order in your area. 4. Dress properly, no inappropriate actions. 5. Staff are prohibited from attacking each other. Violators will be thrown into the dark dungeon. 6. Attacking hotel customers is strictly forbidden. Violators will be eradicated. At the end of the employee handbook, there was a special rule. If the waiter chooses the 7th floor, they do not have to follow the employee rules. Sudi's eyes lit up. No need to follow the employee rules? Does this mean they can do whatever they want on the 7th floor? Thinking this, he directly used the inspection card. If the 7th floor does not have a weirdness stronger than S-level, it would be the perfect place. With this in mind, Sudi tossed the employee handbook to Yelatorov. You take a look. He then quietly used the all-purpose inspection card. He was shocked when he saw it. In the 3D concept map of the ancient castle, there were countless red dots. In the 7-story ancient castle, there were over 300 weirdness. Layer by layer, looking over. Sudi's breathing became more and more rapid. No wonder this hotel is an SSS-level strange dungeon. No wonder that small country Odbiao turned into ashes in 5 minutes. With so many strange beings, no country on Blue Star could hold on. As the floors went higher, high-level strange beings became more and more. There were even many S-level strange beings appearing. When he reached the 7th floor, Sudi held his breath. He stared tightly at that only one red dot on the concept map. Chapter 5-5. Mission begins, Nightmare descends. At this time, Xiao Qian pushed a small cart, walking into the hall. Come and take your work clothes. Before Sudi could stand up, a strong stinky bloody smell rushed into his face. It made him cover his mouth and nose, flipping over the sofa to retreat backward. Belek was the first to rush to the cart. Yelatorov threw away the employee handbook, also rushing to the cart. Diao Ichiro instead rushed toward the employee handbook. He knew that if he wanted to live long in the hotel, he must know the employee handbook well, to use the rules to protect himself. Unfortunately, Sudi did not give him this chance. He took the employee handbook one step ahead. Little Jap, want to read it? Diao Ichiro's face turned dark purple. Because of the big mouth monster watching nearby. He endured the hatred in his heart and nodded his head. Bring money to exchange. How much? 1,000. I only have 200 strange coins. Sudi shook his head with a face full of pity. Then forget it, I would rather see the dungeon descend on you. Live broadcast room. The Dragon Country audience could not hold it anymore. They were not the same as the Japs. If the Japs failed, at most an SSS-level dungeon would descend, not enough to cover their whole country. But if Su-D failed, then a nightmare-level dungeon would descend, and it would cover the whole Dragon Country. Brother for Fire, what are you doing? Hurry and grab equipment. Bro, don't blackmail the Jap, later all the good things will be gone. Don't waste, later you will die wasted just like chicken bro. In the horror game, even this rotten piece of clothing could be a strange item. Seeing Su-D put the employee handbook into his pocket, Diao-ichiro gritted his teeth and took out an ugly human doll. 200 strange coins plus this item. Strange item, substitute doll. One-time item, using it can help you escape one fatal attack and teleport to a designated place. Su-D's eyes lit up. With this thing, doesn't it mean he can go out and mess around? After throwing the employee handbook to the Jap, he happily walked to the cart. Seeing this behind the scenes, the Dragon Country audience's complaints finally lessened a lot. Didn't expect Brother for Fire was doing it for the item. I'm dying of laughter, look at that Jap's face, like he ate shit. Bro, let's hurry and see if there is anything good inside the work clothes. Su-D stood in front of the cart, pinching his nose. Is this necessary? Belek snorted coldly, ignoring Su-D. Yelatorov smiled and from the cart pulled out one work clothes that looked not so disgusting. Mr. Su, these work clothes are no different, all are B-level strange items. Su-D waved his hand with disgust. Don't want, too disgusting. Live broadcast room. This move made Dragon Country audience nervous again. Brother for Fire, my life is all on you, don't mess up. No way, bro, don't play, I just refunded my flight ticket. This clothing is a bit disgusting, but it may save your life. Xiao Qian could not help but remind him. It did not want to lose this friend so fast. Without work clothes, Su-D would be treated as food by strange beings. Su-Hua, when customers see the work clothes, more or less they will give some face. The Dragon Country audience, hearing this sentence, sighed in their hearts. There are still good strange beings in this world. An A-level strange persuading, surely it will have some effect. I go to the 7th floor, I don't need this thing. As soon as these words came out, the whole scene stopped moving. The live broadcast room entered a vacuum period. Xiao Qian, hearing this sentence, was so scared its big mouth cracked open. The 7th floor, what place is that? Even for strange beings working in the hotel, it was a forbidden land. The existence inside simply cannot be described by words. Except for the boss, no strange dared to enter. Now that the boss was not here, the 7th floor even more became a place no strange being would touch. He originally planned to send the 2 late players as food into the 7th floor. Previously, the boss threw many strange beings who didn't pay the room fee into the 7th floor, and none of them came out alive. Among them were even A-level and S-level high-level strange beings. You can imagine how terrifying the clients of the 7th floor are. Now that the boss isn't in the store, and the clients of the 7th floor have been hungry for so long, they must be even more terrifying. No. No. I can't go. In extreme fear, Xiao Qian spoke with some stammering. It's so terrifying. It's okay, I'll go to the 7th floor. Su-D smiled and walked toward Xiao Qian, reaching out to close her wide-open mouth. After this action, all the players subconsciously moved away from Su-D. This guy is a madman. Even Yelitorov no longer dared to speak to Su-D. Belek completely gave up on the idea of getting revenge on Su-D. Earlier, he used reasoning and figured out that the chance of survival in the 7th floor was close to 0. Diao Yilong quickly skimmed through the manual and honestly placed it on the table. Live stream. Dragon Country viewers were chilled. They originally thought Su-D hated the disgusting clothes. They never expected that he actually planned to go to the 7th floor. Damn, how terrifying must the 7th floor be, even A-level strange beings are scared like this. Brother Sihua, don't be stupid. The things in the 7th floor are not something we can mess with. Madman, Su-D has gone crazy. I want to leave the country. Bro, don't be foolish, going to the 7th floor is just asking for death. Even the 6th floor has a lot of S-level strange beings, the 7th floor might have SS-level or even SSS-level strange beings. Could it be that he really wants to destroy our Dragon Country? Why does our fate have to be in the hands of such a fool? Viewers from other countries were equally dumbfounded. This guy from Dragon Country is crazy, he dares to go to the 7th floor. Haha, it's still our Mr. Belek who is reliable, he's already put on the uniform. This new guy from Dragon Country is so brave, too bad this ancient country is going to be completely destroyed. I really didn't expect this to be the outcome. People are in the pickle jar, taking in 18-year-old beautiful university students. Almost everyone sentenced Su-D to death in their hearts. Countries around the world issued announcements, declaring they would accept high-level talents and players from Dragon Country. Those who were just waiting to see which way the wind blew quickly boarded planes. Many others fled through the border to neighboring countries. The person in charge of the Dragon Country horror game quickly issued an announcement. After analyzing Su-Dee's experience and personality, it was determined that there was a 60% chance he could pass the dungeon. In addition, many senior players from Dragon Country issued a joint statement. Newbie players entering high-level dungeons will receive compensation rewards. SSS-level compensation rewards are particularly terrifying. Su-Dee may have obtained methods to deal with the strange beings of the 7th floor. With this strong stimulant, many viewers calmed down and began to analyze the situation. Ignoring mental pollution, kicking A-level strange beings, maybe Brother Sihua really has a way to deal with it. Looking at Sihua's expression, he seems to be quite looking forward to the 7th floor. Could there be some special item in the 7th floor, or maybe a special reward? This employee manual says that 7th floor employees can ignore the manual. Is this the reason? What if there are no strange beings in the 7th floor? Could it be that the front desk is just afraid because the 7th floor is a forbidden zone? Seeing that the bullet comments returned to normal, other countries couldn't help but mock. Stop dreaming, did you see Mr. Bellick's expression? There must be terrifying beings in the 7th floor. Mr. Bellick must have calculated the result, otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted like that. Chapter 6-6. Reverse Operation, the most fatal. Employee manual sold successfully, obtained strange coin *35. Warning, do not handle hotel property on your own, you will be punished soon. Su-Dee. Taking advantage of everyone being stunned, he sold the employee manual. He never expected that the horror game would pull such a stunt. The viewers in the live stream were stunned. On the other hand, Su-Dee acted as if nothing had happened, walking over to Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, why are you standing there? Quickly take me to the 7th floor. Su-Hua, are you really going to the 7th floor? Xiao Qian asked Su-Dee again, trying to change his mind. Before the waiter completes the assignment, the punishment is not fatal. But the 7th floor, however, is deadly. Whether human or strange, no one, except the boss, has ever come out alive. Are you sure? The 7th floor, the hotel will not provide you any protection. Su-Dee nodded. The 7th floor was a perfect place for him. Through the all-purpose inspection card, he knew that the 7th floor only had one S-class anomaly. With dual guns in hand, self-defense was not a problem. Without hotel rule restrictions, he could better play to his strengths. Ding, assignment successful, 7th floor waiter. The specific task will automatically open after reaching the 7th floor of the hotel. Under the terrified gazes of other players, Su-Dee stepped into the elevator heading to the 7th floor of the hotel. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor, and under Xiao Qian's guidance, he walked out of the elevator. As he stepped out of the elevator, Su-Dee felt a bit dazed. The completely modern decoration style was no different from a 5-star hotel. If it wasn't for the security captain, he would really think he had returned to reality. The security captain, a headless anomaly nearly 2 meters tall, holding a rusted, oversized kitchen knife. Just standing there, there was a sense of oppression. Is this the S-class anomaly? Su-Dee secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, there was no SS-class anomaly on the 7th floor, otherwise, with his current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Is this the new guy who made a mistake? He looks delicious. It's been a long time since I've seen such a fresh human. His human energy is energy. The corridor was filled with discussions, followed by countless scarlet eyes lighting up. Su-Dee's hair stood on end, feeling the killing intent from all directions, instinctively reaching for his gun. Xiao Qian reacted quickly and shouted at the headless anomaly. He's a waiter on the 7th floor. The headless anomaly gently raised the big kitchen knife. The killing intent aimed at Su-Dee was instantly shattered. Xiao Qian stepped aside and whispered. Big guy will escort you there, Su-Hua hopes you can live for another 2 days. I will. Su-Dee nodded and then followed the headless anomaly towards the depths of the corridor. On this path, he walked with fear and trembling. Whether it was the security or the clients, they all kept their eyes fixed on him. Because of the headless anomaly's overwhelming power, no one dared to act out. Until they reached the end of the corridor. A rusty iron door covered in weeds blocked the way. This iron door and the corridor seemed like 2 completely different worlds. Su-Dee felt the eerie aura emanating from the iron door, almost drooling. This must be a super powerful anomalous item. He didn't know how many anomaly coins it could be sold for. Unfortunately, with the headless anomaly by his side, if he dared to do that, it would definitely chop Su-Dee into pieces and feed him to the anomalies in the corridor. Not long after, the iron door opened. What came into view was a staircase. The headless anomaly swung the kitchen knife, signaling Su Di to go in. Creak, creak. As the iron door closed, Su Di was completely engulfed by darkness. After the task officially began, players from all countries opened their respective live streaming rooms. Dragon Country, Lighthouse, and Bear Country, the heads of the horror game teams all turned on private mode. Unless within their respective territories, no one could enter the live streaming rooms. After the screen went black in the live room, the audience began to worry. Mamma mia. How scary, so many S-class anomalies just now, it's really terrifying. Hey, why did it go black? What's going on, brother Hua, don't scare us. The 6th floor was so terrifying, the 7th floor is unimaginable. Brother Hua, you have to hold on, Dragon Country's fate is in your hands. Dragon Country. In the special group of the horror game, in the exclusive meeting room. At the moment the live streaming room turned black. Several team members' faces became serious. If anything happens to Su Di, then Dragon Country will. The head of the team saw this and hurriedly walked to the corner. In the corner, a middle-aged Taoist in a robe was yawning sleepily. Ling Su Daoist, what do you think? The middle-aged Taoist stretched, glanced at the live streaming room. Don't worry, I've already divined a favorable omen before coming here. As soon as these words were spoken, the other team members' grim expressions eased a little. Qingshu Daoist is a super expert who has cleared an SS-level dungeon, a classified figure of Dragon Country SS level. Except for a special team and a few high-level officials, no one knows his true identity. He said it's fine, so it must be fine. Just as Qingshu Daoist said, the sound of footsteps started echoing in the livestream. A string of scarlet text appeared. If you survive for 48 hours in this life, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Su Di stopped in front of the staircase that was within arm's reach. After loading both guns, he took a deep breath and entered the 7th floor. The scene on the 7th floor was exactly as he expected. It looked dilapidated, as expected. With the sound of crackling electricity, the light bulbs in the corridor flickered on and off. The walls were covered with bloody handprints and several bloodstains in human shapes. There were even a few fragments of human remains. Su Di ignored these and slowly approached the room closest to him. With the help of the light, he could barely see the room number 710. After waiting for a few minutes, he confirmed that the strange creature in room 701 wouldn't appear anytime soon. Su Di put away his guns, took out a piece of iron wire from his pocket, and walked towards 710. With a click, 710 was pried open. Then, he stealthily entered the room. What's he going to do? I get it, Fire Brother must be looking for a room to hide. Truly, Fire Brother, in the 7th floor, without hotel rules, all he has to do is survive for 48 hours. The viewers all thought Su Di wanted to hide in this room for 48 hours. But what happened next surprised everyone. After entering the room, Su Di went straight for the TV. Sell old TV *1, get 50 weird coins. Sell barely functional fridge *1, get 270 weird coins. In just 5 minutes. Room 710 was emptied, and the live stream exploded. Not bro, I told you to escape for your life, and you're stealing the house? Oh my gosh, in the creepy lair, you're dismantling the creepy house. Could this be Fire Brother's strategy? After emptying room 710, Su Di didn't stop. 709, 708. It wasn't until 701 that Su Di stopped. There were a total of 10 rooms on the 7th floor, and 9 of them had been emptied. Room 701 was completely different from the previous 9 rooms. Just looking at the door, you could tell. The other 9 rooms had shabby doors, while 701 had a brand new coated door. This meant that Su Di's little iron wire was useless. Bro, we've emptied 9 rooms, that's enough. None of the 9 rooms had any weird creatures, so this last room must have one. Yeah, let's honestly hide in other rooms. This room feels a bit off. It's not normal to have a regular room here. Chapter 7, 7. Flesh and Blood C4 Forceful Door Break. As an excellent hotel employee, you should check on the customer in room 701. A string of scarlet text appeared. Su Di raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to trigger a reward task. In creepy dungeons, players have a very small chance of triggering a reward task. Although the task is difficult, completing it will yield rewards beyond imagination. After looting 9 rooms, Su Di had planned to just hide. But now, he discarded that idea. A reward task is something rare, and since it's here, there's no reason to miss it. Moreover, this is an SSS-level dungeon. The rewards are unimaginable. Damn, what luck is this? I actually triggered a reward task. May China be blessed, now Fire Brother is set. I wonder what the SSS-level reward task will reward. Have you guys thought that this reward task might summon the creepy creatures? Oh my god, could this be a trap? There's indeed a possibility, Fire Brother must not fall for it. To be absolutely safe, Sudi spent 500 weird coins to unlock a grenade. Flesh and Blood Grenade deals high damage to S-level creepy creatures within a 3-meter range. Ding dong. Sudi stood at the door, smiling. Sir, room service. After a moment, there was no response. Ding dong. Sir, customer service. Still no response. After more than a dozen tries, Sudi became more and more impatient. Open the door. Bang. 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 Sudi took out his Desert Eagle and started smashing the door. The viewers were stunned when they saw this. This is way too fierce. If not in a bizarre copy, this would definitely be a gun-wielding, ruthless robber breaking into a house. Under the dim light, the audience couldn't tell the difference in the handgun that Sudi was holding. He kept smashing for a full 10 minutes. Room 701 still remained completely silent. Unable to bear it any longer, there was no need to endure anymore. Sudi took a few steps back. A dash forward, and a kick aimed at the door. Bang! The door didn't budge at all. Instead, Sudi's foot ached from the impact. You motherfucker! Fuming with rage, Sudi drew his gun and fired at the door. But surprisingly, the door was tougher than expected. The flesh bullets, which could cause damage to S-level anomalies, only left 2 small dents on the door. No handgun? Fine, there's still grenades. Boom! A muffled sound. The door, now covered in bloodstains, still remained solid. Sudi was utterly enraged by this. A prominent arms tycoon, how could he be stopped by a door? He took out an AK and prepared to destroy it. Sudi immediately opened his weapons inventory. Flesh AK, unlock price *10,000 anomaly coins. Seeing this price, he silently scrolled down. Having scraped the land of 9 rooms, he had earned less than 8,000 anomaly coins. Not even enough to unlock the AK, let alone buy it. Truly, a penny can stop a hero. Looks like he needed to think of a way to quickly expand his arms business in the bizarre world. As long as he could open up a market. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about money. After picking for about 10 minutes, Sudi chose the Flesh C4. Flesh C4, unlock price *5000 anomaly coins. Flesh C4, selling price *1000 anomaly coins. Unlocking C4 would allow him to buy 2 more. Unlock, purchase, all in one go. Sudi took out the C4, stuck it to the door, and immediately ran. What's that thing Fire Brother put on the door? Looks like a red C4. No way, a handgun, grenade, C4, how many weapons is he carrying? Our bro is an arms tycoon, carrying a C4 is no big deal. But that looks like a chunk of meat, not C4. I just took a screenshot, that's definitely a chunk of meat. Fire Brother is probably using the meat to lure out the anomaly. The audience roughly split into 2 groups and began a heated debate. One group believed it was C4 on the door. The other group believed it was flesh. Both sides argued fiercely, unwilling to back down. In the screen, Sudi pulled out a small remote control from his pocket and extended the antenna. Then, he opened his mouth wide and covered his ears. Boom! A loud explosion. The entire castle shook several times. The clients and staff started to panic. The shock was most evident on the 6th floor, with countless S-level anomalies trembling in their rooms. The massive energy wave from the 7th floor made them feel uneasy. The ordinary security on the 6th floor were so scared, they huddled together in pairs. What happened? I don't know, seems like it came from above. This is terrifying, could it be that the monster on the upper floor went crazy? They had never been to the 7th floor, but knew that the existence there was something they could never provoke. The headless anomaly immediately guarded the iron door and contacted the boss. The iron door had powerful prohibitions, capable of resisting SS-level or even SSS-level anomalies. The horror game special team immediately cut off the livestream and raised Sudi's secrecy level to SSS. What the hell is going on? Why was the livestream cut off? Fire Brother, what happened? Unable to find another place to go, Dragon Country viewers flooded into other livestreams that hadn't been shut down. In the Japanese livestream, the entire 4th floor hallway was filled with panicking anomalies. Diaoyi Lang hid in a trash can, constantly praying. Afraid of being discovered by these anomalies. Anomalies were fickle, and in such a situation, stepping out. It was almost certain he would be eaten. In the story a livestream, the castle was smoking. This player hadn't even felt the hotel yet. Clearly, he was doomed. The next moment, he saw countless anomalies rush out of the hotel. He tried to turn and escape, but was torn apart by the anomalies. Ding, story a player Mario eliminated. On the 7th floor. Su-D, as the instigator, had no idea what consequences the C4 explosion had caused. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the big hole in room 701, Su-D nodded with satisfaction. Room service. He shouted loudly. He pulled out the gun and walked into 701. 701. The standard presidential suite. Living room and kitchen, everything complete. All kinds of furniture, everything present. Especially on the living room wall, there was an ultra-large 100-inch 4K ultra-high-definition television. Pity, just some debris blasted into the room, ruining the beauty inside. Su-D let out a sigh. Bro, if you had opened the door earlier, how good it would be. Alright, I already came in, why don't you come out quickly? Still not coming out, huh? Wait till I catch you, then you are finished. After carefully searching the whole room, Su-D went numb. Don't even talk about strange, there was not even a single hair inside. Did he go out already? Numb. Completely numb. Su-D collapsed weakly on the soft sofa, unable to recover for a long time. Forget it, better rest for a while. After all, need to stay here for 48 hours. Not afraid that guy won't come back. That guy really won't come back. When leaving, even sold all the furniture. Brand new furniture is surely more valuable than junk. After Su-D figured it out, he turned on the television. On the screen was snowy mosaic. Clearly no signal. Think about it, this is after all a strange copy, how could there be information? Next moment. Crackle crackle. A burst of electric sound rang out. Chapter 88. Make a small order, deal successful. The screen kept flashing. Other electrical devices were also affected by this current. Constantly turning on and off, looping back and forth. At this time, the big lamp in the living room exploded with a boom. The television screen suddenly went dark. Su-D turned over, crawled up from the sofa, smiling as he watched the scene. When the television screen lit up again, a dried well appeared on the television screen. Could it be, Sadako was coming? As a deep lover of horror movies. Television, dried well. Su-D unconsciously linked it to Sadako. But the fact did not develop as he imagined. The dried well appeared for a whole few minutes. Never seen the long-haired Sadako crawl out of the well. Su-D got a bit impatient, leaned close to the television. Lightly touched the screen with his hand. The screen rippled like water. Next instant. From all directions came funeral music, mixed with the sobbing sound of a girl. Even more horrifying was, the dried well boiled like it was, bubbling blood water gushed out. Immediately after, a pale little hand rested on the edge of the well. A woman ghost dressed in red robe, wearing phoenix crown, a bride's costume, slowly crawled out from the well. Looking at that bride's absolutely beautiful face, Su-D was stunned. If it looked like this, then strange is not unacceptable. The bride shed a thin tear, spoke softly. Su-Lang, I waited for you, waited so bitterly. Not long after. The bride walked to Su-D's front, half of her body already outside of the television, making the already strange scene appear even more gloomy and terrifying. Su-Lang, you finally came to find me. The bride hooked her finger at Su-D. In an instant, Su-D's eyes scattered, like he lost his soul. Under the bride's pull, little by little walking into the screen. Su-Lang, I take you home. Just about to step into the television, Su-D stopped his step. Suddenly grabbed that icy cold little hand of the bride. Come out you, in the well I don't know what posture to use. Bride? Hey, how can you touch me? But this was not the end. Next moment, Su-D tightly hugged the bride, forcefully pulled her out of the television screen. The woman ghost fell sitting on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. In more than 10 years of ghost life, never had anyone, more precisely never had a ghost, been treated like this. This human not only dragged it out of the television by force. During the pulling, he also fiercely pinched it twice. Still quite soft. Su-D carefully examined this woman ghost. Surging coconuts, slender waist, fair skin, added with that absolutely beautiful face. It can be said, a perfect vessel. Maybe take it as his personal secretary? Just when Su-D was thinking wildly, a line of crimson words appeared in front of his eyes. Please check client's situation. The woman ghost, noticing those constantly examining eyes, became a bit flustered. This guy, could he have some thoughts? Hello, madam, I am the waiter of the hotel. Looking at your situation, it seems not too good, please let me check your body. The female ghost became instantly angry in her heart, and refused firmly. What check the body? This guy's eyes clearly were greedy for its body. It came to this hotel, just to avoid an SSS-level weird being. Even the weird being cannot do it, how could it lower itself to a human? Thinking of this point, its face became ferocious. With a hiss and a roar, it rushed toward Sudi. Sudi's face sank. Madam, are you not cooperating? If I do not cooperate, so what? Sudi grabbed the female ghost's head and smashed it hard against the wall. A moment later, the female ghost, with messy hair, holding her legs, curled on the sofa, crying with grievance. This human really was too much. First he came to the house it lived in, blew up one wall. And also tricked her out of the well, then beat her up harshly. The most hateful thing was, that human also under the name of checking the body, touched all over its body. Why are you so far away from me? The female ghost curled up, shaking her head with a face full of terror. Come here, I have something to ask you. No, don't want to. Sudi had a serious face. Checking the body is the requirement of the hotel, I personally really do not have improper thoughts about you. Really? The female ghost was somewhat not believing. Really, I have something to ask you. The female ghost carefully moved her body, slowly approaching Sudi. What thing? Except for you, are there other weird ones on the 7th floor? This was a doubt in Sudi's heart. According to the hotel rumor, the 7th floor customers were extremely terrifying. Except for the boss, no matter human or weird, no one could leave alive. This female ghost in front of him, beaten by his 2 fists until crying, clearly was not. The female ghost shook her head. It usually hid, not daring to go out at all. So it did not even know whether there were other guests on this floor. Do not know. Do you eat people? The female ghost's face stiffened. Do not eat. Why? The female ghost stammered for a long time, then said in a low voice. I dare not. Dare not? Sudi first was stunned, then laughed loudly. An S-level weird not eating people, the reason turned out to be not daring. But thinking again, Sudi did not even use a gun, only 2 fists made it cry. This courage indeed did not look like the kind that dares to eat people. Then why did you want to trick me into the well? The female ghost quickly explained. I only wanted to scare you. I did not have the thought to harm you. Do you know, your kind of action can bring such bad influence? Luckily it was me, if it were another service staff would you not have scared them to death? These words made the female ghost speechless. If not for the wall being blown, it would not have come out at all. Secondly, staying in the well was really too boring. So, it only wanted to tease Sudi. Alright, not going to fuss with you. Sudi pointed at the television, asking. Where is that? The female ghost picked her fingers, replied in a low voice. That is my domain, usually I just stay in the well. Were you shaken in the well? The female ghost shook her head, showing no. Sudi pinched his chin. In the well, one would only hear the sound, would not be harmed. Very soon, a plan floated up in his mind. The 7th floor definitely had other customers, the ruins in the corridor were the best proof. That guy came back, saw the room was scraped clean, 8 out of 10 would not let it rest. Thinking of this, Sudi did not hesitate again. He took out 2 blood-flesh grenades, walked toward the broken wall. After pulling out the safety, he used a thin line to hang the grenades on the wall. If a weird came in, the 2 blood-flesh grenades would be triggered to explode. The female ghost looked curiously at the blood-flesh grenades, cautiously asked. What is that? Looks like very fun. Sudi's brain turned, then looked at the female ghost. Want to play or not? The female ghost decisively nodded. Bring money to buy. How much? Sudi secretly observed the female ghost's expression. 10,000 for 1 piece. The female ghost's eyes instantly lit up. So cheap, then I want them all. Sudi? Cheap? Chapter 99. 10,000 1 piece, truly rich woman. Speaking human words or not? 10,000 1 piece too cheap? Sudi was speechless. He with hard effort had plundered 9 rooms. Not yet earned this much. I really didn't expect this female ghost in front of me to be a rich lady. Should I bind her? This thought flashed through Sudi's mind. No, no. I am a businessman, I should have the ethics of a businessman. Pay up. The female ghost transferred 20,000 strange coins to Sudi and was about to grab 2 grenades hanging on the wall that had been removed from safety. What the hell are you doing? Sudi reacted extremely quickly, grabbing the female ghost and instinctively throwing 2 punches. No surprise. The female ghost cried again after being hit. Sudi pulled out 2 grenades from his pocket again. Here you go. The female ghost did not reach out to take them, but pitifully pleaded. Can you not hit me? She did not understand why such a seemingly weak human could hit so hard. Sudi scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. You are my respected customer, how could I hit you? What I just did was to protect your safety. If this grenade explodes, we would both be finished. At this close distance, the female ghost might be fine, but Sudi, this B-level underling, couldn't take it. Alright, you go back first, I will find. The female ghost didn't even grab the grenades and flew into the television like fleeing. With a squeak. The screen then went dark. Sudi was stunned for a moment, smiling and shaking his head. It seems the customer has a deep misunderstanding of me, I need to explain it to her properly later. But for now, I still need to set up the traps. Sudi took out a flesh C4 and placed it in the corner. To ensure nothing goes wrong, he exchanged for another one and placed it on the other side. 2 flesh C4s, at close range. Don't even mention S-level anomalies, even SS-level anomalies would be half destroyed by this explosion. After finishing all this, Sudi came to the front of the television. Opened the door. No response. The grenades. No response. If you don't open the door again, I will blow you up. Still no response. Alright, I will count to 3. If you don't open the door after 3, when I get in, I will kill you. 3. 2. A crackling sound of electricity. The television screen lit up again, blinking a few times before the dry well reappeared. Sudi did not hesitate and dove into the television, heading straight for the dry well. Are you down there? After a moment, the female ghost reluctantly replied. Yes. Sudi looked towards the well opening, which was pitch black inside. Wow, it's so deep, won't I fall to my death? Unlike the female ghost, he couldn't fly. Beauty, you haven't taken your grenades. The female ghost, sulking at the bottom of the well, reluctantly flew up to catch Sudi as he jumped down. Oh, wow, this is so fucking awesome. This feeling was like bungee jumping without a harness. Sudi carefully observed everything around. As he suspected, this well truly held a different world. Compared to above, it was much shabby. A small stone house, containing a small bed and a small table. A dim little oil lamp illuminated the small stone house. On the table, there were only 2 books, nothing else. You live here? The female ghost seemed a bit speechless. This person seems a bit crazy. With such a small space, where else would she live? Hey, you're reading Dream of the Red Chamber. Oh, and Romeo and Juliet. Sudi glanced at the books on the table and teased. The female ghost quickly walked over and snatched the books back. Quick, give it back to me, these are the only 2 books I have left. He never expected an S-level anomaly could be reduced to this level. It's just 2 old books, right? The female ghost held back tears and softly said. Only these 2 books have accompanied me. Oh, that's really pitiful. The female ghost? Aren't you a bit lacking in sympathy, dude? After handing the 2 grenades to the female ghost, Sudi lay down on the bed by himself. The female ghost seemed too bored and started the conversation herself. What's your name? Sudi. Are you a new waiter? Yeah. Oh, then you need to be careful, I've heard that many human waiters in this hotel have been eaten. Okay. From just these few sentences, Sudi could tell that the female ghost was really bored staying here. Then why are you staying here? Isn't it boring? The female ghost seemed to have found a confidant and began to pour out her troubles. Through their conversation, Sudi learned the whole story. It turned out that it was being targeted by other powerful anomalies outside, and had no ability to resist at all. Fortunately, its pocket was quite full, so it spent a lot of money to hide in a dark hotel. What kind of strength does the anomaly targeting you have? SSS class peak, and it seems about to be promoted to an anomaly king. Hiss. SSS class peak, about to be promoted to an anomaly king. That really is terrifying. Aren't you afraid it will come looking for you? The female ghost sighed. Not afraid for now. Sudi was a bit curious. What power does this hotel have? It actually makes even SSS class anomalies not dare to provoke it. After the female ghost explained, Sudi finally understood. The ancient castle itself was a very strong SSS class anomaly artifact and had a companion ghost that could suppress all the killing rules of anomalies. Later, after being obtained by the owner, it was transformed into a hotel. Due to the hotel's uniqueness, it developed extremely fast and had become a significant power. Many forces negotiate here. Hearing this, Sudi frowned. This means that the connections the owner has built over the years are absolutely vast. Connecting with the boss could solve the weapon sales issue. At that moment, a loud banging sound came from outside. Clearly, a ghost triggered a grenade trap. Sudi immediately took out the remote control from his pocket and pulled out the antenna. Boom! There was a huge noise. This commotion was far greater than the last time. Even the dry well shook. The female ghost was so scared that she immediately leaped into Sue D's arms. After the explosion's aftermath dissipated, the female ghost tremblingly asked, "What was that just now?" Sue D got up and said, "A misfortunate soul has come knocking, and can you please get off me? I'm scared." The female ghost clung tightly to Sue D, refusing to let go. All right, just get me upstairs." At this moment, inside room 701, it was a complete mess. Almost everything was destroyed by the explosion. In the hallway outside, a tattered black robe floated in the air. Given the robe's torn state, it was clear that it was the misfortunate soul who got blasted. Not only that, but strange energy was continuously dissipating from the robe. It was evident that the 2C4S had caused it some significant harm. Damn it! Who is it? The shop owner kept screeching in twisted anger. Since becoming a ghost, it had never suffered such a huge loss. After learning of the situation, it rushed back right away, fearing something happened to its esteemed guest. What it didn't expect was to be blown to this state. Thinking of this, it entered a state of fury. The calm black mist inside the robe now turned into a furious, blood-red haze. Chapter 10, The Dark Hotel, A Mysterious Noble Guest. In an instant, the owner arrived at the door of room 701. It just happened to see Sue D entering the elevator. At the same time, it also noticed the female ghost hanging on Sue D. At that moment, a familiar beeping sound snapped the enraged owner back to reality. Damn it! Boom! There was a loud noise. Inside the dry well, Sue D was gasping for breath. He didn't expect that 2C4S only took off a bit of the misfortunate soul's health. Especially when he was locked onto by that anomaly, his mind nearly shattered. The female ghost hanging on Sue D quietly murmured a sentence. That seemed like the shop owner just now. Damn it, why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't ask either. This really stirred up trouble. Who would have thought it was the shop owner returning? What should be done now? Originally, he wanted to talk business with the shop owner, but now what could possibly be discussed? Just not being killed by the owner would be a blessing. Let alone the abnormal anomalies in this instance, even normal people. If they were fed 3 grenades, they would be furious. Just as Sue D was unsure of what to do, a middle-aged male voice came from outside. So D, right? Let Lynn Miss go. I can overlook your responsibility. Miss Lynn? Sue D looked down and asked. Is it you? Lynn She was still tightly hugging Sue D. Yes, my name is Lynn She. After a short 2 minutes of consideration, Sue D decided to go out and meet the owner. If the boss really wanted to attack him, he would have rushed in long ago. The boss not coming in has 2 main reasons. First, he is worried that Sue D will harm Lynn She. Second, he fears the power of C4. Boss, I'm coming out. Sue D shouted loudly, letting Lynn She bring him out of the dry well. Inside 701. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Sue D stared at the tattered black robe floating at the door of 701. Inside the black robe was a swirl of mist, clearly not an ordinary strange thing. Instead, the shadow spoke first, softly drifting out a sentence. Miss Lynn, your behavior seems a bit undignified. A blush unexpectedly crept onto Lynn She's pale face. Just as he wanted to step down, he felt a pair of large hands holding him tight. Boss, I feel this is quite good. In this situation, Sue D could not let Lynn She leave him. With Lynn She by his side, the boss would hold back. Once Lynn She left, who knows if the boss would take the chance to kill him. 2 crimson lights lit up at the head of the black robe. Sue D, this is my place, there's no need to be so nervous. Sue D understood the boss's meaning. Boss, I apologize for just now. I had to do this for the safety of our esteemed guest. This little thing, just consider it a token of apology. As he spoke, he pulled out 2C4S and tossed them to the boss. A wisp of black mist leaked from the robe, transforming into an arm to catch the C4. The boss looked at the writhing flesh on the C4, and couldn't help but become interested. It had seen weapons from the human world, but those were just toys to the strange. But this weapon presented by a human could actually cause harm to the strange. This situation was unprecedented. It realized this might be a business opportunity. Perhaps we should change places and have a good chat. Of course, no problem. In the reception hall, Bellic and Yelatorev were preparing food. Previously, there had been strange movements in the hotel. The two had luckily escaped a disaster. As for Dyer, he was not so lucky. He avoided the first disaster but could not escape the second, ultimately torn to pieces by the strange. Although there were no rules about killing, these powerful strange beings in the hotel were still deadly to them. As contestants were eliminated one after another, Misha and the Lighthouse gradually opened live streaming permissions. For the country, this world was a great opportunity to showcase strength. A large number of viewers from Longwa flooded into the live stream. "How's Fire Brother doing right now? I heard the monsters on the 7th floor went berserk, causing chaos in the hotel. Damn, why has the live stream been banned from above? Even if we die, can't we at least die knowing why? Misha and Lighthouse contestants have appeared. Where did our Fire Brother go? I think that coward is probably hiding away. I have to say Longwa contestants are really lucky, hiding for so long on the 7th floor, and still not eliminated. Mr. Bellic is injured, that Longwa contestant won't last much longer. Most viewers guessed Sudi wouldn't hold out much longer." Then as the door to the reception hall opened, Xiaoqian shouted with a big smile. "Welcome esteemed guests." The two inside the room stood up straight upon hearing the shout. Facing such esteemed guests, they had to be on their highest alert. "Why aren't you standing at the front desk?" Xiaoqian froze for a moment and looked at the newcomers. Hey! Su Hua, why are you just arriving? Everything inside is almost cleaned up." It thought Su Di was here to serve the esteemed guests, grabbing him right away. "Come on, quickly follow me to change clothes, there will be esteemed guests soon. If you're not in your work uniform, you'll surely be punished." Su Di glanced at the reception hall. He didn't expect the boss to value him so much. "The boss asked me to come discuss something." "Xiaoqian?" Connecting this to the strange happenings in the hotel, it couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. Could the disturbance on the 7th floor have been caused by its good friend? Su Di walked straight to the dining table and began to show off the food. F***K, are you crazy? Do you want to kill us? Belek looked at Su Di in terror. "Preparing this food." But it took him a long time. Su Di ignored Belek and picked up a chicken leg, handing it to Yelatorov. "Torov, are you hungry?" Yelatorov shook his head decisively. Hungry or not? But this food was something a mere waiter could not touch. He couldn't sacrifice his life for a moment's desire for food. In the live stream, the audience was dumbfounded. No one expected that Su Di's first appearance would be to show off. "You bastard, do you know you will kill us all by doing this?" Belek, furious, rushed towards Su Di. He wanted to stop him from hogging the pile of food on the table. But in the next moment, he suddenly knelt on the ground. "Brother, I was wrong." Faced with Su Di's dark gun muzzle, Belek decisively chose to surrender. The moment Su Di drew his gun, he activated his simulation ability. He ran through methods to deal with Su Di, but the results were all the same, which was death. In other words, as long as he moved, he would be the one to die. "Boss, you are here." A shout from a girl named Xiaoqian came from outside. Belek and Yelatorov quickly stood up straight. When the boss appeared in the live stream, everyone felt a deep pressure. Damn, this bastard will kill all the contestants. Stop eating, let's be careful. But the boss's next sentence stunned everyone. Su Di, eat slowly, no need to rush. Just now, he took the opportunity of preparing the banquet to test the power of C4. The result was excellent, far beyond his expectations. Chapter 11, Identity Change, VIP Customer. Let's talk business first. Su Di smiled at the boss. At this moment, the boss had changed into a brand new black robe. If he could close the deal, he could have as much of this food as he wanted. "How much do you have?" "As long as the price is right, I'll have as much as you want." The black robe shook for a moment, obviously shocked. He originally thought Su Di didn't have much stock, but unexpectedly got such a response. What are they doing? I don't know, it seems like they're negotiating a deal. Holy crap, can I, a country bumpkin, watch this? My god, what is going on here? The other two contestants watched the scene, their mindset collapsing. Also chosen by the horror game, why could he sit at the table and eat with the boss? Most importantly, Su Di seemed to have reached an undisclosed deal with the boss. The boss fell silent for a moment. Give me some time, I need to assess the specific value of this item. Su Di nodded. Since the boss was willing, he felt confident he could finalize this suggestion. Okay, but I hope it's quick. Boss, you know my time is extremely valuable. Of course, I will gift you 10 sample dishes, so you can better test the product's value. At that moment, a string of scarlet text appeared. Gained the Dark Hotel boss's favor, upgraded to Hotel VIP guest. Young man, with this identity, you can run rampant in the Dark Hotel. Soon after, a game prompt flashed. Ding, player identity has changed. Upon seeing this prompt, Su Di immediately checked the panel. Player, Su Di. Identity, hotel VIP guest. Physique, 35. Mental, 70. Ability, none. Assets, 13,450 weird coins. Overall evaluation, B+. Ha! Su-D looked at the panel, momentarily stunned. The identity change was within his expectations. But what was up with this mental power? How did it increase so much? Was it because of being with these weird beings? Su, do you see those samples? Su-D grabbed a chicken leg and stood up, saying, "Let's go, boss, I'll take you to get the goods. By the way, Torov, help me pack up the leftover food from the hotel." Yelatorov looked at Su-D with gratitude. "Okay, Mr. Su." The hotel had strict rules, prohibiting taking leftovers. Once violated, severe punishment would follow. Except for Su-D, other contestants had not had a single drop to drink since entering the eerie instance. After all, Yelatorov used to be a business partner, Su-D couldn't just watch him starve. Bellic looked at Yelatorov, who was packing the leftovers, revealing a hint of envy. He wished he could replace him right now. Not having eaten for a long time, and being in a constant state of tension, brought his body and mind to the brink of collapse. If the shop owner hadn't left yet, Bellic would have already stolen a bite. Why does that big Russian get to pack the leftovers, while we, Mr. Bellic, do not? Mr. Su is truly our good partner. I wish him a safe passage through this instance. Brother Hua is amazing. Look, the players from the Lighthouse Nation are practically drooling. I'm really curious what Brother Hua did to become a VIP at the hotel. Brother Hua wouldn't be in some weird arms deal, would he? No way. Aren't weapons useless against the anomalies? Before this, there were mercenaries who brought weapons into instances. When the anomalies first appeared, some countries even organized armies to fight back. Whether light weapons or heavy weapons, even missile weapons had been tried. But the results were all failures. Human weapons did not work against the anomalies at all. In room 701, Su-D happily took out 10 C4 explosives and handed them to the shop owner. Su, I've already instructed Xiaoqian. You can directly get the rune card from her later. Alright, by the way, boss, can I sell some small things on the 4th floor later? The shop owner paused. Su-D pulled out the flesh and blood sand eagle and handed it to the owner. The owner examined it carefully and even shot himself once. He confirmed that this handgun was indeed a small item compared to the C4 explosives. Alright, but you need to be careful. Some customers are not so easy to talk to. Okay. After sending the owner off, Su-D smiled and patted the television. Linchi, want to go out and play? The television crackled to life. Immediately, Linchi's upper body popped out of the television. I want to go out and play too, but I'm too scared. Su-D chuckled and pulled them out of the TV. What's there to be scared of? I'll protect you. Linchi seemed a bit doubtful. Are you capable? Do you know what blew up this wall? Linchi shook its head. Although it didn't know what it was, it understood that whatever blew up the wall was quite powerful. I have countless of those things, and I've made a deal with the boss. Once these things hit the market, I won't even bat an eye at a mere SSS level. Linchi's eyes brightened. Though it couldn't fight, it wasn't foolish. Where are we going to play? Su-D grinned at Linchi. Linchi, do you think it's a huge risk for me to protect you? Linchi nodded. Then don't you think you should give me a little protection fee? Linchi still nodded foolishly. How much do you want? Not much, 100,000 a day. Linchi counted the money while muttering. I always feel like you're tricking me out of money. However, the next moment it laughed and hugged Su-D. But it's okay, I have plenty of money. Su-D froze for a moment, then laughed and hugged Linchi back. Let's go, I'll take you downstairs to play. What are we going to play? We're going to tease the other little anomalies. Okay. Linchi happily followed behind Su-D. During this time, it had been hiding in a well every day and was almost growing fur. Soon, the man and the anomaly arrived on the 4th floor. This floor was filled with VIP customers, ranging from A to D levels. They all happened to belong to Su-D's target group. He planned to promote the flesh and blood sand eagle to these folks. A weapon capable of injuring an S-level anomaly would surely catch their interest. Su-D rang the doorbell. Hello, I. Get lost. Hello, sir, I'm here to. Get lost. Su-D did not get discouraged. Door-to-door sales required patience. Hello, sir. The door creaked open, and an A-level anomaly popped out. This anomaly was small in stature and looked like a rat. Caw, I'll call you. Just as Su-D pointed the gun at its forehead, this little creature stopped calling. Why aren't you calling anymore? This anomaly had senses far beyond others. It could detect that the weapon in this human's hand could deal fatal damage to it. Big brother, what are you going to do? Nothing much, just asking if you want to buy some weapons. As he spoke, Sudi forced his way into the room with a gun in hand. Chapter 12, Door-to-Door Service, a Conscientious Merchant. A moment later. Sudi walked out of the room, very satisfied. You robbed 3,000. Is it really necessary to be this happy? She couldn't help but complain. He thought Sudi would take him to have some fun, but it turned out he was robbing other guests. What robbery? It's obviously selling guns, okay? Then what's in your hand? Oh crap, I forgot to give it to you. Sudi turned around and pressed the doorbell. Open the door, I haven't given you the gun yet. Big brother, I really have no money left. Damn. He was really treating himself as a home invader now. What do businessmen care about the most? Integrity. Once integrity becomes a problem, who would do business with you in the future? This money is for the gun you were going to buy, come out and take your gun. Big brother, I don't want the gun anymore, just leave. Sudi suddenly became angry. How could it be like this? He was still in the negotiation phase with the boss. If the boss found out about this, how would he think? I really am selling guns, ask the boss if you don't believe me. The mouse's strange heart sank completely. It had planned to wait for Sudi to leave before finding security to solve this. Never did it expect that Sudi actually had a connection with the boss. Big brother, that money is a gift from me to you, I really don't want the gun. Sudi helplessly asked one last time. This is you saying you don't want it, it's not me not giving. I don't want it, it's not because you won't give it, big brother. See, it really doesn't want it, not that I won't give. Sudi, who picked up 3,000 for free, was especially happy. She looked speechless and complained in his heart. Coming in with a gun, pointing it at others' heads, who would believe he was selling things? He even brought the store owner out, even if others wanted it, they wouldn't dare take it. I don't think you look like a gun seller. Sudi asked while pressing the doorbell next to him. Then what do I look like? Like a pirate. You are misunderstanding me. But after pressing it for a long time, there was no response from this room. Sudi guessed that this room might be empty. To improve work efficiency, he specifically found Xiao Qian to get a room card and made a list. Why don't you go to the room first, take a shower and wait for me? Seeing the room card Sudi handed over, along with those slightly ambiguous words, Lin's heart couldn't help but race. Absolutely not. Oh, then fine. But the following sales journey was not smooth. He knocked on 10 doors, and 9 of them just wouldn't open, and the last one absolutely didn't want it. In the end, after taking a shot, that A-level peak weird creature honestly bought Sudi's handgun. Why did you shoot its foot just now? She didn't expect the power of the blood and flesh handgun to be so great. A single shot actually blew off an A-level peak weird creature's foot. Sudi looked at Shi as if he was an idiot. Are you stupid? Shooting the head would have killed it. I'm here to sell, not to kill. Shi thought carefully and felt that Sudi seemed to have a point. It is said that, but I always feel something is wrong. Stop feeling wrong, it's your turn to knock on the door. Sudi pressed the doorbell and signaled to Shi. Ha? Shi was a bit at a loss. She had never done such a thing before. Seeing Shi not move, Sudi slapped her on the butt. Shi shot an resentful glare at Sudi. Sir, hello, I am. Before she could finish, the door creaked open. The weird creature, seeing Shi's stunning beauty through the gap, went dumbfounded. Since its birth, it had never seen such a beautiful female weird. Before it could advance further, a gun was pressed against its head. With one person and one weird working together. In less than half an hour, more than half of the VIP customers on the 4th floor were looted. Most of them paid and didn't want the guns. A small portion wanted the guns and ended up getting shot. She gradually became more familiar with the door-to-door activity. Ding dong. After Sudi pressed the doorbell, Shi sweetly said. Sir? Do you want weapons? No need. Sudi? Shi? What's going on? Shi, not believing in evil, rang the doorbell again. Sir, why don't you open the door and take a look? My goods are truly good and cheap. I said I don't want it. The originally middle-aged male voice suddenly turned into a sharp female voice. Can't you understand human words? This noise scared Shi, who immediately jumped into Sudi's arms. Sudi was also startled. Damn, could it be a she-male inside? But saying this reminded him of a horror movie Uncle Ing had shot. There was a kind of neither male nor female ghost there. Especially when he thought of that ghost using a long blue weapon, Sudi immediately lost the idea of selling weapons to this guy. Forget it, I'm not selling to this place. Sudi hugged Lin Shi and was about to walk to the next shop. There's someone inside. Huh? Sudi stopped and leaned down to ask. What kind of person? Lin Shi closed her eyes and carefully checked. It's a hotel staff member, but he's hanging on the wall. What does he look like? A big bearded man. Got it. Sudi guessed who it was. It must be that unlucky Torov. Sudi gently patted Lin Shi and then let her down. Be good, cover your ears, and hide behind. Okay. Lin Shi obediently hid to the side. Sudi opened the weapon storage and found the Flesh AK. Do you want to spend 10,000 strange coins to unlock Flesh AK? Unlock. Do you want to spend 800 to buy Flesh AK? Yes. A few seconds later. Sudi took out a Flesh AK and started shooting wildly at the door. This door level was not as high as 701. Under the assault of 7.26 flesh bullets, it quickly became shattered. Sudi kicked the door open. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, under the gaze of all the viewers, easily crushing the ghost Torov, he was shot dead by a random barrage. Oh my god, who is that? No way, are there weird weapons in the weird world now? It must be the security upstairs who came down. Torov is so lucky, if the security was a step late, he would be finished. When Sudi brought Torov down from the wall, he tore off the tape on his mouth. How are you? But Torov shouted in fear. Run, Su, I've already notified the security team. Chapter 13. Brother, is this really a horror game? The hotel has extremely strict rules. Many strange things choose this hotel. Sudi killed a hotel VIP client. This can be said to have touched the hotel's bottom line. A VIP client being killed in the hotel will surely seriously affect the hotel's reputation once word gets out. Even if Sudi is a hotel VIP client now, he cannot escape punishment. In the live broadcast room, Dragon Country viewers felt their hearts sink upon hearing this news. As long as this news doesn't spread, if Sudi can hold out in the room until the end of the instance, he can perfectly avoid this issue. Oh, it's just killing a ghost, a small matter. Sudi smiled faintly, not putting this issue in his heart at all. This reaction left the entire live broadcast audience dumbfounded. No, Brother Hua, do you know what's happening now? Brother, even if you're the boss's honored guest, you killed their VIP client. They can't just let it slide. It's a pity, it seems Dragon Country is at the end. Seeing this, Torov gritted his teeth and said to Sudi. Su, give me the gun. Ever since entering this strange instance, Sudi has given him too much help. This time without Sudi, he would definitely die a miserable death at the hands of something strange. Even the hotel security wouldn't offend VIP clients for such a human like him. To put it nicely, he is a hotel employee. To put it harshly, he might not even qualify as cannon fodder in the hotel. When Diaoyi Long kicked the bucket, there was no security to speak up. At most, they would condemn the client verbally. Alright, don't worry about me. Sudi looked at the room full of props, unable to help but click his tongue in amazement. He never expected strange things could be so playful. Especially that dying creature, tightly gripping a spiked wolf fawn club. Torov, you are really lucky, if I hadn't come, this thing would probably have been used on you. Yellowto Torov shivered at the sight of the wolf fawn club on the ground. In the live broadcast room, the Dragon Country audience was about to go crazy. Not my buddies, isn't this the moment to worry about that issue? At this time, a few security guards walked over vaguely from the corridor. I wonder if that waiter is still alive. Who knows, he probably got toyed to death. Thinking of this, a few security guards shivered. Previously, this client had bought human pets and a few strange creatures, but ultimately all were toyed to death. That twisted way of playing made them feel a chill of fear. Not long after, they arrived at the door. When they saw the broken door, they were first stunned, then laughed. This client is really ruthless, even the door is wrecked. Brothers, this time we must make him bleed well. Right, it's been days since we had any fun, we are itching for it. But when a few strange beings saw the scene inside the room, they were completely dumbfounded. Inside the room, there is one creature with two people. And their client, which is that strange creature. Lying on the ground, its body full of holes, constantly oozing out strange energy. Clearly, it was dead beyond dead. What the hell is going on? The shock level of the strange beings was no less than that of the audience in the live room. The leading creature pointed at Sudi and stammered, "Why you? What did you do?" Sudi shrugged. "This guy attempted to harm your hotel's employees, I was just doing the right thing and blasted him." blasted him. The few strange beings' minds were collapsing. When this client had an accident during their patrol, they would definitely receive severe punishment from the hotel. If they couldn't find a scapegoat, they would be thrown to the 7th floor to feed monsters. Sudi merrily pointed at the cold, lifeless creature, completely unconcerned by the murderous looks from the strange beings. Alright, stop staring, quickly clean up this guy, he looks quite disgusting. Hearing this, the strange beings immediately showed fierce expressions, their strange energy radiating as they madly pounced towards Sudi. Damn bastard, do you even know what you've done? But the next moment, they came to an abrupt halt. It was because Sudi had pulled out a VIP client's exclusive room card. Upon seeing this card, the strange beings went numb. Client's private fight leading to casualties. This was like a death sentence for the strange beings. Unable to deal with Sudi, they shifted their gaze towards Yelato Torov. They didn't dare to attack the client, but that didn't mean they couldn't attack the waiter. It was obvious they planned to push Yelato Torov out as a scapegoat. The leading creature reacted first, pointing at Yelato Torov and shouting. It's you, it must be you definitely killed the esteemed guest, grab him, brothers. Yelato Torov felt like a burden had been lifted from his heart. Su, I owe you nothing now. With a bang, a gunshot rang out. No, don't you understand human words? I just said I killed this guy. The chaotic scene instantly calmed down. Yelato Torov. Audience in the live room. They were just lamenting for Yelato Torov, but unexpectedly, the next moment, Sudi stood up again. The leading creature, gritting its teeth, threatened. Sir, this isn't your concern. You have no right to interfere in our hotel's internal affairs. You know, if the boss handle, you will be sent to the 7th floor as well. You know the terrifying place on the 7th floor, even we, the security guards, dare not enter. After saying this, it waved its hand. Commanding its subordinates, the strange beings lunged again at Yelatov. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Sudi once again blocked a strange being. Oh, you mean my authority isn't enough? As a VIP client, you are not qualified to interfere with our decisions. The leading strange being's patience was wearing thin. It even wanted to eliminate this human who kept interfering with them. Oh, then let me bring a different strange being for you to talk to. Linshi, come in. Ha? Did you call me? Linshi suddenly popped her head out from outside. Come quickly. Oh. Reluctantly, Linshi flew into the room and crouched behind Sudi. Inside the room, strange beings, Yelatov, and the viewers in the live broadcast all stared in astonishment at Linshi's face. My god, is that a fairy? No, where did Fire Brother find this fairy? Damn, why wasn't I chosen for this mission? Oh, shit, if I could see her up close, I would be willing to die. After a moment, the leading strange being finally came back to itself. The fear of death surged back into his heart, and he roared at Sudi. Don't think it matters, even high-level VIP customers cannot interfere with the matters inside our hotel. Alas, what a pity, he is not a high-level VIP customer. Since he is not, then get lost. The strange beings all moved simultaneously, surging toward Yelatov and Sudi. Chapter 14:14. Vacation in the instance, accompanied by beautiful strange beings. Bang. A dull thud sounded. The live broadcast went black. Damn, what happened? Why did it go black? It seems like a fight broke out. It's over, it's really over this time. They could not deny that the weapon in Sudi's hand was powerful. The previous A-level peak strange being had been shot dead by Sudi through the door. But this time, Sudi was facing 4 PK-level strange beings. At close range, there was simply no way to sneak attack. After several minutes, the live broadcast finally restored. Inside the room, chaos reigned. In the next moment, Sudi appeared on the live screen. Todorov, how are you? Yelatov struggled a few times, feeling excruciating pain all over. He gritted his teeth and asked Sudi. Su, what just happened? Sudi's old face flushed red. In the urgent situation, he had thrown out 2 grenades. With Linshi's protection, Sudi was unharmed. But Yelatov was not so lucky. At close range, he was knocked unconscious by the shockwave of the explosion. Fortunately, 2 unfortunate souls took the first wave of damage, or it wouldn't have been so simple as just passing out. With Sudi's help, Yelatov struggled to stand up. When the audience saw the situation in the room, they were dumbfounded. In front of them lay 2 strange beings lying motionless, one of whom was the leading security guard. Yelatov was so frightened he jolted, nearly falling to the ground again. Su, what exactly happened? Sudi shrugged. I don't know, I turned my head and they were dead. Seeing Su-di unwilling to say more, Yelotov did not press further. Thank you. You're welcome, just transfer me 10 or 80,000 strange coins when you have time. Su-di's cheeky demeanor made the audience unable to help but roast him. Fire brother, do you even believe what you are saying? Who believes you, you old rogue? Was it the fairy sister who just made the move? I feel it should be. I just observed that the two dead had no gunshot wounds. Just stepped out of the room. All the viewers held their breath in tension. With wide eyes, they saw the entire corridor densely packed with strange beings. Leading the way, a strange being with a large rusty kitchen knife. Terrifying, so terrifying. This time, even the security captain personally led the team. It's completely over. What kind of level is the security captain? An S-level peak strange being, only a hair's breadth away from SS level. With such a terrifying existence, don't mention AK, even Fire Chilin might not be useful. My friend is injured, find a strange being to take good care of him. The security captain gently waved the kitchen knife. A female bizarre security guard stepped out of the crowd and actively supported Yelatorov. Don't worry, Mr. Su. What the hell did Brother Ho do? I must be dreaming, this cannot be real. Impossible, impossible, what exactly happened? This scene surpassed the understanding of all the viewers. One by one, they could not believe this was really happening in the bizarre instance. But the next sentence made everyone lose their minds. Mr. Su, Miss Lin is waiting for you in your room. Su-di replied calmly. Got it. During this time, please stay in the room, or I won't know how to explain to the boss. Okay, I really can't come out? No. Oh, then alright. Su-di's unwillingness made all the viewers lose their minds. Dude, what is this reaction? You're in the same room with a fairy sister, and you're still not happy? But a comment in the barrage caused everyone to break down. You reluctantly ride the bike, letting others stand up to pedal. And so it was. Yelatorov was taken away by the female bizarre security guard. Su-di disappeared from everyone's sight again. Su-di sighed all the way back to room 423. Upon entering the room, seeing Lin Shi in a bathrobe with disheveled hair, he was dumbfounded. You took a shower? Lin Xin looked at Su-di with a face full of resentment. It's all your fault, blood splattered all over me. Can you at least let me know in advance next time you take action? Give me some time to prepare, right? Su-di sighed and sat next to Lin Shi. What's wrong? The security won't let me out. How are we supposed to go fight, how to sell weapons and equipment to other bizarre beings now? Lin Shi pouted. Why do you think about stealing from others every day? What do you mean steal? If I take it and don't give the goods, that's stealing. If I give the goods, isn't it fine? But 9 times out of 10, you don't give the goods. That's true. Su-di chuckled helplessly, then rested his head on Lin Shi's lap. He began to reflect on everything that had just happened. This was a habit he developed since his selling career began. Whenever he made a deal or accomplished something significant. When he had some free time, he would think about how to do better in the future. In fact, he didn't have to waste words with those security guards, he could have simply mentioned Lin Shi's supreme VIP status. After the security captain heard the news, he personally led the team to the 6th floor. Upon learning the details, he directly killed the 2 remaining security guards who participated in the altercation. In the end, Su-di wasted 2 grenades. He was also restricted from selling freely on the 4th floor. If he had revealed his identity from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Thinking of this, Su-di instinctively hugged Lin Shi's thigh tightly. The thigh of a rich woman is different, it's not only fair but also fragrant. Lin Shi trembled slightly. Su-di, can you help me play a disc? I can't do it. Su-di reluctantly let go of Lin Shi's thigh. Seeing the DVD under the TV, he couldn't help but become curious. A question arose in his mind, how could there be such things in a bizarre instance? Could it be that there are also sellers in the bizarre instance? Su-di didn't contemplate this question further but started looking for the disc. Oh no! When he saw the discs in the drawer, he was momentarily stunned. They were all adult films. Which one are you watching? The cover of the disc made Lin Shi's face instantly blush. Oh no, what are you doing? In the end. After much effort, Su-di finally found a collection of horror films by Uncle Ing from the pile. The first one was Uncle Ing's classic film, Zombie Uncle. As the movie started to play, a eerie and terrifying atmosphere began to spread in the room. When the royal zombie appeared, Lin Shi was so scared that she jumped into Su-di's arms, trembling uncontrollably. Su-di couldn't help but want to laugh. He didn't expect that an S-class bizarre being would be this scared watching a zombie movie. Especially during the scary scenes, she hugged him even tighter. It was the first time he had seen a bizarre being scared of zombies. How can a bizarre being be afraid of zombies? I'm not afraid at all. Then why are you closing your eyes? I'm not. My eyes just feel tired. Though he said this, Linshi stubbornly refused to open his eyes. Chapter 15:15. Easy to get, millions of orders. One night. Sleepless. Su-di yawned. He watched Linshi dive into the TV and return to the dry well. He suspected the TV was just a medium, and the dry well was its true origin. However, he didn't dig deeper. Digging into a client's secrets is not a good habit. After the TV screen went dark, Su-di couldn't help but complain. It's really hard to make money, it's like. With a squeak. The TV lit up. Su-di, what did you say? I said you should have a good rest. Oh. After the TV went out, Su-di shook his head helplessly. Last night, he planned to have a good rest. To be at 100% and make a deal with the boss. But Linshi insisted on having him watch horror movies with him. Originally, Su-di wanted to refuse, but Linshi offered a deal he couldn't say no to. A full million strange coins, so in the end, Su-di compromised for the sake of money. No wonder Linshi, a top-tier S-level anomaly, could be a guest at the Dark Hotel. What exactly is its identity? Why is its pocket so full? Perhaps being targeted by SSS-level peak anomalies is not just because of its looks. Maybe it's also related to its unfathomable wealth. SSS anomalies wanting to ascend to the title of Anomaly King need massive resources. Where do these resources come from? Is it not spending money again? Perhaps because of this, Linshi was targeted. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Immediately afterward, a voice came from outside. Mr. Su, the boss requests your presence. Coming. Su-di felt a surge of joy. The boss finally came back. There were only 6 hours left until the end of the instance. He needed to finalize the cooperation with the boss within this time frame. Outside the meeting room, the boss was anxiously drifting back and forth. It was very eager to know just how much good Su-di had. This product had shown excellent results after testing by several of its old friends. Especially one old fellow wanting to expand his territory, who wanted to invest a lot to acquire it. The profits involved made even the boss of the Dark Hotel feel a thrill. But it didn't know how much stock Su-di had. If it was truly as he said, having as much as needed, that would be terrifying. In close proximity, a weapon that could severely injure S-level. If it could gain exclusive selling rights, it would become the most powerful anomaly in this area. Thinking of this, it felt a fire in its heart. So after getting feedback, it rushed back to the hotel overnight to discuss this matter with Su-di. The boss spotted someone from afar and called out. Su, you're here. Su-di waved his hand. He jogged up to the boss. Sorry, boss, I kept you waiting. No problem, let's go in and talk. The boss's attitude made Su-di feel that this deal was stable. As for what came next, he just needed to negotiate the price. As soon as they sat down, the boss couldn't wait to speak. Su, how much goods do you really have? Su-di smiled faintly and asked back. Boss, how's the sample effect? Very good, several of my old friends are very interested. The boss didn't hide anything and directly informed Su-di that many anomalies had shown strong interest. But they want a lot of quantities. Su-di patted his chest. That's not a problem, I can take any order, no matter how big. After getting the accurate answer, the boss suppressed its excitement. Su, as long as the goods are in place, the price can be discussed. Su-di smiled. No wonder he was a businessman in the world of anomalies, starting off by throwing the issue back to him. If the price was revealed, the boss could then maneuver based on that. But this trick was useless against Su-di, who was a seasoned player. Boss, this is your territory after all, you decide the price. Now, the boss hesitated. It didn't know the exact value of this thing. It also didn't know what Su-di's cost was. If the quote was too low, cooperation may break apart. If the price is too high, it will hurt his interests. For a businessman, earning less money is the same as losing. Su-di guessed what the boss was thinking. Boss, this price is negotiable, so don't worry about it. 100,000? Su-di put on a face like a bitter melon. Boss, my costs are already more than this price. Su, what price do you think is appropriate? Su-di pretended to ponder for a moment. 500,000. No way, that's too expensive. The boss flatly refused. The goods can be sold at this price, but it relies on its connections. Su, at most 300,000. This is the best price I can offer. Su-di understood the answer from the boss's reaction. The price of flesh and blood C4 hovers around 500,000. Knowing this important information, he no longer hesitated. Boss, one price at 400,000. As a cooperative partner, I won't let you suffer. I can guarantee this batch of goods will only be sold by you and won't appear in other strange hands. Additionally, I'm only responsible for supplying the goods, I won't interfere with anything else. As for how much can be sold, it all depends on your abilities, boss. The boss was silent for a moment. Is this source of goods? It's done. Su Di replied with a smile. This is a first-hand source, and no one else has it. With this answer, the boss no longer hesitated. Mr. Su, happy cooperation. From today on, you are our supreme VIP customer at the Dark Hotel. No matter the time, the doors of the Dark Hotel will always be open to you. First-hand source, exclusive sale. This means there are no competitors. Relying on its vast connections, selling is not a problem at all. The acquisition price of 400,000 can also gain unimaginable huge profits. Happy cooperation. The boss then took out a contract. Su, I will first ask the client how much goods they need for the first batch. Okay. At the moment Su Di took the contract, a string of scarlet words floated before his eyes. By signing this contract, you will become the most distinguished guest of the Dark Hotel and unlock many privileges. The next moment, a game prompt appeared. Current player identity has changed. Player completed hidden task. Gained exclusive strange item, Dark Hotel Permanent Pass *1. What the hell? Exclusive strange item? What is this thing? Su Di's eyes instantly widened. He had seen countless guides for strange dungeons. He had encountered all kinds of strange items, including many special strange items. But this kind of exclusive strange item was something he had never seen before. And it was a permanent pass, not one that cost 68 every time. Could it be? Could it be? Su Di calmed his inner excitement and opened the panel. Player, Su Di. Identity, Supreme VIP Customer. Physique, 35. Spirit, 95. Ability, none at present. Assets, 1,101,000 strange coins. Strange items, Substitute Doll, Dark Hotel Permanent Pass. Dark Hotel with Permanent Pass. In the real world, using this pass can directly teleport to the Dark Hotel. Note, players cannot use this pass after being selected for a strange dungeon. Overall evaluation, A. Good stuff. Really good stuff. I was still worried about how to handle it if I couldn't get in line later. Now this problem has been solved. You have to know that even if you clear the dungeon and gain priority exploration rights, the nature of this strange dungeon still cannot change, which is a single-player dungeon, and each entry into the dungeon has a time limit. After Su Di enters once and comes out. Next time, who knows how long he might have to wait. With this pass, he no longer needs to worry about this problem. At the same time, a piece of data caught Su Di's attention. Spirit, 95. When he first entered the dungeon, he only had 50 points of spirit. He did not even know when it had increased so much. Now, even without the flesh and blood sand eagle, he can resist the mental pollution brought by the strange things on his own. As for what caused all this, it was still unknown for now. Dear guest, please dine. A single sentence brought Su Di back to reality. He saw Yelatorov pushing a dining cart to Su Di's side. Hey, Torov, why are you here? Yelatorov actively showed his panel. Thanks to you, I have become the chef of this hotel. Player, Yelatorov. Identity, chef. Physique, 35. Spirit, 30. Ability, rampage. Assets, 1,000 strange coins. Overall evaluation, C+. After that incident, the security captain arranged him to the kitchen. In the kitchen, no one bothered him, he could eat when he wanted and sleep when he wanted. You could say last night was the best day of his life. This is pretty good. But after taking a bite of the steak, Su Di's face twitched a little. Tolo, did you make this steak? Yeah, isn't it pretty good? I specially made it medium rare for you. Su Di. By the way, where did the original chef go? That strange one seems to have been arranged into the security team. Oh, I have something to do, you eat this steak. Su Di found an excuse and left the living room in a hurry. He didn't expect that the hardest moment in this mission was eating steak. Even more unexpectedly, the food made by a human was even worse than that of the strange creature. To put it nicely, it was a medium rare steak. To put it bluntly, it was basically undercooked beef. The key was that Tolo added way too much salt to it. It really was just like that lyric. I fear the strange, but the strange has harmed me not at all. I do not fear humans, but humans have left me hurt all over. When this mission ends, I must get this guy to pay me 100 or 80,000 for mental damages. This is the first time I've seen Brother Ho look so miserable. I mean, how bad can this Russian cook be to scare my brother into fleeing in panic? That godly medium rare, isn't that just undercooked? Medium rare steak is indeed a bit hard to swallow. Many Dragon Kingdom viewers rushed over upon hearing the news. They happened to see Su Dee's miserable expression and started teasing him in the comments. Since the shooting incident, everyone knew the Dragon Kingdom was steady. Clearing the mission was just a matter of time. But the special team did not have such a good atmosphere. Since they shut down access permissions, this was the only place where they could see Su Dee's situation. Apart from the Taoist Lingxiu, who was snoring in the corner. Everyone else was on edge, staring intently at the live broadcast. Afraid of missing any details, missing the chance to learn. But the more they watched, the more numb they felt, the more they collapsed. Is this something a human can do? Blow up walls with C4, crush the strange with AKs, and flirt with female ghosts at night. The most outrageous thing was that he even talked business with the shop owner. A flesh C4 for 400,000 strange coins. The combined assets of the special operations team members couldn't match that. The key was, there were no clues to these strange weapons at all. Besides that, the team also discovered an astonishing fact. Not only in the strange world, but Su Dee's weapon sources could not be traced. In the real world, it was the same. Although they tracked every transaction and even clarified every detail of the transactions. But where these weapons came from remained unclear, always elusive. It was as if these weapons simply appeared out of thin air. While the owner went to inquire about the price, Su Dee planned to go back to his room to rest a bit. After all, he hadn't rested all night. Once the excitement wore off, tiredness washed over him again. Slowly returning to room 423. As soon as he spoke, he saw Lin Shi hurriedly turning off the TV in the corner. What are you doing? Nothing. Suddenly, Su Dee leaned close to Lin Shi. Really nothing? Facing Su Dee so close, Lin Shi's heart raced. Really nothing. Why are your ears red? While speaking, Su Dee gently pinched one. It's hot. Now it was Su Dee's turn to be puzzled. Isn't this a strange? Why are the ears hot? Oh no, that's so annoying. Lin Shi dodged into the TV like a startled rabbit. This confusing action left Su Dee bewildered. But seeing the DVD still running and Lin Shi's strange behavior just now, Su Dee suddenly numbed. It couldn't be. When he turned on the TV, what came into view was surely Tokyo Is Not Hot featuring a tutor. Great. She must have just woken up and wanted to find a DVD to watch for some entertainment. But what she didn't know. Besides the disc found by Su Dee, all the others were romantic action films. This led to such a blunder. Thinking of this, Su Dee suddenly felt a little itchy inside. If that's the case, could the weird also work? Just as he was preparing to tease Lin Shi at the well, the doorbell suddenly rang. Su. The boss's anxious voice came from outside the house. Coming. As soon as Su Dee opened the door, the boss floated into the room. Su, a big business has come in. How much do we need? 100 pieces. Hiss. 100 pieces. This is indeed a big order. Each piece is 400,000, so 100 pieces is 40 million. Phew. With this money, it's almost enough to unlock the entire low-level weapon stash. When do they want it? Now, first we need to pay 70% of the total price, and the rest will be settled after the client inspects the goods. No problem. Let's go, Su, I'll take you to get the money. 70% of the 40 million is 28 million. Even the boss wouldn't carry that much money with him. In the warehouse, 100 pieces of bloody C4 piled up into a small mountain. The boss looked at the mountain and was overjoyed. Su Dee looked at the balance on the panel and was equally thrilled. 28 million. This is truly a good start. Quick, go back and see how many weapons can be unlocked. But just as he took 2 steps, the boss called out to him. Su, don't leave first. I still need you to explain a bit to my friend. No problem. This small matter is for me. The client is God. Right now, the boss is Su Dee's God. Such a small request, he can still manage it. Su, on one hand, I need your help with this C. The boss suddenly got stuck here. Su Dee timely added, C4 bomb. The boss waved his black robe, seemingly very excited. Oh, right, I don't quite understand the operation of the C4 bomb. Additionally, I want to introduce you to this friend of mine. He is different from me. I rely on this special strange object, the Dark Hotel, to have my current connections and status. And he has real strength. If we can show him our best side, then we will have a big client. Although the boss has demonstrated the power of C4 before, he still isn't familiar with this weapon. He couldn't perfectly showcase the power and practicality of C4, so he wanted Su Di's help. You must know, the strange landmine set up on the 7th floor caused even this SS-level weird to suffer quite a bit. If it weren't for him being the master of this dark hotel, he might have been heavily injured then. Su Di patted his chest. Don't worry, boss, this is my strong suit. You must know. He rose from an unknown nobody to become a weapons tycoon in the real world. Apart from the high quality of weapons, he owes his success to his super strong sales ability. Explaining C4 to a weird being that doesn't understand weapons is a piece of cake. After waiting for nearly an hour, Su Di couldn't help but look at the boss. Less than 3 hours remained until the copy ended. Boss, when will the client arrive? I only have 3 hours left. He hadn't tried the pass yet and didn't know if there were any restrictions. If there were restrictions, he might not be able to rush back to the hotel in time. After floating around the warehouse for a few circles, the boss finally spoke. Don't worry, he's almost here. He needs at most 1 hour to come from his territory. While the two were talking, a small strange rushed in urgently. Boss. It entered the warehouse and found Su Di also here and suddenly quieted down. After quietly reporting the situation to the boss, the small strange abruptly left the warehouse. Su, there's something. The boss seemed unsure how to start and stopped halfway. Boss, just say what you have to say. Seeing the boss acting this way, Su Di's heart sank. Oh no, it couldn't be that the transaction is going to have problems. Although 70% of the payment was settled, there's still 30% unpaid. What if the client changes their mind? The boss insists on returning the goods, so what should he do? Su, the client has arrived, but they set the meeting place in the back mountain. In that case, let's hurry. After saying this, Su Di suddenly realized. It wasn't that simple, there must be something strange in the back mountain, otherwise, the boss wouldn't hesitate like this. Boss, is there something wrong with the back mountain? At this point, the boss reluctantly informed Su Di. Although the back mountain was under its territory, the hotel's dark spirits did not cover it. This meant that the strangeness in the back mountain was not suppressed, their killing rules could be unleashed without restraint. This was also the reason why the boss hesitated. Within the dark hotel, it had 100% confidence in protecting Su Di. But in the back mountain, it could not guarantee 100%. With it present, it could ensure the client wouldn't act. But if the client doesn't act, what if others do? Su, the decision is yours. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. After all, this is a matter of life and death, and I don't want to lose such an important partner because of a small accident. But to the boss's surprise, Su Di shook his head. No, I want to go. He was planning to become an arms tycoon in the eerie world, and sooner or later, he would have to deal with the strangeness. If he was scared under the boss's protection, how could he become the strongest man in the eerie world? The boss no longer hesitated. Good. Su, I admire your courage. This time I won't let you work for free. After it's done, I will give you 5 million strange coins as a reward. At this moment, the back mountain was filled with dense strangeness. At a minimum, there were a couple of hundred of them. The most terrifying thing was that the weakest among these strangenesses had reached grade A. There were even several strange beings that reached SS grade. But such a powerful group of strangeness was now lined up neatly in formation. Before long, the boss, Su Di, and most of the security team's strangeness had arrived at the back mountain. The boss took this transaction very seriously. Especially Su Di's safety was of utmost importance. So it brought along 80% of the security team's strangeness. And the security team leader, an S-level peak strangeness, was assigned to stay close to Su Di for personal protection. If anything unexpected happened, it would take Su Di back to the hotel at the first moment. Upon reaching the agreed place, the boss walked out alone. Old goat, you finally arrived. You have no idea, it was so difficult for me to keep this batch of goods. Haha, that's why I rushed over as soon as I could. Su Di stood among the strange beings, looking over at the voice. A small, short creature with a goat head, wearing a short shirt and leaning on a small cane, slowly walked out from the opposite side. Hiss. Just from a distance, Su Di couldn't help but shiver. That small body emitted a powerful eerie energy like an abyss. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly insignificant goat-headed, human-bodied creature would be the leader of the powerful formation of strange beings across from him. The two strange beings continued to talk. Under the boss's guidance, the goat strange being looked at Su Di. One person and one strange being locked eyes. The next moment, the goat strange being's horizontal pupils turned into crosses, like the eye of a demon. Su Di suddenly felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. Though he was terrified deep down, he still returned the stare. In this situation, he couldn't show weakness, he couldn't let that anger inside him dissipate. Once he faltered, without the goat strange being making a move, just the terrifying eerie aura alone could shatter Su-Dee's spirit. This situation lasted less than a second, and the goat withdrew its gaze. But even so, Su-Dee still painfully bent down. Ugh. The security team leader hurriedly supported Su-Dee in shock. Are you okay? Ugh. After throwing up that piece of steak, Su-Dee felt a lot more comfortable. I'm fine now, alright, don't let Tora be the chef anymore, he's not very suited for it. Security team leader? No, bro, is this really okay? The evil eye of the goat and I locked eyes. Surprisingly, nothing happened. Let alone that, you are still concerned about the chef's chicken feathers. Chapter 1717. Multiple ways to play, shocking and strange. In the back mountain. On the vast open ground. Honored guest, please take a look, this weapon is called Flesh C4. As for why it is called Flesh C4, it is made of flesh. Su-Dee was holding the Flesh C4, explaining it. And floating beside him was the boss, while standing next to the boss was the goat's strange figure. The boss looked at Su-Dee, who was passionately explaining, and couldn't help but admire him. Facing the SSS-level weirdness, he talked confidently, without the slightest fear. Just this point, not to mention an ordinary human like Su-Dee, even an S-level or even SS-level weirdness might not be able to do it. During their previous conversation, the boss had informed the goat about Su-Dee's importance. But the goat dismissed it with a sneer. In its hands, there were not thousands, but at least 8,000 lives. Most of them had been killed with a single glance. In the end, it gave face to the boss and decided not to kill Su-Dee. However, it still insisted on testing this human. In its view, this human needed to pass a test to qualify to explain that weapon to it. The boss couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. What the boss didn't expect was that Su-Dee showed no fear in front of the evil eye. Although he had coughed up blood, he still persevered. Honored guest, let me tell you, this weapon is very safe. With a loud thud, Su-Dee slammed the Flesh C4 heavily on the ground. This action made the boss jump in fear. He had personally experienced the power of this Flesh C4. But no matter how much Su-Dee stomped or slammed it, the Flesh C4 on the ground remained unresponsive. The goat nodded, remaining silent. It seemed to maintain its cool, boss-like demeanor. After the safety test, Su-Dee got to the main point. This Flesh C4 is incredibly powerful. According to theoretical data, at close range, this C4 can even severely injure SSS-level weirdness. Within a normal explosion range, it can deal significant damage to S-level weirdness. Beyond this explosion range, the damage will decrease infinitely. But as long as it is within the explosion range, any weirdness below S-level will be directly destroyed. Of course, this is only based on theoretical data. The goat leaned on its little crutch and walked up to Su-Dee. You mean, in practice, using this weapon may not achieve the expected effect? Su-Dee smiled and looked at the goat. Of course not, honored guest. In actual combat, if used correctly, this C4 will produce unimaginable results. At this moment, Su-Dee changed the topic and pulled out a remote control from his pocket. Our bomb is very user-friendly, just this remote control is set with multiple modes. Look, this is the instant explosion mode, and this is the delayed mode, and this is the timed mode. Depending on the situation, you can choose different modes. The boss wanted to applaud Su-Dee after hearing this. The transition was too smooth, making it impossible for the goat to find any flaws. The goat's mind spun several times but still didn't understand the use of these modes. You said so much, but what are these modes actually for? Su-Dee was waiting for this question. Of course they are useful. Let's ask, if you are ambushing the enemy, how do you plan to do it? The goat thought carefully. Wait for the enemy to attack, then throw the C4 to blow them up. Upon hearing this, Su-Dee realized that this SSS weirdness was also a military idiot. You're already ambushing the enemy, yet you still intend to throw the C4 to blow them up? Isn't that completely nonsensical? If that's the case, what's the point of ambushing? However, Su-Dee did not point out the goat's mistake. It's taboo in business to criticize customers. Honored guest, your method is certainly good, but I have a better plan. This piqued the goat's interest. Let's hear your method. If we bury the bomb in the enemy's inevitable path beforehand. When the enemy reaches this position, we can use the instant explosion. As Su-Dee spoke, the goat sensed something strange. Isn't this a surprise effect? Yes, but it seems no different from my method. At this moment, the goat felt that Su-Dee's method might indeed be better, but it still didn't want to admit it. If it was you doing it yourself, the difference wouldn't be much. What if it's an ordinary little trick? In this case, the enemy would walk into the core explosion area completely unprepared. Is this a way to kill more enemies? Su-D looked at the two tricks, who appeared slightly surprised, and decided to drop a heavy bombshell. Of course, besides the instant explosion, there are other ways to play. I'm just using instant explosion as an example. If the enemy enters our ambush zone, we would have a little trick with good eyesight, while the opposite side is an SS-level anomaly. It might not kill it, but it would definitely make it lose its fighting ability. A little trick makes the opponent lose important combat power. Does the honored guest understand what I'm saying? The goat anomaly? The boss? With Su-D's explanation, both anomalies were shocked. They had never thought bombs could be used this way. Let alone an ordinary little trick, even if using an S-level target to severely damage an SS-level anomaly, would be a huge gain. Even the SSS-level goat, so strong, could not stay calm. If this could really be applied in real combat, it would be terrifying. Is this plan feasible? Definitely feasible. Can you demonstrate it? The boss cheerfully chimed in. Yes, Su, just demonstrate it. It wanted to see if the effect could be achieved in real combat. If it works, it can be used as a promotional ad. Su-D's face twitched. How the hell can I demonstrate this? They have an SS-level anomaly here, and it's the boss. I can't let the boss take the risk. What if the boss gets blown up? What then? Honored guest, I cannot demonstrate. Why? The goat's pupils instantly transformed into crosses. Are you playing with me? Su-D sighed. Honored guest, it's not that, I just can't find an anomaly to test it on. I can't. As he spoke, he looked at the boss. The boss jolted awake all of a sudden. Old goat, we actually don't have an SS-level anomaly here. Hearing this, the goat smacked its forehead. The cross pupils quickly returned to horizontal pupils. Oh no, I forgot about this. I almost forgot you guys don't have an SS-level anomaly. Su-D. The boss. It felt somewhat humiliated, yet couldn't find a reason to refute. You can use mine, I have plenty of SS-level anomalies under me. Alright, then I will demonstrate. Su-D wanted to take this opportunity to test just how powerful the Flesh C4 really was. Soon, the venue was set up. On a vast open space at the back of the mountain, 2 flags were planted. Su-D held the remote control, pointing to the green flag in the distance. Honored guest, let your underling go pull the green flag and then pull the red flag. Is that it? Yes, that's it. Chapter 18, Heart Explosion, Dumb Head Trick. Is that really all? Where exactly was the C4 buried? The goat anomaly and the boss witnessed the entire process. But they only saw Su-D planting the flags and did not see him linger there. Is it truly ready? Su-D took out the remote control and smiled, nodding. It's ready. With this response, the goat anomaly no longer hesitated, it waved to its underling not far away. Old 6, come here. Coming, boss. A plump, green-robed anomaly jogged over. When Su-D saw its true form, he couldn't hold himself back. What the heck? There's such a trick? It looked just like the turtle prime minister from Journey to the West, like a real old turtle. Especially that truly, which made Su-D almost burst out laughing. He held back his laughter and pointed towards the distant flags. Honored guest, just let your underling go fetch the 2 flags. The goat anomaly paused for a moment, having doubts in its heart, but still ordered. Old 6, go fetch the 2 flags, and be careful on the way. Yes, boss. Then the old turtle retracted its short limbs along with its green robe. In the next moment, it rolled toward the flags like a whirlwind. Wow, how fast is that? That flying speed truly shocked Su-D. The goat anomaly twisted its goat beard, boasting. That's only natural. Don't look at this old tortoise being bulky, its speed is something ordinary anomalies can't keep up with. It chose the old tortoise for 2 reasons. First, it's fast, and second, this guy is pretty sturdy. If it really gets blown up, it won't suffer too much damage. Even for it, an SS-level anomaly is extremely important in battle. Seeing this scene, the boss couldn't help but quietly ask Su-D beside him. Su, can that guy be blown up with how fast it is? Su-D glanced at the rapidly rolling green ball and smiled. Don't worry, no problem. After getting this answer, the boss couldn't hold back his curiosity. Su, where exactly did you bury the C4? Bury? Su-D raised an eyebrow. I didn't bury it, I just casually tossed it on the road. Boss? Goat anomaly? No wonder they only saw Su-D planting flags, not burying mines. Turns out this kid just tossed it casually on the road. Isn't that too eye-catching? The boss suddenly got nervous. He had experienced the power of C4 firsthand. But now, what needed verification was the practicality of this C4. If it wasn't done well, they would lose the GOAT anomaly as a big client. After all, a deal could be worth tens of millions. Such big clients are hard to find. Sudi smiled and shook his head. Relax, it'll be fine. Listening to the conversation between one person and one anomaly, the GOAT anomaly squinted at the distance. It had confidence in its subordinate. Once the old tortoise noticed something was wrong, it would definitely choose to take a detour. As long as this time, Sudi failed to succeed. It could use that to negotiate a lower price for the C4 later. Moreover, some of the things Sudi mentioned had merit in its view. If C4 is used well, it could indeed greatly enhance their team's overall strength in a short time. At this moment, the old tortoise reached the first green flag. The originally rolling green ball had now turned into one with a flag stuck in it. Sudi, from a distance, couldn't figure out how the old tortoise did it. The boss looked at this scene, feeling a bit anxious. What if this old tortoise really brought back the two flags completely unharmed? Then it would lose the gamble big time. Now it regretted agreeing to let Sudi showcase for the old goat. Wasn't this just lifting a stone to drop on its own foot? Note, the boss floats and has no feet. Seeing the old tortoise about to reach the position of the second flag, the boss panicked. Su, why aren't you doing anything yet? Not at the position yet. But the next moment. After taking the flag, the old tortoise actually chose to turn around. Watching the old tortoise return along the same path, the boss felt cold inside. The old tortoise actually chose to return the same way. This was a disaster. The old goat, being such a miser, would definitely push down the price hard. After all, the old tortoise didn't know the exact position of the C4. If it wasn't blown up, it could only say it was too sharp. Seeing this scene, the goat anomaly couldn't help but laugh. It seems this method doesn't seem applicable. I see future business needing. Before the words were finished. Boom! With a loud explosion, the green ball with two flags was blown away. Seeing this scene, the boss exclaimed. Wow, it took off. Then it turned to the goat anomaly. Old goat, what did you just say? The explosion was too loud, I didn't hear clearly. Goat anomaly. Seeing the goat anomaly silent, the boss called to his subordinates. Go check what's happening. The goat anomaly, with a complex expression, glanced at Sudi. No need to go, wait for the old tortoise to come back. This kid is truly a cunning one. Who would have thought he actually tossed the C4 between the two flags? Fine. The boss then called back his subordinates, having them return to their original position and wait. Sudi carefully stared at the thick smoke. No need? Is this old tortoise so tough? The boss leaned against the dim hotel to avoid severe damage. You must know the old tortoise is within the core explosion range. Is that nothing at all? Could it be that old Wang's defense is comparable to the SSS-level Dark Hotel, this special and strange item? After a while, old Wang slowly rolled out from the thick smoke. The originally green ball had turned into a black ball, and its speed had decreased significantly. However, old Wang could still roll, which proved that he had not been severely harmed. If it were the boss, he wouldn't just be dead but also badly injured. Soon, old Wang returned. He was charred and blackened. The green robe had been blown to shreds, revealing the turtle shell beneath. The back of the shell was covered in dense, spiderweb-like cracks, clearly showing that the shell had endured a heavy blow this time. Old Wang had a mournful face, holding two bare sticks. Boss, the pieces are gone. Sudi? The boss? Not the iron buddy, you got blasted away and you're worried about the pieces? The Goat Bazaar was extremely shocked to see the turtle shell on the verge of breaking. The shell was old Wang's accompanying strange item, especially the back, which was incredibly sturdy. But now it was shattered. If it were any of his other SS-level strangeness. Forget about losing battle capability, whether they could survive was a question. Old Lu, are you alright? No, just the pieces are gone. Sudi couldn't help but say something. But your shell looks like it's about to shatter. Old Wang still had a mournful face. My shell can grow back, but the pieces can't. This left the Goat Bazaar speechless. This guy. Alright, old Lu, let's go back. Seeing the Goat Bazaar like this, Sudi smiled at him. Valued guest, are you satisfied with the power of our C4? Chapter 1919. Special Strangeness, Clan of Fog. Not bad, not bad. The Goat Bazaar nodded calmly on the surface, but in reality, a storm was brewing within. This was just the power of one unit. If more were bought, the effect would definitely be even more terrifying. Most importantly, this C4 had no operational difficulty whatsoever. Just find a small bazaar with a good gaze and trust it, pressing the remote would suffice. It was unknown whether other modes could achieve such an effect. The Goat Bazaar then asked. This instant explosion is simple. What situations are suitable for using the delay mode? Delay mode? Isn't that just like the self-explosion truck gameplay? In Battle Royale, this kind of gameplay is very common. The delay mode is suitable for assault battles. If facing a stronghold that cannot be taken for a long time, using the delay mode is most suitable. However, this method is divided into two types. One has a lower success rate, and the other has a higher success rate, but this one requires a small price. A higher success rate, a small price. The second method piqued the Goat Bazaar's curiosity. What price? Nothing with much presence and runs fast, a small bazaar. Su D understood the nature of these bazaars. For them, low-level bazaar were mere cannon fodder. It was just to maintain their positive image that they used such words. The Goat Bazaar thought carefully and finally gave up. Can't figure out what use such small bazaar would be. When it's fighting against other forces, these small bazaars wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. There are plenty of such small bazaar in the strange world, they aren't any price to pay. Well, since that's the case, then I'll say it. Su D drew 2 circles on the ground. If we want to attack this place, and the enemy has deployed many strange beings here, we cannot occupy this place. Tie C4 to them, activate the delay mode, and have them run toward the opposite side. Of course, we can also drive away more, hiding a few small bazaars tied with C4 among them. Hiss. What a ruthless plan. These little guys wouldn't be noticed, even if they ran to the enemy's stronghold, the opposition probably wouldn't care. The Goat Bazaar looked at Su D with a complex expression. What about the first method? Send a bazaar with C4 to quietly infiltrate the opposite side and quickly retreat after activating the C4. The boss stood by and listened, dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a small C4 could have so many playstyles. The Goat Bazaar was lost in thought beside him. How long will it take to take down the territory it has been eyeing for so long? The dungeon is about to end, please players wait at the task location for teleportation. If this time expires, the player's task will be automatically judged as a failure. The game prompt suddenly appeared. Su D quickly checked it out. There are still 30 minutes left until the dungeon ends. Boss, my time is almost up, I'm heading back to the hotel. The boss nodded. Before leaving, Su D strangely said to the goat. Dear guest, wait until the next time you come, I will explain other ways to play. With the escort of the security captain, Su D left the back mountain. You've picked up quite a treasure, kid. The goat watched the boss with a slightly sour glance. The boss felt a bit proud inside but still said. No, when I have good things, who do I think of first but you? Alright. The goat waved its hand. Since Su D had left, it didn't want to waste time here. It wanted to hurry back and see what kind of mess the C4 could make of the enemies. Hearing this, the boss waved to the deputy captain. One-eyed, bring the goods. The goat simultaneously waved to its subordinates. Okay, bring the money back, heir. Both sides acted very quickly. One side counts the money, the other checks the goods. In less than a minute, the transaction was officially completed. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. Before leaving, the goat also pre-ordered a large amount of C4 explosives. Hotel. In the office. The boss gave the remaining payment to Su D. 12 million. Plus the previously promised 5 million. A total of 17 million strange coins. Seeing the full 40 million goods payment, Su D was almost drooling. Su, how much goods do you have on hand? Boss, how much do you need? The boss thought for a moment. 1,000 pieces. Hiss. A super order worth 400 million. The boss really has a big appetite. He is really not afraid of choking to death in one go. A 400 million large order, if calculated at 70% of the original goods payment, would still need 280 million strange coins. Boss, can you handle it? The boss smiled and said. Su, do you know how many the old goat pre-ordered from me? Su D rushed back to the hotel early, so he didn't know. 500 pieces? The boss exclaimed. How did you know? Just a guess. You could guess that? Su D shrugged. It's simple, if it were a small order, boss, you wouldn't suddenly want this much. And this quantity must certainly exceed the order. After all, in business, it's impossible to sell to just one client. The boss circled around Su D. Su, I feel so lucky to have you as a partner. Ha, that's natural, cooperation leads to mutual benefit. At this point, Su D brought the topic back to that 400 million big order. Boss, this 280 million deposit is indeed a bit too much. How about this, I'll take 100 million first, and you can sell the goods. When I come back, you can give me the remaining payment. Alright. The boss was already struggling with how to bring up this issue. 280 million would really take half of his life to take out at once. Let's go to the storeroom. No need, just give it to me directly, Sue. The boss opened his black cloak. Immediately, a small black mist vortex formed. Boss, you have this function too? Sue D asked while stuffing C4 into the small vortex. The boss happily took the goods. This is a special racial talent unique to our clan. Sue D? There are different kinds of strange beings? Of course, strange creatures also come in many varieties. After stuffing the last piece of bloody meat C4 into the black mist vortex, Sue D couldn't help but stick his head inside the vortex. He wanted to see what it looked like inside. After stuffing 1,000 pieces of bloody meat C4, there was no change at all. This action really scared the boss. 2 arms formed from black mist quickly pulled him out. Once ordinary humans touched the dead space, their souls would get sucked in, and eventually, their bodies would become hollow shells. After pulling Sue D out, it shook him violently. Sue, are you okay? I'm fine now, but if you keep panicking, there will be trouble soon. The boss quickly stopped his actions. Sue D thought the boss didn't want him looking at his bee. Moreover, without saying hello. Sticking one's head into someone else's belly is indeed a bit rude. Boss, don't be so stingy, it's just a look at your belly. Besides, I didn't see anything, just a dark void. Chapter 20, Exclusive Warehouse, Dead Silence Space. The boss was stunned. What on earth is going on? Just now, Sue D had indeed poked his head into its dead silence space. Could it be that it wasn't human? But something strange? Sue D looked at the boss who was frozen in midair and awkwardly said. Boss, how about I give you some other weapons? Let's not let this hurt our friendship? Upon hearing this, the boss finally came back to its senses. Sue, are you really not uncomfortable? At this point, Sue D reacted. Could that thing just now be strange? No, is it you who is strange? Me? Sue D pointed at his own nose, asking back. What could be strange about me? The boss circled around Sue D several times, carefully inspecting him before confirming he was indeed human. But it couldn't understand why its dead silence space didn't work on Sue D. Thinking of this, the boss suddenly flew out. Sue, wait for me, I'm going to find someone to test this out. Test what? Sue D quickly chased after him. This reaction was abnormal, there must be something strange. Boss, take me with you. The boss turned back and pulled Sue D along with him. At that moment, in the hall, Yelatorov and Burlak were passionately arguing. No wonder you've cleared 2 A-level dungeons, even with your arm chopped off, you're still fine. Bitch, if you hadn't reported me, I wouldn't be like this. If ed you over, it's because of you that I got punished and missed lunch. If it weren't for the hotel rules, they would have already fought. They were like shrews quarreling, not giving an inch. In the live broadcast room, the viewers of Lighthouse and Bear rushed to each other's channels. Lighthouse really deserves to be a country of thieves and robbers, they even steal in the kitchen. These Russians are even worse than stinky whores, it was just a little food, how could they report Mr. Burlak? They should be severely punished so they can see how powerful our lighthouse is. Right, you guys are the best, then don't come steal from our Torov's kitchen. Burlak only lost an arm, but Mr. Torov missed a meal. The reason for their confrontation was simple. Burlak was caught stealing in the kitchen by Yelatorov. He had persuaded Burlak to put the food back. Because that food was meant for Sue D. However, unexpectedly, Burlak, upon learning this, not only refused to return the food but also humiliated Sue D. Yelatorov, who had been saved by Sue D multiple times, reported this to the security captain. The final result. Burlak had his entire arm chopped off by the security captain. Yelatorov was punished and lost his lunch due to Sue D. In a sense, they were now sworn enemies. At this moment, the boss flew into the hall and threw Sue D to the ground. Sue, is that guy your friend? Ugh. Sue D resisted the urge to throw up and glanced in the direction the boss was pointing. No. Then I'll use him for my experiment. Sue D bent over, waved his hand, and signaled the boss to do as he pleased. Yelatorov rushed over to support Sue D after seeing him like this. Moreover, without saying hello. Sticking one's head into someone else's belly is indeed a bit rude. Boss, don't be so stingy, it's just a look at your belly. Besides, I didn't see anything, just a dark void. Chapter 20, Exclusive Warehouse, Dead Silence Space. The boss was stunned. What on earth is going on? Just now, Sue D had indeed poked his head into its dead silence space. Could it be that it wasn't human? But something strange? Sue D looked at the boss who was frozen in midair and awkwardly said. Boss, how about I give you some other weapons? Let's not let this hurt our friendship? Upon hearing this, the boss finally came back to its senses. Sue, are you really not uncomfortable? At this point, Sue D reacted. Could that thing just now be strange? No, is it you who is strange? Me? Sue D pointed at his own nose, asking back. What could be strange about me? The boss circled around Sue D several times, carefully inspecting him before confirming he was indeed human. But it couldn't understand why its dead silence space didn't work on Sue D. Thinking of this, the boss suddenly flew out. Sue, wait for me, I'm going to find someone to test this out. Test what? Sue D quickly chased after him. This reaction was abnormal, there must be something strange. Boss, take me with you. The boss turned back and pulled Sue D along with him. At that moment, in the hall, Yelatorov and Burlak were passionately arguing. No wonder you've cleared 2A-level dungeons, even with your arm chopped off, you're still fine. Bitch, if you hadn't reported me, I wouldn't be like this. If ed you over, it's because of you that I got punished and missed lunch. If it weren't for the hotel rules, they would have already fought. They were like shrews quarreling, not giving an inch. In the live broadcast room, the viewers of Lighthouse and Bear rushed to each other's channels. Lighthouse really deserves to be a country of thieves and robbers, they even steal in the kitchen. These Russians are even worse than stinky whores, it was just a little food, how could they report Mr. Burlak? They should be severely punished so they can see how powerful our lighthouse is. Right, you guys are the best, then don't come steal from our Torov's kitchen. Burlak only lost an arm, but Mr. Torov missed a meal. The reason for their confrontation was simple. Burlak was caught stealing in the kitchen by Yelatorov. He had persuaded Burlak to put the food back. Because that food was meant for Sue D. However, unexpectedly, Burlak, upon learning this, not only refused to return the food but also humiliated Sue D. Yelatorov, who had been saved by Sue D multiple times, reported this to the security captain. The final result. Burlak had his entire arm chopped off by the security captain. Yelatorov was punished and lost his lunch due to Sue D. In a sense, they were now sworn enemies. At this moment, the boss flew into the hall and threw Sue D to the ground. Sue, is that guy your friend? Ugh. Sue D resisted the urge to throw up and glanced in the direction the boss was pointing. No. Then I'll use him for my experiment. Sue D bent over, waved his hand, and signaled the boss to do as he pleased. Yelatorov rushed over to support Sue D after seeing him like this. Birak was unexpectedly taken out by the boss. Sue D then noticed that Birak was lying on the ground, motionless, not far away. The boss floated in front of his body, muttering. No, this shouldn't be like this. What's wrong? Sue D frowned as he looked at Birak's body, complaining in his heart. How ugly. The whole body twisted to one side, as if something was forcibly pulled out from Birak's body. Hiss. But as he kept looking, Sue D turned to the boss. Could that little vortex have sucked him in? The boss leaned close to Sue D and pinched his face. Sue, why are you okay? How would I know? Maybe I'm just awesome? Impossible, whether human or strange, anyone sucked into the vortex will die. Then why am I fine? Could it be that my mental power is stronger? How about we try again? No. Sue D decisively rejected the suggestion. Previously, he was simply curious and didn't know that little vortex could suck souls. Had he known, he wouldn't have stuck his head in at all. This scene was captured by the audience's eyes. It seemed they discovered an incredible truth: the boss's strange black mist vortex was ineffective against Sue D. Now, the dynamic changed between them. The boss clung to Sue D, insisting he take a look inside. To be honest, it was also curious about what was in the dead space. Since its birth, aside from storing things, it was used to deal with enemies. This was the first time it saw someone stick their head in and remain unharmed. Alright, I need to find Lin Shi. Oh, well then. Sue D mentioned Lin Shi and finally escaped the boss's grasp. But after taking 2 steps, he turned back again. Boss, how much can your vortex hold? I don't know, but it should be quite big. The boss shook its head, unsure of how big the dead space was. I see. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time left. Otherwise, Sue D would have to find a way to experiment and see just how big the boss's dead space was. If it was big enough, it could serve as his exclusive warehouse in the strange world. At this moment, Sue D turned around. He happened to see Xiao Qian trying to shove Birak's head into its big mouth. This scene made Sue D's face twitch. Even though he didn't care about Birak's life or death, such a thing was still hard for him to accept. Don't swallow it, eating too much trash will upset your stomach. Sudi grabbed Birak by the legs and forcibly pulled him out. Oh, well then. Xiao Qian paused for a moment, then said. But I'm just cleaning up trash. Noticing Sudi's strange expression, the boss explained. Xiao Qian is our hotel receptionist and cleaner. Isn't it common for factions to come here to negotiate? If they can't reach an agreement, they fight, so there's a lot of trash generated. Sudi? Yeli Torov? Audience? Wait, there's such a way to clean up? Oh my, no wonder I saw the receptionist going into that A-rank strange room before. Turns out she went to clean up the trash. Chapter 21 Completion of Contract, S-rank strange. Be good, we don't eat that foreign garbage. Sudi looked at Xiao Qian, still wanting to handle Birak. When I come back, I'll bring you something delicious. What delicious food? The food from the human world is much better than this foreign garbage. And you are the receptionist of the hotel, the face of the hotel. If guests see this, it will definitely have a bad impact on our hotel. The last two sentences were deliberately meant for the boss to hear. The boss understood Sudi's intentions and asked. Su, how do you suggest we handle this trash? Boss, I suggest we build an incinerator. It will make it easier to dispose of, not that, but to handle the trash. The boss thought carefully and adopted Sudi's suggestion. That sounds feasible. Even though this was a safe area, bloodshed happened from time to time. Especially when some factions came here to negotiate, they often left in batches. Sometimes when it accumulated, Xiao Qian couldn't eat it all either. Because of this, the hotel has received numerous complaints. This operation stunned the live stream audience. Oh my god, Brother Hoi is really ruthless. Why do I feel like Brother Hoi wants to turn this place into a live human black shop? No need to feel, it's just turning this place into a black shop. Oh no, the innocent boss is going to be corrupted. Do you think it's possible that Brother Hoi wants to sell arms in the store later? At this moment, a string of scarlet characters appeared. Currently entering the final stage, the instant settlement will occur in 10 minutes. Note, this stage is highly likely to trigger the final reward hidden task. Sudi and Yi Litov exchanged glances. Both saw shock in each other's eyes. Torov, did you issue a hidden task? Mr. Su, did you issue one too? Sudi nodded and looked at the hidden task before him. Hidden task, successfully contract using the contract scroll before the instant settlement. Successfully contracting can obtain an corresponding strange ability and bring the strange back to reality. Note, if the contract fails, it will be deemed as a failure, please choose carefully, players. Torov, what is your task? Contract strange. Yi Litov said with regret. What a pity, the strange in this hotel are not something I can mess with. If it were other simple tasks, he might still try. But the high difficulty task of contracting strange made him lose any thought. He had a clear understanding of his own strength and whether he could survive without Sudi was another question. Their conversation caused a stir in the livestream. Wow, contracting strange, what kind of crazy luck is this? OMG, it's the second contracting task in the history of horror games. Since the horror game descended, players who triggered the final reward task are very few. And the final reward task is a contracting strange, with only one player having it. Unfortunately, this player tried to contract an A-level strange and ended up being backfired. Successfully passed the instance with instinct, but ultimately failed. Yi Litov looked at the restless Sudi and swallowed hard. Mr. Su, you don't really want to go, right? Sudi nodded and rushed towards the elevator. When this task appeared, he already had a candidate in mind. Seeing this scene, most of the Dragon Kingdom audience became nervous. Whether the instance task can be completed has become uncertain. Last time, that A-level strange was extremely obedient. No one expected it would betray the player at the last moment. Brother Hua, think twice, our lives are in your hands. Don't, this instance reward is enough. Wow, Brother Hua really ran away. 4th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Sudi rushed out. Time is tight, he must hurry. Ah! A delicate gasp came from inside the room. Sudi? He opened the door and saw Lin Shi frantically trying to turn off the TV. At this moment, not only were her ears red, but there was also a flush on her face. However, Sudi's mind was not on this now. I have 10 minutes left, oh no, 8 minutes before I leave. Ha! Lin Shi was caught off guard by this news. After being stunned for a few seconds, she foolishly asked. Where are you going? Back to my world. Oh. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. Even though she had known Sudi for a short time and had been bullied a lot, these past 2 days were indeed her happiest moments in this strange life. Will you come back? Sudi did not answer, moving closer and grabbing Lin Shi. Are you willing to go back with me? Ha? Are you willing to go back with me? Willing. A hint of sadness appeared on Lin Shi's face. But I can't go to your world. She had been running away in the strange world for 100 years. Because of this, the hotel has received numerous complaints. This operation stunned the live stream audience. Oh my god, Brother Ho is really ruthless. Why do I feel like Brother Ho wants to turn this place into a live human black shop? No need to feel, it's just turning this place into a black shop. Oh no, the innocent boss is going to be corrupted. Do you think it's possible that Brother Ho wants to sell arms in the store later? At this moment, a string of scarlet characters appeared. Currently entering the final stage, the instant settlement will occur in 10 minutes. Note, this stage is highly likely to trigger the final reward hidden task. Su-D and Yi-Litav exchanged glances. Both saw shock in each other's eyes. Torov, did you issue a hidden task? Mr. Su, did you issue one too? Su-D nodded and looked at the hidden task before him. Hidden task, successfully contract using the contract scroll before the instant settlement. Successfully contracting can obtain a corresponding strange ability and bring the strange back to reality. Note, if the contract fails, it will be deemed as a failure. Please choose carefully, players. Torov, what is your task? Contract strange. Yi-Litav said with regret. What a pity, the strange in this hotel are not something I can mess with. If it were other simple tasks, he might still try. But the high difficulty task of contracting strange made him lose any thought. He had a clear understanding of his own strength, and whether he could survive without Su-D was another question. Their conversation caused a stir in the livestream. Wow, contracting strange, what kind of crazy luck is this? OMG, it's the second contracting task in the history of horror games. Since the horror game descended, players who triggered the final reward task are very few. And the final reward task is a contracting strange, with only one player having it. Unfortunately, this player tried to contract an A-level strange and ended up being backfired. Successfully passed the instance with instinct, but ultimately failed. Yi-Litav looked at the restless Su-D and swallowed hard. Mr. Su, you don't really want to go, right? Su-D nodded and rushed towards the elevator. When this task appeared, he already had a candidate in mind. Seeing this scene, most of the Dragon Kingdom audience became nervous. Whether the instance task can be completed has become uncertain. Last time, that A-level strange was extremely obedient. No one expected it would betray the player at the last moment. Brother Hua, think twice, our lives are in your hands. Don't, this instance reward is enough. Wow, Brother Hua really ran away. 4th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Su-D rushed out. Time is tight, he must hurry. Ah! A delicate gasp came from inside the room. Su-D? He opened the door and saw Lin Shi frantically trying to turn off the TV. At this moment, not only were her ears red, but there was also a flush on her face. However, Su-D's mind was not on this now. I have 10 minutes left, oh no, 8 minutes before I leave. Ha! Lin Shi was caught off guard by this news. After being stunned for a few seconds, she foolishly asked. Where are you going? Back to my world. Oh. Lin Shi's heart skipped a beat. Even though she had known Su-D for a short time and had been bullied a lot, these past 2 days were indeed her happiest moments in this strange life. Will you come back? Su-D did not answer, moving closer and grabbing Lin Shi. Are you willing to go back with me? Ha? Are you willing to go back with me? Willing. A hint of sadness appeared on Lin Shi's face. But I can't go to your world. She had been running away in the strange world for 100 years. Though a bit silly, he is not a fool. Su-D, you wouldn't want to kidnap me, would you? How could that be possible? Su-D had a serious expression. Then you must be after my money. What are you talking about? Am I someone who lacks money? Then you must be interested in my body. Su-D gently hugged Lin Shi. Come with me, I can take you to eat delicious food and have fun. No more worrying and no need to hide in the well. Lin Shi trembled slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. But after thinking, she still gently pushed Su-D away. She understood what this contract meant. Once signed, they would be bound together. The main thing was that Su-D could not stay in the human world forever. Eventually, he would have to return to the strange world. Staying with Su-D would only bring him harm. Su-D guessed what Lin Shi was thinking and gently wiped away her tears. It's just an SSS-level strange being, what's there to be afraid of? This made a glimmer of hope ignite in Lin Shi's heart. Are you confident in dealing with an SSS-level strange being? Su-D said carefully. No. Lin Shi's smile abruptly vanished from her face. But soon, I will. Lin Shi realized that Su Di was teasing her. Angrily, she punched Su Di. I won't talk to you anymore. Su Di grabbed Lin Shi's hand and pulled her into his arms. Alright, I'm not joking anymore. At this stage, I can't kill an SSS-level strange being. But I am confident I can protect you. So, are you willing to come back with me? Lin Shi nestled in Su Di's arms and nodded slightly. In the next moment, Su Di let go of Lin Shi and picked up the contract. Lin Shi looked at Su Di with a hint of resentment and left her mark on the contract. Alright, go calm down. Lin Shi? Chapter 22, Instant Settlement, Super SSS Level Evaluation. Successfully contracted an S-level strange being, congratulations player on completing the ultimate reward task. The moment the contract was completed, Su Di felt a strange power emerge within him. Lin Shi looked at Su Di with a resentful expression. Before signing the contract, he was still a gentle warm guy. After signing the contract, he suddenly became like this. This stinky man. Thinking of this, she recalled the little film she just watched. Only now the male lead was Su Di, and she had placed herself in the female lead's shoes. That man, just like Su Di, zipped up his pants and acted like a stranger. Instantly, her face turned as red as a teapot bubble. And Su Di eagerly opened his personal panel. Player, Su Di. Identity, Supreme VIP Customer. Physique, 35. Spirit, 150. Ability, Door Inner World. Assets, 140,500,000 strange coins. Contracted strange being, Lin Shi. Strange items, Substitute Doll, Permanent Pass to the Dark Hotel. Overall evaluation, S. The data panel originally added a data entry, contracted strange being, and added an ability. Hiss. Su Di clicked in and immediately gasped. Door Inner World, can construct a passage to the inner world through any mirror. Inner world? Could it be that dry well constructed by Lin Shi? Did he gain the ability to go to the dry well, or could he build an inner world himself? Su Di looked at the TV, a thought crossed his mind. With a creak, the screen instantly lit up. After a brief flicker, the dry well appeared. Wait, Su Di, how could you? Lin Shi was completely stunned upon seeing this scene. She knew that after the contract was completed, humans would randomly gain a strange ability. But this is wrong. Su Di opened her inner world. Oh my gosh. Su Di did not expect that opening it would actually reveal Lin Shi's inner space. This meant that one person and one strange being shared the same inner space. Let's go. Ha! Lin Shi didn't react and was instantly picked up by Su Di. Ah. Why are you so hot? Lin Shi dared not look directly at Su Di and stammered. Scared me. With me here, what are you afraid of? In the dry well. Su Di held Lin Shi and checked her data. Strange being, Lin Shi. Race, unknown. Ability, Door Inner World, unknown. Level, S. Besides the abilities and levels, all other information was unknown. Why did the panel show unknown? What was going on? Could it be that Lin Shi was some special strange being? Since no player had successfully contracted a strange being before, there were no strategies to refer to, leaving Su Di to explore slowly on his own. Why is it still so hot? Being held like this by Su Di, Lin Shi really couldn't calm down. It's nothing at all. Su Di rested his hand on Lin Shi's waist and gently squeezed. As an experienced player, he naturally knew what was going on with Lin Shi. However, his mind was focused on the inner world, with no time for anything else. You said the inner world can be accessed through any mirror. Then can we reverse it, building a channel out to other places from the inner space? Lin Shi struggled out of Su Di's embrace. If she stayed any longer, she would lose control. It should be possible, but I haven't tried it. Then I will give it a try. In the hall. The sound of electric current crackled. The screens in the hall began to flicker continuously. The sudden appearance of a dry well on the screen genuinely scared Yi Littlelove, who was handling a corpse. Frightened, he dropped Belek's body and hid behind Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian looked at the flickering words on the screen, equally frightened. She had never encountered this before. A person and a strange being huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. In the next moment, a figure emerged. In an instant, it drilled out from the screen. Ah! Ah! Accompanied by two screams, the live stream went black. What was that? Oh my god, what is that dry well? Didn't they say this hotel can suppress all strange killing rules? What is going on? Hey, doesn't that look like Sadako's well? Mamma mia, is Sadako about to come out? The audience, who were originally discussing the potential rewards of this quest, were startled by this sudden anomaly. They couldn't imagine what terrifying thing had entered the hotel. It could ignore the hotel suppression and freely use its strange abilities. Hey, wake up, Torov. Sudi quickly checked on the unconscious Yelidolov. He hadn't meant to scare Torov, he was just a bit unskilled using this ability for the first time. After realizing Torov was nearly unconscious, he sighed with relief. Xiao Qian was crouched on the ground, tightly covering her ears. Can't see me. Sudi pulled Xiao Qian up off the ground. Xiao Qian, it's me. Xiao Qian opened her mouth wide, stammering. Su Hua, how? I'll explain next time. Attention all players, the quest is about to conclude. Sudi rushed towards the large screen, shouting. Lin Shi, hurry out, there's no time left. Upon completing a contract for the first time, players must return to reality with the contracted anomaly. Otherwise, there could be many problems later on. Coming. Only a voice could be heard, but no anomaly was seen. A red wedding dress flew out from the dry well. In an instant, the illusory Lin Shi landed on Sudi's shoulder. Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS-level quest The Dark Hotel. Kill anomalies *3. Unlock identity *3. Complete task *1. Complete final reward task *1. Player evaluation, SSS+. Given the player's exceptional completion of the task, a critical reward will be granted. Physical boost *100. Mental boost *200. Personal evaluation raised to SS level. Receive anomaly coins *10,000,000. Gain ability, unlimited enhancement. Awaken rule, the chaotic one. Note, the chaotic one can ignore both equal and lower level anomalies killing rules. Damn. The chaotic one. Seeing this description, Sudi was shocked. Ignoring the strange killing rules, it was definitely a godly skill. In the future, when entering other quests, he could bring weapons and wreak havoc. No longer needing to worry about all sorts of bizarre killing rules. In the next moment, the scene before Sudi suddenly changed. He was teleported back to the place where he first traded with the bearded man. Su, you finally came back. He heard the bearded man's anxious voice nearby. Turning around, Sudi saw the bearded man and a large number of armed soldiers. What happened? Before he could ask further, a familiar voice came from the crowd. Boss, you're finally back, I've missed you so much. Before him, a young Taoist squeezed through the crowd. Boss, we have big trouble now. What happened? Sudi frowned and asked what was going on. He had been gone for 48 hours, could something serious have happened during this time? Su, the lighthouse country has issued a wanted notice for you. Boss, the lighthouse wants to get you. A big bearded man and a small Taoist spoke up at the same time. What is the lighthouse? Lin Shi tightly hugged Sudi. Even though she had activated her phasing, these humans could not see her. But as someone born with social anxiety, she was still very scared seeing so many people. If it weren't for not finding a medium, she would have hidden back in the dry well long ago. What the hell, who is talking? The small Taoist trembled all over. Damn, there must be a ghost. Startled, he pulled out a pair of bagua glasses from his pocket. Upon seeing Lin Shi tightly hugging Sudi, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lin Shi hugged Sudi and couldn't help but tremble. To be seen by humans while in phasing made her heart fill with fear. Don't be afraid. Sudi gently comforted her. In the next moment, his hand passed right through Lin Shi's waist. So this is what phasing feels like. When Lin Shi used phasing, a prompt appeared long ago. However, he hadn't had time to check its detailed introduction. The big bearded man, unable to understand Mandarin, looked flustered at Sudi. Su, what happened to him? It's nothing, bearded, help us arrange a room. Okay, follow me. The big bearded man had long made arrangements and immediately led Sudi to a secret hideout. As they passed by the small Taoist, Sudi casually picked him up. That light motion made others feel as if he was not lifting a person, but rather a plastic bag. The big bearded man saw the scene and couldn't help but shudder. No wonder the lighthouse was acting crazy, willing to go to war just to catch Sudi. If Sudi continued to grow, the entire lighthouse would probably not sleep well. He just wanted to quickly send Sudi to safety to avoid being caught up in this storm. Inside the room, Sudi couldn't help but ask. Bearded, what exactly happened? The big bearded man sighed and handed Sudi a document. The lighthouse has gone mad. At this moment, a soldier came in from outside and whispered a few words in the big bearded man's ear. Su, I need to attend a war meeting now. Don't worry, I've sent someone to protect this place. Once I finish the meeting, I will find a way to send you back to Dragon Country. Su-di flipped through the document and couldn't help but sneer. She quietly took a peek. The content inside startled her. War merchants, terrorists, the most terrifying criminals of the 21st century. There were more than a dozen titles in total. Anyway, none of them were good. The Lighthouse media described Su-di as a heinous criminal. She cautiously poked Su-di. Su-di, did you really do this? Su-di was furious and rebutted. Slander, this is a complete slander against me. The most outrageous thing was that they even blamed him for Belek's death. Even the citizens erased by the copy were counted on his head. Belek's death was somewhat related to him. But the connection was minimal, the bizarre copy was already a life-or-death situation. Belek died inside only showed that he was too weak. But the death of the citizens had nothing to do with him. It was clear that the lighthouse mishandled the bizarre copy. When the copy first descended, if they had evacuated the citizens to other states, such huge casualties could have been avoided. But the local elites fled at the first moment, causing the entire state to fall into chaos, ultimately leading to this result. What do we do? It says here they want to take you back for trial? She said, her face full of worry. However, a strange thought arose in her heart. If she could stay with Su-di at the bottom of the well, it might also be a beautiful thing. Trial me, they are even qualified? Su-di snorted coldly. Before entering the copy, he wasn't afraid. Now that he returned from the bizarre copy, how could he still be afraid? Alright, stop playing dead. After being kicked twice by Su-di, the small Taoist finally crawled up from the ground in defeat. The little monk's name is Kong Jing, and he is currently working under Su-di. Apart from high-end weaponry, most orders for mid-range weapons are handled by Kong Jing. Kong Jing closed his eyes and pointed at Shi. Boss, that is. This sentence earned him another kick. What do you mean by that is? Call her sister-in-law. Hey, what are you doing? Shi shyly punched Su-di. Sister-in-law, hello. However, he still dissolved his ethereal state, as if the title sister-in-law was very well received. Oh, don't call me that. The moment she revealed herself, an eerie aura spread freely. Just standing there, the little monk felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. Don't listen to your brother's nonsense, nothing has happened between us. Her tone was filled with shyness, nearly asking him to say it again. The little monk steeled himself and praised her. Sister-in-law, your natural beauty, with a face like an angel, is more than enough for my brother. Alright, stop teasing him. Su-di gently patted Shi's bottom. Oh no, there are others here. Shi's face turned bright red. Refrain from your aura, ordinary people can't handle it. In an instant, the little monk felt relieved, collapsing to the ground. Looking at the person and the eerie being in front of him, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Not the boss. What have you done? How did you turn such terrifying eeriness into this? However, he simultaneously felt a sigh of relief. With such powerful eeriness protecting him, as long as he could safely leave here, even the lighthouse wouldn't be able to do anything to Su-di. Boss, you don't know, the lighthouse wishes it could grab you for research right now. If Su-di was within the borders of Dragon Nation, the lighthouse would never entertain such thoughts. But since he wasn't, the lighthouse began to think this way. Even when the Dragon Nation closed the live broadcast, and subsequently shut off internal broadcasts, the lighthouse still found many clues from the live streams of Yelatorev and Belek. If left unchecked, Su-di would become the most terrifying existence in Dragon Nation. Boss, do you know how much your bounty is now? This question piqued Su-di's curiosity. How much? 100 billion US dollars, regardless of life or death. Hiss. Su-di gasped in shock. It seems the lighthouse really views him as a thorn in their side. Can't believe these guys are so willing to spend. The little monk shook his head. Boss, this is just the beginning, they have also deployed 5 aircraft carrier fleets. I reckon they'll arrive soon. Not the brother. What kind of hatred, what kind of resentment is this? How could they be so willing to spend resources against me? However, Su-di remained calm, nodding lightly. Kong Jing? Not the boss, what is your reaction? Aren't you supposed to be scared? That's 5 aircraft carrier fleets. At least give them some respect. And with you acting like this, how do you want me to perform? Chapter 24, Confronting the Lighthouse, the World Watches. Boss, you're not scared at all? What's there to be afraid of? They're just 5 fleets, right? Su-di pulled out his phone to browse the latest news. As expected, the world headlines were all about him. Shi, do you see how impressive your brother is? Lin Shi looked at the phone, then at Su Di. Can I take a look? Confronting? He really wanted to shout out loud. Hey! You too! I'm still here. But the pressure Lin Shi had given earlier was too great. He feared that if he said something wrong, he'd be crushed to death by sister-in-law. Confronting took a deep breath and then adjusted his Taoist crown. Boss, they brought nuclear warheads, this time they really want to kill you. After saying this, he imagined how Su Di would look in terror seeking his help. Then why are you still standing here laughing stupidly? Confronting was dumbstruck. He never expected that even after saying all this, Su Di would still remain unfazed. He knew of Lin Shi's strength. But he didn't believe Lin Shi could protect Su Di from a nuclear. As long as we successfully meet, the 5 aircraft carrier fleets cannot keep you. It must be known that the lighthouse now sees Su Di as the highest threat. They are even willing to sacrifice nuclear weapons, all to take him down. One can imagine how great their determination is. Su Di was surprised to hear this. He never expected his home would value him so much. Not only did they send submarines early, but after the lighthouse dispatched their fleet, they immediately sent out the standby fleet. Who called for this? Confronting smiled awkwardly. Boss, you were selected for the mission. I just asked my master about the news. I didn't expect he actually entered a special operations team, and it seems he can still speak there. Coincidentally, this submarine was carrying out a mission not far away in international waters, and they rushed over right away. Su Di grabbed Confronting. You little brat, are you playing both sides with me? Confronting winced in pain, quickly begging for mercy. Boss, no, I only found out when I sought help after you entered the mission. I knew my master passed the SS-level mission from the beginning, but I didn't know he joined a special team. Alright. Su Di released Confronting and asked seriously. Is there a way to leave? Confronting felt delighted in his heart. Yes, we can take the submarine a detour, and we can be back in 3 days at most. That's good. Su Di stood up, stretched, and handed his phone to Confronting. You go back first, and I will handle things here and then follow. Huh? Confronting was completely dumbfounded. He thought Su Di was planning to leave with him. He never expected Su Di to face the lighthouse alone. In the next moment, the phone screen flickered, and Su Di and Lin Shi vanished into thin air, leaving Confronting standing there in a daze. One person shakes a nation. Is this really something a human can do? After a brief moment of distraction, Confronting contacted his master, Ling Su Daozhang. He reported everything without missing a word. After receiving this information, the special team quickly began to analyze. The entire team started an intense discussion. Some people believed the fleet should be recalled. Others thought they should not only not retreat but also support Su Di. Especially those who had witnessed everything that happened to Su Di during the mission. And the strange deal, easily taming the S-class female monster. They recognized just how terrifying Su Di truly was. He could produce weapons specifically designed to counter the strange. And these weapons seemed to be getting more and more powerful. From the initial Desert Eagle, grenades, to later AKs and C4S. These weapons of uncertain origin were just like what Su Di sold in reality. They only knew he sold them, but they couldn't trace their origins. If they could cooperate with Su Di, equipping everyone with a weapon, then in the future, the chances of players from Longwa surviving in strange missions would greatly increase. Upon hearing the members arguing fiercely, Ling Su Daozhang stretched. Bring Confronting back and let the fleet take a detour to their side. It's clear Su Di doesn't need us to do anything, but we must show our attitude. Lighthouse. Hua Du. In a private estate. Su Di, is this your home? Lin Shi looked at the beautiful estate, her eyes sparkling with stars. This was the most beautiful scenery she had ever seen in the strange world. Just a temporary stop. At the beginning, when Su Di started the arms business, he anticipated today's situation. So he set up stopovers all over the world. What are we preparing to do next? Lin Shi remembered Su Di's current situation and felt worried. Although she didn't know what the lighthouse really was. From the information obtained, she guessed that Su Di was facing a giant. Don't worry, I have a way to solve it, you should rest for now. Su Di smiled and gently pinched Lin Shi's little face. I don't want to. Lin Shi hugged Su Di. But this human had helped her escape from the cage. In this situation, how could it leave Su Di to face the crisis alone? It also wanted to help Su Di, and after a quick thought, it said, how about I go kill them all? This answer really made Su Di consider it seriously. However, he ultimately gave up on this idea. If it were little devils, killing them would be easy. But the lighthouse was different. As a superpower, its weapon reserves were too terrifying. Once it came to a situation where either side would perish, he could escape, but others in Dragon Country could not, and only ordinary people would suffer in the end. Not for now, just scare them a bit. At this point, Sudi opened his computer and entered the unique website of the black market. He paid a large sum to find a familiar hacker to infiltrate the Pentagon's network system. In this underground world, as long as there was detailed information about the media, reverse intrusion could be implemented. During the time the hacker was decrypting, Sudi didn't waste time and recorded a video to publish online. This video spread extremely quickly. In just a few minutes, it reached the whole world. In the video, Sudi accused the lighthouse of slandering him with baseless claims. He said he sold weapons at low prices to oppressed areas purely out of humanitarian reasons. Not like the lighthouse, which acted for plunder. If the lighthouse continued to slander him without reason, he would personally launch a counterattack. This video quickly stirred up discussions among people all over the world. Wow, Brother Hua, this is so brave, he's going to take on the lighthouse. I wonder how Brother Hua is doing now. I heard the 5 fleets are approaching the Gulf of Aden. Baka, it's just a dying clown's last struggle. Even if he lucked out and survived the SSS-level dungeon, he couldn't possibly confront the lighthouse. Yo, Lucky? How come you little devils didn't make it through? Chapter 25. A new state, morning dress woman's trick. Lighthouse. The high-level officials were furious. As a long-standing war machine, it had never regarded any country or force as an enemy. Yet today, strong as it was threatened by a single Sudi. The most detestable part was that many little guys it had dealt with stood up to support Sudi. The lighthouse rapidly sprang into action. In just a few minutes, it found Sudi's hiding place. In less than 10 minutes, fully armed troops surrounded the entire manor. Moreover, they swiftly relocated the nearby wealthy estates. Those living nearby were all Sky Lighthouse elites. If Sudi went crazy, everyone nearby might pay the price with him. Though they were bad, they were not foolish. Sudi's performance in the dungeon made them feel fear. So much that they planned to wipe out this Dragon Country player who made them fear at the cost of 5 aircraft carrier fleets. But what they didn't expect was that Sudi, who should have been in the Big Beard's territory, suddenly appeared in a private manner in Huadu. This put them in a passive situation, making the lighthouse high-level officials uneasy. Especially at this stage, what kind of power did Sudi actually have? They were unclear, they did not know. Finally, the lighthouse began to recruit high-level players worldwide. With money, beauties, and even power and status as bait, they truly managed to coax a few in. Outside the manor, a reporter nervously interviewed the odd leader of the lighthouse's dungeon operations in front of him. Professor Fak, according to your calculations, how is the situation? The gray-haired Sis Fak adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, flipping through the list in his hand without replying. Instead, the one-eyed old man behind him snorted coldly. It's just relying on some little tricks to pass the non-kill rule dungeon, not worth fearing. That Russian only reached A level after the dungeon ended, and a newcomer like Sudi can rise to S level. Facing the one-eyed old man's attitude, the reporter felt displeased but did not rebut him. The one-eyed old man was one of the few SS-level players of the lighthouse. It has mastered a ghostly trick, and it truly has the qualifications to say such things. Mr. N.I., do you have confidence in taking down Sudi? The one-eyed old M.O. let out a cold snort, not answering this question. Clearly, it did not dare to face Sudi alone. Instead, it began explaining to the reporters about the composition of this encirclement team. Besides itself, there were also 6 S-level players in this team. And players recruited from all over the world were on their way. Conservatively estimating, this encirclement team would include at least 1 SS-level player and 20 S-level players. Such a luxurious lineup, not to mention Sudi, even against an SSS-level copy, they had confidence. This scene was being live-streamed to every corner of the globe. Fire brother, what are you thinking? How did you end up right under their noses? It's over, now it's really over, no one can protect Fire brother over there. Fire brother, why didn't you wait at Big Beard's place? Our fleet is almost there. Fire brother, hurry up and leave, if the hired players arrive, there will be no retreat. The audience in Dragon Country felt their hearts sink. This damn 20-person team, with the lowest being S-level players. How can they fight? With their heads? If they were a little closer, someone could go help. But now, they were thousands of miles apart. They were even on enemy territory, even if they wanted to help, they were too late. Those who already harbored hatred towards Sudi started to mock. Oh, it looks like Sudi has reached the end. Didn't expect this Dragon Country person to be so arrogant, running into the hometown of Taz, it's all over now. Even an S-level player named Junichi Otani openly started a livestream. I hope this Dragon Country person can hold on a little longer. I still want to take his head to exchange for a big wave girl on the west coast. At the top levels of Dragon Country, immediate measures were taken. On one hand, orders were given to the players hiding in the lighthouse to support Sudi. On the other hand, intelligence was used to start specifically intercepting hired players heading to the lighthouse for the encirclement mission. In the mansion, Sudi, a lot of people are coming outside. Lin Shi looked at the restless crowd outside and felt a strange feeling in her heart. Once upon a time, in Strange Copies, she was quite a good hand, with countless unusual beings defeated by her. Before the family fell, even SS-level oddities did not dare to provoke her easily. But unfortunately later, in a conflict, the family was defeated and then fell apart. Since she set foot on the path of escape, she gradually began to change. She became timid and cautious, and began to shrink back. When facing other oddities, she first thought of running away instead of defeating them. Especially when she sensed the malice, resentment, and murderous intent that these humans had towards Sudi. She felt like she could hardly contain the murderous intent in her heart. I see them. Some seem to be here specifically to deal with us. At this point, Lin Shi's voice became hoarse. Let's kill them all. Sudi felt the surging murderous intent and violent aura around her, and turned to look. Whoa! Is she splitting apart? Lin Shi's eyes turned crimson. The red wedding dress was visibly changing at a rapid pace. In no time, the wedding dress turned into mourning clothes. Image reference above. Oddity, Lin Shi. Race, unknown. Ability, Soul Collection, Realm of the Dead. Level, SS-level. Sudi grinned and took out the blood meat AK. Since that's the case, let's make a move. Sudi had given them a chance, but they did not cherish it. Killing these guys, the trouble would naturally disappear. That so-called notoriety, someone will eventually wash his name clean later. In the mansion, an inexplicable burst of eerie energy made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Especially a few players, feeling even more so. At the next moment, a figure slowly walked out from the mansion. Behind it floated a woman in white. The one-eyed old MO trembled upon seeing the woman in white. It's over. It relied on three things to survive in this chaotic world: selling out brothers, selling out teammates, and running fast. With these three things, it gradually became an SS-level powerhouse. If it weren't for the camera zooming in on its face, currently filming, it would have run away long ago. But it knew. This run will leave no place for standing by the lighthouse. Professor Fack looked at the white-clothed female strange floating behind Sudi, his face twitching. Everything was accounted for. He even calculated that Sudi's strength had reached SS level. But he never predicted that Sudi would really dare to contract the strange, and succeeded. Fire! Fire! Professor Fack shouted, ordering to open fire. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, he retreated behind the crowd. Chapter 26, Reverse Pursuit, Stopping Killing with Killing. Bang! A gunshot rang out. In an instant, Sudi was covered by gunfire. In the live broadcast room, the audience was stunned again and again. They never expected that Sudi really succeeded in contracting the strange. Even more unexpectedly, without any warning or omen, the lighthouse launched an attack. In the past, people had tried to use firearms against the strange, but ended in failure. This time, the lighthouse used heavy artillery against Sudi, not knowing what the result would be. I really didn't expect Brother Hua to succeed in contracting the strange, and it looks like its level is not low. Now the lighthouse really kicked an iron plate. It's impossible for any human to withstand such concentrated fire. Oh man, the strange can ignore firearms. Can Brother Hua handle it? Didn't we say to wait until the other players arrive before we act? It seems that no matter how strong the player is, they can't compete with firearms. Whether players could resist firearms sparked numerous discussions among the audience. At the same time, it caught the attention of many countries and forces. If players could withstand firearms, the world structure would undergo a massive change. The cannon fire lasted for several minutes. Everyone involved in the encirclement closely watched the billowing smoke. When the smoke finally cleared, the entire estate was in ruins. Only the white-clothed female strange slowly approached the crowd, while Sudi had long vanished without a trace. Everyone was shocked, unsure of what to do. The journalist was neither a soldier nor a player. He was just an ordinary person, who took on this interview task under a high-paying reward. But he never expected to encounter such a terrifying female strange. Professor Fack, what should we do? Professor Fack frowned tightly. This situation seemed a bit troublesome. From the results, the artillery attack had no effect on Sudi at all. And Sudi possessed some unknown teleportation ability. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and used an extremely valuable strange item to seal off a 10-kilometer radius. Whether players, the strange, or ordinary people, within 24 hours, could only enter and not exit. What they needed to do now was to get rid of this female strange and then slowly search for Sudi. Don't worry, I used a strange item to seal off this area, that guy can't escape. Old MO, take action. Eliminate the female strange, then search for Sudi. Old MO, with one eye, felt heavy in his heart. He didn't expect Professor Fact to be so ruthless. This cut off his last hope. Either they worked together to take down that terrifying strange or they would all be killed. Let's go together. Old MO was the first to rush out. The remaining 6 S-level players followed closely behind. But the next moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the live broadcast room. Oh, still live streaming? Professor Fact was startled and turned to look. Sudi had somehow appeared behind him. All the soldiers around him were lying on the ground, their lives unknown. And all of this happened in an instant. He had become the overall person in charge of the lighthouse's strange instances. Not by force, but by brains. He quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. Now, all other players had gone to encircle the female strange. His strength was only B+, completely outmatched by Sudi. Mr. Su, this is all a misunderstanding. I think we can have a good talk. Sudi grinned. Talk? Of course. Professor Fact's heart filled with joy. Young people really are young people. As long as he steadied him now, waiting for old MO and the others to deal with the white-clothed female strange. At that time, wouldn't it be up to him to decide? It would be best if he could capture Sudi alive, as the first player to contract the strange. He will be of great research value. Mr. Su, I think this incident is entirely a misunderstanding. Sudi waved his hand and suddenly lifted Fact. No need to say so much. As he dragged him in front of the camera, Sudi smiled and said, Come, greet the viewers in the livestream. Professor Fact was furious inside. As the chief director of the bizarre instance in the lighthouse country, he held supreme authority. No one had ever dared treat him like this. But now, this madman in front of him was doing just that. Hello, viewers. What plans do you have? Professor Fact forced a smile. We came with sincerity to talk with Mr. Su. Hearing this, Sudi laughed. Forget it, no need to chat. Relax, dizziness is normal. Professor Fact? He didn't understand what Sudi meant by this. With his vision going black, Fact's head tilted, and he walked toward the end of his life. The reporters and photographers who witnessed the scene were completely stunned. Professor Fact was crushed to death right before their eyes by Sudi. The already fragile psychological defenses of the reporters were completely shattered as they screamed and ran toward the soldiers coming for support. But what greeted them were the dark muzzles of guns, shooting flames. These soldiers were even willing to kill their own people to take down Sudi. Not only the reporters, but the photographers also died in the heavy rain of bullets. The whole world was in chaos. Sudi crushed Fact to death in front of the whole world. This situation caught everyone completely off guard. The gunfire, the screams. It stirred the hearts of every viewer in the live stream. Moments later, the gunfire and screams around them disappeared. The camera on the ground was picked up and set up again. Sorry, everyone, just dealt with something. In the live stream screen, Sudi wiped the blood from his hands and greeted the viewers. The result was obvious. All the soldiers were finished. As you all know, I am a person who loves peace and is friendly. But the lighthouse's robber-like actions were simply too bad. I was forced to fight back. While speaking, Sudi moved the camera. In the frame, several players were surrounding Lin Shi. Look, these strong men are surrounding a weak woman. If they didn't know that Lin Shi was a bazaar, the viewers might have believed this nonsense. Dragon Country viewers started to complain in the livestream. Brother Fire, why aren't you helping? You big guy, why are you sitting in the back? Go up and help. Brother Fire, I despise you. Let the weak woman go, and you won't even go. But the next scene shocked everyone. The seemingly weak Lin Shi, wherever the death stick passed, no one could stop her. One player accidentally got hit in the head by the death stick, and their soul was pulled out of their body. Another swing. That illusory soul shattered and dissipated. In just 2 or 3 seconds, she killed an S-rank player without using any killing rules. This woman was terrifying. No wonder Sudi didn't help, it turned out he didn't need to. During this time, Sudi wasn't idle. He found a document from Fact's corpse. The document was the plan for this encirclement and the list of participants, including detailed information of dozens of hired players from around the world. It even had detailed flight information and player levels. Seeing this list, Sudi smiled. Now that he had nothing to do, it was perfect to deal with these guys. From now on, I will start clearing them out according to this list. Chapter 27, Rebuilding the Rules, Establishing the Association. Clearance according to the list. The news spread, and the world was shocked. No one expected that Sudi not only planned to go after the lighthouse but also wanted to eliminate all the players recruited by the lighthouse. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful you are, you can't kill all the players on that list. What a big mouth. Who do you think you are? First, figure out how to get out of the encirclement. The people on the list came from all corners of the world. Once they land and get the news, they will definitely choose to run away first. Where can we find them then? Let's start with these trash then. This sentence successfully attracted all the fire. In an instant, the one-eyed old man abandoned the siege of Linchi and turned towards Sud. You guys trap her, I'll go kill that guy. The other three were stunned. We trap her? What are you joking about? Buddy, do you know how terrifying that female ghost is? Do you really think we are not human? Just by swinging the cursed stick a few times, half of the 6 men were lost. They knew that the female ghost was just playing with them. Even with many bizarre props, they couldn't withstand her normal attacks. If the female ghost gets really angry, no one here will be able to escape. The 3 of them did not hesitate at all and rushed towards Sud. Each of the 3 ran faster than the other, and one even used a prop, fearing to be left behind. Clearly, all 3 had the same thought. As long as they ran faster than their teammates, their chances of survival would be higher. Capture Sud and use her as a hostage to force the female ghost to give them a chance to survive. The one-eyed old man looked at Sud, who was aiming a sniper rifle at him, and snorted coldly in his heart. As an SS-level player, this ordinary weapon was completely useless to him. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. A sense of death immediately enveloped him. The one-eyed old man took the shot head-on, falling to the ground with his fate unknown. So fierce? Sud looked at the old man with slight surprise. He didn't expect this guy to be so tough, taking a bullet from the AWM head-on without having his head explode. You should know, this flesh and blood AWM has a bullet worth 100 eerie coins. 10 bullets are equivalent to a flesh C4. If not for wanting to test the power of the sniper rifle, Sud would have hesitated to use it. The 3 others saw this scene. They came to an immediate stop. If the old man couldn't withstand it, how could they? With a wolf ahead and a tiger behind. The 3 were stuck in a dilemma. Bang! With the gunshot, an S-level player's head exploded into a bloody mess. Clearly, Sud did not give them a chance to choose. The remaining 2 players turned and fled. Unfortunately, they were met by Linchi. The cursed stick swung, and the souls of the 2 were instantly extracted from their bodies. The souls were immediately shattered and absorbed by Linchi. This scene made the higher-ups of the lighthouse, who were watching in the livestream, fall silent. In just a few minutes, the encirclement squad was almost wiped out. The soldiers, commanders, and all S-level players were eradicated. Only the one-eyed old man lay on the ground, fate unknown. Although there were still several SS-level players and many S-level players remaining, they couldn't send all their forces to encircle Sud. Plus the pressure from Dragon Country created a lot of disagreement on how to handle Sud within the lighthouse. Sud put away the sniper rifle and walked cheerfully towards Linchi. As he approached the one-eyed old man, an unexpected change occurred. The old man, lying on the ground, suddenly jumped up and lunged at Sud. His speed was so fast that even the livestream viewers couldn't see clearly. The moment Sud fired, the old man sensed the threat of death. So at the first moment, he used a life-saving prop. But to confuse Sud, he chose to play dead, waiting for the right moment. From the beginning, the one-eyed old man had already accepted the reality that the weird Sud was someone he or they could not fight against. So he didn't plan to kill Sud, but to capture her, to gain a bargaining chip for survival. But Sud seemed to have already anticipated this. The moment the old man got up, Sud smiled and said, "Why aren't you playing dead anymore?" The one-eyed old man's heart skipped a beat. If he didn't use his trump card now, he would be done for here. Under everyone's gaze, the one-eyed old man strangely froze in midair. It was as if time had stopped. The next moment, the one-eyed old man fell to the ground, and his body started to petrify at a visible speed. When the petrification was complete, the one-eyed old man had turned into a statue of a woman with wings, dressed in ancient Greek attire. Linchi curiously poked the one-eyed old man with the cursed stick. Wow, isn't that a crying angel? How could there be such a thing here? Could it be that this crying angel is also a strange being in the eerie dungeon? When Sudi saw the statue, he was shocked. Thinking of this, he decided to try something. He quickly turned around and waited for a few seconds before turning back. Just as he thought, the statue truly appeared before him, taking on a hugging posture. After seeing this, Lin Shi's morning robe quickly transformed, instantly turning back into a bridal gown. It looks so fun. Su Di took out his flesh and blood sand eagle and shot the statue twice. The bullets that could cause damage to S-level strange beings left only 2 small bloodstains on the statue. Having switched to several different weapons in a row, he still couldn't inflict any damage on the statue. In the end, Su Di couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't want to waste any more time here, he still wanted to go back and upgrade his weapon arsenal. Seeing Su Di applying flesh and blood C4 to the statue, Lin Shi couldn't help but ask. What are you doing? Blowing it up. The one-eyed old ink who transformed into the statue was suddenly alarmed. Oh no. Please don't. I've turned into a statue, and you still won't let me go? This crying angel has extremely strong defense, a rule reward he obtained from an SS dungeon. However, due to the restrictions of the rules, he couldn't move by himself. He could only move when the targets in his line of sight weren't watching him. And even moving would have restrictions. Don't blow it up yet, I want to play with it for a while, it's pretty fun. Lin Shi turned around again, seeming to really enjoy this toy. Seeing this scene, Su Di could only shake his head helplessly. Alright then, I'll go take out the other players first. Under everyone's gaze, Su Di took out his phone from his pocket. The next moment, he climbed into his phone in front of everyone. With a thud, the phone fell to the ground. Less than 2 minutes later, the phone screen suddenly lit up. Su Di climbed out of it again. Seeing this, the high-ranking officials of the lighthouse, along with the news of the disappearance, completely lost their composure. In just 2 minutes, all the recruited players had mysteriously died. The powerful elite controlling the top tier completely gave up on dealing with Su Di. The ability to teleport anywhere in the world was simply too terrifying. These elites cared about the lighthouse's dominance in the world. But this little thing seemed insignificant compared to their lives. In just a few minutes, the lighthouse side deleted all accusations against Su Di and quickly contacted the Dragon Kingdom to start discussing the establishment of a World Strange Dungeon Association. Chapter 28. Shift of focus, Strange World. In the deep of night. In a rural farmhouse somewhere in the country. Boss, what exactly did you do? Kong Jing asked while cautiously peeking into the room. He seemed afraid that Lin Shi, who was watching TV, would suddenly jump out and give him a scare. Su Di was lying on a wooden lounge chair, fanning himself with a fan. I just went to their command center and talked some sense. Just like that? Kong Jing clearly didn't believe Su Di's words. Su Di smiled and nodded. Of course, they do have reasonable people. Kong Jing stared closely at Su Di and swallowed hard. What about the unreasonable ones? Oh, 2 unreasonable ones were crushed to death. Hiss. Kong Jing gasped. He didn't expect the boss to be this fierce, quietly pulling off such a big move. No wonder the lighthouse was unwilling to talk before, but now they actively sought dialogue with the Dragon Kingdom, the ultimate reason was here. But the next sentence from Su Di made him completely lose his composure. You know, when I can talk sense, I definitely won't make a move. After dealing with those recruited players, the hacker happened to breach the firewall. So, Su Di conveniently took a trip to the Pentagon to talk some sense with them. At first, they were unwilling to reason. When 2 of the most boisterous ones were crushed, they instantly became honest. Boss, impressive. Kong Jing gave a thumbs up and silently complained. Wow, isn't that a crying angel? How could there be such a thing here? Could it be that this crying angel is also a strange being in the eerie dungeon? When Su Di saw the statue, he was shocked. Thinking of this, he decided to try something. He quickly turned around and waited for a few seconds before turning back. Just as he thought, the statue truly appeared before him, taking on a hugging posture. After seeing this, Lin Shi's morning robe quickly transformed, instantly turning back into a bridal gown. It looks so fun. Su Di took out his flesh and blood sand eagle and shot the statue twice. The bullets that could cause damage to S-level strange beings left only 2 small bloodstains on the statue. Having switched to several different weapons in a row, he still couldn't inflict any damage on the statue. In the end, Su Di couldn't hold back anymore. He didn't want to waste any more time here, he still wanted to go back and upgrade his weapon arsenal. Seeing Su Di applying flesh and blood C4 to the statue, Lin Shi couldn't help but ask. What are you doing? Blowing it up. The one-eyed old ink who transformed into the statue was suddenly alarmed. Oh no. Please don't. I've turned into a statue, and you still won't let me go? This crying angel has extremely strong defense, a rule reward he obtained from an SS dungeon. However, due to the restrictions of the rules, he couldn't move by himself. He could only move when the targets in his line of sight weren't watching him. And even moving would have restrictions. Don't blow it up yet, I want to play with it for a while, it's pretty fun. Lin Shi turned around again, seeming to really enjoy this toy. Seeing this scene, Su Di could only shake his head helplessly. Alright then, I'll go take out the other players first. Under everyone's gaze, Su Di took out his phone from his pocket. The next moment, he climbed into his phone in front of everyone. With a thud, the phone fell to the ground. Less than 2 minutes later, the phone screen suddenly lit up. Su Di climbed out of it again. Seeing this, the high-ranking officials of the lighthouse, along with the news of the disappearance, completely lost their composure. In just 2 minutes, all the recruited players had mysteriously died. The powerful elite controlling the top tier completely gave up on dealing with Su Di. The ability to teleport anywhere in the world was simply too terrifying. These elites cared about the lighthouse's dominance in the world. But this little thing seemed insignificant compared to their lives. In just a few minutes, the lighthouse side deleted all accusations against Su Di and quickly contacted the Dragon Kingdom to start discussing the establishment of a World-Strange Dungeon Association. Chapter 28. Shift of focus, Strange World. In the deep of night. In a rural farmhouse somewhere in the country. Boss, what exactly did you do? Kong Jing asked while cautiously peeking into the room. He seemed afraid that Lin Shi, who was watching TV, would suddenly jump out and give him a scare. Su Di was lying on a wooden lounge chair, fanning himself with a fan. I just went to their command center and talked some sense. Just like that? Kong Jing clearly didn't believe Su Di's words. Su Di smiled and nodded. Of course, they do have reasonable people. Kong Jing stared closely at Su Di and swallowed hard. What about the unreasonable ones? Oh, 2 unreasonable ones were crushed to death. Hiss. Kong Jing gasped. He didn't expect the boss to be this fierce, quietly pulling off such a big move. No wonder the lighthouse was unwilling to talk before, but now they actively sought dialogue with the Dragon Kingdom. The ultimate reason was here. But the next sentence from Su Di made him completely lose his composure. You know, when I can talk sense, I definitely won't make a move. After dealing with those recruited players, the hacker happened to breach the firewall. So, Su Di conveniently took a trip to the Pentagon to talk some sense with them. At first, they were unwilling to reason. When 2 of the most boisterous ones were crushed, they instantly became honest. Boss, impressive. Kong Jing gave a thumbs up and silently complained. You clearly can take action without talking nonsense. Once upon a time, in Heizhou, there was a small warlord who wanted to eat for free. As a result, he was personally taken down by Su Di and his men. Boss, can I tell my master about this? Sure. This kind of news doesn't need to be hidden. Moreover, this news can help take the initiative in the upcoming discussions in Longhua. Kong Jing hesitated for a long time before asking Su Di. Boss, really not talking to my master? Old 2, you will be my agent in the future, just handle things yourself. Before Kong Jing arrived, Su Di had already made plans. He wanted to shift focus to horror games. The bazaar was his most important client. As for Kong Jing, he would serve as the agent, handling many affairs in the real world. Me? Kong Jing pointed to his own nose in surprise. Su Di got up and patted Kong Jing's shoulder with a smile. Yes, in the future, for anything you're confident in, you make the decision. For anything you're unsure about, just come to me. Kong Jing knew Su Di's nature well. Once a decision was made, it wouldn't be easily changed. Alright, boss. By the way, are we still doing business? Our stocks in the Middle East and Heizhou are sold out. If we don't replenish the supply, we won't be able to ship anymore. Su Di initially wanted to give up all business, but after a moment of thought, he said. Old 2, you will personally send the orders and customer sources to the top. This way, it will be convenient for you to speak in the future. As the king of underground arms, the customer resources he held were terrifying. To give all that up would be a huge waste. Kong Jing's eyes suddenly widened. WOA. Boss, are you crazy? We're not doing this anymore. The top has allowed us to do the arms business. If we're not doing it, it's better to give it away, it can help you build some connections. Kong Jing was immediately moved to tears. Boss, I want to stick with you for life. Get lost, don't be so disgusting. Okay, boss, I'll leave now, I won't disturb you and sister-in-law. Kong Jing took 2 steps and suddenly turned back. Pointing at the immobile statue on the ground, he asked. Boss, do you want this? If not, I'll take it. What do we need this junk for? This was the statue transformed from the one-eyed old MO. But now it wouldn't move, even if it turned its head, it wouldn't teleport behind anyone. So, Lin Shi directly tossed it aside. Lin Shi, do you want this junk? What junk? That broken statue, do you still want it? No. Clearly, right now, Lin Shi's interest in the TV series far exceeded that for the statue. Alright then, sister-in-law, I'll take it. Kong Jing quickly tied up the statue with a rope and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Let's go, boss. Hee. Being weirdly killed by the boss's contract is not as good as taking it back for master to slice and study it. After Kong Jing left, Su Di shook a fan and returned to the room. What are you watching? SpongeBob. Good. Su Di looked at Lin Shi and smiled. Who would have thought that the terrifying evil in the eyes of outsiders loved to watch cartoons? After holding Lin Shi in his arms, he began to plan the next steps. Thinking of this, he opened a panel and found the pass. Eternal Pass for the Dark Hotel, current cooldown 36 hours, after cooldown ends, players can use this pass to go to the Dark Hotel. Sigh, still 36 hours before we can return to the hotel. Lin Shi frowned, wrapping her arms around Su Di's neck and pouting, asking, why do we have to go back to that ghost place? Even though she had only stayed for a few hours, she had fallen in love with the human world. Here, there was no one who could fight against her, and no threat from SSS-level peak evils. Most importantly, here she could watch TV and enjoy so many delicious foods. Su Di didn't answer but instead asked, you just got here and you're already in love with it? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi held Su Di tighter. Of course, you are here, and there are good cartoons to watch. This is just. In the office, the boss delicately toyed with the blood meat sand eagle in his hands. Unhead, are you sure this weapon was sold to the client by Su? Yes, boss. The security captain, having dealt with the ominous issues, carefully analyzed the entire process. After reviewing the surveillance, he discovered that Su Di was peddling weapons to clients and immediately spent a fortune to buy back the blood meat sand eagle. Upon testing, they found that this strange blood meat sand eagle could actually cause damage to S-grade anomalies. When the boss first returned, the security captain wanted to report this matter to him. Unfortunately, the boss was entirely focused on the blood meat C4 and subsequent deals at that time, leaving him with no chance to report. Among them, the one that killed the yin-yang anomaly was the more powerful blood meat AK, but Mr. Su didn't sell this weapon to other clients, so I didn't get my hands on it. Okay, I understand. You can go back. After the security captain left, the black cloak on the boss fluttered. He originally thought that Su Di only had the powerful blood meat C4. But unexpectedly, this was just one among many. The blood meat sand eagle could cause damage to S-grade anomalies. The blood meat AK could easily kill A-grade anomalies, proving that its power was not inferior to the blood meat sand eagle. As for the blood meat C4, there was no need to mention it, he had experienced its power firsthand. Su, how many secrets do you really have? Chapter 29, Collaboration with Dragon Country, Trial Grounds. At the end of the forest, there was a mountain. The mountain had a small opening, seemingly illuminated by light. A strange ancient poem appeared in Su Di's mind. One sleepless night. It wasn't until noon the next day that Su Di, dragging his weary body, walked toward the bathroom. Although he didn't know what race Lin Shi was, he was sure she was definitely not a ghost. How could a ghost be so resilient? Dare to say she's a fox spirit, even if not a fox spirit, she is of a similar kind. Fortunately, Su Di could bear it, holding on until SS grade before taking action. If it were S grade, he would probably have been drained dry long ago. After this night, Su Di realized one thing. Why did his mental strength inexplicably increase? It was all because of Lin Shi, especially when her emotions were fluctuating, the increase was particularly fast. Just during this one night, it had grown by more than 100. The overly strong mental power left Su Di exhausted physically, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. After taking a shower, Lin Shi was still lying on the bed. Go take a shower. Lin Shi hummed, turning her head to look at Su Di. Go take a shower. No, I'm so tired, carry me to wash. Su Di walked to the edge of the bed and gently hugged Lin Shi. Okay, I'll take you out to play later. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi suddenly broke free from Su Di's embrace. Then I will go take a shower. Don't you want your brother to help you wash? Lin Shi's face turned red, sticking out her little tongue. I won't. Who knows what you might do? On this day. Su Di, wearing a mask, held Lin Shi's hand, experiencing the beauty of the human world. Lin Shi's stunning face, paired with her red dress, became the center of attention. Click click click. Along the way, countless people sneakily took photos. Especially some who followed them closely, truly scaring Lin Shi. She tightly clung to Su Di's arm, afraid of losing him. If these people knew Lin Shi was a morning dress female anomaly, they would have scattered in fright. The mall had all sorts of clothes, an amusement park with various games, and a food court stocked with amazing delicacies. It thoroughly shocked Lin Shi, a small bumpkin from an anomalous world. One person and one anomaly. They played for a whole day. During this time, Sudi bought a huge pile of snacks and arranged for several oversized weapon cabinets through acquaintances. Only after the cooling time for the Dark Hotel Pass was restored did Lin Shi reluctantly leave the amusement park with Sudi. Although she wanted to keep playing, she knew Sudi had to go back to the hotel to discuss business. She understood the priority. Besides, Sudi had specially bought her a lot of delicious food. He even bought her a tablet, considering that the anomaly world had no internet. On the tablet, he had downloaded 300 episodes of SpongeBob. Let's go. As Sudi used the Dark Hotel Pass, one person and a ghost suddenly disappeared from the spot. Fortunately, this thrilling game had been underway for a while, so the people around were not surprised. In the next moment, Sudi and Lin Shi appeared in the Dark Hotel lobby. Welcome, honored guest. Xiao Qian's ghost arrived even before her voice did. Sudi took out a bag of snacks and tossed it to Xiao Qian. Where is the boss? Xiao Qian caught the snacks, and her entire ghostly self lit up with joy. In the office, talking business. Talking business with someone? Sudi was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that another player had come here, or was it some other strange customer? Human. Okay, I understand. Sudi turned to Lin Shi. You behave yourself, I'll go talk business. Alright, don't worry about me. Fine. Sudi agreed and then headed towards the office. The human talking business with the boss was definitely a Dragon Kingdom player. As for whether they were a member of the special team, he would have to find out. He had initially intended to eavesdrop at the door, but as soon as he entered the room, the boss's voice came through. Su, you're here, come on in. Coming, boss. Sudi smiled and pushed the door open, entering the office. There sat a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, looking somewhat relaxed, across from the boss. Seeing this middle-aged Taoist, Sudi instantly guessed his identity. The senior uncle from the Empty Mirror, an SS-level expert. Vice leader of the Dragon Kingdom's special group. He didn't expect it would be him. Sudi smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Ling Su, senior uncle, why are you here? Why didn't you give me a heads up, so I could prepare in advance? Ling Su Taoist smiled and pointed at Sudi. Isn't it because you've been busy accompanying that little ghost of yours? I didn't want to bother your good times. At this point, he gave Sudi a lingering glance. Young man, you need to restrain yourself, look at your complexion. Complexion? Sudi was taken aback. The boss next to him took the chance to tease him as well. Su, your character really does look a bit pale. Sudi coughed and quickly changed the subject. Ling Su, senior uncle, boss, you two continue talking, I'll come back later. Hearing this, Ling Su Taoist waved his hand. No need, sit down and listen together. Sudi wanted to know what they were discussing anyway. So he stopped being polite and sat down beside them. Soon, the conversation between the person and the ghost came to an end. Ling Su Taoist had come this time to discuss the establishment of the trial ground in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dark Hotel, under the suppression of ghosts, all weird killing rules would not apply. But they could at the back mountain, so Ling Su Taoist planned to establish the trial ground here. This would allow hotel employees to take turns stationed there, letting Dragon Kingdom players experience killing rules without worrying about safety. In exchange, the Dragon Kingdom would provide the resources needed by the Dark Hotel. Upon hearing this, a question arose in Sudi's heart. What resources from the human world did the boss need? Ling Su Taoist noticed Sudi's expression and asked. Little Su, what's wrong? Do you have any questions in your mind? Sudi then expressed his doubts. Ling Su Taoist smiled and nodded. Naturally, there are. But what exactly those things were, Sudi did not ask further. After all, everyone has secrets. Ling Su Taoist didn't pry into his secrets, so Sudi understood the measure. Su, what do you think? Currently, the boss saw Sudi as the most important partner. So he still asked Sudi's opinion on this matter. Of course, it's feasible. As he said this, Sudi looked at Ling Su Taoist. Ling Su, senior uncle, if we send someone over, could we also train the hotel's ghosts? What do you mean by this? Sudi shared his thoughts. In the future, while selling weapons here, it wouldn't be practical to teach each one personally, right? It's like this, Ling Su, senior uncle, the local ghosts are really lacking in practical knowledge about firearms and other weapons. Upon hearing this, the boss instantly became excited. Firearms. Weapons. Practical knowledge. Could it be? Could it be? Initial signs. Trial grounds. Both sides communicate. Dragon Kingdom conveniently helps the boss's side train the eerie, while the boss's side dispatches employees to help players familiarize themselves with the horror game. The boss is unusually excited. It knows that Su Di is saying these things. Soon, Su Di will definitely discuss cooperation on other strange weapons with it. Master Ling Su, what do you think? Master Ling Su nodded. No problem. After the boss received this answer, it secretly thought. Steady and spicy. Since Su has spoken, of course it can. Master, since this is a mutually beneficial project, there's no need to provide the previously proposed resources. The resource offered by the human world, no matter how scarce, cannot compare with weapon orders. The boss simply gave up this part of the profit. Hearing this, Master Ling Su was shocked. In the previous special team assessment, the boss was taking the initiative in the business. But now it seems that is not the case. A few words have made the boss give up easily obtainable benefits, revealing Su Di's position here. However, he also guessed why the boss had such a stark contrast. No, boss, we Dragon Kingdom people value honesty in business the most. What is said is what it is, we won't harm the interests of our partners over minor things. This made the boss fall silent. What if it left a bad impression in Su Di's heart? In these 2 days, the boss has truly felt the huge profits brought by Flesh C4. Previously, during talks with Master Ling Su, it had indirectly inquired about the source of Su Di's weapons. In comparison, Master Ling Su did not hide and directly told it that the Dragon Kingdom side also did not know. This proves that Su Di is the only supplier. Without Su Di providing the source, it wouldn't even be worth a dog basket. Moreover, now that the name of Flesh C4 is already well known, there is no lack of agents. As long as Su Di wants to recruit agents, once the news spreads out, many powerful forces will immediately swarm. Su Di looked at the boss's agitated black robe and shook his head with a smile. It seems that the businessmen in this eerie world do not like to think much. If they went to the human world, the boss might be deceived without realizing it. Boss, since this is the business that was agreed upon before, you should take it. Okay. With Su Di's statement, the boss seemed to swallow a calming pill. Master Ling Su, do you see anything else needed? Master Ling Su did not hesitate at all. Since the boss has said so, I won't hold back. Hearing this, the boss's heart tightened. It originally wanted to be polite, but did not expect this master to truly not hold back. However, with Su Di present, it felt embarrassed to say much. It could only pretend to be casual, smilingly saying, "Ha, master, just say it if you need anything." Boss, if our Dragon Kingdom players come here to buy weapons, can you give some proper discounts? At this point, Master Ling Su sighed. You also know that human players have pitifully few strange coins. Of course, we won't let you suffer, the price difference will be made up with resources. Damn. I thought it was something significant. The boss immediately breathed a sigh of relief inside. If the master really asked for too much, it wouldn't know how to agree. Giving some discounts on weapons, how many Dragon Kingdom players are there? Even if it's given for free, it wouldn't shake its benefits at all. Such small matters can certainly be handled. When the time comes, I will set an internal preferential price for Dragon Kingdom players. I guarantee that any Dragon Kingdom player who wants to buy weapons can get them. Seeing the goal achieved, Master Ling Su stood up to say to the person and the eerie, Boss, little Su, I shall take my leave now, to avoid disturbing your business talk. Alright, Master. Okay, Master Ling Su. As he passed by Su Di, Master Ling Su glanced at his expression. Young man, pay attention to restraint. When I return, I will have Kong Jing provide you with health supplements. As for this god, just find a place with heavy eerie energy to sleep for a while, the symptoms will be alleviated. Su Di was surprised. He didn't expect that Master Ling Su took a glance and he realized where the problem lay. It seems that Master Kong Jing is not simple at all. Then thank you, Master Ling Shu. Alright, let's go. After Master Ling Shu left, the boss eagerly pulled out the blood and flesh sand eagle. Su, don't you still have a lot of good stuff like this? Su Di did not hide anything and nodded with a smile. Quite a bit. In an instant, dozens of types of weapons appeared on the table, all kinds including long spears and short cannons. Hiss. The boss took a cold breath. So many types of weapons? He originally thought Su Di might have a few types of weapons, but did not expect him to casually pull out over a dozen different weapons. Su, could it be that all these are? Yes, these are part of the new products that need to be sold. Part? The boss keenly caught this keyword. Could there be more types of weapons? For a moment, he found it hard to believe. Su, could it be that this is not all the weapons? Su Di shook his head helplessly and sighed internally. He originally thought that billions of funds could unlock the most basic weapons vault, but did not expect it would not be enough at all. The lower-level weapons vault is full of varieties. Though the price to unlock each item isn't high, the sheer variety is overwhelming. He invested all his funds into it, but only unlocked a small portion of the weapons. Among them, over half were still locked. One can only imagine how much funding would be needed to fully unlock the lower-level weapons vault. The boss was completely shocked. With a quivering voice, he asked, "Sue, how many types of weapons are there in total?" Sue D glanced at the weapons vault. "I still have several hundred types of weapons here. And more weapons will be released later, expecting to reach around 2,000 types. 2,000 types. 2,000 types." This number hit the boss like a huge hammer, striking hard at his empty mind. Too terrifying. This is truly too terrifying. He previously felt that Sue D might rewrite the pattern of the strange world. But now, this human in front of him would surely change the pattern of the strange world. As long as both sides maintain a cooperative relationship, he would undoubtedly follow this human to the peak of the strange world. What was initially a small-time business now had to become fully serious. With weapons, there must be a special venue for selling. Clearly, the Dark Hotel would not do. Not to mention the hundreds of types, even dozens cannot be displayed in the hotel. Thinking of this, the boss looked at Sue D. "Sue, do you have any plans?" Sue D smiled and nodded. "Of course I do." Then he took out a plan from the player's storage. This was a plan he had instructed Kong Jing to prepare while at the farmhouse. The plan detailed the steps and specific procedures required to set up the company. The boss took the plan and examined it carefully, then sighed. "Sue, you are truly a genius. Leave the site selection to me." Chapter 31, Site Selection Confirmed, Strange Building. This plan was extremely detailed. You just need to follow the plan. The area around the Dark Hotel includes a stretch of dense forest. The plants born from the strange world have absorbed a large amount of strange energy. So, they would cause a certain degree of mental pollution to humans. Especially with several flesh-eating trees mixed in, it was even more ominous. Even the strange beings cannot withstand it, let alone humans. Considering this, the boss decided to go alone. With the Dark Hotel by his side, he had no fear of these things. "Sue, wait for me here, I'm going to take a look at that forest." "Let's go together." "Sue, that forest has flesh-eating trees, it's extremely dangerous." Flesh-eating trees. Such a strange thing exists. But the next sentence from the boss made Sue D amused. "Those flesh-eating trees are full of ominousness, even if you don't touch them, just watching from afar will cause mental pollution to humans and even strange beings." He had originally worried about where to find a place with heavy negative energy to consume the overly vigorous mental power. This is great. Isn't this just delivered to his door? What's more important is that it can allow precise control over the company's site selection. He is the expert. Just in time, I need to pollute a little. Shall we go together? The boss? Not my buddy, what are you up to? Even the strange eating tree would avoid it. You, a mere human, want to get closer? However, remembering all the things from before with Sue D, it felt relieved. Who can put their head into its dead silent space and come out unharmed? Maybe Sue D isn't even human. Okay. As soon as he entered the dense forest, Sue D sensed a sinister aura. Following the sinister aura, he searched for the source. A giant tree, its branches full of fruits, appeared in front of him. Sue D focused his gaze, and his mental energy started to deplete rapidly. What hung on that paper wasn't fruit at all, but lifelike, eerie heads. As Sue D examined them, they all turned to look at him. In an instant, a surge of sinister energy burst forth. Instead of avoiding it, Sue D actively absorbed the sinister energy. This scene left the boss dumbfounded. This sinister energy, it wouldn't dare to touch lightly. Yet Sue D consumed it like a meal, coolly absorbing it. This made even this SS-level eerie thing feel disturbed. What a good thing! What a good thing! Sue D couldn't help but hum softly. That feeling was like a cool breeze arriving during a scorching summer. It calmed his originally overly excited mental energy quickly. But not even a minute later, those eerie heads all turned away, no longer releasing sinister energy. After a moment of daze, Sue D moved to the other side, absorbing sinister energy. This time, those heads held out for only a few seconds before choosing to turn away. Sue D circled around, and the heads turned again. After several rounds, those heads chose to close their eyes, no longer releasing sinister energy. What the hell? What's wrong with this tree? Sue D was stunned. The boss stood silently beside him, speechless. Clearly, both the boss and the strange eating tree were left speechless by Sue D. "Boss, are there other strange eating trees in this forest?" "Yes." The boss fell into a state of self-reflection. He simply couldn't understand what kind of monster Sue D truly was. Great. Sue D excitedly began to search for the strange eating trees. This section of the forest wasn't large, and he quickly searched it all. There were only a dozen strange-eating trees, all of which had been messed with. After finishing all of this, Su Di felt satisfied. Once back, he could battle Lin Shi for 300 rounds. "Boss, this place is great. Let's choose it for the company." Seeing the boss not responding, Su Di turned his head to look. He found the black cloak hanging on the tree, motionless. Su Di approached and poked the boss with his gun. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" Only then did the boss react, but his voice sounded slightly muddled. "Su, you've caused me mental pollution." "Su Di? Boss. I want to sue you for defamation. You're the eerie one, I'm human." After a moment, the boss's voice finally cleared up. "Su, what should we do next?" "Other than the strange eating trees, clear everything else." Those dozen strange eating trees were extremely scattered, leaving them wouldn't affect building the towers. After that, Su Di pointed in a general direction. "Boss, the main office building will be constructed within this range." "Okay. For the main building's blueprints, I'll hire someone to design them as soon as I get back." Su Di didn't understand how buildings were built in the eerie world, so he could only leave it all to the boss. "Boss, you need to pay close attention to subsequent construction." "Okay." On the way back, the boss asked, "Su, can the shaped building be used directly?" Su Di was stunned. "What type?" "A skyscraper." Su Di's eyes lit up. He had considered directly building a skyscraper before but ultimately gave up. On one hand, the cost was high, and on the other, it took a lot of time. The human world was like this, and the eerie world was probably similar. Su Di lacked both money and time. But he still tentatively asked a question. "It can be done, but how do we bring it over?" Seeing Su Di's expression, the boss's mood instantly brightened. Su, you don't know." "What do you mean?" Su Di was somewhat confused. "That skyscraper is an eerie tool." The boss then explained to Su Di. That skyscraper was a damaged SSS-level eerie tool. Because it was in a damaged state, the building had no accompanying ghosts or rules to kill. This tool had no master and could be constructed anywhere. "Wow, boss, this building is perfect for us." Su Di eagerly asked. "Where is that item?" "Su, it's with the old goat." "Alright, boss, you test the waters with the old goat, see how much we can get it for." "The old goat is well off, he doesn't lack money." "No money shortage?" Su Di thought for 2 seconds and came up with a plan. "Boss, how much inventory do you have left?" Hearing Su Di's question, the boss hurriedly replied. "Su, you have no idea how hot the blood meat C4 is. While you were gone, dozens of factions have come asking." Just because while Su Di was away, a big event happened in the area. The goat surprisingly used the blood meat C4, and in just a few hours, with overwhelming force, he swallowed another faction, causing a surge in orders. In the black market, the price of blood meat C4 was even hiked to $1 million. "Boss, let's do this. Let's trade the blood meat C4 for that item." While speaking, Su Di took out 1,000 pieces of blood meat C4. "Okay, I'll handle it. Su, you wait at the hotel for my news." The boss immediately set off to the old goat's territory. In the hotel, in the exclusive VIP room, Su Di lay on the bed, unable to stop grinning. Next to Su Di, Lin Shi, who was watching SpongeBob, curiously asked, "Su Di, what are you smiling about?" Su Di came to his senses and pulled Lin Shi into his arms. "In a few days, you'll know." "Hey, what are you doing?" Chapter 32, The For-Fire Military Industry, about to take shape. The next day, early in the morning, Su Di was waiting in the hotel lobby. Considering the journey and negotiation time, the boss should be back by now. But to Su Di's surprise, the boss hadn't returned, but Ko Jing had arrived first. "Little brother, why are you here?" Ko Jing waved the package in his hand. "Big brother, I brought you some supplements, and also went to look into the site for the trial center." Ling Su Daoist held a meeting after he returned to discuss how to build the trial center to perfectly meet both sides' needs. Su Di took the package Ko Jing handed him and spoke tough. "Your brother is in great shape, I don't need this stuff." Ko Jing didn't continue the topic and smiled, asking, "Big brother, what are you doing here so early?" "Waiting for the boss to come back." "Oh, so that's it." Ko Jing took out a map and studied it. "Big brother, then I'll go check the back mountain first." "Let's go, I'll take you to have a look." Su Di waved, signaling Ko Jing to come along. Waiting here was boring, better to check out the back mountain. "Aren't you waiting for the boss?" Ko Jing was taken aback. He learned from his master that Su Di had an extremely important deal with the boss. As for what it was, he didn't know. "No need. In the back mountain. Kojing looked over the location, took out a camera, and started taking pictures. He needed to record the complete data of the back mountain for future use. By the way, big brother, what kind of business are you doing with the boss? For Kojing's question, Sudi didn't hide anything. Arms business. Kojing's face twitched. He thought Big Brother had turned over a new leaf after the strange dungeon. Never expected he'd shifted the battlefield and brought the arms business to the weird world. Could it be that now Big Brother has a lot of those strange weapons? Thinking of this, Kojing took a deep breath. Big Brother, don't tell me you have many of those strange weapons. Sudi smiled and took out a blood meat AK, tossing it to Kojing. Can't say I have many, but enough for these weird ones. By the way, don't leak this news for a while. Don't worry, Big Brother, you know how tight-lipped I am. Sudi nodded. It was exactly because he knew this that he told Kojing about it. At this point, he spoke up. By the way, little brother, when our company is established, come help me. Although there were no competitors in the weird world, the question was whether these strange things could keep the company running. Now, Sudi's business was all just small scale. The boss could handle a strange deal, but what would happen if the orders increased? Relying on other brainless weirdness can never make the company run normally. Surely, the boss can't do everything himself, right? So, Sudi needs help to keep the company running. Kojing is the perfect choice. On one hand, Sudi understands him well, and there has never been a mistake in the business managed by Kojing. On the other hand, Kojing has the connection of his master uncle, which makes communication with the trial center much easier. Upon hearing this, Kojing was completely shocked. He thought the boss was just simply selling weapons to weirdness and never considered this aspect of running a company. Boss, you're going to set up a company? I've talked it over with the owner. Sudi smiled and patted Kojing's shoulder. I provide the supply, and the boss uses his connections to sell it. However, these guys in the weird world conducting business is really small-time dealings are fine, but if the scale becomes larger, relying on these weird companies will never work. Hiss. Kojing gasped. So terrifying. Boss, oh boss, you're truly amazing. If the lighthouse had known you were this fierce, they wouldn't dare provoke you at all. When the topic came up, Sudi smiled and asked. What's going on over there? Are they going to sanction me again? Sanction? No way, the lighthouse is completely afraid. Kojing told Sudi everything that happened in the human world. At the start, when the horror game arrived, Dragon Kingdom proposed to establish a weird association to gather human strength and fight against weird dungeons together. But to their surprise, the lighthouse not only disagreed but also started exporting weapons extensively and increased their troops at overseas bases. As a result, even under the pressure of the horror game, the wars in various regions didn't stop, instead, they escalated. In the end, the proposal for the Weird Association fell apart. This time, under Sudi's threat. The lighthouse revived this proposal and agreed to all the terms from before. The most important one is that players are not allowed to attack each other in the real world. They even privately reached out to say they would significantly reduce the amount of weapon output to the outside. In other words, to prevent Sudi from causing them trouble again. The lighthouse is sacrificing a lot of benefits. Are they really willing to give that up? Sudi was taken aback. Would those arms dealers agree? Kojing looked at Sudi with a sorrowful expression. Boss, what if something suddenly crawled out of the screen to get you? Would you be scared? Hearing this, Sudi scratched his head and said with a smile. That's a good point. In the next moment, Sudi slapped Kojing on the head. Are you trying to insult me in disguise? What do you mean by something crawling out? Am I a thing? Kojing hurriedly begged for mercy. Wrong, boss, I was wrong. By the way, boss, when will your company be established? To be honest, I haven't done business with the weirdness yet. I don't know what the temperament of the weirdness here is like. Sudi thought for a moment. Estimating that the boss should have returned by now, no matter how slow. When the boss comes back and sets up the building, is that enough? What? Set up the building? What does that mean? Kojing couldn't understand what this meant. Sudi noticed what Kojing was thinking and immediately explained. The boss bought a building from Other Weirdness for me. To help Kojing understand, Sudi specially explained. That's a weird item. If we were to build a building, it would take way too long. Kojing suddenly widened his eyes. Wow, it can be like this? Boss, you're not joking, right? A weird item can be used like this? Sudi smiled and shook his head. He had never thought that weird items could be used like this either before. Moreover, that was an SSS-level weird item that human players could never touch. After all, with a tool of this level, once signed to become one, it would likely lead to becoming a weird lord of one side. Thinking of this, Su-di said to the empty mirror, "Let's go, see people, and come back." Chapter 33, Strange Instance, Human Lord. In the dense forest, the boss took out a model like a tall building and handed it to Su-di. Su-di received the model, and a prompt appeared in front of him in an instant. SSS-level strange item, 703 building. Note, this item is a damaged version, without any ghostly rules or murder rules. Players should use it with caution. The empty mirror watched the item in Su-di's hand, unable to resist swallowing a mouthful of saliva. An SSS-level strange item, probably there isn't a single one to be found in the whole long country. To do business, this boss really takes risks. This SSS-level strange item must have cost him quite a bit. "Su, how is this building?" Su-di nodded with a smile. "Very good, it meets my expectations perfectly." As he spoke, he handed the building back to the boss. The SSS-level strange item, especially this kind of building type strange item, can fuse with each other. Coincidentally, this strange building is a damaged version, without ghostly rules or murder rules. Integrating it into the Dark Hotel, there is no need to worry about the ghostly rules being altered. But unexpectedly, the boss shook his black robe and refused. "Su, this is for you. The hotel pass has a cooldown period. But if you use this SSS-level strange item, you can become a strange lord. No passes needed, you can return to the building anytime you want." What? Su-di and the empty mirror were shocked in their hearts. Strange lord. This TM, an SSS-level strange item, building type, can actually let players become a strange lord. Seeing the shock on their faces, the boss smiled and explained. Swear, back then I became a strange lord thanks to the Dark Hotel." Su-di looked at the building. Could it be that strange lords all rely on this kind of special strange item? Hearing this, the boss seemed a bit embarrassed, silent for a few seconds before informing Su-di. Besides using the item to become a strange lord, you can also become a lord by occupying territories. Got it. Su-di no longer hesitated and clicked to use it immediately. A 3D concept diagram instantly appeared before him. This building was far more magnificent than Su-di had imagined. Let alone placing hundreds of weapons, even thousands or even tens of thousands could fit. Do you choose this area to set SSS level item 703 building? Note, once the area is chosen, the address cannot be changed. Yes. In an instant, a magnificent building appeared out of nowhere in the dense forest. Building has been set, please name it. Su-di thought for a moment. The boss had no name, so there was no need to ask for his opinion. 2 seconds later, a sign appeared on the building. Four Flames Military Industry. After naming the building, Su-di's panel changed accordingly. Name, Su-di. Identity, player, strange lord. Physique, 238. Mental strength, 666. Assets, countless. Strange items, substitute doll. Territory, Four Flames Military Industry. Now, Su-di is both a player in a horror game and a lord in a strange world. He felt a strange change as the sign of the building suddenly lit up. This feeling was very wonderful, as if the building was part of him. As long as he wanted, the layout of the building could be changed anytime and anywhere. Then, Su-di clicked on his territory. A detailed panel appeared before him. Territory, Four Flames Military Industry. Lord, Su-di. Members, none. Income, none. Current territory level, a level. No ghostly rules, no murder rules. When he saw the territory level, Su-di was stunned. What the heck, boss, our company won't become a strange instance, right? To my knowledge, it is like this. Ever since the horror game arrived, the strange world also underwent changes. According to the boss, the Lord's territories are all strange instances. Take the old goat for example. The strange level of the goat is SSS level. And he boasts many powerful strangeness under him, plus he has swallowed another force, his territory has expanded significantly. Now, the goat's strange territory has been classified as a nightmare-level strange instance. Boss, do you mean lords attacking each other will also increase the strange instance level? The boss sighed. Yes, but it is not to raise the instance level, but to increase their own levels. The larger the territory, the more resources. In a strange world, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. Lords are no exception to this law. Especially among neighboring lords, the struggle is particularly fierce. The larger the territory occupied, the more subordinates can be recruited, and the more resources can be seized. If it were not for the special nature of the Shadow Hotel, combined with the boss's continuous expansion of connections over the years, and established quite good relationships with many major forces, this mere SS-level anomaly would have likely been eliminated long ago. The Shadow Hotel seems to be highly profitable, but it is not. Setting aside all costs, plus the expenses for expanding its connections, in the end, what it has left is pitifully little. It cannot satisfy the resources it needs to improve. Without Su-D, it might be stuck at SS level for its whole life. But after Su-D's appearance, it saw a glimmer of hope. The huge profits from arms sales completely made up for this shortfall. In fact, it could completely rely on the arms provided by Su-D to form a strange team and start a path of conquest. But no matter the point. It knows clearly that it must cling tightly to a strong supporter. Without the weapons provided by Su-D, all of this would turn into bubbles. Su, what should we do next? Of course, we need to perfect our company. As he spoke, Su-D made personnel adjustments. Territory, for fire military industry. Lord, Su-D. Members, boss, empty mirror. Revenue, none. The overall revenue distribution. Su-D occupies 75%, while the boss occupies 20%. The remaining 5% is given to empty mirror. It should be noted that even 5% is a terrifying number. Empty mirror will then be responsible for training the staff. As an experienced insider, it is best to hand this task over to him. The boss is using his network to contact big clients, promoting the company name. As for orders, Su-D is not worried at all. This world's anomalies are born to love fighting. As long as publicity is in place, orders will definitely not be lacking. Considering this, Su-D looked at the boss. By the way, boss, recruit another batch of anomalies. They don't need to be too strong, as long as they are smart. The boss immediately agreed. In the anomaly world, there is a lack of everything, except for weak little anomalies. What else do we need to do? Recruit another batch of A-level anomalies, not too many, about 20 will do. Even with the protection of the Shadow Hotel, Su-D still does not feel at ease. For fire military industry will indeed become a coveted prize among many forces. But it will also become a thorn in the flesh for many forces. To achieve a perfect balance of fire military industry among all forces, there must be a force unique to fire military industry to maintain this balance. Is A-level enough? What about recruiting a batch of S-level? The boss has extensive connections. If S-level anomalies are needed, they can be easily obtained. S-level anomalies? It is certainly good if the security are also S-level anomalies. The security team of the Shadow Hotel has only 3 S-level anomalies. Suddenly needing 20 S-level anomalies, will this put too much pressure on the boss? This thought flashed through Su-D's mind and quickly disappeared. The boss has been able to establish himself in this area, so 20 S-level anomalies should not be a big problem for him. After all, potential is forced out. Boss, if the S-level anomalies lead the team, that would be even better. Of course, if not, don't feel pressured, boss. These words evidently stimulated the boss. Su, do you underestimate the connections I have built over the years? Don't say S-level, even SS level I can recruit. Su-D laughed. The boss indeed couldn't keep calm. So he simply stopped being polite. In the future, the two of them will be the most important partners. The more the company earns, the more the boss will take. This time to use the boss's connections. Empty Mirror, meanwhile, took on the role of the atmosphere maker, constantly praising the boss. Boss, I didn't expect you to have such strength. In the future, please take care of your younger brother at the company. A series of flattering words left the boss feeling very satisfied. The entire black robe couldn't help but stir. 20 S-class anomalies, 1 SS-class anomaly. As soon as these words were spoken, the boss fell silent. The drifting black robe instantly became still. 20 S-class anomalies were simple, but this SS-class anomaly, even for it, would require some effort. Boss, if it can't be done, then forget it. Anyway, the company is in the ghost market, and no anomalies dare to run wild here. Upon hearing this, the boss immediately retorted. What's so hard about it? It's just 20 S-class anomalies and 1 SS-class anomaly. A trivial matter, just give me 3 days. Su-D immediately clapped his hands. Alright, then I'll organize the building in these 3 days. Kong Jing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Indeed, the boss still has the strength. Of course, second brother, do you want to come with me to see the world? The boss was quite fond of Kong Jing's flattery and proactively made the invitation. I won't go, boss, I still need to report back. Kong Jing hadn't even completed a single instance yet. He could be said to be a newbie among newbies. If he encountered some powerful anomaly outside, a single fart would probably kill him. Then that's fine. The boss appeared rather regretful. Even though Kong Jing's strength was lacking, he couldn't resist the charm of his sweet talk. After handing over the place to Sudi, he prepared to head to Old Goat's territory. Old Goat had just swallowed another faction in the city and still had several SS-class prisoners under his command. It was worth trying to see if he could pick one from among them. After all, Old Goat had recently eliminated their leader. In a short time, these guys definitely wouldn't integrate into the team. Boss, do you think the boss can do it? The problem is not big. Kong Jing cheerfully leaned in front of Sudi. Boss, speaking of which, you're still awesome. A boss-level anomaly like that has been easily handled by you. Sudi smiled and gave Kong Jing a light tap on the head. In the future, don't say anything detrimental to Unity. Besides, the boss is now my dear friend. Our company's future development definitely needs the boss to navigate around. After all, he and Kong Jing were still human. In the world of anomalies, there were still many inconveniences. Many things were actually better resolved if the boss took charge. Let's go, take a look at the building. Okay. The building. A total of 36 floors. The internal space is enormous. With the upgrade of this anomalous item, it could further expand its area. The first 10 floors are designed as open structures. Kong Jing looked up and couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, boss, this place is so big. This is just the beginning? Sudi snapped his fingers. The next moment, the internal structure of the building began to change. 11th floor. 12th floor. Until the 36th floor transformed into an open structure. Dim sunlight from outside filtered through the openings, shining in. The scene unfolding right before Kong Jing's eyes was truly shocking. After entering the anomalous instance, his understanding had been washed away time and time again. After finishing all this, Sudi took a heavy breath. Although this building could change according to his thoughts, the mental energy consumed was also extremely great. Even Sudi, who had mental strength far beyond ordinary people, even beyond anomalies, felt a bit tired after doing all this. However, this also allowed Sudi to gain a lot. He deepened his control over this building further. This 36-story giant building needed to be utilized effectively, thus requiring careful planning. Several floors for showrooms, several floors for storage, several floors for client reception, including employee dormitories and staff canteens. Sudi rubbed his head, feeling somewhat fatigued. The energy consumed to renovate the entire building would be an extremely terrifying number. So he needed to consider everything at once, to avoid needing to make secondary modifications in the future. Looking at the constantly changing architecture, Kong Jing had an idea. Boss, since you can control this anomalous item, if I find an anomalous item, can I also become an anomaly lord? After becoming an anomaly lord, can I also casually transform my territory like you? Sudi shook his head and cautioned. Theoretically yes, but in practice, no. Why not? You don't have enough mental strength to maintain this level of item. Such strange building tools consume a lot of mental strength just to lay them down. Sudi didn't feel it, simply because his blue bar was long. For others, let alone changing the structure of a building, it might be a problem just to lay out this SSS-level strange tool. Boss, my master said my strength is about that of an A-level player. How much mental strength? 55 points. That's far off. Isn't that enough? Kong Jing couldn't believe it. He was a highly regarded disciple, often refining his mind. Even without experiencing dungeons, his mental strength exceeded most players. Could it be that this was still not enough? Oh, I have about 800 points. Kong Jing? You're saying you have about 800 points? You're not joking, right, boss? Do I need to joke about this? Sudi happily opened his panel. The panel showed a mental strength of 780 points. Kong Jing's mind went blank, and his eyes dulled. Is this even human? He originally wanted to find a high-level building strange tool, to directly use it to build a trial center, then change the layout as he wished. This would save a lot of trouble. But now, this situation clearly wouldn't work. But I have another way. Kong Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. What way? Boss. Other lower-level strange tools that meet the requirements are actually better. In the trial ground, there's no need to pursue high-level building strange tools, as long as there are building strange tools that meet the requirements. Sudi said this for two reasons. On one hand, SSS-level strange tools are hard to find. On the other hand, having another strange lord on the back mountain isn't a good thing. The back mountain has no protection from the Dark Hotel's ghosts, nor a strong enough force guarding it. If outside forces invade, it could spell trouble. If lower-level strange tools are used to change the terrain and build the trial center, then there's no need to worry about attracting the attention of other forces. Kong Jing thought carefully upon hearing this. This does make things much easier. Finding an SSS-level strange tool might be impossible in the entire Dragon Country, but finding low-level building strange tools was definitely achievable. One should know that the number of players in Dragon Country ranks first in the world. Finding an ordinary building strange tool is still quite simple. Boss, you really have a way. Of course, after all, I'm the boss, and you are the second. Kong Jing. Hotel. In the lobby. Lin Shi was wearing a short sleeve and jeans, playing with Xiao Qian. Kong Jing saw the scene. He thought a new player had come to the dungeon. Beautiful lady, you just... But upon seeing who it was, he quickly swallowed the words back. He took a few quick steps back and shouted. Hello, sister-in-law. This shout startled several people in the lobby. Lin Shi put Xiao Qian down and quickly hid behind Su Di. Hey, what are you doing? Su Di, with a smile, gave Kong Jing a playful tap on the head. What are you acting crazy for? Xiao Qian also came over, grinning widely, mumbling. Su Hua, this person seems to not think straight. Alright, you three are teaming up to bully me. In a fit of anger, Kong Jing huffed. Sister-in-law, you changed your outfit, and for a moment I didn't recognize you. I thought a big star had come. Lin Shi hugged Su Di's arm and happily said. My brother bought this for me. Su Di waved his hand. Alright, stop joking, hurry back to finish your tasks, and remember to help me find a few designers. Sure thing, boss, then I'll head out. As Kong Jing spoke, he left the dungeon. After Kong Jing left, Su Di turned to Lin Shi. Why aren't you resting in your room for a while? Can't sleep without you? Is it that you can't hold it in, or you can't sleep? A hint of blush appeared on Lin Shi's face as she gently punched Su Di. You're so annoying. Xiao Qian stood beside them, grinning widely. Look at these two. Sister Fairy, your face is red. After Su Di shut Xiao Qian's big mouth, he pushed her. Go, adults are talking, kids should not listen, go eat snacks. Then, he took out a big bag of snacks and handed it over. Xiao Qian took the snacks and happily ran back to the counter. Let's go, time to sleep. These past 2 days, Su Di hadn't had a good rest. He planned to return to his room and rest well. Lin Shi leaned close to Su Di and whispered softly. I learned a few tricks from the TV. Okay. Su Di carried Lin Shi and rushed to the room, ready for a good sleep. Farm stay. Su Di looked at several design blueprints in his hand, thinking about which one to use. After returning, Kong Jing started looking for several top domestic designers. He not only found these top designers but also rushed to produce more than a dozen design blueprints overnight according to the requirements. After screening, he finally kept these few blueprints. These few blueprints contain very detailed information. They include not only a weapons exhibition hall but also a space for guests to try out guns. Besides the blueprints, there are corresponding concept drawings. Which one to choose, Su Di found himself confused. These few looked perfect, but seemed to lack something, making it hard for him to decide. At that moment, Lin Shi came out wearing a bathrobe after taking a shower. What are you looking at? I'm looking at the company's design blueprints. Su Di waved his hand. Come and see which one you like. Lin Shi sat beside Su Di, carefully looking at each design blueprint. They're all quite beautiful. If you were in a weird world, which one would you choose? If it's in a weird world, other weird things probably wouldn't like it. Why? Su Di was taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Shi to give such an evaluation. Lin Shi pointed at the design blueprints and shared her thoughts. The style doesn't fit, the weird world doesn't have nice views like the human world. Most places in the weird world are eerie and terrifying, with no various styles of architecture. Hiss. A single remark awakened Su Di's realization. Su Di instantly understood the problem. The weird world and the human world are fundamentally different. So in architectural design, they must cater to the local customs, leaning towards the bizarre. Thinking of this, Su Di hugged Lin Shi and took a few deep breaths. Baby, you are amazing. Lin Shi was stunned by Su Di's embrace. She looked at Su Di in shock as he rushed out. After figuring out the problem, Su Di quickly called Kong Jing to share the news. Upon receiving the information, Kong Jing swiftly contacted the designers. As per Su Di's request, the design blueprints should lean towards a bizarre direction. Before long, they sent several design blueprints and overall concept drawings. Eerie, terrifying, the weird atmosphere was present. But as Su Di looked at these designs, he still felt unsatisfied, thinking they didn't quite fit to showcase his weapons. Reluctantly, he took the blueprints and found Lin Shi again. Baby, do you like any of these? The buildings and the designs were filled with a weird and terrifying atmosphere. She only took a glance and shook her head. I don't like them, but they are quite appropriate. By the way, Sudi, what are you selling? Damn. This question rang like thunder in Sudi's head. These designers had never been to the weird world. Their understanding of the weird world came only from game guides. And most importantly, these designers didn't know what weapon Sudi was planning to sell. Sudi hugged Shi again and took a few deep breaths. Baby, when we get back, I'll reward you well. Upon hearing this, Shi's eyes lit up instantly. What reward? Unfortunately, as she asked, Sudi had already dashed out of the house. In the yard. Sudi took out some weapons and began taking photos. Blood Meat Desert Eagle, Blood Meat AK, Blood Meat Revolver. A total of more than a dozen models of weapons. But undoubtedly, these weapons were all made of blood and flesh. After sending the weapon photos to the empty mirror, he quickly received a reply from that side. This time, Sudi was completely satisfied. Whether in appearance or internal structure, it perfectly met his requirements. Before him, the photo boldly displayed a flesh and blood building. Chapter 3636. Main purpose, build company. Flesh and blood building. It possessed both eerie and realistic elements. From the outside, it looked entirely like a building made of flesh and blood. Veins lined the exterior, making the whole building resemble a sleeping demon. The exhibition hall design showcased various weapons, exuding a unique beauty. Sudi excitedly held the design drawings and returned to the room. Come take a look, how is this one? After looking through the entire design plan and the overall concept drawing, Shi slightly nodded. This one is not bad. Not bad? This evaluation was somewhat disappointing to Sudi. He thought that this design plan, perfect in his mind, would at least receive a nice compliment from Shi. He never expected to only get a not bad remark. As a man, his pride took a hard hit at this moment. Could it be that my taste is really that poor? Thinking of this, Sudi felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have let those designers do a bit more. Shi noticed Sudi's disappointment. Gently leaning against him, she pointed at the design drawing. This drawing is quite good, but this logo is too abrupt. I estimate that in the strange world, no strangeness likes this style. Sudi looked at Shi in surprise. Wait, you even know about logos? Shi tapped Sudi's head. The strange world also has cities, okay? It also has many shops, alright? Did you think I'm like you, a country bumpkin who has never been out? Sudi? This remark left Sudi speechless. He thought the strange world was filled with ruins and degradation. He never considered that the strange world also had cities and shops. Alright, stop staring, let me tell you how to change it. Shi leaned closer to Sudi and carefully pointed out the issues. The flesh and blood building itself is already a sign. There's no need to set up huge neon lights on the roof or the walls. Though the colors and design tend towards the eerie, strange things do not like this at all. Take the Dark Hotel as an example. No matter how the internal setup changes, from the outside, it still looks like a creepy and terrifying castle. So this sign can totally be placed inside. Coincidentally, the interior of the building is designed to be hollow, so we can place the company logo here. From the design drawings to the overall concept drawings. Shi carefully went through it all from start to finish. The general direction was fine, but many details still needed to be modified. Because the strange things in human perceptions are different, after all, both sides are in different worlds. It still needs to align the overall details with the styles of the strange world. Just like the saying in Dragon Country, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He understood this point in his heart, so he prepared to modify these details carefully. Sudi silently watched from the side. He originally wanted to say a few words. But not a single artistic cell resided in his mind. He didn't know where to start if he wanted to say something. One person and one strangeness, until the sun set. Only then did Shi stretch and hand the items over to Sudi. This is fine, even if my design were placed in the strange city, it would belong to the top tier. Regarding this topic again, Sudi couldn't help but ask. Since there are cities in the strange world, why haven't I seen anyone chosen for such a copy? Shi smiled. Even if you human players are chosen for copies in the strange cities, do you players dare to wander around? Sudi nodded at the design drawing. Shi was right, let alone the strange cities, even if it were just a random eerie copy on the outskirts. Players chosen would not dare to run around. After all, in the copy, the strange things are also bound by the rules of horror games. Once you leave the corresponding strange copy area, there are no rules to bind you. Without the binding of rules, the strange becomes a deadly existence for players. Even without the strange, they survived for a while by luck. But who can ensure that there won't be more terrifying things outside? For example, the devouring tree in the dense forest. If Sudi had chosen to take a detour back then and encountered this thing, then now he would probably be a part of the devouring tree's branches. That's true, let's go back and plan the company well. No way. When Lin Shi heard this, she jumped up from the sofa. Pouting her little mouth, she looked at Sudi and said pitiably, "You said you would take me out to play." Sudi glanced at the design map in his hand and then at the pitiful Lin Shi. Changing the whole building wouldn't be done anytime soon, so it's better to take Lin Shi out to relax a bit. Okay, where do you want to go? Lin Shi looked at the sky outside. I want to eat hot pot. Okay. After Sudi put away all the drawings, he gently patted Lin Shi's bottom. Good girl, go change your clothes, and I'll take you to eat hot pot later. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Sudi watched Lin Shi, who was gobbling down her food. He really wanted to take her to a buffet and teach the boss a lesson. With this speed, it's likely that one restaurant wouldn't be enough for her. Until 3 in the morning, a hot pot restaurant staff could no longer hold back and came over to remind them. Beautiful lady, our restaurant is about to close, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's little face turned red. This restaurant's normal closing time is 1 o'clock. Moreover, the waiters had urged them several times already, and even if she wanted to eat more, she couldn't stay any longer. All right. Sir, please settle the bill here. Huh, are we done eating? Sudi woke up dazedly and followed the waiter to check out. Outside the restaurant, Lin Shi held the sleepy Sudi's hand, walking slowly. One person and one strange, walking. A small store decorated with pink neon lights caught Lin Shi's attention. Sudi, what kind of store is that? The lights look so beautiful. Sudi focused and instantly perked up. Oh, it sells clothes. Want to buy a few more outfits? Sure. Hearing this, Lin Shi smiled even more happily. But when she entered the store with Sudi, the whole strange was stunned. There were indeed many types of clothes, but most were uniforms. Besides these, there were also many small toys. Although she had seen them on TV, seeing these toys in person made Lin Shi's cheeks flush bright red. This. It was really too embarrassing. Fortunately, this was a self-service store. Otherwise, she would have long run away shyly. Sudi pointed at a little skirt in the display case, staring at Lin Shi with a lustful look. You would definitely look beautiful in this. In the end, Sudi chose more than 10 different outfits for Lin Shi. After doing all this, he eagerly took Lin Shi back to the building. The main purpose was to construct the building and get the company on the right track as soon as possible. The secondary purpose was to play with Lin Shi a bit to boost his mental strength. Only by having fun can one enhance mental strength faster, so... On the top floor of the building, when Lin Shi appeared wearing a little fishnet outfit, Sudi felt like he was about to explode. Chapter 37. The boss returns, unexpected joy. In 3 days, the construction of the Blood Flesh building was 80% complete. Except for the top 6 floors, which were only roughly built. All other areas were finished. This was thanks to Sudi, who worked tirelessly for these 3 days. Playing to enhance his mental strength, and then using that mental strength to transform the building. If it weren't for reaching the final stage, Lin Shi really couldn't hold on any longer. Sudi really wanted to finish the entire building in one breath. Looking at Lin Shi, who was lying beside him, deeply asleep, Sudi took a deep breath and forced his body out of bed, heading to the bathroom. When he saw himself in the mirror, Sudi froze. In the mirror, he looked pale, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, looking like he was about to die. Seeing this scene, Sudi made a secret decision in his heart. After the building renovation is complete, he must quit indulging himself. At the same time, he comforted himself in his heart. It is mainly for the sake of building the company and not out of grief for Lin Shi's beauty. Thinking of this, Sudi couldn't help but feel emotional in his heart. This girl really can hold on. If it weren't for the unlimited strengthening that supported him through several waves, he would have surrendered. Besides building the hotel, he had another gain. Through these 3 days of constantly improving his mental strength and depleting it, he became more and more skilled in controlling mental strength. Unfortunately, due to constantly improving and depleting it, Sudi's total mental strength did not increase. After a simple wash, Sudi rushed to the hotel. Adding these 3 days, the boss has been gone for 5 days. Before leaving, he specifically reminded the boss. No matter what happens, even if no employees can be recruited, he must come back to take a look to avoid any trouble. Since the Blood Flesh C4 became a hit, many forces have been eyeing the Dark Hotel. If someone sneaks in, Sudi, not being the lord of the dark hotel, cannot know the situation right away. Hotel. 6th floor. Sudi was pestering the security captain, asking about the boss's situation. Headless, when do you think the boss will come back? Headless swayed his body oddly. I don't know. The security captain shook his head. He really didn't know the boss's whereabouts. But no matter how he explained it, Sudi still clung to him tightly. This left it speechless, having to find an excuse. Mr. Su, we are about to go on patrol. Do you think the boss will? Before he finished speaking, the security captain raised his hand to interrupt. Mr. Su, I will go on patrol first, and I will come back later to chat with you. Oh, that's fine. Watching the security captain enter the elevator, Sudi thought for 0.01 seconds before choosing to squeeze into the elevator. I thought about it, I should go back to rest first. When the boss comes back, just remember to notify me. The security captain did not respond, just nodded silently. But unexpectedly, just as the elevator door closed, the walkie-talkie on it lit up with a red light. Soon, the boss's voice came through. I will arrive at the hotel in 2 hours, gather all the brothers and bring weapons to the back mountain. By the way, don't inform Su about this first, let's give him a surprise. Unfortunately, Sudi heard this conversation clearly. Surprise? What kind of surprise? Still need to prepare something for the subordinates? Could it be that they really pulled in an SS-level weird being? But what kind of surprise would that be? As for higher-level weird beings, Sudi didn't think about it at all. Let alone SSS-level weird beings, even SS-level ones are extremely rare. Moreover, SSS-level weird beings can establish their own forces. Why would they work for someone else? Thinking of this, Sudi speculated. The boss was most likely recruiting an SS-level weird being. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such behavior. But this level of weird being needs to gather all the hotel staff and bring weapons? Thinking of this, Sudi frowned tightly. Headless, why do you think the boss is doing this? I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I don't know. The security captain also did not know the reason behind it. This answer made Sudi quite unsatisfied. Not knowing this and not knowing that, is it because you don't have a head? How about I pick one from the food tree for you and put it on? The security captain was shocked and trembled as it asked. Mr. Su, can you really pick a head from the food tree? When it first entered the hotel, it accidentally wandered into the dense forest. If it weren't for the boss, it might have already become nourishment. Although it escaped by chance, its head was taken by the food tree. In a fragmented state, it was stuck at the peak of S rank, unable to advance to SS rank. It had tried many times to retrieve its head, but all ended in failure. Sudi? Buddy, I just said it casually, and you took it seriously? Thinking of this, he looked at the security captain in amazement. Could it be that your head is hanging on the ghoul-eating tree? Yes, Mr. Su. The security captain trembled. Mr. Su, could you please take back my head, I can trade something for it? Sudi shook his head. Trade something, that won't be needed. Later, just take me to the back mountain. The security captain fell silent this time. The boss had ordered not to tell Sudi about this matter. Seeing the captain not speaking, Sudi immediately said. This news, I heard by accident, and it was me who went on my own. Mr. Su, but I cannot guarantee your safety. The security captain finally spoke his greatest fear. This time no one knew what was in the back mountain. If Sudi really had an accident, it was not something he could bear. Do I need your protection? In an instant, a mighty spiritual force crushed the captain. It came fast, and went fast too. Whoosh, whoosh. The security captain gasped heavily a few times. Sudi's strong power, plus his desire for the head. In the end, he agreed. All right, Mr. Su, I will take you there. Good, you go gather the people, I'll go pick your head. Sudi put on a smiling face. By the way, what does your head look like? Mr. Su, my head was devoured clean by the ghoul-eating tree, only the skull remains. Got it. At that time, when Sudi was chopping the ghoul-eating tree, he had wondered why there was a white skull mixed among all the lifelike heads. Turns out this skull was the captain's. Thinking of this, he sped up toward the tree's place. Not long after, Sudi came back to the hotel holding a skull. No lower jaw, couldn't find it. While speaking, he tossed the skull in his hand to the captain. The captain impatiently grabbed the skull, pressed it onto his headless body. In just a moment, countless ghoul aura gushed from his neck, wrapping around the skull. Seeing the captain's appearance, Sudi couldn't help but mock. Not as good-looking as before. Thank you, Mr. Su. No need, hurry up and let's go. When Su-di followed the team to the back mountain, he was stunned. He saw the whole back mountain packed full of ghouls. Chapter 38 for Fire Security, SS Class Ghoul. Back Mountain. Su-di looked wide-eyed. He quickly counted in his heart. With such a number of ghouls, at least 500 to 600. Though most of them were weak little ghouls, still the number was overwhelming. If all these were companies' recruited employees, then it really could be called a big surprise. But looking closer, Su-di found a clue. This was not one single troop. At the very front, the little ghouls in torn clothes like Yiksha were one troop. In the middle part, the ones of all different shapes were another troop. At the end, the most outrageous. It was a troop escorting prison carts. But Su-di searched carefully all around, and still didn't find the boss's trace. No head, what exactly is this? The captain's white skull shrouded in ghoul aura turned to Su-di. Mr. Su, I don't know either. What the boss said, you already heard. We should just wait here. He never even considered the question. As for where those ghouls came from, he didn't care. The boss had spoken, what he needed to do was carry out the order without fail. That was exactly why the boss saw him as a trusted aide. Fine. Asking was useless anyway. Su-di simply took out a lounge chair from the warehouse. He lay directly among the ghouls. Though curious about where those other troops came from, he would not rashly approach. With so many ghouls, plus no suppression from the ghost hotel here in the back mountain. Even he could not be sure he wouldn't suffer a mishap. Not long after. That mighty troop also gathered at the back mountain. Like Su-di's group, when they arrived, they stopped, choosing to wait on the spot. As time passed, the big troop split into 3 parts. Could it be that your head is hanging on the ghoul-eating tree? Yes, Mr. Su. The security captain trembled. Mr. Su, could you please take back my head? I can trade something for it. Su-di shook his head. Trade something, that won't be needed. Later, just take me to the back mountain. The security captain fell silent this time. The boss had ordered not to tell Su-di about this matter. Seeing the captain not speaking, Su-di immediately said. This news, I heard by accident, and it was me who went on my own. Mr. Su, but I cannot guarantee your safety. The security captain finally spoke his greatest fear. This time no one knew what was in the back mountain. If Su-di really had an accident, it was not something he could bear. Do I need your protection? In an instant. A mighty spiritual force crushed the captain. It came fast, and went fast too. Whoosh, whoosh. The security captain gasped heavily a few times. Su-di's strong power, plus his desire for the head. In the end, he agreed. Alright, Mr. Su, I will take you there. Good, you go gather the people, I'll go pick your head. Su-di put on a smiling face. By the way, what does your head look like? Mr. Su, my head was devoured clean by the ghoul-eating tree, only the skull remains. Got it. At that time, when Su-di was chopping the ghoul-eating tree, he had wondered why there was a white skull mixed among all the lifelike heads. Turns out this skull was the captain's. Thinking of this, he sped up toward the tree's place. Not long after. Su-di came back to the hotel holding a skull. No lower jaw, couldn't find it. While speaking, he tossed the skull in his hand to the captain. The captain impatiently grabbed the skull, pressed it onto his headless body. In just a moment, countless ghoul aura gushed from his neck, wrapping around the skull. Seeing the captain's appearance, Su-di couldn't help but mock. Not as good-looking as before. Thank you, Mr. Su. No need, hurry up and let's go. When Su-di followed the team to the back mountain, he was stunned. He saw the whole back mountain packed full of ghouls. Chapter 38 for Fire Security, SS Class Ghoul. Back Mountain. Su-di looked wide-eyed. He quickly counted in his heart. With such a number of ghouls, at least 500 to 600. Though most of them were weak little ghouls, still the number was overwhelming. If all these were companies' recruited employees, then it really could be called a big surprise. But looking closer, Su-di found a clue. This was not one single troop. At the very front, the little ghouls in torn clothes like Yiksha were one troop. In the middle part, the ones of all different shapes were another troop. At the end, the most outrageous. It was a troop escorting prison carts. But Su-di searched carefully all around, and still didn't find the boss's trace. No head, what exactly is this? The captain's white skull shrouded in ghoul aura turned to Su-di. Mr. Su, I don't know either. What the boss said, you already heard. We should just wait here. He never even considered the question. As for where those ghouls came from, he didn't care. The boss had spoken, what he needed to do was carry out the order without fail. That was exactly why the boss saw him as a trusted aide. Fine. Asking was useless anyway. Sudi simply took out a lounge chair from the warehouse. He lay directly among the ghouls. Though curious about where those other troops came from, he would not rashly approach. With so many ghouls, plus no suppression from the ghost hotel here in the back mountain, even he could not be sure he wouldn't suffer a mishap. Not long after, that mighty troop also gathered at the back mountain. Like Sudi's group, when they arrived, they stopped, choosing to wait on the spot. As time passed, the big troop split into 3 parts. Different positions were occupied. The team closest to Sudi was made up of a group of little yokai. These little fellows really had no strength to speak of. Sudi felt that he could throw a few flesh grenades and wipe out these little guys. However, what surprised him was that although this team had the largest numbers, it was the quietest. They huddled together in a large mass, making not a single sound. The noisiest, strangely enough, was the one in the middle, where a few were even fighting. This farce came quickly and left just as fast as the escorting vehicle's strange attack began. The strength of the attacker far surpassed that of the disturbing ones. In an instant, the troublemaking ones were dealt with. Originally, that noisy group had also fallen silent after this incident. Sudi furrowed his brows at this scene. Those few strange beings looked like they had decent power. But even so, they were killed in seconds by the one who seemed like the escort captain. Sudi speculated that this strange being was very likely at SS level. What level would the prisoners escorted by an SS-level strange being be? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Could it be that the few prison vehicles all contained SS-level strange beings bought by the boss? At this moment, Sudi saw a figure drifting from afar. It's here. He saw the boss first approach the team escorting the prison vehicle. He exchanged a few words with the leading strange being. Then, that team quickly moved closer. Along with this team was that kind of group in the middle. As for the large number of little yokai, the boss paid them no mind. After seeing this, Sudi gathered his lounge chair. Quietly placing the strange beings before him, he wanted to see what kind of surprise the boss had prepared. Before long, that team came near. Headless, come over for the handover. Yes, boss. Sudi hid at the back of the team, looking at the 4 strange beings in the prison vehicle. Hiss. After sensing their powerful aura, he couldn't help but gasp. All 4 were SS-level strange beings. No wonder the boss took so long. It turned out he brought back so many SS-level strange beings. However, these 4 strange beings looked to be in poor condition. Each one was wearing handcuffs and shackles, looking listless. One strange being was covered in scars, with strange energy continuously gushing out from the wounds. If this continued, it probably wouldn't be long before it would kick the bucket. From the condition of these strange beings, Sudi guessed their identity. 100%, they were defeated factions' minor leaders. To be honest, Sudi really didn't expect the boss to bring back so many. Soon the handover was completed. The strange beings that had escorted the prison vehicle led the team away after delivering it. Besides the 4 strange beings in the prison vehicle, there were also around 10 S-level strange beings following behind. Counting the few that were slain, there were exactly 20. Sudi understood at this point. This was the security team the boss had found for himself. Boss, I really didn't expect you to be this strong. The boss, who was explaining matters to the security team leader, suddenly paused. What the heck, why are you here? He originally didn't want to tell Sudi about this matter, wanting to show off. But who would have thought Sudi was hiding in the team? Sudi shrugged and stepped out of the team. I was right next to you when you sent the message. The boss was stunned for a moment, then boasted. Su, how about it? For SS-level strange beings, how about that? Seeing the boss's expression, Sudi couldn't help but be amused. Boss, you really are too powerful. Having a partner like you is truly a blessing. After all, mixed in the human world for so many years. Sudi knew very well what the boss wanted, it was just face, right? This round of flattery made the boss float. Well, don't you see who I am? As he spoke, the boss began to introduce the identities of these prisoners. The strange one who was on the verge of being beaten to death had the strongest power, reaching the peak level of SS. As for the other 3, they were at a mid-level SS strength. If these 4 strange ones could be captured, the 4 fire military could directly upgrade to SS level, or even SSS level strange dungeons. Sudi observed the few people in the prison car. Boss, these guys look quite defiant. Hearing this, the boss awkwardly smiled. When it rushed over, it happened to coincide. Just then, the old goat was tormenting these 4 strange ones who refused to surrender. In the end, it bought them from the old goat at an extremely low price. In this case, if these strange ones had a good face towards it, that would truly be strange. Just bought them back, a few more days of training will be fine. At this point, the boss quickly changed the subject. Look, I even specially found a lot of little strange ones for you. These little strange ones can all be used to build the company. Sudi waved his hand. I have already finished it. Boss? Finished it? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The boss looked at Sudi in disbelief. That building, even without the ghosts and the killing rules, was still an SSS-level strange item. To change its layout would require a huge amount of mental energy. Even it, a specialized strange being in mental energy, took months to fully remodel the entire Dark Hotel. Had it only been a few days since it left? Had the entire building been remodeled? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The boss believed Sudi could do it, but did not believe Sudi could do it in such a short time. However, it quickly let go of its doubt. It guessed that Sudi was shocked upon seeing these 4 SS strange ones. Not wanting to lose face before it, he spoke stubbornly. Thinking of this, it comforted Sudi. Su, there's no need to be so anxious. Remodeling an SSS-level strange building can't be done overnight. Seeing the boss did not believe him, Sudi smiled and shook his head. If it were not for Linshi, let alone a few days' time, even a month or 2 might not be enough to remodel the entire building completely. Those little yakshas were quiet and just right to be taken as employees. Indeed, it's not fully built yet, so let these little strange ones go along. Alright, Headless, you take them back first. I will accompany Su to the building for a bit. The security captain immediately took the prison car and a dozen S-level strange beings back to the hotel upon receiving the order. Soon, Sudi, led by the boss, arrived at the group of little yakshas. On the way there, the boss even made a special introduction to the little yakshas for Sudi. To his surprise, these little creatures really were a branch of the yaksha race. This type of little yaksha was very numerous, but most had a strength no higher than sea level. Sea level strangeness is as common as dirt in this world. In order to survive, little yakshas had to work for powerful strange beings at an incredibly low price. For example, building houses or constructing things. Or services like waiters, little yakshas would also be hired. On one hand, they worked diligently, on the other hand, they asked for little in return. Besides this, there was another point. Little yakshas were not very smart, and as long as the master did not speak, they would work endlessly until they collapsed. This meant that hiring this group of little strange ones could be done without spending money. Sudi's mood was a bit complicated. He truly did not expect that there would be cow and horse-like beings in the strange world. Before he crossed over, wasn't he just like these little yakshas? Working hard but earning little. Living like cows and horses. In the end, he pulled all-nighters and came to this world to become an arms dealer. The boss pointed at this group of little yakshas. Su, take your pick. Sudi waved his hand and said nothing. The boss paused and asked in surprise. Not a single one? When the little yakshas heard this, one by one, the lonely began to pack their bags. No, we need everything. Then, Sudi looked at this group of little night demons. Do you have a leader? Soon, a completely red little night demon, wearing a short pair of pants, stepped forward. Sir, may I ask what your orders are? Compile a list and give it to me later. Yes, sir. The boss floated beside Sudi and muttered softly. Su, I never expected you to be the real sly businessman. Back then, I didn't even dare to use little night demons to build the Dark Hotel. Building a building, for these little night demons. Such a huge project, by the end, not a single little night demon would survive. After Sudi received the list, he said to the leading little night demon. Alright, let your people set up camp here. This action confused the boss. Su, what are you doing? Why not let them go directly to the building to set up camp? The back mountain is quite a distance from the building. Letting the little night demons camp here, isn't that just wasting a lot of time? Sudi smiled and said. Who said I want them to build the building? I'm planning to let them build the trial center. Boss. He never expected that Sudi wanted the little night demons to camp again for this reason. What about the building? The boss suddenly panicked. The sooner the building was completed, the sooner they could do business and earn money. This wasted time is all money. The overall renovation is complete, we can open any time. As for the remaining 6 floors, I can finish them in the next few days. While speaking, Sudi handed the design topics and concept drawings to the boss. The boss looked at the concept drawings in his hands and was stunned. So beautiful, so perfect. It completely captured his attention. This design, this style, plus the concept drawings for placing weapons. With promotion, it could definitely make the fire military industry boom quickly. You should know, the strange world is not short of rich guys. Attracting such big clients, then. The boss dared not think further. But a building of this level. Even it would need half a year or even a year to complete. Could it be that Sue really completed it? The boss pointed at the design drawing and asked with a trembling voice. Sue, could it really be renovated? Yes, and it was renovated completely according to the design. The boss quickly circled in the air a few times, forcing himself to calm down. Sue, I feel like we're not selling arms but artworks. If we can truly achieve this effect, I think we should prepare for a grand opening ceremony. An opening ceremony? Sue D really hadn't thought about this. When selling arms in the human world, he always sold them secretly. Who would dare to put it out in the open? But the strange world is different. Even if he puts it out in the open, no one would care. This idea is not bad, I'll consider it. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared. Ding, a player has entered the instance. Please release the mission in a timely manner, Lord. Damn. Sue D's exclamation startled the boss. What happened, Sue? A player has entered the building. Hearing this, the boss let out a sigh of relief. He thought something big had happened. Sue, you are really lucky. I didn't expect that as soon as you became the Lord, a player would come. After hearing the boss's explanation, Sue D understood. Boss, you mean to say that the horror game also rewards the Lord? The boss lightly swayed his black robe. Yes, otherwise why would the Lord follow the rules set by the horror game? Setting aside the killing rules, the strange things are still extremely deadly for humans. Sue D understood. So, I release missions and set corresponding rules. As long as these players don't break the rules, I can't intervene, right? The boss thought for a moment. You can intervene, but there will be penalties from the horror game? What penalties? Players will be forcefully teleported out of the instance, while the Lord will be teleported to another space. Grade A copy. For Fire Military Industry. Players chosen by the horror game were teleported into the Flesh and Blood building at the same time. Oh, my god, what on earth is this place? So scary, could there be a chainsaw madman in here? Could this be a vampire lair? For Fire Military Industry, this copy's name looks so strange. This group of newbies is in trouble, getting selected for a team quest. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all buzzing with discussion. This For Fire Military Industry belongs to a brand new team copy. There are 27 new players, from 9 different countries. Players from each country formed different small teams. Team copies are fundamentally different from solo copies. Solo copies are not competitive, while team copies are competitive. Not only do they need to guard against the strange, but they also need to compete with other teams. Usually, team copies have team rankings. Different rankings lead to different rewards. The higher the rank, the better the reward. A low rank means no reward, and there could even be punishment. Since they are all newbies and have never entered a strange copy before. After entering the copy, these players were all observing. After waiting for half an hour, no tasks were assigned from the copy. It seemed as if there were no strange entities in this building at all. At this moment, a line of scarlet text appeared. Do not leave the building. All players saw this alert. Do not leave the building? Could it be that this copy's task is simply a survival task? Stay inside the building for 48 hours? No matter what level, the copy has a time limit of 48 hours. After the alert appeared, each player's reaction was different. Some players suggested they should use this time to search for usable supplies in the building. Others believed they should stay in the building and wait for the task to be issued. Some teams even started arguing about this. Soon, a team left the lobby. This team instantly drew the attention of other teams. The departing team was the team from Pickled Cabbage Country. The viewers in the live broadcast room stirred up a fuss. Especially the viewers from Pickled Cabbage Country, who were particularly active. What are these little guys trying to do? No wonder they have the courage of our big pickled cabbage. Look at how the other cowards are still stuck here, afraid to move. This copy is really strange. I haven't even seen a hint of strangeness. You guys don't understand, the one leading the team is our all-professor from Pickled Cabbage. The all-professor has a lot of research experience in strange copies. In a dark hotel. In the office. Sue D was busy reviewing the S-rank strange entity files. And thinking of ways to recapture those 4 SSJI strange entities. He had no interest in focusing on the players in the building. After giving the alert not to leave the building, he paid them no mind. Moreover, apart from the lobby on the first floor and the exhibition hall on the second floor. As for the other areas, these players had no permission to enter at all. Sue, take a look at how these guys are doing? The boss cheerfully handed a stack of documents to Sue D. If these guys don't suit your taste, I'll pick some more for you later. Su-D calculated the number. There are 20 files in total. Boss, this number is not right. The boss slumped in his chair. Su, don't worry about these details. I haven't had time to pick out the files of those strange entities that were killed. You know, I've been running around these past few days, it's been quite exhausting. Hearing this, Su-D silently complained in his heart. Boss, no matter how tired you are, can you compare to me? These past few days, he had been working on transforming the building. From opening his eyes, he was at work. If it weren't for the restorative medicine given by Taoist Lingshu, along with his own strong physique, otherwise, he might have already died in bed. These documents detailed the races and personality traits of these S-rank strange entities. Moreover, each document contained the experiences of these S-rank strange entities. They had served in which factions and what positions they were mainly responsible for. Su-D was surprised that the documents were so detailed. They were even comparable to some background checks in the human world, done by large companies. He couldn't help but feel curious about where this information came from. Boss, where did this information come from? I bought it at a high price from the information dealer. Is the information in here reliable? Reliable. After receiving a clear answer, Su-D carefully examined the files in his hands. After filtering through, Su-D mentally crossed out two oddities. One was a human-faced demon, and the other was a skeleton. The reason the human-faced demon was crossed out was simple. This guy had been with 5 different powers, and all 5 ended badly. The leader died, and the power fell apart. In a sense, this kid was born with bad luck. Even SSS-level oddities had been killed by it, Su-D didn't want to recruit such a character. What if he brought in someone like this and the ammunition depot exploded? As for the skeleton being crossed out, the reason was even simpler. Backstab. Of the 3 employers, it backstabbed 2. Although Su-D was not like the employers, but rather a lord. He could check the condition of all the employees within his territory. But he despised guys who backstabbed consecutively from the bottom of his heart. Excluding these 2, there were 13 S-level oddities left. Though there were various small flaws in the information. Overall, it was passable. After all, in the world of oddities, if there weren't some flaws, could it still be called an oddity? Alright, that's it. The boss took the files and glanced at them. Okay, I'll have Headless bring them over. He had previously instructed the security team leader to arrange for all S-level oddities to check into the hotel. Su-D waved his hand. No rush. S-level oddities are different to manage. He had many ways to make these guys obey. The only trouble was with those 4 SS-level oddities. How to make these guys obey was the real challenge. Upon hearing this, the boss instantly floated up. Su, what do you mean? Take me to see those 4 SS-level oddities. Not going to wait a bit? The boss tried to persuade. Not going to restrain these guys for a few more days? He initially considered locking them in the dungeon, so that those 4 SS-level oddities could calm down properly. Once they were genuinely obedient, then attempt to subdue them. Let's go test the waters with these guys first. If I can subdue them, great, if not, then these guys will just be used to test the power of our new weapon. The boss's black robe suddenly trembled. New weapon? What new weapon? Could it be another super weapon on par with the Flesh and Blood C4? Considering this, the boss showed no hesitation. Immediately, he took Su-D to the dungeon. He knew in his heart what the real challenge was. SS-level oddities were different from S-level oddities, they belonged to high-end combat power. This was precisely why those 4 SS-level oddities had not been executed directly in the first place. Old Goat initially wanted to recruit these SS-level oddities. But sadly, in the dungeon, Su-D looked at the 4 disheveled SS-level oddities. Shall we have a chat? One of them, ugly and resembling a zombie with 4 arms, coldly looked at Su-D and openly mocked. A mere human, wanting to make us servants is utterly impossible. The other 3 oddities, 2 of them jumped out. Once we get free, we will skin you alive and take your tendons as payback. And that old goat who killed our leader, we will definitely seek revenge on him. Impossible? There's nothing in this world that is truly impossible. Su-D smiled and shook his head. It seemed the oddities in this world weren't very bright. Did they not realize their lives were in his hands now? However, Su-D didn't want to tear off the mask so soon. After all, he still wanted to portray the image of a good boss in front of these oddities. No, I don't want to enslave you. I just want to invite you to join my company. Next to him, the boss snorted coldly. Su, I think it's best to just kill these useless creatures. To be honest, I can't understand why you are spending so much money. Rescue these guys from the old goat's hands? This was already discussed between Su D and the boss on the way here. One plays the tough guy, the other the nice guy. However, the boss's exaggerated acting made Su D unable to help but facepalm. What Su D didn't expect was, these strange beings didn't realize this was a performance at all. They all fell silent. Su D quickly changed the topic. How was your treatment before? The strange zombies didn't resist this time as much as before. Treatment? What treatment? The boss shouted from the side. You fools, what did you get for risking your lives before? The strange zombie fell silent for a moment and slowly spoke. Over 100,000 strange coins and a strange item. Over 100,000 strange coins? A strange item? The strange zombie coldly snorted in its heart. These mere humans still want us to risk our lives? Don't they look at themselves? They took risks for their previous boss because they were attracted by the high rewards and the boss's SSS-level power. What is this little human trying to act like here? Su D was taken aback for a moment. Over 100,000 strange coins a month, a strange item? Come on, this kind of money. What do you expect me to trade for your lives? How about I give you 200,000 a month? Once this was said, the entire dungeon fell silent. 200,000 strange coins a month? The strange zombies were like their brains had crashed, saying blankly. A month, 200,000 strange coins? The boss was dumbfounded. Damn! 200,000 strange coins a month? Buddy, you're disturbing the market. You should know, in other factions, an SS-level strange could earn 20,000 strange coins a month, which is already considered good. But in front of 4 SS-level strange, he didn't want to bring it up directly. 200,000. This extremely high offer. Even the one lying on the ground, who didn't know if they were alive or dead, climbed up in an instant. Their eyes sparkled with fire as they looked at Su D. Is it true? It's just 200,000, do I need to lie to you? As he spoke, Su D snapped his fingers. In an instant, before the cell, a thick stack of strange coins appeared. This is 1 million. As long as you follow me, this 1 million is your welcome gift? When this was said, the 4 strange beings shouted one after another. Willing. They didn't even ask what Su D wanted them to do. The boss gently poked Su D and whispered. Su, over 100,000 was earned in half a year. Su D? Half a year over 100,000? Only 2 or 3,000 a month? He never expected that in the strange world, SS-level strange beings were so undervalued. No. Not right. This isn't right. If SS-level strange beings were so cheap, then why would the old goat spend hundreds of thousands to buy flesh C4? And they make orders worth thousands or even billions? Was it just because they are the Lord? Due to the close distance, the boss's words were still heard by the 4 strange beings. Seeing Su D's lost expression, the strange zombies became anxious. 200,000 a month. If they missed this, they might never find such a job again in their lifetime. Boss, if 200,000 is too much, then 190,000 is fine. Su D still didn't respond. 90. 80. 70. The strange zombies lowered their bottom line continuously. The remaining 3 strange beings were unwilling to fall behind, shouting one after another. Boss, I only need 150,000. Boss, I would be fine with 100,000. Once again, the boss was dumbfounded. A step back to gain ground. He really didn't expect it could be done like this. At this moment, Su D came back to his senses and waved his hand. The dungeon fell silent again. Still 200,000. Then he took out 4 contracts. Sign this contract, and you will be my people from now on. The strange zombies were the first to take action. They bit their fingers, and green blood gushed out. Then they left their handprint on the contract. In an instant, a prompt appeared in front of Su D. Notice, evil thoughts have been added. Territory level has been raised. As the evil thoughts joined, the territory information also changed. Territory, Flesh Mansion. Company, For Fire Military Industry. Main members, Su D, Boss, Empty Mirror. Employees, Evil Thoughts. Level, S-level. When clicking on employees, how? The evil thought information appeared. Name, Evil Thought. Strange race, Zombie. Strange level, SS level. Ability, Resurrection, Zombie Poison, Infection, Evolution. Loyalty level, 80%. Seeing the loyalty level, Su D was shocked. Damn. Holy cow. He didn't expect there to be a loyalty section. With this, he could freely recruit the strange beings without worrying about being backstabbed. If the loyalty level is high enough, they could be reused. If not enough loyalty, find a reason to get rid of them. Soon, 2 more strange beings signed the contract. Tip, Wagaga has joined. Tip, Fireball has joined. As these 2 joined, the territory level was raised to SS level. Su-D hurried to check the loyalty levels. 60%, 65%. Although not high, they were all on the acceptable line. Good, good. Spending money really has its benefits. The last strange being remained. It was the one that looked like it was about to die. It looked at the contract, then at the strange coin outside the cell. In the end, it gritted its teeth and signed the contract. Tip, Chloe has joined. Su-D? Not buddy, you really have 0 loyalty. After a moment of distraction, Su-D looked at the boss. Release them. The boss quickly ordered his men to release the restraints on the 4 strange beings. Evil thought, come here. Su-D called the zombie strange being aside. Boss, do you have any orders? What if someone wants to harm me? Kill it. Chapter 42, Punishment of Traitors, all strange beings shocked. What if one of them? While speaking, Su-D made eye contact with the other 3 SS-level strange beings. Evil thought showed no hesitation. Same deal. Okay, keep an eye on me. Su-D planned to take this opportunity to test Evil Thought. Come on, brothers, let's share the money. Evil Thought. Wagaga. Fireball. All received their corresponding rewards. When it came to Chloe, Su-D waved his hand. Take it yourself. Chloe slowly walked up to the pile of money, collecting the large sum. Thank you, boss. As it spoke, it bowed to Su-D. No need for that. Su-D smiled and reached out to pat Chloe. Chloe's body immediately dried up. In an instant, a blue flame flew out. An extremely terrifying strange aura instantly enveloped the entire dungeon. No one expected this change. Evil Thought pounced on the flame at the first moment. The boss shouted loudly. Su, run! That is... Boom! Moments later. The dungeon was in ruins. Su-D rushed in unscathed, shouting. Boss, are you okay? From the rubble, a group of black mist floated out, slowly forming a human shape. Su, you ran really fast? Su-D scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, boss, I'm just a small frame that can't take explosions. The boss could withstand the blast, but could this small frame withstand it? In fact, Su-D didn't know either, but he wouldn't try. Before the explosion, he used the mirror he always carried to open a doorway, escaping into the well. Su-D cleared away the debris. Fortunately, no one was killed in the explosion. This was all thanks to Evil Thought using its plump body to block most of the damage. When Su-D found it, Evil Thought was using its only remaining arm to stuff its insides back in. The recent explosion had blown a large hole in its stomach and blown off 3 of its arms. Hey, Evil Thought, how are you? Upon hearing this, Evil Thought turned its head to look. Seeing Su-D, it cried and crawled towards him. Wallet, I thought you were done for. Su-D? What the hell is a wallet? It turned out this little guy was completely motivated by money. However, Su-D didn't mind these things. Using money to maintain Evil Thought's loyalty is a profitable deal. Resilience is truly remarkable. One could see the Evil Thought picking up an arm and jamming it into the broken stump. The flesh and blood almost instantly fused together. Although it still hung limply, it was clearly recovering quickly. By the time it picked up the last arm, the first one that was reattached could already move. This kind of recovery stunned Su-D. Boss, can you recover this fast? The boss chuckled. Su, this level of attack can't possibly hurt me. That flame seemed dangerous, but in reality, it had little effect on creatures of the same level. For the strange beings of this world, the damage from mental attacks far exceeded that of seemingly deadly physical attacks. As the two conversed, Wagaga and Fireball dragged the unconscious crow out from deep within the dungeon. Boss, how do we handle this? Su-D took a glance. Put on handcuffs and shackles, and take him to the back mountain. You two can split his prize money. As soon as this was said, Wagaga and Fireball's loyalty increased by 10 points. 70%, 75%. But the Evil Thought became a bit dissatisfied upon hearing this. Loyalty dropped from 80% to 75%. From this change, Su-D guessed what it was thinking. It had contributed the most to this matter. Yet Crow's prize was given to the other 2 strange beings by Su-D. Feeling a bit displeased was normal. Evil Thought, come here. What is it, boss? Don't call me boss, call me big brother from now on. Su-D pointed at the boss beside him. The boss's name was just Boss, there couldn't be two bosses, right? He is the boss, got it? The evil thought's already small brain lagged for a moment. Okay, big brother. You did well this time, here's your reward. Su-D waved his hand. 1 million weird coins were placed right in front of the evil thought. Evil thought? Ugaga? Fireball? Boss? 1 million just like that? The boss was stunned. It prided itself on being good to its employees. But throwing out 1 million so casually, it just couldn't do that. The evil thought stared at the million with disbelief. Big brother, is this really for me? Since it was born, it had never seen so many weird coins. It's for you. Ugaga and Fireball stood by, filled with regret. Regret that they weren't the ones who just rushed out. Especially Fireball, it knew exactly what Crow had just tried to do. Crow was not the kind of skeleton creature he appeared to be. Instead, it was a very special grievance body attached to the skeleton. This secret was something it discovered by chance. In other words, this skeleton was just Crow's temporary body. As long as it wanted, it could replace its body at any time. Fireball estimated that Crow wanted to take advantage of the chaos caused by its explosion to snatch Su-D's body. Unfortunately, Crow had not counted on Su-D disappearing in place. Thinking of this, Fireball looked at Su-D. It considered whether or not to tell him about this. But it worried about the punishment that might follow. After all, it knew in advance that Crow had this ability and chose to keep it hidden. Forget it, forget it. Let's keep an eye on that guy first. When it tries to attack the boss, then we act. This way, it could earn rewards and perfectly avoid the problem. Big brother, could this be my head money? The evil thought was somewhat anxious. Worried that Su-D would turn around and kill it. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. As he spoke, Su-D reached out to collect the coins. I want it, I want it. The evil thought hurriedly stuffed the weird coins into its arms, putting them away. At this moment, the evil thought's loyalty reached 99%. Big brother, what do we do next? I want to personally execute the traitor. Su-D's eyes flashed coldly. He wanted all the strange beings to see what the end of a traitor really looks like. As soon as this was said, all the creatures were shocked. Execute the traitor personally? This was an SS-level strange being, even if sold, it could fetch a good price. The boss floated beside Su-D, whispering. Su, should we call those A-level strange beings? Call them over. Chapter 43, Not buddies, you guys are cheating. The dungeon has been upgraded to S-level. The dungeon has been upgraded to SS-level. Note, the dungeon has suffered a rebellion. An SS-level eerie employee attacks the Lord. A series of changes scared the new players in the instance. Not only the players, but even the viewers in the livestream were frightened. No one had seen this kind of situation before. In just a few minutes, the instance upgraded from A-level to SS-level. Immediately after, a rebellion broke out in the instance. A-level instances are quite common. Even if they fail and descend into reality, the harm it causes is not great. But an SS-level instance is different. Once an SS-level instance descends, it can easily destroy a city. This caused panic among the countries participating in the instance. In an instant, a large number of viewers rushed into the live stream, including the heads of various eerie instances. They all wanted to see what caused this change in the instance. What the hell, what is going on? What exactly is happening? How did the instance suddenly level up so much? Damn, this is exciting, the instance has rebelled. Could it be because this SS-level eerie joined the company, causing the instance to reach SS-level? It's over, it's all new players this time, how can we clear this SS-level instance? The Global Eerie Association urgently held an online meeting. During the meeting, everyone discussed what caused the instance to upgrade. After a series of discussions and analyses, the association reached a conclusion. It is highly likely that the joining of an SS-level eerie has caused the instance to upgrade from A-level to SS-level. In addition, there may be more than one SS-level eerie that joined this force. Otherwise, relying solely on one SS-level eerie could not elevate the instance to SS-level. It is very likely that another force has intentionally joined this organization and launched a rebellion. At this moment, inside the Flesh Tower, a prompt appeared in front of all the players. Due to the Lord not issuing tasks for a long time, the rights have been taken over by the horror game. Based on the status of the instance, the system has automatically issued a task. Next, 2 strings of scarlet text floated in front of all the players. Join the 4-fire military industry and resist the rebellion together. Join the rebellious forces and overthrow the Lord together. The horror game randomly issued a choice task. All players looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Originally scattered players gathered back in the hall. No wonder the Lord didn't issue tasks after entering the instance, it was because of this. The professor from Kimchi country, after seeing this prompt, without any hesitation, led his team to join the rebellious forces. The instance was originally A-level, and after the prompt to SS-level, a rebellion occurred. What does this mean? It means that the rebellion was raised by the SS-level eerie. What is it like when an SS-level eerie goes up against an A-level eerie? Absolute crushing. Even if the A-level eerie is the Lord with natural bonuses, it won't help. The professor from Kimchi country saw this point clearly. That's why he immediately decided to join the rebellious forces. Seeing that others were not taking action, the professor from Kimchi country stepped up. He shared his unique insights. After all, strength comes in numbers. The more teams that join the rebellion, the higher the chance of success. In less than a minute, 5 more teams joined the rebellious forces. 4 remaining teams were still hesitating. At this moment, the Dragon Country team. The captain was still hesitating whether to join the rebellious forces. Captain, what are you still hesitating about? Yeah, Captain, hurry up and make a choice. The captain, though new, was a criminal police captain in reality. This rebellion event, from start to finish, it revealed strange things. To become a lord in the eerie world is definitely not an easy task. How could it be so simple to be overthrown? Don't rush, let me think. As time passed. Finally, the other 2 teams, after careful consideration, also joined the rebellious forces. Seeing that the decision time was less than 5 minutes, the team members urged again. Captain, hurry up and choose. The viewers from Dragon Country watching the live stream became anxious. What the hell are you waiting for? Hurry up and choose. Hurry up and choose, the time is almost up. What are you still dawdling for? What is this captain doing? This kind of decision-making task, making the wrong choice might lead to a punishment phase. Once the time is exceeded, it will be directly determined as a task failure. In the live broadcast room, constantly, viewers from other countries mocked. What happened to the Dragon Nation team? Have they been scared silly? Our professors have given standard answers, can't they even use them? Haha, it seems the Dragon Nation's education on horror games is really average. Faced with the teammates' urging, the captain gritted his teeth and prepared to choose the rebel team. At this moment, the big door creaked open suddenly. More than a dozen figures rushed in from outside. The leader cried out loudly. Boss, what is the situation? When Kong Jing saw the scene in the hall, he was momentarily stunned. And the viewers in the live broadcast room gasped when they saw these dozen figures. There were a total of 11 people. Among them, 5 war robes. What the heck? What is going on? That's Lingshu Daozhang. Isn't that our Dragon Nation S-Class Aaron in the back? When Lingshu Daozhang saw the situation in the hall, he was also confused. Wasn't it said that a rebellion occurred within the instance? What was going on? The news of Su Di becoming the Strange Lord was extremely secretive, known only to a few. After the horror game selected the 4th Fire military industry as the instance, Lingshu Daozhang had been paying attention to this matter. He even prepared to have Kong Jing enter the instance to inform Su Di. After all, this news had been made known to other countries. But unexpectedly, a rebellion actually occurred inside the instance. So he summoned the nearest players to enter the Dark Hotel. 8 SS-level players, 2 S-level players. Among those 8 SS-level players, 3 were Lingshu's friends. The 3 happened to be in Beijing, and when Lingshu called them, they rushed over to help. Not only that, but the special operations team was constantly gathering high-level players from the Dragon Nation. Several more SS-level players were on their way. As for Kong Jing, he was called over by him to lead the way. Even though Kong Jing persuaded that Su Di could face such risks alone. If he couldn't handle it, the boss would escape back to reality to call for help. But now that Su Di was extremely important, even if there was no problem, he had to come in and check it out. Soon, someone uncovered part of the information. SS-level Lingshu Daozhang, S-level Wu Fei, and unranked Kong Jing. But the information about the others could not be found. To stay in a team of this level, they should at least be S-level. The audience from the other 8 selected countries was stunned. Cheating, cheating, this is cheating. What is Dragon Nation trying to do? Are they trying to go against the whole world? With so many high-level players, how can they play against the rebel forces? Report, I want to report, Dragon Nation is collectively using hacks. Damn, what means did they use to enter the instance? What means they used to enter the instance became the question in everyone's mind. Chapter 44, SS-level strangeness, unable to endure this beating? Upon reflection, the other countries felt panic. Sending players through unknown means to enter the instance, changing the task's progress. If it continues like this every time, the horror game will no longer be a disaster for Dragon Nation, but a benefit. Over time, strange instances may become a ranch for Dragon Nation. Fortunately, after merely inquiring about the situation, he allowed S-level Wu Fei to stay here to protect the 3 newcomers. The rest hurriedly left the building. One rookie in the team was exceptionally excited to see Wu Fei. "Idol, I watched you play Armor Warrior every day when I was young. Idol, when will I be able to handle S-level instances as easily as you? If it were you going up against Kunkin that time, there would have been no problem." At this moment, a shout rang out. "I know who he is now, he is an S-level high player from Dragon Nation." Hiss. An S-level high player from Dragon Nation. Could it be that Dragon Nation sent this team to assist these newcomers? Cheers erupted from the crowd. "I love Dragon Nation is always our good friend." The captain of the criminal police team saw that time was running out and informed Wu Fei of the mission. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei did not hide anything. "Come to quell the rebellion." With this answer, he hesitated not at all and directly chose to join the 4-fire army. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for another group of people to hear. Quelling the rebellion. The team from the Long Nation came to quell the rebellion? The kimchi professor's face turned very ugly. Though he was terrified inside, he spoke toughly. "It's just a team made up of S-level players, how could they compete with SS-level rebels?" As soon as he said this, it instantly gained the support of many viewers in the live broadcast room. "Right, it's just a team led by an SS-level player. Damn it, I hope the SS-level monster properly deals with this group of cheating players. Yeah, I hope that SS-level player dies directly in the dungeon." Wu Fei's gaze swept towards the kimchi professor, and his face darkened. But the next moment, he smiled and asked back. "Kimchi, how do you know that we don't have SS-level players?" As far as he knew, there were at least 3 SS-level players in the team. He, as an outer member of this special group, did not know the specifics. The criminal police captain was taken aback. From Wu Fei's performance, he guessed that there were at least 2 in the team. The kimchi professor's face twitched, but he still held his ground. "Even if there are 2, they cannot resist SS-level monsters." Wu Fei snorted coldly, and killing intent emerged. "Our great Huaxia is not something your small nations can compare to. Half of this team is SS-level." The whole place fell silent. The kimchi professor turned pale, nearly collapsing on the ground. He had considered this point, whether the Lord could have reinforcements. But in the end, he denied this idea. An A-level dungeon lord could at most call in S-level monsters. He never expected that the reinforcements would be players. And they were super players from the Long Nation. An 11-person team, half SS level. This combat power joining the battlefield would definitely turn the tide. In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments were also silent. 11 players, half SS level. What terrifying power had the Long Nation unleashed? The entire Kimchi Nation only had 1 SS level player. Strong as the lighthouse, remaining SS level players numbered only 8. The one-eyed old MO was taken away for slicing. But this time, the Long Nation dispatched 5. This was too terrifying. At this moment, the 7 other nations' new players showed fierce expressions as they looked at the Kimchi trio. Should have known. If only they had waited. If it weren't for this idiot misleading them, they wouldn't have made such a quick choice. Before they could act, a prompt appeared before the new players' eyes. The traitors have been suppressed. Player identity has been changed. Rebel prisoner. Rebel players? Is it too late to surrender now? Did not expect the Long Nation's high-level players to act so quickly. Just 2 minutes after they went out, the rebellion was resolved. The traitors have been suppressed. Player identity has been changed. Supporter guard. 3 new players from the Long Nation were also stunned. Immediately, a mission appeared before both sides. The prisoners needed to escape the control of the guards. The guards, on the other hand, had the completely opposite requirement. Mission requirement: guard all the rebel players well. As for how to deal with them, they needed to wait for the Lord to return. The Kimchi trio began to harbor thoughts of retreat. They quietly approached the stairs. The criminal police captain keenly sensed this. They want to run. Wu Fei was about to act when he saw many new players from other countries rush forward. Don't eat the sour radish. Damn thing, you tricked us into participating in the rebellion. Several players from the Long Nation turned their heads in tacit agreement and started chatting. The criminal police captain looked at Wu Fei and quietly asked, Mr. Wu, there are probably more than half of them dispatched this time. Wu Fei was equally shocked to learn that the rebellion had been suppressed. He did not expect that the team's actions were so swift. Before long, the kimchi trio was thrown in front of Wu Fei. Respected expert from the Long Nation, we were all misled by these three into joining the rebel team. Yes, can you speak a good word for us in front of the Lord? Wu Fei glanced at the beaten-up kimchi professor and couldn't help but laugh. Our Dragon Kingdom has always been friendly, and we will lend a helping hand to friends. When the captain returns, I will honestly inform you of how you were misled. He didn't say the last sentence out loud. Whether the Lord agrees or not is not my concern. Now, the rebellion has been quelled. We just need to wait for the team to return. In the live room, the comments became lively again. The players from the 7 nations, who thought there was no hope this time, heard this and commented one after another. As expected from high-level players of Dragon Kingdom, their broad-mindedness is truly impressive. Dragon Kingdom is really our good friend, I suggest all players learn from them. Dragon Kingdom is too strong, I never expected an SS-level anomaly to be so easily defeated by your high-level players. On the other side, Master Lingshu stared at the empty mirror. What did you just say? The empty mirror looked at the prompt and repeated it again. The rebellion has been suppressed. Really? Master Lingshu was stunned. Really? The empty mirror nodded and quietly complained. Master, I already told you that the boss could handle such problems. Why don't you believe me? See, we haven't even found anyone, and the matter is already over. To ease the awkwardness, Master Lingshu said. You little rascal, I told you to check the situation first. Now look at how things turned out. You made everyone run for nothing. What punishment do you think you deserve? Empty mirror? No. Master, do you want to be ridiculed? This operation left the others in the team dumbfounded. Forget it, take us to see that kid Su. The empty mirror shook his head helplessly. Then they entered the shop to inquire about Su Di's news. At this moment, Su Di was drawing targets on Kroll's skeleton frame. He wanted to test the power of his new weapon with this guy. By the way, he would let all employees know the consequences of betrayal. As for the commotion caused by it, he was completely unaware. Chapter 45, Blood and Flesh AWMSS-level target. In the back mountain. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Kroll's red forehead, hitting the ground. Damn it, I missed again. Su Di cursed under his breath. It seemed he needed to exercise some control, he couldn't even shoot straight. Evil thought, bring him back a little. Oh. Evil thought, using all 4 hands to hold Kroll, scampered back. Is this distance okay? Get closer. The boss sarcastically remarked from the side. Su, if you get any closer, it will be in your face. If you can't handle it, let me take over. Ever since Su Di took out his new weapon, the boss had been chattering non-stop. Forget it, you come here, boss. Su Di threw the bloody AWM at the boss. I'm telling you, boss, this gun is hard to control, aim well. The boss had never touched such a thing before and was thrilled. After taking the bloody AWM, he pretended to aim. Don't worry, Su, you can trust my shooting skills. Hearing the boss say this, Su Di had a faint sense of foreboding. Bang! A gunshot sounded, followed by a scream. What the hell, did I hit something? Su Di focused his eyes and was stunned. He saw Evil Thought with 2 hands holding Kroll, 1 hand picking up a severed arm from the ground. Clearly, that scream had come from Evil Thought. No way, dude. What are you looking at? Sensing Su Di's gaze, the boss replied weakly. Su, it was an accident, this gun is sure to hit. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time, there was no scream. But when Su Di looked up to see the situation, he was shocked. At that moment, Evil Thought had lost its head, and the headless body swayed a few times before falling down. What the hell? Su Di jumped up and ran to Evil Thought. Damn it, 2 shots hit. But they all hit our own people. How did you come here? Su Di's stomach churned constantly. The scene of the Evil Thought's little head being reborn was truly disgusting. Ugh. He couldn't hold it in and vomited. The Evil Thought immediately wanted to step forward to care for the boss. But Su Di waved his hand to stop him, saying, it's okay. Looking at Su Di, who was vomiting endlessly in the distance, the Evil Thought felt a bit confused. Boss, what happened to the boss? The boss didn't answer but instead asked, Evil Thought, are you okay? The Evil Thought shivered unexpectedly. Recalling the earlier scene, he still felt a bit scared. If it hadn't quickly spread its consciousness to its body, that last shot would have seriously injured it. It didn't know where this strange weapon came from. It could inflict harm on both the body and the soul. I'm fine. That's good. Damn, this guy ran away. The evil thought exclaimed. What? The boss was taken aback and quickly checked. Krona's skeleton had no breath left. Hearing this, Sudi forced down his nausea and walked over. Su, this guy really ran away. How did he escape? Looking at the skeleton that no longer had any strange aura, Sudi was a bit puzzled. Did this guy abandon its skeleton and turn into a ghost? But this kind of thing is not the same race in the strange world. The boss saw Sudi's confusion and explained, Su, Krona's main body should be a spirit-type anomaly, this skeletal form is just its host. The evil thought stood by like a child who had made a mistake. Boss, I felt it wanted to leave its body before. But I was watching it, and it didn't have a chance. Just now, I dispersed my consciousness to avoid your shot. That's how it found the opportunity and escaped in the chaos. Sudi felt a bit of a headache. A parasitic spirit-type anomaly is indeed a hassle. An SS-level anomaly, once it escapes, it won't be easy to catch. Although it said that they aren't afraid of SS-level anomalies, what if this guy comes back to annoy him? He wouldn't be able to see it if it inhabited other anomalies. Su, don't worry. This kind of spirit-type anomaly, once it leaves its host, will be seriously weakened and won't recover in a short time. Hearing the boss say this, Sudi nodded and looked at the evil thought. By the way, it wasn't me who blew your head off, it was the boss. Also, boss, let's not mess around with guns anymore. Even if we don't hit our own people, hitting plants and flowers isn't good either. Boss. Evil thought. This statement left both anomalies speechless. However, the boss also felt embarrassed to keep holding on to this bloody AWM. In the end, he reluctantly returned it to Sudi. Who are you? A loud roar echoed. Not far away, a fight broke out. But before Sudi and the others could regroup, Yugaga, Fireball, and a bunch of A-level anomalies were knocked away. This scene made Sudi's eyes widen. What the hell kind of monster is this? The boss looked at the figures and felt a deep sense of pressure. Anyone they pulled out would be stronger or equally strong as them. Thinking of this, the boss wrapped Sudi and wanted to flee. Boss, hurry, I'll hold them off. But what Sudi said next stunned both anomalies. No need, are they our people? Our people? Are you telling me those terrifying guys are our people? Sudi didn't have time to explain and hurried toward those figures. Senior Lingshu, these are our own anomalies. The Taoist Lingshu, who was about to make a move, quickly waved his hand. The few SS-level players accompanying him immediately stopped their actions. The originally tense atmosphere became awkward in an instant. Both sides looked at each other in disbelief. So many powerful anomalies are on Sudi's side? These terrifying humans are the boss's friends? Boss, you're okay? Kongjing mysteriously appeared from somewhere. What could possibly happen to me? Wasn't there supposed to be a rebellion? That was taken care of before, but now that guy has run away. It wouldn't be this, would it? One of the Taoists standing beside Lingshu shook the bag filled with talismans in his hand. Wow, it's really true. After some explanations, everyone understood the whole story. It turned out that this guy, Klo, had desperately wanted to find a body after escaping in the chaos. By chance, he ran into Daozhan Lingshu and his group, only to be captured instead. Kongjing looked at the blood and flesh AWM in Sudi's hands and couldn't help but say. Boss, it's still you. Using an SS-level weirdness as a target, I think only you could come up with that. Chapter 46, The Weapon to Cut Weirdness, Blood and Flesh Barrett. Boss, since everything is fine here, we should head back. Kongjing had been looking for strange items. Just when he had some clues, he was pulled over by his master uncle to lead the way. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, the problem was already solved. Sudi waved his hand in response. Since we're already here, why rush to leave? The boss also agreed from the side. Yes, Daozhan Lingshu, you guys came from so far away, let us show our hospitality. This statement left the other companions stunned. Show our hospitality? Is this something a weirdness would say? These people had no idea of Sudi's true identity. They didn't know he was now the lord of the four-fire military industry. They also didn't realize how Sudi had gained a following of powerful weirdness. Perhaps they could take this opportunity to learn more. The boss had the same thought. Among these people, it only recognized Daozhan Lingshu and Kongjing. The rest were all strangers. If all of them had come to help Sudi, then it needed to reassess Sudi's position in another world. At the same time, this also indirectly proved That what Dao Zhanglingshu had said before was not false. Earlier, during discussions about collaborating on the trial center, Dao Zhanglingshu had mentioned that both sides could establish deeper cooperation. This included the establishment of a permanent passage. If there were problems at the hotel in the future, they could assist. At that time, the boss didn't take it seriously. It didn't believe there was any force in the human world that could contend with the weirdness world. But when this group of people appeared, it changed its mind. 8 SS-level players and 1 S-level peak. Even among SSS-level powers, they were not to be underestimated. Seeing this, Dao Zhanglingshu smiled and said, "Then we will intrude on your hospitality." Not at all. Taking this opportunity, Su Di showed everyone his inventory. Long guns and short cannons, a variety of weapons were all available. However, these weapons were not normal weapons. The displayed weapons were all made of flesh, and so were the ammunition. Wow, boss, how come so many new models have come out? Isn't that obvious? What do we do? The other companions now roughly guessed what was going on. Dao Zhanglingshu simply revealed Su Di's true identity to everyone. The boss of the For-Fire military industry, who had just been promoted to the SS-level dungeon's weirdness lord. Everyone was stunned for a long time, unable to recover. When they came here to assist, they thought that player had received a hidden task. Never did they expect they came to support Su Di. Seizing this opportunity, Su Di began introducing these firearms to everyone. A burly Taoist picked up the blood and flesh barret with curiosity. That skilled action of pulling the bolt and adjusting the scope left Su Di in awe. "Taoist, do you know how to use this weapon?" The Taoist looked at Su Di with a cheerful expression. "Mr. Su, you may not know. Before I entered the Tao, I was the captain of a special operations team." Su Di's eyes widened. What the heck? Captain of a special operations team. No wonder he looks so intimidating with those muscles. These firearms should be no problem for him. Su Di took the initiative to explain. "Taoist, this weapon has an effective range of 2,500 meters and great power. Within this distance, it can severely injure SS-level weirdness and may even injure SSS-level weirdness. Of course, if you hit the head at this distance, it should be done for. So this weapon is specially suitable for beheading." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place went silent. Severely injuring SS-level weirdness and injuring SS-level weirdness, this power was indeed terrifying. Can this gun really do it? The Taoist stared at the blood and flesh barret in his hand. Is its power really that great? If the Taoist doesn't believe it, I can find a target for you. As his gaze shifted, a sense of discomfort gripped the peculiar beings. Even knowing the target was Crow, they didn't want to become the living target. The evil thought instinctively shrank back. It had experienced the power of the blood and flesh AWM firsthand. This blood and flesh barret looked even more terrifying, and it didn't want to try it out. Evil thought, why are you hiding? Su Di waved his hand at the evil thought. You, come out. The evil thought pointed at its head, which was about to return to its original size, and muttered softly. Boss, can you aim better? My head was blown off by the boss before, it took a long time to recover. Just go and set up the target. Yes, boss. Hearing this, the evil thought immediately approached Su Di. Setting up the target was such an easy task. It was more than willing to do it. Su Di tossed the target containing Crow to the evil thought and turned to the Taoist. Taoist, is 200 meters okay? The Taoist laughed heartily. Don't mention 200 meters, even 800 meters would be no problem. In the end, Su Di settled on 500 meters. This distance should pose no major issue for the Taoist, who was a former special soldier. Soon, the evil thought set up the target 500 meters away. The muscular Taoist held his breath, focusing intently, aiming at the target. Bang! A muffled sound erupted. The boss standing next to Su Di was startled. At the moment the bullet left the chamber, it felt a deep sense of pressure. This pressure it had seen before with the blood and flesh C4. It even felt that this gun posed a far greater threat to the individual creatures than the blood and flesh C4. Before long, the evil thought returned, joyfully carrying the shattered target. Boss, I hit it. Boss, I hit it. A gaping hole continuously spewed forth strange energy. And Crow, sealed inside the target, was becoming weaker and weaker. Clearly, this gun had dealt severe damage to it. Hiss. Upon witnessing this scene, both humans and peculiar creatures drew a sharp breath. This horrifying power. If not for the seal mitigating some of Crow's damage, this shot would have surely taken its life. Su Di took the target and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Then, he led the applause. Taoist, great shooting skills. To hit the target from such a distance with a single shot is impressive. It seems that the chief instructor of this trial center is none other than you. The trial center needed someone skilled in firearms knowledge. Such talent was easy to find, but finding someone who could reach SS level was not. In the future, the trial center would not only train players but also the peculiar beings who purchased weapons. Peculiar beings, unlike humans, are unpredictable. Moreover, these guys in the peculiar world had never touched firearms. Their knowledge in this area was practically zero. Gaining a foothold would require some patience. Small clients could be solved easily, just send the peculiar beings to oversee them. If it were big clients, ordinary people would likely get crushed. With the Taoist as the chief instructor, he could handle some of the big clients. If the peculiar beings were unreasonable, he could also show some strength. This would not only help boost weapon sales but also promote the trial center's development. Chapter 47, the initial foundation officially formed. Following this topic, Su Di expressed his plans. The trial center needed to be established faster. As for the corresponding building-related peculiar items, one part would be searched for domestically, and the other part would be tasked to the boss to look for. If suitable peculiar items were not found within 2 days, then he would give up on using peculiar items. Instead, he would take out the design blueprints and directly have the little yaksha start working. With 500 little yaksha working together, it would take at most 3 days to complete. Once the trial center was finished, the preparation for an even more important matter would need to begin. The opening ceremony of the Sihua military factory. Su Di had already calculated this in his mind. Using the boss's connections, invitations would be sent out to various forces. Moreover, during this time, the Blood and Flesh C4 was selling like hotcakes. With this boost, many factions would surely show their faces. Arriving for the appointment. At that time, the name of the 4-fire military industry can be spread far and wide. There is another reason for doing this. The operational difficulty of other weapons is far greater than that of Flesh C4. If no one teaches, these strange beings probably wouldn't even know how to activate the safety. Take Su Di as an example. Over the years, he has encountered a lot of weapons. His firearm skills aren't the best, but few can surpass him in the strange world. Using the Flesh AWM, he can still make mistakes at a distance of 200 meters. Moreover, what about those strange beings who have never encountered weapons? Having a gun but not hitting a target. What difference does it make to have a weapon or not? If this question spreads out, it will certainly affect the sales of weapons in the future. Taking advantage of the opening ceremony to smoothly launch the trial center can perfectly solve this problem. There is no problem with the firearms, and even less with their power. The prerequisite is that you must know how to use them. This plan left the people present in a state of shock. If things develop according to Su Di's plan, 4-fire military industry will become a terrifying existence in the strange world. Of course, this is just the general direction, the specific details need to be discussed among you. Saying this, Su Di smiled. Master Lingshu, boss, you talk. I apologize, everyone, I need to return to the territory to handle some matters, or I will face penalties from the horror game. Upon hearing this, everyone said, Mr. Su, hurry back to the hotel. Damn, boss, even the Lord can be punished? Little Su, the players are all in the building, be careful to hide your identity. Horror game. Multiple prompts popped up, asking Su Di to return to the hotel to deal with the players involved in the rebellion. However, he chose to ignore them all. Until a punishment prompt appeared, he had no choice but to return to the Flesh building. Inside the Flesh building, the players involved in the rebellion huddled trembling in the corner. They wanted to rely on Wu Fei to say a few good words in front of the strange lord. When the lord appeared, they realized they were wrong. And they were terribly wrong. The figure wearing a blood-red mask and an eerie robe looked like a demon. Behind them followed 3 SS-level strange beings and more than 10 S-level strange beings. What's most outrageous is, a large group of fierce-looking small night demons followed behind. Even Wu Fei felt a chill all over upon seeing this scene. He could barely handle 1 S-level strange being. But suddenly over 10 S-level strange beings and 3 SS-level strange beings came in at once. He could only protect 3 newcomers and hide on the other side. Fortunately, the empty mirror stepped forward and pointed. Boss, this is here to help us. That group over there are the traitors. The figure wearing the blood-red mask simply nodded without saying a word. That cold gaze seemed to announce the fate of the traitors. Understood, boss, I will take care of it. The empty mirror understood and commanded the group of small night demons. Bound all the players involved in the rebellion. At this moment, the live stream was completely blown up. Oh my god, How did that Dragon Kingdom player become the henchman of the strange lord? Mamma mia, that figure is truly terrifying. It's over, this is completely finished, we shouldn't have trusted those Dragon Kingdom players. The Dragon Kingdom players have all vanished, they couldn't have died in there, could they? Inside the office. The empty mirror handed a form to Sudi. Boss, everything is arranged. He had just arranged rooms for all the strange beings. Good. Sudi took off his mask and stretched. Thinking about what to do next. Now. For fire military industry. Has over 100 strange beings under its command? 3 SS-level strange beings and 12 S-level strange beings. Among the S-level, apart from 2 rebellious ones being confiscated, there are a few who were scared and unwilling to join the company. These 15 will be the initial backbone of the company's security department. Evil Thought as the captain. Ugaga and Fireball as the vice-captains. Each leading a team of 4 strange beings. The highest loyalty is with Evil Thought. Next is Fireball. Ugaga. On the contrary, these team members' loyalty hovers around the passing line. Sudi knew the reason why. These are the strange things, yet I haven't received my first month's salary. Once the salary is paid, loyalty will naturally increase. As for the remaining 80 or so, they are little night demons. The strength of these little night demons varies. There are both A-level and D-level ones. The only common point is that they are smart and obedient. Loyalty, none are below 80%. These little night demons are carefully selected employees. With a bit of training, they can start working. Boss, what should we do next? Kongjing voiced his doubts. Let's set some company rules. Also, go check if there are any workplace elites among those traitors. Let them come up with a few plans. The original plan was to find professionals from outside. Train the Bazaar group under me. But the arrival of Ling Xiu and his group disrupted this plan. Prior exploration rights have certain limits. Suddenly, more than 10 players came in. The dungeon cooldown will definitely be very long. Wasting so much time isn't worth it. It's better to utilize those prisoners in the hotel lobby. Let them compete with each other, they will surely come up with the best proposal. Coincidentally, it serves as a punishment for them. Wow, boss, you really are a genius. I will go now. Kongjing waved his hand and rushed out of the office. Sudi gently rubbed his forehead. He calculated all the recent events carefully. Ever since being chosen by the Bazaar dungeon, life has undergone tremendous changes. In the past, he only needed to think about whom to deliver goods to. Now, having come to this bizarre world, he needs to start developing step by step all over again. Everything needs to restart from scratch. If everything went according to the plan, that would be good. But if he encounters resistance, how will he solve it? As Sudi was in distress, a pair of cool, soft little hands caressed his cheek. What are you worrying about? Sudi grabbed the little hand and hugged Lin Shi tightly. I am thinking about what to do next. How can we develop faster? Blood and Flesh Mansion. Kongjing returned to the hall. Go release them. The little night demon guarding the rebellious players immediately answered. Yes, second boss. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room erupted in uproar. What? What did that bizarre name say about Dragon Country's player? Second boss, what did Dragon Country's players do? Thank you to the Dragon Country player for saving us. Could it be that the punishment will be lifted? Not only the audience was shocked, even the bound new players were taken aback. They had thought Kongjing was just a small follower. Now it seems that this is completely not the case. Kongjing is not just a small follower, he might really have actual power. After the little night demons released everyone, Kongjing spoke again. Everyone, how do you feel? The free players did not know how to respond at this moment. Instead, it was the professor from Kinchi country, who had been beaten up before, who stood up with an arrogant attitude. Since you are related to this lord, why didn't you help us before? Making us live in fear here for several hours? Is this how Dragon Country players treat their guests? Players from other countries all stepped back in fear. In the live broadcast room, the audience was dumbfounded, all cursing. What is this idiot doing? Does he want to get us killed? I can't believe it, does he not understand the situation? Has this Western idiot gone dumb? What on earth does this Western idiot want? In the live broadcast room, the audience from the rebellious players' country wailed. They wished they could rush into the live room and tear this old Western idiot apart right now. These words left Kongjing stunned. In this land, not to mention the bazaar, even the boss wouldn't talk to him like this. Did this Western idiot's brain get kicked by a donkey? He froze for a moment before asking back. Are you talking to me? Yes, I advise you to hurry up. Just like last time, it was another round of beatings. This time, even the two from the pickle country joined in. Because they also felt that the professor's actions were too foolish. These two understood that to survive and leave the instance, they needed the Dragon Kingdom players in front of them. As for the behavior of these players, Kongjing did not stop them. Once Lao Bai and the others were almost finished being dealt with, he slowly opened his mouth to announce the punishment for everyone. Within half an hour, each group was to come up with a proposal for company development, including personnel, structure, and so on. These proposals he would later present to the boss. If a proposal was chosen, that group would not only be exempt from punishment but also receive corresponding rewards. Upon hearing this, the players first expressed their gratitude to Kongjing, then quickly got to work. What does exemption from punishment mean? It means they would no longer have to worry about their lives. They might even have the chance to enter the company like Kongjing. Hello, may I ask what type of company you want to set up? A player dressed as a professional woman raised her hand to ask. The current projects the company wants to open include arms and arm training. This statement left the players stunned. Arms? Arm training? Could it be that the bizarre world is now keeping up with the times? No way, are they actually going to sell arms? No wonder it's called For Fire Military Industry, turns out it's really about selling arms. I can't be dreaming, can I? Does the bizarre world really have military factories now? When it comes to arms dealers, it makes one think of Su Di. In the human world, he is also an arms dealer and has used some bizarre weapons in the bizarre instances. Could Su Di be connected to this soon-to-be-established arms company? The strange officials from various countries squatting in the live broadcast room faintly felt that things weren't so simple. Arms company? The weapons that Su Di used before? Could they come from this bizarre instance? Ever since the high-level players from the Dragon Kingdom arrived in the instance, it has been revealing strange signs. When the Lord was in danger, these players chose to rush to help in no time. There must be some kind of deal between the Dragon Kingdom and the instance Lord. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to mobilize 8 SS-level players. Even though there are many players in the Dragon Kingdom, losing such a large number of SS-level players would still be a great loss. Unless there is enormous profit that exceeds the 8 SS-level players worth to drive it. Countries began to act, starting to investigate the secrets within. Through recent instance recordings, various countries discovered the Bazaar can communicate and is not unreachable. Providing them with what they need can also lead to cooperative relationships. Soon, they also began to take action. In the office, Lin Shi was massaging Su Di's head, comforting him. Your development speed has surpassed 99% of the Bazaar, there's no need to rush so much. Su Di closed his eyes and softly asked. Shi, where are you from? Are you from some major force? Lin Shi had previously mentioned that there are cities in the Bazaar world. But the instances he had seen and come into contact with were always wilderness, with no idea where they were, and he had never encountered a Bazaar city. Could it be that no players have reached this level yet, so the corresponding instances are not opened? Upon hearing this question, Lin Shi's hands trembled. She seemed a bit fearful of this question. Su Di noticed this and gently patted her little hand. If you don't want to say it, then don't. He vaguely guessed something, perhaps Lin Shi had fled from a Bazaar city to here. Lin Shi stopped her movements, sitting in Su Di's arms. After a long silence, she looked up at him. Do you really want to know? Su Di nodded, then smiled and shook his head. No need to force it. Once our business develops, entering the city is just a matter of time. No matter how strong the forces in the city are, could they be stronger than the weapons in his hands? As the saying goes, no matter how strong they are, let them be, a gentle breeze touches the mountainside. As long as you hold the truth in your hands, everything will be fine. Lin Shi stood up, looking seriously at Su Di. Su Di, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid it would bring you danger. Hearing this, Su Di quickly sat up straight. Lin Shi organized his words. He told Su Di all of his experiences. At that moment, Kongjing entered the office, holding several plans, knocking on the door. Boss, there are indeed some talents among those players. These plans are what I have selected. Look. But upon seeing the expressions of Su Di and Lin Shi, he forcefully swallowed the words he wanted to say. Sister-in-law, am I coming at the wrong time? One person and one ghost continued to look at him without speaking. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Kongjing's brain began to spin rapidly. Boss, I'll go discuss it with the owner first. Choose a plan to come out? Then he left the room as if fleeing. Chapter 49, Massive Funds, Quick Injection. Inside the office, After clearing his thoughts, Su-di smiled and embraced Lin Shi. Isn't it just the runaway lady of the strange city? Aren't there just a few enemies from a couple of cities? With me here, what are you afraid of? The awkward atmosphere was dissipated by these words. Lin Shi broke free, holding his waist. Can you do it? Aren't there just a few cities? The strongest one, with SSS peak weirdness everywhere, and nightmare level weirdness can only be dormant in certain shops. If we get discovered, we won't even have the chance to be doomed lovers. Their family once controlled a city. Imagine how terrifying the force that destroyed their family truly is. In the end, he sealed his real name and hid a memory. Only then did he escape through the teleportation array to this remote place. Su-di pulled Lin Shi back into his arms. Do you know who I am? This question left Lin Shi stunned, and he foolishly responded. Who are you? Aren't you just the big bad guy who occupies my body? Just as Su-di wanted to show off, he suddenly paused. The latter part of the sentence caught him off guard. This made him forget all the show-off lines in his mind. You didn't refuse. But I didn't agree either. Su-di lifted Lin Shi and placed her on the table. Okay. Time to be dealt with. Let me tell you. Now in front of you is the former underground arms ruler of the world. A super businessman who once occupied 70% of the black market. Regarded as the arms fanatic who could stir the world at the end of the 21st century. Lin Shi had just been obediently taken care of. At this moment, he had no strength to refute, but still stubbornly said. Aren't you just a wanted criminal? Besides, what's so great about being a wanted person in the human world? Although he said this, Lin Shi still admired him deep down. Even though he might be wanted by the whole world in the human world. If he didn't have some real skills, he really couldn't do it. Oh? Seeing Su-di's hands starting to wander again, Lin Shi quickly pleaded for mercy. I was wrong, I made a mistake. One person and one ghost returned to the initial topic after the lingering echoes faded. Su-di, being with me might really be a dead end. Su-di laughed heartily. Do you think I'm not on a dead-end road in the human world? Before the scary games came, do you know how much my bounty was? Wasn't it just $3 billion? How do you know? Su-di was somewhat surprised. He had intended to show off, but didn't expect Lin Shi to already know. Lin Shi smiled and pinched Su-di's face, proudly saying. Humph, do you think I only eat snacks and watch cartoons? In the human world, I keep learning culture and knowledge. By the way, I checked what kind of person you are. At this point, Lin Shi's ragged red robe started to change colors rapidly. His white morning clothes form appeared in front of Su-di. In this state, Lin Shi was much more powerful. He lifted Su-di's chin with the morning stick, asking coldly. But your world seems not so friendly to you. Including your evaluation, most of it is not good. Many people call you the world's Terminator, and there are quite a few people from the Dragon Kingdom. As long as you hold the truth in your hands, everything will be fine. Lin Shi stood up, looking seriously at Su-di. Su-di, I didn't tell you before because I was afraid it would bring you danger. Hearing this, Su-di quickly sat up straight. Lin Shi organized his words. He told Su-di all of his experiences. At that moment, Kong Jing entered the office, holding several plans, knocking on the door. Boss, there are indeed some talents among those players. These plans are what I have selected. Look. But upon seeing the expressions of Su-di and Lin Shi, he forcefully swallowed the words he wanted to say. Sister-in-law, am I coming at the wrong time? One person and one ghost continued to look at him without speaking. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Kong Jing's brain began to spin rapidly. Boss, I'll go discuss it with the owner first. Choose a plan to come out? Then he left the room as if fleeing. Chapter 49, Massive Funds, Quick Injection. Inside the office. After clearing his thoughts, Su-di smiled and embraced Lin Shi. Isn't it just the runaway lady of the strange city? Aren't there just a few enemies from a couple of cities? With me here, what are you afraid of? The awkward atmosphere was dissipated by these words. Lin Shi broke free, holding his waist. Can you do it? Aren't there just a few cities? The strongest one, with SSS peak weirdness everywhere, and nightmare level weirdness can only be dormant in certain shops. If we get discovered, we won't even have the chance to be doomed lovers. Their family once controlled a city. Imagine how terrifying the force that destroyed their family truly is. In the end, he sealed his real name and hid a memory. Only then did he escape through the teleportation array to this remote place. Su-di pulled Lin Shi back into his arms. Do you know who I am? This question left Lin Shi stunned, and he foolishly responded. Who are you? Aren't you just the big bad guy who occupies my body? Just as Su Di wanted to show off, he suddenly paused. The latter part of the sentence caught him off guard. This made him forget all the show-off lines in his mind. You didn't refuse. But I didn't agree either. Su Di lifted Lin Shi and placed her on the table. Okay. Time to be dealt with. Let me tell you. Now in front of you is the former underground arms ruler of the world. A super businessman who once occupied 70% of the black market. Regarded as the arms fanatic who could stir the world at the end of the 21st century. Lin Shi had just been obediently taken care of. At this moment, he had no strength to refute, but still stubbornly said, "Aren't you just a wanted criminal? Besides, what's so great about being a wanted person in the human world?" Although he said this, Lin Shi still admired him deep down. Even though he might be wanted by the whole world in the human world. If he didn't have some real skills, he really couldn't do it. Oh. Seeing Su Di's hands starting to wander again, Lin Shi quickly pleaded for mercy. I was wrong, I made a mistake. One person and one ghost returned to the initial topic after the lingering echoes faded. Su Di, being with me might really be a dead end. Su Di laughed heartily. Do you think I'm not on a dead-end road in the human world? Before the scary games came, do you know how much my bounty was? Wasn't it just $3 billion? How do you know? Su Di was somewhat surprised. He had intended to show off, but didn't expect Lin Shi to already know. Lin Shi smiled and pinched Su Di's face, proudly saying, "Humph, do you think I only eat snacks and watch cartoons? In the human world, I keep learning culture and knowledge. By the way, I checked what kind of person you are." At this point, Lin Shi's ragged red robe started to change colors rapidly. His white morning clothes form appeared in front of Su Di. In this state, Lin Shi was much more powerful. He lifted Su Di's chin with the morning stick, asking coldly, "But your world seems not so friendly to you. Including your evaluation, most of it is not good. Many people call you the world's Terminator, and there are quite a few people from the Dragon Kingdom." Facing Lin Shi in this state, Su Di felt immense pressure. When did this dead girl level up? Last time she was SS level, but now she has reached SSS level. It's simple, I have posed a threat to the whole world. That wasn't my intention, but I did sell some weapons to dangerous people. The main issue is that my competitors happen to control the mainstream media. So it's normal for my image to be poor. As for the world ender, that's a bit of a misunderstanding. If Dragon Kingdom fails and a nightmare level instance appears, then I will take the little devils down with me. But, I have a lot of stock on hand. I estimate it can reboot my original world. But the instance hasn't appeared, and I haven't ended the world, how can they unfairly label me? Lin Shi fell silent. Lin Shi's expression changed. Finally, it spoke. You are not a good person, and you are a madman. Because of failure, to restart the whole world. Isn't a human like this a madman? So what if one day I get caught again? Is there such a good opportunity at my door? Su Di's eyes lit up. Then follow the clues back and kill my way back. Lin Shi sealed her real name and hid part of her memory. This caused her to forget the way she came, with only vague memory fragments known to be very far away. Putting aside the control of the strange city, that family treasury was worth the trip. Only the direct bloodline of the family can unlock the seal. Unfortunately, Lin Shi is the only heir. Before Lin Shi returns, that family treasury will be safe. Thinking of this, Su Di almost drooled. Lin Shi guessed Su Di's thoughts. Su Di, are you eyeing my family treasury? What do you mean by eyeing your family treasury? Silly girl, we are bound by a contract now, we are family, so what's yours is mine. Besides, who knows when we can return to the city? Let's just focus on the business at hand. Lin Shi hugged Su Di, no longer overthinking. All right. I still have some money here, do you want to use it? Originally, this money was her lifeline while hiding in the dark hotel. Since she has Su Di, she no longer needs to hide in the hotel. This money on her is no longer of much use. It is better to use it to support Su Di in discovering the arms company. Su Di did not hold back. Previously, his money was all spent unlocking weapons and upgrading the arsenal. He has very little money left now, which has led to the company having no cash flow. How much is left? Not much, just 13 billion. Su Di? A little less? You said a little less? Not much. Just 13 billion left. Is this really the young lady from the strange world? She can bring out so much money even while fleeing? He has worked so hard for so many days, earned just a few billion. She casually mentions, it's over 10 billion. Is it enough? If not, I have some strange items that should be able to exchange for some cash. Thoughtful. Really too thoughtful. Su-D reflected in his heart. If only there was such a girl in the human world. He would not have to wander around the world selling arms. To end up with all kinds of bad names. That's enough. This money is sufficient. With the injection of over 10 billion in funds, it can completely maintain the normal operation of the company. As for the boss's subsequent capital injection, he can use it without worry to upgrade the arsenal. Thinking about this, Su-D tightly hugged Lin-Shi. I reward you. Baby. In these 2 days, the foundation of the for-fire military industry has taken shape. Various rules and regulations have been implemented in an orderly manner. I have to say, low-level strange beings like Little Phonic are really useful in this strange world. Under the careful education of many players, the Little Phonic quickly familiarized themselves with the work they needed to do. This is thanks to the empty mirror. I have to say that the empty mirror is really suitable for being a manager. He didn't treat those new players like people. Step by step, operating. Squeeze out every bit of value from all players. Let players compete against each other, and the best can receive rewards. And this reward is amnesty. To offset the rebellion, thus eliminating the identity of the prisoners. As for the groups not accepted, they will face great misfortune. They will suffer beatings from a group of little night demons. It really hurts, but it doesn't affect the work. After a series of operations, the potential of the prisoner players was successfully stimulated by 200%. Later, when the topic of employee training was raised by Kongjing, all prisoner teams scrambled to provide their proposals, fearing this might be the last chance. When another team received amnesty, Kongjing threw out the last opportunity. And all teams could participate. Each team was responsible for training a group of little night demons. If the little night demons trained by the prisoner team reach the target, they will receive amnesty. Other teams reaching the target will receive rewards. On this premise, an additional condition was added. He told all prisoner players that if each group could meet the expected target, in the end, the most outstanding group would be selected for a special reward. When these players learned what the special reward was, they became frantically excited. Even the teams that had already received amnesty put forth 100% effort. In teaching the little night demons, they wished to activate the Sand Soldier mode. To transmit everything in their minds to the little night demons. Because this reward could damage grade A anomalies, the Flesh Glock. Damn, the Flesh Glock, it can't be like those weapons from Fire Brother, right? Why didn't they choose me for this dungeon? I feel that if I went in, I could definitely get it. Oh my god, a Flesh Glock that can damage grade A anomalies. In the live stream, the audience engaged in heated discussions. In the office, Su-D looked at one report after another, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. He didn't expect Kongjing's progress to be so fast. In less than 2 days, all over 100 little night demons had been trained, and they all met the standards to work. Kongjing confidently patted his chest. Of course. Boss, don't you want to see who I am? Dealing with those little Karami is just a piece of cake. Saying this, Kongjing looked at Su-D. Which team do you think the reward should go to? Su-D rolled his eyes. Of course, it should go to our team. What? You still plan to give it to others? Upon hearing this, Kongjing began to mumble. Boss, won't this result in punishment from the horror game? It must be known. When players follow the rules to complete tasks, Su-D, as the bizarre overlord, must also abide by the rules. Su-D didn't care at all. Moreover, he hadn't broken any rules. He just felt that the little night demons trained by Dragon Country's team were more handy to use. I am the Lord, I make the calls. As he spoke, Su-D took out a Flesh Glock loaded with 3,000 rounds. All right then. Kongjing took the Desert Eagle but continued to look at Su-D eagerly. Why are you looking at me? Su-D was puzzled by Kongjing's behavior. Kongjing, looking shy, spoke in a high-pitched voice. Boss, they all have rewards now, why don't you give me a reward? What reward? If you want a gun, just say it. If you do this again, I'll beat you up. Su-D disdainfully tossed a Flesh Desert Eagle, along with several magazines. Kongjing happily caught the pistol and swaggered out of the room. Very good. This Desert Eagle looks much more powerful than the Glock. At this moment, only half an hour remains until the dungeon ends. All players gathered in the hall, each with heavy dark circles under their eyes. To train the little night demons well, these people worked through the night. They hadn't slept for nearly 30 hours. Both mentally and physically, they were reaching their limits. On one hand, it was for that unimaginably great reward. On one hand, there was fear of something going wrong at this critical moment, leading to being trapped in the instance. Ding dong! The sound of the elevator arriving immediately drew the attention of all players. When Kong Jing appeared with his weapon, all players held their breath. They were all waiting to see who would receive the weapon in Kong Jing's hand. However, after looking at them, Kong Jing calmly declared that they had all received tea. Then, he smiled and waved to the newcomer players from Dragon Country. Come, take your rewards. This time, the audience from other countries in the livestream couldn't hold back. They shouted about the unfairness and complained about the dark side. But the other players in the hall, though unhappy, did not dare to show it. After all, they were not the big fool from Kimchi. They would not do anything that could get them killed. Meanwhile, the strange instance leaders from various countries lurking in the livestream. Upon seeing the blood-soaked sand eagle that Kong Jing was toying with, they confirmed one thing. Earlier, through the rewards, they suspected that Sud might have some connection with this instance. As a result, they conducted an investigation. They found out that Kong Jing was once one of Sud's most capable subordinates. Additionally, the instance's name and the bloody weapon as a reward further increased their suspicions about Sud. However, they still could not be sure. Because they were unsure if the rewarded weapon was the same model as the one owned by Sud. But after seeing the weapon in Kong Jing's hand, they were utterly certain. Sud must have a connection with this SS-level instance, for firearms. Kong Jing had immense power in this instance. One can imagine that Sud's authority in this matter would be even greater. If Kong Jing could give out the bloody Glock as a reward, what about Sud? Hiss. The strange instance leaders of various countries did not dare to think further. Dragon Country spared no effort in deploying 8 SS-level players, definitely for the strange firearms in this instance. Once Dragon Country players equipped the strange firearms, such lethal strange items were beyond imagination. The leaders of strange instances from various countries regretted not stepping up earlier. Why didn't they speak up for Sud when the lights were on him at the lighthouse? Just saying a few good words could tighten relationships. Even if they couldn't get a higher-level strange weapon, getting a small pistol would be fine. Getting a small pistol, taking it back for research. Perhaps they could uncover the secrets within. If they could craft strange weapons, then the entire horror game would be rewritten by humanity in the future. Thinking of this, countries began to take action. Chapter 51, Phase 2, Flesh and Blood War Chariot. The instance is about to settle. The Lord confirms information in time and gives players evaluations. Note, after the Lord's evaluation, corresponding rewards will be issued based on the evaluation. In just an instant, all player information appeared before Sud. With a quick glance, he found the Dragon Country players and gave them an SS-level evaluation. Since the instance was SS-level, he could only give SS-level evaluations. As for the other players, he chose to skip over them directly. Not punishing those guys was already showing his mercy. At the moment he gave the evaluation, another prompt appeared. In view of the high evaluation given by the Lord, would you like to add extra rewards? Note, the rewards will be deducted from the Lord's assets. Sud ruthlessly clicked no. The instance has been settled. The Lord has not issued the main quest. Kill players *0. A long list of prompts. After seeing the last prompt, Sud couldn't hold it anymore. Lord evaluation, D. Due to the evaluation being too low, no rewards. Punishment determination in progress? Damn it! There's even a punishment for this? Previously the boss said that violating the rules he set would lead to penalties in the horror game. But he never mentioned that low evaluations by the Lord would also incur penalties. It's over, it's really over. If he had known earlier, he would have just killed those little lowlifes. A moment of leniency brought about great disaster. The boss previously said that violating the rules. Where will it be teleported to? Could it be to another world? Thinking of this, Su Di's mind went blank. Immediately, he started buying weapons and equipment in the armory. Who knows if this system will change after teleporting to another world? What if the weird coins can't be used then? That would be foolish. So, he began to crazily unlock and purchase more powerful weapons and gear in the armory. But in the next moment, his frantically moving fingers stopped in midair. Due to the Lord opening the Bazaar dungeon for the first time, there is no punishment this time. Horror game, what the hell? In just a few seconds, the company's account consumed nearly billions of funds. The 10-digit balance now only had 8 digits left. However, Su Di did have some gains. With billions poured in, all the weapons on the lowest level were unlocked. He just needed to swipe up to unlock the second stage of weapons. After spending a few minutes calming himself down, he slowly opened the weapon panel made of flesh and blood trees. System prompt: host has successfully unlocked all weapons of the first stage. Host can unlock the second stage armory. Would you like to proceed with the unlock? Seeing this prompt, Su-D took a deep breath. Second stage. He carefully recalled what the system unlocked in the second stage before. Combat vehicles. Tanks. Self-propelled artillery. He wondered what could be unlocked in this flesh and blood armory. Unlock. As Su-D clicked to unlock, the flesh and blood tree emitted a dazzling crimson light. When the panel appeared, Su-D was completely stunned. This second stage was completely different from the first stage. There was only one piece of equipment on the entire interface. Flesh and blood transport vehicle. Su-D clicked on it. Detailed information instantly appeared before him. Flesh and blood transport vehicle. Super strong weapon equipment. Blood transport vehicle for bizarre combat. Equipped with super strong defensive armor that can ignore all attacks from SSS-level bizarre beings, effectively resisting nightmare-level bizarre attacks. Note, flesh armor can automatically repair. Hiss. Ignoring all attacks from SSS-level bizarre beings. What does that mean? It means it can ignore physical and magical attacks from SSS-level bizarre entities and cannot be breached. That's really quite terrifying. This is not just simple resistance, it is complete disregard. And it can effectively resist nightmare-level bizarre attacks. What is nightmare level? That's a super bizarre being Su-D has never even seen. Su-D quickly checked the purchase price. 20 million weird coins. What a great value. Without much hesitation, he purchased a vehicle. Fortunately, Su-D's office was large enough. Otherwise, this flesh and blood transport vehicle couldn't have been accommodated. The flesh and blood body and bone armor had a weird kind of beauty. It was so beautiful, so perfect. He was immediately captivated by it. This design, this style, was absolutely a work of art. Using this vehicle for promotion, it would definitely attract more bizarre beings than those weapons. Especially those big shots from the city, they might be drawn in. You must know, the bizarre world is not short of rich folks. While arms may not attract these guys, the super strong defensive bizarre item would definitely catch their eye. Su-D wasted no time and immediately called the boss over. When the boss arrived at the office and saw the flesh and blood transport vehicle, his eyes went wide. What the hell, Su, what is this? Su-D smiled, pointing at the flesh and blood transport vehicle. Boss, give it your best shot. Though the boss was puzzled, he followed Su-D's instructions. With his full power strike, the vehicle remained unscathed. Only the flesh on the vehicle moved slightly, countering the attack. At this moment, the boss looked at the flesh and blood transport vehicle, completely shocked and speechless. His full power strike could even kill SSS-level bizarre beings. But this level of attack, falling on this vehicle, left not a single mark. After a long time, it finally stammered. Su, where did you find such a treasure? The defense of this strange item was beyond imagination, even comparable to the special eerie item of the Dark Hotel. Boss, what do you think would happen if we put this flesh and blood transport vehicle in the exhibition hall? The boss's black robe kept swirling. Perhaps even the big shots in the ancient city would be attracted. Because this flesh and blood transport vehicle is not an ordinary eerie item. Unlike the Dark Hotel, which cannot move. This is obviously a vehicle. But this vehicle happens to have unimaginable defense. Then I leave this matter to you. Su-D smiled and patted the boss's black robe. Don't worry, leave it to me. At that moment, the entire eerie world became excited. If they could connect with the big shots in the ancient city, entering the ancient city for development in the future might not be impossible. This is something many SSS-level forces cannot achieve. Then, one person and one eerie being started planning the grand opening ceremony of the company. All the original plans were thrown out the window. Everything important had to be centered around this flesh and blood transport vehicle. Those weapons and equipment could only serve as appetizers, placed in front. After a brief discussion, the boss began to take action. Using all the connections it had built over the years, it started spreading news widely. It had obtained an incredibly defensive eerie item in its hand. Chapter 52, Flesh and Blood Armor, Ultra High Defense. Flesh and Blood Transport Vehicle. This transport vehicle has a shape similar to an armored personnel carrier. Since it does not carry the corresponding weapon system, it doesn't have strong firepower. But in terms of defense, once this transport vehicle is launched, it will definitely not lack buyers. Ignoring SSS-level eerie attacks, it can effectively withstand nightmare-level eerie attacks, boasting an ultra-luxurious data panel. Perhaps many building-type eerie items can do the same. But there is a key issue: these items cannot move at will. This transport vehicle is different. As long as there is enough blood and flesh energy, it can go wherever it wants. Because of its excellent performance, it can cover most terrains. You generally don't have to worry about not being able to get through any terrain. If really necessary, it can also be retracted, bypassing impassable sections, and then used. Sudi decided to take this as the best selling point. A movable fortress. And the blood and flesh energy consumed by this transport vehicle, compared to its outstanding defensive power, is really negligible. Most importantly, those who can afford this battle vehicle won't mind this little bit. The only problem that needs to be solved is that the vehicle driver needs training. After all, in the eerie world, there are no eerie beings that can drive. Do you think I should set up a driving school? Sudi directly teleported back to the room. The benefit of the SSS-level building type item lies here. As long as in this building, the Lord can teleport freely. And the mental energy consumed is negligible. The boss was busy looking for other forces Eries to spread the news and had no time to help Sudi for reference. So Sudi teleported back to the room to ask for Lin Shi's opinion. Driving school? Lin Shi, lying on the bed reading, was stunned for a moment. What do you want to set that up for? Most eerie travel relies on the number 11 bus. Only a small fraction of Eries have special eerie items as means of transportation. Vehicles of this type of eerie item are mostly horse-drawn carriages. There is no such vehicle like in the human world at all. Even if a driving school were set up, it wouldn't be used. Come with me, and you'll know. Sudi carried Lin Shi over his shoulder. In the next moment, they teleported back to the office. When Lin Shi saw that flesh and blood transport vehicle, his whole eerie world froze. What the hell? Where did this troop carrier come from? Although it was a grotesque, flesh-like shape, Lin Shi still recognized what kind of vehicle it was at a glance. Of course, it's a gift for you, Sudi said without a blush and with a steady heart. Lin Shi didn't believe a single word of this claim. Moreover, who gives such gifts to girls? This is clearly a transport vehicle specifically for carrying soldiers. No, it's too ugly. Ugly? Sudi pointed at the grotesque transport vehicle and asked back. Where is it ugly? This vehicle is amazing, okay? I wouldn't even sit in this junk if you begged me. You girl. Sudi gave Lin Shi's behind a hard slap. Do you know how sturdy this vehicle is? This can withstand nightmare-level weird attacks. Nightmare level? Lin Shi paused for a moment. What did you say? I said my vehicle can withstand nightmare-level weird attacks, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Don't believe it? Then try it. Is that okay? Yes. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, she immediately transformed into zombie outfit mode. However, she did not rush to act. Baby, if I break this vehicle, you won't blame me, right? Hiss. Sudi inhaled sharply. He didn't expect that this outfit of Lin Shi could stir up his dark desires. I won't blame you. If you break it, I'll let you do whatever you want tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi no longer hesitated. Little fire, you said it. If I break it, just wait for bad luck tonight. In an instant, a surge of eerie energy erupted. The zombie stick lightly tapped against the vehicle's body. But with this single attack, damn! Both the person and the eerie were stunned. They saw that a large chunk of flesh at the car door was dented inward. Sudi was shocked that the zombie stick was so powerful. It actually dented a large part of the flesh armor on the car door. Under the boss's full-strength strike, it only left a few scratches on the car. Yet Lin Shi, with a light tap, created such a dent on the car door. If she had hit it a few more times, the door would probably be done for. Lin Shi was astonished that after hitting down, the vehicle was still intact. What seemed like a gentle tap was actually a full-strength hit. Right now, she was not just an SSS-level eerie, but the zombie stick in her hand was also a highly powerful eerie item. Yet it couldn't even smash the car door. The person and eerie exchanged glances. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Lin Shi smiled and shifted back to her wedding dress state. Baby, I wouldn't want to break the gift you gave me. Sudi smiled and pulled Lin Shi into his arms. I knew you wouldn't want to. The person and eerie tacitly skipped over the incident. Then Sudi revealed his thoughts. He also informed Lin Shi about his plan to sell this model at the opening ceremony. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said, this is indeed possible. However, we can give the first batch of users some small benefits. Sudi raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding Lin Shi's meaning. Free training for the first batch of car owners? Lin Shi nodded and explained to Sudi. Although many eerie creatures had never seen this kind of thing, those who could afford this transport vehicle would certainly have backgrounds from some powerful forces. Even if the buyer was foolish, they would have smart eerie creatures by their side. It would be better to use some small benefits to establish good relations with these eerie's. They could also promote and advertise. This was the exclusive benefit for the first batch of car owners, giving them enough face. Where did you learn this? Sudi couldn't help but ask. This method seemed so similar to when some domestic manufacturers launched new brands and used such tricks. Lin Shi pouted. Aren't your advertisements always like this? That's true, haha. Want to go out for a walk? Lin Shi paused and looked at the grotesque transport vehicle. This military transport vehicle only had one driver's seat. Sudi saw what Lin Shi was thinking. Come on, it's not like we can't fit. Lin Shi looked at Sudi with a face full of doubt upon hearing this. You wouldn't take the opportunity to do something to me, would you? If I wanted to do something, I would have done it long ago. Would I still be waiting until now? Sudi jumped into the cockpit and waved at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's face flushed, and she said quite fiercely. If you're not obedient later, I'll bite you to death. Just like that. One person, one mystery. They squeezed into the cockpit. Lin Shi sat on Sudi's lap, leaning out to look outside. You wouldn't want to drive in the office, would you? Drive in the office? No way. With a thought, Sudi activated the vehicle. The vehicle teleported to the testing ground inside the building. Chapter 53, Military Industry of the Four Fires, Gloomy World Gaining Fame. At the testing ground. Sudi and Lin Shi squeezed in the cockpit. This cockpit is basically the same as a regular transport vehicle. If there had to be a difference, it would be the materials used. In the human world, most transport vehicles have plastic dashboards. But this long-distance transport vehicle structure is made entirely of flesh and blood. As for the control feel, it's made of bones. This design would likely be welcomed by many mysterious friends. Sudi held Lin Shi tightly, feeling every detail. Being inside here is much better than a regular transport vehicle. If it were a cab that smelled of diesel, no beautiful lady would want to come in. The vehicle. Start. It roared as the flesh and blood engine erupted with power. The dashboard lit up with flashes of red light. Lin Shi stared wide-eyed at the dashboard, seeming very curious. It looks so interesting. Wanna learn? I'll teach you. Sure. Hold tight, I'm driving now? Go slow. The testing ground occupied an entire floor, vast enough for Sudi to roam freely. Accelerate. Keep accelerating. Soon, they reached the vehicle's maximum speed. In extreme conditions, Lin Shi couldn't hold on any longer and clung tightly to Sudi. Slower, slower. Sudi had no choice but to reduce the speed. Then they entered a complex and changing terrain. This terrain simulates a unique road section of the mysterious world. This test took several hours. But this time was well spent. They successfully tested all the performance of this transport vehicle. This transport vehicle. With a full tank of flesh energy, it can maintain maximum operation for 2 hours. And at maximum performance, the vehicle's speed reaches 110 km per hour. Don't underestimate this speed. This was verified after navigating through such unusual and challenging terrain. If on a smooth road, the speed could even increase another level. After obtaining various data, Sudi held Lin Shi and teleported to a room. The car was too fast, and Lin Shi's legs went weak. After comforting Lin Shi, Sudi teleported back to the office. Since he got the best data, he should quickly move to the next step. Based on this data, make the best sales plan. He believed that in sales, no one in the mysterious world could compete with him. After making the sales plan, Sudi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Driving was indeed tiring. I wonder how the back mountain is doing. At this moment, the back mountain seemed much livelier. There were little yakshas working everywhere. Several large buildings and a few shooting ranges. It was hard to imagine this place was once desolate. The empty realm was directing a group of little yakshas to perfect various facilities. After discussing with the master and the boss, work here started rapidly. And the boss generously provided an A-level item for use here. After this mysterious item was added, the entire trial center was nearly complete. Since the boss was busy promoting things, the master and his group could not stay here all the time. Thus, the task of building the trial center fell on the empty realm's shoulders. Sudi looked at the almost completed trial center, amazed. Wow, it's done so quickly? He never expected the construction speed of the back mountain to be so fast. He guessed it was somehow related to Taoist Lingshu. When the empty realm turned and saw Sudi, it asked in surprise. Boss, what brings you here? By the way, the boss said you launched some good products. What good stuff is it that they aren't working and are just looking for mysterious publicity? Sudi smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing big, just a transportation vehicle. Kong Jing felt a thump in his heart. A transportation vehicle. Could it be some special, bizarre tool like those strange weapons? Boss, what kind of transportation vehicle? Sudi was too lazy to keep it a secret now. It's a transportation vehicle made of flesh and blood. Hiss. It really is. Kong Jing's eyes widened in shock. Sudi was speechless at Kong Jing's naive expression. This made him recall how they looked the first time they met. Kong Jing had followed Sudi like a fool, always asking if he was selling arms. If it weren't for his good temper at that time, plus the fact that Kong Jing was a Taoist and from the Dragon Country, he would have already blown up. Alright. Isn't it just a broken vehicle? When I have time, I'll give you one. Then, Sudi pointed to an empty area on the back mountain. Can we build a driving school there? Sure, that would be great. Kong Jing didn't hesitate at all and patted his chest to agree. The testing center only occupies part of the back mountain, so there is plenty of open space. Don't mention a driving school, even an airport could be built. Alright, then I'll head back first. Sudi came here not only to discuss this matter but also to check the progress here. Once he finished, he would rather go back and hug Lin Shi for a good rest. What Sudi didn't know was, all the bizarre forces around were shaken. All because of one message. That is, the boss has a super defensive bizarre item comparable to the Dark Hotel's defenses. Moreover, this bizarre item will be sold at the opening ceremony of the 4 firearms. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Goat Bazaar, Old Goat excitedly asked the boss, "Is the news flowing out really true?" The boss smiled and nodded. Of course it's true. After receiving this accurate answer, Old Goat suddenly became unhappy. What's wrong with you? With such a level of bizarre item, why didn't you give it to me? Are you afraid that Old Goat can't pay the price? Since swallowing another SSS-level force, it has obviously become the strongest force in this area. Now, it is flourishing. No force is willing to offend it at all. In fact, many forces have actively sent a large amount of resources to curry favor. The boss looked at Old Goat, who was slightly angry, without any panic. Old Goat, brother, would I not think of you when I have good stuff? Don't worry, you won't be left out. Old Goat coldly snorted. Now the news has reached the ancient city. If the big shots inside come out, who can compete with them? The boss laughed heartily. Old Goat, oh Old Goat. Do you think there's only one? When this was said, Old Goat instantly stood there dumbfounded. What does this mean? Could it be that there is not just one super defensive bizarre item comparable to the Dark Hotel? Thinking of this, it swallowed a mouthful of saliva, incredulously asking. Could it be, is there more than one? The boss looked at Old Goat's expression and nodded in satisfaction. Of course. Su, the matter has been settled. After the boss returned, he immediately found Sudi. He informed him of everything that had been done. Boss, are you saying that a nightmare-level bizarre force will come this time? Yes, Su. For this opening ceremony, the boss used all his connections. He successfully contacted an assistant of a big shot in the ancient city. Recently, Flesh C4 has been gaining popularity on the black market, with a small amount of stock flowing into the ancient city, catching the attention of some bizarre forces. Flesh C4 may not be worth them taking action, but a defensive type item that could ignore SSS bizarre attacks certainly is. With all these factors, it successfully piqued the interest of a big shot in the ancient city. Not just this big shot. In addition to this big shot personally coming. In the ancient city, there are many forces, boldly claiming they want to observe this strange artifact. After receiving a precise answer, Sudi gasped in shock. Nightmare-level strangeness. Such a level of strangeness in the human world could destroy a superpower and is a terrifying existence. I never imagined that the boss could invite such a powerful figure with this SS-level strangeness. After a brief moment of surprise, he realized an important issue. Boss, can your hotel handle this? The hotel's rank is only at SSS level. If a nightmare-level strangeness comes, the SSS-level ghostly tricks cannot suppress the killing rules of nightmare-level strangeness. Although he has the Disorderer, this top-level bug ability enhancement, it cannot guarantee the ability to withstand the killing rules of nightmare-level strangeness. Moreover, in the strange world, there is no true rule following strangeness at all. For them, strength is the only truth. In the hotel, the strongest security is only at SS level. Even with various weapons and equipment, they cannot compete with nightmare strangeness. Currently, Sudi's unlocked weaponry does not have any powerful weapons or equipment. In the second stage of the weaponry, He has only unlocked a flesh and blood transport vehicle. Moreover, the unlocking method of this second stage weaponry is different from the first stage. It requires selling 10 vehicles before unlocking the next piece of equipment. So during this gap, he really does not have the ability to compete with nightmare-level strangeness. If that nightmare-level strangeness comes and sees that the true seller is this ordinary human, will it really give the boss face? The boss was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Don't worry, Sue. I've arranged everything. This time I have called the old goat over. With the hotel support, the old goat is comparable to nightmare-level strangeness. Moreover, this time there are not only that nightmare-level strangeness coming to the ancient city. Other forces will also send strangeness to check it out. With these forces present, if it moves, it would be like simultaneously attacking other forces' strangeness. Sue D still frowned. That's how it is. The boss had indeed considered everything very thoroughly. But it forgot one crucial thing. Sue D is not a strangeness, but a human. This identity would bring many variables to this carefully planned scheme. If the nightmare-level strangeness directly attacks upon discovering Sue D's human identity, afterward, other forces would never tear their faces off with this nightmare-level strangeness for one human. He has seen too much of this kind of thing in the human world. Entering the world of strangeness, it would be the same. This reaction caught the boss off guard. It had expected Sue D to be very happy and praise it after learning this news. Doing very well. But it saw no trace of joy on Sue D's face. Instead, it was filled with heavy worry. Sue, is there something wrong with this plan? Sue D shook his head, his face serious. This plan is very great, one might say it has no flaws at all. This answer puzzled the boss even more. Very great. No flaws at all, but what's with your reaction? But Sue D quickly changed the subject. Boss, did you forget something? What is my identity? The boss mumbled. What is your identity? You are the head of this company, right? The next moment, it realized suddenly, as if struck hard. The entire black robe suddenly stirred. Damn it, I forgot you are a human. In an instant, all its plans collapsed. If a representative of a force from the ancient city comes to its territory, they would give a bit of face, at least. Even if they see Sue D as a human, they would not make any outrageous moves openly. But that big figure is different. It would not have such reservations. Thinking of this, the boss panicked. It knew what losing Sue D meant. It means everything that has been done will turn to ashes. The boss panicked. In an instant, its brain crashed, leaving it with no response. It took a good several minutes for it to slowly return. Sue, why don't you return to the human world? I'll handle it here. After the grand opening ceremony is completed, you can come back? It knew what this grand opening ceremony meant for the four-fire military. It also knew that without Sue D here, this ceremony would likely become a bizarre joke. It had no idea how many types of weapons Sue D actually had. It didn't even understand how to start the engine of that blood and meat transport truck. Seeing that Sue D was silent, the boss gritted his teeth and said, Sue, just tell me how to use the weapons that need to be sold this time and how to operate that transport truck. To ensure Sue D's safety, he had to make this compromise. After all, even if the grand opening was ruined, he could still find other clients, it would just mean fewer big orders. But if he lost Sue D, this only supplier, that would mean he would lose everything. Sue D remained silent. After a few minutes, he finally spoke slowly. Boss, when is the grand opening ceremony on the invitation? 3 days later. Upon receiving this answer, Sue D took a deep breath. Boss, help me find a few strange items that can conceal my identity. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. Danger and opportunity coexisted. If he missed this one, there wouldn't be a next time. Sue D knew very well. This time being able to get a nightmare-level strange being here was purely coincidental. Under normal circumstances, a nightmare-level strange being would never come personally. The main consumer group for the first transport truck, he envisioned as the super strange beings in the ancient city. After all, they had previously discussed with the boss. This first truck would be auctioned off. If Sue D was not there to recommend and guide, just relying on the boss's sales talk, no price would be sold at all. It would also affect the sales of subsequent vehicles. After all, the higher the price for the first vehicle, the easier it would be to set prices later. Sue, you're crazy. The boss didn't expect Sue D to be this reckless. Craziness. Crazy, you are really crazy. The boss floated in front of Sue D and shouted loudly. Sue D, do you know what a nightmare-level strange being is? In their eyes, not only are you humans food, but other weaker strangeness is also food. once they discover your identity as a human. Even the old goat, along with many representatives of various forces, cannot guarantee your safety. Faced with the hysterical boss, Sudi smiled lightly and waved his hand. Why are you panicking, boss? That's why I need you to find me a few strange items that can hide my aura. But the boss still wouldn't budge. Su, you don't understand the terror of nightmare-level strange beings. I have seen nightmare-level strange beings in action. The terrifying scenes cannot be described in words. Sudi still had a smile on his face, but his tone became manic. Boss, what is your goal? Hearing this, the boss paused. Goal? But Sudi didn't wait for him to answer. Our goal is to do business in the whole strange world. To retreat just because of a nightmare-level strange being. How can we expand our business in the future? If I leave this time, what will happen next? Are we going to be stuck in this desolate place forever? Hiss. The whole world. The boss was so shocked by this statement that he couldn't say anything. He had once thought that Sudi's arrival would change the entire strange world. But that was a long time in the future. He didn't expect Sudi's initial goal was to do business in the whole strange world. Are we going to be stopped by just one nightmare-level strange being? Sudi's highly provocative words made the old strange boss unable to help but get excited. No. We will definitely do business in the whole strange world. We will definitely stand at the top of this world. The boss, ignited by Sudi's enthusiasm, dashed out of the office. Don't worry, Su, I will definitely find you the strange items that can conceal our presence. After the boss left, Sudi's heart raced rapidly. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Both fearful and expectant. He remembered the last time he felt this, when he went alone to the Middle East to expand an essential business. That was his first time. The first time he negotiated arms deals deep within a certain organization. It should be known. That organization was on the Lighthouse's list, claiming to be the most brutal and vicious group. Yet even so, he still chose to go. Even before departing, Sudi had prepared for the worst. If these guys wouldn't play by the rules, then he would perish with them. In the end, he secured a massive order at a price lower than market value. With ultra-reliable equipment, he successfully established a foothold in the entire arms world. After that, he sailed smoothly and became an arms tycoon. And now he had regained that long-lost feeling. This feeling is really damn exciting. What's wrong with you? A pair of cool little hands hugged Sudi from behind. Why are you here? Feeling that refreshing and gentle touch, Sudi knew it was Lin Shi. I just sensed a strong fluctuation in your emotions. They had signed an equal contract, not a slave contract. So Lin Shi noticed something was off as soon as Sudi's emotions fluctuated. Sudi hugged Lin Shi. He quickly calmed down. It's nothing, I just found my long-lost passion. After hearing Sudi's story, Lin Shi looked briefly surprised. She broke free from Sudi's embrace, hands on her hips. Isn't it just nightmare-level strangeness? We're not afraid. If it dares to make a move, we can just hide in the well. Even nightmare-level strangeness can't do anything to us. Sudi's eyes lit up. The inner world is that fierce? Can we withstand the attacks of nightmare-level strangeness? Lin Shi gently tapped Sudi's head. Silly, who said we have to resist? We can just run into the well. We can run wherever we want, even nightmare-level strangeness can't catch us. Hearing this, Sudi couldn't help but laugh. That's true. At worst, we can just get into the car. That way, even nightmare-level strangeness can't do anything to us. Lin Shi's face flashed a hint of blush, softly muttering. Then can we not go to the driver's seat? The space inside is a bit small, can't move around. Ha ha ha. Sudi said indulgently. Whatever you want. Alright, go rest for a bit. I still need to make some other arrangements. After all, this is the opening ceremony of the for-fire military industry. No matter which way you choose, running away is always the last resort. First of all, Sudi gathered all the security personnel together. 3 SS-level strangeness, 12 S-level strangeness. 3 captain-level strangeness, each issued 1 million strangeness coins. As for the team member level strangeness, each received 300,000 strangeness coins. After these operations, the loyalty of evil thoughts surged to 100%. Other strangeness also exceeded 90%. At this stage, even if they had to confront nightmare-level strangeness, they would dare to fight. Then, Sudi took the security team directly to the back mountain. At this moment, most of the main buildings on the back mountain had been repaired. Only a small part was still being improved. When Kong Jing saw Sudi, he quickly welcomed him. Boss, you're here. Is the design site finished? It's done, but it hasn't been used yet. Take me there. For a whole day. Sudi trained his team in various shooting skills with firearms. The one who improved the fastest was Evil Thought. This guy's brain capacity was insufficient, yet he learned the quickest. Especially with his forearms, he had an innate advantage over other strangeness. After all, the more arms, the more guns you can hold. After one day, most of the subordinates had mastered shooting skills with firearms. Besides firearms, Sudi also specially equipped Evil Thought with stronger firepower. Rocket launcher. Mortar. Everything is arranged. At this moment, the Evil Thought is carrying 2 rocket launchers, holding a heavy machine gun. Its body is also densely packed with ammo belts. A living human-shaped arsenal. It could be said to be at full capacity. Not to mention just one SS-level anomaly, even a whole team of SS-level anomalies may not be able to handle it. Besides the Evil Thought, other anomalies have also received their corresponding weapons. Now, the security forces of 4 fire armaments are beginning to take shape. After finishing all this, Sudi did not idle. He bought a large amount of C4, landmines, and a lot of explosives. They were buried in the dense forest and inside the buildings. If that nightmare-level anomaly really dares to act, even if it can't be blown to death, it has to be sent flying. Chapter 56-56. The goat anomaly comes to assist. The next day, after setting up the flesh and blood anti-infantry mines, the Evil Thought found Sudi. Boss, the outside of the building is fully set up. Okay, go ahead. Sudi nodded in satisfaction. He felt more relaxed all at once. Now, the flesh and blood mansion is like a tight fortress. The security is beginning to take shape. A large number of lethal weapons are placed inside and outside the building. Invited guests, as long as they aren't brain-dead, would not rashly cause trouble. Sudi is not worried about his own safety. The flesh and blood mansion is his territory. As long as he wants, he can teleport back to the human world at any time. Whether the arms business can fully develop in the abnormal world depends on this grand opening. If this does not unfold, who knows how long he will have to hide. Aside from needing to sell enough flesh and blood transport vehicles, not to mention just the unlocking prices for various weapons and equipment in the second phase are not something that small arms orders can handle. To fully develop the business, he still needs real major clients. Sudi expects that one flesh and blood transport vehicle will auction for about 1 billion. If other forces join the competition, the price will go even higher. Boom! A loud noise came from outside the window. The Evil Thought immediately brought a team to the office to check on Sudi's situation. The other 2 teams went outside to check the situation at the same time. Through the window, Sudi saw a large group of unfamiliar anomalies. It is obvious that one unlucky fellow among them stepped on the flesh and blood anti-infantry mine, causing an explosion. Luckily, he had instructed the Evil Thought in advance to set a safe distance. So there were not a series of large explosions. Otherwise, it would have all been for nothing. When Sudi saw a familiar figure among the group of anomalies, he gasped and rushed out the door. Holy crap! The Evil Thought hurriedly led the team to catch up. Boss, what's wrong? The old goat is here. The Evil Thought's heart trembled. It couldn't help but recall the scene of being defeated and tormented by the old goat long ago. At this moment, the 2 teams of anomalies faced each other. Ogaga and Fireball's 2 teams held their guns and stared intently at the group of anomalies in front of them. What are you doing here? This group of anomalies did not respond, just silently stared at them. But when they saw that familiar figure among the anomalies, fear surged up from deep within them again. They were captured and tormented for a long time by this anomaly that resembled the old goat. If the boss hadn't bought them, they would have probably been tortured to death long ago. Even if their hearts were filled with fear. When facing a team several times their number, they still didn't take a single step back. Fireball took a deep breath and shouted at this group of anomalies. Do you have an invitation? He wasn't sure if this group of anomalies were guests. Still, there was no answer from the anomalies. After asking several times, Fireball raised his hand and shot a bullet into the sky. This is the territory of our 4 fire armaments, please leave. At this critical moment, Sudi specifically instructed. Except for invited guests and working staff. Any outsiders must not step into the company building. I leave? The old goat stepped out from the group of anomalies and pointed at him, questioning. Yes, please leave. In just an instant, Ogaga and Fireball suddenly felt a wave of oppressive force sweeping over them. A group of team members were in a worse state, their breathing starting to become chaotic under the terrifying pressure. If it were another time, it would have acted long ago. But now the situation is different, suppressed by the Dark Hotel's ghastly presence. It cannot fully unleash its SSS-level peak eerie power. On the opposite side, there are weapons. If a fight starts, even it would suffer losses. Moreover, this time it came to help, not to fight. It had no choice but to force down the anger in its heart and spoke. I was invited by your boss to assist you. The fireball aimed the gun directly at the old goat. Sorry, we didn't receive any notification like that. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Having inexplicably lost one of his subordinates to an explosion, the old goat was already angry. Now, he could no longer suppress his inner fury. Brother goat, why are you so angry? Sudi pressed down on Agaga and the fireball's gun barrels, pretending to scold them. How can you treat our esteemed guest this way? I punish you to return to the building and reflect. Evil Thought, you go back too. Boss. Evil Thought was worried about Sudi's safety and wanted to stay. Sudi knew their grievances with the old goat, but he didn't have time to mediate for a few eerie creatures now. He waved his hand and loudly scolded. Go back, don't embarrass yourself in front of our guest. The fireball was clearly smarter than Evil Thought, forcibly dragging it away. The old goat revealed a meaningful smile. Mr. Su, good skills. In such a short time, you've trained these three little eerie's like this. Sudi waved his hand. Not at all, it's just a relationship maintained by money. Brother goat, why didn't you tell me you were coming in advance? While speaking, Sudi glanced at the exploded area not far away. There, half a pig's head and some broken limbs were left. Hiss. From the remaining aura, it can be judged. It should be an S-level eerie. To have exploded an S-level eerie into bits, the power of this blood meat anti-personnel mine is probably greater than blood meat C4. Oh dear, look at this. Sudi didn't give the old goat a chance to reply. Your subordinate is blown to bits. It's my fault, all my fault. How about this, brother goat? I'll send you a batch of weapons and equipment. The old goat snorted coldly. If the items are not good, I won't agree. While the pighead eerie was blown to bits, it was already thinking about how to ask for compensation. Not asking for much. Just a dozen or so pieces of equipment that blew up the pighead eerie would suffice. After all, it came with its subordinates to help. To have one blown up right away, what's that all about? In the warehouse. The old goat looked at the dazzling array of equipment and couldn't help but swallow. If his subordinates could be equipped with these weapons, their combat power would at least increase several times. You must know, he had quickly defeated a slightly weaker force relying solely on blood meat C4. If all these weapons and equipment were fully equipped, let alone those weaker than him, even those stronger forces would be taken down in an instant. Thinking of this, the old goat picked up a rocket launcher nearby. In his heart, he thought, I must take advantage of my subordinate being blown up to make the most of it and try to get more weapons and equipment. But Sudi's next sentence left him dumbfounded. Brother goat, choose whatever you want. Choose whatever I want. The old goat was a little incredulous. Sudi smiled and nodded. Choose whatever you want. After you and your subordinates pick, I'll take you to the back mountain to test the power of this batch of weapons. Hiss. This made the old goat completely throw aside the thought of seizing the opportunity. You guys, grab the gear. Chapter 5757.VIP Client. In the back mountain. Several humans were explaining firearm knowledge to a group of eerie's. It was planned to have Evil Thought assist in teaching firearm knowledge. Coincidentally, the muscular Taoist priest was checking the shooting range. Sudi immediately found him, telling him that there were quite a few eerie's here who needed to learn firearm knowledge. He asked if it was possible to send some firearm instructors over. The muscular Taoist priest did not ask and directly agreed. This trial center cannot be completed without Sudi's help. Now, inside the Dragon Country, Sudi's words are essentially orders. Moreover, they also need to test it out. Is the teaching of the bizarre thing feasible? After Sudi made the request, Muscle Taoist returned to the human world immediately. Within half an hour, he brought back several instructors. One must say, the bizarre qualities under the old goat's command are exceptionally high, naturally suited to be war weapons. Just by listening to the instructors' explanations, they learned how to use firearms. Taking this opportunity, Sudi introduced Muscle Taoist to the old goat and informed him that in the future, any new weapons could be tested here for power. There will also be knowledgeable instructors to train buyers on weapons. Mr. Su, I didn't expect your business to develop so quickly. The old goat nodded happily. He completely forgot about the bizarre pig head that had been blown up. In the future, I will still rely on my old goat brother to support my business. Mr. Su, that's natural. The old goat understood what Sudi meant. This back mountain is protected from ghostly tricks and connects with his sphere of influence. Ultimately, he wants the old goat to protect the humans teaching knowledge of firearms. My old goat brother is straightforward. You will be our company's VIP customer in the future. With any new products released, our company will prioritize supplying you. This statement made the old goat unable to contain his excitement. Just such a small request made him a VIP customer. This business is really too cost-effective. In the future, the bizarre creatures possessing these weapons are definitely not just them alone. Gaining priority purchasing rights means they can seize the opportunity, taking advantage of other forces that have not yet purchased equipment. Isn't it easy to take them down? After practicing at the shooting range for an afternoon, the subordinates basically mastered the use of various weapons. The old goat went from novelty to boredom now. Mr. Su, can you let me see that treasure of yours? Treasure? What treasure? Su Di was completely stunned by the old goat's words. The old goat looked at Su Di's bewildered expression, equally confused. Could it be that the boss is tricking me? Thinking this, it asked Su Di. The boss said the company has a highly defensive bizarre prop. Oh. Su Di immediately understood. Then what counts as a treasure? He indeed did not see the flesh transport vehicle as a treasure. After all, in the human world, tanks, planes, and various models of missiles are the best sellers. Transport vehicles are not included. After the grand opening, I will show my old goat brother what a true treasure is. Su Di guessed that the next unlocked weapon would not be a tank, probably something similar. Even if it's an infantry fighting vehicle, it's better than this transport vehicle. The old goat's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed. Are there other treasures? Su Di confidently replied. Of course, I have to continuously launch new products for my company. Hiss. New products. Could it be that the bizarre prop with defense comparable to the Dark Hotel was developed by this guy? Mr. Su, don't tell me it's something you researched. Of course, it's something I researched. Su Di pointed to his own head. This level of weaponry can only be researched by me, and only I can do it. To this, the old goat had no objections. Previously, he had explored Su Di's secrets through various means. He even captured players who had descended into other instances for this. But in the end, he found nothing. Not only did the bizarre world lack such flesh weapons, even the human world also lacked such flesh weapons. It was just as Su Di said. Only he, and only he, could develop weapons of this level. Thinking of this, the old goat became curious about the treasures Su Di mentioned. Mr. Su, may I experience the treasure you speak of? Su Di smiled and shook his head. Old goat brother, that one is still in the research phase. When it's ready, I'll notify you right away. If you want to take a look, then check out the products we're going to announce at the opening ceremony. This time, a nightmare-level anomaly will come to purchase this product. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Di successfully shifted the topic to the opening ceremony. The old goat was stunned in place. Nightmare-level anomaly. Major news. Absolutely major news. A nightmare-level anomaly is a big deal in the ancient city. A character of this level actually came here from outside the city. The boss had previously told him that forces from the ancient city would send people. But he didn't say that a nightmare-level anomaly would come in person. Damn. The old goat cursed silently in his heart. Being here with Su Di for a while, it felt like he would lose at least half a year of his life. One shocking piece of news after another, leaving him emotionally unstable. No wonder Su Di was so generous. He freely handed out all kinds of weapons and equipment. It turned out he would need to exert himself later. Thinking of this, the old goat reminded him. Mr. Su, I think you should be a bit cautious during this ceremony. Nightmare-level anomalies are not very friendly to humans. Su Di couldn't help but frown. What on earth was going on? The boss had already warned him before, and now the old goat was reminding him again. Could it be that there's something odd about these nightmare-level anomalies? What do you mean by that? The old goat immediately shared what he knew with Su Di. Nightmare-level anomalies are different from ordinary anomalies. In the world of anomalies, they are a dividing line. To rise from SSS level to nightmare level is almost like a leap from heaven to earth. Many anomalies may spend their entire lives stuck at SSS level. Even a peak SSS level anomaly like the old goat had been stuck at this stage for hundreds of years. Hearing this, Su Di was completely confused. So what if it was difficult to advance to nightmare level anomalies? Is it possible that advancing to nightmare level anomalies requires eating people? The old goat smiled wryly at his words. Not exactly. After advancing to nightmare level anomalies, they will randomly generate a magic seed. This magic seed will not only enhance the strength of anomalies but will greatly amplify their desires. Hunger, lust, greed. So during this stage, anomalies are extremely dangerous for both humans and anomalies. As for the anomalies themselves, it's not so bad. After all, in our world, they are everywhere. But humans are considered rare treats for anomalies. So do you understand what I mean, Mr. Su? Su D was silent for a moment and then nodded. Magic seed. Su D was deep in thought. According to the old goat's description, under the influence of a magic seed, one desire of a nightmare-level anomaly would be pushed to the extreme, while other desires would be amplified without limits. As for what that single extreme desire would be, depending on the anomaly, it would vary. For example, if the boss advanced to nightmare level, his ultimate desire would likely be business, while the old goat's ultimate desire would probably be expansion of territory. But no matter what it was, a nightmare-level anomaly is extremely deadly to humans. Humans are a delicious food for anomalies. Compared to devouring anomalies, they naturally prefer to devour humans. Especially powerful individuals like Su D are the most delicious of all. Considering this, Su D was about to speak. But the old goat shook his head and said, Mr. Su, even a nightmare-level anomaly cannot suppress that ultimate desire. This belongs to instinct and cannot be changed by oneself or external forces. Su D shook his head and frowned, asking, Brother Goat, that's not what I meant. I wanted to ask if this ultimate desire could be detected. This doesn't even need to be detected. Su D couldn't help but frown tightly. What do you mean by that? Could it be that anomalies of this level would intentionally hide this uncont? His eyes instantly brightened. Unable to suppress, so directly revealed? Isn't this convenient for his plan? To find out what this nightmare-level peculiar extreme desire is, make corresponding changes based on this extreme desire. Brother Goat, can you help me ask about this? Old Goat's ears twitched a few times, seemingly in difficulty. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to investigate for you, but I just can't get into the ancient city. Unless you are a native strange being of the ancient city or have an invitation from the internal high ranks. Otherwise, even an SSS-level peak strange like Old Goat doesn't have the qualification to enter the ancient city. This statement left Su D in silence. If even Old Goat can't enter the ancient city, there's nothing to do but wait for the boss to return. Through the boss's special channel, obtain information about this. However, 2 days have passed, and there has been no news from the boss. I don't know how the progress is on that side. Su D helplessly made the worst plan in his heart. If the boss can't find the hidden identity of the strange props, and just happens that this nightmare-level strange extreme desire is for appetite, then he can only leave this grand opening ceremony entirely to the boss. As for how it can be achieved, it can only depend on fate. Let's go, Brother Goat, I'll show you our company's new product. Testing ground. Su D briefly introduced the flesh transport vehicle. Flesh transport vehicle? Ignoring attacks from SSS-level strangeness? This level of defense is something Dark Hotel can't even accomplish. Can this little thing really ignore SSS-level strange attacks? Old Goat looked at the flesh transport vehicle, internally filled with serious doubt. Looking at the writhing flesh of the vehicle, he couldn't help but ask. Mr. Su, this car? Su D patted the body of the vehicle, knowing that Old Goat had doubts. Brother Goat, this car is easy to make. Old Goat laughed and waved his hand. Mr. Su, you stand back. Just to be clear, if I break your treasure, I won't compensate. Su D nodded happily. Alright, Brother Goat. If you can break this car of mine, I'll give you 1,000 flesh C4. Seeing Su D offer such a big price, Old Goat no longer hesitated. Mr. Su, if I can't break this car, I will join the auction myself. It was obvious. Old Goat was extremely confident in his attack power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Getting involved in the auction is small, but the trouble is no small matter. If they were to be hated by the forces of the ancient city, it would be a disaster. As soon as this was said, Su D felt a rush of joy and quickly stepped aside. He was thinking about where to find a plant during the opening ceremony. Isn't this just a strange one, willingly delivered? Old Goat's aura suddenly changed. His horns turned into rolling magma, his body swelled, and flames rose around him. In just a few seconds, the Hellfire Demon transformation was complete. Hiss. Su D gasped in shock. From a distance, he could feel that scorching breath. He had never seen Old Goat in action. He didn't expect him to be so terrifying in a battle state. No wonder Old Goat can easily swallow another slightly weaker SSS-level force. Without the flesh C4, he could still do it. However, it would take more time. The hellfire demon old goat waved his hand gently. A crack of molten magma appeared in the void, and a weapon was drawn out. When Su-di saw the shape of this weapon, he almost laughed out loud. What the hell? How does it look like a super large walking stick? This weapon looked like a walking stick, entirely made of magma. Held in old goat's hand, it gave an indescribable strange feeling. The next moment, he struck. The staff ignited with fierce flames and slammed into the vehicle's body. Boom! With a loud bang. The flesh transport vehicle couldn't withstand old goat's enormous force, and was sent flying by the walking stick. Bang! Another sound. It slammed heavily against a simulated cliff dozens of meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Old goat walked over to Su-di with a smile, his body shrinking continuously. When he arrived beside Su-di, unable to hold back, he spoke. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, I just used too much strength. Haha, it's alright, old goat. Is it alright? Old goat looked at Su-di with disbelief. Not a bro. Didn't you see? I knocked your broken car away with a crutch. Don't just stand there, old goat, let's go for a ride. After Su-di said this, he ran toward the flesh transport vehicle. Old goat's last attack was indeed fierce. It was even harsher than Linchi's blow. If it's not careful, the impact might have deformed the hit area. But he had full confidence in the flesh transport vehicle. After all, this flesh armor could automatically recover as long as it had energy. As the thick smoke cleared away, a large dent appeared in the rear half of the flesh transport vehicle, completely deformed overall. In the dent, the flesh kept wriggling, proving that the vehicle was slowly repairing itself. Old goat looked at the vehicle with astonishment. Just when he wanted to speak, he heard the vehicle let out a loud roar. As the vehicle started up, the flesh in the dent surged wildly. The deformation was visibly repairing at a rapid speed. Old goat, what are you standing there for? Aren't you going to hop in? While speaking, Su-di opened the trunk. After all, there was only one seat in the driver's cabin, and it was impossible for old goat to squeeze in with him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Old goat looked at the restored flesh transport vehicle, exclaiming that it couldn't be true. He knew that this level of strange device had self-repairing abilities. But wasn't the speed of recovery a bit too fast? He had once battled an SSS-level weird in the dim hotel on the 7th floor. That entire 7th floor had been thoroughly wrecked. So, he knew very well how long it took for such a level of strange device to repair itself. In an instant, countless possibilities flashed in his mind. But the vast majority of them were quickly denied by himself. Until he recalled that Su-di could resist his mental invasion, old goat crazily asked. Mr. Su, it has to be you who used mental energy to repair it, right? Su-di shook his head helplessly and opened the car door. Old goat, what are you talking about? If we have to use mental energy, then our company wouldn't align with our original intention. Our company's intention is to produce strange devices that all weird beings can use. At this point, Su-di pointed to the dashboard. With enough flesh energy, this vehicle can automatically repair itself. Old goat looked at the vehicle, still in disbelief. This little gadget could really ignore the attacks of SSS-level weirds. What seemed like a fierce attack had no real effect at all. This completely exceeded his understanding. Originally, he had no interest in this vehicle, but after this incident, he truly developed a keen interest. If he had this vehicle, along with a bunch of elite soldiers, he could annihilate other SSS-level forces' nests. In order to verify his thoughts, old goat tentatively asked. Mr. Su, can we try it while moving? Why not? Su-di slammed the car door shut. With one step on the gas, they shot out. Oh. Damn it. I haven't transformed yet. Old goat watched as the flesh transport vehicle sped away, quickly transforming to chase after it. Bang! A huge fireball slammed hard into the back of the car. But the vehicle only shook slightly, with no issues at all. The damage also recovered in an instant. As the vehicle began to speed up, even old goat felt a bit out of breath. Damn it! Watching the vehicle disappear from view, old goat was furious. As an SSS-level weird, when had he been so disgraced? In a fit of anger, he exploded. It wasn't that he didn't want to strike back, but he simply couldn't catch up. Perhaps Su-di realized that old goat was falling behind, so he even reversed back. Damn! 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 Hellfire demon old goat roared furiously. Planting his hands on the ground, his body began to change again. Old goat truly transformed into the flame old goat. This state was obviously the movement mode. The speed increased dramatically. In the next moment, that molten magma ram crashed hard into the back of the car. Ouch, damn. Su D felt the whole car body shake violently. So he pressed the gas pedal and shot forward using that force. Through the rearview mirror, he just happened to see the real flaming old goat. He ran, and it chased. It charged fiercely at his rear. Half an hour. The old goat collapsed on the ground, huffing and puffing. "How are you, goat brother?" Su D reversed the car to the old goat's side. The old goat didn't respond, clearly sulking. However, it obviously acknowledged the car's defense capability. After Su D opened the door, it directly crawled into the back trunk. After wandering around for 2 laps, Su D slowed down and spoke. "Goat brother, are you satisfied with this car's defense? I guarantee our company's next product will not only have this level of defense but also be equipped with powerful weapons." As soon as these words came out, the old goat, sulking in the trunk, exclaimed in surprise. "What? The same level of defense, and paired with powerful weapons? This. If it really comes with powerful weapons, it might not even need to act. It could probably take down some slightly weaker SSS-level forces. Don't worry, goat brother. I promised you before, as our company's first VIP customer, you will be prioritized." At this moment, the old goat understood. Understood why the boss had spoken to it that way back then. This human really would change the patterns of the bizarre world. Once looked down upon in its heart, but now it just wanted to bow a few times to the boss. Without the boss, it would not have today's fortune. It could never have become the first VIP customer of this man, this arms company. "Su, if there's any trouble in the future, just speak up. As long as it's something old goat can handle, I will never delay." Su D smiled and nodded. "Thank you so much, goat brother." He always regarded customers as gods. Gaining the customer's approval is proof of the product's quality. "By the way, goat brother. Su, just speak your mind. Can I use the footage of your recent car crash as a promotional video at the grand opening?" Old goat. Seeing the old goat silent, Su D smiled and said again. "Goat brother, if it's awkward for you, then never mind. I can find other bizarre things to film for the promotion later." Hearing this, the old goat got anxious. "Awkward? What's awkward about that?" "Su, you can use it boldly, use it however you want." It hesitated because at that moment, not only the forces of the ancient city were coming to the grand opening. There were also dozens of surrounding forces of all sizes. If these guys see its embarrassment, where would it put its face in the future? "Don't worry, goat brother, I will only use a few clips. It won't affect your majestic image." The old goat hesitated for a moment. "I heard you humans have mosaics. Can you help me blur it out?" At that moment, a figure rushed over at high speed. The next moment, it caught up with the leisurely moving flesh transport vehicle. Su, I found the props you wanted." Su D quickly stopped the vehicle and jumped out. Where? The boss was quick and took out 3 bizarre props. One was a mask, one was a red robe. Finally, one was a hairpin. "Su, this is the blood evil mask of the Rakshasa tribe. I had to ask the clan elder to get this from the Rakshasa tribe at a high price." Upon hearing this, the old goat's face changed dramatically. The blood evil mask of the Rakshasa tribe. The boss truly spent a lot on this. Rakshasa tribe? What kind of race is that? From the boss's reaction, it was clear that the mask should be a rare treasure. However, Su D was more concerned about another matter now. If that nightmare-level bizarre thing's ultimate desire is appetite, then he would give up on this grand opening. "Boss, do you know what that esteemed guest's ultimate desire really is?" The boss froze. This question directly interrupted its thoughts. "Let me think. It seems to be a pool of rotting flesh." Su D was somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. "This is a matter concerning the grand opening event. Absolutely no care can be taken." "Is it?" "Yes, it's the rotten meat pool." Chapter 60. Rakshasa's treasure, blood fiend purgatory. "Su, don't worry about any rotten meat pool." The boss pointed at the mask in his hand. "Do you know what this treasure is?" Su D shook his head firmly. "No, I don't want to know. I just want to know what the rotten meat pool is." "No, you want to know." Su D couldn't resist the boss and took the 3 strange tools. Special strange tool, blood fiend mask. Tool level, unknown. Exclusive skill, blood fiend purgatory. After killing the strange being, it will drag it into blood fiend purgatory, enhancing its own attributes. A special and unique treasure of the Rakshasa clan, wearing it prevents any strange beings from viewing your information. Note, special binding tool, upon use, view the tool level. Damn! This is indeed a treasure. No wonder the boss was so excited. Sue, let me tell you this. This is the Rakshasa clan's treasure, the Blood Fiend mask. Boss? The Rakshasa clan is extremely rare. According to logic, no human should recognize the unique strange tools from the Rakshasa clan. Special binding tool? After reading the introduction, Sue D immediately put on the mask that was radiating a blood glow. In an instant, an anomaly appeared. Bloodlight surged from the back of Sue D's head, forming a phantom. Within the phantom was a pool of blood. This pool of blood was not large, just the size of a basin. Under the reflection of the blood pool, Sue D appeared as if a ghost or deity had descended. Damn! Stop! The boss was frightened to death. The clan elder repeatedly instructed when giving him this special strange tool. Ordinary strange beings could use it for concealment. Only Rakshasa can use its strange powers. Otherwise, they will be drained and dragged into Blood Fiend purgatory. What's wrong? Sue D dodged the black mist coming from the boss, asking in confusion. Boss? This startled the boss completely. Nothing happened. How could nothing have happened? The old goat was equally astonished. At this moment, in its eyes, Sue D was no longer a human, but a strange being exuding terrifying Blood Fiend energy. Sue, how does it feel? Feels pretty good. Bound tool, Blood Fiend mask. Tool level, Nightmare level. Exclusive skill, Blood Fiend purgatory. To maintain Blood Fiend purgatory, consumes mental power *1 per second. Note, this tool can increase its level by enhancing Blood Fiend purgatory level. Is this Blood Fiend purgatory? Sue D took out a mirror, looking at the floating blood pool phantom behind his head. I must say, this Blood Fiend mask is truly a treasure. Within the blood pool, there was a unique power surging into his body, constantly refining it. And the bit of mental power needed to maintain Blood Fiend purgatory was nothing to Sue D. This series of actions left the boss completely dumbfounded. Next, Sue D looked at the robe in his hands. This robe was made entirely from strands of red feathers. Though it was red, it appeared incredibly imposing. Strange tool, Crow robe. Tool level, Nightmare level strange tool. Exclusive skill, Phasing leap. Note, the more mental power consumed, the farther the phasing leap distance. This robe is made from crow feathers and can withstand most mental attacks from strange species in the strange world. After reading the prompt, Sue D couldn't wait to put on the robe. The next moment, he disappeared into thin air, leaving two strange beings staring at each other. What's going on? How the hell would I know? I suspect Sue is not even human. The boss had some complaints. It's just too strange. The Blood Fiend mask can only be used by Rakshasa. Why can Sue D use it and be totally fine? I feel like Sue isn't human either. The old goat had no objections to this. Then what is he? I feel he's not even a thing. At this moment, a voice came from behind the two spirits. Are you two talking bad about me? No, Sue, are you satisfied with these two tools? The boss quickly waved his hand and turned around. Only to see Sue D hovering in midair, his body resembling blood-colored mist. Sue, how did you do this? The old goat turned quickly. Upon seeing, it couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Sue, you're the damn strange being, right? As he said this, it turned to look at the boss. Isn't this your kind? Before the boss could speak, Sue D restored his physical form, took off the mask, and landed beside the two strange beings. This virtual transition, if I don't use the transition, doesn't it become virtual? As soon as he finished speaking, Sue D put the mask back on and floated into the air. Boss, floating feels really nice. Watching Sue D darting around in the air, the two strange beings felt that staying here would lead to mental pollution. Shall we go to my place? Let's go. The two strange beings quietly left the testing ground. Sue D floated around this layer several times. This novel experience made him reluctant to leave. It's a pity my mental power is stuck at 999 and can improve. Name, Sue D. Identity, horror game player, strange lord. Physique, 266. Mental power, 999. Assets, countless. Strange items, stand-in doll, Blood Fiend mask, crow robe. Territory, for fire military industry. Overall evaluation, SS+. At this stage, the mental power is sufficient to maintain a virtual state in Blood Fiend hell. But wanting to keep transitioning, this amount of mental power is a bit lacking. Sue D was puzzled about why his mental power had stagnated at 999. Could it be that there is a level limit? Is the mental power cap for SS+ level players really 999? How can I break through this level limit? Currently, there are no SSS-level players in the entire horror game. Does it mean that a higher-level copy is needed to break through SSS? Or is it because the emotional value recently provided to Lin Shi is not enough? Considering this, Sudi shook his head and used his ability to teleport back to the room. Who? Lin Shi shouted angrily, instantly transforming into a white-clothed female strange being. Holding a death stick, she struck at the strange presence that appeared in the room. It's me. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Shi gasped. Ah. She walked to Sudi's side and reached out to touch him. Is Nyo Nyo still here? Sudi? Aren't we friends? Shouldn't you care first if I'm still alive? Why are you worried about Nyo Nyo first? Moreover, I have already turned virtual, how can you possibly touch me? Just as Sudi expected, Lin Shi's small hand passed through him. Silly, I've turned virtual. With a playful smile, Lin Shi transformed back into a red wedding dress. Really? In the next moment, Sudi froze. He clearly felt something grab him. Hey, what the hell? No, no. How is this possible? But before he could think any further, two clouds of red mist entwined together. This unprecedented experience made Sudi quickly lose himself. He didn't know how much time passed. Sudi slowly awakened. The room was silent, as if nothing had happened. But he knew, a fierce battle had occurred here before. This time, it was not a physical consumption, but a genuine mental consumption. Ding. A game prompt made Sudi fully awake. Chapter 61, Strange Copy, Player Carnival. Horror Game. Players have already been promoted to SSS level. Detected significant player disparity. The copy will enter Player Carnival mode 24 hours later. Note, in Carnival mode, the extraction time for horror games is reduced to 2 hours, and players who die in their home countries will not face penalties. This mode lasts for 30 days, and players can choose any copy where they previously descended. Sudi couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose. Is this game messed up? So what if players have broken through to SSS level? Is it really necessary to have such a mode? In this Carnival mode, players who perish will surely exceed new highs. Correspondingly, the overall strength of players will also see a significant increase. At that time, 27 players had descended into his territory. These 27 players came from 9 countries. Putting aside Dragon Country, for the remaining 8 countries. I hope these guys don't ruin things when the time comes. Otherwise, I might really send them off to the afterlife. What are you thinking about? Lin Shi stretched her back and placed her hand on Sudi. Sudi silently pulled the blanket to cover that elegant line. Tomorrow is the grand opening ceremony. I can't focus all my energy on boosting my mental power. I'm thinking about tomorrow's grand opening. By the way, how did you know I was okay? Sudi couldn't figure it out. His condition was clearly strange. How did Lin Shi see at a glance that he had used a strange item? I just stored a memory, not turned into a fool. Lin Shi kicked away the quilt with one foot and stood naked in front of Sudi. Blood Shura Purgatory and Raven Robe, it's not like I have never seen them. In memory. It had once come into contact with a traveler of the Rakshasa clan. And that Rakshas's blood Shura Purgatory was like a lake, who knows how many times bigger than this little thing of Sudi. Sudi held down the restlessness in his heart and took out the hairpin. This is for you. Ah, what are you doing? Lin Shi received the hairpin with a face full of surprise and lay back into the quilt honestly. Is this a gift for me? Sudi smiled and nodded. This hairpin was also a strange tool that could hide one's own aura. Now he already had the blood Shura mask, the Raven Robe, enough to hide his own aura. This hairpin could instead be used to protect Lin Shi. Speaking of this, Sudi asked what exactly was the Rakshasa clan, what kind of strange race they were. Lin Shi carefully recalled and told Sudi what she knew. The Rakshasa clan belonged to a relatively rare strange race. Their forms were close to human, but still somewhat different. Every Rakshasa strange being had a blood Shura purgatory, the stronger the power the bigger the purgatory. Because of their small number, the Rakshasa clan were extremely protective of their own. And with that extremely eye-catching blood Shura purgatory, usually no strange beings were willing to provoke them. Then can I pretend to be Rakshasa clan? Thinking of that little basin-sized blood Shura purgatory, Lin Shi held back laughter. Of course you can. Seeing Lin Shi's expression, Sudi really wanted to poke her twice. By the way, the rotten flesh pool in extreme desire, what exactly is it? Before, he hadn't thought carefully why the boss didn't want to say more. Thinking back now, maybe it was because he didn't know. Otherwise, with the boss's nature, he would have already spilled it long ago. Why are you asking such disgusting things? Lin Shi pretended to gag. but still honestly explained what the rotten flesh pool was. The so-called rotten flesh pool was very simple, it was bathing in rotten human flesh and blood. Damn, that's so disgusting, how can anyone go in? Of course they can, let me tell you, in extreme desire this still counts as one of the better ones, you don't know the other disgusting ones. Su-di stared at Lin Shi with a face full of suspicion. You won't be like that when the time comes, right? Lin Shi suddenly gave rise to a wicked interest, pointed at herself and said. If I am like that, will you still eat? Eat your dio. Su-di laughed and rolled Lin Shi into a dumpling with the quilt. Alright, I should go get busy. Since he knew what the rotten flesh pool was, then he had to make preparations in advance. Rotten human flesh and blood was hard to find in the strange world, but in his world, could it be hard to find? Living people were hard to buy, but buying some cadavers from anatomy teachers should be possible. I am the company's finance manager, I also want to go. Lin Shi broke free from the quilt. She changed into a professional outfit and put on the hairpin. Under the effect of the hairpin, that face became much more ordinary. But even under the effect of the hairpin, Su-di still couldn't resist patting that perky butt. Inside the office, Kong Jing looked at this one human and one strange with a face full of surprise. He had come to find Su-di now, just to ask about the situation. At the very first moment when the game announcement was released, the special team had held an emergency meeting. They guessed that this mysterious SSS-level player was most likely Su-di. Besides this, they also wanted to ask. During the carnival phase, could players be allowed to enter dungeons for trials? But the one in front of him made him confused. On the identity information, it clearly marked Su-di. But in front of his eyes was a terrifying strange being wearing a mask and dressed in a red robe. Instead, the woman standing behind him looked more like a normal human. Boss? What's wrong, is the back mountain finished? Hearing this familiar voice, Kong Jing could not help but feel grief rise in his heart. Boss, you won't have been sucked dry to death by sister-in-law, right? No wonder now when looking for female assistants, you pick such ordinary ones. In just one instant, a powerful resentment swept across the whole room. When Su-di took off the mask and removed the phasing, Lin Shi also took off the hairpin at the same time. Kong Jing's face turned into iron blue. Lin Shi kicked away the quilt with one foot and stood naked in front of Su-di. Blood Shura Purgatory and Raven Robe, it's not like I have never seen them. In memory, it had once come into contact with a traveler of the Rakshasa clan. And that Rakshas's Blood Shura Purgatory was like a lake, who knows how many times bigger than this little thing of Su-di. Su-di held down the restlessness in his heart and took out the hairpin. This is for you. Ah, what are you doing? Lin Shi received the hairpin with a face full of surprise and lay back into the quilt honestly. Is this a gift for me? Su-di smiled and nodded. This hairpin was also a strange tool that could hide one's own aura. Now he already had the Blood Shura mask, the Raven robe, enough to hide his own aura. This hairpin could instead be used to protect Lin Shi. Speaking of this, Su-di asked what exactly was the Rakshasa clan, what kind of strange race they were. Lin Shi carefully recalled and told Su-di what she knew. The Rakshasa clan belonged to a relatively rare strange race. Their forms were close to human, but still somewhat different. Every Rakshasa strange being had a Blood Shura Purgatory, the stronger the power the bigger the purgatory. Because of their small number, the Rakshasa clan were extremely protective of their own. And with that extremely eye-catching Blood Shura Purgatory, usually no strange beings were willing to provoke them. Then can I pretend to be Rakshasa clan? Thinking of that little basin-sized Blood Shura Purgatory, Lin Shi held back laughter. Of course you can. Seeing Lin Shi's expression, Su-di really wanted to poke her twice. By the way, the rotten flesh pool in extreme desire, what exactly is it? Before, he hadn't thought carefully why the boss didn't want to say more. Thinking back now, maybe it was because he didn't know. Otherwise, with the boss's nature, he would have already spilled it long ago. Why are you asking such disgusting things? Lin Shi pretended to gag. But still honestly explained what the rotten flesh pool was. The so-called rotten flesh pool was very simple, it was bathing in rotten human flesh and blood. Damn, that's so disgusting, how can anyone go in? Of course they can, let me tell you, in extreme desire this still counts as one of the better ones, you don't know the other disgusting ones. Su-di stared at Lin Shi with a face full of suspicion. You won't be like that when the time comes, right? Lin Shi suddenly gave rise to a wicked interest, pointed at herself and said. If I am like that, will you still eat? Eat your dio. Su-di laughed and rolled Lin Shi into a dumpling with the quilt. Alright, I should go get busy. Since he knew what the rotten flesh pool was, then he had to make preparations in advance. Rotten human flesh and blood was hard to find in the strange world, but in his world, could it be hard to find? Living people were hard to buy, but buying some cadavers from anatomy teachers should be possible. I am the company's finance manager, I also want to go. She broke free from the quilt. She changed into a professional outfit and put on the hairpin. Under the effect of the hairpin, that face became much more ordinary. But even under the effect of the hairpin, Sudi still couldn't resist patting that perky butt. Inside the office, Kong Jing looked at this one human and one strange with a face full of surprise. He had come to find Sudi now, just to ask about the situation. At the very first moment when the game announcement was released, the special team had held an emergency meeting. They guessed that this mysterious SSS-level player was most likely Sudi. Besides this, they also wanted to ask, during the carnival phase, could players be allowed to enter dungeons for trials? But the one in front of him made him confused. On the identity information, it clearly marked Sudi. But in front of his eyes was a terrifying strange being wearing a mask and dressed in a red robe. Instead, the woman standing behind him looked more like a normal human. Boss? What's wrong, is the back mountain finished? Hearing this familiar voice, Kong Jing could not help but feel grief rise in his heart. Boss, you won't have been sucked dry to death by sister-in-law, right? No wonder now when looking for female assistants, you pick such ordinary ones. In just one instant, a powerful resentment swept across the whole room. When Sudi took off the mask and removed the phasing, Shi also took off the hairpin at the same time. Kong Jing's face turned into iron blue. Can we really not offend Shi, this SS-level weird being? But now, there's no time to worry about that. We have to quickly inform Sudi about the situation. After all, there are quite a few eyes on the 4 firearms factory. So it's you, sister-in-law, you look even more beautiful. Boss, the work on the back mountain is mostly finished, only some finishing work remains. Sudi nodded. Okay, have everyone withdraw immediately. Kong Jing was stunned. Why should we pull everyone back? Tomorrow, at the opening ceremony, a nightmare-level weird being will come. Hiss. A nightmare-level weird being. Because he had been focusing on the back mountain project. And the boss only mentioned being busy with things, but he didn't know the specifics. So up until now, he had no idea. Tomorrow, a VIP guest at the 4 firearms factory would be a nightmare-level weird being. Kong Jing hesitated for a moment and asked Sudi. Boss, tomorrow we'll enter celebration mode, should I tell them not to let anyone in? A cold glint flashed in Sudi's eyes. Yes, also notify the other 8 countries, no entry to the 4 firearms factory tomorrow. What if they don't listen? Sudi smiled faintly. If they don't listen, kill them all. The rotten blood pool is almost out of materials. Kong Jing was even more confused. It's only been a short time, and he's not by the boss's side. What the boss said, why couldn't he understand? Chapter 62, First Encounter with a Nightmare-Level Weird Being. What is a rotten blood pool? A blood pool made from decayed human bodies. Shi answered first. Kong Jing noticed the sinister look in Shi's eyes, and couldn't help but shiver. Alright, don't scare him. A bit. Shi withdrew his frightening expression and stuck out his tongue at Sudi. Sudi informed Kong Jing. Damn, this weird being is truly twisted. This is just a human meat bath. Kong Jing complained, then confidently said. Don't worry, leave it to me, I have connections. I can guarantee that in 2 hours, I'll find fresh decayed flesh. Sudi? Shi? The two of them exchanged a glance. It seemed like they were both thinking, is this person even on the right track? Kong Jing, who was good at reading people's expressions, immediately explained. Boss, what are you thinking? My family does medical research. They have special bodies used for research. Moreover, with your current status, saying 2 hours is a conservative estimate. Although Kong Jing was a Taoist priest, he came from a family of doctors. Since childhood, he had been in contact with these things, so naturally, he had the right connections. And he could precisely find which fresh and decayed body parts belonged to a new corpse. For example, bodies that have been soaked in formalin for a long time. Take them out, let them air dry, and they would turn into a pile of rotten flesh in no time. Alright, go ahead and do it. After Kong Jing left, Sudi put on his mask. Let's go, let's check how the arrangements are going. Time passed quickly. All the arrangements were complete. The dim hotel started from the ghostly area. A blood-red carpet was laid all the way to the 4 firearms factory. Along the way, at intervals, 2 little night demons stood to guide the way. These little night demons were all wearing the black work uniforms of the 4 firearms factory. In addition to these arrangements, Evil Thoughts, Wu Gagaga, Fireball, and the other security personnel patrolled continuously on the road from the ghostly area to the 4 firearms factory. Ordinary weird beings usually don't cause trouble inside the ghostly area, so those who dared to do so were not ordinary weird beings. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the 4 Firearms Factory. At this stage, security had to be strengthened to prevent weird beings from coming in and causing trouble. Not far from the red carpet, there was also a large pavilion. This pavilion was specially ordered by the boss for the little night demons to build. Inside the pavilion, there was a blood pool with countless severed limbs. Most of these bodies were decayed. If this were in the real world, it would probably be infested with maggots by now. Kong Jing stood outside the pavilion, tightly pinching his nose. The unpleasant smell produced by the decayed flesh was truly unbearable for him. At this moment, Su Di truly felt the benefits of being in a weird form. In a virtual state, he couldn't smell the terrible odor at all. Such a pity. These great teachers have no lingering souls. Otherwise, he would really want to try whether the blood-reaping hell can extract a soul. Boss, why is it that you feel nothing? The empty mirror looked at the person and the ghost floating beside him, quite dissatisfied. The boss chuckled happily. Second, how about I kill you so you can be a ghost too? The empty mirror decisively shook his head. Let's just forget about that, I've smelled this before. Living and dead. Living is much better. Furthermore, if he turns into a ghost, he can only become that kind of low-level wandering soul with no perception. For a short time, it might be okay, but for a long time, he would definitely go mad. Su Di stretched out his arm and patted the empty mirror. Second, don't be idle when you go back. Hurry up and level up, otherwise, when I find you some ghostly items, you won't be able to use them. Upon hearing this, the empty mirror's eyes lit up. Alright, big boss, I'm going to level up right now. But after taking just 2 steps, he turned back. Big boss, can you give me some gear? Just having an AK doesn't give me peace of mind. Su Di waved his hand. Fool, isn't there some in the warehouse? Aren't you the second boss? Can't you get it yourself? The empty mirror had a look of cunning success as he waved his hand. Alright then, big boss. Seeing the expression on the empty mirror's face, the boss couldn't help but ask. Su, do you think the second will empty the entire warehouse? No way, this kid's storage isn't that big. Su Di looked at the boss. Boss, when will that esteemed guest arrive? Most of the invited guests had arrived early. Among them were several representatives from ancient city forces. And these guests were all arranged by the boss in the Dark Hotel. Other forces had already arrived. It's likely that the esteemed guest won't be long now. The boss shook his head. He had sent all his types of probing ghosts out. These spies were located in different positions. Some were even arranged at the exit of the ancient city. As soon as something unusual happened, he would receive news immediately. So far, there hasn't been any movement. Su Di glanced at the sky. Do you think that guy will stand us up? Hard to say, let's head back to the company. Let this meat pond rot slowly. The boss also couldn't be certain. Even if that nightmare-level ghost had spread word that it would come personally. Who knows if it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. If it doesn't come, they have no way to deal with that nightmare-level ghost either. In the office, Old Goat and the boss were chatting about the latest gossip. Su Di and Lin Shi sat beside them, munching on seeds, listening intently. Until deep into the night. Old Goat had been worn out. Until 3 in the morning. Suddenly, the boss's black cloak shook. It's here. Su Di was suddenly awakened, pushing Lin Shi off him. Lin Shi rubbed his eyes, sleepily asking. Who's here? Is the esteemed guest here? Yes. The boss was very anxious. That guy, I don't know what method he used. He avoided numerous spies along the way, but thankfully, he was spotted by a spy 10 kilometers away. Su Di put on his mask and draped on his cloak. He grabbed the boss and Lin Shi, instantly teleporting to the boundary of the Dark Hotel. At this moment, at the boundary, one could see the blood meat building emanating a bloody horror with dark lights. The next moment, a giant skeleton, driving several skeletal war horses, silently appeared in view, pulling a large cart. From a distance, one could feel the terrifying aura emanating from that cart. It was clear that the terrifying entity was inside that large cart. All the security, filled with evil thoughts, instantly gripped their guns tightly. The large cart silently stopped at the boundary of the ghostly domain. The boss no longer hesitated and shouted loudly. Is this the esteemed guest? The giant skeleton driver pulled open the curtain of the cart. Hiss. Upon seeing the scene inside the cart, no matter Su Di or the ghostly entity, they all gasped in cold air. Calling it a ghost would be better to say it was actually a bunch of decayed limbs and severed arms forming a meatball. Countless arms, countless thighs. On this meatball, embedded in the meatball, a single arm kept wriggling. With a soft plop, it slid out, accompanied by thick liquid. The arm successfully broke free from the meatball, emerging. It then handed the invitation to the skeletal figure. The boss, too, was seeing such a scene for the first time. He had seen disgusting things, but never something this repulsive. What's worse, there was a nightmare-level sense of oppression. It was Sue D who reacted first, loudly calling out to the meatball. "Welcome, honored guest. Our company has prepared a special gift for you." "Oh?" Every head on the meatball turned to Sue D, speaking in unison. "Are you the boss?" This was a terrifying pressure Sue D had never experienced before. Under this pressure, Sue D involuntarily activated the blood fiend hell. In an instant, the pressure vanished. All the eyes on the meatball focused on the small pool of blood, seemingly very interested. "Interesting." A sharp shriek formed from countless voices, causing invisible harm to all the bizarre beings present. At this moment, they truly realized the terrifying power of nightmare-level beings. And this was without any targeted attack from the nightmare-level entity. If they were to intentionally target them, these sound waves could severely damage them. Yet, Sue D remained the most composed when facing this entity. In fact, he could clearly feel the blood fiend hell attempting to pull the entity in. Sue D dismissed his focus and looked at the meatball. "Honored guest, we've specially arranged a pool of decaying meat for you, please follow me." "Good, good, good." Upon hearing this, the meatball's desires surged. Its curiosity in exploring Sue D's intentions vanished without a trace. Under Sue D's guidance, the bizarre beings headed towards the pavilion. Before they reached their destination, the meatball, upon smelling the decaying stench, could no longer hold back. Its massive body squeezed out of the vehicle and rolled toward the pavilion. The boss saw this and secretly thought to himself, "It's over. I've made a mess of things." The pavilion was specially prepared for this honored guest. I didn't expect this nightmare-level entity to be so huge. Now, the pavilion has become an obstacle. But in the next moment, the meatball split into smaller meatballs of various sizes and rolled into the rotting meat pool. "So good. So good," the meatball said in unison. "You guys continue with your work, don't worry about me. Honored guest, please make yourself comfortable." Sue D waved his hand. The bizarre beings scattered in an instant. In the office, she couldn't help but comment. "That guy was so disgusting." The boss, still shaken, said nervously, "Sue, that thing is terrifying and a little abnormal." It had seen nightmare-level entities before, but never one as strange as this. And from its observation earlier, when the meatball split into smaller pieces, each breath was nightmare-level. What does that mean? It means this entity is likely not a normal nightmare-level being. Sue D shook his head, not responding. To him, whether it was normal or not didn't matter. As long as they were buying from him, they were good customers. Seeing that Sue D didn't speak, the boss felt uneasy. "Sue, do you think we'll get a big order tomorrow?" It wasn't worried about the sales of weapons and equipment. What it was concerned about was the sales of the flesh and blood transporter. At the time, it had asked Sue D for the price range. But Sue D didn't answer and only mentioned a starting price of 1 billion. Such a terrifying price, even it had to think twice. Even if the flesh and blood transporter could withstand SSS-level entity attacks. "Don't worry, it will come." Sue D confidently nodded. If this meatball was a physical-level entity, there might be some suspense. But if this meatball is a mental-level terror, it would be easier to handle. The flesh and blood transporter is better suited to resist mental-level attacks and would consume less blood and flesh energy. For example, the intensity of the sound wave just now. It might take 10 to 15 days of constant roaring to deplete the blood and flesh energy in the vehicle. If it were a physical-level nightmare attack, I'm afraid it won't last a day, the flesh and blood energy will be completely consumed. The next day, as dawn broke, all members of the Siwa company sprang into action. A crowd of guests, guided by hotel staff, arrived at the Flesh and Blood building. Even the SSS-level representatives from the ancient city were astonished. Upon seeing the Flesh and Blood building, they couldn't help but be surprised. SSS-level buildings like the Dark Hotel are quite rare in the ancient city. But this Flesh and Blood building is also an SSS-level strange object. No wonder the owner of the Dark Hotel spent a lot of money and connections to send out invitations. But I wonder how the products in this company are. It claims that the defensive power can rival that of the Dark Hotel, is that an exaggeration? With doubts in their minds, the crowd of strange beings stepped into the doors of the Flesh and Blood building. "Welcome, esteemed guests." Sue D personally led the Yaksha team to greet them in the lobby. "Please follow me to the exhibition hall." In the exhibition hall, a dazzling array of firearms was displayed. Rifles, shotguns, rocket launchers, everything one could imagine. What left the crowd of strange beings in disbelief was that the security patrolling this exhibition hall was actually led by an SSS strange being. The representatives from the ancient city were okay. However, many leaders of nearby forces were stunned to see the old goat personally leading the patrol. What on earth is the Sihua military industry? How could they have this recently popular SSS-level peak strange being patrolling in the exhibition hall? Could it be that the owner has an unfathomable background? This made many forces around who wanted to figure out the Sihua military industry give up the thought. I must say, Su Di is truly a genius in promoting arms. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. This weapon is the blood and flesh barret. This is a killer tool for ambush and silent elimination. While introducing, the little yaksha next to him kindly released a testing video. Soon, Su Di brought the crowd into his rhythm. Super high lethality, ultra-long attack range. This novel weapon, never seen before, completely captured the attention of these strange beings. In just half an hour, the weapon pre-order amount exceeded 100 million. And it kept increasing. After Su Di finished introducing the weapons, cannon fire sounded outside. I believe everyone can't wait any longer. Do you want to see our company's strange object that rivals the defensive power of the Dark Hotel? As soon as this was said, all the strange beings replied in unison. We do. In the auction hall, Su Di stood on the stage, enthusiastically introducing the blood and flesh transport vehicle behind him. The video was still simultaneously playing, showcasing the old goat attacking the blood and flesh transport vehicle. This footage of withstanding the old goat's attack successfully captured the hearts of all the leaders around. Even with a starting bid of 1 billion, these leaders hesitated not at all and offered their prices. With this vehicle, they would not have to repeat the same mistake. Just like that SSS strange being, facing a tragic end. Chapter 64, Crazy Auction. What a bunch of bumpkins from the countryside. Still don't know whether the strange object is real or fake, yet they dare to bet so heavily. Haha, if they get their hands on something, I wonder if they will cry. 1 billion. I didn't expect these country folks to have so much money. The representatives from the ancient city mocked. Ignoring the strange object that could withstand an SSS-level strange being's attack, such objects are rare in the entire ancient city. How could something like this appear in such a remote area? They assume it's mostly a scam, and those crazily bidding strange beings are just fish ready to be caught. The strange representatives acknowledged that the weapons in the exhibition hall were indeed impressive. But they did not believe that what was displayed in the video was real. Moreover, they did not think that the seemingly terrifying goat strange being had reached SSS-level peak strength. Of course, there was one crucial point. They were merely subordinates of the forces in the ancient city. They are not the powerful controllers. With over 1 billion in funds, they can't even touch it. The deceivers participating in the bidding secretly laughed and paid no attention. After decades of open and hidden conflict with the old goat, they naturally knew his strength. Without the ancient city's forces meddling, they were actually happy to see the situation unfold this way. Furthermore, the old goat was involved with this company. In the future, there would definitely be various stronger weapons and equipment. In a fair competition, they simply couldn't match the old goat. Moreover, the old goat would get even stronger weapons and equipment? In just a few minutes, the bidding price was pushed up to 1.5 billion. Hiss, are these guys really that rich? Hearing this voice, the old goat quickly asked. Boss, have the distinguished guests arrived? It would be fine if the ancient city's forces took away this flesh and blood transport vehicle. If these guys got hold of the vehicle, that would be bad. How sturdy the vehicle is, he knows very well. All the surrounding forces are targets to consume. If any of these guys bought the vehicle, it would seriously disrupt the devouring plan. They're here. With this answer, the old goat's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Good. In fact, he had planned for the worst. If the ancient city's forces didn't act, he would personally participate in the bidding. No matter the cost, he couldn't let the other deceivers get this flesh and blood transport vehicle. Then, at the first moment, take his followers to attack the territory of other deceivers. The boss sensed something was wrong. Are we going to take action against them? The old goat did not hide. These guys will definitely buy weapons. I plan to take them out right after the opening ceremony. You can't act on my territory. Of course, we are the best partners. The old goat smiled broadly. Knowing the stakes involved, he needed the connections the boss had expanded and the weapons provided by Su Di. With these, he would be able to swallow other forces without restraint. At that moment, the entire auction hall shook. They're here. The boss waved his hand and shouted. Su Di then looked at the leftmost wall of the hall. This wall was made of flesh and blood. Under his mental power's control, it quickly split open. At the moment it cracked, a terrifying sense of oppression instantly flooded the auction hall. All the deceivers turned towards the crack at once. Damn it, which idiot ruined my mood? What's this guy? Such a big presence. Since when did this desolate place have nightmare-level deceivers? Even feeling the aura of a nightmare-level deceiver, the representatives of the ancient city still complained non-stop. But when two tall white skeletal figures walked in, carrying a stretcher towards the hall step by step. As the deceivers saw the figures on the stretcher, they all shut their mouths. Some even moved their seats to the far right of the hall. Sudi accurately caught this information and thought to himself. It seems that the flesh ball has considerable power in the ancient city, not just a small creature. Otherwise, the representatives of the ancient city wouldn't be so scared. Where is the treasure? Countless heads opened their mouths, creating ghastly sound waves. It really made all present deceivers uncomfortable. Distinguished guests, the treasure is here. Sudi smiled and pointed to the flesh and blood transport vehicle placed on the stage. It looks very appetizing. The flesh ball rolled off the stretcher and slowly wriggled to the front of the stage. Then it split into countless small flesh balls, each bouncing towards the flesh and blood transport vehicle. So fast that Sudi didn't even have a chance to react. The small flesh balls wrapped the entire vehicle, then formed a big flesh ball. What the hell, this isn't food, we can't eat it. He had thought that this nightmare-level flesh ball might cause a ruckus at the auction site. He had previously arranged for the old goat to lead a team to guard here. After the meatball recovered, it settled down. The old goat, holding a gun aimed at the meatball, let out a sigh of relief and waved to his men to retreat. He was called to maintain order and could not let this meatball cause chaos. The boss was just as uneasy. If something happened to the guests, the market expansion plan would be ruined. Sudi was the first to react, pointing at the vehicle and shouting. Esteemed guests, let me take this opportunity to showcase the powerful self-repair capability of our blood and meat transport vehicle. The outer layer of the blood and meat transport vehicle had been corroded significantly. Some parts even exposed the frame. The strange creatures from the ancient city shook their heads in regret. They believed that this vehicle truly was a highly defensible peculiar item. It's just a pity that this peculiar item was ruined. As representatives of major forces, they knew the terror of the meatball. That corrosive ability could obliterate an SSS-level strange creature in an instant. This vehicle, now corroded, was already useless. Then, with the roar of the engine, the next scene surpassed all the strange creatures' understanding. Even the meatball widened countless eyes in disbelief. The blood and meat continuously squirmed, instantly generating new blood and meat armor. From this, it was clear that the vehicle had not suffered a fatal injury. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If this vehicle had an SSS-level defense, it couldn't withstand the meatball's corrosive attack at all. Could it be that this vehicle? An unbelievable thought emerged in the minds of the strange creatures. Seeing the timing was right, Sudi threw out the ace. Esteemed guests, this blood and meat transport vehicle can not only ignore SSS-level strange creature attacks. It can also effectively resist nightmare-level strange creature attacks. As soon as these words were spoken, all the strange creatures went crazy. They began bidding frantically to effectively resist nightmare-level strange creature attacks. Just based on this point alone, it could be called a nightmare-level peculiar item. Items of this level are perhaps rare in the entire ancient city. 1.7 billion. 2 billion. 2.5 billion. The price kept climbing. Chapter 65-65. Bidding high price, 5 billion. Durable. This vehicle is great. The meatball developed a strong interest in this vehicle. Items of this level are extremely troublesome to repair. For example, there was its SSS-level bone horse cart. Though it was also a peculiar item for transportation, the bone horse cart was as fragile as paper. That bone horse could shatter from a single touch, and to repair it, one needs to find a horses of equal level for taming. 4 billion. As the bid was announced, the noisy hall instantly fell silent. 4 billion. This exceeded the limits of all surrounding strange lords. Even though they were SSS-level lords, living like local emperors, they also had to bear much more. The costs for food, drink, relaxation of their subordinates, and resource extraction from their territory all required financial outflow. It was better to buy weapons to arm their strange subordinates, for resisting the old goat. 4 billion, this distinguished guest bid 4 billion. Any other guests willing to raise their bid? Sudi shouted while monitoring the situation below. Successfully bidding on this vehicle will make you a Supreme VIP customer of the company. We can guarantee. Supreme VIP customers will have priority delivery rights and enjoy a 15% discount. 4 billion 10 million. The one bidding was a representative of the strange forces from the ancient city. With Su Di stirring up the excitement, the price began to climb again slightly. The strange lords, knowing their financial limitations, even formed small alliances. Though these strange creatures continued to raise their bids, the increments weren't high. 5 billion. The meatball reached in again, raising the price by several billion. As if this 5 billion didn't cost it anything. The boss saw this price. He struck gold. He struck gold. This time he was completely set for life. To sell one at 5 billion means 10 items would be 50 billion. 100 vehicles would be 500 billion. What does 500 billion mean? With that, one could rent a shop in the ancient city and become a lord-level presence. Yet at the same time, he worried about whether this 5 billion could actually be obtained. 5 billion. Even if it was from a nightmare-level strange creature. No one would carry so much money on them. 5 billion, first time. 5 billion, second time. 5 billion, third time. Boom. With the fireworks bursting in the hall, the auction officially came to an end. Su Di never expected this car could sell for such a high price of 5 billion. Looking at the meatball again, it suddenly seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Su Di opened the trunk and invited it. "Dear guest, would you like to take a ride and experience the car?" The meatball was not there when the features of the car were explained earlier. To help it understand the car, Su Di decided to explain again. No need. The meatball instantly spread out and squeezed into the car. Several decaying arms crawled into the driver's seat. Since the engine was still running, the meatball really got the car to move. The car moved and stopped, just like a new driver learning to drive. Su Di snapped his fingers and sent the car into the testing area. In the testing area, the boss watched the speeding car and couldn't help but ask, "Is it that simple? What did you think, it would be difficult?" Su Di smiled. One must say, although the meatball looked a bit unusual, its understanding exceeded all the strange things Su Di had ever seen. It only took a few glances at the promotional video and some exploration on its own to become self-taught. From now on, one shouldn't judge weirdness just from appearances. If the meatball hadn't driven, Su Di would really have thought it was a fool. But after this incident, he realized this fellow was just pretending to be silly. With a screeching sound, the car came to a sudden stop right in front of Su Di. The meatball rolled out from the trunk. "Dear guest, are you satisfied with our product?" Not bad, I am very satisfied with this car." The boss, holding the contract, approached with a smile. "It's good that you are satisfied. How about this contract?" The meatball was in a good mood at this moment, with one of its arms coming loose. It signed its name on the contract. A prompt appeared in front of Su Di. Successfully sold one blood meat transport vehicle. Current unlock progress, January 10th. After completion of progress, the next piece of equipment can be unlocked. Congratulations on unlocking achievement, a little accomplishment. Note, with the blessing of this achievement, completing unlock progress can randomly unlock a second stage piece of equipment. A rotting arm wriggled out from the meatball, handing over a card. "Here is 3 billion, as for the remaining 2 billion, after the driver training is completed, let it take you to the old city to get it." "Okay, dear guest." Su Di did not hesitate to accept the slime-covered money card. On this day, Su Di wandered around various parts of the exhibition hall. More and more strange beings inquired about weapon orders. In the end, besides the 5 billion blood meat transport vehicle, weapons and equipment worth more than $1 billion were also sold. Most were bought by nearby lords, and some were purchased by representatives of the old city. As for the situation with the old city, Su Di was unsure. It was likely that the surrounding forces wouldn't be peaceful in the near future. Until late at night. Lin Shi, according to the orders, was calculating the report. Few got it. The boss rushed over first and grabbed the report. Upon seeing the numbers on the report, he exclaimed, "Su, with this order, we have struck gold." Su Di took a look at the report and smiled faintly. What's there to be excited about? This is just the beginning. In the future, these orders will be small ones for us. We need to hurry up and train our sales team. If all these little orders are left to me, I will be exhausted. Hearing this, Lin Shi pinched Su Di with concern. Hiss. If tens of billions are small orders, then what in the world were the previous ones? The boss said awkwardly. As for the knowledge of sales, I really don't understand. I can only wait for the second one to come back and let him teach those little devils. Although it was the boss of the Dark Hotel, the hotel business and the arms business are fundamentally different. Wanting to help Su Di felt powerless. Moreover, it was busy contacting various forces and knew nothing about the types of weapons. Wanting to introduce to clients. Cannot be done. Can only wait for the empty realm to return and let it handle it. By the way, Sue, when will we take action for the next batch of goods? Sue D thought for a moment and said. Wait until the funds are gathered, then we will release the news. At this stage, if the news is spread out. Once the meatball finds out that there are still a lot of similarly strange props in the company. What if it gets some ideas? After all, in the next phase, we need to push large quantities. The selling price will be far lower than the auction price. Alright, then we need to quickly find some trainers. The strangeness over at the driving school is just half-baked. Let alone teaching other strange beings to drive, even whether they can drive properly themselves is a problem. Just leave it to me. Chapter 66, Elite Training Program. The Carnival mode has begun. The human world is nearly at a standstill. Players from various countries are all focused on their respective instances. Take Long Country as an example. Before the Carnival mode began. To take care of the pure novice players, the Special Action Team purposefully released a passing strategy for low-level instances within the country on the forum. Following this strategy, even newcomers can safely pass the strange instances. And these instances are mostly B-level and below. In just a few hours, tens of millions of players flooded into these instances. Yet despite this, there were still huge casualties. There was a B-level instance that was absurdly promoted to an A-level instance. Farm stay. As soon as Sue D returned, he eagerly opened his phone. Upon seeing the hot topics online, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. How can these guys be so stupid? Following the guide means they can pass, how could they not get through? As he spoke, he opened a video. In the video, a man entered an instance while looking at the guide. He was supposed to take the left-hand path, but after observing for a while, he chose the right-hand one. And then, there was nothing after that. Is this guy an idiot? Can't he tell left from right? She was browsing the hotspots on a tablet. These guys can take care of themselves, so they are always treated as normal people. In reality, they are just mentally challenged, completely unable to understand human language. Sue D shook his head helplessly. What a bunch of fools, it's a good thing we didn't let people like that into our company. Thankfully, he had informed the empty mirror beforehand. This limited the entry of people from Long Country into his territory. Otherwise, if those guys went there, they'd probably ruin his business. Your idea might be dashed. Sue D was taken aback. What do you mean by that? She said nothing but handed the tablet to Sue D. On the screen. It was the strange forum. Sue D flipped through a few pages and gasped. It was all bounty tasks. Most of the bounty content was detailed strategies for A-level instances, with a rare few for S-level instances. Sue D then clicked into an S-level bounty task. It required detailed strategies for a certain S-level instance, along with corresponding videos and detailed information. Just for this, it offered a staggering 1 billion reward. Hiss. 1 billion. The bounty reached up to 1 billion. This stage is different. Players can choose any instance domestically. It's clear that players with the ability to spend want to get high-level instance strategies in advance. They want to take the lead at the starting line and leave other players behind. In addition to the bounty tasks posted by novice players, the board was also filled with numerous escort tasks posted by veteran players. Sue D casually clicked on a video and was dumbfounded. In the video, a bald man was enthusiastically introducing the company's escorts. Most were A-level, and even some were S-level. At the end of the video, there was also a table. It detailed the charging standards. According to the different levels of strange instances and the levels of escorts, the charging standards also differed. But even the lowest charging standard reached 8 digits. Seeing this, Sue D was completely stunned. This complete industrial chain could not have been formed overnight. It's possible that some people started such a layout when the terrifying game first appeared. From the comments below, it seems. Some players even sold their pots and pans, even gave everything up. Just to safely clear a high-level dungeon once. Can these new players truly bear the consequences that come with this? Without supervision, after the celebration ends, big problems may arise. Thinking of this, Sue D contacted Master Lingshu. Who is it? Master Lingshu, it's me, Little Sue. Little Sue, it's you. Have you finished your business over there? I've finished. Before Sue D could ask further, the other side spoke. Little Sue, are you at the farmhouse? Yes. Wait, I'll come find you now. Not long after, a black jeep drove into the farmhouse. The weary Master Lingshu got out of the car and headed straight for Sue D. Master Lingshu, what happened to you? Master Lingshu shook his head, seemingly unwilling to say much. Let's go inside and talk. Inside the house, Master Lingshu took out a plan. Little Su, how do you find this plan? Su Di took the plan and frowned at it. Seeing this, Master Lingshu's heart uneasily sank. This plan was formulated after discussions by the Special Operations Team, an elite training plan. This was a training plan specially made for old players and even talented new players. After reading the plan, Su Di took a deep breath. To help these potential players successfully clear S-level and even SS-level dungeons. Master Lingshu, we should have this strength. There is no need to ask for my opinion. Master Lingshu appeared somewhat embarrassed. They did not intend to place players directly into real dungeons. Rather, they wanted to send these players to the testing center for training first. After training, they would then formally enter other S-level, SS-level, and even SSS-level dungeons. They knew Su Di had many powerful anomalies under his command. The celebration phase would last only a month. If they wasted this time, it wouldn't be easy to train elite players without worries again. Little Su, we want to open the testing center. Do you think you can spare some manpower? Upon hearing this, Su Di understood Master Lingshu's intention. Master Lingshu, train these players first, and then let them into the dungeons? Yes. Su Di did not agree immediately but pointed out the problems he found. Hearing this, Master Lingshu sighed. We have known about this situation for a long time. The Special Operations Team, including all the players under their command, are guarding the S-level and SS-level dungeons. We can barely hold these high-level dungeons, that's our limit. You should understand some of the words I'm saying. Su Di was silent for a moment. He understood. Once the celebration mode opened, some guys couldn't hold back. In celebration mode, without the threat of annihilation, these guys revealed their fangs. In this list, I don't want any strange people to be included. Hearing these words, Master Lingshu instantly shone with excitement. Don't worry, Little Su, every member on this list is strictly selected by me. Alright, Master Lingshu, send people to the testing center today. Su Di came back this time to notify the testing center to receive personnel. After all, that meatball's driver was still waiting for training. Hurry up and train this guy to avoid wasting the time ahead. By the way, Master Lingshu, how about the empty mirror? Master Lingshu rarely showed a smile. That kid is just using your name to swagger and cheat. Chapter 67. This is the real sales champion. Wow. In the picture, the empty mirror was lounging on a deck chair, leisurely eating fruit. In front of him, a group of women in cheongsams danced gracefully. What is he doing? Su Di looked at the phone Master Lingshu handed him and couldn't help but complain. Master Lingshu's face was quite awkward. This kid said he was leveling up in the dungeon, but in reality, he was almost on vacation in the dungeon. The dungeon level wasn't even high, with the boss only being A level. Let alone the fully armed empty mirror. Even without weapons, this A-level strange thing can't do anything to him. Su Di felt his anger rising continuously. This little brat. I've been running around the company, almost damn tired to death. This guy is actually enjoying himself in the dungeon. Master Lingshu, grant me access, I want to go in and find him. As a high-ranking member of the Special Operations Team. Naturally, Lingshu had that kind of authority. After a simple operation, a prompt appeared in front of Su Di. The player is about to teleport to the dungeon, Huang family old residence. I want to go too. Seeing Su Di about to leave, Lingshu suddenly sprang out and jumped onto Su Di's back. Master Lingshu, I'm leaving first, see you at the trial center. Current dungeon, A-level Huang family old residence. Tip, old Master Huang is extremely greedy, perhaps you can bribe him with strange coins. Damn. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. It turns out he spent money. With that thought, Su Di prepared to give this little brat a good lesson. Let's deal with this brat. Lin Shi's eyes sparkled at those words. The last time that empty mirror said she was ugly, she hadn't settled the score yet. Taking this opportunity, she could let out some steam. Blood slaughter mask, crow robe. In an instant, the phasing started. Su Di waved his hand lightly. The door of this A-level building-type strange item shattered like paper in an instant. The next moment, Su Di charged into the courtyard. The overwhelming aura of SSS-level strangeness enveloped the entire courtyard. In the courtyard, the cleaning servants and maids were scared and trembling in the corners. Even the guards, the timid ones dared only to hide in the corners and observe from afar. The bold ones quietly slipped away to find old Master Huang. Not long after. That sneaky old man with thieving eyes. Esteemed master, may I ask where this old man has offended you? A sneaky old man rushed out. Is there someone here? As soon as he said this, The old man's expression slightly changed. May I ask, esteemed master, are you from the Black Tiger Mountain? Ding, hidden task triggered. Su Di? Hidden task? What is this Black Tiger Mountain? Alright, stop hiding. Damn, boss, it really is you. The empty mirror ran out from the corner, carrying a gun. Boss, this is Old Master Huang, our big client. After hearing the empty mirror's description, Su Di was stunned. Not a buddy. You just entered the next dungeon and landed a big order. It turns out, the Huang family is one of the wealthiest families within 100 miles, with a very deep foundation. Old Master Huang is even a nightmare-level strangeness. This Old Master Huang is the father of the Huang family head. More than 10 years ago, after Old Master went out, he never returned. This led to the once prosperous Huang family falling into decline overnight. Within the manor, several high officials ran away, leaving only dozens of A-level strangeness still lingering in the Huang family. Recently, they have frequently been disturbed by the Black Tiger Mountain's attacks. The empty mirror entered the dungeon at this time, just as it triggered a hidden task. Yesterday, the strange entity from Black Tiger Mountain came to collect protection money. As a result, the leading strange entity was shot dead by the empty mirror. Old Master Huang immediately took a liking to the weapon in the empty mirror's hand. Upon learning that the empty mirror could acquire a large number of weapons, he treated him as a distinguished guest. Old Master Huang, this is my boss, he has as much supply as you need. The empty mirror originally planned to wait until the dungeon ended and then bring the goods over. But unexpectedly, Su Di came in person and handed the order directly to him. Old Master Huang trembled and took out a list from his sleeve. Esteemed master, please take a look. Su Di took the list, and upon looking, wow! What a figure! 2,000 long guns, 50 rocket launchers. All kinds of long-range and short-range weapons add up to a total of 200 million. Gasp! Now Old Master Huang can take out 200 million. 10 years ago, when the Old Master was still around, just how wealthy was the Huang family? And according to the empty mirror, Black Tiger Mountain is the largest force nearby, with the Lord being an SSS-level strangeness. His subordinates include dozens of SS-level and S-level strange entities. Why hasn't the Huang family been devoured by Black Tiger Mountain despite not having a single S-level strangeness? Where is the warehouse? Old Master Huang responded. The little eyes instantly sparkled with a glimmer. Great Master, do you mean it? Su Di waved his red robe, gesturing for him to lead the way. Old Master Huang no longer hesitated. When they arrived at the storeroom, Su Di understood why Black Tiger Mountain continuously harassed them, rather than directly extinguishing them. Simply because this storeroom turned out to be a nightmare-level strange item. The eerie aura it emitted was no less than that of the flesh orb. In just a few minutes, a corner of the storeroom was already piled high with all kinds of weapons and equipment. Master Huang looked at the pile of weapons and equipment, tears of joy streaming down his face. Thinking back, Old Master Huang was indeed nightmare-level strange, yet his disobedient son had been stuck at A-level for decades. If it weren't for searching for materials to promote to S-level, it wouldn't have come to this. Thank you, Great Master, for your help. Old Master Huang need not thank me, this is just a mutually beneficial deal between us. Yes, as the Great Master says. Old Master Huang replaced his expression with a smile and echoed. May I ask how long the Great Master will stay here? If I stay at the estate tonight, I will have my servants arrange a guest room. Su Di turned to look at the empty mirror wandering in the storeroom. How much longer do you have? Boss, there are still 16 hours left. With this answer, Su Di turned back to Old Master Huang. Then I will trouble you, Old Master Huang. No trouble at all, Great Master. Late at night, in a corner of the courtyard, Su Di, Lin Shi, and the empty mirror were conspiring. Boss, while I was wandering in the storeroom today, I saw that the strangeness in the storeroom is at least worth billions. Is there anything more expensive? Once we leave this village, there won't be this shop. If you miss Old Master Huang, you won't find such an easy customer again. Su Di did not hesitate and directly informed the empty mirror about the flesh transport vehicle. Ignoring the SSS-level strange attacks, it could effectively resist nightmare-level strange attacks. This. Isn't this the perfect bait? Perfectly fitting the requirements of Boss Huang. With a little manipulation, the flesh transport vehicle could be sold at an unbelievable price. Boss, wait for my news. Under the shocked gazes of Su Di and Lin Shi, the empty mirror snuck into Old Master Huang's room. Chapter 68. Rare events, strange robbing strange. This courtyard looks like a building from the Republic of China era. Su Di sat on the roof, carefully observing the buildings in the courtyard. Do you know what place this is? Lin Shi shook her head. Ever since I escaped, I have stayed in the hotel and haven't gone out at all. As they talked about this topic, Su Di pulled Lin Shi into his arms. Follow me, you won't have to run anymore. Lin Shi nestled in Su Di's arms and nodded her little head. By the way, is such looting common in the strange world? This was the first time Su Di saw strange robbing strange. If such incidents were common, these strange beings might become loyal customers of the military industry. This kind of thing is very common. Some forces indeed decline due to the disappearance of the strongest. As she spoke here, Lin Shi asked Su Di. By the way, we won't return to the company today, what about that Taoist? She was missing that soft, comfy big bed. Although the guest room arranged by Old Master Huang was nice, she still couldn't sleep. Su Di waved his hand in response. The boss will handle it. During the day, he had promised Lingshu Daoist to meet at the trial center at night. Then discuss the specific operations of the trial center. Originally, he planned to take the empty mirror into the instance and leave. But unexpectedly, the lord of this A-level instance turned out to be a local tycoon. A slight move would result in a weapon order worth 200 million. In terms of financial power, it was no less than the SSS-level strange lord in the area of the shadowy hotel. Moreover, when the empty mirror was wandering in the storeroom, Old Master Huan showed no reaction at all. What does that prove? It proves that the funds in Old Master Huang's hands might be far more than the dozens of billions that appeared on the surface. So, Su Di planned to stay in the instance until the mission ended. The trial center was originally a transaction between the boss and the dragon countryside. As for how both sides negotiated, it had nothing much to do with him. Oh. Lin Shi hummed twice and muttered softly. Can't sleep, how about going back to the room to play? Facing this blatant hint, Su Di pretended not to understand. The weather is nice today. Just then, the clouds covered the scarlet full moon. Su Di put on a blood-red mask and whispered into Lin Shi's ear. It's dark and windy, perfect for outdoor activities. Just one sentence. Lin Shi's little face turned beet red. No. In the midst of this intense emotional wave, Su Di could clearly feel his mental power starting to rise. The wheels rolled on, moving through the night. A shout of killing came from far away. Accompanying it were urgent shouts from Kong Jing. Boss, something happened. Disturbed from his mood, Su Di rushed out of the room. He saw flames shooting into the sky in the distance, as if a large group of people was rapidly heading this way. What happened? Outside the door, Kong Jing was fully armed, covered in various weapons, holding a blood and meat barret in hand. The Grim Reaper from Black Tiger Mountain is here again. Su Di paused, his tone suddenly becoming serious. Wasn't it dealt with yesterday? Boss, two got away yesterday. Kong Jing spoke softly like a child who had done something wrong. Yesterday was his first time taking action in the eerie instance. Too nervous, he let two little horrors escape. What a fool! Having acted but not resolving it properly. No need to think. It must be the eerie force from Black Tiger Mountain seeking revenge. Su Di took a deep breath to calm his mood. When the earth buries, the soldiers come to flood. Moreover, Kong Jing had secured a considerable order. Also, the hidden task was to assist the Huang family in resisting Black Tiger Mountain. For both feelings and logic, he had to take action. It's okay, I'll handle it. At this moment, Old Master Huang, accompanied by a group of fully armed guards, rushed over. Great Master, my old family's encountered a disaster. Please take your wife and Taoist Kong Jing and leave through the underground passage as soon as possible. So that the Black Tiger Mountain doesn't shift their anger onto you. Clearly, he had no intention of asking Su Di for help, but planned to send them away. Su Di waved his red robe. Old Master Huang, what level is the leader of Black Tiger Mountain? Upon hearing this, Old Master Huang was shocked. Great Master, the leader of Black Tiger Mountain is an SSS-level pinnacle ghost tiger. Only a thread's difference from the nightmare level. Great Master, there's no need to offend that leader for this old man. Old man, at worst, I will just hand over my family property to that ghost tiger. Though saying this, Old Master Huang still wanted Su Di to help. It was because Su Di had always been in an eerie state before him and also exhibited an SSS-level pinnacle eerie aura. SSS-level pinnacle? Su Di felt a stir in his heart. If that leader was nightmare level, he would have no hesitation in taking Kong Jing away. No other reason, simply couldn't win. The blood and meat transport vehicle could withstand, but it had no means of counteraction. Staying here was meaningless. However, this leader of Black Tiger Mountain was only SSS-level pinnacle, not yet stepping into nightmare level. Belonging to the same stage as Su Di, SSS-level eerie lord. Since entering the horror game, He had never faced a same-level eerie directly. He didn't know the battle power of this ghost tiger was actually what. No, old Master Huang. You bought weapons from me, you're my customer. Our company's philosophy is to treat customers as gods. I won't stand by and do nothing about this matter. Upon these words, old Master Huang stood dumbfounded. After being oppressed by Black Tiger Mountain for these years, he had sought help from other SSS-level Eries before. But the outcome was, without exception, they all took away huge benefits and passed through that ghost tiger from Black Tiger Mountain. Never did he expect the boss of Sihua Military Industry, just because he had a transaction with him, was willing to help. Second, you drive the car with old Master Huang. Just right, I'll take this opportunity to teach everyone how to use these weapons. Su Di waved his hand. A blood and meat transport vehicle appeared in the courtyard. Kong Jing instantly understood Su Di's meaning. Old Master Huang, please this way. This was a perfect opportunity to promote the blood and meat transport vehicle. No matter how Kong Jing explained, old Master Huang couldn't truly grasp just how sturdy this blood and meat transport vehicle was. Better yet, take this opportunity. Let Mr. Huang sit in the car and go out to watch the battle. Let him personally feel the power of this flesh and blood transport vehicle. Outside the Huang family old mansion, an ancient scholar-like SS-level strange creature clenched its fists and shouted at Su Di. Friend, I am the Hall Master of Black Tiger Mountain. No matter how many benefits this Huang has given you, we of Black Tiger Mountain will pay double. An S-level strange creature beside him expressed some dissatisfaction. Master, why waste words with that guy? I say just chop him up. These strange creatures from Black Tiger Mountain had occupied this area for decades. They had long been used to bullying, and the Huang family was one of their big targets. Upon hearing that two cash-collecting little brothers had been taken out, they all shouted to eliminate the attacker. They demanded that the Huang family pay the price, otherwise, just. Chapter 69. Kill you, it's also mine. Shut up, how can you speak to this friend like that? The scholar's strange creature scolded angrily. It felt a deep pressure. That feeling, only experienced with the leader before. Su Di did not respond and calmly said, I will give you 3 counts to escape. The scholar's strange creature's face sank. It tried again to intimidate Su Di by bringing up Black Tiger Mountain. Friend, I know you are powerful. My Black Tiger Mountain has been prominent in this area for over a decade. A mere SSS-level strange creature can't stir up any waves. At this moment, in his strange form, Su Di was covered in weapons. I have to say, this is the benefit of being strange. Although it had no form, it far exceeded any physical shape. In human form, Su Di could at most use 2 guns at a time. But in this state, with his powerful mental strength, Su Di could control 5 flesh and blood Barrett rifles, 10 flesh and blood AKs, and 2 rocket launchers at the same time. Well then, the scholar's strange creature felt a glimmer of joy in its heart. As long as it backed down, everything would be fine. If Su Di didn't back down, it would have no way to fight back. After all, an SSS-level strange creature completely crushed any SS level 1. Fortunately, Black Tiger Mountain had a loud reputation. Even this unfamiliar SSS-level strange creature would give face. Thank you, friend. Before the sentence was finished, a sense of life and death crisis surged from deep within. The scholar's strange creature did not hesitate for a moment and instantly disappeared from its original spot. Boom! With a loud explosion, Su Di fired 2 rockets that blasted a large group of strange creatures into the air. Those of slightly weaker strength were immediately transcended. The closest S-level strange creature also suffered heavy injuries. The scholar's strange creature barely avoided the fatal blow and roared. Who exactly are you? But what answered it was Su Di, who turned into a human-shaped fortress of firepower. 5 flesh and blood Barrett rifles, 10 flesh and blood AKs. He stood still, but the weapons in his hands formed a tightly knit line of firepower. Even the scholar's strange creature, under this dense fire network, was hit by 2 bullets. Fortunately, being an SS-level strange creature, getting hit by 2 bullets didn't kill it. As for the small strange ones that followed it, they weren't so lucky. An A-level strange creature took a bullet and made no sound. An S-level strange creature took a bullet and could still cry out twice. Before long, a whole team of strange creatures was mostly wiped out by Su Di. The severely injured scholar strange creature was now cursing the messenger strange creature in its heart. 2 strange creatures said that the Huang family had mastered some unknown firearms. All it heard was the noise, it saw no figure, and the accompanying strange creatures turned to ashes. Before the scholar's strange creature came here, it thought these 2 little strange creatures were intentionally saying this to escape punishment. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be the truth. The power of that unknown firearm exceeded its imagination. Even this SS-level strange creature sustained heavy injuries. Moreover, its best means were completely useless against the not-so-far SSS-level strange creature. Spare me. I can give you my money and treasures. When it saw Su-D floating over with various weapons, it shouted loudly. Spare me. Spare me. I can give you all my treasures. Su-D put away his weapons and carefully scrutinized the scholar's strange creature. What treasures do you have? The scholar pleaded desperately for his life. I have a scroll, which is an extremely special strange tool, capable of controlling strange creatures within a certain range. Let me see it. Special strange props? The scholar's words successfully attracted Su-D's attention. The scholar strangely and decisively refused. What if this guy grabs the treasure and won't let it go? In the strange world, the most unreliable thing is strange words. No. Then how much money do you have? 100 million strange coins. 100 million? Su-D deliberately responded with surprise. The scholar strangely rejoiced upon hearing this. Useful. Useful. As long as you let me go, all this money is yours. Bang. A gunshot echoed. The already severely injured scholar closed his eyes forever. He couldn't understand, he thought the conversation was going well, so why did this guy suddenly attack? Fool, after killing you, your money and your treasure are still mine. After dealing with these guys, Su-D immediately activated the blood slaughter hell. These strange corpses were instantly sucked in. The small blood pool grew at a visible speed. After swallowing all the corpses, the small blood pool expanded to a diameter of 1 meter, forming a small blood pit. Inside the blood slaughter hell, several vengeful spirits were howling in the scalding blood-colored lava. Upon closer inspection, one could see. These were all strange beings that were devoured. In less than half an hour, all the strange beings were completely wiped out. Among them were many S-rank, even SS-rank strange beings. But these strange beings did nothing at all. Under Su-D's firepower net, they all perished. What kind of terrifying being is this? Old Master Huang stared blankly at the scene, his heart filled with horror. When he snapped out of it, he hesitated not at all. Taoist Kongjing. I'll buy this car. I'll buy this car. His expression was almost mad. Taoist Kongjing looked at Old Master Huang with surprise. Alright, then according to the price we discussed, 3 billion. Old Master Huang took a deep breath and looked at Kongjing. Taoist Kongjing, this old man has an unreasonable request. I hope to buy this car for 5 billion. 5 billion? Buddy, are you crazy? Why add money instead? Are you really just trying to spend your fortune? Taoist Kongjing was momentarily stunned, then wrote something. Old Master Huang, tell me, what's the matter? I hope to ask the great immortal to thoroughly wipe out the Black Tiger Mountain. These words made Taoist Kongjing gasp. This old man really didn't hold back. No wonder he added a full 2 billion. I don't have the authority to make such a decision, but I can help you speak to the boss. Whether it's possible depends on the boss's will. Old Master Huang's eyes flickered with a hint of joy. As long as they are willing to talk, he is confident that Su-D will take action. Boss, what are you looking at? After Kongjing got off the car, he headed straight for Su-D. Su-D collected all the strange props and strange coins, then waved his hand. Nothing. At this moment, he understood why bandits liked to block the road. This really makes money fast. Not only money, but also all sorts of strange and rare props. Especially the scroll of scriptures, which deeply attracted Su-D. Boss, Old Master Huang is ready to pay for your help. Upon hearing money, Su-D immediately asked. How much? 5 billion. How much less? 5 billion. Damn. Su-D was stunned for a moment. 5 billion. How thick is Old Master Huang's family fortune? Should I just grab it from him? This thought flashed through Su-D's mind. What a pity, now is not the time when money unlocks the first phase of equipment. If money could still unlock it, Su-D might really take down Old Master Huang. Let's do it. Chapter 70, Seizing Black Tiger Mountain. Fool, UF** King had the gun turned the wrong way. In the Huang family's old courtyard. Su-D shouted angrily at the strange being pointing a gun at him. Look at who, I'm talking about you. And the one over there, you've got the barrel pointed right at the strange one's forehead. That strange being shuddered, nervous to the extreme, and accidentally pulled the trigger. Damn. Su-D felt like his brain was about to explode. The Huang family guards were really too poor in quality. Not only were they brainless, but their attitude was also a problem. It was like they couldn't understand human speech. If you told them to use guns to fight, they probably wouldn't even get to see the enemy before half of them killed each other. To let that damn strange one continue to shine and glow. Sudi activated the blood fiend purgatory and sucked it in, then roared fiercely. Give you another damn half an hour. If you still can't handle the gun, all of you will be thrown into the purgatory. Wails continuously echoed from the blood fiend purgatory. With the pressure of the blood fiend purgatory, these strange beings calmed down significantly. After this, Sudi understood. It turned out that these strange beings did not really not understand human language, they were just pretending not to understand. Most likely, they were unwilling to go to Black Tiger Mountain to die. Thinking of this, Sudi carefully selected two unfortunate ones. After tossing these two into the blood fiend purgatory, the remaining strange beings became obedient. One by one, they weren't stupid anymore, and they understood the words. Until dawn broke. Kong Jing drove back with old Master Huang. Master, this is the information you wanted. Sudi took the bag and waved his hand. You come train them. He made a deal with old Master Huang. Old Master Huang provided funding and strange beings to assist him in destroying the group of strange beings at Black Tiger Mountain. Afterwards, he would take nothing in return. All treasures, including the territory of Black Tiger Mountain, would belong to Sudi. Sudi re-established the battle plan, cancelling the original plan to bomb Black Tiger Mountain with rockets. How could he recklessly bombard his own territory? To this end, he specifically sent Kong Jing to take old Master Huang to scout information about Black Tiger Mountain from other strange beings. With the flesh and blood transport vehicles, even if there were nightmare-level strange beings, they could retreat unscathed. In the room, Sudi carefully examined the situation at Black Tiger Mountain. 2 SSS-level peak strange beings? According to old Master Huang, there was only one SSS-level strange being at Black Tiger Mountain, which was the Lord. But this information showed that there were 2 SSS-level peak strange beings at Black Tiger Mountain. And they were twin brothers, 2 SSS-level peak shadow tigers. This is getting interesting. What? Lin Shi, lying in bed watching a show, immediately leaned over. 2 big tigers? Sudi nodded and said with a smile. Yes, it seems that Black Tiger Mountain is well hidden. The document was very detailed. Personnel, equipment, levels. Even the time for changing guard was clearly marked. Besides these, there was also a map. The map clearly divided various routes and the buildings of Black Tiger Mountain. These materials indicated how lax the strange beings at Black Tiger Mountain really were. Just think about it. Black Tiger Mountain. There are 2 SSS-level strange beings, and one is hidden in the dark, unknown to the outside world. And with many subordinates, there are countless SS and S-level strange beings. The terrain doesn't need to be mentioned, easy to defend and hard to attack. Common SSS-level powers rushing in would leave not even a trace. Even Sudi, without this information. Though it wouldn't be fatal, he would still suffer a loss. However, being well prepared, Sudi believed he could easily take down both SSS-level strange beings. Are you going to deal with them? Are you capable? Lin Shi looked at the information and asked Sudi. Although she was asked to stay in the room by Sudi, she was very clear about what was happening outside. Sudi smiled and nodded. They're just 2 little tigers, nothing to worry about. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi puffed up her cheeks angrily. I can fight too, you know. I'm not a burden. Why are you? As she said this, Lin Shi's tone softened. She hugged Sudi tightly and pleaded. Let me go with you. Sudi was deeply moved. Who says female strange beings are bad? This girl is too sweet. But Lin Shi's next words made him unable to hold back. What if you die? Then I would be left as a widow. Little brat, what nonsense are you saying? In the evening, a big group of people headed straight for Black Tiger Mountain. Inside the flesh and blood transport vehicle, old Master Huang looked worriedly at Sudi. Master, are you confident in taking down those 2 shadow tigers? He was initially very confident. With various weapons at hand, taking down a strange being was a piece of cake. But after knowing there were 2 SSS-level peak strange beings at Black Tiger Mountain, the mood shifted. What if things went wrong? Then the Huang family would be finished. Kong Jing, who was driving in the driver's seat, heard this and smiled. Old Master Huang, just relax. When my boss takes action, don't say there are only 2 ghost tigers. Even if the entire Black Tiger Mountain's tricks come together, they won't be a match for my boss. Sudi smiled and nodded. Rest assured, Lord Huang, later you will still attack according to plan. Later you? What does that mean? Does it mean not going with us? Lord Huang was suddenly stunned. Master, are you not coming with us? Sudi did not answer this question but pointed to the weirdness outside the car. Lord Huang, do you think your guards can fight against those guys from Black Tiger Mountain? The Lord Huang did not understand Su Di's intention, he still thought carefully and said. Although I don't want to admit, even with weapons, my guards probably can't win. Su Di smiled and shook his head. It's not probably, it's definitely they can't win. And with two guys speeding away from the group, it's likely those dark spies from Black Tiger Mountain. What? Lord Huang exclaimed, and beads of sweat instantly appeared. If Black Tiger Mountain is prepared, then there will be no chance. For a moment, he was confused and didn't know what to do. After a brief daze, he tentatively asked. Does Master have a plan to break the enemy? This question made Su Di look at him with a bit more respect. If it were anyone else, they might not even know what to do right now. But Lord Huang quickly thought that he had already made a plan. You feign an attack, I'll go kill those two ghost tigers. Hiss. Lord Huang gasped in shock. Is this really a human thing to say? Killing those two ghost tigers, that's too SSS-level peak weirdness. And he just said it in such a plain tone? The empty mirror suddenly interjected, yes, Lord Huang, you just stay in the car with me later. As for other matters, my boss will handle it. No. Not. Those are two SSS-level peak weirdness. They are twin brothers, if they join forces, their combat power might rival nightmares. Master, I think we should think it over. Those two ghost tigers are not Black Tiger Mountain. On a narrow path leading to the stronghold. And on this almost vertical road, floated a red and a white shadow. Are we really walking in so boldly? Walking? Su Di stopped moving. Do you see if this road is meant for people to walk? Lin Shi glanced down and laughed, that's true. This path can block 90% of physical weirdness. Stronghold. In a certain hall. It was noisy and quite cheerful. At a glance, there were only weirdness eating meat and drinking wine. At the forefront was the ghost tiger. This ghost tiger had a human body and a tiger head, wearing a piece of red armor. Boss, the dark spy has brought news. The ghost tiger was stunned upon hearing this. Dark spy? Didn't they send a scholar over? Why did the dark spy come back with news? Thinking of this, a bad idea suddenly floated in its mind. What happened? The Hallmaster is gone, and the Huang family has found an SSS-level weirdness from who knows where. The Hallmaster's team is all gone, and only two of Huang family's dark spies managed to escape. The ghost tiger was furious and smashed the wine jar in its hand. What the hell is going on? In an instant, the hall fell silent. Boss, the other dark spy gave a secret letter. The reporting weirdness trembled and took out a secret letter from its pocket. The ghost tiger's face darkened as it took the secret letter. After checking, it roared, that damn Lord Huang dares to hire outside weirdness to deal with me, gather the men. In the secret letter, the content was very detailed. From the moment the Hallmaster's team was wiped out to the Huang family gathering troops, everything was marked in it. A team, 3 dark spies, killed by Su Di. Only 2 dark spies returned alive. Those 3 dark spies were simply unlucky, one got killed. The other 2 didn't listen and were thrown into the blood fiend purgatory to be cooked. Several hall masters excitedly shouted. Boss, let us go. Yes, boss, let us go, we will definitely bring that guy's head back. They all wanted to take on this task. In order to take this job and deal with that strange outsider, they could use this opportunity to blackmail the old man of the Huang family. And they could even take a small cut for themselves, enough to eat 5 or 6 full meals. The hungry tiger was angry but didn't lose its sanity. The enemy this time is an SSS-level anomaly, who is willing to go fight. These words caused a stir in the room. An SSS-level anomaly, going there would be like sending themselves to their death, wouldn't it? Boss, who should go? A voice came from somewhere. When the hungry tiger's gaze swept over, all the anomalies below lowered their heads. A group of useless fools. The hungry tiger cursed in its heart, then roared. Go! All of you go! You guard the mountain gate, I'll be there soon. Many anomalies immediately took action. The entire hall became noisy again. But at this moment, a loud voice echoed through the hall. This voice sounded just like the one before. Boss, you don't want to secretly run away behind our backs, do you? Who? The hall went silent once again at the hungry tiger's roar. The hall masters looked at each other, then turned their eyes towards their subordinates. Other small anomalies shook their heads, fearing trouble would fall on them. You must know. Their boss was unpredictable, brutal by nature. No one knew how many small anomalies had died at its hands. At this moment, the hungry tiger didn't care about these anomalies, it roared. Get out of here! The many anomalies, as if relieved, quickly fled the hall. Soon, The hall became empty. The hungry tiger was about to call its older brother when it noticed two figures in the corner. "Who are your subordinates, and what are you doing here?" "Boss, we're leaving now." One of the figures trembled as it spoke. "A female anomaly?" The hungry tiger was taken aback. Damn it, which fool brought a female anomaly up the mountain again? But right now, it didn't have the time to bother with this. It had to summon its older brother and discuss how to deal with the incoming enemy. Leave. But the next moment, it saw that the two figures didn't leave, but instead came closer and closer. "You. Boss, I've got a surprise for you." "It's you." Hearing that voice, the hungry tiger instantly became furious. It was this guy who had been causing trouble earlier, stirring up the troops. "I'll kill you." The hungry tiger's body grew, turning into a 3-meter-tall black tiger. "Don't, boss, I'm here to give you a gift." As it spoke, a large lump made of flesh and C4 was thrown at the hungry tiger. "HM?" The hungry tiger looked at the fresh lump of flesh in confusion. Just as it was stunned, the lump started making a dripping sound. When it looked again at the hall, it was already empty. Boom! A loud explosion. It obliterated the entire hall. "Damn, is it that powerful?" She couldn't help but exclaim. "Of course, I glued 200 pieces of flesh and C4 together." Hiss. 200 pieces, that's ruthless. She sucked in a cold breath. When 2 pieces exploded, it already blasted apart the hotel's outer wall. And now, with 200 pieces glued together, exploding at once, that hungry tiger, whether alive or not, would be seriously injured. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed from afar. Sudi felt the aura and immediately cried out, running towards the wreckage of the hall. Boss. You." This hungry tiger was almost identical to the one before. But Sudi, through its keen mental power, sensed the difference between them. This should be another one. He guessed that the anomalies on this mountain probably didn't know of the existence of this hungry tiger. And since there were so many anomalies on the mountain, this hungry tiger might not even recognize its identity. Just as Sudi thought, the second hungry tiger charged to its side. "What happened?" Sudi asked in a shocked tone. "Boss, weren't you just in the hall?" The second hungry tiger was stunned, but didn't dwell on the topic. "I came out, what happened?" Sudi cried and shouted. "Those hall masters rebelled, and they blew up the hall." At that moment, a few hall masters, leading a large group of subordinates, rushed over. The hungry tiger saw these guys carrying weapons, and murderous intent appeared instantly. Just as the hall masters were about to speak, she hid among the anomalies, shouting loudly, then quietly retreated. "Brothers, kill that stinky old tiger." "Master?" "No, boss." The other strange creatures went to the mountain gate, while these few came back to check the situation after hearing the explosion. Before they could explain, the cold tiger claw rushed in. In a blink of an eye, only 2 S-level strange creatures were left. "Tell me, who instructed you to do this?" "Boss, didn't you send us to the mountain gate?" "Strange tiger too?" Before it could turn to ask, Sudi took action swiftly. Blood Fiend Hell spun wildly, immediately absorbing the debris all around. The blood pool, which had once shrunk, surged again. "It's you!" Strange Tiger 2 understood it was a disaster upon seeing Blood Fiend Hell. After a furious roar, it charged madly at Sudi. Chapter 72, Firepower Suppression, even the fierce tiger falls flat. "Is this all?" Sudi spat out a mouthful of blood foam. "I have to say, that tiger claw hitting my face really hurt." She flew over quickly, shouting angrily. "Have you gone mad?" Just as Sudi dispelled his phasing, he collided with Strange Tiger 2 in his physical form. The result was that Sudi took a claw from Strange Tiger 2 on his face, and he punched through Strange Tiger 2's head. After she examined it carefully, she breathed a sigh of relief. Other than a claw mark left on his face, there was no injury at all. "What exactly are you?" Sudi shook his head with a smile, operating Blood Fiend Hell. He prepared to draw the corpse of that strange tiger into it for fusion. The Blood Fiend mask truly was a special weird tool of the Rakshasa tribe. After absorbing the strange creature killed by Strange Tiger 2, Blood Fiend Hell expanded immensely. From the initial small blood basin, it grew into a vast blood lake. Blood Fiend Hell could fully melt strange creatures. Not just the physical form of the strange creature, but even the soul would be completely melted for upgrading the body. Several SS-level and a large number of S-level strange creatures successfully upgraded his body quality to 999. This was why Sudi dared to face Strange Tiger's attacks unarmed, relying solely on his physical form. He thought about his current body. Even if it were the blood and flesh Barrett, it could withstand several shots. Plus that super strong mental power, even without weapons, he estimated that strange creatures of the same level wouldn't be his opponent. While the two were talking, a shadow floated from the corpse of Strange Tiger 2 and slipped into the ruins. Sudi's attention was on Blood Fiend Hell, while Lin Shi focused on Sudi. This person and this strange creature didn't notice what was happening at all. When Sudi pulled the corpse of Strange Tiger 2 into Blood Fiend Hell, he froze. Not good. What's wrong? Lin Shi instantly became alert, gripping the stick tightly in her hand. Sudi did not answer but pushed aside the ruins. He dragged out another strange tiger. This strange tiger had no aura, obviously dead. Without hesitation, he directly threw this strange tiger into Blood Fiend Hell. Damn it, these two guys got away. What? These two guys abandoned their physical forms. The advancement of these two strange tigers was not as good as one SS-level strange creature. Moreover, the game panel did not show any information about these two strange tigers at all. This led Sudi to determine that these two strange tigers had fled their bodies. Where did they go? Before Sudi could answer, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the foot of the mountain. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, a black shadow of two-headed tigers roared. The SSS Peak's killing rule was instantly released. Whether it was the little minions of Black Tiger Mountain or the guards of the Huang family, they were all affected. These guys' bodies began to twist continuously, and the nearby strange creatures even started to merge. Pairs began to merge, pairs began to merge. Only Kong Jing and Old Master Huang hid in the blood and flesh transport, escaping disaster. When Sudi looked from afar, he saw an extremely terrifying scene. A giant two-headed strange tiger was madly attacking the blood and flesh transport vehicle. And that giant strange tiger's body was actually made up of strange creatures. A shadow kept pulling away from this body and then merging back into it. Countless wails echoed continuously from this body. It was clear that the merged strange creatures had not been obliterated immediately. This is clearly a futile effort. The strength of the two-headed ghoul far exceeds these strange things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to forcibly merge them using the rules of murder. The aura of the two-headed ghoul is still constantly rising. Sudi has a premonition. Once this body is merged with the two-headed ghoul, it is highly likely to directly ascend to the nightmare level of weirdness. The SSS-level ghoul, it holds great power. But the nightmare level, it must be stopped from ascending. He immediately enters a phasing state, launching a massive amount of rocket launchers. Boom! Several consecutive rocket attacks. They blast the two-headed ghoul away. Under the powerful firepower suppression, the merging path of the two-headed ghoul is forcefully interrupted. It wants to run. It can't escape. Sudi transforms into a moving rocket launcher, soaring into the sky. The empty mirror, waiting to die in the car, is stunned at this scene. What the heck, a flying ceremonial team? This firepower is too fierce, this tiger can't hold back. The flying ceremonial team's bombardment lasted for over 10 minutes. In the end, the body of the two-headed ghoul, unable to bear the burden, collapses to the ground. Big brother, let's go. The extremely weak voice of the ghoul sounds. Without this body, at worst we can find another one. Damn it, if it weren't for that guy, given time, you and I would definitely ascend to nightmare level. The instinct had already ascended to nightmare level of weirdness, the two strange creatures. Under Sudi's interference, not only did they fail to ascend to nightmare level. Even in the merging state, their attempt to ascend to nightmare level was violently interrupted. After running Black Tiger Mountain for so many years, having devoured so many strange things, it has all become a fantasy now. The second ghoul, though unwilling, had to accept this reality. Simply because that suddenly appeared weirdness is just too terrifying. Let's go, second brother. At the moment Sudi absorbs the body, the two-headed ghoul's body. But as soon as they leave the body, a voice suddenly rings in their ears. Where are you going, little brother? Sudi had previously not noticed that he had let the second ghoul escape. This time, he would not make such a mistake. In the next moment, the two-headed ghoul falls into the blood fiend purgatory. Special weird species, two-headed ghoul. Weirdness level, peak SSS level, half-step nightmare level. Note, this is an extremely special weird creature, perhaps it can be kept as a pet. Pet? Go pet your mother. Even in a horror game, Sudi shows no mercy. When cutting the grass, don't leave the roots, or it will grow back with the spring breeze. Sudi always does things cleanly, and will definitely leave no witnesses. Back then, when dealing with the leeching warlord of Black State, he even broke all the eggs laid by the warlord's old hen. Damn, boss, you are really amazing. The empty mirror jumps out of the car and rushes over. Sudi rolls his eyes at the empty mirror and scolds. You're the amazing one. I said you're a fool, the tiger came and you ran away, right? What are you waiting here for? Waiting to die? The empty mirror helplessly waves his hand. Boss, I actually wanted to run over long ago. But the energy was not enough, all the flesh energy was used on the flesh armor. Moreover, I knew you and my sister-in-law would definitely not ignore me. You're right, sister-in-law. Old Huang stubbornly supports himself and walks step by step to Su Di's side. Thank you, Great Immortal, for saving this old man's name. In the future, Great Immortal, feel free to speak. This old man will definitely not delay anything I can do. Su Di waves his hand. Old Huang, leave this to you, I'm going back first. Old Huang is very understanding. Don't worry, Great Immortal, I will definitely assist Daoist Mirror to handle things at Black Tiger Mountain. Blood Flesh Mansion. In the top floor's secret chamber. Su Di vaguely feels he can't hold it back any longer. The two-headed ghoul was already heavily injured. After a short while, it is refined by the Blood Fiend Purgatory. This special peak SSS-level weirdness brings blood and flesh energy that directly breaks through physical limits. Watching Su Di's constantly rising aura, Lin Shi is extremely worried. A peak SSS-level weirdness ascending to nightmare level will give birth to a demonic seed. And players ascending to nightmare level. Even magical seeds might be born. Moreover, Su Di is the lord of the strange world. Why does this feeling arise? It is simply because this time Su Di feels too abnormal. You must know, from the initial ranking to promotion to SSS level, Su Di had no sensation at all. Only the data on the game panel changed. But this time, Su Di had a clear sense of promotion. Because he is the strongest in the human world, there are no reference conditions. He could only use his mental power to forcibly suppress his physical enhancement, slowing the promotion speed. At that moment, voices calling came from outside the door. Su, what's going on? Why did you urgently call for me? Little Su, did something happen? Let me tell you, I have promoted to SSS level. The boss and Master Lingshu's voices echoed from outside. When this person and this strange being entered the room, they were struck silent. Especially Master Lingshu, who had just promoted to SSS level, wanted to show off in front of Su Di. But he found Su Di about to promote to nightmare level. Moreover, this kid was constantly suppressing his own promotion speed. What kind of monster is this? The boss was even more astonished. It could be said that he witnessed Su Di's growth step by step. How long has it been since the early days of being a newbie, and now he is about to promote to nightmare level? This speed is truly terrifying. I'm afraid those ultimate weird beings in the abyss can't reach such speed. Facing Su Di's dilemma, the boss gritted his teeth and said, Su, hold on a little longer. I will ask the clan if there is any way to avoid this? Su Di shook his head. There's no time, I can only suppress it for half an hour at most. This amount of time is simply not enough for the boss to make a round trip. Master Lingshu, beside him, also furrowed his brows deeply. Magic seeds. He had heard of this thing. Additionally, coming from a sacred place of the Dao sect, Master Lingshu thought of a solution. Little Su, come back to the mountain gate with me. Inside the mountain gate, there are forbidden magic formations left by the ancestors, which might be useful for this. Su Di thought briefly and shook his head again. If he really promoted to nightmare level, magic seeds would be born. The whole dragon country would have no one able to suppress him, which could likely cause disaster. That's why he didn't return to the human world. Instead, he came to the secret room of the Flesh and Blood Mansion. Master Lingshu, can you seal me in this room? If the first stage goes smoothly, I will find a way to suppress myself. Master Lingshu immediately nodded. A few of my fellows are at the trial ground, I will call them now. Not long after, Master Lingshu brought several Daoist priests and worked together to set up the formation. At the moment the formation was successfully established, Su Di was successfully sealed in the secret room. Of course, this formation was not completely closed, it was one way. It could only let in, but not let out. Setting such conditions was to provide immediate assistance if something happened to Su Di. Boss, Master Lingshu, you all go back first. As he spoke, a massive blood mist surged out from Su Di, instantly filling the whole secret room. Fortunately, with the pressure of the formation, this blood mist was firmly contained within the room. The boss, upon seeing this blood mist, could not help but swallow hard. Master, is this the kind of noise humans make when promoting? Master Lingshu and the other Dao priests exchanged glances. The aura emitted by this blood mist was truly terrifying. It indeed seemed like something was not right. According to many tales within the Dao sect, the situation belongs to Lingshu. Could it be that this little Su is a magic cultivator? Lin Shi's heart raced as he defended Su Di from the side. Impossible, Su Di is a good person. He had seen novels from the human world. In those novels, magic cultivators are never good. The Dao sect belongs to the righteous path, while magic cultivators are the villains. When the righteous faces the villain, they will strike to death. Seeing Lin Shi speak out. The other Dao priests who had never seen Lin Shi inquired. Who is this? Master Lingshu fell silent for a moment. This. He was thinking about how to explain Lin Shi's identity. One cannot say that Su Di has a strange wife. If it's strange, doesn't that confirm Su Di's identity as a magic practitioner? One of the hot-tempered Taoist priests couldn't help but ask. Ling Su, what's wrong with saying this? Well, this young lady Lin Shi is the contract spirit of Boss Su. Lin Shi was somewhat unsatisfied with Taoist priest Ling Su's words. Moreover, this is about Su Di. I must stand up and declare my identity, to maintain control of the situation. I am Su Di's woman, and also a major shareholder of the For-Fire military industry. While speaking, Lin Shi transformed into a white-robed female spirit. Wielding the soul-stirring stick in her hand, she stood in front of everyone. All Taoist priests, please go back. I will guard here. Just in case Su Di loses his mind and hurts you all, that wouldn't be good. Hiss. An SSS-level peak spirit. Her power is stronger than anyone present. The Taoist priests gasped in shock, looking at Lin Shi in disbelief. They knew Su Di had a contract spirit. But they didn't know there was this kind of relationship between them. Although Su Di's appearance is incredibly beautiful, but... Seeing this, the boss quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Taoist priests, let's go back to the trial center. Seeing Lin Shi so nervous, Taoist priest Ling Su instantly understood she had misunderstood. Xiao Shi, you don't need to be nervous. Little Su is the hope of our entire Long Nation, we will only protect him. The other Taoist priests are not fools, they also realized this point and began to explain. Xiao Shi, if anything happens, contact us in time. Okay. Taoist priest Ling Su then led everyone back to the trial center with the boss. On the way. A few Taoist priests clicked their tongues in wonder. They had heard long ago about how great Su Di was as the hope of Long Nation. But they never expected him to be this impressive. An SSS-level peak female spirit, just like that. These few couldn't contain their curiosity and began to gossip. Hiss, this little Su is really amazing. Isn't it? He captured an S-level female spirit in the novice stage, which ordinary people cannot achieve. Don't say ordinary people, even second-class people can't do that. Listening to the gossip, the boss couldn't help but join in. Of course, Taoist priests. When I first met Su, he almost stuffed a thunder child in my mouth. To be honest, a terrifying person like this is the first time I've ever seen. Chapter 74, All Open, Weird Instances. Congratulations to Lighthouse Country for being the first to complete the achievement. SSS-level players reach 100. Receive special rewards, the instance arrival speed increases by 50%, and the clearance reward increases by 50%. Thus, Lighthouse Country received the reward. The number of high-level players worldwide was officially released. Second place is Long Nation. 97 SSS-level players, just one step away from 100 SSS-level players. In third place, surprisingly, is a small country in Black State, which has 96 SSS-level players, firmly holding the third place. The Global Weird Forum started heated discussions. We Lighthouse players have surpassed 100, Long Nation should give up the top seat. Exactly, Long Nation occupies so many SSS-level instances, in my opinion, they should open up globally. Long Nation's control over the entry quotas for SSS-level instances is an extremely inhumane act. International public opinion overwhelmingly started to pressure Long Nation. Not only this, but various different voices also appeared in Long Nation's internal forums. The internal control over S-level or higher instances is what caused the SSS-level player count to be so low. Why must the quota for entering SSS-level instances need to be selected? If we open up SSS-level instances, our Long Nation players definitely wouldn't be so few. My friend was chosen, but ended up failing in the SSS-level instance. If I had gone, I would have definitely succeeded. Amidst all the discussions, more and more players are demanding the full opening of SSS instances. The Special Action Team. In the conference room, someone once again proposed to Ling Su to fully open it. Ling Su, why don't we fully open the SSS-level instances? Ling Su looked at everyone in the conference room. This period. Initially, no one took the lead due to Su Di, accompanied by an increasing number of SSS-level players. In addition, Su Di had not shown himself for a long time, causing him to bear more pressure. Strictly controlling high-level dungeons and personally overseeing the entry list for the SSS dungeons has attracted much dissatisfaction. Even within the Special Action Team's internal meetings, there have been many opposing voices. If it weren't for the fear of Su Di, who hadn't shown himself for a long time, Ling Su felt that he might lose his position as team leader. Everyone knows, once the high-level dungeons are fully opened, a large number of ordinary people will become cannon fodder. There was no denial of this statement from the crowd. Ordinary people do not know why the Lighthouse country has produced so many players. Those in the upper echelons understand that it is entirely built upon the lives of ordinary people. The Chables use various methods. They send ordinary players into SSS-level dungeons. By exploring with their lives, they discover one murderous rule after another. To expand the SSS-level dungeons, they have paid a toll of tens of millions in casualties. Yet in the end, 90% of those who advanced to SSS-level players were from Chable families. The remaining 10% also had intricate ties to these Chables. After a brief silence, the former team leader spoke up. For Dragon Country, these casualties are meaningful. Ling Su took a deep breath. Is it really for Dragon Country, or is it for your precious grandson? The former team leader was taken aback and responded angrily. Isn't my grandson a part of Dragon Country? Doesn't he have the right to enter the SSS-level dungeons? Ling Su glared at the former team leader with a dark expression. Does he? The former team leader's grandson had exceptional talent. He was among the first players chosen by him. At the trial center, he underwent rigorous training. After the training, he reached SSS-level strength. Due to his outstanding performance, he was selected as a pioneer for the SSS-level dungeons. But upon learning of his identity as a pioneer, he chose to become a deserter. And Ling Su later learned that he did not enter the new SSS-level dungeon at all. This infuriated him greatly. If not for multiple people dissuading him, coupled with the urgent need for S-level players to lead newcomers, he would have already acted to eliminate this guy as a warning to others. Seeing the situation turn sour, the former team leader simply stopped pretending. Ling Su, this is the decision we agreed upon, you must consent, whether you like it or not. Ling Su glared around at everyone present. Is that so? When did we agree? Muscle Priest stood up abruptly. Since he was responsible for the training operations at the trial center, he was also pulled into the strange group. But apart from Muscle Priest, no one else denied the former team leader's words. Ling Su struggled to suppress his anger. Since you have made a decision, why are you holding a meeting? Just announce the full opening of the SSS-level dungeons directly, isn't that enough? Muscle Priest's temper flared even more as he grabbed the former team leader by the collar. Are you the one making trouble for us? Do you know how busy I am at the trial center? The former team leader might be a level S player, but in front of the Muscle Priest at level SS, he was utterly insignificant. Others had not yet reacted. Muscle Priest slapped the former team leader's face twice. The force was so strong that it shocked everyone in the meeting room. The former team leader cried out in pain, his face swelling up like a pig's head. This action only escalated the conflict. In an instant, the entire meeting room was thrown into chaos. Seeing the situation escalate, Ling Su understood he could not suppress it any longer. These people represented not just themselves but also numerous other voices. Muscle Priest, holding the former team leader like a dead pig, shouted at everyone in the meeting room. Do you know, now Su? Are you done making a fuss? Ling Su roared loudly. The pressure of the SSS level was released, suppressing everyone in the meeting room. With Ling Su's roar, Muscle Priest was forced to shut his mouth. He threw the former team leader, who was like a dead pig, onto the ground. Once the pressure was lifted, the rest dared to speak. Master Lingshu, this carnival phase is about to end, and we are doing this just to increase the combat power of Dragon Country. Yeah. We can't put all our hopes on Su Di alone. Su Di is only SSS level and cannot bear the entire burden of Dragon Country. That's right, Lingshu, we must seize the last opportunity. These sacrifices are all for our better future. Exactly, it's just an SSS-level dungeon. With a guide in hand, we can surely pass it easily. Lingshu took a deep breath. In 24 hours, it will be fully opened. After saying this, he waved at the muscular master. Old Nua, let's go back. On the way. The muscular master was somewhat indignant. Damn those bastards. Although he had a fiery temper, he understood why these people acted this way. It's just because. Without the external crisis, they began to demand their own interests. Thinking of this, he almost shouted at Lingshu. It's just an SSS-level dungeon, these fools know nothing. They don't understand how crucial the trial center has been. Even more, they have no idea how dangerous the SSS-level dungeon really is. Lingshu's face was gloomy, and he said nothing. Not until they returned to the trial center did he speak. Old Nua, I need to go to the company for a bit. The trial center is in your hands. All right, leave it to me. Chapter 75, Flesh and Blood Demon Seed. Blood and Flesh Building. The top floor was still shrouded in blood mist. Master Uncle, why are you here? Seeing his master uncle, Kongjing got up to greet him. Why are you not watching the business? What are you doing here? Master Uncle, I just finished a business deal and came to see how the boss is doing. He knew Master Uncle wouldn't come here for no reason, so he waved to Linshi. Sister-in-law, I am leaving. Lingshu looked at the spreading blood mist and shook his head silently. Xiaoxi, has Xiaosu still shown no reaction? No, Master Lingshu. Linshi had been guarding here for a full half-month. Yet inside this secret room, Su Di had shown no reaction at all. But through the contract, she could feel that Su Di was fine. Sigh, I hope Xiaosu comes out soon. Lingshu sighed. What's wrong, Master Lingshu? Lingshu shook his head, saying nothing. The reason he agreed to fully open the dungeon in 24 hours was that he hoped Su Di could advance to nightmare level in that time. He also knew the immense pressure Dragon Country was facing. Among the special action groups, not everyone was like the former group leader. They wanted to fully open the dungeon, all for the sake of Dragon Country. Currently, Dragon Country faced tremendous pressure. The Lighthouse had gathered several countries to jointly put pressure on Dragon Country, wanting to obtain qualifications to enter the SSS-level dungeon. In exchange, they would also open corresponding SSS-level dungeons. It seemed equal, but it harbored malice. They clearly wanted to seize dungeon rewards. One must know, a large number of players clearing dungeons would lead to fewer rewards in the dungeons. Only Dragon Country strictly controlled the number of players entering high-level dungeons. While other countries not only didn't control it but also tricked their citizens into being cannon fodder. So when the Lighthouse proposed this condition, it quickly received a lot of responses. Especially the Pickles and the Ghosts, who were the most proactive. These two little places were pitifully small, with very few SSS-level dungeons appearing here. This meant there was no need for cannon fodder to explore the dungeons at all. So they set their sights on Dragon Country's dungeons. Using these cannon fodder to explore the dungeons, gather experience, and then they could mass-produce new strong players. Dragon Country would not allow such things to happen, so they had to make a move for full opening. And Dragon Country had a large population, which meant there were more reckless idiots. They only hoped that these guys wouldn't kill others when they entered the dungeons. Thinking of this, he decided to expand the recruitment scope and shorten the training time. To let as many players as possible come to the trial center for training first. After all, after the full opening, it would not be just 1 or 2 players going into dungeons. It could very well be several, dozens of them. Even hundreds of players. If there are trained players among them, the chances of clearing the level are also greater. Thinking of this, he hated himself for not being strong enough. If he were strong enough, would the Lighthouse dare to act like this? Xiaoxi, if Su wakes up, you must notify me immediately. Don't worry, Spirit Void Master Uncle. Linshi tightened the grip on his weapon. After the Spirit Void Master left, it began to absorb the overflowing flesh and blood aura. This flesh and blood aura is extremely pure and belongs to a great tonic for the strange creatures. Linshi sensed that if this continued, Su Di wouldn't even need to upgrade to nightmare level player. It would ahead of time become nightmare level strange creature. After absorbing the overflowing flesh and blood aura, the blood mist in the secret room faded significantly. This time, Linshi noticed something different about Su Di. In a vague way, he seemed to see Su Di's body continuously transforming. One moment turning into 3 legs, the next into 3 heads and 6 arms. But in the blur, it also felt like nothing had changed. Linshi suddenly felt a hint of terror. Its mental power far exceeded ordinary strange creatures, and it was even stronger than nightmare-level strange creatures. Yet, despite this, the aura emitted by Su Di still invisibly affected its perception. The next moment, the flesh in the room began to squirm. Su Di transformed into a bloody monster. Startled, Linshi tightened its grip on the weapon and rushed into the secret room. But before it could pass through the formation, it was terrified to find that Su Di had returned to his original state. At this moment, Linshi couldn't hold back anymore and called out to Su Di from outside the secret room. It now confirmed that Su Di must have birthed a magic seed upon upgrading to nightmare level. And this magic seed was extremely powerful. The aura that overflowed before was very likely caused by the magic seed. To prevent Su Di's consciousness from being occupied by that magic seed, he must be awakened in advance. If possessed by that magic seed, Su Di could very likely turn into that bloody monster. Su Di, wake up quickly. Su Di, wake up quickly. In the human world, the Global Strange Creature Conference was being live-streamed. The Lighthouse representative proposed the unification of global instances. What is instance unification? It is to gather all the instances from all countries around the world. Based on player situations, allocate different instances. Players from various countries were commenting in the live broadcast. It should have been done long ago, so some countries wouldn't waste resources. Exactly, I think Longwa should let a few SSS-level instances go to us. Screw you, we're about to open up to everyone, there's no place for you little devils. This is obviously an unrealistic proposal. Even if the country opens its permissions, players still need to reach their country's area before entering the instances. Each country's players had different reactions. Countries with many SSS instances did not support this proposal, while countries with few instances supported it. Now, there were only 90 countries left in the world, most of them having been wooed by the Lighthouse country. Seeing the votes being overwhelmingly suppressed, the Lighthouse representative stood up and said, "This representative from Longwa, aren't you voting? Do you want to abstain?" In the live broadcast room, votes in favor, 72. This far exceeded the majority of favorable votes, chilling the hearts of every audience member. Now, the Lighthouse SSS-level players exceeded 100. No longer was it just Sudi who could suppress that part of the Lighthouse country. Moreover, this time the Lighthouse country joined forces with dozens of countries. These countries' SSS players combined probably surpassed 1,000. Even if Longway was strong, it would be unable to resist. What to do? What on earth to do? Players from Longwa were crying out in their hearts. And at that moment, the Lighthouse players could not have been happier. In the past, Sudi overwhelmed the entire Lighthouse country, making the Lighthouse country lose face globally, and now they wanted to regain their dignity. The Longwa representative stood up and slowly said, "As the president of the Global Strange Creature Association, I veto this proposal." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. After a brief silence, the Lighthouse country representative shouted with a grim face, "After 24 hours, we will jointly remove Longwa's president position in the association." The representative of the Dragon country responded expressionlessly, "Do as you wish." He had already received the message, he just needed to delay for 24 hours. By then, the Dragon country would fully open the instance. Chapter 76, The Strange Association, Falling Apart. The Strange Association. After the proposal was voted down, logically, the meeting should have ended. But the representative from the Lighthouse did not let the meeting end. Instead, he rushed to the stage and began to speak carelessly. In light of the president's inappropriate behavior, which is detrimental to the growth of players today, we suggest removing the current president. The representative from the Dragon country ignored him and started to gather his things to leave the meeting room. Several representatives who had good relations with the Dragon country also followed suit. The remaining representatives looked at each other, unsure of how to handle this broken situation. They couldn't afford to provoke the Lighthouse, but they couldn't afford to provoke the Dragon country either. Even the previously very active representatives from the Ghost Party and Kimchi lowered their heads and stopped speaking. They did want a piece of the Dragon country's pie, but they never intended for the Lighthouse to become the boss of the association. They were very clear about the Lighthouse's nature. Once the Lighthouse became the boss of the association, there would be no control. Not to mention gaining some benefits, it was very likely they would be completely drained themselves. These words caused a huge stir in the live broadcast room. Is the Lighthouse representative crazy? What is this fool trying to do? They were the ones begging us to establish the Global Strange Association. Personally, I feel that the Dragon country should give up this position. It's over, I feel chaos is about to break out again. Back then, the Lighthouse tried to provoke the SUD. But they never thought they would hit a titanium alloy and almost get crushed. To restrain SUD, the Lighthouse shamelessly begged the Dragon country. In the end, the Dragon country took the lead to establish the Global Strange Association and set the player standards. Naturally, there were players who remembered this. Dragon country's audience began to speak up in the live chat. "We barely had good days, and now they've gotten cocky. Have they forgotten when they were controlled by my fire brother? Fire brother, come back and show this group of idiots your terror. You know that stone man, right? He's still being held by us." Upon seeing these comments, the Lighthouse's audience couldn't hold back. Undeniably, they had indeed struggled to lift their heads online recently. What is SUD? It seems the Dragon country is really done for, actually putting hope on an SS-level player. Now, our Lighthouse has over 100 SSS-level players. The Dragon country has become a thing of the past. Seeing that no one was speaking, the Lighthouse representative continued to proceed with the process. At the same time, at the Pentagon Command Center, more than 50 SSS-level players stood ready. The shadow left by SUD still lingered vividly. Since the ranking of various countries came out, the Lighthouse had developed a series of plans. This meeting was a special operation aimed at SUD. Based on various intelligence, it was judged that the player frenzy mode originated from SUD. Because of this mode, the number of SSS-level players in the lighthouse surged. As of now, there were 137 SSS-level players, while the second-ranking Dragon country hadn't even broken 100. In the eyes of many lighthouse higher-ups, this opportunity was rare. It was enough for the lighthouse to rise again and dominate the world. They even had a further goal of reverse invading the strange world. Making the association collapse was just one step of their plan. Their true target was not the Dragon country, but the other small countries nearby. The only potential risk was SUD. He had been able to crush the SS-level one-eyed old Mexican. As long as nothing went wrong, he would still undoubtedly be the strongest in the world. After half a day's time, the basic meeting process was completed. Only the final voting session remained. During this time, the lighthouse had been taking action. They used various means to secure a large number of votes. As the voting concluded, the final results appeared on the big screen. Support, 82 votes. Opposition, 4 votes. Abstentions, 16 votes. I announced that the current president has been removed. But the association cannot be without a president. I nominate Banchao Eru as the new president. The representative from the Ghost Party, Banchao Eru, stood up excitedly. It immediately walked onto the stage and started to boast. It painted a blueprint for everyone. Weird global dungeons were counted together. All players would gain the qualification to enter the dungeons. It stated on stage that to take the lead, it would open the SSS dungeon, Yamatano Orochi, to global players and invited several high-paying players from various countries. Then the big screen in the conference room switched scenes. A Japanese reporter was introducing the SSS-level dungeon, Yamatano Orochi, to the players. Accompanied by players teleporting into the dungeon, the live broadcast exploded. Damn, SSS-level dungeon Yamatano Orochi. Fully open, is this real? Support, that's an SSS-level dungeon, the rewards must be beyond imagination. Some netizens who knew the insider story revealed the truth. I don't think they want to open the SSS-level dungeon, they want people to go in and die. No one in their internal team can get through this dungeon, why not open the SSS-level dungeon, Ayakigahara? But these comments were quickly drowned out. The election for the new president was extremely simple. Half of the representatives agreed, and he could become the new president. With the help of the lighthouse, the process went very smoothly, and the Japanese successfully took over as president. After taking over as president, he gathered all the members and announced the initiation of the unified process for global weird dungeons. At the meeting, before the Japanese could speak, the representative from the Dragon country stood up and said, "From today, the Dragon country exits the Global Weird Association." The media simultaneously released information that the dungeons were fully open. Finally, it's been released, I don't have many years left, I want to take a shot. Old man up there, just rest, give the chance to the young ones. Immediately after, the representative from the Bear country stood up. From today, the Bear country exits the Global Weird Association. But then, one announcement shocked all the viewers. From today, the Kimchi country exits the Global Weird Association. You should know, Kimchi was valued and supported by the lighthouse. Even the Kimchi audience didn't expect Kimchi to choose to exit. What are you doing, West 8? Why are you exiting, West 8? I can't even queue for the SSS-level dungeon in my own country, I want to go to other countries. We clearly have too few dungeons in our own country, why do this? In Kimchi country, there were only 4 SSS-level dungeons. And they were tightly held by the chaebol. The people of Kimchi all wanted to try their luck in other countries after the global dungeons opened. Unexpectedly, Kimchi chose to exit. The wave of exits still did not stop. From today, the Gall Rooster exits the Global Weird Association. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen countries exited the association. In the Pentagon Command Center, everyone cheered with joy. The Global Weird Association was practically non-existent. In this situation, SUD did not show up. Moreover, as the Dragon country announced a full lockdown, various signs indicated that something was wrong with SUD. The commander no longer hesitated. With a single command, the already ambushed SSS-level team invaded the surrounding SSS-level dungeons. In just a few minutes, the whole world was in chaos. Chapter 7777. The nightmare is always one step ahead. SUD. Sue. SUD felt countless voices calling out to him. In the next moment, he woke up in shock. Damn, what are you guys doing? As soon as he opened his eyes, there were several big faces. Some he recognized, and some he didn't. SUD retreated several steps in a strange posture. Lin Shi rushed to his front. Are you feeling unwell? Sud frowned and shook his head. No. Lin Shi looked at him with disbelief and started to search him all over. Hey, what are you doing? There are people here. Sud grabbed Lin Shi's hand. This little girl actually reached into his pocket in front of everyone. Lin Shi's face turned red, and she murmured softly. I'm just worried about you. The other onlookers stared at this scene in a daze. In their hearts, they thought, no, you two really don't see us as outsiders. One figure similar to the boss coughed lightly. The boss immediately caught on and quickly said, Sue, come over here, let my second uncle check you out. Sud moved Lin Shi aside. Boss? What does that mean? The second uncle in its mouth looked just as strange as it did. He was also the only stranger here. Especially the eerie aura he emitted, which deeply frightened Su Di. This aura was terrifying, far beyond the feeling the meatball had given him before. It could possibly be at the peak of nightmare level, or even at the next level. The boss couldn't afford to explain and forcibly dragged Su Di over. Sue, the second uncle is someone I invited. His time is precious, he can't stay here for long. A horror surrounded Su Di, and he couldn't help but say. Strange. I've traveled for hundreds of years, never seen such a strange guy. Alright, the kid is fine now, I'm leaving. Before Su Di could ask, the stranger vanished into thin air. Boss, what on earth is happening? The boss stepped back a few steps. I don't know. Then, he hurriedly left the place like he was escaping. Seeing the boss run off, Kongjing quickly shouted. Sister-in-law, since my brother is fine, I won't bother you any longer. Wait. Su Di called Kongjing to stop. This strange reaction must mean something had happened during this time. What exactly happened? Kongjing looked at Lin Shi with a mournful face. Brother, I don't know, sister-in-law called me over, and as soon as I arrived, you woke up. Lin Shi waved her hand. Let the second one go, I'll tell you when we get back to the room. Inside the room. Lin Shi looked at Su Di seriously. Do you remember what happened? Su Di carefully recalled. I was planning to level up, then you guys woke me up. Lin Shi leaned closer to Su Di. Think about it, is that really the case? Su Di felt a chill in his heart. Isn't it? Look at your panel. Panel? When Su Di saw the data on the panel, he realized something was definitely wrong. Nightmare level. When did I reach nightmare level? How long did I sleep? 18 days. What? Su Di was stunned, muttering stupidly. How could it possibly be 18 days? He felt like he had just fallen asleep and was called awake. He never imagined that actually, 18 days had passed. Lin Shi stared closely at Su Di. Think about what happened during this time. What happened? Su Di rubbed his head, and some fragments of memory began to surface. Damn, it seems like I had a dream. What dream? Su Di painfully covered his head. It was like a few guys were fighting. In the dream, it seemed a few monsters were in a brawl. Seeing Su Di change again, Lin Shi fearfully hugged him. Don't think about it. What's wrong? Su Di looked at Lin Shi. Lin Shi's face twitched, biting her teeth and said. Didn't you feel something was off? Off? Su Di got up and looked at Lin Shi. At that moment, he was horrified to discover. In his vision, an extra scene appeared. Damn, what the hell? He just wanted to see what strange changes had happened to his body. But that extra segment of vision vanished without a trace. What just happened to me? Su Di, terrified, hugged Lin Shi. Just now, and I grew on your head. Damn. After understanding from Lin Shi, Su Di took a deep breath and said. So, I've been constantly becoming strange during this time? During this time, his body underwent many bizarre changes. The first time, he turned into a flesh monster, specific demon type unknown. By the second bizarre change, the boss's second uncle had already arrived. He determined that the demon type belonged to lust. During the third bizarre change, the demon type was brutality. Over 60 bizarre changes had occurred. And each bizarre change was different, showing that over 60 types of demons were born in his body. Normally, a bizarre upgrade to nightmare level would randomly create one demon type. But Su Di had produced over 60 types of demons. This was exactly what made the boss's second uncle curious. However, in the end, it appeared that only one demon type remained in Su Di's body, which was that unknown flesh demon type. Thinking of this, Lin Shi looked at Su Di. Do you have anything special you want? The types of magic seeds are different, and the impacts vary. Hunger, lust, brutality, plague. It manifests in every strange being. For example, the rotting blood pool of the meatball. It is a special kind of hunger. Su-D carefully felt himself and finally shook his head. No feelings. No feelings? Why are you touching me? Lin Shi looked at Su-D's third hand and couldn't help but say. Oh, damn, my mistake. Su-D came back to his senses, and the third hand immediately disappeared. But through this incident, he clearly discovered a pattern. The strange transformation of the body seems to be beyond conscious control, relying more on instinct. For example, if he wants to see something. If the thing is behind him, eyes might grow on his back, and this change is uncontrollable. Is that all? Lin Shi pouted and looked at Su-D. If the side effects brought by the magic seed are only like this, it's hardly worth mentioning. To know that the strange becoming nightmare level, the magic seeds born from it, will be deeply influenced by the magic seeds, leading to serious side effects. But Su-D had no obvious side effects, except being a bit scary. It seemed to have almost no drawbacks. Su-D scratched his head and hugged Lin Shi. What do you mean just this? This is very scary, okay? Lin Shi, being held by those growing hands, couldn't help but say. Scary my ass, I see you using it very well. Hiss. It really is uncontrollable. No, I need to try if I can control it. Hey, slow down. Chapter 78, The Strange Transformation of Flesh and Blood Without Consciousness. A sleepless night. The whole night, Su-D was exploring the mysteries of the human body. This night, he gained a lot. With Lin Shi's help, he explored some effects brought by the magic seeds. The transformation of flesh and blood is not without rules, but is based on biological instincts, all triggered unintentionally. And it can only be triggered in Su-D's physical form. Using the blood fiend mask for transformation does not trigger this state. Su-D's own attempts all ended in failure. The most important thing is that Su-D and Lin Shi worked hard all night but still did not discover what the side effects of the magic seeds really are. So, Su-D plans to wait until he and Lin Shi thoroughly study it, before using this ability. As the dawn broke. In the office. Su, the stock is running low. Just as Su-D was about to check the report, he looked up and asked. Didn't I leave 50 billion in stock before? The boss smiled bitterly. Su, you don't know. Our company's goods are incredibly popular. Just the backlogged pre-orders have exceeded 100 billion? Surprise? Su-D was shocked and quickly checked the report. Unshipped orders, 471 orders. Total amount, 175 billion. Hiss. 471 orders. 175 billion. These two numbers made Su-D's vision go dark. Terrifying. Terrifying. The sales figures can only be described as terrifying. This is just the initial orders for the company. In the future, the company will launch more products. Orders will only increase, not decrease. 100 billion in 18 days, this speed of making money. I'm afraid only a cash transport machine can compare. If it were the old system. In less than 3 months, he would unlock the super technology tree. Unfortunately, the past is the past, the present is the present. Boss, the blood and flesh transport vehicle. Before Su-D could finish, the boss interrupted him. Su, I came to find you to talk about this. Previously, the boss was worried about Su-D's problems, delaying the trip to the ancient city to collect payments. Now that Su-D is fine, he intends to go collect the remaining payment, and conveniently promote the blood and flesh transport vehicle in the ancient city. Boss, are you okay to go by yourself? The boss nodded cheerfully. As long as I have a pass, there won't be any strange issues in the ancient city. Then that's fine, the task of promoting the blood and flesh transport vehicle in the ancient city is yours. Su-D nodded and agreed. He had too many things to handle. There was simply no time to accompany the boss to the ancient city to promote the blood and flesh transport vehicle. In addition to checking the orders, he also needed to look at the situation in the trial center. According to Kong Jing, it seemed that something went wrong with the master Ling Su. After doing these things, he needed to hurry back to the A-level instance, the Huang family old house, and then head to Black Tiger Mountain. Occupy Black Tiger Mountain and gather the spoils of war. He also needed to find a way to sell a batch of blood-flesh transport vehicles to Old Master Huang. After all, reaching a sales target of 10 vehicles would unlock the next piece of equipment. Just leave it to me. Su-D looked at the report inside. I really can't rest, squeezing in so many things. The boss watched as a pair of little hands popped up from Su-D's head and jumped back in shock. Su, why not wear the blood evil mask? What's wrong? Su-D grew an eye on his forehead and looked at the boss. Oh my god, why do I have hands on my head? The moment he realized it, the little hands and eyes on his head vanished. The boss twitched and couldn't help but ask. Sue, are you really alright? He really wanted to shout. What the heck? Who is really the odd one between us? When they first met, he was an SS-level powerful anomaly, while Sue D was just a small fry. Now, he was still an SS-level anomaly, but Sue D had already risen to nightmare level. If you think about it, Sue D seemed more like an anomaly. It's fine, I'm actually used to it. Sue D suddenly sped up his reading pace. In a subconscious state, he triggered the blood-flesh anomaly again. Several pairs of eyes popped up on his forehead. Dozens of eyes looked over at the same time. In just a few seconds, he finished reading the report. After that, Sue D unhesitatingly put on the blood evil mask. This state was indeed odd, and it would be a bit bad for others to see. Besides, at this stage, he didn't know what the side effects of the demon seeds were. He would figure it out while lying in bed before using this ability. The boss looked at Sue D in his odd state and thought to himself. In this state, it looks more comfortable. That flesh state was indeed strange. Sue, I'm going to the ancient city now, the driver is still waiting for me. Okay. After sending the boss out of the office, Sue D immediately headed to the warehouse. This time, he used mental power to directly transform the entire floor into a warehouse. Then, based on the sales levels of different weapons on the order, he purchased weapons. Half an hour later, the entire floor was crammed full. Having completed this, Sue D did not pause and headed straight to the back mountain. When he found Uncle Ling Su, he was stunned. At this moment, Uncle Ling Su's face was worn and his hair was all white, as if he had aged several decades. Uncle, what happened? Hearing this familiar voice, Taoist Ling Su suddenly stood up. Little Sue, you finally came back. But upon seeing Sue D's state, he asked in shock. What happened to you? No, Uncle, what happened to you? Sue D took off the mask and red robe, explaining. This is a special anomalous item that can make me anomalous. Is your body okay? Taoist Ling Su asked with great concern. Yesterday, when Sue D succeeded in his breakthrough, he had been worried about the situation. After hearing from the Void Mirror that Sue D seemed to have some problems, he had held on until now. Uncle, what on earth happened? Little Sue, you might not know. During this time, he had endured too much pressure. Since the Anomaly Association collapsed, the lighthouse quickly attacked and occupied all nearby SSS-level instances. It can be said that the lighthouse completely occupied an entire continent across the ocean. After occupying these SSS-level instances, the lighthouse crazily explored and plundered at any cost. As a result, SSS-level players surged like a fountain, popping up one after another. After draining the rewards from these instances, the lighthouse did not stop its plundering. They assembled a large number of SSS-level players again and openly invaded Australia's SSS-level instances. A few days ago, the lighthouse's SSS-level player advance team even appeared at the Asian borders. The Koreans, the Japanese, and those Southeast Asians knew they couldn't resist. They actively opened the SSS-level instances for the lighthouse to improve player quality. You can imagine the pressure facing the Dragon Country. Chapter 79, Robbers Attack, Invasion of Instance. Since the Dragon Country fully opened up, countless players flooded into the SSS-level instances. There are very few who can pass the test. When ordinary people see reality clearly, their fervor gradually disperses. They understand that entering the SSS-level dungeon, for ordinary people like them, is akin to a fool's dream of survival. From then on, the SSS-level dungeon is no longer a coveted prize within Dragon Country. Unlike the lighthouse's extreme methods, Dragon Country continuously sends exploration teams to explore the SSS-level dungeon. This has led to the dungeon's progress far behind the plundering pace of the lighthouse. As a result, at the same stage, the number of SSS-level players in the lighthouse overwhelms the world, reaching thousands. In contrast, Dragon Country comes in second, with only more than 300 players. The gap is immense, one can imagine. Due to the lighthouse's astonishing speed of advancement, many countries began to follow suit. They sent people into the dungeon to die, gathering intelligence. This situation has led to most SSS-level dungeons, except for Dragon Country, being largely ravaged. Other countries' SSS-level dungeons have basically been looted clean. Yesterday, hundreds of SSS-level players led by the lighthouse stealthily crossed the border, planning to seize the resources of the SSS-level dungeon. If not for Sue D's promotion to Nightmare level yesterday, and the horror game broadcasted worldwide, scaring the invaders, Dragon Country's SSS-level dungeon would have already been invaded. During this time, Master Lingshu has not rested for even a moment. He has been tirelessly training players in the trial center. Both their minds and bodies have nearly reached their limits. Huff. Su Di heavily breathed out. He felt a fire burning in his heart. He never expected such a huge event to happen while he was asleep. Master Lingshu, is there a list of invaders? Lingshu's lifeless eyes instantly lit up. Little Su, what are you planning? To kill. A simple word. It revealed boundless killing intent. SSS-level dungeon. The Strange Tomb v. At the entrance, over 100 SSS-level players from different countries gathered. Facing these players are 5 SSS-level players from Dragon Country. The disparity in numbers is far too great. Due to the lack of prior knowledge of the invaders' target, Dragon Country spread its SSS-level players to guard various SSS-level dungeons. As a result, in this Strange Tomb v, only 5 SSS-level players from Dragon Country were stationed here. Captain, what should we do? One of the team members could no longer hold back and asked. Hold the entrance and wait for support. The captain's face was serious, gripping the bloody AK in his hands, mentally preparing for the worst. Before setting out, he had already strapped a bloody C4 to himself. Captain, can we wait for support? We will certainly make it. Yet all 5 of them understood, perhaps they may not wait for support. This is because this dungeon is remote, the nearest SSS-level dungeon is 300 miles away. Check the ammo. Compared to the 5 guards, the large group of invaders appeared much more relaxed. In fact, some even started a live stream. Haha, where did that nightmare-level player from Dragon Country go? I think this guy is probably too scared to show up. Yeah, let's see how strong a nightmare-level player really is. In the live room. That SSS-level player, with blonde hair and blue eyes? Make the Dragon Country audience recognize him as an invader. Seeing these invaders being so arrogant, Dragon Country viewers cursed in the comments. Don't be so arrogant, wait until our nightmare-level player makes a move, you'll be waiting for death. Exactly, just a few SSS-level players? How dare you run wild in our Dragon Country? Some viewers reported while dialing the police. The SSS-level player in the livestream, seeing the barrage of comments, quickly turned the camera around. Oh, is that so? Even if it's a nightmare-level player, so what? His words were full of disdain. In the picture, all one could see are SSS-level players. The Dragon Country viewers felt their hearts drop upon seeing this scene. With so many SSS-level players here, perhaps even the arrival of a nightmare-level player would be futile. At this moment, a character named Eerie suddenly appeared in the live room. I've said it long ago, we should agree on the unification of the global strange dungeons. Yeah, it should be like this. I've been wanting to try the Cherry Blossom dungeon from the Japanese devs. I feel like I can resist the temptation of the Cherry Blossom girls. With the unification of dungeons, I shouldn't just be a B-level, I should be able to become an SSS-level supermaster. Back then, an old friend from the lighthouse invited me to their SSS-level dungeon, but they wouldn't let me leave the country, otherwise, I would have been an SSS-level player by now. The ones sending these comments are probably the people who earn money while lying down abroad. They continuously vent their dissatisfaction in the comments. Complaining about this, complaining about that. It seems that if they went to an SSS-level dungeon abroad, they would definitely become SSS-level players. At that moment, the streamer shouted. Oh, Shiter, Kotaro, what are you doing? On the screen, a little short guy was kneeling on the ground, kissing the dirt. My grandfather once came to this land. He did not conquer this land, now I come to fulfill his last wish. As soon as this was said, the viewers in the live stream understood this guy's identity and began to curse angrily. Damn beast, you should have all been killed back then. Damn it, when did these little devils get so bold? Asterisk. The one coming to defend himself, Eerie, was even sprayed with insults by the furious viewers in the livestream. The blonde looked at the livestream screen and couldn't help but tease. Kotaro, you've lost your M. Oh, your grandma is gone too. Oh, wait, your family tree is gone. Kotaro glanced at the blonde and stood up, shouting to himself. Boss, when do we strike? This shout made all the Dragon Country viewers tense up. Support has not arrived, 5 against over 100. With such a huge gap, it's a sure death. Half an hour. Upon hearing this, the blonde immediately approached and started fanning the flames. Boss, we have half an hour, why don't we play some mini-games? The burly bald leader glanced over. What kind of game? The blonde said with a smile. Those 5 Dragon Country guards are all at least SSS level, they must have a lot of good stuff. But we have so many people, it won't be easy to divide everything one by one. How about taking turns during this time, whoever wins gets it all? As soon as this was said, it received positive responses from many SSS level players. One after another, they called out eagerly. "Boss, let me go." "You go, Dio." "Boss, let me come, I can easily take these guys down." The bald man squinted slightly. He had a secret mission this time. That was to attract enough attention to lure the SSS-level players stationed in other dungeons over. Chapter 80, Dragon Country Guards, Fight to the Death. Fall back, this is a no-go zone. Faced with the invading attackers, the captain stood firm with his gun. At this moment, many foreign viewers flooded into the live stream. When they saw the captain with the gun warning, they all mocked. "Haha, I'm dying of laughter, this Dragon Country player is really sealed. Taking out a gun to warn SSS-level players, is this the level of Dragon Country players? I can't believe these guys are still so tough, they actually dare to draw a gun in front of a team of SSS-level players." SSS-level players are not the same as SS-level players, they are beyond the realm of humanity. They can withstand normal firearms and face heavy artillery without a hitch. Unlike the foreign viewers, the mood of Dragon Country viewers plummeted to the bottom. Forget about support not arriving, even if it really comes. Can they really withstand so many SSS-level players? The atmosphere in the Dragon Country high-level meeting was solemn. Although various countries nominally condemned these invaders, claiming it was a personal act by players. But anyone with clear eyes knows that the truth is not so. If it were not for the fear of nuclear weapon stockpiles, Dragon Country would have fallen like other small countries long ago. Now all countries are watching how Dragon Country will react. If this is not handled well, Dragon Country will once again become the object of being bullied. After all, now only Dragon Country still has a large number of SSS and dungeon rewards left. Are we really going to let these guys be like this? In my opinion, we should abandon this area and use the 41 bombers. After the military proposed this suggestion, many people echoed in agreement. SSS-level dungeon Mysterious Grave V. Located in a desolate area, 100 miles around has no sign of human life. SSS-level players have surpassed the category of humans, but have not surpassed the category of living beings. They are not truly abnormal and cannot ignore this massive weapon of the human world. When the 41 bombardiers make a move, these guys will definitely not be able to react in time. The head of the strange anomaly stood up and shouted. "No, the 60 supporting SSS players will arrive in 1 hour." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. If it were 5 SSS players, it would still be manageable. But 65 SSS players would mean a huge loss. The person in charge of the strange anomaly continued. "As long as we hold on until Su Di returns, the crisis will be resolved." Yesterday, the Taoist priest Ling Su sent back a message and clearly stated he would return soon. They had analyzed Su Di's combat power. At the SS level, he could crush the one-eyed old Mexican who is also SS level. Now that he has been promoted to Nightmare level, he will definitely be able to turn the tide. At this moment, the intelligence officer rushed into the conference room, shouting. Something went wrong. Less than 100 meters away, a bald, muscular man waved his hand. The invaders immediately halted, stopping not far away. "I think we can play a game." Seeing the 5 guards respond, the bald man spoke to himself. "You send out 1 player, we'll send out 1 player. I was planning to attack in half an hour, but my subordinate couldn't hold back. How about this, if you win 1 match, I will give you an extra 5 minutes. Alright, hurry up and choose someone to send. Right now I can promise a one-on-one, but after a while, it might turn into a one-on-several, and I can't be sure." In the live broadcast room, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom shouted that it was unfair. With such a huge numerical gap. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's SSS players were strong, they could not withstand so many SSS players. The 5 SSS players from Dragon Kingdom knew they had no bargaining chips. What they could do was simply agree to participate in this so-called game. To buy time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. One team member stepped forward voluntarily. "Captain, I'll go." "No." The captain handed over the blood flesh AK to the team member. "Out of the 5 of us, you have the best shooting skills, you need to stay until the end." As he said this, the captain looked at another team member. "Tianji, from now on, you are the acting captain." Under everyone's watchful eyes, the captain, holding on to the resolve of certain death, walked toward the invaders. Even among SSS-level players, there are differences. Unlike these specially trained SSS players, the SSS players from Dragon Kingdom have all reached SSS level through their own exploration of the rules. One step at a time, they reached SSS level through their own effort. On the other hand, the invaders mostly come from wealthy families, having entered the dungeons to reap the benefits after countless people explored the rules of death. One could say that their promotion to SSS level was like merely going through the motions. The captain had already prepared for death. The first battle lasted only a few minutes. He killed the first SSS-level player sent by the other side with slight injuries. Boss, let me take my turn. I'll come, if I kill that guy, can I also take the things from the previous guy? It was clear. The assets of the two SSS-level players made these invaders even more excited. Second, third, fourth. After more than a dozen consecutive battles. When the blood-soaked captain beheaded an enemy, he roared like a devil coming out of hell. Bring it on. Even the invaders were deeply shocked by the captain. Despite his severely injured body, he could still unleash such strong fighting spirit. Even when his team members came to ask for a change, they were firmly rejected. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? You've done enough, quickly switch out. No more fighting, if this goes on, you will die. When the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom saw the captain swing his sword to sever his own arm, they closed their eyes in pain, unable to bear to watch. Suddenly, a change occurred. 3 shadows sprang out of the crowd, attacking the captain. Even the SSS-level players on the invaders' side couldn't react in time. Boom! Another huge body crashed into the battlefield. The giant werewolf transformed from the bald muscular man blocked the katana aimed at the captain. Then, the wolf claws swung and instantly killed 3 attackers. Such a change stunned not only the invaders but also the few SSS-level players from the Dragon Nation who had rushed out. This made the invaders, who wanted to launch a surprise attack, give up the thought. Killing 3 SSS-level players in an instant was a power they could not contend with. At this moment, the captain leaned on his single sword, forcing himself to stay upright. Go back. Captain. Go back. The team members suppressed their grief and returned to the position. The bald muscular man transformed into a giant werewolf did not stop them. Once the other SSS-level players from the Dragon Nation retreated, he spoke. I am Sergeant Talarov from the Lighthouse Navy, may I ask your name? The captain didn't speak but coldly stared at the werewolf. I will keep my promise. After you die, I guarantee it will still be one-on-one here. After the werewolf said this, the captain forcibly took a last breath. Dragon Nation Special Operations Team, Zheng Tianyu. The werewolf nodded heavily. Okay, I remember. It is my honor to fight with you. The captain still stood there but did not reply. The werewolf looked at the captain and was startled. Take your captain back. Chapter 81. Su Di's return, the massacre begins. No need. 3 team members roared and charged out of the position. Just now, they received the evacuation notice. Due to attacks on other dungeons, other SSS-level players couldn't come to support. The evacuation time was only 30 minutes. They could choose to enter the dungeon or evacuate. 30 minutes later, the military would conduct a saturation nuclear strike on this area. But after discussing, the 4 decided to hold the entrance against this group. The 3 would attract fire and delay time as much as possible. These SSS-level players all came from the army. They knew that once nuclear weapons were used, other countries would definitely get the news. Correspondingly, this group of invaders would also receive the news. That period would be the most tormenting time for them. The blood-soaked AK in this SSS-level player's hand would be the last line of defense. Among the 4, only he had a slight chance of survival. Talarov, put away your fake face. Aren't you just here to seize our SSS-level dungeon? No need to pretend, just come at us together. Talarov, you killed our captain, you shouldn't expect to go back alive. In the live broadcast room, foreign viewers were shocked. Talarov had just instant-killed 3 SSS-level players from the enemy. Yet, even so, these 3 players still rushed out wanting to avenge the captain. Are these SSS-level players from the Dragon Nation crazy? Even if they are strong, they can't possibly compete with Talarov. The previous one, I can call him courageous, but these 3 are just fools? Dragon Nation viewers felt a pang in their hearts. What are they doing? Isn't this wasting the captain's sacrifice? If you want to avenge the captain, now is not the time. Talarov is too strong, are you all crazy? Seeing this scene, Talarov squinted his eyes and furrowed his brows. Facing these words, he did not get angry, but instead felt a hint of confusion. He couldn't understand why these Dragon Nation players were not afraid of death. Why, after realizing his powerful strength, they still wanted to come out for revenge. However, he did not plan to strike, instead shouting. 3 of you come. Instantly, 3 people rushed out from among the invaders. 6 SSS-level players fought in a chaotic brawl. This time, the battle was not like before. The 3 were not as strong as Zheng Tianyu, but the 3 invaders were not as weak as those before. Under this exchange, an intense showdown emerged. After a difficult victory lasting more than 10 minutes, the 3 SSS-level players from the Dragon Nation managed to win. Talarov continued to calmly send out 3 more people. This unusual behavior raised suspicions among many SSS-level players. The golden-haired player glanced a few times and moved to the front. "Boss, don't waste time here." Tarav gave this SSS-level player from the European royal family a sideways glance and said calmly, "Count William, this doesn't seem to be something you should be concerned about." He was originally stalling for time, wanting the Dragon Country to notice this place. So, he had brought a large group of players from different countries here to allow other SSS-level players from Lighthouse Country to invade other SSS-level instances. From the very start, they didn't plan to share the fruits of victory with SSS-level players from other countries. Though golden-haired William appeared cheerful on the surface, he was not a fool. When Tarav spoke these words, he immediately sensed something was off. William waved his hand. The SSS-level players he knew swiftly gathered around. "Boss, it's time to enter the instance." "HM? Are you ordering me?" Tarav's expression darkened as he transformed into a giant werewolf. A powerful sense of oppression instantly swept across the scene. Seeing this, golden-haired William put away his smile and stepped forward. The strange aura he emitted was no less than Tarav's. "If you won't take action, I will take action myself." The clash between the two only lasted an instant. But in that brief moment, the crowd split into several small groups. These small groups of players all belonged to one country. Tarav's side had the fewest SSS-level players, with only a dozen or so, while William's side was much stronger, boasting more than 70 SSS-level players. Faced with the standoff, neither side was willing to yield. "I think it's time to take action, there's no need to waste time here. Once we enter the instance, the rewards will depend on individual ability." The leader of the Japanese group stepped forward. His team had the highest number of players. To get a piece of the pie, they sent out 90% of their SSS-level players. Due to Tarav previously killing their members, they already harbored resentment. Taking this opportunity, he vented his dissatisfaction. Tarav's face was gloomy as he looked at everyone. Even if he had the strength to kill SSS-level players in seconds, he couldn't deal with so many SSS-level players. Anyway, he had completed the task of stalling for time and attracting the Dragon Country. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and led his subordinates to make way. The spectators from Dragon Country saw the scene and became anxious. It's about to start. Fight, hopefully take down a big portion. But to their surprise, the conflict did not escalate further. Instead, a large number of SSS-level players joined the battle. In less than a few seconds, one team member was heavily injured. This scene shattered the hearts of the entire Dragon Country audience. Even with reinforcements arriving now, these few players could not hold on. Boom! Bang! Bang! Several gunshots rang out. The heads of the few SSS-level players at the front exploded like watermelons. What the hell is this weapon? What in the world is it? Did Dragon Country develop some big killing weapon? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Guns can't kill SSS-level players. I've seen SSS-level players tear tanks apart with their bare hands. This sudden change took all the spectators by surprise. Even Tarav could not help but look at the last team member who fired the gun. But instead of deterring the invaders, this only ignited their ferocity. A weapon capable of inflicting fatal damage on SSS-level players was undoubtedly a deadly weapon. Whoever could get hold of this weapon would gain the power to dictate entry into the instance. Thinking of this, different leaders frantically instructed their players to attack. The three players blocking the front were already severely injured, even though the last team member kept shooting. Unfortunately, the numbers were just too overwhelming, a single AK could not block them. The three exhausted their last bits of strength but still could not hold back the torrent of players. "I'll fight you to the end." The last team member raised the AK and fired wildly, trying to slow down the sprinting enemies. But even until the ammo ran out, he could not slow them down by even a fraction. This group of swiftly assaulting players let go of the last glimmer of survival completely. Now more than half an hour has passed, it should be arriving soon. Thinking of this, he smiled in relief and detonated the C4 that was strapped to his body. Boom! A loud explosion. In the footage, severed limbs and broken arms were flying everywhere. Before everyone could react, a dazzling white light rushed in, the live broadcast flickered a few times, then abruptly cut off. What kind of terrifying weapon was that? This question lingered in the hearts of all viewers. At the same time, state media from the Dragon Country released a message. Dragon Country Nightmare level player officially returns. Once the news was published, it captured global attention. Oh my god, the Nightmare level player from Dragon Country has returned. Those invading SSS level players are in for a tough time. Many citizens from Dragon Country were moved to tears upon seeing this notification. It's here, it has finally come. Our Dragon Country Nightmare level player has finally arrived. I wish it had come sooner. But the next message released was no less shocking than the first. Dragon Country military has launched a saturation nuclear strike on SSS-level suspected grave horror V. Once revealed, the whole world was in an uproar. After seeing this notification, the viewers who were watching the live broadcast finally understood what that terrifying weapon really was. It's over, now it's completely over. Is Dragon Country crazy? Does it want to go to war with the whole world? Good. It's about time to blow up those harmonious bastards. The invading group numbered in the hundreds, coming from countries all around the world. These nations were dumbfounded, wondering what Dragon Country would do next. Especially the Japanese were completely stunned, as that group had accounted for 90% of their domestic SSS players. As a result of this incident, they would completely withdraw from the ranks of plundering other SSS-level dungeons. All participating countries in the invasion were filled with fear and hurriedly released statements. Using nuclear weapons against ordinary players is extremely inhumane and a terrible terrorist act. Especially the Japanese continuously voiced their demands for all nations to unite and sanction Dragon Country. The Lighthouse was waiting for its chance to act. In light of Dragon Country's inhumane actions, we have decided to impose sanctions on them. This drove the people of Dragon Country into a frenzy. Clearly, these nations had indulged SSS-level players. Dragon Country was only defending itself with weapons. According to these guys, Dragon Country had become the villain. This time, the Dragon Country officials did not let the Lighthouse go unchallenged. In front of the entire world, they tore apart its hypocritical facade. In light of Lighthouse's open invasion of our 72 SSS-level dungeons, we have decided to sever all ties with the Lighthouse. The complete identity information of the invaders, including the full plan, was released. Once announced, it ignited global public opinion. The true goal of the Lighthouse was to target the entrance of the heavily trafficked SSS-level dungeon. Because they were invaders, they had no permission to teleport into the dungeon. They could only force their way in through the dungeon entrance. No wonder there were only a handful of SSS-level players heading to the SSS dungeon suspected grave horror V. It turned out that the Lighthouse's large group had long been scattered across other SSS-level dungeons. Dragon Country's 72 SSS-level dungeons had successfully suffered invasions in 60 of them. Even though the intelligence officer reported the anomalies detected by the Heavenly Eye at the first moment, Dragon Country still couldn't save all its SSS-level dungeons, as the personnel gap was just too huge. Other nations felt deep fear, as the Lighthouse's move was indeed too ruthless. This time, the Lighthouse became the only beneficiary among various factions. The other countries paid a heavy toll in casualties, and Dragon Country lost numerous SSS-level dungeons. Faced with solid evidence, the spokesperson from the Lighthouse still shamelessly claimed this was entirely to enhance the overall quality of Dragon Country players and help them grow together. The head of the Bazaar Dungeon even opened permission for all invading SSS-level players and started a live broadcast. In the face of such a brazen provocation, Dragon Country did not hold back. The head of Dragon Country's Bazaar Dungeon. A notice was released. Given the various actions of the Lighthouse, our nightmare-level players are determined to strangle all invaders. Moreover, he has enabled the permissions for the Spirit Void Master. He wants the whole world to see how players from the Dragon Kingdom strangle these invaders. In the face of this notice, the Lighthouse remained unmoved. This time, the invasion operation was exceptionally successful. They had hundreds of players successfully invade the Dragon Kingdom's SSS-level dungeon. No matter how powerful the nightmare-level players are, or how fast they clear levels, it's impossible to reach so many dungeons in such a short time. Moreover, nearly 100 players are still in the process of invading. The already strained relations between the two sides have completely ignited the flames of war. Both sides' citizens launched a war of words online. Qinling. In front of a mountain range. Everywhere you look, there are corpses. There are ordinary soldiers, ordinary players. Here also lies the entrance to an SSS-level dungeon, to resist the invaders. Even ordinary soldiers joined this battle of unequal forces, using their lives to hold back the invaders. Seeing this scene, Sudi felt a surge of anger in his heart. The anger almost made him lose control. Even in this strange state, his body began to distort and twist. It seemed as if flesh and blood were about to grow from this shadow. Under its influence, the flesh and blood of those corpses began to wriggle, starting to develop into that strange state. In the flesh tower, Lin Shi sensed the intense emotional fluctuations of Sudi and instantly teleported over. Wake up, quick, wake up! Forcing himself to hug Sudi, Lin Shi's form also began to twist. This could not only be described as strange but even as sinister. Yet even so, he kept pouring spiritual power into Sudi. Wake up, quick, wake up! Little Su! This call, combined with the continuous inflow of spiritual power from Lin Shi, pulled Su Di out of that strange state. In an instant, the blood fiend purgatory was activated. Wherever he looked, all the corpses were drawn into it. Along with them, there were countless remaining souls that had not dissipated. With a thought, Su Di used his spiritual power to create a hill in the purgatory. He placed the remaining souls of all fallen soldiers and players from the Dragon Kingdom there. Why are you here? Lin Shi, after pouring a lot of spiritual power into Su Di, turned pale. At this moment, he was almost suppressing the feeling of promotion. In this state of spiritual weakness, advancing to nightmare level was extremely dangerous. If a demon seed were born now, the possibility of being corrupted was very high. But he knew what Su Di was doing was extremely important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such intense emotional fluctuations. To avoid worrying Su Di, he forced his body to say, "Quick, go to Master Lingshu, something seems to have happened over there." Su Di did not notice anything unusual and dashed over. You go home first." After Su Di left, Lin Shi struggled to open the door to another world. Pushing his body, he walked step by step toward the dry well. At the moment he fell into the dry well, Lin Shi could no longer hold back. Chapter 82, Exterminate the Invaders. The whole world was watching. Everyone was looking forward to who would win the competition between the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse. The number of SSS-level players in the Lighthouse far surpassed that of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet the Dragon Kingdom has a nightmare-level super player. Until the end, no one dared to be certain who would be the final winner. With the advantage, the Lighthouse arrogantly opened all the livestream rooms for the invaders. Moreover, they carefully grouped players from the same dungeon together into the same livestream room. Most of them had succeeded in invading, while a few did not. This was equivalent to an open slap to the face, and all the viewers were watching how the Dragon Kingdom would respond. Countless viewers entered the livestream rooms of the players who had not successfully invaded through the strange platform. The two sides had already torn apart their relations, and these still invading players would surely be used against them. To everyone's surprise, when the Dragon Kingdom announced it would eliminate all invaders, the players who had not yet successfully invaded did not choose to escape, but instead launched a fiercer attack. Due to the overwhelming difference in the number of SSS-level players, these dungeon guards desperately held on. From the current situation, it seemed like being trapped was just a matter of time. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom really has no one left. They even send SSS-level and S-level players to die. Who says not? I saw another dungeon with regular soldiers still stationed. Even in this situation, not even the nightmare-level players can change the outcome. How foolish, they might as well give up the dungeon. Except for the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, all other audiences believed this battle would end with the Dragon Kingdom's defeat. This is because the dungeons chosen by the Lighthouse were extremely close to the city. Using nuclear weapons would come at a dreadful cost. In the barren land of the Nightmare Grave, it was one thing to use them. The Dragon Kingdom could not possibly use such self-destructive weapons in or near the city. Could it be that we are really finished? Where are our nightmare-level players? Didn't they say our nightmare-level players were coming back? Why aren't they dealing with these trash yet? In different live streams, the same scene was being played out. The Lighthouse's SSS-level players were ruthlessly harvesting the lives of regular players and ordinary soldiers. Only the SSS-level players still had the strength to resist. But as the Dragon Kingdom's SSS-level players fell continuously, the fall of the remaining dungeons seemed to become a foregone conclusion. At that moment, in the same dungeon, the live streams of two SSS-level players from the Lighthouse suddenly went dark. This moment caught everyone's attention. What did this mean? It meant that an SSS-level player from the Lighthouse had been killed. When they came to other live streams, the audience was stunned. Hiss, the Taoist's move seems vicious. Instant kill of an SSS-level player. Could this be the nightmare-level player from the Dragon Kingdom? The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom were even more emotional. He's coming, he's coming. Our nightmare-level player from the Dragon Kingdom is finally here. Kill all these damned invaders. At the entrance of this dungeon in Qinling, the arrival of Taoist Lingshu instantly relieved the pressure on the two remaining SSS-level players. Because this dungeon in Qinling was quite far from the city, the number of SSS-level players sent by the Lighthouse was not as many as in other teams. After paying a heavy price, they barely managed to hold the dungeon. The remaining dozen or so invaders did not stay, turning to flee. The two who were instant killed were the strongest among them. With these two players dead, they were frightened and had no heart to continue fighting. But just as they turned around, they saw an even more horrifying scene. They saw. Not far away appeared a sight resembling a lake of blood. Before these guys could react, the fleeing invader at the front was swept by the bloodlight. Ah! Save me! After a shrill scream, the entire person was instantly drained, turning into a dried corpse. This bloodlight was even more terrifying than that old Taoist. The leading SSS-level player was so scared that he turned to run. But Su Di did not give these guys a chance to escape. Once again channeling the blood fiend purgatory, in an instant, the inter. Is it possible that our Dragon Nation has other SSS-level players? Impossible, impossible, just now it was a blood-soaked scene, absolutely bizarre. Could it be that the bazaar has descended into the dungeon? It can't be. Wasn't it said that during the carnival phase, no bazaar can descend? The scene just now plunged the whole world into panic. That terrifying sight was far beyond what ordinary bazaar could cause. It could possibly be nightmare level, or even higher level horror. At this moment, the person in charge of the Dragon Nation's bazaar dungeon opened a livestream to the whole world. In the footage, there was still a blood-soaked scene. But this time the location had changed, positioned at another invaded dungeon entrance. A figure waved its hand. All the invaders instantaneously vanished from the spot, along with the corpses littering the ground. Xiaosu, the next invaded dungeon is at Dongting Lake. As the voice sounded, the livestream picture flashed. When the viewers could see clearly, the scene had already appeared at the weird dungeon entrance of Dongting Lake. Like last time, a flash of bloodlight occurred. All invaders and corpses were absorbed in an instant. Only the dungeon guardian remained, standing blankly in place. This time, the livestream showed a much closer view. Viewers finally saw what was happening. That towering bloodlight was actually illuminated by a blood lake. The area of the blood lake was vast, exceeding 100 meters. The scene inside was even more horrifying. Aside from a fake mountain, countless figures were heaving in the blood-colored magma. Though no sounds were heard, the viewers' minds echoed with chilling cries. What was even more terrifying was that the blood lake was actually behind a figure's head. The Dragon Nation audience, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but identify a term. Demon Cultivator. While international viewers, upon seeing the figure, exclaimed devil. In the last dungeon, over 30 SSS-level invaders scattered in fear upon receiving the news. But that figure, after disappearing for just a few minutes, returned to the livestream. At the same time, the Dragon Nation audience released a notification. Our nightmare-level player has eliminated all invading players within the Dragon Nation. This news caused an immediate uproar globally. Regardless of how confused they were about the situation, the audience now understood what it was. That was actually Dragon Nation's nightmare-level player. At this moment, everyone inside the lighthouse felt a deep sense of despair. That figure was simply too terrifying. SSS-level players had no ability to fight back before it. They didn't even see how that nightmare-level player attacked. With just a sweep of bloodlight, the SSS-level players were wiped out completely. In the livestream, when Su Di retracted the blood slaughter purgatory, everyone finally saw his true face. A blood-red mask, a scarlet robe made of feathers, and floating mid-air. It was hard to associate it with humanity. If not for knowing he was a nightmare-level player from Dragon Nation, viewers would really think this was a bizarre being. Is this what a nightmare-level player looks like? It's just too terrifying, but that figure doesn't look human at all. Could it be that by advancing to nightmare level, humanity turns into bizarre beings? Viewers all over the world engaged in intense discussions. Not only did the lighthouse regret it, but other participating countries were also in shock. They were not like the lighthouse, which at least invaded dozens of SSS-level dungeons. Instead, they gained nothing, and ended up offending the Dragon Nation. It seemed that this nightmare-level player from Dragon Nation had a rather bad temper. Whether it was the invaders who attacked him or those begging for mercy on their knees, they were all silently wiped out. Master, are you done handling it? Su Di, returning to physical form, fell to the ground. In the past half hour, he had gone through too much madness. Continuously operating the blood slaughter purgatory, continuously using the teleportation effect of the Raven Robe. Especially the teleportation of the Raven Robe, it almost drained his mental energy completely. Even with his mental energy far beyond the strange level, yet he could not withstand such consumption. However, this was exactly what made him, in less than half an hour, cross half of the Dragon Country and slay these SSS-level players who had not yet succeeded in invading. Are you okay? Ling Su quickly supported Su Di after seeing this. In this half hour, Su Di had brought him too many shocks. Whether it was the instant kill of SSS-level players or that momentary teleportation, it was beyond his imagination. He originally thought Su Di would use his strange weapons. But, unexpectedly, he didn't use them at all against these SSS-level players. Su Di steadied himself and waved his hand. Uncle Master, I'm fine. Are there any other invaders? I'll deal with them all. Ling Su was very worried about Su Di's condition. Even if he had advanced to nightmare-level player, he definitely could not endure such consumption. Little Sue, you should rest for a bit. I don't need to rest to deal with trash like them. Su Di took a deep breath. Feeling his rapidly recovering mental strength and constantly strengthening physique. The blood-killing purgatory was continuously nurturing and feeding him while refining these SSS-level players. I have to say, these SSS-level players were really excellent nourishment. The strange things from the strange world could not provide such massive blood energy. He felt that if he killed another batch, he might just break through to nightmare level. Such inhuman words shocked everyone. SSS-level players were indeed garbage in his eyes. But Su Di had the right to say such a thing. After all, he had just effortlessly slain over 100 SSS-level players from the lighthouse. But what Su Di said next sent chills down everyone's spine. Speaking of which, I feel that some countries have no reason to exist anymore. When this statement was made, all countries involved in the invasion were dumbfounded. They began to plead for mercy to the Dragon Country, claiming that all of this was a misunderstanding. Each one was fighting to offer compensation for the losses suffered by the Dragon Country. The lighthouse even announced that this action was entirely the behavior of a group of people. They would impose severe punishment on this group of people. As compensation to the Dragon Country, they would open all high-level dungeons to Dragon Country players and provide corresponding player strategies. The Dragon Country sternly rejected all requests from the invading countries and issued a notification to the whole world. After dealing with the invaders, they would settle accounts with all of them. Ling Su was even more stunned. Little Su, what do you mean? Su Di shook his head, quickly waking up. Not knowing if it was an illusion, he had just thought about devouring ordinary people. Realizing something was off, he forcibly erased that thought from his mind. First, let's deal with all the invaders. But those guys have entered the dungeons. We have no way to deal with it. Seeing this, the lighthouse simply stopped pretending. The spokesperson openly stated that if the nightmare-level players from the Dragon Country dared to strike at them, then they would send SSS-level players into the Dragon Country to carry out the same actions. The main point was that they were convinced the invading SSS-level players would definitely have someone advance to nightmare level. And during this time, the nightmare-level players from the Dragon Country had no way at all. They couldn't just rush into the strange dungeon to kill, right? The lighthouse again proposed to open the dungeon to the Dragon Country as compensation. But after exhausting all the value of that dungeon, how could it be called compensation? Moreover, so many dungeon guards had been lost. The entire Dragon Country would never agree. Seeing this, the viewers from the lighthouse began to frantically shout online. Isn't it just nightmare-level players? We have hundreds of SSS-level players entering your Dragon Country's SSS dungeon. With such generous rewards, surely someone will advance to nightmare level. Exactly, isn't it just nightmare-level players? We'll have them soon too. The Dragon Country audience was furious seeing these comments. Damn robbers. Damn it. If I were a nightmare-level player, I would willingly sacrifice this life to enter the dungeon and defeat you all. Damn it, if only we could hold on a little longer. The Dragon Country is truly troubled by the successful invasion of the SSS-level players. There are simply too many of these players. Sending in our own SSS-level players would be like sending them to die. Su Di would have the chance to enter the dungeon and eliminate these guys. But he is just one person, there is no time at all. Even if it only takes half an hour to clear one dungeon. Adding it all together would take several days. If these guys really advance to nightmare level, then we have a huge problem. Is it impossible to have nightmare level players as well? But Su Di's next words shed light of hope on the Dragon Country once again. Give me the list of the invaded dungeons, I have my own ways to handle it. Before long, a complete list was sent to Su Di's hands. Su Di took the list and returned to the strange world. With dozens of dungeons, he indeed cannot go to all of them at the same time. But he can't help it, he has money in the strange world. Money can indeed do anything. To deal with these guys, Su Di doesn't even need to get involved. Chapter 83, Gathering the Spirits. How come you're back? I've dealt with it. What? The Taoist Ling Shu was incredibly shocked. It had only been 2 or 3 minutes, was it really dealt with? Hiss. Dealt with? But the players from Lighthouse Country seem just fine. Is the nightmare level player from Dragon Country stupid? Yeah, I took a quick glance, the SSS level players from Lighthouse Country entering the dungeon are all fine. Could it be that advancing to nightmare level not only causes distortion but also turns them into fools? Netizens from various countries started a heated discussion. Most viewers did not believe what Su Di said, despite him showcasing extremely terrifying strength. But the strange world is different from the real world, humans cannot command the bizarre at all. Little Su, is it true? Even knowing that Su Di had some abilities in the strange world, Taoist Ling Shu still felt doubt. The 4-fire military industry did indeed develop well in the strange world. All kinds of weapons, all sorts of equipment, were sold out during Su Di's sleep. When weapons and equipment were needed, the boss gave Lingshu Daoists those used by his subordinates. But this quantity of weapons is simply not enough. Most of the dungeons were equipped with flesh and blood pistols, while the remaining team was only equipped with flesh and blood AKs. If Su Di had not slept at that time, with sufficient quantities of weapons, even ordinary soldiers could defend the dungeons well. Dragon Country certainly wouldn't have so many dungeons invaded by Lighthouse's SSS-level players. Master Lingshu, it is definitely true. Su Di waved his hand and then asked. Master, take me to those dungeons that were successfully invaded. I want to gather all the blood and bones of my Dragon Country soldiers. I want them to watch how the invaders are ultimately destroyed. Taoist Lingshu paused suddenly and trembled while asking. Is there a way to revive these soldiers? Su Di used Blood Fiend Purgatory and pointed to the fake mountain in the purgatory. I cannot revive these soldiers. But I can let them live on in another way. As Su Di's thoughts moved, the Blood Fiend Purgatory instantly brought the fake mountain closer, and the scenes on it were immediately presented before everyone. On the fake mountain, heads surged, and upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these were the soldiers and players sacrificed by Dragon Country. Su Di consumed his own spiritual energy to maintain these people's ghostly state. Once their forms solidified completely, they would be able to survive in the strange world in another way. In stark contrast, the purgatory next to them echoed with countless wails of anguish. One could see many foreign faces struggling painfully in the rolling blood-colored lava. Most were still shouting, "Kill me, kill me." Clearly, the invaders were suffering terribly in that purgatory. After seeing this, Master Lingshu was completely shocked and speechless. When Su Di used the Blood Fiend Purgatory, he was the closest to it. He knew everything that Su Di did. But he did not know the true purpose of what Su Di was doing. He never expected that the gathering of soldiers' blood and bones was actually to resurrect them. Thinking of this, Master Lingshu immediately pointed out to Su Di the locations of these instance entrances. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the scene with dazed expressions. Su Di's methods completely exceeded everyone's understanding. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, he had become a saint-like figure. But in the eyes of other countries, he had become a devil-like existence. If one was killed and gathered into the Blood Fiend Purgatory, it would really be a situation where there was no way to live and no way to die. For half an hour, Su Di only did one thing, which was to gather the blood and bones of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Until the last instance. Master Lingshu looked at Su Di with a worried expression. Little Su, we probably cannot go to this last instance. Upon hearing this, Su Di furrowed his brows tightly. Why can't we go? Master Lingshu took a deep breath, forcing back his inner sorrow. He fully informed Su Di of what had happened in the creepy Toon Quest V. 5 guards had dragged themselves to 41 in order to defend the instance. After hearing this, Su Di took a deep breath. Give me the specific location, I will go myself. Master Lingshu quickly advised. Little Su, no one can withstand it. Even if this 4-1 was the one with the least radiation among the same model. But the radiation still existed, and the human body absolutely could not withstand it. Don't worry, after I enter a bizarre state, I can ignore these harms. While speaking, Su Di entered a phasing state. Master Lingshu wanted to advise again, but heard Su Di say. Master Uncle, those guards cannot afford to wait. If he was late, their souls would completely dissipate. Even if he gathered their bodies, he would not be able to bring them back. Knowing he could not persuade Su Di, Master Lingshu shouted to Su Di. I'll go with you. Master Uncle, I can go by myself. Su Di indeed refused. He could withstand the bizarre transformation, but Master Lingshu could not. Little Su, you have to go, why can't I go? I can just wear a few more protective suits. But there are no protective suits now, Master Uncle, stop dragging your feet, quickly tell me the specific location. The two of them began to argue over this issue. Just then, a helicopter slowly landed not far from the two. Several people came down from the plane, bringing 2 sets of the highest level protective suits. Now can you take me with you? Su Di had no choice but to agree. After Master Lingshu put on the protective suit, the scene flashed. In an instant, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the creepy Toon Quest V. One must admit, the power of 41 was indeed great. Here, there was not a trace of flesh left, not even a speck of dust. Even where Su Di's Blood Fiend Purgatory had swept through, nothing could be retrieved. After seeing this, Master Lingshu's mood instantly fell to the bottom. Could it be that the heroes guarding the territory of the Dragon Kingdom would ultimately end up with nothing but bones? Could it be that not even the last wisp of their souls could be left in the human world? Come back to me! Su Di roared. The Blood Fiend Purgatory instantly rose to its peak. A sky full of blood light illuminated the area as if it were the end of the world. Under Su Di's continuous urging, It seemed that black residue was constantly being drawn into the blood fiend purgatory from the void. In this state, it took a full half hour. Only then did black residue barely form a human shape. And he could not be sure whether this was a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. In order to verify this, Sudi crazily infused this black remnant body with mental energy. Until a remnant soul appeared, he asked. "Who are you?" The remnant soul's consciousness seemed a bit chaotic, murmuring to itself. "Who am I? Who am I?" But upon hearing this, Sudi suddenly trembled. The words spoken by this remnant soul were in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. From this alone, it could be concluded. This remnant soul. Guarding here are the warriors of Dragon Country. Chapter 84-84. Sudi is enraged, the island nation will perish. The remnant soul was not in a complete state, appearing somewhat muddled. Under Sudi's continuous infusion of spiritual power, its form became more solid. He did not linger here, as he needed to gather the other warriors' remnant souls. If he spent too much time here, once they completely dissipated, there would be no way to recover them. But as soon as Sudi took a step, the remnant soul shouted out. "Halt, the place ahead is the forbidden zone of our Dragon Country." A strong killing intent erupted from this remnant soul. As soon as these words were spoken, coupled with the solidifying form of the remnant soul, the audience saw its true appearance and gasped in surprise. "That's Captain Zhang Tianyu. I didn't expect Captain's remnant soul to still be here." Even in death, the captain is still thinking about guarding the instance. Foreign netizens marveled at this scene. The warriors of Dragon Country showed their willpower. Even in death, they never forgot their mission. Taoist Lingshu recognized the captain from his records, stepped forward, and spoke softly. "Captain Zhang, we are the reinforcements." At this moment, Zhang Tianyu had not fully recovered, and guarding the instance had become his obsession. But after hearing Taoist Lingshu's words, his consciousness temporarily regained clarity. "Finally arrived, then I." As the killing intent faded, Zhang Tianyu again fell into a dazed state. Sudi looked at the remnant soul, determined in his heart to collect this person. He already had the idea of building his own power. If he could collect these warriors of Dragon Country, it would be a huge boost for his development in this strange world. After all, they were from the military and had undergone professional training. Plus, with their flesh and blood as weapons, the fighting power they could unleash was astounding. They could definitely crush strange beings of the same level or even higher. "Taoist Lingshu, give me the list." Sudi looked at Taoist Lingshu. He thought that the gathering work would not take long, but it seemed it needed more time. He could handle the strangeness. But Taoist Lingshu was merely a mortal. Even with protective gear, he could not completely remain unharmed. He did not want to come with two people and leave with one person and one strange being. Taoist Lingshu naturally understood Sudi's meaning. Having stayed here for over half an hour, he confirmed that Sudi could ignore the radiation. This time he did not insist, he readily handed the list to Sudi. In addition to this list, he also left behind a special intercom. "Little Su, contact me if you need anything." "Don't worry, Uncle Master." After receiving the list, Sudi quickened his pace. Continuously in the center of the explosion, he kept gathering the remnant souls. Anyone he gathered who was an invader was thrown into the purgatory, turning into nourishment for his body. Hours passed in a blur. Sudi was scraping the ground thoroughly. He forcibly gathered more than 70 remnant souls. Aside from Zhang Tianyu, he also gathered the remnant souls of 3 other warriors. But he could never find the last warrior's remnant soul. The strong obsession of these warriors from Dragon Country meant they would not simply dissipate like some invaders. There was definitely something strange happening. Moreover, the number of remnant souls also didn't add up. The SSS-level players invading here numbered in the hundreds. But Sudi only managed to capture over 70, this was clearly abnormal. Even if these guys had weaker wills than the warriors of Dragon Country, they were still SSS-level players. Their dissipation speed could not be that fast for each one. Thinking of this, he took out the intercom. "Taoist Lingshu, check if anyone has entered the instance." "What?" Hearing the sudden voice from the intercom, Taoist Lingshu was taken aback. "Little Su, what did you say? Is it possible someone alive entered the instance?" The audience in the live stream also began to discuss intensely. How is that possible? Could it be that someone broke through the last line of defense and entered the instance before the explosion? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The explosion happened so suddenly, how could that happen? My God, are there still players from other countries alive? This comment caught the attention of the leaders in charge of the bizarre dungeons from various countries. Due to the live broadcast room opened by the lighthouse, and the existence of the Grave of Doubt dungeon, everyone subconsciously believed that this dungeon had not been invaded. In reality, however, this team had very few SSS-level players from the lighthouse. Players from other countries accounted for a significant number. Among them, the most numerous were the SSS-level players from the Little Devils, totaling over 200. The leaders of bizarre dungeons from various countries immediately began to check this dungeon. Little Sue, the dungeon has really been invaded. Upon receiving this news, Sue D rushed directly to the entrance of the dungeon without hesitation. The invasion of the dungeon proved that there were still players alive. If the last spirit of the Dragon Country player could not be found, then he must still be alive. Perhaps he was right inside the dungeon. After entering the dungeon, the sky suddenly changed. An inexplicable level of darkness engulfed the area, and even Sue D's blood fiend purification could not illuminate this world. Sue D simply put away the blood fiend purification and focused on exploring the area with his mental power. It had to be said, this area was truly bizarre. After extending his mental power, he discovered nothing but graves. Not to mention players, there wasn't even a single bizarre creature to be found. After extending his mental power to the maximum range, Sue D still did not detect any figures. Within a radius of several dozen miles, besides tombstones, there was nothing else. Sue D seriously suspected whether this entrance had teleported him to another place, rather than being in the same location as the players. Sue D cursed under his breath, withdrew his mental power, and began to explore in one direction. With an all-around approach, he could explore a few dozen miles. But in one direction, he could explore hundreds of miles. Following the order of up north, down south, left west, right east, Sue D first investigated the north. There was nothing in the north. Then he checked the south, still nothing. But when he explored westward for over 100 miles, Sue D suddenly felt a jolt in his mind. There are players, and not just one player. Without any hesitation, Sue D willed it and instantly teleported there. In his line of sight, dozens of players were gathered around a campfire. Each one was chattering away. Upon hearing this, Sue D immediately confirmed the identities of these more than 10 SSS-level players. They were the invaders from the Little Devils. Sue D directly unleashed the blood fiend purification, instantly pulling 10 little devils inside. He then seized the last 2 little devils, asking sternly, "Where is the Dragon Country player?" One little devil attempted to resist. But with just a slight force, Sue D turned him into a pile of bloody goo. And he watched as the last little devil struggled painfully, desperately pointing to the side. But when Sue D looked to the side, he froze. Damn it, this birth. Little devil, ixx. Sue D's fury reignited once more. His eerie body began to twist and squirm as flesh started to grow endlessly. The last little devil saw the scene. His body also began to squirm, flesh transforming into something bizarre. But this state did not last for a few seconds. The devil's body exploded into a mist of blood. Sue D looked at the nearby P. These beasts not only severed his 4 limbs but also gouged out his eyes and cut off his tongue. Yet, the SSS class player had a strong vitality. Even so, he did not die. Don't be afraid, I will definitely save you. Sue D used his mental power to protect his remaining torso. As long as he wasn't dead, everything could be discussed. But as his mental power touched the flesh and blood, Sue D paused his actions. Kill me. Kill me. Sue D painfully looked at this mass of flesh. Living in this state was a torment every moment. Sue D took a deep breath and crushed this mass of flesh. At the moment the flesh was crushed, he forcefully used blood evil purgatory to gather the dissipating soul. When he saw the appearance of the soul, Sue D's heart twisted again. From that youthful face, it was clear he was quite young. The soul was startled upon seeing Sue D. Aren't you one of our Dragon Country players? Sue D released his phasing state and looked at him. Brother Fire, is that you? Brother Fire? Sue D was taken aback, then remembered this was the nickname given to him on the forum. Yes. At this point, Sue D whispered. I'm sorry, I came back late. The soul was taken aback but pretended not to hear, smiling as he said. Brother Fire, it really is you. I even bet with my classmates that if anyone could reach nightmare level, it must be you. As he said this, he seemed to release a burden, taking a heavy sigh of relief. Brother Fire, you're here, the crisis should be resolved now. Sue D nodded, then pointed to the blood evil purgatory behind his head. Let's go, I will take you back, I can make you live in this state. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and looked at Sue D. Brother Fire, perhaps eternal silence is my true home. Sue D was startled and turned to look. Aren't you coming back with me? The lingering soul smiled and began to recount his past. Lee Buren was an orphan since childhood. Fortunately, he met his grandfather, and with help from neighbors, he had a fairly good childhood. In middle school and high school, with the help of community staff, he also got through smoothly. And he lived up to expectations, getting into a university in Mo City. He relied on various national subsidies and worked hard to smoothly get through 2 years. He thought time could keep going on like this. Graduate smoothly, find a good job, and then spend his grandfather's last years together. But the arrival of the horror game shattered his last remaining wish. The strange dungeon descended upon his hometown. His grandfather and neighbors perished at the hands of the strange forces. This event led him to deeply hate the strangeness. From then on, he dropped out of school and enlisted, joining a specially formed team to deal with the strange occurrences. Last time, he was even selected into the elite team and successfully promoted to SSS-level player. He originally thought he could take revenge for his grandfather and neighbors, but Dragon Country faced another crisis. In the face of national duty, he chose to protect the SSS-level dungeon of Dragon Country. After hearing all this, Sudi felt a mix of emotions. Buren, do you want to stay here? Lee Buren slightly nodded. Without my grandfather, neighbors, or country, perhaps I would have died 20 years ago. Now I have served my country loyally, and I have no regrets in my heart. Sudi understood upon hearing this. Lee Buren did not want to live, rather, he deeply rejected this strange identity. How could he be willing to die when the blood debts of his grandfather and neighbors had not yet been avenged? Yet, this strange identity made him feel the urge to die. Thinking of this, Sudi smiled and released the protection over Lee Buren's form. Thank you, Brother Fire. Lee Buren smiled and waved his hand. But with one of Sudi's words, his partially dissipating soul quickly solidified again. What? Brother Fire, are you going to destroy the little devils? Sudi nodded and asked back. Do you want to go together? Lee Buren, although deeply rejecting this strange identity. As soon as Sudi thought about eradicating the little devils, he hesitated inside. After watching Brother Fire eliminate the little devils, I would die next. Brother Fire, I'm going with you. Let's go. Sudi used his mental power to wrap around Lee Buren and forcefully transported them to the dungeon through the door to the world. A farmhouse. Brother Fire, that aura just now was so terrifying. Lee Buren spoke nervously. The strange aura that erupted from the dry well was simply too horrifying. Sudi tossed a walkie-talkie to Lee Buren. Contact my master Ling Su and have him arrange a plane to take us there. During this time, he had consumed too much mental energy. He could barely manage to transport Lee Buren to the little devil's place, but if he did that, he wouldn't have the strength to kill afterward. That's why he asked Lee Buren to contact Master Ling Su to arrange a plane for the two. He had even more urgent matters to attend to during this time. Sigh, Brother Fire. I have to handle something and will be back later. His tone was urgent, making Lee Buren not dare to ask further. He guessed that Sudi must be going to deal with the dry well. After all, that horrifying aura that could make even this SSS-level weird tremble was certainly a more terrifying existence. Once in the door to the world, Sudi rushed straight towards the dry well. Countless eerie auras gushed out from the dry well. At this moment, Sudi was extremely anxious, he had been busy with other matters before. Thus, he hadn't taken the inability to open the door to the world to heart. But upon forcing it open, he discovered that Lin Shi was having problems. Lin Shi was now not just weird but also family. Sudi could not just watch it get into trouble. Upon forcibly entering the dry well, Sudi was stunned by the scene before him. He saw Lin Shi lying at the door, surrounded by a swirling pink eerie aura. After seeing this, Sudi breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out she was about to be promoted to nightmare level. Chapter 86, Arriving on the island, the killing begins. Little Su, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Master Ling Su sensed Sudi's chaotic aura and asked anxiously. It's nothing. Sudi waved his hand. He didn't expect that the eerie aura produced by Lin Shi's promotion could actually affect him. It was truly absurd, that aura was indeed strange. The moment he came into contact with Lin Shi, the aura instantly eroded him. Like an aphrodisiac, it nearly made him lose control. If he hadn't timely removed the weirdness and used the passive flesh and blood weirdness to endure, he would have probably fallen into that lascivious crimson eerie aura by now. Master Ling Su, is the plane arranged? Master Ling Su quickly stood up and said. It's arranged, at the nearest airport. By the way, what do you need the plane for? Sudi turned to look at Lee Buren. Lee Buren turned his head, avoiding Sudi's questioning gaze. Master Ling Su saw this scene and sighed, saying, I just asked him, but he wouldn't say anything. He just told me you needed a plane. Speaking of which, what do you need the plane for? After receiving the message, he rushed over immediately. Upon seeing Lee Buren, he inquired about Sudi's situation and what he needed the plane for. But he only got one answer, that Sudi went to get busy, and then he didn't care about him anymore. Sudi helplessly shook his head and waved at Lee Buren. We're all on the same side, no need to be so formal. Li Buren awkwardly smiled and muttered. Brother Fire, I'm afraid the master will see me as a ghost and come for me. I haven't seen you eradicate the little devils, I don't want to die so quickly. As soon as this was said, Master Ling Su exclaimed. Damn, little Su, you're going to eradicate the little devils? Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? Saying this, he hurriedly dialed a mysterious phone number. Yes, I need the fastest flight. Both humans and weirds were perplexed by Master Ling Su's actions. After hanging up the phone, Master Ling Su appeared exceptionally excited and said to Su Di. Let's go, I arranged for a new plane. What new plane? Sigh, don't ask so much, you'll know when we get there. Airport. A brand new stealth fighter jet is prominently parked on the runway. Su Di couldn't help but swallow as he looked at the highly sci-fi jet. Wow, Master Uncle, we aren't really going to fly this, right? Li Buren followed behind Su Di, unable to resist reminding him. Brother Hua, this seems to be our Dragon Country 6th generation fighter jet, it's so cool. Daoist Lingshu stood nearby, proudly lifting his head high. Having known Su Di for so long, he finally got to show off in front of him. How about it, little Su? You're so amazing, Master Uncle. Su Di eagerly floated into the cockpit and then sat in the cabin. Daoist Lingshu happily put on the helmet and crawled into the cockpit. Master Uncle, what are you doing? Of course, I'm taking you all to the island country. Su Di looked over with a puzzled expression. Master Uncle, you didn't trick us into taking this plane, did you? And can you even fly it? The question Daoist Lingshu's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment, but he did not explain. How could that be? Alright, enough chatting with you. At this point, Daoist Lingshu skillfully started the engine. With the roar of the fighter jet, it left the airport. Su Di's actions received everyone's approval. Having always endured, what they got in return was even worse. Now with Su Di here, they decided to let the world see Dragon Country's true stance. Upon entering the island nation's airspace, Daoist Lingshu actively started the live broadcast. When the live stream opened, a large number of viewers poured in. Oh, it's starting again. When are we going to wipe out our SSS-level players? What's this for? Are they really taking a plane to run away? Look down there, doesn't that seem like the island country? As soon as the live stream started, Dragon Country issued a statement. Our nightmare-level player has reached the island nation's airspace and is about to carry out a purge mission. Once the news was released, it caused a global sensation. Viewers from all over the world exclaimed, has Dragon Country really gone crazy? After the island nation received this news, chaos completely ensued. Although nightmare-level players aren't like nightmare-level anomalies that can destroy a city in an instant. But if he wanted to, annihilating the island nation would just be a matter of time. Before. When the whole world's attention was focused on Dragon Country and the lighthouse. They were still secretly delighted because dozens of SSS-level players had survived. And successfully entered the SSS-level dungeon Deathgrave Anomaly V, thinking they could sail through the sea. Little did they know, they had actually been discovered by Dragon Country's nightmare-level player. Moreover, their last guardian was tortured to death by their foolish players. With new and old grudges combined, they would likely face total reckoning. The only thing they could do was hurry and seek help from their big brother. The lighthouse, as the brother of the devils, quickly stood up to condemn Dragon Country. The fleet deployed in the surrounding waters acted together, advancing toward the island nation's waters. They attempted to pressure Dragon Country into abandoning the purge against the island nation. Alright, Master Uncle, you can go back now. At the last moment before the transmission, Su Di said coldly. Kill everyone who enters. Once these words were spoken, the whole world trembled in response. Kill everyone who enters. What does this mean? Does it mean that this nightmare-level player from Dragon Country plans to annihilate the entire island nation? Originally speeding toward the island nation's waters, the lighthouse fleet learned of this news and stopped their fleet outside the island nation's waters. This caused the devils to lose their last glimmer of hope and flee in panic. Airports, ports, transportation had completely collapsed, and everywhere you looked were refugees. Brother Hua, where do we start? Li Buren excitedly rushed to the front. But upon seeing that they were just ordinary people, the murderous desire that had ignited was instantly extinguished. Brother Hua, these are all ordinary people, can't we find some tough guys for me to kill? Why not? Su Di smiled faintly, the blood slaughter purgatory instantly activated. In just an instant, it locked onto an S-level player hiding among the refugees. There. Li Buren dove down, heading straight for that S-level player. Su Di began to sweep away the trash. The enemy did not distinguish between strong and weak, killing them all. He always worked swiftly, leaving no hidden dangers. Wherever blood was shed, whether the flying beasts in the sky or the various livestock on the ground, All would explode into a cloud of blood mist upon contact. For those with some strength, Su-di would leave them for Li Burang. Taking this opportunity, he would let him accept this strange identity. He needed to understand that killers are not divided into humans and the strange, the killed are the same. Su-di would not look down on him because of his strange identity, nor would he show mercy just because the enemies were human. As the killings continued, the blood slaughter purgatory expanded from 100 meters to nearly 1,000 meters. At a glance, the entire sky was dyed crimson by this purgatory. Chapter 87, Humans Are Not Strange. That night, Su-di, like a heartless killing machine, turned the island nation into a dead zone. Enjoying it? Su-di took off the cracked mask, smiling at the soldiers in front of him. This blood slaughter mask was ultimately a poor imitation. Under countless blood and flesh energies, it had actually burst apart. So refreshing. The soldiers all shouted in unison. The sound was so loud it nearly broke through the clouds. In the first half of the night, Su-di had accumulated enough blood and flesh energy. He successfully gathered the residual souls of all SSS-level soldiers, restoring them to their best state. Though they had no physical bodies, they were no different from their former selves. Li Burang held the blood and flesh AK and rushed to Su-di, showcasing his achievements. Brother Hua, you have no idea how powerful those old things we just fought were. Thankfully, the captain and the others arrived, and we teamed up to blow that Shikigami apart. Su-di nodded. He had observed the recent battle from the side. The Japanese had sacrificed an entire city to summon a nightmare-level Shikigami. This so-called Shikigami was a form of the strange. Unfortunately, this Shikigami, despite its nightmare-level strength, had no killing rules and was extremely low in combat instinct. With Li Burang, Zhang Tianyu, and the other SSS-level soldiers, along with the blood and flesh weapons provided by Su-di, they managed to slay the nightmare-level Shikigami. Unlike Li Burang, Zhang Tianyu appeared much more composed. After tallying everything, he came to report to Su-di. The combat situation, battle consumption. After reporting on the battle situation, he asked, Commander Su, what do we do next? Su-di listened to the report and nodded in satisfaction. The professionalism was truly impressive. Although Li Burang also came from the military, he had never led troops in battle. Zhang Tianyu was different, he was the captain of the Dragon Country Special Forces. The special forces that came from him were not less than 8,000. Such professional talent must be taken in. With this thought, Su-di waved his hand. Zhang Tianyu instantly understood and shouted, Everyone assemble. In an instant, the noisy crowd fell silent and quickly gathered into a team. Let me introduce myself to everyone. I am a part of the Dragon Country, and I am also the Lord of the Strange Instance, the Four-Fire military industry. Now, there are two paths before you. The first is to return to the Dragon Country team, and the second is to join the Four-Fire military industry. As for how to choose, the decision is entirely up to you. Su-di left the choice to everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone hesitated. On one hand was the lifesaver, on the other was the country. Whichever side, it seemed difficult to decide. Seeing no one answering, Su-di smiled and waved his hand. No need to answer right away, just let me know when you've made up your minds. At this moment, a game prompt appeared before Su-di's eyes. Blood Slaughter Mask Energy Accumulation Task completed, player gains the demonic race talent skill, Blood Slaughter Purgatory. Su-di smiled faintly, crushing the Blood Slaughter Mask in his hand. In an instant, the mask turned to dust, dispersing into the air. Having gained the skill, the mask no longer held any meaning. Moreover, his current strength no longer needed to hide his own identity. Alright everyone, let's head home. As he spoke, Su-di activated the Blood Evil Purgatory and gathered all the soldiers inside. When he stepped on the way home, the whole world erupted. Not only did the entire island nation lose contact, but the SSS-level players from the lighthouse country in the dungeon also fell one after another. A massive number of SSS-level anomalies suddenly emerged in these dungeons. Once they appeared, they immediately initiated a massacre mission against the SSS-level players within the dungeon. Under normal circumstances, dozens of SSS-level players could easily take down an SSS-level anomaly lord. However, this time, the dungeon went too smoothly, causing them to let their guard down. Due to the relentless massacre by the numerous SSS-level anomalies, many dungeon players were quickly wiped out. Have these anomalies gone crazy? Why are they doing this? Could it be that these anomalies were also bought off by that demon? What if this is all over? The hearts of the lighthouse audience sank. If this continued, the outcome would be the same as the island nation. In order to avoid the same fate as the island nation, they proposed to make amends with Dragon Country once again. Not only would they open up all SSS-level dungeons, but they would also provide complete and detailed strategies. and they would try their best to protect the Dragon Country players who entered the dungeons. As soon as Su Di returned, Taoist Lingshu promptly informed him of the news. Uncle Lingshu, just handle it as you see fit, no need to ask my opinion. The destruction of the island nation. On one hand, it was for revenge. On the other hand, it was to show the whole world. Now that the goal was achieved, Su Di did not plan to interfere with what came next. After all, the lighthouse was different from the island nation, not to mention that there were over 100 SSS-level players. They also stored the most warheads in the world. Su Di was not afraid, but others could not bear it. Taoist Lingshu nodded and looked at a few figures not far away. Little Su, how will they be accommodated? Su Di shared his thoughts with Taoist Lingshu. Taoist Lingshu paused for a moment before speaking. Little Su, in my opinion, you should take them in. Su Di looked up at Taoist Lingshu. Only then did Taoist Lingshu let out a sigh and explain. What they were now was SSS-level anomalies. It was impossible for them to return to where they came from. The two of them might not see them as anomalies, but what about others? Not everyone was as open-minded as Su Di. Just like Li Boren, even after becoming an anomaly, he still hated it from the bottom of his heart. After wiping out the little devils, he still had thoughts of disappearing. If it weren't for Su Di informing him, he would have gone for revenge by himself. And with Zhang Tianyu's advice beside him, this guy had long since self-destructed. Due to anomalies causing families to fall apart, there were many such families. So even if Zhang Tianyu and the others wanted to return, it would be hard to accommodate them in Dragon Country. Instead, it would introduce many uncertainties. In that case, Su Di sank into thought. Uncle Lingshu was indeed right, he had not considered so much before. After all, due to Lin Shi's influence, he subconsciously equated humans and anomalies. But in reality, people still fear anomalies, still hate them. Thinking of this, Su Di looked at Taoist Lingshu. Uncle Lingshu, then send someone to take them home to have a look. As he said this, Su Di suddenly remembered something. By the way, Uncle, where did the second one go? Why haven't I seen him for so long? Taoist Lingshu paused. If it weren't for Su Di asking, he would have almost forgotten about this disciple. Ah, I almost forgot about him. Chapter 88, Official Promotion, Anomaly Lord. A-level dungeon, Huang family old house. At a glance, all were broken buildings. From the battle scars, it could be seen that a fierce battle had erupted here not long ago. Su Di did not stop and headed straight for Heihu Mountain. It was all because of a message left by the little juice. Boss, someone is coming to snatch the treasure. I'll guard it first. You hurry and handle your business, then come. Due to the fact that Kong Jing has been busy handling copies during this period of time, he has no idea what has happened in the real world. Taoist Ling Su is also overwhelmed by the crisis that Longwei is facing. If it weren't for Su Di asking him a question on a whim, he would have completely forgotten this information. At this moment, in a secret room on the back mountain of Heihu Mountain, Old Master Huang anxiously questioned his subordinate. Has the ghost we sent out come back? Not yet, sir. What should we do? Old Master Huang was both anxious and angry. He paced back and forth in the small secret room, occasionally glancing at the only small bed in the room. Kong Jing lay weakly on the bed, with a hideous and terrifying wound on his chest. The wound was purplish black and was still emitting ghostly energy. Seeing that Kong Jing was exhaling more than he was inhaling, Old Master Huang wailed in his heart. It's over, it's really over. If that group outside, who were taking advantage of the chaos, caught him, he would at most suffer financial losses. But if this young Taoist dies here, it would be completely over. Although Old Master Huang's strength was lacking, he was good at reading people's expressions and had a quick mind. Otherwise, with his A-class strength, he wouldn't be able to maintain even a small portion of his family fortune. He originally saw that Kong Jing had a strong connection with that great immortal. After Kong Jing returned to protect the treasures hidden in Heihu Mountain, he acted without hesitation. He took all his servants and came to assist. But he didn't expect that among that group of looters, there was actually an SSS-class old zombie hiding. Kong Jing, in a moment of carelessness, was struck and had his chest torn open by its claw. The corpse poison entered his body, causing him to lose his combat ability. If it weren't for Old Master Huang and his servants risking their lives to save him, Kong Jing would have been dead long ago. But the current situation is that soon, even if Kong Jing does not die, he will be turned into a mindless puppet zombie by the corpse poison's erosion. Would the great immortal listen to his one-sided story and vent his anger on him because of this? Thinking of this, Old Master Huang could not help it. He took out a map and said to the last servant, "You withdraw through the secret path and hurry to find reinforcements. After saving him, I'll give you 10% of my family fortune." Hiss. 10% of the family fortune. This S-class ghost hurriedly agreed. You must know that the Huang family's wealth is something even SSS-class ghosts covet. It goes without saying how substantial it is. If this S-class ghost can get 10%, it would be unimaginably lavish. Yes, sir. After the last servant left, old Master Huang gritted his teeth and spat out a yellow stone. This stone was a nightmare-level ghostly object, the last treasure left to him by the previous master. This treasure could suppress 100 poisons and even repress other ghosts' killing rules. Although it could not touch Kong Jing's corpse poison, it should be able to save his life. Thinking of this, he stuffed the stone into Kong Jing's mouth. In less than a moment, the corpse poison on Kong Jing's face receded significantly. Seeing this scene, old Master Huang let out a sigh of relief. As long as this young Taoist does not die beside him, it doesn't matter where he dies. But before he could rest for a moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Just as old Master Huang was about to escape with Kong Jing, the secret room's door was kicked open. A gigantic ghostly creature, as big as a cow, rushed into the secret room. Well, old man, you really are hiding here. Accompanying it were the previous servant and the SSS-class old zombie. The old zombie glanced at Kong Jing lying on the bed and immediately shouted in anger. This damned human. Kong Jing had previously killed several of its trusted subordinates. With this group of guys coming together from all directions, the loss of those few trusted ghosts had significantly reduced its authority in the team. Seeing the old zombie's sharp claws reaching for Kong Jing's head, old Master Huang shouted in fear, his leader is a nightmare-level ghost. Nightmare level. Once these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The old zombie forcibly halted its claws in mid-air. That big creature pushed past the old zombie and charged forward, disdainfully saying, How long has it been since nightmares of such level appeared in our territory? Old thing, if you're afraid, let me handle it. It had been unhappy about being suppressed by the old zombie, and this rare chance to make the old zombie lose face was not something it would miss. Moreover, it noticed that the empty mirror was starting to transform into a zombie. It definitely did not want the old zombie to gain an SS-level combat force out of nowhere. With that thought, it opened its massive mouth and lunged at the empty mirror. It's just a mere human, Old Master Huang saw this scene and felt utterly hopeless. But what happened next shocked him. That creature, resembling a powerful bull, rapidly shriveled like a deflated doll the moment it touched the empty mirror. This sudden change stunned all the bizarre beings in the secret room. In the next moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere next to the empty mirror. Who hurt him? Seeing that figure, the old zombie turned and fled for its life. In an instant, it wiped out the existence of the SSS-level bazaar, something it could not challenge. But Su Di was faster, and just as the old zombie was about to escape the secret room, he pulled it back. Antidote him. The old zombie looked at Su Di, trembling. Great master, there's no poison to be relieved. A terrifying aura instantly filled the entire secret room. Apart from the old zombie and old Master Huang, other bizarre beings quickly shriveled and disappeared. And the old zombie's body also began to shrivel, though not as fast. Feeling its life force constantly ebbing away, it shouted in panic, there is a way. What method? Su Di looked at the old zombie with a cold expression. The old zombie, in pain, pulled out the largest fong from its mouth. Grind the tooth into powder and apply it to the wound to dispel this poison and the rules of transformation into a zombie. The fong turned into powder and flew toward the empty mirror's wound. Just as the old zombie said, the fong was indeed useful. The purple-black wound on the empty mirror was visibly healing. Great master, I didn't recognize the great mountains. The old man is willing to give all treasures for this worthless life. Su Di couldn't help but click his tongue. The bizarre beings in this territory are indeed different, When it comes to talking, they have quite the flair. Seeing Su Di not responding, the old zombie dropped the treasures and turned to flee. Fool, killing you wouldn't change a thing for me. Before the old zombie disappeared, it heard Su Di's last remark. Cough cough. The empty mirror struggled for a moment and woke up. Old two, how are you? Su Di asked with concern. Upon seeing Su Di, the empty mirror pulled out a land deed from its pants. Boss, I've guarded your old lair. Chapter 89 Special Item, Peachwood Amulet. Not bro, you nearly died. Su Di glared at the empty mirror and slapped its head. Are you an idiot? If you can't beat them, then run. Isn't it enough for me to come back and deal with them later? The empty mirror's face twitched and then smiled. Boss, I can handle these guys too, I just got carried away trying to show off. Saying this, he pulled out an amulet from his pocket. This amulet was quite peculiar, resembling a miniature Peachwood sword. If I had used this amulet from the start, the old zombie would have been dead long ago. Su Di curiously took the amulet, and a string of hints immediately appeared. Special item, might have exceptional effects on zombie-type bazaars. What the heck, where did this come from? My master gave it to me, he said it was blessed by the ancestral master. This answer left Su-D completely dumbfounded. Not bro, this really works. Back when the horror game first emerged, Dragon Country had tried various methods and even invited many mysterious figures. For example, the clan leader of the corpse-catching family from Xiangxi, and the highly respected Taoist priest. These people indeed had some extraordinary skills. But they had no countermeasures for the incoming dungeons. However, this group of people did show a much higher probability of clearing bizarre dungeons, indeed. But now it seems, perhaps it's not that simple. It's not as simple as it seems on the surface. Didn't you say it's useless? Kong Jing struggled to climb out of bed and shook his head. It's not that it's useless, it seems to only be usable in certain specific situations. What does that mean? Kong Jing pointed at the talisman in Su-D's hand. This talisman was activated only after I encountered that old zombie. This SSS-level old zombie had tough skin and terrifying defensive power. Kong Jing couldn't break its defenses even with blood flesh AWM. It wasn't until the old zombie approached the stronghold that the horror game gave a hint about the talisman. After that, he got too caught up in showing off. As a result, he didn't have time to use the talisman before being ambushed and seriously injured by the old zombie. Fortunately, the talisman protected his heart pulse, allowing him to hold on until Su-D arrived. Was it activated only after the old zombie got close? Su-D returned the talisman to Kong Jing, frowning as he asked. Yes, boss, if it weren't for this talisman, I would have run away. Kong Jing found it somewhat difficult to deal with an SSS-level anomaly. If it weren't for the talisman, he wouldn't have stayed to defend the stronghold at all. Hearing this, Su-D felt a bit confused. Perhaps these mysteries needed to be answered by Kong Jing's master. Second brother, your master? Kong Jing waved his hand, a hint of sadness appearing on his face. My master passed away 10 years ago, this talisman was left to me before he departed. Su-D was stunned, then asked. Second brother, what else did your master say to you back then? What's wrong, boss? Faced with Su-D's relentless questioning, Kong Jing felt a bit puzzled. If this talisman is useful, doesn't that prove that other things from our dragon country can also be useful? Hiss. Other things can also be useful. Various talismans and other treasures such as these. Putting other sects aside, just in his own mountain gate, there are a large number of items. Not to mention, others. From south to north, from west to east. If calculated, they might find 1 million or even 10 million bizarre items. Boss, then aren't we rich? Su-D rolled his eyes at Kong Jing. He hadn't thought about getting rich from these treasures. After all, whatever these treasures could do, his blood flesh weapon could do too. When one type of weapon fails, the solution is very simple. It's simply to switch to another weapon with greater power. The talisman and blood flesh weapon clearly have significant differences. The talisman has obvious limitations and cannot be mass-produced. Plus, this kind of treasure needs special conditions to be activated. For example, this talisman didn't respond at all before encountering the old zombie. There are various mysteries in this, leaving Su-D extremely puzzled. What else did your master say back then? Kong Jing carefully recalled the time spent with his master. All right, boss, my master used to tell me stories when he was young. There's one thing I suspect might be true. Su-D hurriedly asked. Don't keep me in suspense, what is it? The corpse tide that happened in Xiangxi 100 years ago. What corpse tide? Su-D's brows knitted tightly. Xiangxi corpse tide? What is that? Could it be zombies? Could it be that the horror game descended 100 years ago? No, wasn't it only in recent years that it appeared? Kong Jing saw Su-D's confusion and voiced his own guess. Although his master said it was just a story, both the time and place historically existed. However, 100 years ago, records showed that there was a plague outbreak in Xiangxi. At this point, Kong Jing revealed a crucial piece of information. Boss, at that time my master was already over 130 years old. I suspect he was a witness to that corpse tide. 130 years old. 130 years old? Yes, even my master's uncle was taught by my master. Kong Jing's mountain gate is extremely special. He may be the youngest generation. But in fact, several of his senior uncles, including the current sect leader, were all taught and guided by his master, the old man. It wasn't until his later years that he brought the empty mirror back to the mountain and accepted his last disciple. Besides these, did your master tell you any ghost stories? My master had many stories to tell. He talked about Fengmen village, about the cat-faced old lady, he told me everything. But whenever he mentioned these, he always sighed and said that things aren't the same now, these little things can't be dealt with. After hearing this, Su-D felt his mind become a complete mess. Could it be that strange things existed in Dragon Country a century ago? But what about Fengmen Village? What about the cat-faced old lady? Aren't they all proven to be rumors? Su Di had spent a fortune buying information from various countries about strange dungeons. But those materials never mentioned any strange events before the horror games. Even Dragon Country's core information didn't have news about this. Could it mean that Dragon Country once had capable people who handled the strange? But to deal with the strange, due to historical reasons, this group of people became extinct? Thinking of this, Su Di's mind suddenly cleared up. Old 2, do you think there were once people in Dragon Country specialized in handling the strange? The empty mirror nodded. Definitely nodded. That's for sure, my master told me back then. I will be the one to revive the Taoist sect. Su Di laughed and shook his head. Come on, you. Chapter 90, a brand new territory, Black Tiger Mountain. Alright, let's talk about this later, let's handle the matters here first. Su Di waved his hand and walked outside. Old Master Huang initially shrank in the corner, unable to speak. Now he hurriedly caught up and said to Su Di. Big Immortal, I know where the treasure house of Black Tiger Mountain is, I'll take you there. Hey, wait for me. The empty mirror picked up the land deed and chased after them. But after only 2 steps, he doubled over and started vomiting. With a thud, a yellow stone fell to the ground. Old Master Huang was quick, dashing over in a flash. Before Su Di and Empty Mirror could react, he picked up the stone and threw it into his mouth. Su Di's face twitched. Empty Mirror felt a churn in his stomach. When he handed the talisman to Su Di, he felt another force protecting him inside. He thought it was the ancestor showing his power, but it turned out to be Ugh! At the hillside of Black Tiger. When Old Master Huang opened the treasure house door, Su Di was stunned. What he saw was an array of gold, silver, and jewels, countless strange coins. Besides these, there were also piles of armor in a corner of the warehouse, all defensive strange items. Wow, does that tiger have such a rich background? Empty Mirror looked at Old Master Huang with a fake smile. These can't all be stolen from your family by that tiger, right? Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Old Master Huang's face. I can't say it's all of it, but it does account for about 90%. 90%! Su Di stared blankly at the treasure house. Can this nightmare-level strange accumulation be so wealthy? This is still in the case of the Huang family's decline. If they hadn't declined, how terrifying would that be? Su Di took a deep breath. Like the wind sweeping away clouds, he crazily gathered the treasures from the treasure house. The moment he gathered them into the treasure house, Su Di sold these to the system. Half an hour later, Su Di looked at his balance of over 200 billion, beaming with joy. This money came in faster and more than doing business. It can be said to be zero cost, and afterwards he would have a house and a car. As for the strange items, Su Di chose not to sell them. He didn't need these strange items for self-defense. But his subordinates needed them. They couldn't just have weapons without any means of defense. Boss, here's this for you. The empty mirror handed the land deed to Su Di again. What do you want me to do with this? Su Di glanced at it with slight disdain. It was just that the yellowed land deed was pulled out from Empty Mirror's pocket. Sign this, and Black Tiger Mountain will be your territory. Su Di's eyes instantly lit up. He snatched the land deed and signed his name. The moment he finished signing, a prompt appeared. Congratulations, player, you are the first Bazaar Lord born. The terrifying game world map will officially open to all lords after the carnival phase ends. Prompt, as you are a player promoted to a Bazaar Lord, the world map is open to you in advance. A map slowly unfolded in front of Su Di. This map was enormous, as dark as ink, with only 2 small points of light far apart. What the heck? What is this? Su Di clicked on the light points, and the map instantly expanded countless times. He finally saw what the light points actually were. Flesh and Blood Mansion. Not only Flesh and Blood Mansion, but also several nearby forces were lit up, including a corner of the ancient city. Su Di immediately recognized what these lit forces were. They were all Bazaar entities that had purchased products from Forfire military industry. One light point was Black Tiger Mountain. There were fewer lit points around Black Tiger Mountain, only the Huang family old residence. Boss, what's going on? Kong Jing looked at Su Di in astonishment. Aren't you already a Bazaar Lord? Why does it say here that you just became one? Without thinking, Su Di replied. Before we didn't have our own territory, now we do. Since Flesh and Blood Mansion was within the Dark Hotel's influence, in a sense, Su Di was not truly a lord. However, Black Tiger Mountain had genuinely become Su Di's territory. Oh, I see. Kong Jing thought it was a bug in the horror game and felt happy for nothing. Boss, what should we do next? Set up a branch here. Kong Jing instantly perked up. Boss, I feel like I am really suited for this. He had always been a free spirit, drifting around the world. Unless he was out of stock, he would seek out Su Di. Most of the time, he wandered carefree around the world. No problem. If Kong Jing managed the side, Su Di could just supply, and he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. After all, they had known each other for so long, Su Di was aware of Kong Jing's abilities. It was just right to transfer Li Burang and the others over. After all, for fire military industry didn't need so many SSS-level combat powers. As long as General Zhang Tianyu was present, that was enough. The two enjoyed their conversation and began initial planning. Old Mr. Huang listened to them in shock, realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had witnessed Su Di's incredible strength. And he had also seen the blood and flesh weapons produced by the company. If he could attach himself to this big tree, he was confident he could help the Huang family rise again. Great immortal, Taoist. Young man, I have something to say. Su Di immediately looked at old Mr. Huang. He was waiting for old Mr. Huang to take the initiative to speak. After all, if he spoke first, it would make him a villain plotting to seize someone else's wealth, right? Kong Jing was less courteous, directly stating. Old Huang, just say it. Even though you're a bit disgusting, you did save my life. As long as it's something my brother and I can do, we'll definitely help you. Old Mr. Huang suddenly knelt on the ground, crying as he spoke. Young man, I don't want anything. He had been bullied for too long since the old master went missing. No matter what surrounding forces came, they would bully him. If these bizarre beings hadn't been unable to open the Huang family's treasury, he might have already been done for. Now that he had a chance to turn things around, he had to seize it. I, old Mr. Huang, am willing to give up all my belongings to assist the Taoist in establishing a branch. After speaking this, he cautiously looked at Su Di. Great immortal, I am quite familiar with the area, I can definitely help you. Su Di remained calm, saying nonchalantly. So, are you saying you want to join our fire military industry? Old Mr. Huang's gaze was firm. Yes, I want to join fire military industry. Kong Jing was left dumbfounded. It was still the boss who had the skills. No wonder when it came to the company, old Mr. Huang would stand by and listen. Emotions are waiting for it here. Su Di smiled and pointed at the empty mirror. He is in charge here, you shouldn't ask me, you should ask him. Taoist. Facing the intense gaze of Lord Huang, the empty mirror recalled that stone. He couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea and quickly waved his hand, saying, all right, I'll accept you. Chapter 91, 4th Fire Military Industry, Black Tiger Mountain Branch. Black Tiger Mountain. SSS-level eerie instance. Players around the world were engaged in intense discussions. The excitement even overshadowed the news of the island nation's demise. How is it possible? How can players become eerie lords? Does killing the leader in the instance allow you to claim it? Wow, I want to go too. Which country's players have actually claimed the instance? All the leaders of eerie instances in every country were bewildered. Because of the SSS-level instance, Black Tiger Mountain, they did not know which force owned it. Players becoming eerie lords could change the landscape of horror games. If killing the eerie boss allows one to become an eerie lord, those low-level instances would become the objects of competition among many players. Humans would no longer be prey for the eerie but would instead become competitors standing on the same ground. Every country began to prepare accordingly. Once ready, they would launch a large-scale invasion of the SSS-level instances. The Lighthouse, which intended to open the SSS-level instance to the Dragon Kingdom, chose to play dead immediately. They hoped to protect their own SSS-level instances this way. These SSS-level eerie instances within the Lighthouse had been repeated again and again. Even the minor rewards no longer dropped, they had been completely drained. However, the emergence of eerie lords brought renewed value to these SSS-level instances. Correspondingly, the drained instances would be easier to occupy than those not yet fully explored. The Lighthouse quickly gathered all remaining SSS-level players. These instances had been overplayed by players, and they clearly knew which instances were difficult to take and which were easier. Soon, these SSS-level players were divided into different teams. They went in batches into different instances. While the audience around the world was still discussing how players should occupy the instances, a message appeared, shattering all players' fantasies. Congratulations to the Lighthouse for occupying 10 SSS-level instances. Due to the Lighthouse's outstanding performance, Nightmare-level instances will be opened to them early. Wow, Nightmare-level instances, the Lighthouse is rising once again. There are all kinds of good things, we better act fast. This is still a festive phase, with no penalties. The Lighthouse is about to rise again. Many countries that were originally eager to sever ties with the Lighthouse began to flock back. Aside from the lighthouse, the Dragon Kingdom was also steadily occupying instances. Due to shallow exploration levels and the loss of many high-level players from the Dragon Kingdom, this led the lighthouse to gain the upper hand immediately. After the lighthouse successfully gained access to nightmare-level instances, the Dragon Kingdom managed to occupy 3 SSS-level instances. These successful ones were still uninvaded instances. As for those instances that had been successfully invaded, their difficulty had significantly increased compared to before. This was due to not only killing a large number of invading Lighthouse SSS-level players but also receiving huge rewards from Sudi. Their strength could be said to have increased dramatically. Most absurdly, some of them even used the eerie coins rewarded by Sudi to buy a lot of flesh and blood weapons. They were already at a disadvantage, and now it was even worse. Even if Zheng Tianyu, Li Boren, and the group of SSS-level eerie joined the battle, they could only help advance the instances without flesh and blood weapons. The Dragon Kingdom had no choice but to abandon these instances and shift their focus to others. The player's festive phase was left with only 3 days. It is best to capture as many instances as possible during this time. Once this phase ends, they can't be so reckless. After all, there are currently no penalties. Once the penalty mechanism restarts, if they fail to clear an instance, the eerie instances will descend again. So, we need these last 3 days. Do everything possible, at any cost, to occupy more territory and strengthen more players. Only then can we gain a more favorable situation moving forward. Not just Lighthouse and Dragon Country, all other countries have taken action. They all want to seize enough benefits in this final stage. The countries, surprisingly, have become peaceful with each other. Black Tiger Mountain. Sudi has initially assessed the surrounding forces. This area is even more complex than the Dark Hotel situation. Black Tiger Mountain is located in a small town, and there are as many as 100 SSS-level forces. Over 100 years, the Blood Tiger brothers eliminated many who wanted to contest for territory, SSS-level forces. They built quite a reputation, which has kept the town relatively stable. Forcing your way into the Blood Tiger brothers means you have to hide one's own identity. It's easy to imagine how complex the situation is among them. Moreover, with the death of the Blood Tiger brothers, the news has leaked out. This has led many forces to set their sights on this territory, eyeing the Huang family old mansion as a tasty treat. The old zombie and that bull-headed one are just the first wave. There will definitely be more forces unable to hold back and take action. Thinking of this, Sudi found Old Master Huang. He wanted him to come forward and bring together the surrounding forces. It was also a good opportunity to give these SSS-level anomalies a lesson, so that these guys would not cause trouble for the company in his absence. I have to say, Old Master Huang has maintained the Huang family for many years and certainly has some skills. In just a few hours, he managed to notify all SSS-level forces in the town. Boss, I have finished notifying them. Before Sudi could respond, he continued. Boss, I just don't know how many forces will give this little old man some face. Kong Jing, who was beside him, couldn't help but ask. I mean, we killed those 2 tigers and took down 2 SSS-level anomalies. Will those guys dare to provoke my boss at this critical moment? Old Master Huang flashed a bit of embarrassment. This time he notified them in the name of the Huang family. And he was supposed to recommend these guys an anomalous item with super strong defense. It's just that these guys are unaware of Sudi's existence, and if notified in Sudi's name, those guys probably wouldn't pay any attention at all. Considering this, he explained with slight fear. Boss, our Huang family is currently weak, and some anomalies may not give us face. Sudi naturally thought of this and waved his hand to Old Master Huang. It's okay, Old Huang, don't worry about those who come, just give me a list of those who don't come. When the time comes, I will deal with them using blood and flesh weapons. It's clearly unrealistic to expect these guys to behave just from a product presentation. These guys must pay some price to recognize who is the boss here. Moreover, in the future, these guys will be the first batch of users for the company in this area. Kong Jing couldn't help but clap his hands. Boss, this meeting you're holding is so smart. It not only showcases our company's strength but also promotes our company's products. Just don't know if these guys will give you face. Sudi smiled and took a weapon from the warehouse. Whether they give me face doesn't matter as long as they give face to this gun in my hand. At this point, Sudi turned to Old Master Huang. By the way, Old Huang, how many forces are interested in our company's products? Chapter 92, The Anomalous Craftsman, Nightmare-Level Building. On the list. 4 anomalies were marked prominently with red circles by Old Master Huang. These 4 anomalies not only had a strong willingness to purchase but also had funds far exceeding other anomalies. They are truly capable of purchasing blood and flesh transport vehicles. Sudi looked at this list and nodded in satisfaction. He certainly didn't want to accidentally kill potential customers. Very good, old Huang, you did well. I guarantee that after the meeting, no one will dare bully you in this territory. Just then, a group of little night demons arrived at the mountain gate, carrying a large amount of materials. So, we need these last 3 days. Do everything possible, at any cost, to occupy more territory and strengthen more players. Only then can we gain a more favorable situation moving forward. Not just Lighthouse and Dragon Country, all other countries have taken action. They all want to seize enough benefits in this final stage. The countries, surprisingly, have become peaceful with each other. Black Tiger Mountain. Su Di has initially assessed the surrounding forces. This area is even more complex than the Dark Hotel situation. Black Tiger Mountain is located in a small town, and there are as many as 100 SSS-level forces. Over 100 years, the Blood Tiger brothers eliminated many who wanted to contest for territory, SSS-level forces. They built quite a reputation, which has kept the town relatively stable. Forcing your way into the Blood Tiger brothers means you have to hide one's own identity. It's easy to imagine how complex the situation is among them. Moreover, with the death of the Blood Tiger brothers, the news has leaked out. This has led many forces to set their sights on this territory, eyeing the Huang family old mansion as a tasty treat. The old zombie and that bull-headed one are just the first wave. There will definitely be more forces unable to hold back and take action. Thinking of this, Su Di found Old Master Huang. He wanted him to come forward and bring together the surrounding forces. It was also a good opportunity to give these SSS-level anomalies a lesson, so that these guys would not cause trouble for the company in his absence. I have to say, Old Master Huang has maintained the Huang family for many years and certainly has some skills. In just a few hours, he managed to notify all SSS-level forces in the town. Boss, I have finished notifying them. Before Su Di could respond, he continued. Boss, I just don't know how many forces will give this little old man some face. Kong Jing, who was beside him, couldn't help but ask. I mean, we killed those 2 tigers and took down 2 SSS-level anomalies. Will those guys dare to provoke my boss at this critical moment? Old Master Huang flashed a bit of embarrassment. This time he notified them in the name of the Huang family. And he was supposed to recommend these guys an anomalous item with super strong defense. It's just that these guys are unaware of Su Di's existence, and if notified in Su Di's name, those guys probably wouldn't pay any attention at all. Considering this, he explained with slight fear. Boss, our Huang family is currently weak, and some anomalies may not give us face. Su Di naturally thought of this and waved his hand to Old Master Huang. It's okay, old Huang, don't worry about those who come, just give me a list of those who don't come. When the time comes, I will deal with them using blood and flesh weapons. It's clearly unrealistic to expect these guys to behave just from a product presentation. These guys must pay some price to recognize who is the boss here. Moreover, in the future, these guys will be the first batch of users for the company in this area. Kong Jing couldn't help but clap his hands. Boss, this meeting you're holding is so smart. It not only showcases our company's strength but also promotes our company's products. Just don't know if these guys will give you face. Su Di smiled and took a weapon from the warehouse. Whether they give me face doesn't matter as long as they give face to this gun in my hand. At this point, Su Di turned to Old Master Huang. By the way, old Huang, how many forces are interested in our company's products? Chapter 92, The Anomalous Craftsman, Nightmare Level Building. On the list. 4 anomalies were marked prominently with red circles by Old Master Huang. These 4 anomalies not only had a strong willingness to purchase but also had funds far exceeding other anomalies. They are truly capable of purchasing blood and flesh transport vehicles. Su Di looked at this list and nodded in satisfaction. He certainly didn't want to accidentally kill potential customers. Very good, old Huang, you did well. I guarantee that after the meeting, no one will dare bully you in this territory. Just then, a group of little night demons arrived at the mountain gate, carrying a large amount of materials. Lord Huang, Lord Huang. Lord Huang, hearing the shout, responded with excitement. Boss, the craftsmen I hired are here. Su Di couldn't help but look at Lord Huang. Old Huang, what craftsmen? Lord Huang pointed to the remaining broken buildings of Black Tiger Mountain. Boss, the buildings on Black Tiger Mountain have all been destroyed and can't be used anymore. I was thinking of inviting the masters who built my Huang family's old house to create new ones for us. Su Di and Kong Jing were both taken aback. Although the Huang family's old house was not a powerful tool, it was still rated at A level. And that treasury even reached nightmare level strength. Kong Jing was the first to ask. Old Huang, are you saying that treasury was also crafted by this batch of craftsmen? Old Huang nodded proudly. Yes. Hiss. A treasury comparable to nightmare level tools was actually crafted by craftsmen. Old Huang really put in a lot of effort to show loyalty. Although they didn't know how the nightmare-level treasury was made, both of them could certainly confirm. The cost involved was absolutely astronomical. Lord Huang even more proactively said, "Boss, I have plenty of spare materials in my Huang family's treasury, just enough to create a nightmare-level building. What style do you want to build? Once the style is determined, we can let those masters get to work." Before Su Di could reply, Kong Jing couldn't help but complain. "Great, Old Huang, are you trying to take my position as the boss of this branch? Dare not, dare not." Seeing this, Su Di smiled. "Old Huang, from now on, the second brother is the boss here, and you can discuss anything with him." Lord Huang immediately understood and flattered Kong Jing. "Boss, what style do you want?" "Wow, boss, does that mean this company really belongs to me?" Su Di nodded without saying a word. He wouldn't stay here for long. After sounding the alarm for the nearby oddities, he planned to return to the human world. Expanding the market here and finding opportunities all needed Kong Jing to handle. To let Kong Jing have a free hand, he wouldn't interfere with any of Kong Jing's actions. Besides, he also planned to bring over Li Buran and others as security personnel for the company here. After getting a clear answer from Su Di, Kong Jing happily went to discuss strategies with Old Huang. After one person and one oddity left, Su Di opened the arms system. Blood and Flesh Transport Vehicle, current progress 3 out of 10. Since unlocking, 3 vehicles have been successfully delivered. One was bought by Meatball, and the other 2 were taken by Lord Huang. One is a company vehicle and one as a private vehicle. Apart from these 3, 7 more vehicles need to be successfully delivered to unlock the next powerful tool. Su Di calculated in his heart. In the afternoon, he could secure 4 clients. If things go smoothly on the boss's side, 3 clients shouldn't be too hard for him. Thinking of this, Su Di felt a hint of expectation in his heart. What would the next powerful tool be? Could it be a blood and flesh tank, or maybe a blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicle? It definitely shouldn't be a blood and flesh radar vehicle. Thinking of this, Su Di prayed in his heart. It must be a piece of equipment with offensive power, otherwise, if it's defensive, it won't sell well. To be honest. Over there at the Blood and Flesh building, the sales of weapon orders far exceeded that of blood and flesh transport vehicles. On one hand, its price is high, and on the other hand, the blood and flesh transport vehicle has no means of attack. If it were a tank, let alone 10 vehicles, even if there were 100, they would have been sold out long ago. After all, in this strange world, the oddities that love to fight far outnumber those that are afraid of death. Not long after, a group of little night demons carrying materials appeared in Su Di's view. This group of little night demons belonged to the same race as the one Su Di met before. What surprised Su Di the most was, the weakest among this batch of little night demons had reached S-level, and the strongest had reached the peak of SSS-level. Their power was worlds apart from the little night demons under him. Apart from their strength, just by their clothing, it was clear that this batch of little night demons lived quite well. Dressed in extravagant outfits, especially their leader who was fat and plump. But thinking about it, this group of little night demons could create nightmare-level buildings. Some skills, wherever they go, they should never go hungry. Kong Jing immediately brought the little night demon leader to Rinshan Tao. "Boss, this is the little night demon master. This is my boss, the entire Black Tiger Mountain is his territory. As long as you build a good house, the reward will be yours." The night demon leader glanced at Su Di disdainfully. SSS-level bizarre, it had seen many. Many bizarre creatures asked it to help build houses. A mere human dared to speak to it like this. If it weren't for Lord Huang giving too much, it wouldn't even want to take this job. The night demon leader pretended to smile, waving its hand at Su Di. "You are the new leader of Black Tiger Mountain? How dare you talk to my boss like that?" Kong Jing immediately got unhappy and rolled up his sleeves to deal with that guy. Lord Huang, who arrived a little later, saw this scene and broke out in a cold sweat. Just as he wanted to speak, he saw the night demon leader suddenly kneel down. The nightmare-level bizarre aura inadvertently revealed by Su Di pressed it hard to the ground. "What did you just say?" The night demon leader spoke with a slight tremble in its voice. "Don't worry, Mountain Lord, we will definitely build buildings that satisfy you." It really didn't expect that the one who killed the previous leader of Black Tiger Mountain would be a nightmare-level human. But from that aura, it felt that this was not human, but rather a super bizarre creature that walked out from the abyss. After this commotion, it became completely obedient. Initially, it wanted to take this opportunity to raise the price and make a good profit. But after feeling Su Di's aura, it completely dismissed that idea. Even the agreed deposit, it didn't dare to mention. Slap. Slap. 2 slaps. Kong Jing slapped the night demon leader away. "Then why don't you hurry up and get to work?" Lord Huang even slid on his knees to Su Di's front. "Boss, please don't be angry, I will go deal with them right away." Su Di's murderous intent was truly great, and she had witnessed it with her own eyes. If she really angered Su Di, nobody could bear it. Su Di shook her head with a smile. "No need, just let them work properly." Chapter 93, If reasoning doesn't work, then just take action. In front of the mountain gate, a large number of bizarre creatures gathered. All sides brought along many subordinates. They wanted to see who had dealt with the scythe tiger, which had occupied this place for 100 years. And who had dealt with the old zombie and bullhead that had long coveted Black Tiger Mountain. More than 20 leaders gathered together, discussing how to deal with the upcoming situation. "Do you think this guy is a helper that Lord Huang found, wanting to take us all at once? Old fellow, are you muddled? How many SSS-level bizarre creatures do we have here? Even if that guy is strong, can he be stronger than all of us working together?" After a brief discussion, these creatures formed a temporary alliance. The old zombie and bullhead couldn't contend, they were no match for them. If they didn't unite, they would surely be defeated one by one. At this moment, the mountain stronghold gate slowly opened. Lord Huang came out shouting, "Welcome, esteemed guests." A bizarre creature resembling a pig with bristles like Shada hummed a few times. "Old Huang, what the hell are you doing this for? In my opinion, just honestly hand over your little fortune, and the brothers will protect you. Isn't it a waste of money to find bizarre creatures from the outside world?" Pig Ganglai had long coveted the Huang family's property. If not for its territory being far from Huang's old house. With its personality, Pig Ganglai would have already stripped the Huang family clean. This time, it came for the Huang family treasure, not some treasures. To ensure success, it brought all its subordinates this time. Once it had the chance, it would strike directly. As soon as this was said, many bizarre creatures echoed in agreement. They had all benefited somehow from the Huang family. Lord Huang laughed as he counted the numbers. "Pig Master, don't mock this old man. Right now, I'm just scraping by under the big guy's command." Scraping by? The crowd of strange beings froze in place. What does this mean? Could it be that this strange being was not invited by Lord Huang, but came from outside? The small town is in a special location, and strange beings sometimes pass through from other places. Among them, those with greater strength naturally do not want to be beneath others. To establish a foothold here, there is only one way. That is to find the strange lord, kill it, occupy its territory, and become the new lord. The territory of the pig-headed strange being came about this way. The crowd of strange beings found it hard to believe. Even a fierce spirit tiger could not pry open the doors of Lord Huang's treasure vault. This strange being from outside actually made him voluntarily hand over the treasure vault. You must know, this is something even the spirit tiger couldn't accomplish. Could it be that this new strange being is far stronger than the spirit tiger, its power has reached nightmare level? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The spirit tiger's strength has reached the peak of SSS level, only a thin line separates it from nightmare level. At that time, they quietly entered the mountain gate to probe. Except for the broken buildings, there was no trace of any strange presence left. They even suspected that this was a self-directed and acted death by the spirit tiger in order to advance to nightmare level. This led the crowd of strange beings to not dare to act hastily at the first moment. Only after the old zombie and the bull-headed one sent out messages did they confirm the spirit tiger was dead. Unfortunately, the old zombie and the bull-headed one had seized the opportunity first. This left them with no chance to return to Black Tiger Mountain to contest the treasure vault. Unexpectedly, less than half a day passed. Lord Huang actually issued an invitation for them to gather at Black Tiger Mountain. He said he wanted to sell some incredible treasures. In order to investigate the situation, the crowd of strange beings set out in full force. There was a clear sense that if talks fell through, they would resort to fighting. Pighead's expression darkened. "Huang, are you saying you've given my money to others?" Lord Huang glanced at him disdainfully. "Your money? My Huang family's money has nothing to do with you all." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Lord Huang. In their memory, Lord Huang had always appeared submissive. Not to mention opposing them, he wouldn't even dare to say a harsh word. He would obediently pay the protection fee whenever he saw them. "Old Huang, what do you mean? Huang benefactor, what does this mean?" A bald strange being wearing a skeleton necklace frowned and inquired. Lord Huang looked at these guys, laughing loudly as he shouted, "I'm telling you all, from today on I won't give you a single cent." At that time, in order to seek aid from these beings, he gave them quite a bit of money and treasures, wanting to unite with them against the spirit tiger. But in the end, these beings took the money but didn't do their part. Even when the spirit tiger raided his family's assets, they would take advantage and cash in. Damn it, do you really think I won't dare to move against you? Pighead was furious. Initially, the spirit tiger declared that Lord Huang could not kill. Now that the spirit tiger was gone, he had no more scruples. Pighead turned into a gust of sinister wind rushing towards Lord Huang. The crowd of strange beings saw this and hurriedly dodged. They understood the terrifying nature of this strange wind. An ordinary strange being caught in it would be completely eroded in no time. Lord Huang had never seen such a scene, scared and fell to the ground. Pighead, if you kill me, my big brother will kill you. Pighead's speed did not lessen at all. After I slaughter this yellow-skinned creature, I will take back the money that belongs to me. Ah! A scream accompanied by a flash of red light passed. But the situation the strange beings anticipated did not occur. Instead, Pighead vanished into thin air, replaced by two humans. The empty realm looked at the terrified Lord Huang, teasing him. Old Huang, you are too pathetic. If this gets out, it will really disgrace the company. The crowd of strange beings looked at this scene, exchanging glances. None of them knew what had happened. They were unaware of when Pighead had disappeared. Where is Pighead? What exactly did you do? The crowd of strange beings questioned, their expressions unfriendly. Su Di smiled faintly, not answering. Let me introduce myself, I am the boss of the Sihua military industry. But the strange beings paid no attention to Su Di, instead staring intently at Boss Huang. Old Huang, what exactly did you do? That was a level SSS strange being, not some small fry, one shriek and it vanished into thin air. This was indeed a bit terrifying. Even this group of strange leaders had become somewhat unsettled. They feared they might be next. Ignored, Su Di smiled helplessly. I say, everyone, I am the new lord here, why not listen to me? Before he could finish his sentence, an SSS-level peak strange being suddenly attacked. This headless killer didn't know what had happened, but it guessed it might be related to these two humans. To avoid ending up like Zhu Ganglai, it chose to strike first, the rule of killing instantly enveloping Su Di. With a crack, Su Di's neck bent at a 90-degree angle. Not only that, but his body twisted into a spiral shape. I ask why you can't listen to me properly? At the moment when the blood killer Purgatory appeared, the headless killer let out a scream and was dragged in. Su Di's body quickly healed in a strange posture. When his head turned back, a terrifying strange aura burst forth. Chapter 94, Super Big Order. Rakshasa. It is Rakshasa. An extremely sharp voice sounded. Several strange beings heard this and turned to flee. Why do it this way? A cold light flashed in Su Di's eyes. The blood killer Purgatory activated, and the escaping strange beings let out shrieks as they vanished in place. This time, the blood killer Purgatory did not close. Several strange beings' chilling screams echoed from within. In the blood-red glow, it was as if Su Di himself was that evil ghost. Can you all listen to me properly? The remaining strange beings trembled in response as they saw the figure writhing in the Purgatory. Yes, yes. Su Di coldly glanced at the other strange beings who had not yet spoken. The other strange beings eagerly spoke one after another. Yes. Let me introduce myself, I am Su Di, the boss of the Sihua military industry. Su Di put on a smiling face and took out a thick stack of business cards. The empty realm stepped forward to receive the cards and distributed them to the strange beings. And this person is the soon-to-be-appointed boss of Sihua military industry, Heihu Mountain Branch. As for Boss Huang, he is the general manager of my branch. I don't know what grudges exist between old Huang and you, but I hope to let it go. After all, I am a businessman, violence is not my style. The strange beings received the business cards handed over by Empty Realm, their hearts chilled. They realized that they had touched a hot iron plate this time, one that was glowing red. This was a nightmare-level strange being. Moreover, it came from a special strange race, the Rakshasa tribe. Now it was completely over for them. A few strange beings who had once bullied old Huang harshly suddenly knelt down. Boss Su, spare us. At that time, we were truly misled by that scoundrel, the ghost tiger, that's why we united to deceive old Huang. We are willing to compensate old Huang properly, we hope you will show mercy and let us go. Su Di's face twitched slightly. Damn, it seemed he had scared these guys too badly. Thinking about it, those few who had just fled didn't seem deserving of death. To let these strange beings understand that he truly came here to do business and not to rob, Su Di showed mercy. He released the few escaping SSS-level strange beings from the blood killer Purgatory. When several strange beings, barely half-formed, were tossed out, the others were completely stunned. Originally, only a few had knelt, now, all those SSS-level strange beings had knelt down. What the hell are you doing? With this shout, the kneeling strange beings found themselves stuck in midair. Standing was not an option, kneeling was not allowed either. What on earth do you want to do? Seeing the atmosphere tense up, Empty Realm hurriedly gestured for Old Huang to mediate. Come on, Old Huang, introduce our treasures to the clients. Then he waved his hand at Su Di. Boss, you should go back and rest, leave this to me and Old Huang. Su Di looked at the strange figures half kneeling in the air and sighed in his heart. It seems he could never shake off this notorious name. Alright, I leave this to you, I'll head back now. Once Su Di disappeared, the strange figures trembled and slowly got up from the ground. But before they could steady themselves, Su Di suddenly floated back out. Thud, thud. Another wave of kneeling figures fell. Old Two, if there's anything, remember to call me. Don't worry, boss, I've got this. The Empty Realm waved his hand, urging, go back and rest. If Su Di stayed here, even the strange figures, who did not wish to rebel, would be scared into rebellion. In the real world. As soon as Su Di returned to the real world, Taoist Lingshu found him. He informed him of everything that had recently happened. Master Uncle, didn't I say you could use those flesh weapons however you like? Taoist Lingshu surprisingly let out a curse. Damn, I want to use it too, but I have no permission. The boss isn't here, you're not here, that little brat in the Empty Realm isn't here, and I can't find Lin Shi either. If I dare to act, your four-handed subordinates could crush me. Looking at Taoist Lingshu's ashen face, Su Di twisted his face into a knot. He had forgotten that no one was managing the company right now. That fellow evil thought was stubborn, impossible to reason with. If the security captain didn't speak, those little night demons wouldn't dare to make decisions on their own about shipping. Without any hesitation, Su Di immediately took Taoist Lingshu back to the Flesh Tower and granted him permission. Su Di didn't like these funds at all. He simply opened up the first phase of the weapon vault completely to Taoist Lingshu. Whatever weapons are needed can be directly taken from the vault. As for how to allocate them, that's no longer Su Di's concern. Master Uncle, do you need my help with anything? Su Di felt a bit regretful. If he had made proper arrangements back then, Dragon Country would definitely be ahead. Taoist Lingshu quickly waved his hand. Little Su, you've done enough for Dragon Country. Then he hurriedly contacted the personnel from the trial center to come pick up the weapons. By the way, Little Su, Old Mu asked me to pass a message to you. What? Old Mu? The main person in charge of the Dragon Country copy? What could he want with him? Taoist Lingshu took out a list. This is the strange copy that Old Mu sent you. Su Di took the list and became dumbfounded. Are all these for me? Taoist Lingshu nodded and said solemnly. Yes, this is a reward Old Mu fought for you personally. Hiss. Su Di gasped in shock. The list was completely filled with SSS-level copies. There were 72 in total, all distributed in different regions. One must say. Dragon Country had over 200 SSS-level copies. For Su Di alone, there were already more than 70. What does this mean? It meant Dragon Country was offering 1/3 of its SSS-level copies as rewards. For others, it's merely an addition of territory. But for Su Di, it's like adding 72 branches. An exclusive source means he wouldn't have to worry about sales at all. Once the branches were successfully opened, the sales would surely increase geometrically. Taoist Lingshu rarely saw shock on Su Di's face. Little Su, it seems this really is useful to you. Once these 70+ copies are developed, they will be officially delivered to you. Su Di took a deep breath. Master Uncle, please thank Old Mu for me. Taoist Lingshu smiled and shook his head. Old Mu also asked me to bring you a message. I, Mu Changqing, represent Dragon Country to express gratitude to you. This wasn't just something Old Mu wanted to say, it was also what Taoist Lingshu wanted to convey. Su Di had repeatedly helped turn the tide, saving Dragon Country from peril. He never asked for any rewards for anything in return. But everything that Su Di had done was remembered in their hearts. Thinking of this, he heavily patted Su Di. Little Su. We will not forget everything you have done. Chapter 95-95. I am the seller, not the bandit. Alright, Uncle Master, stop being so indecisive. Uncle Master, you should go ahead and handle your matters. I still need to check the recent orders. Su Di reminded Uncle Lingshu. In this final stage, he surely has a lot on his plate. Su Di didn't want to delay his time too much, plus he had things to attend to as well. After sending off Taoist Lingshu, Su Di contacted his boss to ask how things were going in the ancient city. The boss reported that everything was progressing smoothly, and they should secure several orders this time. Not just one faction had shown strong interest in the flesh and blood transport vehicles. Moreover, the bizarre interest in this type of defensive odd item in the ancient city far exceeded that in flesh and blood weapons. Su Di had expected this. After all, the ancient city is the only bizarre city in the surrounding area. The bazaar here is not like the other outside bazaar forces that are eager to fight for territory. After supplementing the inventory, Su Di headed to the dry well. After confirming that Lin Shi was fine, he hurried back to Black Tiger Mountain. These days were truly exhausting. If it weren't for the good rest he had during the 10 days of leveling up, Su Di might have already broken down. Inside the mountain gate, a bunch of little yakshas had already shaped the outline of the buildings. This terrifying construction speed would make even domestic workers feel ashamed. Built so fast? The supervisor, Old Huang, rushed to greet Su Di upon his return. Boss, many things still need 3 days. Our new company can be put into use. Su Di smiled and nodded. Once the new company was built and the staff was in place, the Black Tiger Mountain branch could start operating. With the publicity from the local big shots, the branch's sales wouldn't necessarily be lower than that of the main company. Where did the second go? Before he could finish, he heard the voice of Kong Jing. Boss, we are going to hit it big. Kong Jing came rushing over, holding a thick stack of contracts. All factions expressed their desire to purchase our flesh and blood transport vehicles. Su Di took the order contracts and glanced at them. He was shocked by what he saw: over 70 contracts. More than 70 orders, all with deposits paid. As long as the vehicles were delivered, Su Di could unlock the flesh and blood equipment. How did you manage to get so many orders in one go? Kong Jing smiled faintly, putting on an air of mystery. It was still thanks to my extraordinary eloquence. I successfully introduced our exclusive flesh and blood transport vehicle to these bizarre lords. Su Di had no faith in this statement whatsoever. Speak plainly. Kong Jing laughed heartily and looked at Su Di. You're really sharp, boss, you saw it right away. These guys were scared out of their wits once they heard our company was selling something. They didn't ask about the price and directly paid deposits. As he spoke, Kong Jing pointed at the orders. I estimate that about 30% of these will close the deal. The clients who could close deals are those who could afford the money. After all, this place hasn't seen any nightmare-level bazaar for many years. They don't want to offend a nightmare-level bazaar because of this. As for other bazaar entities, they treated the deposit as a protection fee. The contract clearly stated that once the deposit is paid, it is non-refundable. In return, the company will reserve the vehicle purchase slot for clients within the contract deadline. Okay, I'm leaving this to you. Su Di immediately allocated 25 flesh and blood transport vehicles. Since the supporting facilities weren't ready yet, the driver issue would have to be resolved later. What they needed to do now was to deliver the vehicles as soon as possible. Even if 30% closed, it would be enough to complete the system task. Kong Jing did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Alright, I'll take care of it. I'll contact them right away. In the afternoon, dozens of SSS-level strange lords gathered at Black Tiger Mountain, bringing heavy money with them. The moment they arrived, they immediately handed the remaining car purchase funds to Kong Jing. As for picking up the car, they didn't even mention it. What's more, after giving the purchase money to Kong Jing, many chose to run away immediately. This truly left Kong Jing helpless. He tried to explain, claiming they were a legitimate company, not the strange gang of robbers that previously occupied Black Tiger Mountain. Killing, smuggling, and looting were not things his company would ever do. But even so, until deep into the night, these strange beings still dared not accept the blood and flesh transport vehicle. Some even took a very bad lead, openly stating that this money was simply an offering as protection money to Black Tiger Mountain, hoping that the big shots of Black Tiger Mountain would let them off the hook. Kong Jing, with no other choice, had to bring out Su Di. When Su Di learned about the situation, he was completely dumbfounded. These strange lords around Black Tiger Mountain, could they be out of their minds? Spending 20 billion as protection money, had they really gone too far? If it weren't for the system having a mission, Su Di really wanted to just accept this money. As for the solution, it was very simple. Su Di called all the strange beings who had paid for the car. In front of all of them, he pointed out two paths. First, accept the vehicle and complete the transaction. Second, go to the blood-killing purgatory as companions. Now it's done. All the strange beings nervously accepted the blood and flesh transport vehicle, since they hadn't heard any explanations nor seen one with their own eyes. They had no idea how terrifying the defense of this blood and flesh transport vehicle truly was. They all thought the product they bought was trash. One by one, their faces turned gray, constantly lamenting in their hearts. Accepting this blood and flesh transport vehicle was equivalent to making a deal. So this 20 billion was no longer protection money, but rather payment for goods. As they were about to leave, the strange lords commanded their subordinates to drag the blood and flesh transport vehicle away from Black Tiger Mountain. Each one sighed heavily, as if they had been bullied. After seeing this, Su-di couldn't hold back anymore. These guys were clearly dissatisfied with the company's product. What if in the future these guys went out and spread false rumors, damaging the company's reputation? Thinking about this, Su-di brought this group back to Black Tiger Mountain. Boss Su, what did we do to offend you? Yeah, even if we're dead, we shouldn't be tortured like this. At this moment, a group of strange lords could no longer hold back. They were all SSS-level strange lords, with many subordinates. As strong as the Chimera, even it would have to give them some face. But now, they had no face at all with Su-di. He called them here and sent them away at will. Bringing 20 billion in huge funds as protection money didn't even work. They had to be eloquent and say they were selling treasures to them. However, with the aura of nightmare-level strangeness enveloping the entire area, the strange lords all became obedient. Chapter 96, Blood and Flesh Walking War Vehicle. Here, I will reiterate once again. I am the seller, not a bandit. Regarding the misunderstandings of the strange beings, Su-di felt very innocent. His original intention was just to give these guys a little scare, but he never thought he scared them too much. Like startled birds. He summoned the strange lords back this time just to properly introduce the blood and flesh transport vehicle. Isn't forcing buying and selling just banditry? A barely audible voice reached Su-di's ears. Kong Jing shook his head helplessly beside him. It's over, it's over. Now it's totally finished, the company's reputation is going to be completely ruined. To everyone's surprise, Su-di not only didn't get angry but looked at the group of strange beings. It seems you all still don't understand the advantages of our product. Next, I will explain it well to everyone. If after understanding, you still don't want to purchase our product, my company will refund your payment. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue was filled with whispers. Is this true or false? That's 20 billion. Are they really returning it? Could it be that this vehicle is truly a rare treasure? Impossible, impossible. The strange items we hold in our hands are all one of a kind. Yes, indeed. Powerful strange items are extremely rare. How could there be so many? Even though Su-di said this, these strange beings still did not believe that this flesh and blood transport vehicle could be an extraordinary strange item beyond imagination. Kong Jing couldn't hold back after hearing this. Dear guests, are you out of your minds? If we were not a legitimate company, my boss would have wiped you all out already. Why on earth would we waste our breath with you here? As soon as these words were spoken, the strange lords all shook. They subconsciously began to have different thoughts in their hearts. Could it be that this is really a legitimate company? Could it be that this 20 billion is really for the goods? Could it be that this flesh and blood transport vehicle is truly a rare treasure? Once this thought arose, they unconsciously looked at Su-di. After all, this was a nightmare-level strange being. If it really wanted to rob money, why waste so much breath? Boss Su, could you please explain this to us? When one of the strange lords spoke this, many strange beings echoed in agreement. Seeing that the timing was right, Su-di beckoned to the strange lord who spoke. Young man, come up and help. Strange lord. It looked young on the surface, like a human being of 17 or 18. But in reality, it was already hundreds of years old. After all, who becomes a strange lord at the age of 17 or 18? Yet, due to Su-di's imposing presence, it still put on a smile. Boss Su, what do you need my help with? This kind of demeanor was truly hard to imagine for an SSS-level peak strange being. Su-di jumped into the flesh and blood transport vehicle closest to him. With the roar of the engine, he poked his head out. Come on, hit me with all your strength. The strange lord was stunned at first, then apologized. Boss Su, I have very strong killing power, why don't you get out of the vehicle first? It's all right. If I tell you to hit me, then hit me. Then Su-di waved his hand even more at Kong Jing. Old air, don't just stand there stupidly. Introduce our product's advantages to the customers. Kong Jing understood immediately and pointed at the vehicle's body. Our company's flesh and blood transport vehicle is loaded with special flesh and blood armor. In its activated state, it can ignore the full-strength attacks of SSS-level strange beings. Ignore the full-strength attacks of SSS-level strange beings? The strange beings began to whisper among themselves. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This vehicle cannot withstand it. That guy, residual soul, can attack directly to the spiritual realm. How could this vehicle possibly withstand it? Ignoring the full-force strike of an SSS-level strange being? I'm afraid even the Huang family's treasury can't do that. In the midst of the whispers, the strange lord named Residual Soul moved. Black mist rose around it, strange aura constantly overflowing. Just from this, it was clear that Residual Soul's strength was not to be underestimated. Once it transformed into its ghostly state, it waved its hands. A wisp of black mist turned into a skull, rushing towards the vehicle's body. But the moment the black mist skull touched the vehicle, it vanished without a trace. The onlooking strange beings couldn't help but inquire. "Boss Sue, are you okay?" "Look, Boss Sue isn't speaking, he must have been hit." Even Residual Soul clasped its hands and said, "Boss Sue, I'm truly sorry. I was a bit too strong just now." But what Sue D said next caused many strange beings to break down. "Huh? You just attacked?" He had been adjusting the vehicle and hadn't paid any attention to this side at all. So he had no idea when Residual Soul had acted. Sue D rolled down the window and looked at Residual Soul. "I didn't notice just now, hit me again." Many strange beings. Residual Soul. Residual Soul looked at Sue D's expression, feeling as if it had been humiliated. Alright. As an SSS-level peak strange being, it had never been humiliated like this before. In an instant, black mist began to spread continuously. Under Residual Soul's manipulation, one skeleton after another formed. These black mist skeletons let out piercing howls. Pounced towards Sue D. The strange lords watching this scene all gasped in shock. So many eerie skeletons, even they were afraid they couldn't hold up. This wave of attack lasted a full 5 minutes. After draining all the black mist, the lingering soul finally stopped attacking. "Boss Sue, how is it?" Sue D waved his hand with a smile. "Thank you, dear guest, for your help. You can go rest now." "You're okay?" The lingering soul shouted in disbelief. The empty mirror seized the opportunity to introduce again. "Of course, dear guest, our blood and meat transport vehicle can ignore SSS-level strange attacks." Impossible, this cannot be." The lingering soul pointed at Sue D in the car and shouted. "Boss Sue, it has to be you blocking it with your own strength, right?" Sue D smiled and opened the car door. "Old Huang, get on the car." "Yes, boss." Old Huang bounced into the driver's seat. He understood how powerful this vehicle was, having experienced it himself back then. "Who wants to come up and try?" "I'll go." "Me too." Many strange beings scrambled to join. At this moment, they really took an interest in this blood and meat transport vehicle. "You can all get on together." With Sue D's permission, a strange crowd surged forward. Half an hour later, Sue D smiled as he sent all customers away. "Boss, you're amazing. Those strange beings who didn't buy must be regretting it now." Sue D waved his hand. "Alright, I'll leave this to you. I'm heading back." Back at the Blood and Meat Tower, Sue D eagerly opened the system. Blood and Meat Battle Vehicle. Equipped with a 12.8mm large-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. Wow! 12.8 caliber anti-aircraft machine gun. Sue D's eyes instantly lit up upon seeing this introduction. As someone who had once walked around the world as an arms dealer, he knew very well how lethal this caliber of weapon could be. This was the same caliber used by Barrett ammunition. If a Barrett could severely wound SSS-level strangeness with a single shot, the power of this battle vehicle could be imagined. Not to mention SSS-level strangeness, even nightmare-level strangeness, even this blood and meat armor. A full magazine fired would turn them into a sieve. This battle vehicle not only had explosive attack power, but its defense was also on par with the blood and meat transport vehicle. A definite super plus version of the blood and meat transport vehicle. Apart from consuming blood and meat energy quickly, it had almost no flaws. Do you want to spend 100 million strange coins to unlock the blood and meat transport vehicle? Sue D didn't hesitate at all and directly paid the unlocking fee. He could envision that once this battle vehicle was launched, it would quickly become a hit in the market. After all, the audience for blood and meat vehicles was still relatively limited. Although equipped with super strong defense, there was no firepower. But the blood and meat battle vehicle perfectly made up for this lack, having both defense and firepower. It was truly a great tool for expanding territory. This time, by completing the task, Sue D not only unlocked this new equipment but also received a gift package reward. After unlocking the blood and meat battle vehicle, Sue D took out the gift package. Opening. With a flash of golden light, a prompt appeared before Sue D. Data viewing permission unlocked. The host can monitor the company's inventory at any time. Detected that the host has set up a branch company, permissions have been automatically upgraded. Data viewing upgraded to remote purchasing permissions. The host can directly purchase weapons and equipment through the backend. Note, after selecting a location, the weapons and equipment will be assigned to the selected company warehouse. Wow! Seeing this information, Sue D was overjoyed. With remote delivery functionality, he no longer had to run back and forth between different companies. Whenever he detected which company was out of stock, he could replenish the supply anytime. If he could establish a communication network, he could really be a hands-off manager. In this strange world, no one would check, so he could totally spread his wings. With dozens of branch companies operating together, it won't be long before he can unlock the ultimate weapon. At that time, this entire strange world will be under his command. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but fantasize about the wonderful life of being a king in the strange world. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. This is because, at present, he has yet to solve the communication problem. Among the unlocked communication tools, the one with the farthest communication distance is the communication radio, but Sud has tested it. The maximum range that the radio can contact cannot link the Bloodmeat Mansion and Black Tiger Mountain together. What does this mean? It means that he cannot truly be a hands-off manager at this stage. He can only wait until he unlocks better communication equipment to solve this problem. Moreover, Sud has already discovered the unlocking pattern of this Bloodmeat Weapon Depot. It is very similar to the previous arms system, unlocking from low level to high level. The only difference is that the Bloodmeat Weapon Depot has task restrictions. Bloodmeat Transport Vehicle requires 10 units, while the Bloodmeat Infantry Fighting Vehicle requires 100 units. There will surely be more needed later, but this is not a problem. Once Sud's side grows, let alone 100, even 1,000 or 10,000 units will be a breeze. I wonder if these guys in the strange world will become poor because of this. Sue. The boss rushed into the office. He slammed a dozen orders onto the desk. I've just landed a big deal. Boss, that's great, selling out more than 10 in one go. Sud clapped his hands symbolically. The boss was immediately displeased. He had been working tirelessly among various factions for this deal, yet Sud would show such a nonchalant attitude. This is more than a dozen orders, worth billions. Sud still wore a faint smile. Congratulations, congratulations. The boss got angry at Sud's indifferent attitude. Just as he was about to explode, something popped up in his mind. Is he mad? Is there something wrong with Sue? Should I take my anger out on him for this? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but panic. Having personally handled various weapons and equipment, he knew just how big the profit was. Now it's no longer the time when the two were just getting acquainted. It is now the case that the boss cannot do without Sud, rather than the other way around. He initially wanted to help Daoist Lingshu, but unfortunately, the weapons were sold out. Even so, he still made the greatest effort. He gave all the weapons of the hotel staff to the Daoist. The boss thought this way, stammering to explain. Sue, at that time I wanted to help the Daoist. But the company's inventory sold out, and I could only give the equipment I had to the Daoist. I really don't. Before he finished, he was interrupted by Sud. Boss, what are you talking about? He was completely confused by the boss's words. The boss was also stunned. Sue, you're not angry? Why would I be angry? I'm more than happy. The boss pointed at the orders on the desk and asked. Then why didn't you react? Sud smiled and helplessly explained. This order is too small. Black Tiger Mountain. A large number of strange beings are blocking the mountain gate. Most of them are strange lords who have paid a deposit. There are also quite a few strange lords who have come from other places upon hearing the news. They are all shouting to buy Bloodmeat Transport Vehicles. This is because the news about Bloodmeat Transport Vehicles has spread. Ignoring SSS-level strange beings, they can effectively resist nightmare-level strange attacks with super-strong defense-type strange tools. In the black market, not only has the price of Bloodmeat Transport Vehicles reached a terrifying level, even the qualification to buy them has become extremely hard to obtain. Boss, do you know why I didn't react? The boss stared blankly at the mountain gate outside. These constantly surging strange lords are all SSS level. He finally understands why Sud didn't react. That small order pales in comparison to what's happening at Black Tiger Mountain. It's truly a small witch meeting a big witch. Kongjing couldn't help but ask Sudi. Boss, what should we do? The guys who paid the deposit are going crazy. They want to take the flesh and blood transport vehicles today. Sudi looked at these money-making trees and couldn't help but say. Tell them that anyone who has paid a deposit can take the car today. As soon as these words came out, the strange lords who had paid the deposit rushed into the mountain gate in unison. The remaining strange beings stood outside the mountain gate, scratching their heads. They also wanted to go in and see the flesh and blood transport vehicle. Chapter 98-98. Going to the ancient city. These are all money-making trees. However, Sudi knew very well that feeding all the strange beings at once was not a good idea. Looking at the crowd of strange beings outside the mountain gate, he waved his hand. Everyone, please go back today, and come early tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, The strange beings gathered at the mountain gate reluctantly left one by one. Although they were extremely eager to obtain the flesh and blood transport vehicles, they also did not want to offend this nightmare-level super strange being. Seeing this, the boss asked Su D in confusion. "Su, why are we sending these guys away?" Su D looked at the strange beings leaving and smiled as he said, "Of course, it's hunger marketing. As long as I whet these guys' appetites, more and more strange beings will be attracted. The main thing is that the infrastructure on the Black Tiger mountainside has not yet been built. Even the main company building has not been completed. At this time, choosing to release flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles is not a wise move. It is better to use the popularity of the flesh and blood transport vehicles to attract more strange beings. When the surrounding facilities are in place, take advantage of the opening ceremony of the branch to promote the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles." He discovered that the strange beings in the Black Tiger Mountain area are much wealthier than those on the boss's side. Seeing that the boss was silent, Su D comforted him. "Boss, once we expand the ancient city market, the sales will definitely catch up." The boss was silent for a moment and looked at Su D. "Su, take me back. I need to deliver orders to the ancient city." Seeing that the boss was in a low mood, Su D patted his black robe. "Wait for me a moment, I will go with you." The boss was taken aback. "Su, what are you going to do?" "You will know in a moment." Su D instantly teleported beside Kong Jing and explained a few things. 1. Accelerate the construction of Black Tiger Mountain facilities. 2. Starting tomorrow, limit the sale of 10 flesh and blood transport vehicles daily. 3. Have the Master Uncle bring all personnel over as soon as possible. Except for Zhang Tianyu, all SSS-level strange soldiers are stationed at Black Tiger Mountain. Let's go, boss. Su D took the boss back directly to the flesh and blood building. Although he didn't plan to sell flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles at Black Tiger Mountain, it didn't mean he wouldn't sell them elsewhere. Taking this opportunity, he could experience the big city. To see what this strange big city was really like. "Su, can the second one handle it alone over at Black Tiger Mountain?" The boss expressed his inner worries. It's important to know that those who buy flesh and blood transport vehicles are all SSS-level strange lords. But Kong Jing is only SS level, and if these guys try to make trouble while Su D is not around, Kong Jing alone might not be able to handle it. Should I take Headless and his men down there? Compared to the company's arms business, his hotel is really nothing to talk about. Su D waved his hand and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, I've arranged everything." The boss did not understand the details of this matter. He did not know that Su D had instantly defeated several strange lords in front of many SSS-level strange lords. As long as the other strange lords are not fools, they will not think of making trouble in Black Tiger Mountain. Furthermore, both Kong Jing and Old Huang have special vehicles. If these guys really start to fight, they aren't afraid. At worst, they can hide in the vehicle and wait for Su D to return. Seeing Su D say this, the boss no longer questioned. "Alright, Su, are you going to Ancient City with me?" "Yes, first explain the power distribution in Ancient City to me." Su D has always been someone who doesn't fight unprepared battles. He did not understand the situation in the ancient city. He was unclear about how many forces were involved and how many powerful oddities existed. He still needed to figure out which guys were potential customers and which ones posed a threat. Since he was in business, every aspect had to be considered. Moreover, the equipment he was selling was the flesh and blood armored combat vehicle, not just anything could be sold. If an oddity bought it and then turned around to deal with them, it would truly be a joke. Such things were not experiences Su D had not faced in the real world. If humans were like this, how much worse would it be for oddities? The boss immediately took out a map and began explaining the power distribution in the ancient city to Su D. The ancient city covered a vast area, about 4 to 5 times the size of a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom. It was roughly divided into 3 areas: the outer ring, the inner city, and the core area. And the map the boss had was specifically marked for the outer areas. Clearly, the boss was not yet qualified to enter the inner city. Seeing this, Su D was startled. He had thought that the city of oddities was particularly large, but he didn't expect it to be so enormous. It was a full 5 to 6 times the size of a first-tier city and was divided into 3 areas. This nightmare-level fleshy ball could only reign supreme in the outer regions. There were dozens of other oddity lords at a similar level as the fleshy ball. The map had some detailed introductions to the forces in the outer regions. "Boss, do you think there are even scarier existences in this ancient city?" The boss paused for a moment, then seriously nodded his head. "There are. The known ones are the city lord and several lords of the inner city." Hearing this, Su D instantly became interested. According to the boss, the inner city occupied 60% of the entire main city. It was the most complex area in the entire ancient city. Oddity powers were varied, with some as strong as the city lord and others as weak as the ordinary S-class oddities. But regardless of which, they were all existences they couldn't provoke at this stage. "Don't you have a map of the inner city?" the boss awkwardly said. "I do, but it's too expensive, so I didn't buy it." "How much?" 10 billion. Shu Di gasped as he heard this number. The outer map was merely 10 million, while the inner city map was as high as 10 billion. How could a map be worth 10 billion? Why not just rob it? The price of the flesh and blood armored combat vehicle he ordered was just 10 billion. "But I know a merchant in the inner city. I can get it from him. The price should be much cheaper." Upon hearing this, Su Di immediately said, "Okay, then let's get one." Since they were going to the ancient city, wouldn't it be a waste not to stroll around the inner city? "Boss, let's get moving." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Di suddenly noticed a disturbance coming from the dry well. "Boss, wait for me." Su Di forcefully opened the door to the inner world. He saw the dry well constantly spewing out odd energy. Unlike ordinary odd energy, this one was actually a peach pink color. Seeing this scene, Su Di realized that something must have gone wrong with Lin Shi. Without thinking, he transformed into an oddity and rushed towards the dry well. Inside the well, anomalies abounded. Countless images flashed before Su Di's eyes. Even for this battle-hardened veteran, he couldn't help but blurt out when seeing these images. "What the hell? What on earth is this girl's magic seed?" Su Di forcefully suppressed the boiling blood within him and charged towards Lin Shi. The next day, one person and one oddity stepped onto the road towards the ancient city. Su Di was lying in the car catching up on sleep while the boss was driving. Since he learned to drive, the boss had also grown lazy about flying here and there. The world of oddities was fraught with danger, even this SS-class oddity had to be extra careful. But with driving, there was no need to worry about that. After all, the armor of this flesh and blood transport vehicle was not just for show. Lin Shi crawled out of the well and laid Su Di's head on her lap. "Boss, ahead." Su Di opened his eyes and quietly reminded. "Hey, what are you doing? Remembering the scene from last night?" He did not understand the situation in the ancient city. He was unclear about how many forces were involved and how many powerful oddities existed. He still needed to figure out which guys were potential customers and which ones posed a threat. Since he was in business, every aspect had to be considered. Moreover, the equipment he was selling was the flesh and blood armored combat vehicle, not just anything could be sold. If an oddity bought it and then turned around to deal with them, it would truly be a joke. Such things were not experiences Su Di had not faced in the real world. If humans were like this, how much worse would it be for oddities? The boss immediately took out a map and began explaining the power distribution in the ancient city to Su Di. The ancient city covered a vast area, about 4 to 5 times the size of a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom. It was roughly divided into 3 areas: the outer ring, the inner city, and the core area. And the map the boss had was specifically marked for the outer areas. Clearly, the boss was not yet qualified to enter the inner city. Seeing this, Su Di was startled. He had thought that the city of oddities was particularly large, but he didn't expect it to be so enormous. It was a full 5 to 6 times the size of a first-tier city and was divided into 3 areas. This nightmare-level fleshy ball could only reign supreme in the outer regions. There were dozens of other oddity lords at a similar level as the fleshy ball. The map had some detailed introductions to the forces in the outer regions. "Boss, do you think there are even scarier existences in this ancient city?" The boss paused for a moment, then seriously nodded his head. "There are. The known ones are the city lord and several lords of the inner city." Hearing this, Su Di instantly became interested. According to the boss, the inner city occupied 60% of the entire main city. It was the most complex area in the entire ancient city. Oddity powers were varied, with some as strong as the city lord and others as weak as the ordinary S-class oddities. But regardless of which, they were all existences they couldn't provoke at this stage. "Don't you have a map of the inner city?" the boss awkwardly said. "I do, but it's too expensive, so I didn't buy it." "How much?" 10 billion. Shu Di gasped as he heard this number. The outer map was merely 10 million, while the inner city map was as high as 10 billion. How could a map be worth 10 billion? Why not just rob it? The price of the flesh and blood armored combat vehicle he ordered was just 10 billion. "But I know a merchant in the inner city. I can get it from him. The price should be much cheaper." Upon hearing this, Su Di immediately said, "Okay, then let's get one." Since they were going to the ancient city, wouldn't it be a waste not to stroll around the inner city? "Boss, let's get moving." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Di suddenly noticed a disturbance coming from the dry well. Boss, wait for me. Su-di forcefully opened the door to the inner world. He saw the dry well constantly spewing out odd energy. Unlike ordinary odd energy, this one was actually a peach pink color. Seeing this scene, Su-di realized that something must have gone wrong with Lin-shi. Without thinking, he transformed into an oddity and rushed towards the dry well. Inside the well, anomalies abounded. Countless images flashed before Su-di's eyes. Even for this battle-hardened veteran, he couldn't help but blurt out when seeing these images. What the hell? What on earth is this girl's magic seed? Su-di forcefully suppressed the boiling blood within him and charged towards Lin-shi. The next day, one person and one oddity stepped onto the road towards the ancient city. Su-di was lying in the car catching up on sleep while the boss was driving. Since he learned to drive, the boss had also grown lazy about flying here and there. The world of oddities was fraught with danger, even this SS-class oddity had to be extra careful. But with driving, there was no need to worry about that. After all, the armor of this flesh and blood transport vehicle was not just for show. Lin-shi crawled out of the well and laid Su-di's head on her lap. Boss, ahead. Su-di opened his eyes and quietly reminded. Hey, what are you doing? Remembering the scene from last night? Lin-shi's face turned bright red. Without Su-di, it would not have been possible to smoothly ascend to the nightmare level. Su-di glanced over and teased. Oh, you're shy now? You weren't like this last night. Lin-shi angrily pinched Su-di. It's all the fault of the demon seed, I really didn't want this. Really? Faced with Su-di's burning gaze, Lin-shi couldn't come up with a lie anymore. The strange ascent to the nightmare level, the born demon seed, mostly stemmed from one's own desires. For example, the rotten meat pool of the meatball belongs to appetite. And Lin-shi's ascent to the nightmare level resulted in the ultimate desire brought by the demon seed. This led to the birth of a romantic cage specifically targeting Su-di. If Su-di hadn't forcibly rescued her from the romantic cage yesterday, Lin-shi might still be wandering and getting lost in there. Doesn't that mean you wanted me too much? Lin-shi's body quickly turned towards romance, her breath becoming hot. Hiss. Su-di gasped in shock. He merely teased this girl with his eyes. Under the influence of the romantic cage, even he couldn't hold out for long. Quick, go calm down. Su-di decisively opened the door to the inner world and tossed Lin-shi into the dry well. If they continued playing like this, he wouldn't have the mind to explore the ancient city afterward. To be honest, this demon seed was really outrageous. Not only did it enhance Lin-shi's desires, but it also created a unique romantic cage. And it specifically targeted him with this romantic cage. Although being under the romantic cage greatly enhanced his mental realm. The consumption of blood and energy, mental power, was truly terrifying. Lin-shi was done and could rest. But he couldn't rest, as there were still so many things to do. Thinking of this, Su-di decided to wait until he had some free time. He hoped to find a way to suppress Lin-shi's demon seed. Otherwise, if they stayed together for more than 5 minutes, they would end up tangled together. At this moment, the door to the inner world opened again. Su-di, I have something fun here, do you want to come? Lin-shi's lazy voice came from the well. I don't want to play. Su-di shook his head firmly. Alright then, I'll go change my clothes. But when he saw Lin-shi wearing her battle armor flash past the well opening, Su-di couldn't hold back his curiosity and walked over, trying to comfort himself. I'm just going to take a look, I won't do anything. The ancient city. The city walls towered like mountains. Su-di was truly shocked by the scene before him. In the human world, he had never seen such a magnificent city. From afar, Su-di felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Apart from the city walls, the guards of the ancient city stunned Su-di into silence. All team members were at SSS level. Both the captain and vice-captain were nightmare level. With guards this strong, one could imagine the power of the ancient city. Su-di forced himself to be alert. If they could really take down the market of the ancient city, it might allow Su-di to unlock the weaponry storage to the 3rd stage, or even the 4th stage. The boss looked at Su-di, who appeared to be in low spirits, and couldn't help but remind him. Su, are you really okay like this? Do you want to take a break before entering the city? Su-di waved his hand to signal that he was fine. He not only looked tired, but he really was exhausted. Although the total amount of his mental realm had expanded, the mental power available for use was actually quite low. Even though he recovered quickly, it would still be a bit difficult to fully recover in a short time. Su, be careful later, I'll wait for you in the city. The boss said, handing Su-di the pass. This pass was purchased by the boss at a high price. Because Su-di had no invitation, he could only enter the ancient city through this one-time pass. Su-di nodded and took the pass handed to him by the boss. Okay, see you later. Then he walked straight towards the inspection team nearby. Unless one had an invitation from within the ancient city, all other strange beings required strict inspection. The review is over, and there are no issues, only then will one be allowed to enter the city. Once there is a problem, one will be directly deprived of the qualification to enter the city. Fortunately, the pass that the boss bought for Sudi is quite expensive. This team has a strangely small number, and the review items are not that complicated. If it were the cheapest group of passes, just lining up would probably take several days. During this time, Sudi is frantically operating the Blood Demon Purge. He continuously refines the SSS-level strange beings in Purgatory and the few SSS-level players. Refining these guys not only restores a massive amount of mental power but also increases levels. Time keeps slipping away. One strange being after another passes the review and enters the ancient city. There are also batches of strange beings that do not meet the requirements and are chased away by the guards. Even more batches of powerful strange beings attempt to sneak into the ancient city but are killed on the spot by the guards. When it is Sudi's turn, he smiles and takes out a thick stack of strange coins. Because those who pass the review always do this. As for those who do not comply, they are directly labeled as unqualified. Seeing Sudi being so sensible, the guard waves his hand. Alright, you can enter. But before he can take 2 steps, the vice captain calls out to him. Hey, that guy, wait a second. I feel like your pass has some issues. What does this guy mean? Sudi couldn't help but turn his head to look at the vice captain. The vice captain, taking care of his subordinates, closed in on Sudi and shouted loudly. This pass must have been stolen by you, right? Absolutely not. Sudi immediately denied it. He knows the boss well. There would definitely not be such a big mistake. Most likely, this vice captain wants to frame him. When the vice captain said his next words, Sudi was 10,000% sure that the problem was with this vice captain. According to the rules, using a stolen pass will incur a 10-fold fine. This pass should cost about 20 million, right? At this point, the vice captain looked at Sudi with a dark, fierce expression. Are you going to hand it over willingly, or do you want us to take it? Sudi's expression also dropped. Clearly, the vice captain has taken him for an easy target. It's always him robbing others. When did it come time for others to rob him? What do you mean, my pass is stolen? Exactly. So you're saying I need to pay a fine? Hurry up and hand over the fine, or don't blame us. Me, pay money? The Blood Demon Purge activated, a powerful strange aura swept in. Chapter 100, The Lord's Mansion, Huge Weapon Orders. In front of the ancient city. Do you still dare to make a move? The vice captain shouted loudly, turning into bones and lunging at Sudi. The battle lasted less than a few seconds. Even so, it alarmed a large number of guards. The captain responsible for checking the invitation letters rushed to this place. When he arrived, he saw the vice captain being pressed to the ground by Sudi. From the moment he saw Sudi's Blood Demon Purge, he knew this guy was not to be trifled with. He immediately asked the guards what had happened. After understanding the situation, he cursed inwardly. This fool! The vice captain had been extorting strange beings to enter the city with tacit approval. After all, this guy had done a lot of networking since taking office. But no one expected that he would kick a hard steel plate this time. Nightmare-level strange beings, and they come from a special strange race, the Rakshasa clan. It must be noted that the Rakshasa clan is extremely valued due to their small numbers. If this matter is not handled well, don't mention the vice captain, even he, as the captain, would not be able to bear the consequences. Dear guest, is there some misunderstanding here? Sudi released the vice captain and retracted the Blood Demon Purge. Is it really a misunderstanding? The reason this vice captain dared to extort him is nothing but 2 points. First, Sudi concealed his own strength, appearing weak. Second, it should be the one who sold the pass that provided information to this side. It truly is a misunderstanding. Before the vice captain could speak, he was slapped to the ground by the captain. It must be that this guy recognized the wrong person. Saying this, he waved his hand. The guards immediately cleared a path. Sudi gave a cold glance at the vice captain and leaned down to ask. Do I need to pay? No. No matter how foolish the vice captain was, at this moment he understood what had happened. He had provoked a big shot that he couldn't afford to offend. Sudi saw this scene and smiled as he straightened up. I don't think this guy is fit for the vice captain position. From the captain's attitude towards him, he guessed that this fellow's status wasn't that high. At the same time, as he spoke these words, a pile of strange coins appeared out of thin air in front of the captain. This little money is for the brothers to have some tea. The captain saw Sudi being so generous. With Sudi's identity, he was not someone to provoke. And now he had given so much money, it symbolized that things could be done. My lord, I will remove this pest from the team right away. The vice-captain's face turned dead gray. He truly realized what it meant to be on top 1 second and in the pit the next. Su-di saw this and nodded in satisfaction. Let me introduce myself, for Fire Military Industry, Su-di. The captain was taken aback, but still pretended to be shocked and said. City Lord's Mansion, Luo-chi. During this time, strange weapons had appeared in the city. Through investigation, they found that this batch of weapons all came from a force called For Fire Military Industry. And not only strange weapons, For Fire Military Industry also sold nightmare-level defense items. This piqued the interest of the steward of the City Lord's Mansion. He specifically instructed Luo-chi to pay attention to any strange things coming in and out of the city. Luo-chi originally thought that the SS-level strange creature was the boss. He never expected that the true mastermind behind it was a nightmare-level strange creature from the Rakshasa clan. Captain Luo, hello. Su-di took the initiative to hand over his business card. In the future, the ancient city would be an important market for the company. Building a good relationship with this captain would be beneficial for future developments. He couldn't always let his boss make the deliveries in person, right? After all, other strange creatures did not have the same large storage space as him and his boss. Luo-chi took the business card and then said, Boss Su, do you have time for a chat? Su-di was taken aback and looked at Luo-chi in confusion. Luo-chi immediately informed Su-di about the situation. After learning this news, Su-di suppressed his inner excitement. Of course, I'm available. But, I need to meet with my partner first. He originally wanted to let his boss meet with other nightmare-level lords to discuss the promotion plan for the Flesh and Blood battle chariots. Now it seemed unnecessary, if he could connect with the City Lord's Mansion. That would mean getting a super big customer. From Luo-chi's words, that steward seemed to have developed an interest in weapons. Alright, Boss Su, I'll report back first. Afterwards, both sides agreed on a meeting place. Just as they entered the ancient city, the boss rushed over. Su, why did it take so long? Did something happen? He had purchased a high-level pass for Su-di. It should have been quick, so why was it taking so long? If the invitation wasn't a one-time use, he would have checked the situation already. Su-di briefly informed the boss about what happened. Damn! Boss was stunned on the spot. Seriously, buddy, you can stumble into such good fortune just by entering a city? The City Lord's Mansion. Boss had been hovering around without touching top-level forces for so long. Knowing the gravity of the situation, he immediately said, Let's go to the Mandarin Duck Pavilion first. As for the delivery, it wasn't urgent. Anyway, the deposit had been received, and the contract was signed, so he wasn't afraid of those guys backing out. Get in the car, Su. The boss called Su-di as they got into a rented carriage. This ancient city was too big, even the boss didn't know where the meeting place was. Moreover, the agreed place, the Mandarin Duck Pavilion, was located inside the city. Without a professional coachman to lead the way, they wouldn't find it at all. Oh my god. Where have I been brought to? Is this still the strange world? Su-di was dumbfounded. The boss was also amazed by the scene before him. Inside the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. It looked like a fairyland. Everywhere they looked were guests enjoying themselves. On the high platform, several figures danced gracefully, their postures resembling celestial beings. The expenses here were extremely outrageous. A regular guest room actually started at millions. But for business, Su-di had the waiter arrange a guest room. This guest room had a great view, allowing observation of the coming and going guests. Before long, a figure entered the Mandarin Duck building. Su-di, who was drinking tea, immediately stood up and walked to the window. Captain Luo. Captain Luo turned to look at the voice, his expression stunned. This Su boss must be quite wealthy to afford a guest room. When Luo-chi arrived, Su-di couldn't help but ask. Captain Luo, where is the steward? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Captain Luo's face. The steward is too busy, so he sent me to discuss business with you, Boss Su. Su-di was taken aback, instantly understanding. So, they looked down on him. However, he still patiently inquired. Captain Luo, what kind of business are we talking about? Luo-chi pulled out a list from his pocket. Su-di took the list and glanced at it. Thousands of various models of guns, along with a large number of grenades and landmines. An order close to 10 billion. The boss beside him gasped in shock upon seeing this. This City Lord's Mansion is quite powerful. Just a casual move, and there's an order worth billions. Chapter 101, Initial Probe. Not too much, not too little. Exactly 10 billion. It was evident that before discussing business, the City Lord's Mansion had done thorough research on Sihua military industry. Otherwise, they could not have provided such a detailed list. Luo Qi pointed at the list and asked, "I wonder if Boss Su can handle this business deal." The boss felt a chill in his heart. The company was still shipping, and the inventory was indeed low. He realized this might be a trap set by the city lord's mansion. One should know that flesh and blood weapons were currently being traded hotly in the black market. They were priced several times higher than normal, and many sinister beings were eyeing this tempting cake. Su Di smiled lightly. "For our company, this is merely a small order." As soon as these words were spoken, even Luo Qi's face flashed with a hint of surprise, unable to remain calm inside. This was a 10 billion order, and the deposit alone reached hundreds of millions. Even the major forces in the ancient city would need to think it over. Yet Su Di merely glanced and agreed. Does Sihua military industry really have such strength? Su Di keenly caught on to this point. "Captain Su, coincidentally, I brought a lot of goods this time, so why not sign the contract now?" As he spoke, Su Di took out a contract. Luo Qi looked at the contract, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. A contract worth 10 billion was not something a guard from the city lord's mansion could decide on. It pretended to be calm, fumbling around. After a while, it slapped its head and said, "Boss Su, you see my memory, I forgot to bring my lord's seal, let me go back and get it." Su Di naturally wouldn't let Luo Qi leave easily, smiling and waving his hand. "Captain Luo, business is not something to rush. Since you're here, let's have some fun." He was originally guessing whether Luo Qi was sent by the steward of the city lord's mansion to test him. Through Luo Qi's earlier reaction, he confirmed this matter. It must be that the steward of the city lord's mansion wanted to use Luo Qi to probe the strength of Sihua military industry. Thinking of this, Su Di grabbed Luo Qi. "Boss, call a few beautiful spirits over to drink with our Captain Luo." The boss understood the hint. Before long, several beautiful female spirits entered from outside, looking enchanting. Along with several servants carrying wine jars, they walked into the room together. Luo Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. When had it ever seen such a scene? Even though it was a guard at the city lord's mansion, responsible for guarding a city gate, it couldn't afford the expenses of the Mandarin Duck Building. Several stunning female spirits introduced themselves with icy expressions. Customers of such ordinary rooms were the hardest to serve, low pay with many demands. They truly had no interest in such customers. Su Di casually tossed a thick stack of strange coins, pointing at Luo Qi. "Please take good care of my brother here." On the high platform, several figures danced gracefully, their postures resembling celestial beings. The expenses here were extremely outrageous. A regular guest room actually started at millions. But for business, Su Di had the waiter arrange a guest room. This guest room had a great view, allowing observation of the coming and going guests. Before long, a figure entered the Mandarin Duck Building. Su Di, who was drinking tea, immediately stood up and walked to the window. "Captain Luo." Captain Luo turned to look at the voice, his expression stunned. This Su boss must be quite wealthy to afford a guest room. When Luo Qi arrived, Su Di couldn't help but ask, "Captain Luo, where is the steward?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Captain Luo's face. "The steward is too busy, so he sent me to discuss business with you, Boss Su." Su Di was taken aback, instantly understanding. So, they looked down on him. However, he still patiently inquired, "Captain Luo, what kind of business are we talking about?" Luo Qi pulled out a list from his pocket. Su Di took the list and glanced at it. Thousands of various models of guns, along with a large number of grenades and landmines. An order close to 10 billion. The boss beside him gasped in shock upon seeing this. This city lord's mansion is quite powerful. Just a casual move, and there's an order worth billions. Chapter 101, Initial Probe. Not too much, not too little. Exactly 10 billion. It was evident that before discussing business, the city lord's mansion had done thorough research on Sihua military industry. Otherwise, they could not have provided such a detailed list. Luo Qi pointed at the list and asked, "I wonder if Boss Su can handle this business deal." The boss felt a chill in his heart. The company was still shipping, and the inventory was indeed low. He realized this might be a trap set by the city lord's mansion. One should know that flesh and blood weapons were currently being traded hotly in the black market. They were priced several times higher than normal, and many sinister beings were eyeing this tempting cake. Su Di smiled lightly. "For our company, this is merely a small order." As soon as these words were spoken, even Luo Qi's face flashed with a hint of surprise, unable to remain calm inside. This was a 10 billion order, and the deposit alone reached hundreds of millions. Even the major forces in the ancient city would need to think it over. Yet Su Di merely glanced and agreed. Does Sihua military industry really have such strength? Su Di keenly caught on to this point. Captain Su, coincidentally, I brought a lot of goods this time, so why not sign the contract now? As he spoke, Su Di took out a contract. Luo Qi looked at the contract, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. A contract worth 10 billion was not something a guard from the city lord's mansion could decide on. It pretended to be calm, fumbling around. After a while, it slapped its head and said, Boss Su, you see my memory, I forgot to bring my lord's seal, let me go back and get it. Su Di naturally wouldn't let Luo Qi leave easily, smiling and waving his hand. Captain Luo, business is not something to rush. Since you're here, let's have some fun. He was originally guessing whether Luo Qi was sent by the steward of the city lord's mansion to test him. Through Luo Qi's earlier reaction, he confirmed this matter. It must be that the steward of the city lord's mansion wanted to use Luo Qi to probe the strength of Sihua military industry. Thinking of this, Su Di grabbed Luo Qi. Boss, call a few beautiful spirits over to drink with our Captain Luo. The boss understood the hint. Before long, several beautiful female spirits entered from outside, looking enchanting. Along with several servants carrying wine jars, they walked into the room together. Luo Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. When had it ever seen such a scene? Even though it was a guard at the city lord's mansion, responsible for guarding a city gate, it couldn't afford the expenses of the Mandarin Duck Building. Several stunning female spirits introduced themselves with icy expressions. Customers of such ordinary rooms were the hardest to serve, low pay with many demands. They truly had no interest in such customers. Su Di casually tossed a thick stack of strange coins, pointing at Luo Qi. Please take good care of my brother here. With heavy rewards. In just a moment, several figures rushed to Luo Qi's side. Each one was as warm as fire, eager to devour him. Luo Qi couldn't withstand such an onslaught, and soon fell into this gentle paradise. Su Di watched this scene and shook his head with a smile. Unexpectedly, the strange was so real. Who could have expected that? Before Su Di spent money, these female strange beings were like frost. One jar after another, fine wine went down. Even Luo Qi, who faced nightmarish strangeness, couldn't bear it. In less than half an hour, he stood up unsteadily and said, Su. Boss Su, thank you for your warm hospitality, I will definitely speak well of you in front of the adults. Then thank you, Captain Luo. Su Di beckoned the servant to send him back. After Luo Qi was sent away, the boss immediately dismissed the female strange beings in the room. Su, what's next? Wait. Su Di smiled as he raised his glass and drank it all. The fine wine of two worlds was completely different. The real fine wine was spicy and stung the throat, while the strange fine wine was cool and chilling to the core. No wonder it's $1 million wine, it really is comfortable. This fine wine contained a strange aura that could greatly enhance the recovery speed of mental strength. Plus, Su Di's physical body would passively become strange to counteract that chilling aura. This wine was beneficial and harmless to Su Di. Su, don't you feel anything after drinking this wine? The boss was slightly tipsy at this moment. You must know that when he initially established the Dark Hotel, he drank with the strange forces around him quite a lot, so his drinking capacity was no surprise. Although this wine could greatly restore mental strength, if too much chilling aura accumulated, even the strange couldn't endure it. On the contrary, Su Di, as a human, drank jar after jar as if nothing was wrong. Another jar went down. The boss was really starting to feel it. I can't take it anymore, Su. If I drink any more, I won't be able to deliver goods to those lords today. It knew very well what the task was this time. That was to complete the delivery of the flesh and blood transport vehicles. Now, the gap between it and Su Di was growing larger. This made the boss feel a sense of urgency in his heart. If he indulged too much in the present enjoyment, the gap between them would only widen. For the sake of his future position in the company, he couldn't relax at this stage. There's no need to rush this moment. Su Di estimated that if he drank 2 more jars of this wine, his mental strength would recover to peak condition. Moreover, it was unknown when the steward of the Lord's mansion would arrive. So, Su Di wanted to wait here a little longer. If he missed it, it would be a great loss. The boss shook his head, floated up, and opened the space of silence. Su, no need for you to go, just give me the goods. Seeing this, Su Di no longer insisted. Immediately, he sent dozens of flesh and blood transport vehicles into the space of silence. Su, I'll go deliver the goods first. Wait. Su Di took out a military radio. After a simple adjustment, he handed it to the boss. Boss, contact me once you're on the ground. The boss was busy running around and didn't have time to improve his strength. As a result, he was still SS level now. Such a level was common in the ancient city. Moreover, this time entering the Mandrain Ducks building and talking to Luo Qi caught the attention of many strange beings. Su Di couldn't accompany him to deliver the goods, worried that he might encounter problems on the way. Okay. Just as the boss left, Lin Shi poked her head out. She saw, hands on her hips, angrily questioning. Was it fun? Su Di immediately called Lin Shi over. She, come and try, this wine is really good. Lin Shi stood motionless, tears beginning to well up in her eyes. Why sneak away to find other strange women without me? This statement took Su Di by surprise. Realizing that Lin Shi misunderstood, Su Di quickly pulled her into his arms. I didn't look for anyone. I only drank with the boss at that time. The female strange beings I called all went to greet the clients. Lin Shi paused for a moment. But those strange women are the ones you called. At this point, Lin Shi's voice became softer. In the future, I will wear this kind of clothing for you, can you not go find other strange women? Su Di pinched her cute little bottom. What are you thinking? Can these strange women compare with you? Chapter 102, The Noble Level Anomaly, The Undecayed Corpse. In the deep of night. The Mandarin Duck Tower is still brightly lit. A convoy stops in front of the Mandarin Duck Tower. Many anomalies in the inner city have been stirred. The owner of the Mandarin Duck Tower personally comes out to welcome them. This convoy comes from the Lord's Mansion. No matter which anomaly is within the Lord's Mansion, anyone able to dispatch a convoy is not something the hotel owner can provoke. They have arrived. Su Di stands up and walks towards the viewing platform. His spiritual power constantly monitors the movements in the store. Thus, he notices this at the first moment. The person who can make the Mandarin Duck Tower take notice is most likely the steward of the Lord's Mansion. Lin Shi pokes his little head out and murmurs. It seems a big shot has arrived. The next moment. The owner meets an unremarkable old man and walks into the store. Behind them, a team of guards also follows in. The old man has completely white hair and beard, not giving off any unusual aura. The guards behind him are all nightmare level, including Luo Qi. Which big shot is that? No, it's the undecayed corpse behind him. Lin Shi's perception of anomalies far exceeds Su Di's. He quickly points at the undecayed corpse hidden in the crowd. Hiss. The undecayed corpse. The so-called undecayed corpse is a high-level zombie. In the world of anomalies, zombies belong to a large group. However, most of them are ordinary. To be promoted to an undecayed corpse is not something ordinary. This guy may have already reached the peak of nightmare level or even surpassed it. Thinking of this, Su Di can't help but complain in his heart. This steward is truly insidious. How many times does he have to be tested? Fortunately, with Lin Shi around, it is indeed unable to discern the undecayed corpse that is hidden in the crowd. It will also not realize that the old man is just a puppet to deceive the eyes. What level is that guy? Noble. Okay, I understand. Su Di nods. Indeed, it has surpassed the nightmare level. Fortunately, Su Di has made ample mental preparations. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to face that noble level steward. At this moment, a knock on the door sounds. Luo Qi's voice comes from outside. Boss Su. Coming. I'll go with you. After Lin Shi advanced to nightmare level, his escape ability has significantly improved. Even if it was a noble level anomaly, he is confident he can take Su Di and flee. Su Di smiles and shakes his head. Be good, I'm going to talk business, stay here quietly. If there's any problem, I can directly return to the human world. There are 2 reasons for not bringing Lin Shi. First, the occasion is not suitable. Second, Lin Shi's identity is special. Lin Shi is from another anomaly city. And Su Di does not know whether there are connections between anomaly cities. What if there is a connection? What if they recognize Lin Shi? It's better to be safe than sorry. Su Di will not let such a thing happen. Lin Shi could not argue against Su Di and had to stay obediently in the room. Captain Luo, how is it? Did you get the mark? Come in quickly. Su Di pretends not to know and opens the door to invite Luo Qi in for a chat. Outside, several nightmare-level anomalies have clearly come to invite Su Di as well. Luo Qi waves his hand, looking serious. Boss Su, my master has summoned you, please follow us. Ah. The remaining nightmare-level anomalies all speak in unison. Boss Su, my master has summoned you, please follow us. All right. Before long, Su Di, escorted by a group of nightmare-level anomalies, arrives at the door of the VIP room. The other nightmare-level anomalies return to the original group. Only Luo Qi remains, quietly reminding Su Di. Boss Su, when you see my master later, be sure to speak carefully. Okay. Using the time that Luoqi took to announce, Su Di scans the guards standing at the door. He finds that the undecayed corpse is not among the guards. Master, Boss Su has been brought. Come in. A cold voice comes from inside the room. After receiving the command, Luoqi immediately opens the door. Boss Su, please. Once Su Di steps into the room, Luoqi closes the door with a creak behind him. In the room, two figures. One is an elderly man sitting, and the other is a corpse standing behind him. Luoqi hurriedly ran to stand behind the old man. Sir, Boss Su has arrived. The old man lowered his eyelids and said faintly. Please sit down. It must be said. The old man's demeanor truly carried the air of someone in power. Su Di walked up to the old man, handing over a business card. Let me introduce myself, I am Su Di, the boss of the Sihua military industry. The old man was momentarily stunned by Su Di's actions. He had anticipated various possibilities and speculated on what Su Di would do after sitting down. But he never expected that Su Di not only did not sit but instead approached him closely. The elderly man, who had never faced such a situation, was momentarily at a loss. However, the corpse behind him remained still, and he did not dare make any decisions. Not only was the old man constantly aware of the corpse, but Su Di was also watching it closely. Seeing it not move, Su Di smiled and took out a contract, slapping it on the table in front of the old man. Esteemed guest, take a look at this contract. If there are no objections, let's sign it. To be honest, you know this is not a small sum. If we do not speed up the progress, it might affect the upcoming delivery work. This maneuver made Luoqi's body twitch uncontrollably. He desperately signaled to Su Di with his eyes. Sir hates disobedient fellows the most. Many strange beings had lost their lives because of this in the city lord's mansion. Let alone Su Di, an SSS-level strange leader, even the nightmare-level lord in this city wouldn't withstand a word from the nightmare-level steward. The old man still looked expressionless at Su Di and said softly. Let's sit down and talk. Luoqi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But Su Di's next move made his heart race again. Sit? I'd rather not sit. After saying this, the corpse behind him twitched slightly. If I sit, I won't be able to show you our company's new products. But since you insist I sit, I will sit down. Corpse. Old man. Luoqi. At this moment, the old man realized Su Di was just toying with him. But without any instructions from the corpse, he dared not show any reaction. Let's discuss this business. Su Di lightly tapped the table. Esteemed guest, once the contract is signed, these weapons can be delivered at any time. The old man coldly spat out two words. Time. Su Di pointed at the crimson crescent moon on the windowsill. Before the moon sets and disappears, it's enough. The old man paused and then signed the contract. Undying, take Boss Su back. Luoqi, let's go. It's done. Su Di did not expect this provocative tactic would truly provoke the corpse. As long as this steward was willing to communicate with him. Su Di had the information to secure the city lord's mansion as a major client. Chapter 103, Strange Place, City Within a City. Please, Boss Su. The corpse smiled and bowed, inviting him in. This attitude was as if he were a servant in the shop. Clearly testing whether Su Di knew his true identity. Su Di stood up with a smile, also bowing his hands. Please take a seat. The corpse pretended to look confused as it gazed at Su Di. Boss Su, what are you doing? Esteemed guest, I have a big deal to discuss with you. The corpse still did not relent. Boss Su, for business discussions, go to my master, what use is it talking to me? Su Di casually returned to his seat, smiling at the corpse. The corpse's smile faded as it slowly sat down, looking at Su Di with a neutral expression. When did you see through me? It had used a special strange tool to conceal its strange rank. As a personal bodyguard, it followed the puppet steward closely. Throughout the city lord's mansion, apart from a few strange beings, no one knew its true identity. But when did Su Di discover its identity? When did it leak? A killing intent emerged. Su Di instantly straightened his body. However, he still wore a smile, not showing any panic. Esteemed guest, your power is great, leaving me in deep admiration. As he spoke, he unleashed the blood fiend purgatory. The strange phenomenon lasted only for a moment before being retracted. My race is special, I accidentally glimpsed the secret of your esteemed guest. Don't worry, we businessmen value our credibility, and we would never take any harmful actions against our guests. The killing intent dissipated, and the unchanging corpse asked. What big business? Su Di breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed this Rakshas's identity had intimidated the unchanging corpse. If the unchanging corpse had attacked, he would have fled through the door to the inner world without hesitation, abandoning the ancient city market to explore other markets. When the accumulated strength was sufficient, he would return to eliminate this guy. However, thankfully the unchanging corpse did not make a move. This thought merely flashed through Su De's mind. Do you know about the blood-flesh transport vehicle? He did not immediately mention the blood-flesh assault vehicle. Instead, he planned to use the blood-flesh transport vehicle as a starting point to steer the conversation in that direction. After all, the blood-flesh assault vehicle had no promotional videos and no test data. Simply talking about it would not convince the unchanging corpse. Moreover, the initial price of the blood-flesh assault vehicle was as high as 10 billion. Compared to the blood-flesh transport vehicle, it was several times more expensive. After his identity was exposed, the unchanging corpse no longer disguised himself and said directly, "If it's that blood-flesh transport vehicle, Mr. Su, then there's no need to continue our discussion." In his view, this blood-flesh transport vehicle was practically worthless. Although it had super strong defense and high mobility, it had no offensive capabilities at all. In other words, this thing was just a moving coffin. Once the blood-flesh armor was pierced, the creature inside could only stay there helplessly. For the city lord's mansion, it was even less useful than those blood-flesh weapons. Of course not. If it were still that blood-flesh transport vehicle, I wouldn't have the face to seek cooperation with you. If it was not that blood-flesh transport vehicle, then what was it? This statement piqued the interest of the unchanging corpse. Oh, what is it? How is the defense of this blood-flesh transport vehicle? The unchanging corpse had personally tested the strength of the blood-flesh transport vehicle. Its strength far surpassed ordinary nightmare-level defensive items. The city lord's mansion was located in the core area, heavily guarded. Ordinary guards were nightmare level, and such level of creepy items were not needed at all. The unchanging corpse did not want to hear Su De build suspense, so he asked directly, "What exactly is it?" Su De boasted, "A super battle vehicle that combines both offense and defense. Its defense is comparable to the blood-flesh budget spring, and it has powerful firepower. In this eerie world, the development of various weapons and equipment was extremely poor. For example, the fleshball treated vehicles merely as a transportation tool. In fact, this transport vehicle could be used as an effective weapon for taking territory." A gleam of light flashed in the unchanging corpse's eyes. It had the defensive power of the blood-flesh transport vehicle while also possessing powerful firepower? What kind of equipment is that? Su De took a few steps back and snapped his fingers. A battle vehicle made entirely of flesh appeared in the room. Luckily, this was a VIP room spacious enough to accommodate the blood-flesh assault vehicle. Even so, the moment the blood-flesh assault vehicle appeared, the entire room shook slightly. The guard stationed at the door asked, "Captain, what happened?" The unchanging corpse came to his senses and shouted, "It's nothing, you all go back, I will personally escort Mr. Su home later." Yes. After sending away his subordinates, the unchanging corpse walked towards the blood-flesh assault vehicle. The overall shape of the assault vehicle was not much different from the transport vehicle. The only difference was the large-caliber anti-aircraft machine gun standing on the roof. Seeing this battle vehicle, she was greatly disappointed. Isn't this just a blood-flesh transport vehicle with a weapon added? Just adding a weapon? Hearing this, Su De could only laugh in his heart. The bullets of this caliber hitting the body would make not a sound. Don't underestimate this weapon. The firepower of this weapon cannot be compared to those ordinary blood-flesh weapons. Unfortunately, there's no way to showcase this super weapon here. Despite having come into contact with various flesh weapons, its concept of weapons remained quite shallow. What's the difference between the weapons hanging on the car and ordinary weapons? Su De immediately explained. The difference is huge. This is an anti-air machine gun mounted on an infantry fighting vehicle. Initial velocity, 800/1150 meters/second. Rate of fire, 600 to 750 rounds per minute. Effective range, 2000 meters, anti-air, 3500 meters, flat fire. At close range, it can destroy a flesh transport vehicle in 3 minutes. Hearing this, the fleshless corpse burst into laughter. Impossible, impossible. But the flesh transport vehicle has extremely strong defenses, even if... The laughter abruptly stopped. Only because it suddenly remembered something. Damn it, isn't that flesh transport vehicle from the for-fire military industry? Hiss. The fleshless corpse took a sharp breath. At close range, it could destroy a flesh transport vehicle in 3 minutes? How sturdy is that flesh transport vehicle? It had tested it firsthand. Even with its royal-level strange abilities, it couldn't accomplish that in 3 minutes. This seemingly unremarkable weapon has such terrifying attack power? Is this for real? Oh, look at how you say that, would I sell you fake goods? How about we find a place to test it? At this point, Sudi looked at the fleshless corpse. This lovebird tower clearly wouldn't work. With the flesh infantry vehicle firing at full blast, wouldn't it just destroy this building? In the ancient city, any strange building that could set up such a high-level restaurant must have a powerful force behind it. Sudi was there to do business, not to seek revenge. But he wasn't familiar with the ancient city, and didn't know where there was a testing ground. After all, he couldn't take the fleshless corpse to the flesh building. I'm not familiar with this ancient city, do you know where there is a testing ground? The fleshless corpse was still skeptical about the flesh infantry vehicle's firepower. But seeing Sudi's attitude, it didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, Sudi still needed to go to the city lord's mansion to deliver goods, so it responded. Let's go, Boss Su, the city lord's mansion has plenty of places for you to test. After saying this, it got up and walked out of the room. Sudi put away the flesh infantry vehicle and followed out. As he passed by the room, he left a message for the boss, informing them of his visit to the city lord's mansion. He also asked Lin Shi to prepare in the dry well. What kind of level of strange building the city lord's mansion was, Sudi didn't know. But since Lin Shi could escape from her city lord mansion back then, it proved that this city's lord's mansion couldn't stop her either. Being cautious is always wise. Let's go. Go? Not you, buddy. Going back? Sudi was stunned for a moment. Let's go. The fleshless corpse disappeared from its spot. Looking back, it was already at the end of the street. Damn. The operation of the fleshless corpse left Sudi speechless. After all, he was also there to do business with them. Not asking for extravagant transportation, at least there should be a horse-drawn carriage. What does it mean to just walk? Trying to give me a show of power, huh? You're dreaming. Jokes aside, Sudi still used instant movement to catch up with the fleshless corpse. One strange being and one person chased each other on the roads of the inner city. Seeing that Sudi was able to keep up with it, the fleshless corpse was quite surprised. In the inner city, in order to prevent strange incidents, numerous prohibitions were set, causing strange beings to consume spiritual power several times more than outside. But unexpectedly, under these circumstances, there was still a nightmare-level strange being that could closely follow it. When Sudi used his Raven instant movement ability, he realized this point. In the inner city, using instant movement consumed several times more spiritual power than usual. Fortunately, Sudi had previously restored his spiritual power to peak condition. Facing this kind of consumption, he was still able to maintain. Half an hour later, a small city appeared in Sudi's line of sight. He never expected that the core area of the ancient city would actually be a city within a city. Moreover, the architectural style was completely different from the strange world's buildings, looking more like an ancient city. Especially the city gate and the guards' clothing, as well as the huge inscribed bronze mirror at the gate. Always feeling like this, as if it had appeared in a TV drama. Sudi observed from a distance and did not approach. Upon entering this place, he was locked in by several nightmare-level ominous auras. The many nightmare-level guards on the city wall aimed crossbows at Sudi. The most absurd thing was, on the city wall, there were actually several red cannons. Even though they looked rusty, the sense of pressure they brought was not fake. How could there be red cannons in such a bizarre world? My god, could it be that some old ancestor is here declaring himself king? Unmoving corpse. Zombie. Hiss. Thinking of these, Sudi felt like he might discover something extraordinary. Just as he was lost in thought, shouts of unmoving corpse echoed in his ears. What are you still dawdling for? Looking again, the city gate had been opened. The unmoving corpse waved at Sudi from afar. Coming. Sudi was instantly teleported next to the unmoving corpse, ready to enter the ancient city with it. Wait. The captain of the guards stopped Sudi. Need to check. Before Sudi could react, a bronze mirror was shining at him. Let's go. Chapter 104, Attack and Defense Exchange, Now You Ask Me. Core area. At a glance, it was all pedestrians dressed in ancient clothing. Amid them, there were shouts from vendors selling goods. Suddenly, Sudi's vision changed. In his sight appeared several scenes. These scenes looked completely different from before. In these images, there was no vitality whatsoever. Wherever his gaze fell, there were all puppet-like figures on strings. Passers-by and small merchants were all entangled by strands of thread. These threads controlled their every movement. In that instant, Sudi's heart trembled violently, waking him up. My god, what the hell are you doing? This shout startled the unmoving corpse, making it retreat several steps, its voice trembling. You. Never had something bizarre come out of a painting on its own. Sudi was the first to be seen by it. Even this noble-level bizarre being was shocked. What do you mean? Su-di couldn't hold back any longer. Damn it, not only did he run all this way, but he was also subjected to various checks. That would be fine. But they were using this bizarre realm against him. Thinking back, where had he not been the guest of honor? Which force didn't beg him for help, providing him weapons? Even coming to the bizarre world, he had never received such treatment. Damn it, I'm done. You are really too insincere, this deal isn't worth it. As he spoke, Lai Nu Su-di threw down the deposit and the compensation. As for the penalty for breaking the contract, he didn't care at all. A mere nightmare-level quest was as simple as drinking water for Su-di. Seeing Su-di's anger, the unmoving corpse panicked. Boss Su, let me explain. This 100 billion worth of weapon order was a great achievement in the entire City Lord's mansion, even potentially elevating its status further. That's why it risked it all, spending 100 billion to buy meat weapons. And this 100 billion was its limit of resources. Su-di was so angry that he laughed. Explain? Then you give me a good explanation. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the unmoving corpse's face. It then gave an explanation. Came back. Purely for not bringing enough money. All the money had gone to the deposit. To maintain prestige in front of Su-di, it had chosen to come back. As for the checks at the city gate, no one could avoid them. The core area was filled with complicated powers, even the unmoving corpse, as the steward of the City Lord mansion, had to follow the rules. As for the bizarre realm that dragged Su-di in, it was set up by the City Lord's mansion. Regardless of the level of bizarre being, without the City Lord's token, one would be dragged into the painting. But what the unmoving corpse didn't expect was, before it could act, Su-di was already able to escape the control of the painting by himself. Such a thing had never happened since the unmoving corpse had taken its position in the City Lord's mansion. Is that so? Su-di stared expressionlessly at the unmoving corpse. What is the painting? Seeing Su-di ask, the unmoving corpse gritted its teeth and quietly replied for the upcoming cooperation. This is a special bizarre item from my City Lord's mansion. Anyone without a token who enters this area, he will be dragged into the painting. Only the one holding the token can guide it out. This is the limit of what it can reveal. Boss Su, I sincerely want to cooperate with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have personally gone to the Mandarin's tower. You know, 100 billion order, this is not a small amount. Emotions were all just pretended before. Turns out, it was just a pig's nose pretending to be an onion. Su-di couldn't help but mock in his heart. He thought the butler of the Lord's mansion had such great power, casually handling orders worth 100 billion. Turns out, the authority it could use was only 100 billion. Alright, I believe you. Su-di waved his hand, indicating that this matter was in the past. This painting is somewhat interesting. You must know, lately Su-di's mental power far exceeds the ordinary weirdness. Yet still, inadvertently, he fell into this special weirdness. If it weren't for his own flesh transforming into weirdness, causing him to grow several pairs of eyes on his forehead to see through the confusion, I'm afraid, he too would be stuck in that painting. Where to test the equipment? Boss Su, should we first complete the transaction? The voice of the undying corpse was slightly small, obviously lacking confidence. Faced with the performance of the undying corpse, Su-di really said, Brother, why must you fear first and then show respect? We are business partners, there's no need for that. Then Boss Su, shall we go first? Let's go. Su-di waved his hand, signaling the undying corpse to lead the way. This guy only had 100 billion authority, all used to buy weapons. It's better to complete the transaction first, than let this guy witness the power of the flesh and blood battle vehicle. By that time, with this butler's introduction, the subsequent cooperation with the Lord's mansion will surely go much more smoothly. Under the butler's guidance, Su-di entered a secret realm. Looking around, it was boundless. This is exactly where the Lord's mansion's warehouse is located. Boss Su, this item? You go out first, to avoid being smashed later. 100 billion order, with a vast number of weapons. If they were to be stacked one by one, who knows how long it would take. But with the undying corpse present, he felt embarrassed to just toss them around. The undying corpse hesitated a bit. With such a valuable order, it felt uneasy without keeping an eye on it. Don't worry, you can come back in later for the list. After hearing Su-di's words, the undying corpse left the secret realm, looking back 3 times. After the undying corpse left, Su-di let loose. While buying weapons from the store interface, he was also tossing weapons outside. Different weapons piled up into little mountains. Half an hour. Su-di finished tossing all the weapons and walked out of the secret realm. I'm exhausted. Damn, such a big lord's mansion, yet there's not even a storage weird item. The undying corpse quietly reminded beside him. Boss Sue, with so many weapons, I'm afraid no storage bag can hold them. That's true. Then should I start counting? Go ahead, go ahead. Before long, the undying corpse walked out of the secret realm with a blank expression. Mr. Sue, the remaining payment has been transferred to your account. Sue D? Not bros. Just received the goods and it's like this? Is the business over? But thinking about doing business with the Lord's mansion still required this guy. For a while, he couldn't find a new client who could handle the flesh and blood battle vehicle. Sue D suppressed his anger and asked, "Where's the testing ground?" The undying corpse glanced at Sue D and pointed to a nearby barren mountain. Right there. All right. Sue D gritted his teeth, cursing in his heart. Don't come begging me later. This Lord's mansion is not just one kind of weirdness. As long as he tests the weapons, and other weirdness is drawn in, there will be no need for the undying corpse to lead anymore. Other weirdness will come to negotiate on their own. When countless sparks lit up the night sky, most of the weirdness in the Lord's mansion was startled. The undying corpse stared blankly at this scene. It thought the weapons of the flesh and blood battle vehicle had some power. But it never expected such great power. Seeing other weirdness come to check the situation, it slid down on its knees before the battle vehicle. Boss Sue, I was wrong. You are magnanimous, please forgive me. The unmelted corpse knelt in front of the car and shouted loudly. The firepower of this flesh and blood battle vehicle exceeded its imagination. A weapon of this level is simply incomparable to ordinary flesh and blood weapons. If it could lead this trade, it would mean not only a rise in status, but possibly contending for the position of city lord. To the outside world, the steward of the Lord's mansion holds a high position and authority. In reality, he is just a servant of the Lord's mansion. But the deputy city lord is different. He would become the real power in this ancient city. And this great opportunity that could cross the gap is now right in front of it. It feels immense regret in its heart at this moment. Why didn't it wait for Sue D to show the equipment? Why was it blinded by the mountain of weapons in the secret realm? Sue D got out of the car, looking at the unmelted corpse with great interest. The ugly face of this unmelted corpse was vividly displayed. But it must be said, this unmelted corpse indeed has no shame. When there is profit to be made, it can kneel to Sue D without hesitation. When there is no profit, it can mercilessly ignore Sue D. Sue D, seasoned in the business world, has seen all kinds of customers. For him, this kind of customer is surprisingly easy to deal with. As long as the benefits are in place, this kind of guy will do anything for you. On the contrary, when benefits are lacking, even if you kneel down, this guy won't care about you. Sue D feigned surprise as he looked at the unmelted corpse. What are you doing? It's not good to kneel. What if other weird beings see it? After all, kneeling before someone like me, who is nothing, where will you put the face of the steward of the Lord's mansion? Taking this opportunity, he wanted to give this guy a good lesson. Let the unmelted corpse understand that the goods can be sold to anyone, there's no need for it. The unmelted corpse did not get up. Boss Sue, please forgive my rash behavior just now. Though it did not know the price of this flesh and blood battle vehicle, it could guess that it must be an extremely high price. After all, the price of the flesh and blood transport vehicle reached billions. In this ancient city, forces that could swallow this transaction are very few. But this depends on a premise, that other forces are unaware of this strange powerful flesh and blood battle vehicle. Once the powerful firepower of the flesh and blood battle vehicle is known to other forces, it will surely be snatched up wildly. Oh, forgive you for what? Sue D stood in front of the car, smiling at the unmelted corpse. At the same time, he sensed several powerful strange beings rushing quickly. The unmelted corpse, being a noble level strange being, naturally sensed this as well. Seeing that Sue D remained unmoved, it gritted its teeth and said, Boss Sue, I will do my utmost to strive for benefits for your company. Sue D put away the flesh and blood battle vehicle and smiled as he helped the unmelted corpse up from the ground. Oh, there's no need for such formality, dear guest. I just don't want to see a repeat of what happened before. After all, our goods have no shortage of buyers. The unmelted corpse let out a sigh of relief in its heart. Rest assured, it will absolutely not happen again. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky. What's going on? Seeing the visitor, the unmelted corpse flashed a hint of disgust in its eyes. Second young master, I was ordered by the steward to check the ordered weapons. This strange being resembled an ancient scholar, with a pale face and an aura of coldness and horror surrounding it. That damned old thing, buying things without my permission. He really doesn't regard me, the second young master, in his eyes. The voice was sharp and piercing, causing Sue D's blood to surge. Clearly, this effeminate evil being was also a noble-level strange being. However, what puzzled Sue D was, Why was this effeminate evil being from the Lord's mansion unaware of the true identity of the unmelted corpse? Moreover, it was evident that the unmelted corpse and this effeminate evil being had a clear conflict. Before Sudi could sort out his thoughts, the effeminate evil being turned its hostility towards him. Who is this guy? Oh, you dare to bring a stranger into the Lord's mansion? As it spoke, a cold and terrifying aura surged towards Sudi. Damn it! What is your noise to us? The lifeless body stood in front of Sudi, looking terrified. That overdramatic villain, this boss is a valued guest invited by the steward. The overdramatic villain's anger flared even more. Get lost, I want to see if this guy is a spy sent by another faction. Sudi's feet turned to nothingness. Countless shadows crawled out, dragging his shadow down into the void. In the next moment, bloodlight illuminated the entire night sky. Ah! The overdramatic villain let out a wretched scream, falling to the ground as the killing rules rebounded against him. Those shadows crawling out of the void were all dragged into the blood-evil purgatory. Sudi breathed heavily, still feeling shaken. The killing rules of the overdramatic villain at the City Lord's mansion were indeed strange. If it weren't for the blood-evil purgatory just so happening to restrain those eerie shadows and swallowing them in time. Once the shadows are swallowed, the killing rules would be triggered. Because the overdramatic villain was at a much higher level than Sudi, even the title of Chaos Bringer could not protect him. Boss! The lifeless body shouted, rushing towards Sudi. Sudi waved his hand, looking warily at the overdramatic villain. The overdramatic villain was thoroughly enraged, constantly growling in fury. Damn thing, damn thing! Countless shadows flew out of his body, lunging towards Sudi. Second young master, how did my esteemed guest offend you? To make you so furious? Halfway through the flight, the shadows vanished instantly. The overdramatic villain snorted coldly, stopping his actions. Just because, the substitute and a large number of guards had arrived at this place. Old thing, what have you done behind my back? Second young master, this seems unrelated to you. The substitute showed no fear and directly retorted. You! The overdramatic villain was momentarily speechless, flicked his sleeve and left. Then, the substitute looked at the lifeless body. Undying, arrange a guest room for boss. Yes. In the guest room. Sudi directly asked about the overdramatic villain's identity. He wanted to see what kind of background this so-called second young master had. And what kind of grudges he had with this lifeless body, to the point of coming in and trying to kill. He couldn't let such a character affect the business. That guy is the adoptive son of the city lord? Whom? Adopted son? Does this strange world still follow this? After hearing the lifeless body's explanation, Sudi understood, it was just a struggle for power. The overdramatic villain wanted to control the lower-level forces of the city lord's mansion. And these were actually controlled by the lifeless body. Thus, small frictions between the two sides often occurred. Sudi put away his smile and stared expressionlessly at the lifeless body. I don't want these messy affairs to affect the business. The lifeless body hurried to explain. Boss, for this level of transaction, I need to submit it to the city lord. That guy wouldn't dare to mess with such a major matter. If that's the case, then we can talk. Inside the room, Sudi made a quote. The starting price for the flesh and blood battle vehicle is 100 billion. If the city lord's mansion order is large enough, I can make some concessions on the price. 100 billion. The lifeless body was silent for a moment. This price was a shocking sky-high number for it. But it also knew that this price was nothing to the city lord's mansion. That super strong defense combined with powerful firepower. Offering 100 billion, they believed there would be forces willing to pay that price. Boss, I think the city lord would accept this price, but what about the supply? Sudi smiled and looked at the lifeless body. You don't need to worry about the supply, as long as the city lord's mansion can afford the price, I have no problems. And I can assure you, I have the unique supply, only here. After receiving this answer, the lifeless body took a deep breath and said. Boss, I will do my best to secure enough orders for you. However, I have a small request. TSK. This guy. Business hasn't even been settled yet. Did you start thinking about making conditions? Sudi silently mocked in his heart. Speak. Can I be the only agent for this business? The city lord's mansion is full of strange beings. Many are of a higher status than it. For a business of this level, the city lord would not personally get involved but would send an agent. And the identity of this agent is crucial. If Sudi does not speak, this agent will definitely not be him. If Sudi specifies him as the agent, then the other strange beings have no qualification to compete with him. Oh, tell me what you can bring to me? Sudi is a businessman. He cares about benefits, not verbal promises. Moreover, the verbal promises of someone like Bu Huasher cannot be trusted at all. Bu Huasher immediately stated, "If you make me the agent, I estimate I can procure 10 blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles. And I will figure out a way to purchase a shop in the inner city for you." Purchasing a shop. This condition piqued Su Di's interest. You see, it is extremely difficult for outside strange beings to buy shops in this ancient city. The boss has been developing outside for so many years and hasn't managed to secure a space on the outskirts of the ancient city. One can imagine how great the difficulty is. Opening a shop in the inner city would absolutely mean no shortage of customers. This is somewhat interesting. Seeing Su Di's interest, Bu Huasher immediately said, "Boss Su, if you open a shop in this inner city, you can definitely make a fortune every day. You need to know that in the black market, blood and flesh weapons are worth money but hard to find. These strange beings in the inner city can't afford hundreds of millions, but millions or tens of millions is still possible." Su Di nodded. He does not deny that the consumption power in the ancient city is definitely much stronger than that of wild strange beings. Those who can afford weapons outside the city are all lords of various factions. We can talk about this later. I need to confirm how many blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles the city lord's mansion can acquire. Bu Huasher paused. The question thrown at him by Su Di is indeed a tough one. Because he can't give an accurate answer. Su Di smiled and shook his head. You should go report first. Come back to discuss business when you have the ability. Bu Huasher's eyes instantly lit up. This statement means he has handed this business over to him. Thank you, Boss Su, you can rest first. After Bu Huasher left, Lin Shi crawled out from the well and quietly said to Su Di, "Many guys are watching us." Su Di nodded and made a shushing gesture. Since entering the city lord's mansion, many eyes have been watching him. But that's to be expected. The powers within this city lord's mansion are complicated and entwined. If you don't have a bit of caution, it would indeed seem a bit abnormal. Lin Shi thought for a moment and opened the door to the inner world. The meaning was very clear, that Su Di should go back to the well to rest. Su Di patted Lin Shi's head and smiled. Good, you go back and rest first. I still have to wait for customers here. He estimates that soon there will be strange beings coming to test him. After all, with the spending of hundreds of millions, Bu Huasher could not hide it. Thinking of this, Su Di pulled Lin Shi into his arms and whispered a few words. Lin Shi's expression changed slightly before quickly leading through the door into the inner world. In less than half an hour, the door was knocked. Is Boss Su resting? Come in. The visitor was a strange being he had never seen before. A terrifying figure with 2 heads and 4 arms, its strength had reached the peak of nightmare level. Boss Su, my master is asking for you. Which master? Lord Zhao. Lord Zhao? What kind of guy is this? Su Di stood up and looked at the sky. It's getting late, I will visit Lord Zhao personally tomorrow. My master said that you must be brought to him. The 2-headed strange being threatened. What if I don't go? Then don't blame me for taking action. Oh. A flash of bloodlight. And the room fell silent. The watching strange being quickly transmitted the message back. Different factions then sent several nightmare-level strange beings to test Su Di one after another. But the results were all the same. With a flash of bloodlight, the strange beings vanished without a trace. Until they received news of the city lord's return to the city. One by one, they couldn't hold it in anymore. They still have no idea what has happened. The only thing they know is that the butler spent billions to buy a batch of weapons. But what the weapons are, they still don't know. As dawn approached, the door was knocked on again. Come in. As Master Zhao entered the room, he smiled and said, Boss Su, you are really hard to invite. Su Di looked at the strange figure dressed in ancient official robes and couldn't help but ask. Are you Master Zhao? That's right, I am Zhao Tingshu. Which country are you from? Zhao Tingshu was taken aback and instinctively replied. I am from the Great Song. Who is your emperor? Zhao Tingshu's face changed. Could it be that you were also from the human world in your life? Hiss. What the heck? Su Di gasped in surprise. Damn it. No wonder it felt strange after entering the Lord's mansion. It turns out there are indeed ancient people who have turned into something strange. And they are ancient people from the Song dynasty. Thinking about this, Su Di's mind raced. Can I seize this point and control this guy? Su Di nodded. Zhao Tingshu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly asked. May I ask, how is our great song now? Su Di looked at Zhao Tingshu's expression and sighed. Master Zhao, since you already have the answer in your heart, why must you ask me? Zhao Tingshu stumbled and sat on the ground. Master Zhao. Su Di quickly helped him up. It took a long time for Zhao Tingshu to calm down. Boss Su, forgive me for losing my manners. I suppose it is, how could our great song last for 1,000 years? In his life, the great song was already on the verge of collapse. Though the great song has fallen, our huaxia continues to this day. Inside the room, one person and one strange being were conversing. The one who destroyed our great song is actually not that Jean Court? Zhao Tingshu clenched his fists and asked through gritted teeth. That Jean Court. Feeling the intense hatred, Su Di figured out which dynasty Zhao Tingshu was from. The Northern Song. The shame of Ginkang took place during this period. The Jin court moved south to capture the Northern Song capital, Dongjing, abducting the two emperors, Huizong and Qinzong, leading to the fall of the Northern Song. After Kaifeng fell, King Kong Xiaogo declared himself emperor in Nanjing, changing the era name to Jianyan, known historically as the Southern Song. Later, the Yuan dynasty rose, and the Jin court, under siege, perished in just 100 years. Good, well done. Zhao Tingshu looked at Su Di and eagerly asked. Since the Jin court has fallen, what about our great song? For 1,000 years, he had never been as excited as now. A flicker of unrealistic fantasy ignited within him. Perhaps the great song never perished, perhaps the great song has lasted 1,000 years. From Zhao Tingshu's hopeful expression, Su Di guessed his thoughts. Master Zhao, the great song was destroyed by the Iron Cavalry of the Yuan dynasty. One sentence shattered Zhao Tingshu's unrealistic fantasy. If it were other strange beings that were annoying, Su Di might not have cared. But in front of this ancestor of huaxia, Su Di decided to say a few more words. As Zhao Tingshu was in pain, he roughly explained the course of huaxia's history. When Zhao Tingshu heard about the current development of huaxia, he couldn't help but gasp. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses, muttering to himself. I didn't expect there to be a person comparable to Song Zhu who could turn the tide. It's a pity I'm in this strange world and can't return to the human world, otherwise, I would definitely visit such a heroic figure. Hearing this, Su Di's eyes lit up. If there is an opportunity in the future, he could bring Master Zhao back to see today's huaxia. Thinking of this, he asked. Master Zhao, how did you come to this strange world? This world is indeed strange. Zhao Tingshu did not hide anything from Su Di and began to share his experience. When he first came to this world, he thought he had arrived in the underworld. But unexpectedly, this was not the underworld, but a wondrous world. Wandering in this world day after day, until he later met the current lord of this ancient city, who invited him to join. As a military advisor, Zhao Tingshu continuously gave strategies and advice. Even the core area of this ancient city was designed and built by Zhao Tingshu. Hiss. Hearing this, Su Di gasped. No wonder the architecture of this core area was so out of place with the buildings of the strange world. At the same time, he realized that Zhao Tingshu's status in this ancient city might be quite significant. 1,000 years ago, he was the trusted aide of the city lord. Now, could he be the deputy city lord of this ancient city? Lord Zhao, I never expected you to be so formidable. May I ask, what position do you hold in this ancient city now? Zhao Tingshu sighed. Now, I am merely an idle person in this ancient city. This sentence made Su Di furrow his brows. Could it be that something happened during this time? Zhao Tingshu noticed Su Di's confusion and explained with a bitter smile. As the saying goes, we can share hardship but not wealth. Back then, Zhao Tingshu met the city lord. He thought he had found a wise ruler and wholeheartedly assisted the city lord. In the human world, he couldn't showcase his talents. In this strange world, he fully demonstrated his abilities. With Zhao Tingshu's help, the city lord gradually transformed from a nobody into a super oddity. Even after the core area's construction, he remained the city lord's trusted aide. Until both sides had disagreements on the future development of the ancient city, and their relationship started to crack. Once a crack appears, it cannot be repaired. The distance between them grew, until the city lord's descendants entered the core power layer. He was gradually pushed out of the core power layer. The city lord, recalling their past friendship, allowed him to stay in the city lord's mansion. Su Di listened with a mix of emotions. After Zhao Tingshu finished speaking, he felt much more relaxed. It was at this point that he finally mentioned the purpose of his visit. Boss Su, what brings you to the city lord's mansion? Su Di was taken aback by the question. Lord Zhao, don't you know? Zhao Tingshu shook his head. Most of his time had been spent exploring the strange world, searching for oddities. He had spent very little time in the city lord's mansion, and even when he returned, he stayed in his room. He was not aware of the information from the outside world. Only today, when there was a commotion, did he become curious about what Su Di was doing in the city lord's mansion? This was why the servants in the mansion invited him over. Su Di smiled helplessly. Well, I came to do some business in the city lord's mansion. After all, this Lord Zhao is an ancient person, he might not understand business. Oh? Zhao Tingshu immediately became interested. How rare it was to do business in the city lord's mansion. What kind of business? Arms. Arms? Zhao Tingshu looked at Su Di in shock, then suddenly took out a bloody AK-47 from who knows where. Boss Su, don't tell me this is what you're selling. Su Di didn't expect Zhao Tingshu to know about this, and he was momentarily taken aback. It is indeed sold by my Sihua military industry. Zhao Tingshu's interest in Su Di grew even stronger. How exactly is this weapon made? I have been in this strange world for 1,000 years and have never seen such a weapon. It looks extremely ordinary, but why does it have such great power? Faced with this series of questions, Su Di didn't know how to answer. After rolling his eyes around, he asked Zhao Tingshu. Lord Zhao, you must be extremely bored in this city lord's mansion. Why not come back with me to Sihua military industry? I have many fun new weapons there. Zhao Tingshu's eyes brightened. Is that true? He had long wanted to leave this city lord's mansion. But after leaving, he had no place to land. Other forces were also wary of the terrifying power of the ancient city, so they dared not take him in. It is true. Seeing Su Di agree so readily, Zhao Tingshu asked back. Do you not fear the city lord's mansion's retaliation against you? Su Di shook his head with a smile. Any wise city lord would not do that. To the city lord's mansion, Zhao Tingshu was merely an inconsequential existence. After witnessing the terrifying power of the new equipment, they would certainly view Su Di as the most important partner. They would not tear their face with Sihua military industry just for Zhao Tingshu. Lord Zhao, do you know how big the business I do with the city lord's mansion is? How big? At least 100 billion. At least 100 billion. Zhao Tingshu gasped in shock. In the past, the construction cost of this core area of the ancient city was only a little over 1 trillion. I didn't expect that a single deal between Su Di and the city lord's mansion would reach this terrifying number. Boss Su, if you can negotiate this business with the city lord's mansion, I might consider joining the Four Fire military industries. Su Di suppressed his inner excitement and smiled while nodding. It's a deal. If Zhao Tingshu joins, then it would be a powerful boost for the Four Fire military industries. Chapter 108-108. Order signing, exclusive project. Boss Su, it's getting late. Could you release the servants in this mansion? Zhao Tingshu made his last request. Su Di laughed heartily and released the strange beings from the blood slaughter hell. Why not? Just then, the undead knocked on the door. Zhao Tingshu immediately led the servants out of the room. The undead saw a large group of strange beings pouring out of the room and was startled. It squeezed into the room, facing the crowd of strange beings. Boss Su, are you okay? Seeing that the strange being in the room was Zhao Tingshu and not another strange being, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Zhao, what wind blew you back? Zhao Tingshu glanced at the undead and smiled while nodding. I heard there were new faces in the mansion, so I came to take a look. I won't disturb you anymore. As he spoke, he vanished from the room. After Zhao Tingshu left, the undead quietly asked Su Di. Boss Su, luckily it was Lord Zhao who came. If it were another strange being, it would have been troublesome, right? What do you mean by that? The undead shook his head and did not answer the question but redirected the topic back to business. Boss Su, the preliminary cooperation has been determined. Tell me, what are the conditions? The city lord's mansion agreed so readily, so there must be several conditions. The undead did not hesitate and directly conveyed the city lord's intention to Su Di. This time, the city lord's mansion wants to purchase 30 blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles at a price of 10 billion each. However, it needs to be bought in 3 batches. And at this stage, Su Di cannot provide this weapon to other forces in the ancient city. 30 vehicles. This number far exceeded Su Di's imagination. He originally thought 10 vehicles was the limit for the city lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, the undead managed to negotiate a super big order of 3 trillion. Purchasing in 3 batches was not a problem. However, the last condition made Su Di frown slightly. He could not provide the blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles to other forces in the ancient city. This would affect the progress of subsequent orders. Conditions are stated, but where's your mansion's sincerity? The undead had already thought of what to say. He immediately took out a map and pointed to a location. We will provide you with a shop at this location, Boss Su. You can sell ordinary blood and flesh weapons in this shop, including those blood and flesh transport vehicles. But blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles cannot be sold. Su Di took the map and looked. The shop location offered by the undead was excellent, right in the center of the inner city. Having a shop here would certainly not lack business. For the 3-batch purchase, how long will it take? The undead immediately relayed the city lord's thoughts. For the first batch of 10 vehicles, we hope you can deliver them quickly. We will determine the progress of subsequent orders based on the actual combat performance of these blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles. TSK. This vague answer made Su-di quite displeased. To determine the progress of subsequent orders based on actual combat performance. This was completely an empty promise. Once agreed, the decision of whether to continue subsequent orders would rest with the city lord's mansion. No, I must have an accurate answer. Seeing Su-di so persistent, the undead hesitated for a long time and said, 1 month, a 1-month deadline. Boss Su, as long as you deliver the first batch of fighting vehicles, I guarantee the subsequent 2 orders will be signed within 1 month. Su-di still shook his head. In his opinion, a month's time was still too long. If he could provide to other forces. Even if it's just 1 vehicle purchased, it can meet the upgrading conditions of the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicle within a month. This will not affect the for-fire military industry's subsequent provision of new equipment. A month is too long, make it 1 week. In return, I will grant the city lord's mansion exclusive purchasing rights. Within 3 months, I will not sell the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicle to any force in the ancient city. If this can be achieved, the city lord's mansion will become our core customer. For future releases of more powerful weapons, our company will prioritize providing them to your mansion. These words made the corpse not decaying hesitate. Although the city lord had transferred the authority to it. Currently, it was only a temporary agent. If this first deal did not satisfy the city lord, its agent status would be revoked. Considering this, it took a deep breath. Boss Su, if you help me complete this first deal. After becoming the agent, I will do my best to meet your conditions. At this point, it quietly reminded Su-di. This contract only states that I cannot provide the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicle to forces in the ancient city. It doesn't say I can't provide it to forces outside the ancient city. I happen to know several asset-rich lords. When the time comes, I can recommend them to Boss Su. Su-di discreetly glanced at the corpse not decaying. It was clear that it desperately wanted to facilitate this deal. In fact, Su-di knew that if it were another strange being, it probably wouldn't agree to so many conditions. When do you need it? As soon as possible. Su-di stood up and waved his hand. Choose the driving strange being well, and then come find me. The corpse not decaying excitedly stood up. Boss Su, does this mean you agree? Su-di nodded. I will only teach for 1 afternoon. If you can't learn it in 1 afternoon, then you'll have to send your own strange being to the company for training. Getting an accurate answer, the corpse not decaying immediately went back to report. At this moment, Lin Shi emerged, looking worried, and said, You really guessed right. How's it going with the boss? He has already withdrawn to the hotel. Su-di smiled and hugged Lin Shi. Awesome. Since the disturbance began, Su-di keenly sensed that a strange being would disrupt this transaction. Within the city lord's mansion, forces like this, in order to compete for power and benefits, they would definitely take different measures. The corpse not decaying wanted to promote this deal and elevate its status. Correspondingly, there would be strange beings that didn't want this deal to go smoothly. He was aware that those guys in the city lord's mansion wouldn't dare to act against him. Where would these guys strike? It would definitely be targeting the boss, so once this came to mind, Su-di was quick to let Lin Shi use its exclusive talent to go to the hotel and notify the boss to evacuate. Lin Shi nestled in Su-di's arms, lifting its little head and said, You have no idea how dangerous it was. A total of more than 20 nightmare-level strange beings showed up. If I hadn't arrived in time, the boss would have definitely been captured by those guys. At this point, it curiously looked at Su-di. How did you know that strange beings would target the boss? Could it be that ugly-looking guy told you? Chapter 109, Falling into the Whirlpool. City Lord's Mansion. Lin Shi looked at Su-di with worry and anxiety. Even though it had lost most of its memory shards, its inherent perception remained. This City Lord's Mansion clearly did not take Su-di seriously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arranged the guest rooms in a place designated for the servants. This was clearly not how to treat a business partner. Do you think those guys will attack you? Su-di shook his head. Not for now. Before the first deal closes, the other strange beings are likely to remain in a wait-and-see mode. And through this night, I can conclude that the corpse not decaying guy is not reliable. This guy acting as the behind-the-scenes steward of the City Lord's Mansion is far from that simple. But in front of Su-di, it acts like a fool. For other strange actions, I have no knowledge at all. If Zhao Tingshu hadn't come last night, it probably wouldn't have been so peaceful. In this situation, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that the corpse hasn't decomposed and is really foolish. The second is that the corpse deliberately didn't remind Sudi. If it's the first, it's fine. If it's the second, we need to be cautious. If it's the second, the corpse might have other schemes. Thinking of this, Sudi instructed Lin Shi. Go back and tell the boss to set up the surveillance. Especially around the company, send more spies. And the company's customers, do a thorough check to see if there are any abnormalities. Lin Shi pouted, feeling somewhat reluctant. It had just come back and had not warmed up in Sudi's arms yet. No, I haven't warmed up enough. Sudi hugged Lin Shi tightly, bringing his face close. Is this how you feel about me, brother? Not at all. Lin Shi tightened its defenses, stubbornly saying. Really? Sudi pressed forward step by step. Lin Shi's pale little face turned visibly pink. At the moment it was about to collapse, Sudi suddenly realized. It seems like someone is watching outside. Ah! Lin Shi exclaimed. It had put all its thoughts on Sudi and did not notice the strange figure outside watching. After hearing Sudi's reminder, it finally reacted. You're so bad. Sudi pretended to look innocent and whispered to Lin Shi. If no one was watching outside, how could I bear to let you go? With a few words, he successfully grasped Lin Shi's small trick. Lin Shi reluctantly crawled out of Sudi's arms. I suspect you are teasing me. I'm just teasing you, haha. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lin Shi pretended to be angry and turned away, using the door to leave the Lord's mansion. After Lin Shi left to report, Sudi pinched his temples. In this vast strange world, there isn't even a means of communication. If only there were a phone, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Sudi rubbed his temples and got up to leave the room. Several strange figures that were secretly observing him quietly concealed themselves. They obviously went to inform their master behind them. Regarding everything that happened, Sudi pretended not to know. A total of 8 strange beings left, and each left in a different direction. These strange beings had low strength, mostly at the SSS level, with 2 at the SS level. However, these guys were indeed somewhat skilled at hiding. If they were ordinary nightmare-level strange beings, they might not have been discovered. Unfortunately, Sudi's mental strength was not something ordinary nightmare-level strange beings could compare to. By locking onto his mental strength, 6 strange beings entered the core area of the Lord's mansion, and 2 left it. This indicated that it wasn't only strange beings inside the Lord's mansion targeting him. There were also strange beings outside the Lord's mansion watching him. Plus the terms conveyed by the undecomposed corpse. Not to sell the flesh war chariot to other forces in the ancient city. All signs indicated that the forces within the ancient city seemed to be at odds with the Lord's mansion. Sudi didn't want to get involved in the disputes between these forces. He just hoped that when these guys stirred trouble, it wouldn't involve him and wouldn't affect the company's business. Boss Su. At that moment, a voice entered Sudi's ears. He turned around and saw that previous 2-headed strange being. The 2-headed strange being took a few steps back, trembling as it said. Boss Su, Lord Zhao asks to see you. Lead the way. Under the guidance of the 2-headed strange being, they arrived at a very secluded corner of the Lord's mansion. It had just brought Sudi to the spot and ran off without looking back. Its demeanor, its actions, as if it feared Sudi would eat it. Clearly, this fellow had left a shadow in the blood disaster abyss. This was an independent courtyard. Looking inside, Sudi saw several strange beings huddled together, not knowing what they were doing. Sudi curiously leaned closer. He found that these strange beings were actually playing chess together. But their skills were truly hard to bear. After watching for a while, Sudi couldn't stand it anymore. What do you mean? Get off the horse, and you will become a general? One sentence caught everyone's gaze. Ghost. After seeing who had arrived, these strange beings screamed and fled. Sudi? Not a buddy. It seems like you are the ghosts. Zhao Tingshu appeared beside Sudi, smiling as he spoke. Boss Su, you seem quite interested. Would you like to have a game? Sudi raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhao Tingshu. Playing chess with ancient people is indeed interesting. In elementary school, he was unbeatable against his peers. Lord Zhao, then let's have a game. The first game. Both sides fought evenly. In the end, Sudi narrowly lost due to a mistake. Sudi, unwilling to concede, said to Zhao Tingshu. Lord Zhao, I was careless in that game. Let's play again. The second game. The third game. Until the 6th game, Sudi couldn't hold back anymore. Each battle was tense, but in the end, Sudi was the one to lose. Lord Zhao, are you playing with me? Boss Su, but isn't this your current situation? This sentence made Sudi pause. It seemed to be a reminder to him. Lord Zhao, what do you mean by that? After making his move, Zhao Tingshu looked at Su Di with a smile. Boss Su, if you win, I will explain. Su Di could only exercise patience and look at the chessboard. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is bitter. No matter how hard Su Di tried, and how the situation stalemated, he always fell just short. Zhao Tingshu always seemed to be one step ahead, ultimately defeating him. No more, no more. Seeing Su Di unwilling to continue, Zhao Tingshu explained helplessly. Boss Su, you are caught in a vortex. Su Di fell silent for a moment. Considering everything that had happened, he looked at Zhao Tingshu. Outside forces beyond the city lord's mansion? Zhao Tingshu nodded, then shook his head. Right, but also wrong. To be precise, you should not have appeared at this point in time. You have inadvertently found yourself in the vortex. If you choose wrong, there will be no return. Not just you, but even those around you, your forces, could be destroyed because of this. Lord Zhao, what do you mean by that? Zhao Tingshu pointed at the chessboard, remaining silent. Su Di had no choice but to suppress his inner doubts and silently move the pieces. Do you know the history of this ancient city? The history of the ancient city? Su Di froze for a moment and couldn't help but say. How would I know? Zhao Tingshu pointed to the chessboard again. The meaning was clear, chatting was fine, but the pace of play couldn't slow down. After Su Di made a move, Zhao Tingshu slowly spoke. 1,000 years ago, it first arrived in this world. This place is very different from the human realm. The sky was as dark as ink, even in daylight it was eerie. Wherever you looked, there was nothing but desolation. The attendants and army disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Su Di's heart sank. From this segment, he caught the key information. That was Zhao Tingshu's identity. Having attendants and an army, along with hatred towards the Jin court. Could it be that Lord Zhao was a civilian official who accompanied the military expedition? Su Di searched desperately in his mind for the name Zhao Tingshu. But after a long time, he couldn't think of who it was. Historically, there seemed to be no such person. Seeing Su Di hesitating to make a move, Zhao Tingshu gently tapped the chessboard. Su Di came back to his senses and quickly made a move. This move caught Zhao Tingshu's attention. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to improve your skills while being distracted. Su Di felt speechless. What does this mean? Does it mean that his haphazard play was better than focused play? Su Di stopped dwelling on Zhao Tingshu's identity. Chinese history stretches back thousands of years, and anyone whose name is known is extraordinary. And Su Di was interested in the Song dynasty. Besides the Song emperor, there was General Yu. As for the period after the Song emperor and before Jinkong, Su Di didn't know much. When he gets back, he might need to research it to truly understand this ancestor's identity. After all, there are countless figures lost in the long river of history. But Su Di didn't have time to think about this now. But instead, he inquired about the follow-up. Lord Zhao, but what does this have to do with the ancient city? Zhao Tingshu made a move, continuing to speak. It encountered the first strange being in this world, which was a little night demon. With red skin, small horns, and wearing tattered clothes, it looked like a night demon from a myth. Zhao Tingshu was terrified. Where in the human world could there be such a monster? He thought the little night demon was there to catch him and throw him into a pot of oil. At this point, Zhao Tingshu waved his hand. Let's not talk about the past. Su Di twisted his face, looking at Zhao Tingshu. Lord Zhao, how did you get through this crisis? Most little night demons are ordinary strange beings, with strength hovering between B and D levels. Even a D-level strange being is not something a newly entered soul body could contend with. Could it be that Zhao Tingshu was exceptionally talented, and upon entering the strange world, belonged to the ranks of the powerful? Could it be that you were powerful the moment you entered the strange world? The past is not something to be discussed. This response made Su Di guess a bit. Little night demons give the impression of being honest and hardworking. But this appearance is only directed at those stronger than them, or those who pay more money. Against the weak, they are bandits and robbers. However, little night demons mostly rob clothing and do not kill. Su Di guessed Zhao Tingshu was likely stripped clean by the little night demon and then let go. Lord Zhao, please continue. I am listening carefully. While speaking, he made another move. Zhao Tingshu nodded and continued. Because of the little night demon, he made a wrong judgment. He mistook the strange world for the underworld. Since there are little night demons in the realm of shadows, then there must be the black and white impermanents. At that time, the soul-reaping messengers would definitely come to collect souls and send them to reincarnation. Since this idea arose, Zhao Tingshu has been living in fear. But after staying in the strange world for some time, he never saw the soul-reaping messenger come. Then he began to explore this world, only to discover that it was not the underworld, but another realm altogether. After experiencing all kinds of strangeness, it further confirmed his idea. At this point in the conversation, Su Di couldn't help but ask again. Lord Zhao, did those strange beings not attack you? Even weak strange beings descending into the real world can cause significant harm. Su Di did not believe that the strange beings of this world would resist temptation, resisting this fresh soul. Zhao Tingshu forced a smile and said, Not attack? Do you know how many times I narrowly escaped death at the hands of strange beings? If it weren't for relying on the map of mountains and rivers. Map of mountains and rivers? Zhao Tingshu nodded. This is the map of the Great Song Kingdom, personally drawn by the Emperor. At this point, Zhao Tingshu paused. This is the treasure that has saved me numerous times from danger. Wow! The Emperor personally drew it? In this world, it became a powerful strange object? Su Di swallowed hard. Lord Zhao, how powerful is this map of mountains and rivers? Zhao Tingshu did not hold back. I once killed a marquis-level strange being with this map at the nightmare level. Hiss. Su Di gasped in surprise. Killing a marquis-level being at the nightmare level. The map of mountains and rivers is somewhat terrifying. It's hard to say in the future, but in any case, he currently couldn't deal with marquis-level strange beings. Not even with a blood and flesh battle car. Suddenly, Su Di had a bright idea. Lord Zhao, you mentioned that aside from this map of mountains and rivers, could other treasures of our Huaxia also possess such power? The map of mountains and rivers allowed Lord Zhao to kill a marquis in a nightmare. So if he used the Imperial Seal to kill a marquis, that shouldn't be too far-fetched, right? Zhao Tingshu was also taken aback. Because in this strange world, he had not seen any other Huaxia treasures. Maybe yes, maybe no. Yes or no? That means it's possible. Su Di could hardly contain his excitement inside. If this could truly be verified, then he would gain more powerful strange objects. With the vast and mighty Huaxia, which has been inherited for 5,000 years, the treasures it holds are countless. A significant portion has drifted overseas. This is a perfect opportunity to bring everything back. This news thoroughly satisfied Su Di's curiosity. This chess game continued with conversation and moves. Through Zhao Tingshu's memories, Su Di understood how terrifying the ancient city truly was. As it developed to now, there were dozens of bizarre figures at the prince level. Nightmare level and SSS level subordinates were countless. This made Su Di feel a bit of pressure. Facing such a colossal entity, the Fourth Fire military industry was indeed too small. If the Fourth Fire military industry got involved, there would be no chance of winning. Su Di couldn't focus on the chess game and instead dragged it to a stalemate. One step for you, one step for me. It reached a point where neither could kill the other. The chess game was stuck, and Su Di showed a gloomy expression. Master Zhao, may I ask about the vortex you mentioned? Chapter 111. I say I can win, then I can win. Zhao Tingshu waved his hand. One person and one bizarre figure suddenly appeared in the painting. Boss Su, would you be willing to listen to an old man's words? Su Di nodded, then shook his head. He vaguely guessed it might relate to business. Is it related to business, Master Zhao? Zhao Tingshu waved his hand, and the painting suddenly changed. Scenes like a movie continued to change before Su Di's eyes. After watching for a long time, Su Di finally understood what this was. A cup of wine resolves military power. Aside from Song Zhu, how have the loyal subjects from all dynasties ended up? Hiss. Su Di gasped in cold air. He understood what Zhao Tingshu meant. He guessed wrong. He had been wrong from the very beginning. There was no force in the ancient city that could contend with the city lord's mansion. And the remaining forces were exactly those of the city lord's mansion. Coincidentally, this time point was the stage of power transfer in the ancient city. Zhao Tingshu wanted to remind Su Di. If they made the wrong choice in this world segment, what awaited them would be an irreversible situation. The forces in the ancient city were not something the Fourth Fire military industry could contend with at all. Upon hearing this, Su Di took a deep breath and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Master Zhao, for the reminder. A hint of desolation flashed across Zhao Tingshu's face. I told you this because you are a descendant of the homeland. Not just you, even I cannot escape from this matter. I hope you make a choice early and stay away from this place of disputes. It also learned this news today. Due to not being in the city lord's mansion for years and being outside the core of power, it only learned this news in this final stage. As the strongest combat force in the city lord's mansion, the prince-level weirdness. Even if it had long been detached from the core power layer, it was still caught up in this vortex. It had long lost hope for the city lord's mansion. If it were not for having no place to land, it might have left and gone afar long ago. Master Zhao, I have one request. Feel free to ask. Whose person is the one that does not transform into a corpse? Zhao Tingshu was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Don't you plan to stay out of this? Su Di smiled and replied. In this world, how can I escape? Master Zhao, do you know what people encounter now? As he spoke, Su Di informed Zhao Tingshu about the various events that happened after the horror game descended into the human world. Zhao Tingshu never expected that the bazaar could descend into the human world and kill freely. I will not retreat, and I will not hide either. This is an opportunity for me, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The transfer of power would surely be accompanied by conflicts, but he was not afraid. Once he confirmed who the master behind the one that does not transform into a corpse was, he could connect this line. Su Di gained confidence to support it in ascending to the position of City Lord. At that time, he could take down the entire order of the City Lord's mansion with just one sentence. He could even use the initial platform of the City Lord's mansion to enter a broader world. Zhao Tingshu looked at Su Di. If you lose, you will die. Su Di replied with a faint smile. I can't lose, and I can't die. Zhao Tingshu did not know where Su Di's confidence came from. Do you know that the eldest son is restricted in the City Lord's mansion and has no time to develop his own power at all? Aside from the weirdness within the City Lord's mansion, the rest of the lords all support the third son. Do you know how big the gap between the two sides really is? Su Di thought for a moment. Will there be royal-level anomalies participating? Zhao Tingshu was stunned for a moment, then replied. There will be royal-level anomalies on the sidelines, but they won't join the fight. Ah, there's such a good thing? Su Di laughed. Good thing? Zhao Tingshu was left speechless, and instead burst into laughter. Do you know how many nightmare-level anomalies are under the third young master, and how many SSS-level anomalies? How many? Over 1,000 nightmare-level anomalies commanding, tens of thousands of SSS-level leaders, countless SS-level and S-level soldiers. What the heck? Su Di's eyes widened, exclaiming in surprise. 1,000 or so? Over 1,000 nightmare-level anomalies. Zhao Tingshu advised again. I will ensure you withdraw from this whirlpool. It knew that Su Di was the hope of the Dragon Nation and a great hero who saved it. Now the Dragon Nation could not do without Su Di. So it decided to sacrifice its own first young master to let Su Di go. Su Di firmly refused. How many are there on the first young master's side? Less than 100. The gap is not small, but it's still acceptable. Su Di calculated in his mind. To deal with these guys, how many flesh and blood battle chariots would be needed? With the first young master alone, plus 10 or even 30 flesh and blood battle chariots, this guy probably wouldn't even win. No other reason. It's just that the anomalies in this strange world are truly too weak. But if handed to him, with 30 flesh and blood battle chariots, he could definitely crush these over 1,000 nightmare-level anomalies. Mr. Zhao, could you help me introduce the first young master? Even Zhao Tingshu's eyes widened. Su Di, are you crazy? Once you are introduced, do you know what that means? You will be completely tied to the first young master's side. When the third young master succeeds to the position of City Lord, you will surely be accounted for. Su Di looked at Zhao Tingshu, his eyes more determined than ever. I will win. That is a battle group made up of over 1,000 nightmare-level anomalies. I know. What do you have to win? Zhao Tingshu still didn't believe what Su Di was saying. A battle group made up of over 1,000 nightmare-level anomalies would make even royal-level anomalies think twice. Too many ants can eat an elephant. I have this to win. Su Di snapped his fingers. A flesh and blood battle chariot appeared in the arena. Impossible. Zhao Tingshu wasn't unfamiliar with flesh and blood weapons. It admitted that the flesh and blood weapons produced by the Sihua military industry were indeed very powerful. Relying on this flesh and blood weapon to topple a battle group made up of over 1,000 nightmare-level commanders was like dreaming. What is impossible? There is nothing in this world that is impossible. If Mr. Zhao doesn't believe it, we can give it a try. One flesh and blood battle chariot against 30 nightmare-level anomalies. Facing Su Di's boast, Zhao Tingshu immediately agreed. All right. If you lose, you must withdraw from this contest. Su Di solemnly nodded. If I win, you will join my Sihua military industry. Zhao Tingshu? No, that's not what was just said. Seeing Zhao Tingshu preparing to speak, Su Di interrupted. Mr. Zhao, joining my Sihua military industry means I can take you back to the human world. What? Zhao Tingshu exclaimed. Back to the human world. For this, it had worked hard for hundreds of years. It had tried various methods. But ultimately all had ended in failure. Unexpectedly, Su Di claimed he could take it back to the human world. Really? Really, no more real than this. Inside the scroll. Zhao Tingshu waved his hand. A battlefield and a battle group of 30 nightmare-level anomalies were conjured. Are you ready? Su Di looked at the flesh and blood battle chariot. Ready. Zhang Tianyu, Li Boren, and the driver all yelled in unison. These three were once elite troops and are now SSS-level anomalous employees of Sihua military industry. After agreeing with Zhao Tingshu, Su Di immediately found these three. Zhang Tianyu was once a special forces captain. He was in charge of command and coordination throughout the scene. Li Boren was an excellent marksman, responsible for operating the anti-aircraft machine gun. The driver had ample driving experience. Zhao Tingshu watched the three figures opposite him, feeling a stir in his heart, but he still shouted at Su Di. Su Kid, this time I won't hold back. If Su Di could win, he would recommend him to the big master. As a mediator, he would suggest Su Di to take the position of chief strategist. If Su Di lost, he would use his connections to ensure that Su Di could retreat safely. No need to hold back. Let's do this. Su Di issued the command. The flesh and blood battle chariot roared forward towards the enemy's war band. Zhao Tingshu's heart moved. The 30 nightmare-level commanders he summoned commanded the war band, which totaled over 1,000 strange beings, all charging out together. The seemingly uneven battle was presenting a one-sided scene. The battle chariots, like killing machines, crazily harvested the strange beings. The SSS-level strange beings in the front line were like paper against the machine guns. Even SSS-level generals couldn't break through the blood light gushing from the machine guns. Zhao Tingshu watched this scene, feeling his entire being cracking open. He had been in this strange world for 1,000 years. But he had never seen such a powerful weapon. In just 2 short minutes, the powerful firepower of the flesh and blood battle chariot completely shattered his understanding. Even with the cooperation of nightmare-level commanders, they could not withstand the killing pace of the flesh and blood battle chariot. If the SSS-level strange beings were paper, then the SSS-level strange beings were boards, and the nightmare-level strange beings were iron plates. Under the baptism of the machine guns, they could only last a few more rounds. Zhao Tingshu's mentality was also constantly changing. From initially wanting Su Di to lose, it slowly turned to wanting Su Di to win. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of the 30 commanders had fallen. But they still relied on their numerical advantage to forcefully approach the flesh and blood battle chariot. Zhao Tingshu instantly became nervous. If they got too close, how should the chariot respond? He truly harbored selfish thoughts. Returning to the human world, this little stirring affected him. Without this feeling, he might not have agreed to Su Di's challenge. But now it was different. He really wanted to see the chariot win, wanted to join the for-fire military industry. He wanted to return to the human world and see what modern China had become. Retreat! Retreat, retreat! Zhao Tingshu kept shouting in his heart. As long as they increased the distance, it was only a matter of time before the strange war band would be eliminated. But what he didn't expect was that the flesh and blood chariot did not retreat but advanced. Under Zhang Tianyu's command, the driver urged the engine to its limits. Zhao Tingshu saw this scene and felt a chill in his heart. Once the war band got close, these SSS-level juniors from the Dragon Country would be torn to shreds in an instant. Retreat quickly! He couldn't help but shout loudly. These were all his juniors from China, and he couldn't watch them perish here. No need to retreat. Su Di instantly teleported to Zhao Tingshu's side and whispered. Zhao Tingshu turned to look at Su Di, fuming. You know nothing. If the war band gets close, then. Su Di pointed to the battlefield, comforting him. Mr. Zhao, look. Zhao Tingshu immediately turned his head to look. He saw that the flesh and blood battle chariot had already crushed a bloody path. Even the nightmare-level commanders at the front were thrown out. Before they even landed, they were shot to pieces by the machine guns. At this point, the battle had already concluded. The flesh and blood battle chariot roamed the battlefield, sweeping away the last remnants. Zhao Tingshu stared blankly at this scene, speechless for a long time. How long has it been? Mr. Zhao, it's been just a moment. A moment. In just a moment, the war band led by 30 strange commanders walked towards annihilation. Zhao Tingshu was completely stunned. He really wanted to ask, what had he been doing before? Was he just playing house before? Li. It will change all strange perceptions of war. The bizarre and twisted era will be gone forever. What hits the hardest is. When Zhang Tianyu came to report the situation, he said. Boss, this is the first time I've commanded poorly. There were many mistakes in between, can I do it again? I promise to eliminate those strange beings within 10 minutes. Seeing Zhao Tingshu's face turn from red to purple, then from purple to black. Su Di quickly waved his hand and shouted. Get out, or you'll make Mr. Zhao angry. Then he flicked his hand, sending the three back to the real world. Zhao Tingshu took a deep breath and bowed to Su Di. Mr. Su, I have lost. Hey, what are you doing? Su Di quickly supported Zhao Tingshu. How can you call me Mr.? I am your junior, just call me Xiao Su. If you don't mind, I'll call you Uncle Zhao. When he went back to find people, he casually checked Zhao Tingshu's name. He didn't expect to find out the truth. A royal bloodline, a main battle faction. Died from illness on the road to conquer Jin. Just this point is enough for Su Di to call him Uncle Zhao. Zhao Tingshu's expression froze. He was dazed for a moment before placing his hand on Su Di's shoulder. Having stayed in this strange world for too long enough to forget he was once human. But Su Di's call of Uncle Zhao awakened him. Xiao Su. From today on, as long as I am here, I will not let you be bullied in this strange world. Su Di was shocked and immediately replied. Uncle Zhao, from now on, I will be your beloved nephew. At this moment, Zhao Tingshu made up his mind. He must push Su Di to a high position, making him the chief military advisor of the eldest son. If any blind fool dares to stop him, he will kill them without mercy. Su Di will definitely change this world. Thinking of this, an idea arose in his heart. Why not let Su Di ascend to the throne and rebuild the great song in this strange world? He is a royal bloodline, and now Su Di recognizes him as an uncle. Isn't that also the blood of the great song royal family? Uncle Zhao, why are you grinning? Zhao Tingshu immediately stopped smiling. It's nothing. Come on, Xiao Su, I will take you to meet the eldest son. Chapter 113, Betting Agreement. In the painting, Su Di did not move. Uncle Zhao, you should not personally intervene with this identity. The painting was constructed from the map of mountains and rivers. The strange beings outside are completely unaware of everything happening. Moreover, Zhao Tingshu's identity is special. He was once second only to the city lord and is now a figure far from the core of power. If he publicly expresses support for the eldest son and strongly recommends Su Di, at that time, it is very likely that all eyes will be drawn over. If he brings the city lord's jealousy, that would be bad. After all, the city lord still controls the entire ancient city, while both contenders are his offspring. Whether one wins or loses, he won't care. Zhao Tingshu has experienced thousands of years in the strange world. What has he not seen? In a flash, he guessed what Su Di was thinking. Xiao Su, are you planning to go through the corpse unchanging? Su Di nodded. The corpse unchanging belongs to the core team of the eldest son. This is a relationship of mutual benefit and harm. If the eldest son rises, he can step further and die the position of deputy city lord. If the third son rises, then it's not worth thinking about. Though he won't act against noble level strangeness, he will never dream of advancing any further in his life. He may not even be able to keep the identity of that behind-the-scenes steward. Zhao Tingshu patted Su Di. That guy may say his brain doesn't work well, but as long as you can let him see enough value, he will desperately push you up. Rest assured to do it, I will secretly protect you. Su Di no longer lingered and cupped his fists, saying, Thank you, Uncle Zhe. We don't need to be so polite. While speaking, Zhao Tingshu removed the painting. Both sides returned to the chessboard. Alright, let's call it a day. Then I'll take my leave, Lord Zhao. In the room, Lin Shi's eyes were slightly red as she suddenly threw herself into Su Di's arms. Where did you go? When she returned, she found Su Di was not there. So she thought of using the door and what was inside to look for Su Di. Unexpectedly, the place where Su Di was located was extremely strange. The world behind the door could not be transmitted. This truly worried it greatly. If it weren't for the contract, knowing that Su Di was fine, Lin Shi would have gone back to shake people. I was busy with a few things. Su Di hugged Lin Shi and comforted her. Don't worry, even if I wanted to leave, this entire strange world couldn't hold me back. Lin Shi softly replied, then glanced at Su Di. I have 2 new outfits, do you want to try them on? Su Di immediately picked up Lin Shi. During this time, waiting was also waiting. Why not have a nice spar with Lin Shi and improve his mental strength a bit? Until deep into the night, the undying corpse finally brought back news. The young master has yielded and agreed to compress the acquisition time to 1 week. But there was a condition: within this week, only the payment for 10 flesh-walking war chariots could be made. The subsequent 20 flesh-walking war chariots could only pay a deposit first. If he hadn't known the backstory, Su Di would have truly agreed. After all, he still needed to rely on the weapon order to complete the task. But the situation was different now. He had other choices. Boss Su, if there are no objections, then let's sign this contract. Su Di smiled and shook his head, looking at the undying corpse. I think we need to modify our cooperation. Does this mean he doesn't want to do this business anymore? The undying corpse's expression hardened, and murderous intent spread around. Su-di waved his hand, signaling the undying corpse not to be anxious. This batch of goods will still be provided, but we need to change the mode of cooperation. The undying corpse was filled with doubt. It did not understand what kind of trick Su-di was trying to pull. Boss Su, what do you mean by that? This batch of flesh-walking war chariots I will provide to you for free. The undying corpse was taken aback. Provide for free? Is this guy crazy? One vehicle costs billions, 30 vehicles mean 300 billion. Isn't he afraid they will renege on the deal later? However, since Su-di had brought it up, it naturally wouldn't refuse. With this saved 100 billion in funds, it could pull in other noble-level weirdos. Boss Su, what are the conditions? Su-di no longer hesitated and stated the condition. Introduce me to your master behind the scenes. The undying corpse's heart shook, and it slammed its hand on the table, questioning. What do you mean? Su-di calmly looked at the undying corpse. Naturally, I want to establish a closer cooperation with you. If Su-di hadn't intervened, the young master could win this batch of flesh-walking war chariots, but the chances were low. Although this strange power was stronger than Zhang Tianyu's group of weirdos. When it came to operating the war chariots, they were completely on different levels. In a short time, the weirdos might be able to operate the war chariots skillfully. But to coordinate 30 war chariots, these weirdos would absolutely not be able to do it. Zhang Tianyu was different, he clearly told Su-di. He alone could command a team of 30 flesh-walking war chariots. As long as he was given practice time, he could perfectly coordinate the 30 war chariots together. What exactly do you mean? The undying corpse's eyes showed deep suspicion. It had once thought about introducing Su-di to the young master. But after careful consideration, it abandoned this idea. Simply because, if Su-di joined, it would dilute its credit. Su-di guessed the thoughts of the undying corpse. I'm not trying to join you, I'm looking to make a bet with your master behind the scenes. A betting cooperation? The undying corpse did not relax. Boss Su, speak plainly, no need to beat around the bush. Su-di spoke slowly, word by word. I'll help you win. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the undying corpse confirmed. Su-di truly knew about the struggles within the Lord's mansion. Damn it, who leaked this information? Clearly, Su-di wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Lord's mansion. Seeing the undying corpse's expression grow darker, Su-di lightly tapped on the table. I won't contend for any credit from you, nor will I join the Lord's mansion. Everything I do is for my business. The undying corpse asked again. You really won't? Su-di truly felt speechless. Unexpectedly, the place where Su-di was located was extremely strange, the world behind the door could not be transmitted. This truly worried it greatly. If it weren't for the contract, knowing that Su-di was fine, Lin-Shi would have gone back to shake people. I was busy with a few things. Su-di hugged Lin-Shi and comforted her. Don't worry, even if I wanted to leave, this entire strange world couldn't hold me back. Lin-Shi softly replied, then glanced at Su-di. I have 2 new outfits, do you want to try them on? Su-di immediately picked up Lin-Shi. During this time, waiting was also waiting. Why not have a nice spar with Lin-Shi and improve his mental strength a bit? Until deep into the night. The undying corpse finally brought back news. The young master has yielded and agreed to compress the acquisition time to 1 week. But there was a condition, within this week. Only the payment for 10 flesh-walking war chariots could be made, the subsequent 20 flesh-walking war chariots could only pay a deposit first. If he hadn't known the backstory, Su-di would have truly agreed. After all, he still needed to rely on the weapon order to complete the task. But the situation was different now, he had other choices. Boss Su, if there are no objections, then let's sign this contract. Su-di smiled and shook his head, looking at the undying corpse. I think we need to modify our cooperation. Does this mean he doesn't want to do this business anymore? The undying corpse's expression hardened, and murderous intent spread around. Su-di waved his hand, signaling the undying corpse not to be anxious. This batch of goods will still be provided, but we need to change the mode of cooperation. The undying corpse was filled with doubt. It did not understand what kind of trick Su-di was trying to pull. Boss Su, what do you mean by that? This batch of flesh-walking war chariots I will provide to you for free. The undying corpse was taken aback. Provide for free? Is this guy crazy? One vehicle costs billions, 30 vehicles mean 300 billion. Isn't he afraid they will renege on the deal later? However, since Su-di had brought it up, it naturally wouldn't refuse. With this saved 100 billion in funds, it could pull in other noble-level weirdos. Boss Su, what are the conditions? Su Di no longer hesitated and stated the condition. Introduce me to your master behind the scenes. The undying corpse's heart shook, and it slammed its hand on the table, questioning. What do you mean? Su Di calmly looked at the undying corpse. Naturally, I want to establish a closer cooperation with you. If Su Di hadn't intervened, the young master could win this batch of flesh-walking war chariots, but the chances were low. Although this strange power was stronger than Zhang Tianyu's group of weirdos. When it came to operating the war chariots, they were completely on different levels. In a short time, the weirdos might be able to operate the war chariots skillfully. But to coordinate 30 war chariots, these weirdos would absolutely not be able to do it. Zhang Tianyu was different, he clearly told Su Di. He alone could command a team of 30 flesh-walking war chariots. As long as he was given practice time, he could perfectly coordinate the 30 war chariots together. What exactly do you mean? The undying corpse's eyes showed deep suspicion. It had once thought about introducing Su Di to the young master. But after careful consideration, it abandoned this idea. Simply because, if Su Di joined, it would dilute its credit. Su Di guessed the thoughts of the undying corpse. I'm not trying to join you, I'm looking to make a bet with your master behind the scenes. A betting cooperation? The undying corpse did not relax. Boss Su, speak plainly, no need to beat around the bush. Su Di spoke slowly, word by word. I'll help you win. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the undying corpse confirmed. Su Di truly knew about the struggles within the Lord's mansion. Damn it, who leaked this information? Clearly, Su Di wanted to use this opportunity to enter the Lord's mansion. Seeing the undying corpse's expression grow darker, Su Di lightly tapped on the table. I won't contend for any credit from you, nor will I join the Lord's mansion. Everything I do is for my business. The undying corpse asked again. You really won't? Su Di truly felt speechless. He has said it many times, he will not join the Lord's mansion. Why can't this mindless corpse understand human speech? I just need a partner, not a master. All right. After the mindless corpse confirmed several times, it asked about the so-called betting cooperation. It wanted to see what kind of trick Su Di was really selling. Su Di then explained what a betting agreement is. In this cooperation, the for-fire military industry provides flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles free of charge, but the command power remains in Su Di's hands. Other strange beings are not allowed to interfere. Upon hearing this, the mindless corpse couldn't help but interrupt. Impossible, the eldest son will never agree. Wanting to gain command of the eldest son's battle group with free equipment is nothing but foolish talk. Don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking. If we win this war, your side needs to pay the full cost of the vehicles. If we lose, Su Di won't receive any payment and will lose the ancient city market. Even the for-fire military industry might perish in this struggle. If the mindless corpse, a being of noble rank, doesn't dare to take this step, how can Su Di, a mere SSS-level strange lord, dare to do it? The mindless corpse was filled with deep doubts. Are you sure? Facing the questions from the mindless corpse, Su Di took out a contract. Of course. You can take this contract back to report. If you think we can cooperate, we can continue to talk. If not, I will finish my first deal and leave the ancient city. The mindless corpse's face darkened instantly upon hearing the last sentence. Are you threatening me? Su Di looked at the mindless corpse with a blank expression. No, I'm just stating a fact. The profits from the previous transaction are not enough to make me stay in this ancient city. The mindless corpse began to calculate the benefits and losses. According to Su Di, if it hands over command to him, it was confident it could lead the battle group to defeat the Third Son's group. But this guy is only a nightmare-level entity, his realm is merely SSS-level. Where does he get his confidence? The mindless corpse pondered, unable to understand. After careful consideration, it accepted Su Di's terms and hurried away with the contract. This development was all within Su Di's expectations. On the surface, it seemed that Su Di was the one at a disadvantage in the betting agreement. After all, compared to the eldest son, the third son's battle group was far superior. Even with all the flesh and blood weapons and gear, the chances of victory were less than 50%. Before long, the mindless corpse knocked on the door again. Boss Su, the eldest son requests your presence. Coming. Under the guidance of the mindless corpse, Su Di entered the interior of the Lord's mansion. At this moment, he finally experienced the true terrifying power of the Lord's mansion. Everywhere he looked was filled with palaces. Just the eerie aura emanating from these palaces made Su Di feel a chill run down his spine. Under the reflection of the crimson moonlight, this place resembled a ghost city. Led by the mindless corpse, Su-di walked into a side hall. The hall was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Even Su-di's powerful mental strength was blocked outside. Eldest son, I have brought Su-di. In an instant, countless clusters of green eerie flames rose within the hall. The green flames provided a glimmer of light, illuminating numerous crimson eyes throughout the great hall. It formed an extremely bizarre scene. Is this little fellow the one? I thought the mindless corpse was recommending some powerful figure, but it's just a nightmare level little strange. Wishing to intervene in our conflict is far from enough. After whispering among themselves, these strange beings shifted their gazes away. Clearly, they felt Su-di was not worth their attention. Su-di looked at these strange beings in the hall, unable to suppress a gulp. He didn't expect that all within this great hall were noble-level strange beings. A figure sat majestically in the hall, surveying Su-di. When all the candle flames in the hall lit up, a vague, ethereal voice sounded. You want to talk business with me? Yes. Su-di met that gaze and looked over. What, even a stray can be brought to the table? A lord-level weirdness suddenly voiced and attacked Su-di. In an instant, the blood fiend domain unfolded. The blood light illuminated the entire hall. Su-di barely blocked the lord-level weirdness's casual strike. This sudden change made the strange whispers in the hall begin again. This little guy has something. Is he from the Rakshasa clan? It's been a while since I've seen one. Being able to deflect a Tang Evil's attack, not bad, not bad. Even the eldest son sitting in the hall couldn't help but look at Su-di a few more times. So, tell me what you want? The exclusive selling rights of the ancient city. At this, the entire room gasped. Exclusive selling rights of the ancient city. That meant that all forces within the ancient city in the future would become Su-di's customers, would become the customer service of the for-fire military industry. Oh. The eldest son stared at Su-di, coldly questioning. Do you know the difference between my third brother and me? I know. Then why do you still want to do this business? The eldest son was also curious, where did Su-di's confidence come from? Was it relying on the flesh and blood walking battle chariot? According to the unstoppered corpse, that flesh and blood walking battle chariot could resist nightmare-level weirdness damage and had great lethality. So he was willing to spend a huge sum to first purchase 10 of them. But he knew that even with the support of weapons, his chance of winning was still very low. However, the competition was divided into 3 rounds. They were the battle group confrontation, the lord voting, and a territory expansion. Previously, he had almost given up on the first item. Over the years, his third brother had been wandering around outside, gathering many forces. And he was trapped within this city lord's mansion, so the gap between them was immense. But Su-di's appearance caused a slight change in his heart. I am a businessman, what I prioritize is naturally profit. Su-di smiled and looked at the eldest son. Who do you think you are? A mere nightmare-level weirdness dares to speak so arrogantly? Do you know there are more than 1,000 nightmare-level commanders over there? Su-di did not speak but instead looked at the eldest son, waiting for his answer. The eldest son was silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. The command rights can be given to you. Once you succeed, double the reward plus the entire exclusive selling rights of the ancient city. This was originally something he wanted to give up. Moreover, Su-di initially needed no financial investment, regardless of win or loss, it wouldn't affect his overall plan. If he won, it would be even easier afterward. If he lost, it wouldn't matter, it still wouldn't affect his plan. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted with numerous opposing voices. Eldest son, you cannot. How can you hand the battle group to an outsider? I think we should catch this kid and interrogate him properly. Yes, the battle group is in our hands, and still has some fighting power. Hearing this, the eldest son coldly snorted. Then who among you will take it? At this, the whole place instantly fell silent. The many lord-level weirdnesses that had previously spoken all lowered their heads. In this battle, the lord-level weirdness could not participate personally. Whoever took over the battle group was equivalent to taking over a hot potato. Even if the eldest son ultimately won, the weirdness responsible for the battle group would also become the scapegoat for its failure. Seeing that the weirdnesses no longer spoke, the unstoppered corpse jumped out. Eldest son, I can guarantee for Su-di. If he loses, I am willing to accept punishment. Su-di couldn't help but look at the unstoppered corpse. This guy usually seems not very bright. How come at this moment, he has such courage and even actively stands up to guarantee him? The other weirdness followed suit, all proposing. Eldest son, it's feasible. I think it can work. Chapter 115-115. Forming the convoy. On the way back, Su Di looked at the unstoppered corpse with great interest. Why help me guarantee? Aren't you afraid I will lose? The unstoppered corpse shook his head, his expression unusually firm. Do you know what those weirdnesses in the hall are? They are Lord-level weirdnesses that the eldest son has gathered. Correct, but do you know what the difference between me and these guys is? At this point, the lifeless face revealed a trace of resentment. They are subjects, and I am just a servant. If they weren't relying on their identity from the ancient city, what right do they have to sit there? Upon hearing this, Su Di understood. The lifeless being wanted to use this opportunity to leap over the class and get rid of this servant identity. Since joining the Lord's mansion and being promoted to a noble level, it couldn't even visibly serve as the steward of the Lord's mansion. Only because it lacked the identity of the ancient city. The lifeless being's eyes turned red, voice low. This is my only chance, do you understand? I've held on for hundreds of years, and I finally waited for this opportunity. This time, I am betting everything I have. If I fail, I won't just be expelled by the eldest son's faction, I will also be used by the third son to establish dominance. Su Di stopped walking, smiling as he patted the lifeless being. Don't worry, this will be the best decision you make in your life. Hearing this, the lifeless being said earnestly. Boss Su, I may not know where your confidence comes from, but I am willing to trust you unconditionally. As long as we succeed this time, I will become your most steadfast partner. It had witnessed the power of the weapon in Su Di's hands. Perhaps being commanded by Su Di would truly bring about a miracle. Su Di waved his hand. Quickly compile the list of battle groups and the opposing side's battle groups. The more detailed, the better. I will formulate corresponding strategies based on the battle groups. The lifeless being took out a document and directly handed it to Su Di. Boss Su, I organized it beforehand. Su Di looked at the lifeless being with slight surprise. This guy was indeed not as foolish as he appeared. Wait for me to come back with news for you. Saying that, Su Di transported back to the human world. Such a high-level battle was not his strength. After returning to the human world, Su Di immediately found Zhang Tianyu. Now, all the heroic spirits, under his leadership, had all assembled. More than 100 SSS-level beings, plus SS and S-level, there were nearly 1,000. Most of them were elite troops. Among them, there must be talents capable of commanding such large-scale battles. Captain Tianyu, take a look at this list. Zhang Tianyu took the list, unable to help but hold his breath. Boss, what exactly are you trying to do? Leading a battle group of over 100 nightmare-level strange commanders against a group of over 1,000 nightmare-level strange beings. Hiss. Li Buren beside him gasped upon seeing this list. Let alone confronting a group of over 1,000 nightmare-level strange beings. Even if just these over 100 nightmare-level strangeness attacked, all the world's strong men combined couldn't withstand it. Boss, are you trying to rebel? Su Di looked at Li Buren, teasingly said. Yes, are you scared? Li Buren shook his head. Scared my foot, I just go for it. Since Li Buren avenged his fellow villagers and relieved his worries, he completely let himself go. Not to mention following the captain to lead the strange battle group to confront. Even if Su Di told him to carry C4 to blow up the strangeness, he wouldn't hesitate at all. Zhang Tianyu was not as impulsive as Li Buren. After seeing the list, he asked Su Di. Boss, how many battle vehicles are you giving us this time? He knew Su Di must have made preparations. Without the support of flesh and blood equipment, facing nightmare-level strangeness would mean death. Su Di smiled and said. Are 30 flesh and blood battle vehicles enough? Last time, Zhang Tianyu, Li Buren, the three of them, drove one flesh and blood battle vehicle and crushed 30 nightmare-level strange beings battle groups. Based on this ratio, about 30 vehicles would be needed. Moreover, the heroic spirits currently only numbered over 1,000. Dispatching more vehicles would risk not having enough personnel. If the strangeness were to join the convoy, it would not only be a question of whether they could understand the commands. Whether they could keep up with the convoy was also a problem. Seeing Zhang Tianyu not speaking, Su Di was slightly stunned. Is 30 vehicles not enough? If it's not enough, we can add more. No, boss, 20 vehicles are enough. 20 vehicles? Just 20 vehicles are enough? Zhang Tianyu's answer left Su Di and Li Buren stunned. Captain Tianyu, I don't lack blood and flesh battle vehicles here. We're going into this battle with abundance, no need to save. Li Buren replied similarly. Yes, Captain, isn't 20 a bit too few? Zhang Tianyu smiled and explained to the two. You misunderstood my meaning. My initial plan is to form a convoy of 20 blood and flesh battle vehicles to create a vanguard. A dense firepower line of 20 blood and flesh battle vehicles is enough to deal with this situation. 5 will serve as the second echelon, following the Eerie army. Once there is a gap in the firepower line of the first echelon, the second echelon will lead the nightmare-level eerie commander to timely reinforce. The last 5 blood and flesh battle vehicles will be kept hidden as reserves. Even with a tight firepower line made of blood and flesh battle vehicles, facing the wargroups led by over 1,000 nightmare-level eerie commanders, no one can guarantee absolute safety. Casualties are unavoidable in war. This is inevitable. As Zhang Tianyu said this, he looked toward Su Di. Boss, this is my initial idea, what do you think? Great, quickly improve this plan. By the way, is there anyone talented in command? We must find someone to command the nightmare-level eerie. If we let these guys handle it themselves, it will surely go wrong. Zhang Tianyu pondered for a moment and recommended a candidate to Su Di. An SS-level spirit, who once belonged to a mysterious unit, specifically responsible for military simulation. Having him command the eerie army would definitely not be a problem. All right. Today, let the brothers have a good rest. Tomorrow we march into the eerie world. While Zhang Tianyu was formulating the plan, Su Di decided to let these spirits relax. Previously, they had no time to go home and see their families while seizing more territory for the Dragon Kingdom. Now, the carnival phase was over. These spirits finally had a rare holiday. Little Su, you finally returned. As Su Di just finished arranging things, Master Lingshu came over. What's going on, Master? Master Lingshu pulled out a document and said eagerly. Something big has happened. Su Di took the document and froze. How could such a situation occur? Chapter 116, The Arrival of Angels. On the document. It clearly marked the strange events that broke out in various places. These strange events had no game prompts. And they weren't caused by the eerie world's arrival. Su Di took a deep breath. When did this start? It started after the player carnival phase ended. Hiss. Su Di gasped. What does this mean? It means that since the start of the horror game 2.0 version, the human world began to show signs of becoming locally eerie. What exactly caused this? Master Lingshu pointed at one case. This old man turned into a zombie. According to witnesses, it was caused by a disturbance from a black cat. Caused by a disturbance from a black cat. Isn't this a clear sign of local eerie phenomena? Isn't this just like the scenes in dramas where people turn into zombies? Could it be that these things in dramas are really happening in reality? Thinking of this, Su Di realized. The horror game has descended, what's so strange about it? Su Di slapped his cheek. Master, fully open the eerie dungeon and promote the process of player participation for everyone. Saying this, he added. Have there been any such incidents in other countries? Master Lingshu shook his head. While there haven't been any eerie incidents, an angel has descended there, and this angel has swept through many nightmare-level dungeons in a short time. This was the latest information from spies stationed in Western Europe. Due to the extreme confidentiality of this event, only partial information was obtained. What the hell, what? What in the world is going on? Wait, what has really happened during this time? Su Di's eyes darkened. Local eeriness? The arrival of angels? What is all this? What does it have to do with the horror game? The Taoist Master Lingshu frowned tightly. From this situation, it seems that Su Di also does not understand what happened. But Su Di, the strongest in the human world, does not know what is going on. Not to mention, our player. Master Uncle, do we have detailed information? We are still investigating. I estimate the latest information will be sent back tonight. Su Di thought carefully for a moment. Master Uncle, how about I go take a look myself? The arrival of angels in Western Europe indeed piqued his interest. No way. The Taoist Master Lingshu did not hesitate and stopped Su Di. According to known intelligence, the angel that descended is sweeping through nightmare-level dungeons without a care. In those dungeons, nightmare-level abnormalities had no means of resistance at all. Although Su Di is the strongest among players, facing such unknown creatures, hastily going to check could likely lead to trouble. Little Su, the upper echelons have activated the highest level of Dark Scouts. At the latest, the information will be relayed back tonight. For safety's sake, let's wait for the information to come in. Su Di had to suppress his curiosity. Alright then. He could also easily eliminate nightmare-level abnormalities. He did not know what means that angel might have. Thinking of this, Su Di suddenly realized something. Could that angel possibly be a noble-level abnormality? He had personally experienced the power of noble-level abnormalities. Sweeping through nightmare-level abnormal leaders was as easy as drinking water. Could it be that players from Western Europe reached a deal with this high-level abnormality? If he could do business with the abnormalities, those guys in Western Europe could certainly do the same. 2. No. The conflicts among abnormalities are far more serious than those between humans and abnormalities. Humans might be able to coexist with abnormalities, but opposing abnormalities can only lead to a deadlock. Take this ancient city lord as an example. It went to great lengths to vie for a stronger successor, not hesitating to use over 1,000 nightmare-level abnormal commanders as pawns and cannon fodder to let them fight each other. Perhaps Western Europe has allied with another superpower. Master Uncle, do you think that so-called angel might be a higher-level abnormality? This question stunned Taoist Master Lingshu. The entire abnormality group had never considered this direction. After Su Di said this, there really seemed to be such a possibility. Little Su, I will first go back to investigate and give you news tonight. Su Di nodded helplessly. All matters would once again be a mess by tonight. Alright, then I'll head back first. At the Lord's mansion. Uncle, do you think there are forces around that are comparable to the ancient city? Facing Su Di's inquiry, Zhao Tingshu was taken aback. In the surroundings, there really aren't any. The ancient city was built amidst a bloody history. It had nearly annihilated all major forces nearby. And then, on the corpses of those guys, the ancient city was established. This led to the wilderness outside the ancient city. SSS-level abnormalities could become the leaders of a certain force. Su Di thought for a moment and changed his phrasing. Then are there any major forces that are similar to the ancient city? After being pushed out of the core power circle, Zhao Tingshu began exploring the world of abnormalities. He would definitely know some information in this regard. Without thinking, Zhao Tingshu answered. Of course. At this point, he couldn't help but remind Su Di. These forces are mostly unfriendly towards external abnormalities. In the years he explored the world of abnormalities, he indeed encountered super-large forces that could rival the ancient city. But without exception, these super-large forces that could rival the ancient city all developed a strong resistance to him, the noble-level outsider. Uncle, is it possible that your strength is so great that they fear you? Hearing this, Zhao Tingshu laughed out loud. You really know how to talk. By the way, why did you suddenly ask about this? Are you thinking of developing business with other giant cities? Su Di shook his head and then explained the reason. Uncle, you don't know. After chatting for a long time, Zhao Tingshu finally understood. What you mean is, other countries have summoned beings similar to deities? Yes. Zhao Tingshu immediately frowned. This situation, it really had never seen before. Moreover, now the situation is special, it cannot join the for-fire military industry. Otherwise, it could go there in person. It could determine what kind of strange beings they really are. Little Su, let's do this. Once you get the information, bring it to me. I will see if I can recognize which force it is. For thousands of years, the Grand Huaxia has been passed down. If a divine being truly descended to save the world, then it should be Huaxia that ranks first. Su Di nodded and helplessly said. It can only be this way. Zhao Tingshu saw Su Di's inner worry and immediately comforted. Little Su, some things shouldn't all fall on your shoulders. Moreover, that so-called angel has not targeted our Huaxia. Think positively, don't think negatively. Hearing this, Su Di couldn't help but smile and said. Uncle, I also want to think positively. But these guys, once they gain power, haven't done good things. Setting aside past grievances, these guys have secretly obstructed Longwa since the horror game arrived. Moreover, having done arms deals for so long, in what situation can both parties communicate equally? That is when both sides have equal military strength. Now that other countries have so-called angels, then Longwa must have them too. This thing is like a little boy, you can live without it, but you cannot be without it. Upon realizing this situation, Zhao Tingshu immediately gave a countermeasure. Little Su, after this matter is settled, I will personally accompany you. If they choose to hide the news, it must be that there is some problem with that angel. If it really is a princely level anomaly, why would it need to hide? Su Di's eyes suddenly brightened, this reminded him. In the eyes of princely level anomalies, nightmare level anomalies are merely ants. With a flip of the hand, they could be annihilated. You must know, Zhao Tingshu can wave his hand and create 30 nightmare-level anomaly commanders and a bizarre army in the scroll. Other princely-level anomalies, no matter how weak, won't be too weak. After all, Su Di, being a super player who can defeat nightmare-level anomalies. When facing princely-level anomalies, it only has the option to escape. Uncle, I will go back and check the situation first. Wait, this information might be useful to you. Zhao Tingshu called Su Di, took out a piece of information. During the time Su Di left, it didn't idle away. but used previous connections to gather a large amount of information. Su-di took the information and took a deep breath. It detailed the forces of the eldest son and the third son. The princely level anomalies that both sides drew in, and those still observing. No wonder the city lord pushed Zhao Tingshu out of the core power level. Having such a military advisor is indeed a major hidden danger. Uncle, this won't be? Zhao Tingshu naturally understood Su-di's meaning and waved his hand. In other times, there would be risks, but not at this time. In this stage. Not only it, but also all princely level anomalies are quietly operating. Gathering such information won't provoke the city lord's wariness. As for other matters, it cannot interfere too much. Little Su, the upcoming confrontation will rely on you. If I intervene, it will definitely provoke the city lord's dissatisfaction. I hope this information can increase your winning odds. Su-di accepted this information and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, we will definitely win. With equipment and talents, if they lose under such circumstances, Su-di might as well find a tofu and just end it." In the Flesh and Blood Mansion, Su-di listed all the information. This includes a lot of information. He needs to filter out what Zhang Tianyu can use. The anomaly army under the third son belongs to different princely level forces, totaling 17 teams. Over 1,000 nightmare level anomaly commanders, among which 27 are highlighted. These 27 have all led their subordinates to achieve impressive victories. Compared to the eldest son, the third son seems less prominent. The nightmare level strange commanders are only a little over 100, but only 3 are famous. But from the paper strength perspective, the eldest son's side has no chance of winning at all. Su-di pulled all this information out. With this information, Zhang Tianyu could develop different countermeasures for different strange commanders. The remaining intelligence made Su-di's heart race with fear. Currently, in the ancient city, there are as many as 100 noble-level forces. Nightmare-level forces can't even make the rankings in the ancient city. These noble-level forces mostly have 1 noble-level strange, but a few exceptionally have 2 noble-level strangenesses. Of course. This excludes the City Lord's Mansion. From what Su-di knows, the City Lord's Mansion has 5 noble-level strangenesses. The City Lord, 2 young masters, a corpse that won't rot, and Zhao Tingshu. However, the City Lord's Mansion must have more than just these 5 to firmly hold onto the ancient city. Among them, Zhao Tingshu is a marginal figure, and the corpse that won't rot is a servant, so these 2 can be excluded. At least 5 more noble-level strangenesses are lurking within the City Lord's Mansion. Su-di suddenly felt a heavy pressure. The 4-fire military industry stands no chance against such a level of forces, not even comparable to ants. He must unlock more powerful weapons soon. Things like tanks, artillery, and rocket launchers must all be arranged. With this thought, Su-di decided to recruit strange beings in large quantities. He immediately found his boss and informed him of this plan. "Su, how many to recruit?" "No limit on quantity, as long as they reach S-level. Right now, the company isn't short on money at all. Just the daily sales of flesh weapons can bring the 4-fire military industry a profit of hundreds of millions. Raising some S-level strangenesses is really a small matter." "No problem. By the way, Su, the old goat is inquiring about the blood-flesh infantry fighting vehicles. How should I respond?" The boss then informed Su-di about the situation with the old goat. The old goat quickly captured a lot of territory using the flesh weapons he had. But with the flood of flesh weapons, the advantage has been constantly reduced, going from an initial overwhelming force to a stalemate. Recently, many SSS-level forces have jointly launched a counterattack. Due to the vast territory, the number of strangenesses responsible for defense is insufficient, leading to the loss of some of the captured territory. Ship the goods. Su-di didn't hesitate at all. He had promised the old goat that once the new equipment appeared, he would supply it first. Now that the old goat asked, he simply took this opportunity to deliver. "By the way, boss, can you see if you can buy a plot of land from the old goat?" The newly recruited strangenesses, although they belong to the private army of the 4-fire military industry. But Su-di doesn't want to settle them in the flesh mansion. After all, this is a place for doing business. Yet, there is no place for them to practice. Plus, according to the boss, the old goat occupies too much land. Even if he doesn't sell to the 4-fire military industry, he won't have enough manpower to guard it. After the boss received the flesh infantry fighting vehicles in the dead space, he said to Su-di, "In my opinion, it would be better to buy up all the surrounding territory. Most of this was the old goat's original territory. And part of it was territory of other forces. The only common point in this area is that the resources and benefits have been completely drained. Ordinary SSS-level strangenesses need a vast amount of resources to advance to nightmare level. To advance to nightmare level, they can only keep expanding their territory. At this stage, making this request, the old goat would definitely be very happy. Boss, you just go ahead and do it. Whatever funds you need, just take it directly from the company's account. All right. The boss agreed and left the flesh mansion. After the boss left, Sudi realized another issue. That is, the delivery problem. Now the flesh weapons being sold are basically picked up by strangenesses themselves. Sigh. It's all a problem. Chapter 118, Company Industry, Comprehensive Upgrade. What's wrong? Lin Shi appeared beside Sudi. With her cool little hand, she gently pressed Sudi's head. Sudi hugged Lin Shi tightly. Recently, there have been too many things, it's all a bit overwhelming. It's not just that there are things to deal with in the ancient city. There are also many issues to take care of here at the company. Lin Shi, feeling distressed, embraced Sudi. You don't have to take everything on yourself, I can help share the pressure. I can't help with the ancient city, but I can here at the company. Saying this, she took out many books. I've learned a lot recently. I can help you handle things well here at the company. Sudi's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. Why should he take all the burdens? That kid Kongjing is managing the branch at Black Tiger Mountain alone. Isn't it doing just fine? Thinking this, Sudi looked at Lin Shi and asked. Shi, what do you think is the biggest problem the company is facing right now? Lin Shi considered carefully. The biggest problem now is the supply chain. Many customers want to buy our company's products, but can't get them at all. Although Sihua military industry is currently making billions in daily profit, Lin Shi believes that the potential of Sihua military industry is far greater than this. According to statistics, the customers who can successfully get the goods daily only account for 30% of the clientele. A staggering 70% of customers are unable to get the goods. Do you have any solutions? Lin Shi thought carefully again. First, we need to expand our customer service team. A few hundred little yakshas simply can't handle so many customers. Secondly, we should set up a professional logistics department. Customer service should only handle customer service issues, the delivery should be left to the logistics department. This will greatly improve efficiency. Sudi couldn't help but pat her cute little backside. Where did you learn this? I learned it from reading. Do you think I only read SpongeBob? Hiss. This girl is truly talented. Just from reading, she can understand this? Sudi had thought about offering home delivery services. But in this strange world, there is no such thing as logistics. There's no express delivery service either, if you want to deliver goods. You can only set up a logistics team by the company itself, but Sudi was an outsider in this area. He originally wanted to bring some talent to the company. But he didn't expect so many events to pile up. Before he knew it, he forgot about this matter. Alright, I'll leave it to you, boss lady. From now on, I'll be responsible for supplying you, okay? Lin Shi wrapped her arms around Sudi's neck. Supply? When will my goods be supplied? Sudi said with a serious face. Boss lady, we should prioritize our business. Ha! Lin Shi quickly changed into her professional OL outfit. Dressed like a strong woman, combined with her stunning beauty, created a striking contrast. Mr. Su, as long as you can keep me fed, you don't have to worry about the company. Sudi's interest was instantly piqued by her outfit. Boss lady, please behave, I'm not that kind of person. Oh really? At midnight. In the farmhouse. Sudi dragged his weary body and sat down in the courtyard. Since Lin Shi was promoted to nightmare level. Damn, Xiao Su, what happened to you? Daoist Lingshu exclaimed. Me? Sudi retorted. Daoist Lingshu wasted no time and took out his phone to snap a picture. Damn, is this me? Sudi stared at the photo of himself in shock. His face was pale, eyes sunken, looking like a ghost. I've been too tired lately. Damn. It seems I need to replenish. Sudi complained in his heart. The weirdness in Bloodsaber's hell had been digested nearly completely. In terms of mental strength, Sudi could hold on. But in terms of flesh, without the weirdness from Bloodsaber's hell providing nutrients, he couldn't withstand Lin Shi. No wonder it was a showdown of equals. Turns out it was because there were no nutrients left in Bloodsaber's hell. Thinking this, Sudi decided to participate in the Legion combat at that time. At that time, he would gather all those weirdness into Bloodsaber's hell. With so many nightmare-level weirdness, he would definitely be able to feast well. After fully digesting, he might just level up to noble rank. At that moment, Lin Shi walked out holding a pot of tea. Master Uncle, have some tea. Lin Shi's face was radiant, glowing with life, her skin like that of a newborn baby. This formed a stark contrast with Su Di. The Taoist spirit void quickly took a sip of tea, dropped the intelligence report, and turned to leave. Little Su, wait for me here, I'll be right back. Lin Shi asked in confusion. Master Uncle, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Who knows? Su Di shrugged and began to look through the intelligence report. Upon seeing the content of the report, he instantly sat up straight. The information showed that so-called angel was a strange being that had descended into the real world. However, the undercover agents had not yet figured out why this being had appeared, and why it had swept through all nightmare-level dungeons before approaching. Could it be that the two sides had reached some kind of deal? The report also included a blurred photo. In the photo, there was a figure with 6 wings floating in the air, just like the legendary angel. Seeing Su Di's reaction, Lin Shi couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Su Di handed the photo to Lin Shi. "Have you ever seen this strange being?" Upon seeing the photo, Lin Shi was first taken aback, then asked back, "Where did this come from?" Su Di pointed to the report and said, "This guy descended in Western Europe and swept through many nightmare-level dungeons." No, this shouldn't be." Lin Shi constantly shook her head, countless fragments of memory began to flash in her mind. After a while, she finally exclaimed, "Such a thing should have been extinct long ago, how could it be?" Seeing Lin Shi's reaction, Su Di was startled. Could it be that there was something wrong with this thing? What on earth is this thing? Abyss demon. What is that? Lin Shi rubbed her head, trying to recall more things. But in the end, she could only get some fragments of memory. This is a strange being born from the abyss. Because the abyss in the strange world is born from the seeds of evil. So these demons have had the seeds of evil since they were born. Born with evil seeds? Isn't that born as nightmare level? Such a powerful strange being, how could it become extinct? How did this guy go extinct? Lin Shi took a deep breath. It was wiped out by my family. Wiped out? Su Di was taken aback. Why was it wiped out? I guess it must be because of territory. The abyss is not suitable for all strange beings to stay for long. Even abyss strange beings cannot withstand the long-term invasion of strange auras. So once they are born and reach a certain scale, they will leave the abyss to find new territory. The next day, at the Lord's mansion, led by the undead corpse, Su Di arrived at a secret realm. This secret realm was the battlefield where both sides had fought. The secret realm was vast and stretched for thousands of miles, with no end in sight. Not bad, not bad. Su Di was particularly satisfied with this battlefield. Such an open area is suitable for blood and flesh battle vehicles, able to develop the vehicle's potential to the extreme. If it were a mountain or forest area, the blood and flesh battle vehicles would be hard to perform well. This was the advantage of the young master in the Lord's mansion, able to familiarize himself with the battlefield in advance. Boss Su, when will you gather the army? No hurry, I will let my people familiarize themselves with the environment first. Su Di waved his hand and then released all the heroic souls from the blood slaughter inferno. The undead corpse's eyes flashed, unable to help but ask. Boss Su, are you going to let your people take the lead? Su Di nodded. Captain Tianyu, take the team to familiarize themselves with the vehicles. As he spoke, 30 blood and flesh battle vehicles appeared in the secret realm. The undead corpse looked at this group of heroic souls, unable to help but frown. Are these guys capable? Although all powers were handed over to Su Di, it still raised doubts. These SSS-level, SS-level, and even S-level heroic souls had individual strength far inferior to that of the young master's troops. Why not let the nightmare-level strange beings command the blood and flesh battle vehicles? Instead of letting these weaker individuals drive the blood and flesh battle vehicles? Su Di guessed what the undead corpse was thinking. There is no time to train strange beings. Moreover, only my group of subordinates can maximize the performance of the war vehicles. Seeing Su Di say this, Bu Huasher could only watch quietly. Before long, Zhang Tianyu had arranged for everyone to go down. As the roar of the war vehicles sounded, they gradually drove away. So fast? Bu Huasher was startled by this scene. He didn't expect the convoy to depart so quickly. Watching the convoys constantly changing formations, he couldn't help but say, Boss Su, how long will it take to achieve this? At least half a year. No way, does it really take that long to drive a vehicle? Bu Huasher raised a question. Su Di glanced at Bu Huasher. Driving a vehicle isn't difficult, the hard part is coordinating these war vehicles together. If no one teaches them, the strange ones in the Legion will fumble around. When I say half a year, I'm actually being optimistic about them. Bu Huasher fell silent. As the behind-the-scenes steward of the city lord's mansion, he knew many secrets. If the strange ones from the war group really came, they might not be able to play along at all. Not to mention the constantly changing convoy formations. Whether they could even drive out together was a big question. Su-D was the first to break this situation. Have all the weapons been distributed? Previously, Bu Huasher had purchased weapons worth billions from the for-fire military industry. They were distributed a long time ago. Bu Huasher paused, a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Bu Huasher took a deep breath. The feedback we got isn't very good. Su-D turned to look at Bu Huasher. Is there a problem with the weapons? That's not it, it's just that these guys don't really know how to use them. Bu Huasher pinched his forehead and told Su-D what had happened in the Legion. The Legion was under closed management. The strange ones had never been exposed to flesh weapons, leading to many issues. Especially with the flesh C4, it had killed quite a few unfortunate folks. This left Su-D speechless. Didn't I tell you the usage and precautions for each weapon? Bu Huasher was equally at a loss. I did, but there are really some idiots in the Legion. Alright, I understand. Su-D waved his hand and then pointed at the convoy. I'll send someone to teach these strange ones how to use the weapons, you just need to supervise. If there are any disobedient ones, deal with them directly. Bu Huasher immediately agreed. Teaching the strange ones was not his forte, but dealing with disobedient ones, he was very good at it. After Zhang Tianyu let everyone familiarize themselves with the vehicles, he found Su-D. Boss, the convoy is almost familiar with their vehicles. When will those strange ones be in position? They can be ready at any time. Su-D then introduced Zhang Tianyu to Bu Huasher. Bu Huasher did not underestimate this SSS-level spirit. And he expressed he would do everything possible to assist Zhang Tianyu in managing all the strange ones. After all, this was related to his own interests. It was about his chance to leap through the Dragon Gate and enter a broader world. After doing all this, Su-D left the secret realm. As for combat and coordination, he left it to Zhang Tianyu and Bu Huasher. There was no meaning for him to stay here. It would be better to go back and see if he could unlock the next piece of equipment. Back at the Flesh Building. Su-D couldn't wait to open the system. Handover situation, 100%. Financial situation, 0%. Seeing this, Su-D was left speechless. What the heck? He wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could exploit a system bug, but ended in failure. He had hoped to deliver vehicles first without collecting funds up front. He could complete the system task but hadn't expected that the funds still needed to be in place. Seeing this, Su-D sighed. He would have to wait until this battle ended, and after the funds from the City Lord's mansion came in, before unlocking the next piece of equipment. On the company side. Under Lin Shi's efforts, the logistics department was successfully established. Just the shipping efficiency had greatly improved compared to before. However, this logistics department. This is only for internal company use. To establish a truly capable logistics department for transporting goods, it still requires a lot of time. After all, in this bizarre world, there are no supporting facilities, it can only be done step by step over time. After inspecting the company, Su-D teleported to Black Tiger Mountain. Damn! Su-D was stunned as he looked at the magnificent buildings of Black Tiger Mountain. All he could see were busy little demons and strange beings patrolling with guns. The last time he left, there was only a frame at Black Tiger Mountain. But now, there were several large buildings. Su-D had just taken 2 steps. A strange creature more than half a meter tall, covered in thick fur, jumped out. Hey, where did this little thief come from, daring to invade my territory of Black Tiger Mountain? Su-D looked at this strange creature and a name suddenly flashed in his mind. Little Whirlwind. Just a smaller version of it. I am the boss of the Fourth Fire military industry. Hey, our boss just went out to discuss business, you. Once Su-D revealed the information of the Fourth Fire military industry, the little demon had to swallow back his words. Boss, you're here, please come. Brothers, welcome the boss of the headquarters to our Black Tiger Mountain branch. This little demon was not big in size, but his voice was loud. With one shout, all the strange beings turned to look this way. Hello, boss. All the strange beings stopped their work, looking at Su-D in unison. The cheers echoed through the mountain valley. Well done, keep it up. Su-D maintained a serious face and waved his hand. Seeing this, the little demon immediately shouted. Continue working. All the strange beings immediately went back to work. Seeing this, Su-D couldn't help but nod his head. This kid, Kongjing, really did well. What's your name? The little demon had a flattering expression and took out his ID card. Report to the boss, I am Little Whirlwind, the security captain of our Black Tiger Mountain branch. What the heck? It really is Little Whirlwind? Su Di nodded without changing his expression. At this moment, an old man rushed out of the building. Boss, you finally came back. Su Di focused and realized the coming strange was Old Huang. Old Huang, acting all anxious like what? Old Huang bent his back and smiled. The boss is right. Since the establishment of the Black Tiger Mountain branch, his status has risen remarkably. Not to mention in Black Tiger Mountain, even outside. Other strange beings call him Manager Huang with respect. All of this is thanks to Su Di. To him, Su Di is like a second set of parents. In the office, Old Huang asked Su Di. Boss, do you want me to call the owner back? Su Di waved his hand. No need, I just came to see the situation here. The people I redeployed will take some time to return. Hearing this, Old Huang took out a report. Boss, just in time, we have something to report to you. Su Di took the report and looked at it, slightly taken aback. This report detailed the current security situation of Black Tiger Mountain. There are a total of 3 nightmare-level strange beings and as many as 100 SSS-level strange beings. There is no need for Li Burang and his group of heroic souls to guard Black Tiger Mountain. Old Huang grinned widely as he looked at Su Di. Originally, the owner said he would report to you personally after finishing the business, but unexpectedly, you came first. Alright, then I won't send my group of people to your side. Su Di thought the development of Kongjing would be great. But he didn't expect the development situation to be this good. 3 nightmare-level security beings, the Bloodflesh Mansion doesn't even have such a configuration. Thinking of this, Su Di made a decision. He would let the group of evil thoughts upgrade when he returned. The headquarters cannot be worse than the branch. Apart from the security situation, Su Di also checked the business situation of the branch. The daily profit was around 1 billion, basically consistent with the situation before the improvement at headquarters. This report made him feel as if he had let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, there were places to improve. Have you established a logistics department? Boss, this time, the owner went to talk about this business. There is a strange ethnic group called the Strange Peng Bird 100 miles away. Born with storage abilities. The flying speed is extremely fast, making it the best choice for delivery. This time, the airspace is going to them. It is to visit their clan leader to discuss cooperation matters. Alright. Su Di was completely convinced. He originally wanted to give some guidance, but now there was no need for that. Okay, from now on, if I need help from headquarters, just come to me in time. Yes, boss. Su Di waved his hand and left Black Tiger Mountain. In the real world, it seemed that all parties had settled down. Every country was expanding its territory in the strange world. It really became rare and quiet. There was no information coming from Western Europe either. That angel disappeared after sweeping through all the nightmare-level dungeons. After Su Di returned, Taoist Lingshu found him. Little Su, here is the information about conquering dungeons. You take a look and see which of those dungeons are suitable for you to open a branch office. After you select, I will assist in building the branch office. Now, Dragon Country's expansion speed far exceeded that of other countries. It's all because the players of Dragon Country are equipped with various flesh and blood weapons. The overall quality of the players has also significantly improved. The weirdness born from within and the dungeons that descended were, for now, merely arrivals, not disasters, for Dragon Country. Su Di took the documents and began to carefully sift through them. There were a total of 170 SSS-level dungeons, of which there were more than 80 different regions. In the same region, only one needed to be chosen. Su Di spent half a day selecting. Finally, he selected 82 dungeons. Master Uncle, let's go with these 82 dungeons. Okay. Taoist Lingshu immediately conveyed this message back. There would be dedicated personnel responsible for building the necessary structures for the 4-fire military company within these dungeons. Little Su, do you have any requirements for the company's construction? Su Di shook his head. Master Uncle, I have no requirements. I will only be responsible for supplying goods and pricing for these dungeons. I won't interfere with anything else. Taoist Lingshu's pupils suddenly constricted. He initially wished to ask about the branch office issues after the buildings were completed. But unexpectedly, Su Di chose to be a hands-off manager. This greatly helped Dragon Country. In the future, Dragon Country's players could enter these dungeons and expand outward. Little Su, your meaning is? Su Di nodded solemnly. I don't have the mindset to manage so many branch offices, so these companies can be decided by you, Master Uncle. However, I need the lord positions for these dungeons. Only by taking the lord positions of these dungeons could Su Di replenish his supply. No problem. Taoist Lingshu immediately agreed. At the initial meeting, it was decided to hand over all selected dungeons to Su Di for management. Becoming a lord naturally included that. Speaking of which, Taoist Lingxiu smiled as he looked at Su Di. Little Su, let's go, and see your new territory? The selected dungeons were among the earliest to be developed. The buildings were all completed, just waiting for Su Di to take over. Su Di was stunned for a moment. Seeing Su Di in a daze, Taoist Lingxiu explained. Those dungeons that were promised to you have already started construction long ago. Alright. Su Di was completely delighted. Being a hands-off manager felt so good. Not having to say anything or do anything. Everyone else would handle everything well. It could be imagined that once these branch offices were built, the four-fire military company would usher in an explosive period of development. By then, Su Di wouldn't have to do anything. He just needed to check the information of these dungeons daily, replenish the inventory, and then wait for unlocking new equipment. He wondered when he would unlock communication equipment. Thinking of this, Su Di had an idea. Master Uncle, do you think satellites can work in the strange world? Satellites? Taoist Lingxiu was taken aback when he heard this. I don't know, I haven't tried. What's wrong, little Su? Su Di smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, Master Uncle. The strange world is completely different from reality. Normal satellites may not necessarily work. If only there were flesh and blood satellites. Chapter 121, The Skull Token. Let's go, Xiao Su, let's check out the dungeon. Taoist Lingxiu opened the permissions and activated the portal. Su Di followed closely behind him and entered the dungeon. SSS-level dungeon, Bone Island. What greeted them was a scene of nothing but bones. Giant bones, over 100 meters tall, stunned Su Di. It was hard to imagine how gigantic these skeletons must have been in life. Taoist Lingxiu looked at the varied skeletons and couldn't help but exclaim. So huge. Master Uncle, this place, is it really made entirely of bones? Taoist Lingxiu took out some materials and read them carefully. It says so in the documents. The documents revealed that Bone Island was made up of countless strange corpses. Due to the passage of time, these corpses had turned into white bones. The strange creatures born on this island were also bone creatures. These creatures had low intelligence and even lower defense. Players from Dragon Country easily conquered the dungeon with the help of flesh and blood weapons. At that moment, a giant skull creaked loudly. What the hell is that? Taoist Lingxiu quickly stepped back and hid behind Su Di. Su Di immediately activated the Blood Inferno Hell. A towering blood-red light instantly covered Bone Island. As the lower jaw of the skull slowly dropped to the ground, countless small skeletons crawled out. These small skeletons were very tiny, only about 20 to 30 centimeters. But there were so many of them, like a swarm of locusts. The blood light swept over. In an instant, a large number of small skeletons were wiped out. These small skeletons crunched and broke up the moment they touched the inferno. But the sound of their screams didn't last long before it became quiet. The reason was that these small skeletons turned into ashes after struggling for only a short while in the inferno. The remaining small skeletons stopped in their tracks and turned in unison towards the giant skull. The lower jaw of the skull slowly rose. With a loud bang, the skull's mouth slammed shut. Taoist Lingxiu and Su Di exchanged glances. Xiao Su, what was that just now? I have no idea either. At this moment, the Dragon Country players stationed here arrived late. After hearing the introduction from the local leader, the two of them learned what that was. It wasn't exactly a monster. It was more like the ants of a strange world. They would come out at a specific time every day to bask in the sun, and then return. Since they posed no harm to the players, the guards hadn't bothered to deal with these little creatures. Taoist Lingxiu immediately inquired about the Bone Island token. The leader took out a small golden skeleton. The golden skeleton, like a small monkey, was lifted by the leader's hand. Taoist Lingxiu, this is the Bone Island Lord's token. Su Di couldn't help but freeze. What kind of token is this? But when he took the golden skeleton, he was stunned. Tame the golden skeleton to become the Lord of SSS-level dungeon, Bone Island. Would you like to accept this task? Su Di didn't hesitate for a second and clicked yes. However, after accepting the task, there was no follow-up. The golden skeleton seemed to have no brain, just gnashing its teeth continuously. Master Uncle, how do we tame this thing? Taoist Lingxiu frowned as he looked at the golden skeleton. He had never seen such a creature before. How could he know how to tame this thing? Xiao Su, try using spiritual power to feed it. Su Di immediately attempted it. He continuously tried to feed spiritual power to the golden skeleton. But the skeleton seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't establish any connection. Until Sudi used the Blood Inferno Hell again, the golden skeleton finally showed some reaction. Sensing this, Sudi hesitated for a moment and placed the skeleton into the Blood Inferno Hell. However, he didn't throw it directly into the Inferno. He placed it on the fake mountain instead. Until late at night, Sudi finally established a link with the golden skeleton. But once the connection was made, he realized that the golden skeleton was completely hollow inside. The whiteboard was blank. The actions of the golden little skeleton were entirely driven by instinct. This made Sudi realize the golden little skeleton might not be a strange creature, but rather a bizarre tool. Upon realizing this, Sudi's thoughts became much clearer. He accelerated his invasion of the golden little skeleton's consciousness. It took him over 10 hours. A prompt appeared. Congratulations, player, you have become the SSS-level dungeon lord of Bone Island. What the hell? Two voices spoke at the same time. Taoist Lingshu's pupils tightened upon hearing this statement. Little Su, what happened to you? What happened to me? What happened to me? Sudi and the golden little skeleton said the same thing simultaneously. Taoist Lingshu did not hesitate and immediately took out a talisman to strike the golden little skeleton. Though he did not know what kind of strange change had occurred, he knew the source of the anomaly was this golden little skeleton. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a new perspective in his line of sight. In another line of sight, his own figure appeared. This feeling was strange, as if looking at himself through a mirror. But in this line of sight, opposite Sudi was the golden little skeleton. This feeling was marvelous. Clearly, there were two bodies. But the consciousness solely belonged to Sudi himself. What the hell? At this moment, Sudi understood what had happened. His consciousness had occupied the golden little skeleton. Master Uncle, it's me. The golden little skeleton stumbled to its feet. Taoist Lingshu forcibly retracted the talisman he had cast. Little Su, what on earth is going on? Sudi lifted the golden little skeleton. Master Uncle, this thing seems like a puppet. I've turned it into my avatar. Taoist Lingshu? The person in charge? Everyone who heard this was baffled. An avatar? No way, man. Is taming the golden little skeleton supposed to be played like this? After entering the golden little skeleton, Sudi felt an unprecedented power in this body. With the golden little skeleton as the main body, Sudi felt that the entire Bone Island was under his control. In a single thought, he knew everything happening on this island. After several attempts, Sudi successfully mastered the skill of multitasking. The golden little skeleton stood on Sudi's shoulder and said, Master Uncle, is this what it feels like to have an avatar? Sudi immediately responded. This feeling is truly amazing. Taoist Lingshu looked at the absurd scene before him and couldn't help but ask. Little Su, should we go see a doctor? He felt that if Sudi continued like this, he might end up with schizophrenia. No need, Master Uncle. I feel great right now. Let's hurry up and check out other dungeons. Sudi believed his blue bar was long enough. After occupying the golden little skeleton, he truly understood what a blue bar was. He could cover the entire Bone Island with a thought. He could do it himself, but only for a few seconds at most. But using the golden little skeleton to do this, even if he kept it going, it felt like nothing at all. Chapter 122, Promotion to Nightmare Level Lord. In a single thought, the bone road shook violently. Countless skeletons began to revive. This mutation shocked everyone on the island. Sudi's true body lowered the golden skeleton avatar in his hand. Master Uncle, withdraw everyone. Taoist Lingshu immediately looked at the person in charge. Withdraw all personnel. Before long, the entire Bone Road saw no living beings left. Only countless skeleton armies still awakening remained. In the real world, Taoist Lingshu asked Sudi with a hint of worry. Little Su, there won't be any problems over there, right? He wasn't worried about Bone Island having issues. But he was concerned that changes on Bone Island might affect Sudi. He had witnessed Sudi merging part of his consciousness into the golden skeleton. Sudi waved his hand. Master Uncle, I'm trying to control the whole Bone Island. He had a feeling. Once he controlled the golden skeleton, he could truly be considered the eerie lord of Bone Island. Through continuous refining, Sudi discovered that the golden skeleton's power was far beyond his imagination. To know that even among many nightmare-level horrors, his true form is one of the top existences. Yet even so, it cannot compare to the golden skeleton. He even had the time to feel that this golden skeleton could even compete with the undying corpse. It took a whole day. Sudi finally controlled all the skeletons on Bone Island using the golden skeleton. The skeletons of Bone Island did not appear weird but instead like machines. Because they had no consciousness, no thoughts, and completely relied on the commands of the golden skeleton. The small skeleton sunbathing at scheduled times was an order given by the former lord. Dragon Country players' first unlock achievement. For Fire military industry promoted to nightmare level. Lord player has unlocked the world map in advance. A game announcement stunned all the players. Ward, what on earth is going on? Nightmare level Lord, what on earth is this for Fire military industry? Isn't for Fire military industry an SSS dungeon? How could it be promoted to nightmare level? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Holding an SSS level territory is as difficult as climbing to the sky, how could it promote to nightmare level? Players all over the world started a heated discussion. Now there are more than 10,000 player lords around the world. Most of them are ordinary dungeons with lower levels. A small number are S-level Bazaar lords, and only a few are SS-level or SSS-level Bazaar lords. These players occupying the dungeons are not fixed. Player lords can expand their dungeon forces through various means such as plundering territories and recruiting personnel. Dungeon levels will also increase as their forces grow stronger. After leveling up, player lords can gain exclusive rewards. In contrast, player lords can suffer a decline in strength due to losing territory and personnel. They would also receive game penalties. Among these, the most painful is the SSS-level Bazaar lords. Taking the lighthouse as an example, during their final revelry phase, they dispatched a large number of players to attack the SSS-level dungeons, and due to their knowledge of the dungeons, in a very short time, they captured several SSS-level dungeons in their own country and surrounding countries. But unexpectedly, after taking many dungeons, due to a gradual shortage of personnel, many dungeons were disturbed by other Bazaar creatures. As a result, they lost several dungeons one after another. If it weren't for a few SSS-level Bazaar lords promoting to nightmare level, perhaps these dungeons would not have been held. In the end, the lighthouse had to abandon the dungeons without nightmare level players stationed. It's easy to imagine how hard it is to be a good Bazaar lord. Not only must they think of how to prevent their power from declining, but they must also deal with various Bazaar attacks. Maintaining an SSS-level territory is as hard as climbing to the skies, let alone thinking about promoting to nightmare level. However, the for Fire military industry of the Dragon Country actually promoted to nightmare level. Not only were players from other countries shocked, but players from the Dragon Country were equally astonished. So terrifying, I feel like I'm about to die in a sea-level dungeon. Promoted to nightmare level, how many SSS-level forces had to be devoured to achieve this? Oh my god, great god, please help me. I'm stuck at B level and can't move. Over here. Sudi looked at the game prompt in astonishment. He thought that after securing multiple SSS-level dungeons, the for Fire military industry would promote to nightmare level. But he never expected that the Golden Skeleton, upon fully taking control of Bone Island, would directly push the for Fire military industry to nightmare level. For Fire military industry, nightmare level. Bazaar Lord, Sudi. For Fire military industry Black Tiger Mountain branch, SSS level. Bazaar Lord, Sudi. For Fire military industry Bone Island branch, nightmare level. Bazaar Lord, Sudi. Golden Plus version. Hiss. Golden Plus version. This terrifying game is truly interesting, there's even a Golden Plus version. Will a Pro version come later? Will there be a Pro Max version? If every dungeon is like Bone Island, Sudi would never finish his tasks. However, the benefits this Golden Skeleton brings to Sudi are unmatched. Setting aside the formidable combat power of this physique, there stretches the Blood Fiend hell for thousands of miles. Thousands of miles is not something Sudi could achieve on his own. From now on, dealing with SSS level, even nightmare level anomalies. There's no need for Sudi to take action, the Golden Skeleton will reveal the Blood Fiend hell. That bloodline thrusted in their faces, scaring them to death. What a pity, surrounded by the sea, I can't even do business. World map. It clearly marks the location of Bone Island, in the deepest part of the mysterious sea. Even when the map shows the foggy area, there's no information on other anomalous forces. What does this mean? It means Bone Island is extremely isolated in this strange world. Without guests, how can he sell his weapons? The Daoist Lingshu's face flashed a hint of embarrassment. He honestly did not expect Bone Island to be in such a remote location. Within 1,000 miles, there are no anomalous dungeons at all. No wonder other dungeons always request additional manpower to support them, while Bone Island has never made such a request. It turns out there are no other anomalies fighting for the territory. Little Sue, what about the other dungeons? The other SSS level dungeons selected by Sudi have all been attacked by other anomalies to varying degrees. surely they wouldn't be in a situation with no business at all. Sudi thought carefully for a moment and then said, Master Uncle, help me check which dungeons have been attacked the most. These frequently attacked dungeons are definitely in chaotic areas. Weapons would surely be in high demand, there's no need to worry about sales. Okay, I will check. Daoist Lingshu immediately went to investigate the selected dungeon situation. If it's still like Bone Island, then there's no need to choose it. Instead, he needs to switch to other areas where anomalies gather and fight. Only then can the Sihua military industry show its advantages and sell for a better price. Chapter 123, Strange World Map. World Map. Shows countless small bright spots. Some disappear from the map in the blink of an eye, while others suddenly appear on the map. These bright spots correspond to different anomalous forces. Whenever a bright spot extinguishes, an anomalous force meets its end. Seeing this scene, Sudi realized that the conflicts in the anomalous world are far more complex than he imagined. But that's understandable. Strange beings are this way by nature. To seize more resources and territory, they will fight fiercely. Especially these anomalous lords. Even if they want to stop, their subordinates won't let them. The Old Goat and the Ancient City are perfect examples. At the beginning, Zhao Tingshu assisted the city lord in establishing the Ancient City, hoping to build a paradise without slaughter or oppression. But the idea was beautiful, and reality is cruel. The Ancient City has never stopped waging war on its path of growth. Thinking of this, Sudi zoomed in on the map. After enlarging the map, more information appeared, even showing different forces engaged in battle. When Sudi found the Ancient City, the Ancient City's forces were clearly in a red-named state, with no level displayed. This indicates that the Ancient City is at odds with other forces, and the battle has reached a stalemate. As for why the level was not displayed, it's because Sudi is only a nightmare-level force now. He can only view the corresponding level and lower-level forces. The Ancient City is in an area he has explored, so he can see some information. But due to the vast level gap between both sides, he doesn't have permission to view it. And regarding the force at odds with the Ancient City, Sudi has no permission to view it either. However, judging by that red-named state, it seems the Ancient City has reached a point of life and death with another force. From this, Sudi speculated that the City Lord's mansion might have changed the air because of this matter. There's a great possibility that after the new City Lord takes over, the old City Lord will lead the army to attack another force. Otherwise, why would the City Lord's mansion recklessly change the City Lord? The old City Lord is in his prime, and how could they give up the position of City Lord? This made Sudi see a new business opportunity. If the Ancient City is to start a full-scale war with other forces, if the four-fire military industry can get on this track, it can advance further. The arms dealers in the human world have all made their fortune from war. This time, they must perform well. Sudi made up his mind in his heart. Let these strange beings from the Ancient City see the importance of the blood and flesh weapons in his hands on the battlefield. The selection of the City Lord is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the battle group confrontation. In this stage, Sudi still cannot unlock new weapons. The second stage, the noble level strange beings will conduct voting. In this stage, Sudi also cannot intervene. However, through intelligence, he made a prediction. In this second stage, the third young master has a 90% chance of winning. Because, the noble level strange beings that explicitly support the third young master exceed 40% of the total. And those who express support for the first young master are less than 10%. One can imagine how great the gap between the two sides is. So, Sudi focused his attention on the last stage. That is the third stage, the expansion of forces. Within the specified time, whichever side can seize more territory will win. In this third stage, both sides have the same number of people. But there are no requirements for weaponry. This means that these strange beings can freely equip blood and flesh weapons. At that time, the system will unlock even more powerful weapons. Sudi made up his mind to seize this opportunity. He believes that as long as the City Lord watches the expansion process, he will be able to realize how powerful the blood and flesh weapons are as strange items. At that time, without Sudi needing to step forward, the City Lord's mansion will take the initiative to seek him out. After all, in such wars between great powers, only one side's complete defeat will bring an end. If successful, the Ancient City's power will advance further. If it fails, the Ancient City will become a stepping stone for another force. Sudi decided that during this time, he must get all the branches up and running. In the strange world, war will never stop. And the four-fire military industry's development speed will also increase rapidly. At this development speed, Sudi will need at most a year to unlock all weapon slots. Thinking of this, Sudi's heart couldn't help but heat up. Once the blood and flesh nuclear bomb is unlocked, the four-fire military industry will become the undisputed king in this strange world. At that time, all strange beings will have to look up to the four-fire military industry. And the four-fire military industry will also become the only transcendent organization above the rules of the strange world in this world. Soon, Master Lingshu brought back the filtered list. All the SSS-level forces on this list have been disturbed to varying degrees. Among them, one force caught Su Di's attention. SSS-level Instance Thrilling Amusement Park. In just a few days, this instance has been attacked over 100 times. All the attackers are SSS-level strange beings. There was even a nightmare-level strange being that sneaked into the thrilling amusement park. Fortunately, the guards were developed in time and drove that nightmare-level strange being away with a rocket launcher. Seeing this, Su Di couldn't help but furrow his brows. A nightmare-level strange being was driven away by a rocket launcher? This situation indicates that the nightmare-level strange being did not intend to harm anyone. Otherwise, these SSS-level players, even with blood and flesh weapons, would not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Su Di decided to equip all branches with a few blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicles. This way, even when encountering a nightmare-level strange being, they can still have the strength to fight. Master, let's go check out this instance first. Su Di wants to see what strange things are in this thrilling amusement park that attracts many strange beings. Let's go. When they were teleported to the instance, Su Di immediately understood. He saw that the thrilling amusement park was filled with a thick strange aura. In some areas, the density has exceeded the limit, and a liquefied strange aura has formed. No wonder this place keeps getting strange disturbances. The strange aura is harmful to human players, but it is a great tonic for the strangeness. After becoming strange, Su Di took a deep breath. Instantly, he was intoxicated by the rich strange aura around him. Staying here, he could level up much faster than anywhere else. The person in charge quickly led Su Di to the certificate. This time, the certificate was located in a corner of the amusement park, a small switch. Turn on this switch, and you will become the lord of the horror amusement park. The moment Su Di touched the switch, a prompt appeared before him. Turn it on for me. A surge of strange aura erupted. Like a giant wave of black, it instantly rushed towards everyone. Fortunately, Su Di reacted swiftly, using blood-fiery purgatory to block the black wave. You all withdraw first. Taoist Lingshu showed no hesitation. He activated the permission and sent everyone back to the real world. Since the last time at Bone Island, he knew everyone would only complicate matters for Su Di here, so he directly withdrew all the people. Chapter 124, Resource Strategic Location, Source of Strangeness. So terrifying. The thick strange aura was like oil. In a short time, the strange aura spread throughout the entire horror amusement park. At this moment, Su Di understood why there were so many strangeness battles here. What they were fighting for was not the SSS-level dungeon, the horror amusement park, but to fight for the hidden source of strangeness beneath this horror amusement park. The status of the source of strangeness was equivalent to the resource veins in the human world. And this source of strangeness could be directly absorbed by the strangeness. The horror amusement park was just a front, the truly valuable thing was the source of strangeness. Su Di continuously used blood-fiery purgatory to absorb the spouting strange aura. But there was simply too much strange aura erupting here. Even with blood-fiery purgatory activated, he couldn't absorb it all. The overwhelming bloodlight was quickly enveloped by the black mist, and the whole sky darkened. Soon, this aura attracted powerful strangeness lurking outside. Among them, a few auras exceeded Su Di's imagination. Not to mention they were royal-level strangeness, they were not far off. Su Di's mind stirred, and the golden skeleton avatar was instantly teleported from Bone Island. The vast blood-fiery purgatory, once spread out, dispersed the black mist. The bloodlight illuminated the sky again. This sudden change startled all the strangeness. The powerful strangeness rushing and stopped in their tracks, watching the situation unfold. Even a few nightmare-level strangeness that wanted to take advantage of the chaos were sucked into blood-fiery purgatory before they could react. These creatures couldn't even let out a cry and turned into puppets within blood-fiery purgatory. SSS-level dungeon, horror amusement park. Strange Lord, Su Di. After confirming he had obtained the ownership of this horror amusement park, Su Di's real body directly turned off the switch. The surging strange aura was instantly suppressed back. After the strange aura dissipated, the few powerful strangeness reluctantly chose to leave. Su Di felt the body of the golden skeleton and suddenly realized. After absorbing a large amount of strange aura and devouring several nightmare-level strangeness, the originally golden skeleton began to shine with a jade-like luster in some parts. Su Di had a feeling. Once this body fully transformed into jade, the golden skeleton would turn into a jade skeleton and would step into royal level. Hiss. This skeleton was truly terrifying. No magic seed, no bottleneck. As long as the absorbed strange aura is sufficient, it can level up. Classifying by the level of strange items, this could completely be called a divine level item. Moreover, controlling this avatar was extremely simple, just leaving a thought would suffice. This skeletal avatar would automatically operate blood fiery purgatory to absorb strange aura. Su-D left the golden skeleton directly in the horror amusement park. After being baptized by the eerie spring, the amusement park was filled with a thick strange atmosphere. It was no longer suitable for Dragon Country players to come in and defend, it was clear that the golden skeleton would guard here. After the first phase of the Lord's Mansion ended, the heroic army could be stationed here. With the absence of the player panel, they could only upgrade by absorbing the strange aura. This was an excellent place for them to level up. Moreover, they could use this location to train well. The Eerie Spring was a strategic resource in the Eerie world. The recent changes would definitely attract the attention of nearby powerful forces. The situation faced here in the future would surely surpass these scattered little strange beings. Not only could they occupy a strategic point, but they also had an excellent training ground. For the for-fire military industry, this was beneficial rather than harmful. After all, the branch company didn't need to sell bloody equipment everywhere, setting up such a place was perfectly fine. After returning to the real world, Su-D immediately informed Taoist Ling Su about the situation. Taoist Ling Su was speechless. The first dungeon he chose was unusable in the end. There were no strange beings around Bone Island, so they couldn't sell equipment. The second dungeon Su-D selected also turned out to be unusable. The horror amusement park was watched by many sets of eyes, so they couldn't sell strange weapons there. Then, letting those guys come over to fight them was also not an option, so they couldn't sell either. Taoist Ling Su carefully searched through the options. Little Su, go for this one, it's definitely possible this time. SSS-level dungeon, Death Arena. This dungeon had few strange disturbances, so it shouldn't be as deceptive as the horror amusement park. And the number of strange beings here was massive, this branch company could definitely take off. Su-D immediately waved his hand. Then let's go. This time, both Su-D and Taoist Ling Su were satisfied. The Death Arena was a place where the nobles of the Eerie world spent their leisure and entertainment. The flow of customers was enormous, opening a shop here wouldn't lack business. Here, the certificate required Su-D to seize it from the undefeated strange being of the arena. Since Dragon Country players occupied this dungeon, that undefeated strange being became a temporary strange lord. Due to being a temporary lord, it did not have corresponding powers. Moreover, the Dragon Country players had driven away many strange beings who came to seize the rights to the Death Arena. Both sides reached a wonderful balance and remained in a peaceful stage. That strange being had reached the nightmare level peak, and it had killed thousands. But Su-D had only used blood slaughter purgatory, which was not yet sold. Seeing the countless souls among them, the undefeated strange being immediately got scared. It then willingly stepped down from the position of temporary lord of the Death Arena. Successfully accepted the task, increased the Death Arena's customer flow by 50% to become the official lord. Seeing this, Su-D was utterly speechless. No wonder this was an eerie world, even the conditions to become a strange lord were different. Increasing the customer flow by 50% was as hard as climbing to the heavens for the strange beings, but for Su-D, it was indeed an easy task. He immediately arranged it and launched a special program. He let Dragon Country players use bloody weapons to participate in the arena. The strange beings in this area had never seen bloody weapons. They were all attracted to this novel and overwhelmingly powerful weapon. Especially after the Death Arena announced it would pre-sell this type of weapon, the customer flow reached an unprecedented high. In just one day, the customer flow of the Death Arena surged to an unprecedented peak. Compared to before, it increased several times. Su-D successfully took over this dungeon. SSS-level dungeon, Death Arena. Strange Lord, Su-D. After taking over this dungeon, he improved the treatment of all strange beings in the arena. He successfully subdued all strange staff in the arena. After finishing these, Su-D handed over the management rights of the copy to the Dragon Kingdom players. Among the Dragon Kingdom players, there are quite a few who are good at management. After that, Su-D no longer needed to worry. He only needed to provide supplies when there were no goods in the warehouse. Chapter 125, The Eve of War Preparation. In these few days, Su-D traveled through various SSS-level copies. He seized one territory after another, and the for-fire military industry successfully established one branch after another. Except for the Bone Island and the thrilling amusement park, the other branches had all gotten onto the right track. Now the for-fire military industry could be described as making money in seconds. With many branches managed by the Dragon Kingdom, Su-D specially announced a policy. 50% of the net profits of these branches were distributed to the employees of those branches, making the employee benefits simply outstanding. Driven by these benefits, a large number of Dragon Kingdom players chose to join the For-Fire military industry and become part of it. Not only the Dragon Kingdom players, but other country players also began to complain on the forums after knowing this. Why is the For-Fire military industry not from our country? This benefit is really terrifying, several thousand strange coins a month. Yeah, we risk our lives in copies, and can only earn a few thousand strange coins a month. While the For-Fire military industry just makes some calls and sells some goods, they can earn tens of thousands of strange coins a month. Why aren't other strange beings attacking the For-Fire military industry's territory? Damn, ever since I took down this S-level copy, I've been exhausted. There are strange beings causing trouble every day. The rapid rise of the For-Fire military industry made many countries realize something. Perhaps doing business with the strange beings is also a fast way to rise. Many countries began to transport human world products to their lords and started selling to the strange world. If they could gain a batch of loyal customers, they could stabilize the rule of the territory and gain a large amount of profit. Unfortunately, the effects were minimal. Those strange beings didn't buy into human world products, instead, they were more interested in the territories. In the secret realm of the Lord's mansion, the advanced blood and flesh battle trucks continuously changed formations. The strange army following the convoy also changed formations along with it. There were no tramplings, no collisions. Different teams moved like machines, tightly following the corresponding vehicles. Su Di looked at Zhao Tingshu with a helpless expression. Uncle, these strange beings are truly difficult to teach. My people have been teaching them for a few days, and they have just barely reached this level. That's already not bad. Zhao Tingshu appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Just a few days have passed? And the strange army has been trained to this level? As one of the former commanders, he knew how difficult it was to control an army of this level of strange beings. Every time a command was given, after several transmissions, several different outcomes would appear. Especially when different strange beings combined, this situation was even more severe. Not to mention whether various parts could coordinate, just keeping it from causing issues when put together was already good enough. Su Di sighed. He initially thought the strength of the strange battle group was formidable. But now it seemed rather ordinary. Forget about strategies and formations, it was completely reliant on the commander giving orders and the soldiers rushing in to swing wildly. At the same level, Su Di felt that college students who had participated in military training back home could crush them. What tactics, what formations, were completely non-existent. Whether or not they could win depended entirely on their numbers. Thinking of this, Su Di really wanted to expel these strange beings from the battle group. He feared that these guys would not only fail to help, but instead cause chaos later on. Uncle, do you think that situation over there is the same? Zhao Tingshu paused for a moment. Well, how do I put it? It should be better than the situation here. A little less than that. After receiving this answer, Su Di couldn't help but be stunned. No way, uncle, are these strange beings really that foolish? Zhao Tingshu. Immortal corpse? The immortal corpse beside them couldn't help but complain in its heart. Could it not be good? Just in these few days, more than 10 nightmare-level commanders had died at its hands. Among them, 40% were disobedient, while 60% couldn't understand orders. Due to the bloody methods of the immortal corpse, combined with the commanding talent of that SSS-level spirit. This was how the strange army had been turned into the current situation. Seeing Zhao Tingshu fall silent, Su Di quickly added. Uncle, I'm talking about the other strange fools, not including you. The immortal corpse could no longer hold back and coughed softly. Oh right, and you should also be excluded. As it spoke, Su Di turned to look at the immortal corpse. By the way, when will the opposing forces arrive? According to the scheduled time. Tomorrow is the day of battle between the first Young Masters battle group and the third Young Masters battle group. The opposing forces wouldn't wait until the time arrived to familiarize themselves with the venue. They would definitely enter this secret realm ahead of time. Hearing this, the immortal corpse immediately replied. The first Young Master will open permissions at midnight 12 o'clock. At that time, it will also come to watch the battle along with many noble-level strange beings. When Zhao Tingshu heard this, he smiled and looked at the immortal corpse. Hasn't the first Young Master focused all efforts on winning over noble-level strange beings? How could it personally come down to watch this battle? This question rendered the immortal corpse silent. It really wanted to say, don't you know the reason? Originally, the first Young Master wouldn't personally come to watch the battle. But after learning that Zhao Tingshu would personally watch, it chose to come as well. This is because a considerable part of the noble-level strange beings were still observing. On one hand, they were watching to see who could win the first phase. On the other hand, these noble-level strange beings were waiting for Zhao Tingshu to make a decision. It can be said that whoever could win over Zhao Tingshu Whoever would gain the votes of the remaining noble level strange beings. Alright, uncle. Don't tease it anymore. Su-di also smiled and looked at the immortal corpse whose face had turned green. After all, it will be my most important partner in the future. Zhao Tingshu smiled and nodded, saying to the immortal corpse, I will choose to stand with the first young master. As for whether this credit can fall into your hands, that depends on your performance. The immortal corpse's iron blue face instantly changed. It stepped forward with a smile, looking at the two in front of it. Master Zhao, Boss Su, if you ever need me in the future, just let me know. Seeing that the two didn't move at all, the immortal corpse gritted its teeth and took out a contract. Boss Su will definitely be my most important partner in the future. I will absolutely not do anything to harm you. It understood what Zhao Tingshu meant by this statement. In short, it was to help Su-di gain benefits. Su-di took the contract, saying with a smirk, Oh, what's this for? We are the most important partners, why would we need such a contract, right? Since you've signed it, I won't hold back. Before the immortal corpse could speak, he burned the contract. With the contract coming into effect, Su-di nodded in satisfaction. Pleasant cooperation. This series of actions left the immortal corpse completely speechless. You took all the benefits and said all the good words. However, speechless as it was, it still clasped its hands and said, Thank you, Boss Su, thank you, Master Zhao. Not to mention whether this battle can be won. Just relying on the weapon orders it secured and bringing Zhao Tingshu on its side, these two achievements could allow it to leap from being a servant of the Lord's mansion to becoming a core minister of the Lord. Zhao Tingshu smiled and looked at the immortal corpse. No need to be polite, then let me congratulate Master Immortal in advance here. Master Zhao is too kind, I must thank you for your support. Su-di glanced at the time, realizing that there wasn't much time left before midnight 12 o'clock. He immediately sent the golden skeleton avatar. The moment he entered the secret realm, all the strange activities stopped. Even Zhao Tingshu quickly unfolded the scroll to protect Su-di. This was because the moment the golden skeleton appeared, the terrifying phenomenon it brought was truly unimaginable. A blood-drenched hell stretched for thousands of miles, as if the entire secret realm was shrouded in a purgatory. Su-di thought for a moment and retracted the blood-drenched hell. Uncle, it's me. When Zhao Tingshu heard Su-di's voice coming from the golden skeleton, he looked at Su-di in astonishment. Su-di spoke up as well. Uncle, that really is me. When he saw the small skeleton glowing with jade-like light landing before him, he finally retracted the scroll. What on earth is going on? Zhao Tingshu grabbed the small skeleton and couldn't help but ask. What exactly is this thing? Why does it not have any strange aura at all? After retracting the blood-drenched hell, the small skeleton became as still as a stone, devoid of any presence. It was hard to imagine that such a tiny thing could unleash such a terrifying blood-drenched hell. Su-di scratched his head, pointing at the golden skeleton. I don't know either. The golden skeleton shrugged and added. This guy is just an empty shell, and then after I entered it, it became my avatar. How strange, how strange. Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but click his tongue. He had been in this strange world for 1,000 years, yet had never seen such a peculiar thing. He had seen avatars before, but this kind of avatar, which was far superior to the original body, was a first for him. Moreover, the aura displayed by the blood-drenched hell indicated that this golden skeleton had touched the threshold of the royal-level peculiarity. Even the undying corpse couldn't help but extend its sharp claws and gently touch the golden skeleton. The moment the claws made contact with the golden bone, a sound like metal striking metal was heard. Even the undying corpse couldn't help but say, Boss Su, this little skeleton is impressive, its skeletal structure is comparable to that of royal level. In the strange world, the undying corpse belonged to the zombie clan. Its body was incredibly strong, and its claws were sharp weapons. Yet even so, the claws couldn't leave any mark on that golden skeletal structure. What? The golden skeleton turned its head a full 180 degrees to look at the undying corpse. Does this body of mine reach royal level? The undying corpse nodded solemnly. Yes, this skeletal structure definitely has the defensive power of a royal level. Its claws began to act as lethal weapons. When used with full force and hitting the target, they could even severely injure royal-level peculiarities. Zhao Tingshu carefully observed the golden skeleton and couldn't help but exclaim. Little Su, this is probably a rare odd treasure. The strange world is vast, many times larger than the human world. Even the area that Zhao Tingshu explored is just a tiny dot within it. So based on what is currently known, he classified this golden skeleton as an odd treasure. After all, the peculiarities of this world, even if they were foolish or silly, still have consciousness. And this golden skeleton, having no consciousness at all, is likely an odd tool. Su Di patted the golden skeleton and laughed. I feel the same. The golden skeleton swung in Zhao Tingshu's hand, also laughing. Uncle, and I feel that once my body becomes completely jade-like, I can reach royal level. Su Di brought the avatar here this time to prepare for promoting to royal level. In this battle, many nightmare-level peculiarities are sure to fall. By then, the golden skeleton can unleash the blood-drenched hell to devour all these guys. Over 1,000 nightmare-level peculiarities should enable the golden skeleton to transform into a jade skeleton. As for the terrifying amusement park, it can only be dealt with after this battle is over. With a night's time, the other peculiarities definitely won't find the Lord's token. As long as the Lord's token is here, there's no worry about resource points falling into the hands of other peculiarities. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Tingshu and Buhua both trembled in shock. King level? How old is Su Di? Just over 20, right? Reaching king level at this age is indeed terrifying. At this moment, the sky of the secret realm suddenly shattered. Led by the young master, strange beings at the king level poured in from everywhere. Su Di watched the scene in the sky, feeling a blaze of heat in his heart. Not to mention anything else. Just this entrance style makes people yearn. Su Di made up his mind. Once the jade skeleton reached king level, he too would use such a dazzling entrance method. Before Su Di could regain his senses, the secret realm cracked open again. This crack was even larger, as if it split from the heavens to the earth. Strange armies rushed out from within. It took several hours. The countless troops formed a stark contrast to the battle group by the young master. Just before the battle was about to begin, boom! A loud thunderclap resonated. The third young master appeared in the secret realm with even more king-level strangeness. The two sides confronted each other across the air, with no one speaking. Sitting in the blood-flesh battle chariot, Li Buren swallowed hard, looking at Zhang Tianyu. Captain, where did the boss find so many powerful strangeness? The aura emitted by those strange beings in the air was truly terrifying. Zhang Tianyu did not answer but issued an order. All troops assemble, activate battle plan number 1. As soon as the command was transmitted, the battle group arranged formation according to the plan. With the Vice City Lord's command, both sides of the troops charged out together. The king-level strangeness on the third young master side couldn't help but tease, seeing the constantly roaring blood-flesh battle chariot. Young master, does that guy think that with these little toys, he can change the course of the battle? In their eyes, the gap in numbers between the two sides could not be bridged by the blood-flesh battle chariot. As for the young master's side, everyone held their breath. But what happened next surprised everyone beyond expectations. Just one encounter. The blood-flesh battle chariot pierced through the enemy's vanguard. A tight line of fire formed by 20 battle chariots stabbed into the heart of the enemy like steel knives. Even though the nightmare-level strange general kept sending strangeness to fill the torn gap, they still couldn't resist the advance of the blood-flesh battle chariot. Chapter 127, Complete Victory. In the Secret Realm. The situation in battle was beyond the strangeness's expectations. This battle should have been without suspense. But the strong performance of the blood-flesh battle chariot stunned all of the strange beings. The convoy was like a sharp sword stabbing into the heart, violently disrupting the formation of the strange army. Before this, not only the king-level strangeness on the third young master's side, but even the strangeness on the young master's side believed that the blood-flesh battle chariot could only delay for a moment and not change the battle course. But the current fact was slapping their faces in various ways. The blood-flesh battle chariot not only forcefully tore through the enemy's vanguard, but also, through tight coordination, carved out an opening. They drove straight in as if entering a no-man's land, right into the enemy's core. Zhao Tingshu frowned, watching the strange beings closely following the battle chariot into the enemy. In this situation, once the enemy reacted and formed an encirclement, the blood-flesh battle chariot might break through, but what about those strange beings? Little Su, what now? Su Di waved his hand, pretending to remain calm. Uncle, don't worry, everything is under control. Outwardly calm, but inwardly he was extremely anxious. He also didn't know what Zhang Tianyu's intention was. Once they rushed into the core area of the enemy, the convoy that was originally in formation spread out. The strange army promptly followed their corresponding battle chariot and broke down into 20 squads. Each squad of strange beings was equipped with all sorts of blood-flesh weapons, constantly sweeping away the overlooked enemies under the firepower of the blood-flesh battle chariot. The enemy camp was already in chaos. In this moment, chaos had completely engulfed everything. Seeing this scene, Zhao Tingshu already knew the outcome in his heart. Both sides, whether in understanding the situation or coordinating their abilities, were on entirely different levels. With the addition of various flesh and blood weapons, they unexpectedly achieved a crushing situation of fewer against more. As time passed, the enemy camp would gradually be devoured completely. "It's over," Zhao Tingshu said with deep emotion. After this battle, all parties in the ancient city would realize the importance of flesh and blood weapons. As long as flesh and blood weapons are used well, they can completely make up for the gap in numbers. "Let's go, little Su. Aren't we going to watch a little more?" Zhao Tingshu glanced at the sky. After all, having wandered in this strange world for 1,000 years, he knew very well what kind of situation he would face next. Not only the battlefield on the ground, but the two waves of strange beings in the air would also clash greatly. Though it wouldn't escalate to a life and death battle. But such a noble level confrontation was unfavorable for Su Di. Most importantly, Su Di was currently on the side of the eldest son. Inevitably, the noble level strange beings on the third son's side would secretly attack to weaken the third son's power. With so many noble level strange beings present, Zhao Tingshu didn't dare to ensure Su Di's safety. "Don't watch, they'll start fighting soon." Su Di looked on with slight suspicion. "Uncle, they won't attack my people, right?" If the strange beings on the third son's side disregard the rules and attack the convoy, it would cause devastating damage. Previously, Su Di had tried, under the extreme state of the flesh and blood armor, it could only withstand 3 attacks from noble level strange beings. "Don't worry, they wouldn't dare to break the rules." Zhao Tingshu pointed to the distant referee. This competition was set up by the city lord himself and had supervisors sent out. The first phase explicitly stated that noble-level strange beings could not interfere with the war process. In this ancient city, the city lord allowed other noble-level strange beings to develop their forces and choose their sides, but absolutely would not allow strange beings to challenge his authority. After receiving Zhao Tingshu's clear answer, Su Di forcefully threw the golden skeleton from his shoulder into the battlefield. "Wait for me a moment, uncle." However, this time, the golden skeleton avatar was much more low-key. It merely activated a blood purgatory of several meters in size, devouring the deathly strange beings. Zhao Tingshu simply glanced at it and said nothing. After all, the golden skeleton was still a nightmare-level being. As long as it wasn't too ostentatious, no noble-level strange beings would notice it. After doing all this, Su Di followed Zhao Tingshu out of this secret realm. This battle lasted a full 5 days. Most of the time was wasted on chasing the enemy's strange beings. The golden skeleton, Su Di, also spent 5 days picking up trash on the battlefield. Even picking up trash, the gains over these 5 days were not small. His body's legs had already turned into jade quality. This was still under the circumstance of picking up trash, if it wasn't for considering those noble-level strange beings still in chaotic battle above. Su Di would have long opened the blood purgatory to the maximum, absorbing all the mountain-like strange corpses. It must be said that noble-level strange beings fighting was as exciting as a Hollywood blockbuster. Over these days, Su Di had been picking up trash and watching those noble-level strange beings in chaotic battle. And he also obtained a lot of useful information from that chaos. Compared to nightmare-level strange beings, noble-level strange beings achieved a qualitative leap not only in combat power. Their tenacious vitality shocked Su Di even more. Not to mention anything else, just take the example of the unmelting corpse. This guy was blown apart several times by several noble-level strange beings and swallowed several times. Yet even so, it still stubbornly survived. Until the 5th day, the referee announced the news. This great battle finally came to a close. Both sides of strange beings, including the 2 young masters, were injured to different degrees. It's easy to imagine what kind of situation the struggle between the 2 sides of strange beings had led to. After the great battle came to an end, the golden skeleton Su Di immediately sent the remaining heroic souls back to the real world. Then, the golden skeleton Su Di fully unleashed the blood fiend purgatory. This terrifying sight scared all the strange beings, clearing the corpses. The countless bodies piled up at the scene were visibly decreasing in number. In less than half an hour, the golden skeleton Su Di cleared the entire battlefield. Over here. After the battle ended, the decaying corpse immediately found Su Di. He directly paid the outstanding amount. This battle made the young master realize how much influence the 4-fire military industry had on them. He must tightly bind Su Di to his side. Moreover, he got some little secrets from the decaying corpse, so he immediately sent the decaying corpse to settle the payment. "Boss Su, Lord Zhao, this is an invitation letter from the young master for both of you." While speaking, the decaying corpse took out 2 jade tokens. Before Su Di could ask, he quickly explained. "This is the young master's first phase victory, a specially convened conference for both of you. It will be held 3 days later." Su Di took the jade token. Looking at the decaying corpse wrapped in bandages, Su Di couldn't help but tease. "Don't turn from a zombie into a mummy." After the decaying corpse left, Zhao Ting shrugged and said with a smile. "Little Su, in the next few days, you might just become a hot commodity." Su Di nodded with a smile. This was just right, and it also provided an opportunity to recommend more equipment to the young master. Chapter 128, The Blood and Flesh Artillery. Mission completed, host can randomly unlock a new weapon and equipment. It's here, it's here. Su Di rubbed his hands in excitement, eagerly clicking to unlock. Congratulations, host has obtained a new weapon and equipment, blood and flesh self-propelled artillery. Hiss. This weapon is a conventional type in the human world, which is a mobile cannon. This artillery is a bestseller in the human world. It's simply because its shells are cheap and the damage is considerable. After all, strategic missiles are too expensive. Using them continuously, no organization can bear it. This type of artillery is different. A single shot costs only a few thousand, and you won't feel heartache no matter how much you fire. I wonder if this blood and flesh artillery needs to be loaded with ammunition. After all, previous blood and flesh weapons and the blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicle did not require ammunition. They only needed to consume blood and flesh energy. After reading the detailed introduction, Su Di couldn't help but rub his eyes. Various types of ammunition, different calibers of ammunition. There are 122, there are 155. According to the different ammunition types, the attack range also varies. Moreover, the ammunition is also categorized in greater detail. There are explosive shells, armor-piercing shells, incendiary shells. Seeing this, Su Di couldn't help but scratch his head. It's just that most of the weird beings in this world are foolish. They can't even drive a car, how can they understand these ammunitions? Let alone let them master this weapon, even teaching them how to use it would take a lot of effort. However, the power of this blood and flesh artillery far exceeds the blood and flesh infantry fighting vehicle. That 155 caliber armor-piercing shell can even severely injure a lord-level weird being. The 155 caliber explosive shell can accurately strike buildings from tens of kilometers away. It is also equipped with a blood and flesh anti-aircraft machine gun, ensuring it has the strength to fight back even at close range. To test how powerful this weapon truly is, Su Di summoned the heroic souls of Zhang Tianyu to the horror amusement park. This blood and flesh artillery is a challenge for the weird beings. But for the heroic souls under Su Di, it was not a problem at all. After all, they all came from the military, so they had experience with other weapons and equipment, and they would definitely adapt quickly. As for how to test the weapon's power and develop the artillery's ultimate performance, Su Di fully entrusted it to Zhang Tianyu. Anyway, the horror amusement park had no intention of doing business here. Even if all the surrounding forces were provoked, Su Di would not be afraid. Moreover, the Golden Skeleton's clone had already stepped 2 legs into the noble level. After absorbing the nightmare level strange from the blood slaughter hell, it could undoubtedly step into the noble level. Moreover, Su Di discovered that as the Golden Skeleton was advancing, all the little skeletons on Whitebone Island were also advancing. The Golden Skeleton's legs turned to a jade-like quality, while the little skeleton's legs also appeared golden. What does this mean? It means that after the Golden Skeleton is promoted to the noble level strange, it could have a nightmare level army. And this army is completely under Su Di's control as a nightmare level army. When the time comes, if any reckless forces show up, Su Di could easily eliminate them. In these few days, he should thoroughly understand the performance of the blood meat cannon. Then during the celebration banquet, he could effectively promote it. The blood meat cannon is truly the real strategic weapon in Su Di's hands. With a few rapid-fire rounds, as long as it isn't a giant city like an ancient city, it could blow a hole open. Then, Su Di returned to the Lord's mansion and specifically sought out Zhao Tingshu to discuss this matter. The blood meat cannon is different from other blood meat weapons. The blood meat infantry vehicle doesn't have much operational difficulty. It only requires 1 strange to drive and 1 strange to shoot, even if it can't fully exploit the vehicle's capabilities. It still counts as a certain combat power. But the blood meat cannon is different, the operational difficulty skyrockets. Though there is a fire control system, this world lacks positioning means, so it can only rely on aiming to shoot. And the cannon aims to strike distant targets, which is not a direct aim. Just this point, 99% of the strangeness in this world is incapable of doing. If you ask them to kill, they can do it. But if you ask them to think, they really can't. After hearing Su Di's words, Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but pinch his brow. This might be difficult. This equipment can definitely be sold. But the key is that if it cannot form combat power, even if the first batch sells, how will the subsequent goods be sold? And Su Di cannot keep his troops here forever. Little Su, how about this? Still like in the first phase, let you use your own men for the new weapon. In this situation, to open up the market, the only way is to let the big young masters group see the value of the cannon. Su Di's first move has already shown the big young master the value of the blood meat infantry vehicle. Su Di helplessly nodded. There's no other way, uncle, can you find out how much food the big young master has left? This task requires Su D to sell 100 blood meat cannons. Su D needs to customize the price of the blood meat cannon based on how much funds the big young master has left. It's just that this type of weapon is no longer affordable for ordinary forces. The blood meat cannon and the shells are sold separately. And the blood meat cannon must rely on blood meat transport vehicles to deliver the shells. Otherwise, relying only on the cannon's capacity cannot sustain the consumption. Su D couldn't help but start to worry, how long would it take to sell 100 units like this? Little Su, you don't need to worry about the funding issue with the big young master. Zhao Tingshu, based on the current situation, shared his speculation. Having successfully secured the first phase, the nobles backing the big young master will definitely increase their investment. As for the second phase, there's no need to think, the big young master will definitely not win. Su D paused for a moment. Uncle, can't you even choose a side? You should know that the onlookers are all watching Zhao Tingshu's choice. A significant part of them were once Zhao Tingshu's subordinates, who are now in a very awkward position. Zhao Tingshu shook his head and explained the situation in the ancient city to Su D. The big young master and the third young master represent two forces. The big young master belongs to the established power, while the third young master belongs to the emerging power. The established power does not want the emerging power to carve up its influence, while the emerging power wants to overthrow the mountain pressing down on them. The old forces are strong, and their funds are abundant. The emerging forces have an absolute advantage in numbers. Most of those who are watching are mid-level forces. They want to snatch a bite to eat from the old forces, but they also fear the emerging forces will take from them. So these onlookers are extremely complicated. Even if Zhao Tingshu steps in, causing his former subordinates to take sides, it cannot ensure the eldest son's victory. Moreover, the city lord's wariness of him makes it more optimal for him not to step in now. Chapter 129-129. First Showcase. The Flesh and Blood Building. The boss handed a report to Su D. This report recorded all the major events happening in the surrounding area. One item caught Su D's attention. The old goat has eroded all the surrounding forces. It has become the second nightmare-level force in this wasteland, with intentions to expand southward. This is inseparable from the military supplies provided by the four-fire military industry. Without the support of these bloody equipment, such rapid progress would be impossible. So the old goat inquired about the boss's opinion at the first opportunity. And the boss also intends to expand the influence of the four-fire military industry to the south. Therefore, when Su D returned, he promptly handed over this information. The ancient city is vast and the situation is complex, Su D can withstand it. But this SSS-level little anomaly that only knows how to do business cannot handle it. Boss, do you want to expand the business southward? The boss nodded and said helplessly. Su, the ancient city is not something I can get involved in. I cannot navigate among such high-level forces like you do. Perhaps opening new markets is the best choice for me. Su D fell silent. He originally wanted the boss to take charge of the ancient city's business later. Have you made your decision? The boss solemnly nodded. Yes. Su D took a deep breath and opened the boss's permissions. The boss is not a player, so permissions are granted to him. He can independently build a branch of the four-fire military industry. Boss, then go do it. If you need any help, contact me in time. There is no feast that does not come to an end. Perhaps opening a new company is the best choice for the boss. Su, then I'm going. After the boss left, Su D looked at the empty office, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. The empty realm went to the Black Tiger Mountain branch. And now the boss is going to explore new markets. What are you thinking about? Lin Shi appeared in the office and sat in Su D's lap. A little melancholy, the boss is going to explore new markets. In fact, most anomalies rarely feel the sense of parting. Lin Shi gently wrapped her arms around Su D's neck. Anomaly life is long, they do not have the complex emotions that humans do. They mostly do things based on instinct. Ah, don't think so much. Su D laughed and placed Lin Shi on the table. These guys are not dead, there will always be chances to meet. What are you doing? Of course, it's doing. It must be said that Lin Shi looks quite charming in this professional outfit. In recent days, Su D has secured multiple SSS-level dungeons. Now the four-fire military industry is blossoming everywhere. There are over 50 branches with daily sales exceeding hundreds of millions. Among them, Black Tiger Mountain and the Death Arena have sales breaking 10 billion. In the Death Arena, Su D has seen what the situation is like. He can understand daily sales over 10 billion. But Black Tiger Mountain, how exactly is the empty realm operating it? It can also achieve daily sales exceeding 10 billion. Unfortunately, Su D is busy occupying dungeons. He also has to handle matters in the ancient city, so he doesn't have time to check that side out. The development in the ancient city is, as Zhao Tingshu speculated. In the second phase of voting, the third young master is leading by a large margin. His total votes account for 70% of all lord-level forces. Before the celebration banquet could begin, the eldest son side has already cooled down. And this third phase has become the top priority. Both sides have played their last cards. Some offer people, some offer money. Su Di originally thought the eldest son would cancel the celebration banquet. To their surprise, not only was it not cancelled. After Su Di and Zhao Tingshu attended the banquet, the young master waved his hand generously, spending millions to order 100 flesh and blood battle chariots. Boss Su, I want to order 100 flesh and blood battle chariots. In front of all the noble level strange beings, the young master took out 100 strange crystals issued by the Strange World Bank. One strange crystal could be exchanged for 10 billion strange coins at the Strange World Bank. Moreover, these strange crystals were a symbol of identity, not something common strange beings could possess. Even among many noble-level strange beings, there were not many. They never expected the young master to make such a big move right away. Such a lavish action earned the cheers of many noble-level strange beings. As expected of the young master, so extravagant. This is 100 strange crystals, enough to buy a dozen noble-level servants. While with these 100 flesh and blood battle chariots, the young master will surely win in the final stage. Su Di took the strange crystals and smiled at the young master. Young master, these 100 flesh and blood battle chariots will arrive this afternoon. Good. The young master's eyes lit up. This second stage made him lose face. He had expected to lose, but never thought he would lose so completely. He was rendered powerless by the third brother. It even shook a lot of his noble-level strange beings' confidence. To stabilize morale and make his noble-level strange beings work harder, he took this desperate step, spending a huge amount to purchase 100 flesh and blood battle chariots. It should be noted that this huge sum was borrowed from the Strange World Bank. Of course, if he could succeed the position of City Lord, this amount would mean nothing. But if he failed, then he would have no place to die. By the way, Boss Su. The young master changed the subject and looked at Su Di. Young master, please speak. I heard Boss Su has new weapons in hand, why not show them to us? Su Di paused, feeling ecstatic. Unexpectedly, this unmelted corpse was quite useful. It was able to prompt the young master to inquire about this matter. Young master, I do have new weapons. The noble-level strange beings present urged eagerly. Since there are new weapons, let us see them. Yes, Boss Su, bring them out for us to see. If it's good, we will surely take care of your business. Su Di pretended to hesitate. It's not that I don't want to, but it can't be displayed here. Upon hearing this, the young master waved his hand. Go to the secret realm. Okay. Su Di immediately agreed. Young master, allow me to prepare for a moment. Boss Su, take your time. The young master waved his hand lightly. Su Di instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared in the secret realm, several flesh and blood artillery vehicles followed beside him. Upon seeing the flesh and blood artillery vehicles, all the strange beings couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the terrifying pressure radiating from the cannon barrel made them exclaim. Boss Su, this weapon looks tremendous. I feel this weapon could easily injure me. The young master was delighted when he saw the flesh and blood artillery vehicles. Indeed, a good treasure. After witnessing the power of the flesh and blood battle chariots, he instructed the unmelted corpse to keep an eye on Su Di's every move. Unbeknownst to him, it had indeed struck gold. Chapter 130. Exceeded expectations. In the secret realm, several flesh and blood artillery vehicles lined up. They let loose a barrage at the distant mountaintop. In no time, the mountaintop was shaved off at the tip. This kind of attack range and destructive power exceeded all the strange beings' imaginations. Even Zhao Tingshu was a bit unsettled. He had heard Su Di talk about the power of this weapon, but seeing it with his own eyes felt entirely different. Before Su Di had finished testing, the young master rushed over. Boss Su, I want this weapon. The other noble-level strange beings also quickly gathered to express their desire to help the young master. Seeing no return, that is called gambling. And when you can see a return, that is an investment. With over 100 blood and flesh assault vehicles, they are willing to invest 30% in the eldest son. And after seeing the blood and flesh artillery vehicles, they are ready to risk all their fortunes to support the eldest son. They are originally part of the eldest son's faction. Once in power, they will gain even more benefits. As for completely cutting off the chances for emerging powers to get a share from them, the eldest son looked at the current situation, feeling extremely excited. With these noble-grade oddities supporting him, he would be able to acquire a large number of blood and flesh artillery vehicles. Boss Su, how much cargo do you have? The noble-grade oddities echoed in agreement. Exactly, whatever cargo you have, we will take it all. Su Di calmed himself and took a deep breath. I have plenty of cargo, but I wonder how much each of you can consume? As he spoke, Su Di revealed the price of the blood and flesh artillery vehicles. When the oddities heard the price, they looked at Su Di in disbelief. How could the selling price of the blood and flesh artillery vehicles be similar to that of the blood and flesh assault vehicles? Before the oddities could ask, Su Di quickly explained. Moreover, you will need to purchase additional shells and transport vehicles. Relying solely on the blood and flesh energy is only enough to maintain the anti-aircraft machine gun. Hearing this, the oddities finally understood. So, the blood and flesh artillery vehicles actually required additional purchases for shells and transport vehicles. The eldest son did not hesitate and immediately inquired. Boss Su, what is the price? Su Di provided a quote on the spot and said to the eldest son. How much is the eldest son willing to invest? I will calculate the best purchasing plan for you. After all, only by understanding how much the eldest son can invest can Su Di calculate how many artillery vehicles and corresponding shells to purchase. Immortal, stay here and accompany Boss Su. Then, the eldest son snapped his fingers. In an instant, the eldest son and the noble great oddities disappeared into the secret realm. It was clear they went to discuss how much money each would contribute. You did well this time, if there is anything needed, just come to my shop. After the eldest son left, Su Di couldn't help but look at the immortal corpse. This situation was something he had not anticipated. The immortal corpse smiled at Su Di. It's still Boss Su's cargo quality that does the trick, otherwise, even if I recommended it to the eldest son, it wouldn't have been effective. This time, it was the biggest winner. Su Di wanted to sell weapons to the eldest son through him. And the eldest son wanted to know what new weapons the four-fire military industries had. As the middleman, he accomplished a leap through mere words. The eldest son had promised him that as long as he successfully ascended to the position of city lord, then the vice city lord would surely have a seat at the table. Zhao Tingshu moved closer to Su Di and whispered. Little Su, do you have enough goods in hand? He had spent years in this ancient city and knew how much wealth these old nobles had accumulated. This time, they would at least secure 100 blood and flesh artillery vehicles. Don't worry, uncle, there's no need to worry about the goods. As for operations, Su Di wouldn't be responsible. At that time, he would have Zhang Tianyu teach these oddities. As for how much they could learn, that was not his concern. After all, such matters he neither could nor wanted to manage. Before long, the eldest son returned to the secret realm. He informed Su Di that they would order 150 blood and flesh artillery vehicles. Hiss. Upon hearing this result, Su Di took a deep breath. Out of professional ethics, he informed the eldest son of the artillery vehicle's drawbacks. Unexpectedly, the eldest son not only didn't get angry but also smiled. Of course, such powerful weapons will indeed be hard to operate. However, he still made a request, the same as last time. Not to sell this blood and flesh artillery vehicle to the third son's faction. In the ongoing expansion confrontations, even if the third young master had more troops, without the enhancement of flesh and blood equipment, they could not be his match. Such a small request. Su Di immediately agreed. After all, in the first phase, he had offended the third young master significantly. Naturally, he wouldn't sell weapons just for such a trivial gain. Soon after, the two sides made an agreement. In the afternoon, they would meet in the secret realm to exchange goods. 100 flesh and blood infantry combat vehicles. 150 flesh and blood artillery vehicles. From the quantity perspective, this configuration seemed extremely unusual. Flesh and blood artillery vehicles were often not on the front line, but rather stationed far back, providing powerful fire support. If Su Di were the first young master, he would have bought more flesh and blood infantry vehicles and fewer artillery vehicles. After all, following a barrage, they still needed to rely on the vanguard to advance. And during the advance, flesh and blood infantry vehicles would clearly have a stronger presence than artillery vehicles. But humans are human, and the strange creatures are strange. Even if Su Di said so, those strange entities wouldn't act accordingly. In the Lord's mansion. In a small courtyard at the corner. Zhao Tingshu smiled at Su Di and said, Little Su, how do you feel? Su Di smiled and replied, I feel great. The progress of this task far exceeded that of the flesh and blood infantry vehicles. It is worth noting that the flesh and blood infantry vehicles once wasted a lot of Su Di's time. However, the flesh and blood artillery vehicles only took a few days. By the afternoon, the task would be unlocked. At that time, a new piece of equipment could be unlocked. If the new equipment happened to be a tank, or perhaps a tracked vehicle, Su-di could certainly make a fortune. But I worry, what if those strange entities really can't learn it? Zhao Tingshu laughed and waved his hand. You don't need to worry about that. One vehicle only needs 5 strange entities, which is a manageable number to teach. As long as it's not a huge army, one-on-one or even one-to-many, most strange entities can understand instructions. As for what results they can achieve, that's hard to say. Ha, that's also true. Su-di chuckled. These guys can't be so stupid as to blow themselves up, right? Chapter 131, Extra Rewards. The host has completed the task, and can now unlock a brand new weapon equipment. Given that the host has exceeded the task goals, an extra unlocking opportunity is awarded. Note, the extra reward ignores the unlocking level cache, any equipment can be randomly unlocked. Seeing this prompt, Su-di was ecstatic. Ignoring the unlocking level cache. What does this represent? This means that Su-di has a great chance to obtain weapon equipment that cannot be unlocked at this stage. If it were ballistic weapons, or other powerful lethal weapons, the for-fire military industry could even step into the ranks of the top forces in this strange world. Alright, the handover is complete. While speaking, Su-di pointed to Zhang Tianyu. Not dead, if you have any questions, ask Captain Zhang. Before the corpse could respond, Su-di vanished from the spot. It didn't understand why Su-di was moving so fast, what exactly he was going to do. Because even when Su-di obtained 100 strange crystals in the morning, he hadn't been this excited. Flesh and Blood Mansion. Su-di couldn't wait to open the system. A total of 2 unlocking opportunities. Would you like to unlock a brand new weapon equipment? Yes. Su-di clicked twice directly. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Flesh and Blood tank. This equipment has extremely strong defense and powerful firepower. As he saw the next piece of equipment, Su-di's pupils suddenly constricted. This is Strange Communication Satellite. Note, launch strange communication satellites in different areas to form a communication network. Hiss. It really is what I wished for. Not long ago, he was still worried about the lack of communication methods in the strange world. And now, isn't this exactly what he wanted? Su-di eagerly clicked on the introduction of the communication satellite. Strange Communication Satellite price, 100 billion strange coins. This satellite can locate and monitor the assigned strange domain. After launching satellites in 5 or more areas, a communication network can be formed. Note, due to the host being ahead of the curve, the satellite limit is 5, unlocking more equipment later can increase the satellite limit. Although this communication satellite is not as good as reconnaissance satellites, it is enough for Su-di to respond to the current situation. On one hand, there is the problem of communication between various branches nowadays. In this way, communication between the headquarters and the branches will be much smoother. On the other hand, there is the practical application problem of flesh and blood artillery. Although the positioning means of the communication satellite are not as good as those of reconnaissance satellites, being able to locate is enough. With accurate coordinates, the artillery can input commands and aim by itself. Aim? These beings cannot learn such things. But inputting coordinates is something they can always do, right? Thinking of this, Su-di immediately pondered where these 5 flesh satellites would be distributed. First is the old nest of the for-fire military industry, the Flesh Building, which is definitely a must. Next is Black Tiger Mountain. The situation over there at the empty mirror needs to be watched as well. There's also the boss's place, which needs to reserve a slot. Once the addresses for the new branches are determined, he can launch the satellites. This uses up 3 slots, leaving 2 remaining. Su-di thought carefully for a while. He decided to launch one on the main battlefield where the ancient city is attacking. The ancient city is about to undergo a new and large expansion, waging conquest against another major force. In this level of war, it definitely can't win right away. For a while, even for a long time in the future. The ancient city will be the largest customer of the for-fire military industry. In addition, the flesh and blood artillery needs the positioning function provided by the strange communication satellite. So, a flesh and blood strange satellite is also needed here. As for the last one, Su-di will not be stingy. After all, 5 satellites are needed to build a communication network. This last one needs to be selected among the other branches. It's best to choose a central area, so if anything happens, this branch can promptly notify the other branches. And Su-di understands that the level of this communication satellite is something he cannot unlock in a short time. So, he needs to do this. It is necessary to make the utmost use of this communication satellite. Staring at the world map for half a day, Su-di still couldn't determine a location. So stupid. There is not a single copy nearby. Thinking of this, Su-di wished he could slap himself twice. At the beginning, it was he who proposed to build branches in different areas. This way, more markets could be developed, and there would be no need to worry about multiple branches in one area affecting the business. But now it seems that this worry is completely unnecessary. Even if there are multiple branches in one area, it won't affect things. There's no choice. Sudi had to return to the real world and call Master Ling Su. Master, do we have any copies that are closer to major branches? Let me check, I'll call you back soon, Xiao Su. Master Ling Su hurriedly hung up the phone and began to look for information. Then Sudi rushed to the flesh building without stopping. Do you want to spend 100 billion to purchase a strange communication satellite? Yes. As the successful purchase prompt sounded, a giant crimson eyeball, approximately 5 meters in diameter, appeared in the office. Just as Sudi looked over, countless small eyes split out from the big eyeball, all staring at Sudi. Seeing this bizarre scene, even Sudi felt a chill run down his spine. It's hard to imagine that this would be a strange communication satellite. Do you want to launch? Yes. After launching satellites in 5 or more areas, a communication network can be formed. Note, due to the host being ahead of the curve, the satellite limit is 5, unlocking more equipment later can increase the satellite limit. Although this communication satellite is not as good as reconnaissance satellites, it is enough for Sudi to respond to the current situation. On one hand, there is the problem of communication between various branches nowadays. In this way, communication between the headquarters and the branches will be much smoother. On the other hand, there is the practical application problem of flesh and blood artillery. Although the positioning means of the communication satellite are not as good as those of reconnaissance satellites, being able to locate is enough. With accurate coordinates, the artillery can input commands and aim by itself. Aim? These beings cannot learn such things. But inputting coordinates is something they can always do, right? Thinking of this, Sudi immediately pondered where these 5 flesh satellites would be distributed. First is the old nest of the 4-fire military industry, the flesh building, which is definitely a must. Next is Black Tiger Mountain. The situation over there at the empty mirror needs to be watched as well. There's also the boss's place, which needs to reserve a slot. Once the addresses for the new branches are determined, he can launch the satellites. This uses up 3 slots, leaving 2 remaining. Sudi thought carefully for a while. He decided to launch one on the main battlefield where the ancient city is attacking. The ancient city is about to undergo a new and large expansion, waging conquest against another major force. In this level of war, it definitely can't win right away. For a while, even for a long time in the future. The ancient city will be the largest customer of the 4-fire military industry. In addition, the flesh and blood artillery needs the positioning function provided by the strange communication satellite. So, a flesh and blood strange satellite is also needed here. As for the last one, Sudi will not be stingy. After all, 5 satellites are needed to build a communication network. This last one needs to be selected among the other branches. It's best to choose a central area, so if anything happens, this branch can promptly notify the other branches. And Sudi understands that the level of this communication satellite is something he cannot unlock in a short time. So, he needs to do this. It is necessary to make the utmost use of this communication satellite. Staring at the world map for half a day, Sudi still couldn't determine a location. So stupid. There is not a single copy nearby. Thinking of this, Sudi wished he could slap himself twice. At the beginning, it was he who proposed to build branches in different areas. This way, more markets could be developed, and there would be no need to worry about multiple branches in one area affecting the business. But now it seems that this worry is completely unnecessary. Even if there are multiple branches in one area, it won't affect things. There's no choice. Sudi had to return to the real world and call Master Ling Su. Master, do we have any copies that are closer to major branches? Let me check, I'll call you back soon, Xiao Su. Master Ling Su hurriedly hung up the phone and began to look for information. Then Sudi rushed to the flesh building without stopping. Do you want to spend 100 billion to purchase a strange communication satellite? Yes. As the successful purchase prompt sounded, a giant crimson eyeball, approximately 5 meters in diameter, appeared in the office. Just as Sudi looked over, countless small eyes split out from the big eyeball, all staring at Sudi. Seeing this bizarre scene, even Sudi felt a chill run down his spine. It's hard to imagine that this would be a strange communication satellite. Do you want to launch? Yes. It couldn't help but ask. Boss, was that noise you made? Sudi nodded, looking at Evil Thought. Oh man, how come you're also nightmare level? Evil Thought? Not the boss? What do you mean I'm also nightmare level? But following the idea that the one who pays is the master. Evil Thought patiently explained. Boss, it was just luck, just luck. Our zombie leveling up method is very simple, just devour the same kind of bazaar. During this time, I picked up some remains of nightmare-level zombies. Sue D was stunned. This can really be done? This ability is indeed a bit against the heavens. Devouring zombies can level up without any side effects. No wonder Evil Thought joined the fire military industrial when he heard there was a lot of money. Evil Thought, if you keep feeding yourself, can you keep leveling up? Evil Thought scratched his head. Yes, I can. Sue D waved his hand and pointed at Evil Thought, saying, Good, then I'll arrange a leveling package for you. I'll provide you with 100 million bazaar coins each month, and you just eat. Evil Thought was shocked, frozen in place. 100 million. Providing 100 million each month just for it to eat? Boss, you're not joking, right? Evil Thought curled up its forearms, looking like a shy little girl. It's just 100 million, does that require joking? Sue D snapped his fingers. Piles of bazaar coins rained down from the sky, quickly burying Evil Thought on the spot. Remember, I want to see results in 3 months. After saying this, Sue D went to the office. Now, the fire military industrial is developing quickly, but also facing a problem. That is, high-end combat power is seriously lacking. Don't mention royal-level bazaar, even nightmare-level bazaar are pitifully few. Thinking of this, Sue D turned his head to ask Lin Shi. Do you think our company should set up a level reward? Originally wanting to scare Sue D, Lin Shi paused and said. You mean you want them to work hard to level up? Sue D nodded. Right, our company's high-end combat power is really too few. Although there aren't any big forces targeting him yet, what about later? The current fire military industrial is a money tree, making money every minute and second. The purpose of setting such a prize is to quickly enhance the strength of these bazaar under the company. Lin Shi thought carefully. This method is feasible, but many aspects need to be improved. Before this award, we need to set a prerequisite condition. That is, they can only qualify if they do their job well. When facing benefits, no one can guarantee that there won't be any opportunists. And the purpose of setting this award is for future development. We cannot let this award affect the company's development. Okay, let's do it your way. Sue D's eyes suddenly lit up. Although most of the bazaars in this world are foolish, there are still smart bazaars. Lin Shi is a good example. It has only learned many skills through books and videos in the human world, like financial management. Shi, do you have any other ideas? Sue D took the opportunity to hold Lin Shi in his arms. Of course I do. Lin Shi's eyes turned into pink hearts, dreamily looking at Sue D. Do you want to know? Sue D raised his eyebrows. Are you going to challenge your brother again? This battle turned everything upside down. Not knowing how long it took, Sue D finally returned to the office, dragging his tired body. He handed Lin Shi a satisfactory answer sheet. Similarly, Lin Shi also presented him with a satisfactory answer sheet. Sue D quickly listed several plans proposed by Lin Shi. In addition to the 1 billion upgrading plan, Lin Shi proposed 2 other plans. One is the excellent employee reward. It couldn't help but ask. Boss, was that noise you made? Sue D nodded, looking at Evil Thought. Oh man, how come you're also nightmare level? Evil Thought? Not the boss? What do you mean I'm also nightmare level? But following the idea that the one who pays is the master. Evil Thought patiently explained. Boss, it was just luck, just luck. Our zombie leveling up method is very simple, just devour the same kind of bazaar. During this time, I picked up some remains of nightmare level zombies. Sue D was stunned. This can really be done? This ability is indeed a bit against the heavens. Devouring zombies can level up without any side effects. No wonder Evil Thought joined the fire military industrial when he heard there was a lot of money. Evil Thought, if you keep feeding yourself, can you keep leveling up? Evil Thought scratched his head. Yes, I can. Sue D waved his hand and pointed at Evil Thought, saying. Good, then I'll arrange a leveling package for you. I'll provide you with 100 million bazaar coins each month, and you just eat. Evil Thought was shocked, frozen in place. 100 million. Providing 100 million each month just for it to eat? Boss, you're not joking, right? Evil Thought curled up its forearms, looking like a shy little girl. It's just 100 million, does that require joking? Sue D snapped his fingers. Piles of bazaar coins rained down from the sky, quickly burying Evil Thought on the spot. Remember, I want to see results in 3 months. After saying this, Sue D went to the office. Now, the fire military industrial is developing quickly, but also facing a problem. That is, high-end combat power is seriously lacking. Don't mention royal-level bazaar, even nightmare-level bazaar are pitifully few. Thinking of this, Sudi turned his head to ask Lin Shi. Do you think our company should set up a level reward? Originally wanting to scare Sudi, Lin Shi paused and said. You mean you want them to work hard to level up? Sudi nodded. Right, our company's high-end combat power is really too few. Although there aren't any big forces targeting him yet, what about later? The current fire military industrial is a money tree, making money every minute and second. The purpose of setting such a prize is to quickly enhance the strength of these bazaar under the company. Lin Shi thought carefully. This method is feasible, but many aspects need to be improved. Before this award, we need to set a prerequisite condition. That is, they can only qualify if they do their job well. When facing benefits, no one can guarantee that there won't be any opportunists. And the purpose of setting this award is for future development. We cannot let this award affect the company's development. Okay, let's do it your way. Sudi's eyes suddenly lit up. Although most of the bazaars in this world are foolish, there are still smart bazaars. Lin Shi is a good example. It has only learned many skills through books and videos in the human world, like financial management. Shi, do you have any other ideas? Sudi took the opportunity to hold Lin Shi in his arms. Of course I do. Lin Shi's eyes turned into pink hearts, dreamily looking at Sudi. Do you want to know? Sudi raised his eyebrows. Are you going to challenge your brother again? This battle turned everything upside down. Not knowing how long it took, Sudi finally returned to the office, dragging his tired body. He handed Lin Shi a satisfactory answer sheet. Similarly, Lin Shi also presented him with a satisfactory answer sheet. Sudi quickly listed several plans proposed by Lin Shi. In addition to the 1 billion upgrading plan, Lin Shi proposed 2 other plans. One is the excellent employee reward. One is the plan to recruit billion-dollar talents. Outstanding employees are easy to understand. The 4-Fire Military Corporation will select a group of excellent employees for rewards based on their performance. However, this billion-dollar talent recruitment plan is a bit troublesome. Lin Shi initially planned to let all companies under 4-Fire Military spread the news outside. 4-Fire Military will invest 100 billion in recruiting talents from the weird world. This recruitment does not discriminate by race, does not look at levels, and does not care about talent. As long as one can pass the preliminary test, they can enter the next round. The billion-dollar recruitment activity will last for 3 months and will include a total of 15 assessments. There will be a small test once a week and a medium test once a month. At the end of the 3 months, there will be a final assessment. The weird ones that pass the final assessment will receive the billion-dollar funds. If only one weird creature passes, that creature will enjoy the entire 100 billion. If no weird creature passes the final assessment, the next 3-period assessment will proceed. Sudi outlined the general template of this plan, while specific details still need Lin Shi to finalize. He also would not ask about the specific assessment plan. As long as it brings talent to 4-Fire Military, spending these weird coins is worth it. Based on this, Sudi also thought of a scheme. The billion-dollar recruitment plan for the human world. Compared to the weird, humans are more suitable in some areas. For example, after building the communication network, the personnel responsible for the control room. Elite professionals from all walks of life can actually be recruited to 4-Fire Military. In the subsidiaries managed by Long Country, most of the staff are still official players. Only a small number are recruited local elites. On one hand, the subsidiary locations belong to SSS-level dungeons, on the other hand, elite talents from the human world do not find success in the weird world. Weak players, once they enter the weird world, may find themselves in danger without caution. Also, because subsidiaries are full of uncertainties, Daoist Lin Shi did not dare to send ordinary players in large numbers. With this in mind, Sudi returned to the real world. Little Su, I found a suitable dungeon. When you come back, send me a message. After hearing the message, Sudi dialed Daoist Lin Shi's number. Daoist Lin Shi quickly arrived at the farm with the information. SSS-level weird dungeon, the Abyss of Pain. This dungeon is located in the central area of 18 subsidiaries. It was the only dungeon selected among many that is closest to the subsidiary and has quite a few. After reviewing the information, Sudi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, really not bad. This place is not suitable for a subsidiary but suitable for building a communication network center. Responsible for managing communication issues for surrounding subsidiaries. Little Su, what exactly are you looking for in this dungeon? Taking this opportunity, Sudi expressed his thoughts. Master Uncle, I plan to build a communication network center here. Daoist Lin Shi was momentarily stunned. He is not a researcher and does not understand the significance of building a communication network center. However, he did not inquire further. What help do you need? Compared to the help provided by Su-D, an SSS-level dungeon is nothing. I need some talents. Talents in communication, command, and logistics. After hearing about the billion-dollar talent plan, Daoist Lingshu could not help but look at Su-D. Little Su, you are truly a talent, you can think of this. Su-D breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, Master Uncle, I have no choice. For the company's development, I have to think of more ways, right? At this moment, Daoist Lingshu hesitantly spoke up. Little Su, there is a small situation that needs your help. Master Uncle, just say whatever it is. Daoist Lingshu took a deep breath. Can you provide some weapons and equipment? We encountered some trouble while exploring the nightmare-level dungeon. Su-D was taken aback. Didn't you open the purchasing rights? After unlocking new weapon equipment, he would immediately supply it to the branch office. How did this situation occur? It's because the permissions were opened. Daoist Lingshu gave a wry smile. Not everyone is that wealthy. The permissions for ordinary weapons have been opened and given a discount. However, for high-level equipment, you didn't say, so the branch manager wouldn't dare to make decisions on their own. In other words, the military industry of the four armies still belongs to Su-D personally. Each branch only has the rights to act as agents, and matters related to core interests will not be decided without authorization. You see, this is how it is. Su-D never expected this. Dragon Country was actually short on funds. He thought for a moment and then said, Master Uncle, in the future, I will provide 1 billion operational funds every month. This money will be fully managed by you, and I will open an employee benefit channel. Everyone will have the right to buy items at a 10% discount. A 10% selling price combined with 1 billion operational funds each month is enough to support the needs of Dragon Country's expansion teams. As for the limited purchases, they are directed at the company's employees. After all, the prices of flesh and blood weapons on the black market can be higher than normal prices. With a 10% discount for employees, the hidden profit in between is enormous. Although the company provides them with the best treatment, whether strange or human, greed exists. What if they set their sights on these profits? So it's necessary to limit the purchase quantities in advance. Alright. Daoist Lingshu nodded heavily. The strange coins available to Dragon Country are indeed limited. Gritting his teeth, they can still purchase various weapons from the first phase. But higher-level flesh and blood equipment is beyond their reach. Even if all the national strength were put into it, they could hardly buy a few units. Thinking about it, one might understand that not just Dragon Country. Even if all players in the world combined, their current assets might not be as high as Su-D's. Okay, Master Uncle, you head back first, I'll go to the Abyss of Pain by myself. Daoist Lingshu nodded and then cautioned. Little Su, be careful, that place is a bit strange. I know. Then Daoist Lingshu opened Su-D's access to the SSS-level dungeon, Abyss of Pain. SSS-level dungeon, Abyss of Pain. Su-D watched this bizarre area from a distance. According to the information, this place is extremely strange. Not only do human players experience severe negative emotions upon entering, but even the strange beings can't withstand it. When Dragon Country's expansion team came here, the former lord jumped off a cliff to commit suicide, handing over this dungeon. Such a situation has never occurred in the entire history of horror games. If it weren't for the fact that this was the only dungeon meeting Su-D's requirements, the higher-ups really wouldn't want people to touch it. Once Su-D transformed into a strange being, he stepped into the area of the Abyss of Pain dungeon. In an instant, he understood what was going on in this dungeon. An SSS-level dungeon actually gave birth to a realm of gods and demons. It's known that only rare nightmare-level strange beings can give birth to unique realms of gods and demons. Clearly, the former lord could not suppress the realm of gods and demons of this dungeon, ultimately being ambushed by it. However, this was not a problem for Su-D at all. Thinking of this, Su-D actively engaged with his own strange transformation. Facing the encroachment of the realm of gods and demons with a human body. The realm of gods and demons also has different levels, although the level of the realm of pain is not low. It is completely not on the same level as Su-D's flesh and blood transformation. At the moment he completely emptied his mind and body, Su-D's body began to show severe distortion. After unlocking new weapon equipment, he would immediately supply it to the branch office. How did this situation occur? It's because the permissions were opened. Daoist Lingshu gave a wry smile. Not everyone is that wealthy. The permissions for ordinary weapons have been opened and given a discount. However, for high-level equipment, you didn't say, so the branch manager wouldn't dare to make decisions on their own. In other words, the military industry of the four armies still belongs to Su-D personally. Each branch only has the rights to act as agents, and matters related to core interests will not be decided without authorization. You see, this is how it is. Su-D never expected this. Dragon Country was actually short on funds. He thought for a moment and then said, "Master Uncle, in the future, I will provide 1 billion operational funds every month. This money will be fully managed by you, and I will open an employee benefit channel. Everyone will have the right to buy items at a 10% discount. A 10% selling price combined with 1 billion operational funds each month is enough to support the needs of Dragon Country's expansion teams. As for the limited purchases, they are directed at the company's employees. After all, the prices of flesh and blood weapons on the black market can be higher than normal prices. With a 10% discount for employees, the hidden profit in between is enormous. Although the company provides them with the best treatment, whether strange or human, greed exists. What if they set their sights on these profits? So it's necessary to limit the purchase quantities in advance." "Alright." Daoist Lingshu nodded heavily. The strange coins available to Dragon Country are indeed limited. Gritting his teeth, they can still purchase various weapons from the first phase. But higher level flesh and blood equipment is beyond their reach. Even if all the national strength were put into it, they could hardly buy a few units. Thinking about it, one might understand that not just Dragon Country. Even if all players in the world combined, their current assets might not be as high as Sudi's. "Okay, Master Uncle, you head back first, I'll go to the Abyss of Pain by myself." Daoist Lingshu nodded and then cautioned. "Little Su, be careful, that place is a bit strange." "I know." Then Daoist Lingshu opened Sudi's access to the SSS-level dungeon, Abyss of Pain. SSS-level dungeon, Abyss of Pain. Sudi watched this bizarre area from a distance. According to the information, this place is extremely strange. Not only do human players experience severe negative emotions upon entering, but even the strange beings can't withstand it. When Dragon Country's expansion team came here, the former lord jumped off a cliff to commit suicide, handing over this dungeon. Such a situation has never occurred in the entire history of horror games. If it weren't for the fact that this was the only dungeon meeting Sudi's requirements, the higher-ups really wouldn't want people to touch it. Once Sudi transformed into a strange being, he stepped into the area of the Abyss of Pain dungeon. In an instant, he understood what was going on in this dungeon. An SSS-level dungeon actually gave birth to a realm of gods and demons. It's known that only rare nightmare-level strange beings can give birth to unique realms of gods and demons. Clearly, the former lord could not suppress the realm of gods and demons of this dungeon, ultimately being ambushed by it. However, this was not a problem for Sudi at all. Thinking of this, Sudi actively engaged with his own strange transformation. Facing the encroachment of the realm of gods and demons with a human body. The realm of gods and demons also has different levels, although the level of the realm of pain is not low. It is completely not on the same level as Sudi's flesh and blood transformation. At the moment he completely emptied his mind and body, Sudi's body began to show severe distortion. After changing the copy name, Sudi couldn't wait to launch the strange communication satellite. Then he checked the range covered by the satellite. Of the 18 surrounding copies, 12 were covered, leaving 6 not too far from the control edge. This coverage area was truly beyond Sudi's expectations. It's important to know that these 18 copies were quite different and not closely located. One could say that the cutting degree of this copy far exceeded expectations. First, the coverage area was large enough, and second, the copy had a ghostly domain. The existence of this ghostly domain could protect the staff within it. It also reduced the need for defensive powers in this area. After finishing all this, Sudi transported to different copies to launch the remaining satellites. He successfully built a simple communication network. One must say, the bizarre world was indeed vast. From the ancient city to the area of painful abyss, the distance was almost equivalent to circling the Earth. Yet the distance between these two copies on the world map was barely 1/5. And because the coverage area was too large, communication could only be done sparingly. Within the communication network, apart from the areas covered by satellite signals, information from other regions could not be accessed. They could only wait to unlock more strange communication satellites to extend the signal coverage to those areas. "Boss, what are you up to?" Kong Jing stood next to Sudi, unable to help but ask. "You'll know soon." Sudi was adjusting the last device for Black Tiger Mountain. Once this device was set up, they could attempt communication. Before long, the device was adjusted. Sudi called for a meeting. A big eyeball flew out from the device, projecting an image like a projector. For Fire Military Headquarters joined the meeting. For Fire Military, Communication Center joined the meeting. For Fire Military, Exploration Branch joined the meeting. For Fire Military, Ancient City Frontline Center joined the meeting. Lin Shi, Daoist Lingshu, the boss, and Zhao Tingshu appeared in the image one after another. Sudi warmly greeted everyone on the screen. Kong Jing couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck is this?" Sudi kicked this inexperienced guy out of the image. Then he introduced everyone's identities. Lin Shi, the administrative director and financial director of headquarters, currently a nightmare-level anomaly. Daoist Lingshu, the deputy chief of the copy for Longhua, currently a nightmare-level player. The boss, the chief of the exploration group, currently an SSS-level anomaly. Zhao Tingshu, the chief of the ancient city frontline, currently a prince-level anomaly. What? Prince-level anomaly? This statement shocked everyone. Kong Jing couldn't help but shout, "Damn, boss, where did you find a prince-level big shot?" Su Di waved his hand. "This is my ancestor from our great China 1,000 years ago, my Uncle Zhou." Lin Shi reacted the fastest. "Hello, Uncle Zhao, I'm Su Di's girlfriend, you should come visit the company when you have time?" One must say. Lin Shi was indeed skilled at charming the older generation. In just a few words, she made Zhao Tingshu laugh. Everyone began to chat casually in the meeting interface. With Su Di's permission, Zhao Tingshu even explained various matters about Su Di in the ancient city. The others were left speechless. Kong Jing couldn't resist muttering softly. "Boss, you're really amazing. I thought you could only." Su Di couldn't hold back anymore, grabbing Kong Jing by the ear and lifting him up. "Come on, share your business experience." Kong Jing wasn't embarrassed at all and began to speak confidently. "This is my forte. Let me tell you all." Although Kong Jing seemed casual on the surface, he was truly skilled at business. Before Lin Shi proposed the logistics plan reform, he had already prepared for internal reform. He found the Pang Bird Group and conducted deep cooperation, taking the lead in starting the delivery era. The Pang Bird Group is responsible for delivery, while Black Tiger Mountain provides protection and pays commissions. The market around Black Tiger Mountain is far inferior to other areas. The strange purchasing power is severely lacking, at most just a few small orders. But in such circumstances, Black Tiger Mountain has stubbornly created daily profits of over 100 million with various small orders. Now, the market area of Black Tiger Mountain is even the largest. Even the headquarters here does not cover as much area as Black Tiger Mountain. Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but nod. If this child were born in our great song, he would definitely become a wealthy figure. Kong Jing nodded in agreement and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhao, for the praise." The Daoist Lingshu seized this opportunity to mention something. "Elder Zhao, once things are busy over there, let Xiao Su accompany you to have a good look at our beautiful mountains and rivers." Zhao Tingshu smiled and nodded. "That is just what I intend to do." He had missed his homeland for 1,000 years, and now that he had the chance, he must go back and take a look. Upon receiving this answer, Daoist Lingshu smiled and waved his hand. "Then I will take my leave, as I still need to preside over work here." The boss also waved his hand. "I will leave too, there's still fighting ahead." Su Di smiled and waved his hand. "Okay, that's it for today." As soon as he hung up the phone, Kong Jing hugged Su Di tightly. "Boss, where did you find such an uncle? Get me one too. That is a prince-level anomaly. If he could have a prince-level anomaly walk in his territory, then Kong Jing could walk sideways here, no longer worrying about other nightmare-level anomalies giving him a hard time. Alright, when the time comes, I will bring Uncle here for a tour. Whether you can handle it depends on yourself." At this point, Su Di specifically mentioned, "Uncle likes to play chess." "Got it, boss." At the front line of the ancient city battle, Su Di summoned Zhang Tianyu and several others responsible for teaching anomalies and opened up positioning permissions. Now, the third stage of the war is about to begin. He needed Zhang Tianyu and his team of spirits to teach these anomalies how to input coordinates as quickly as possible. As long as they input the coordinates, along with the positioning of the artillery itself. The Flesh and Blood Artillery's onboard fire control system can calculate the best shooting angle and automatically adjust the gunfire. Zhang Tianyu and the other spirits were ecstatic. These days, they had almost gone crazy from these anomalies. They couldn't even manage the simplest addition, let alone aiming at a reference object through a scope. Now with this communication network, they just needed to input the coordinates to hit the target accurately. They could conduct targeted training afterwards. At this moment, Buwa Body found Su Di with a piece of information. The information indicated that the young master was about to develop several small cities. This time, it was different from last time. The development mission required the young master to personally participate. Zhang Tianyu was only responsible for the artillery team in the rear this time, mainly to provide fire support for the front troops and destroy the enemy's defensive targets. Su Di handed this information to Zhang Tianyu without even looking at it. "Captain Zhang, this is the information for the attacking area." After reading the information, Zhang Tianyu immediately formulated a bombardment plan. These small cities are not large, with 4 belonging to SSS-level forces and 1 to a nightmare-level force. Although the levels don't seem high, there are quite a few troops among them. The nightmare level anomalies in these several cities together reached over 1,000. It's easy to imagine that the other power is not to be trifled with. It will take a few days to take them down. Zhang Tianyu analyzed the current situation. If the information is accurate, at most 3 days. Such small cities cannot withstand the joint bombardment of over 100 artillery pieces. As for the infantry fighting vehicles in front, they only need to be responsible for cleaning up the remaining heads. Good. Su Di hopes this battle will start as soon as possible. Now the eldest son's wallet had reached a state of being completely empty. Even if it wanted to buy the new weapons in Su Di's hands, it simply didn't have the funds. The noble-level entities assisting the eldest son also had no surplus funds left. They could only wait for the eldest son to inherit the title of the city lord before providing him with new weapons. On future battlefields, blood-need tanks would definitely be more practical than blood-need infantry fighting vehicles. Back then, Zhang Tianyu led an attack against the estranged army. It could be said that the vehicles were utilized to the extreme, and their performance was maximized. Even so, they still paid the price of 2 blood-need infantry fighting vehicles. If such skilled spirits faced losses this way, the strange entity's casualty rate would surely be even higher. As Su Di was leaving, he called out to Zhao Tianyu. Captain, if you encounter any danger, notify the brothers to retreat in time. He didn't want to lose manpower due to the war between the strange entities. Last time, the third son most likely held a grudge against him. If he couldn't find the chance to attack Su Di, he would surely vent his anger on Zhang Tianyu. One must know that the defensive power of artillery vehicles was no match for infantry fighting vehicles, as they simply couldn't withstand the attacks from noble-level strange entities. Moreover, this would also consume a significant part of the eldest son's powerful firepower. Got it, boss. I'll notify you immediately if any symptoms appear on my end. Okay. In a small courtyard. This was originally a nightmare-level dungeon. After Zhao Tingshu learned that Su Di needed this place, he defeated the lord. And he assisted Su Di in becoming the lord of this dungeon. This is the origin of the four-fire military industry, ancient city combat front. Uncle, is there anything over there? Zhao Tingshu glanced at the equipment and said lightly. Nothing. The dungeons that the third son needed to develop were also within the signal range. So during this time, Zhao Tingshu was monitoring the movements of the third son's troops. This was so he could respond in time if the third son didn't play by the rules. Uncle, why do you think they deployed troops so early over there? Probably to trade with those few cities. Chapter 135. A mix-up. In the third stage, the areas to be developed nominally belonged to another super-large faction. But these few cities were on the fringes, and the decision-making power was in the hands of their lords. Based on the current situation, Zhao Tingshu speculated on the third son's intentions. He probably wanted to forcibly seize a few cities through bribery and military pressure. Furthermore, the selected cities weren't key areas. They were like isolated islands on the fringes, unlikely to receive reinforcements. Even if they resisted, the fall of the city was just a matter of time. If that's the case, we need to act quickly. Su Di nodded. In this situation, the side that seized the initiative would have greater chances of winning. He couldn't let the eldest son lose. If the eldest son lost, the third son would rise to power. Though the ancient city wouldn't suffer losses as a big customer, the future transactions would inevitably face many obstacles. Zhao Tingshu patted Su Di on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, they won't surrender so quickly. The strange entities in this world were very straightforward, everything was about benefits. And those who could become the lords of small cities were definitely not fools. They would surely take this opportunity to hold out for a few more days to gain more benefits. Su Di nodded with a smile and joked. Ha ha, that's true. After all, beauty tricks are often hidden behind torture. Though he said that, he still found Zhang Tianyu. Once the battle started, all firepower would be directed at the enemy city. After smashing through the defense of one city, they would directly head to the next city. He wanted to see if the third son's strategist was better with words or if their side's artillery was more effective. As for the safety issue of the artillery convoy, not Huasher would personally take charge, and Su Di's golden skeleton jade transformation was already 95% complete. In the next few days, they would be able to completely digest the remaining nightmare-level strange entities, completely turning into jade essence, thus promoting to the nightmare level. At that time, Su Di will personally follow Zhang Tianyu with a jade skeleton avatar to prevent the other side from playing tricks. A few days passed by in a hurry. War was about to break out. Accompanied by the order from the city lord, both sides launched attacks directly on their respective cities. At the front line of the ancient city, Zhao Tingshu looked at the live battle situation on the screen and couldn't help but sigh. If only our great song had such treasures, how could we lose to the Jurchens? Uncle, times are changing, perhaps even more powerful weapons will emerge in the future. Zhao Tingshu nodded slightly with emotion. He had never inquired about the origins of these equipment and weapons. But through this period of contact, he could faintly guess that these weapons might relate to the scale of business. Looking at the screen, where the cannon fire destroyed the city walls with overwhelming force, Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but say, "Little Su, do you really want to always be a businessman?" Ha? Su Di heard the implication behind this. Uncle, what do you mean by that? Don't you want to have your own power? Zhao Tingshu looked at Su Di with burning eyes. He saw the possibility of reviving the great song in Su Di. With strong firepower and abundant funds. Why just be a small arms dealer? Why not ascend to the throne and recreate the great song? Su Di looked at the burning gaze and couldn't help but tease. Uncle, you're not planning to rebel, are you? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but grab Su Di tightly. Rebel, what does it mean to rebel? I am already of royal blood, and you are my nephew. Your ascent to the throne is perfectly justified, isn't it? Ah? Su Di suddenly froze. No, uncle. You mean me? Zhao Tingshu solemnly nodded. That's right, it's you. This statement hit Su Di like a huge shockwave, leaving him dumbfounded. Weren't we just having a good chat? How did it turn to the topic of being an emperor? After a brief daze, Su Di started scratching his head. Uncle, you can't be joking. Do I look like I'm joking? At this point, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Tingshu's eyes. As long as you wish, I will head out to eliminate the city lord and declare you the ruler of this ancient city. Hiss. Eliminate the city lord. Declare you the ruler. What an extraordinary choice of words. The city lord is capable of suppressing many noble-level anomalies, so his power is unimaginable. Yet Zhao Tingshu boldly stated that he would eliminate him. To say such things shows that Zhao Tingshu has adequate confidence. At this moment, Su Di glanced at the screen, where the cannon convoy had already started moving toward the next city. Uncle, look, they've taken down a city. But Zhao Tingshu still kept his gaze fixed on Su Di. Little Su, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The battle of forces at this level might not happen once in 1,000 years. Seizing this opportunity to take the ancient city could also engulf another huge force. Once this opportunity is missed, it will never be found again. Su Di shook his head and looked at Zhao Tingshu. Uncle, don't you think this ancient city is too small? My goal is the entire anomalous world. From Zhao Tingshu's state, he could be sure. As long as he agrees, they would definitely capture the ancient city. But this would put the Four-Fire Military-Industrial Association in a very awkward situation. That is to say, the company's credibility would be damaged, and they would lose a big client. After all, once the ancient city is taken, the funds spent on purchasing blood and flesh equipment would not be counted in the task statistics. Su Di had tried this long ago. Otherwise, he would have unlocked all the weaponry through this bug long ago. One can't risk the entire anomalous world's market for just a trivial ancient city. Once these words were said, Zhao Tingshu's mind echoed with a thunderclap. The entire anomalous world. This goal is simply too grand. Little Su, really? Su Di looked at Zhao Tingshu with steadfast eyes. Of course it's real. My goal is to take over the entire strange world. This statement successfully misled Zhao Tingshu. It made him believe that Su Di wanted to conquer the entire strange world. But what Su Di meant by the entire strange world was simply a market. This is not easy. Noticing the fervor in Zhao Tingshu's eyes fade, Su Di breathed a sigh of relief. We still need to continue working hard, we can't stop at the ancient city. Okay. Zhao Tingshu silently made a decision in his heart. One day, the great song will surely create brilliance again in this strange world. Uncle, look, we have taken another city. The second city. It didn't take much effort at all. Just a quick shot scared the strange lord of the city so much that he gave up. He opened the door voluntarily and chose to surrender. And after the city surrendered, the artillery team rushed to the next city. This time, unlike the first stage, both sides had enough manpower. The eldest son, under Su Di's suggestion, divided the troops into several groups and launched an attack together. Chapter 136, The City Lord Arrives. The momentum of taking the city. It crushed everything in its way. The third city was far smaller in scale than the first two. Yet it was the only city among these that reached nightmare level. Even after the city was breached, the strangeness inside did not stop resisting. Moreover, it was stuck on the vital path to the fourth city. This made this city the one that held out the longest. The cannon fire never ceased for an entire afternoon. Only after blowing the entire city to ruins did the artillery team head to the next city. And the golden skeleton, about to fully crystallize, kindly took in the strangeness into the blood fiend purgatory for atonement. The fourth city. Upon hearing that the third city had been blown to ruins, before the artillery team even arrived, the city chose to surrender. This outcome surprised all the strangeness. They never expected that the speed of surrender here would be faster than that on the third sun side. In less than a day, 5 cities were taken. The eldest son successfully pressed down the third son, achieving victory in this final round. After it ended, Su Di had Zheng Tianyu and the others withdrawn. He no longer needed to care about following up on the battlefield cleanup. He had done everything he needed to do. As long as he waited for the eldest son to succeed as the city lord, he could do business well. At the same time, Su Di received a message delivered from Zhao Tingshu. The ancient city had officially gone to war with another force. Through strange surveillance satellites, he saw part of the content. The scale and number of forces involved exceeded Su Di's imagination. Far from being comparable to these small cities, it could truly be described as terrifying. If this force made a move against the Fourth Fire Military, they could crush it in an instant. Late at night, Su Di was invited to participate in the city lord's succession ceremony. This time, he specially brought along the Jade Skeleton avatar. In this occasion, a large number of lord-level strangeness would surely divide the benefits. If any strangeness targeted him, having the Jade Skeleton would help avoid some trouble. After all, the gap between nightmare-level and lord-level strangeness was not small at all. Before leaving, Zhao Tingshu specifically reminded Su Di. Now I want to leave the ancient city, so I won't go to this occasion. If you encounter any trouble, notify me in time. Su Di hid the Jade Skeleton avatar in the Blood Fiend Purgatory and said to Zhao Tingshu, "Don't worry, uncle, I will be careful." At the city lord's mansion, Su Di entered the main hall led by the non-corpse. As soon as he stepped into the main hall, countless gazes gathered on him. Su Di ignored these eyes and followed the non-corpse step by step into the hall. It had to be said, the decoration inside the hall was just like an ancient royal palace. Everywhere he looked, there were strange beings in official attire of various forms. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Su Di would really have a hard time imagining all of this in his mind. Especially that high-level dragon chair. In the very first moment, it captured Su Di's attention. No wonder. What Uncle Zhao said about taking this ancient city would let Su Di ascend to great power. It turns out, the city lord's mansion was built according to the rules of the royal palace. Only when he stopped did Su Di notice the eldest son standing beside him. This made his heart tighten involuntarily. Logically, since the eldest son was going to inherit the position of city lord, and with the ancient city at war with another force, the old city lord was personally leading the troops into battle. The eldest son should be sitting in the main seat, but why was he not? Before Su Di could figure out the reason behind this, a sharp voice rang out. "The city lord has arrived." Immediately, all the officials in the hall bent down and shouted, "Welcome, our lord." Hiss. Su Di pretended to bow. In his heart, he couldn't help but complain. "Uncle, why bring this whole setup here? And it seems these strange beings actually quite like this." When Su Di raised his head again, there was already another figure on the dragon throne. The old city lord was thin, looking like a bamboo pole. If it weren't for the aura of kingship he exuded, he would resemble an old beggar on the street. Boss Su was truly a talented person among men. At just one glance, he could tell Su Di was human. Su Di's expression didn't change as he looked at the old city lord. "Thank you, city lord." The city lord looked at Su Di with a playful expression, murmuring to himself, "I doubt it, Boss Su cannot be compared to those useless players." This sentence made Su Di's nerves tighten. The old city lord mentioned players here. What did that prove? It proved he had encountered horror games, and seemingly had for a long time. But why would a being of royal level have encountered them? In reality, the highest level now arriving was merely a nightmare-level instance. And it was a relatively weaker nightmare-level instance. Compared to the ancient city, it was completely on different levels, incomparable. It could even be said that any lord casually pulled from this ancient city could crush any nightmare-level being currently arriving. But in this situation, he couldn't think more about it. Just luck. The old city lord continued to stare closely at Su Di. But as far as I know, the rewards for horror games do not seem to include those flesh weapons. I wonder where Boss Su obtained these weapons. Su Di's face twitched. This guy indeed understood horror games and knew some of the rules. He didn't mention his identity but looked at the old city lord. "Sorry, this is a commercial secret of my Sihua military industry, so I cannot disclose it." One person and one eerie being. This exchange left the eerie beings present stunned. What is going on? What players? What humans? After a moment of silence, the old city lord asked. Boss Su, aren't you curious why I know so much? Su Di replied without thinking. Not curious. He was not uncurious, but he knew well that such secrets were beyond his reach now. The best way was to remain ignorant. In due time, as levels increased, he would know. The old city lord wouldn't give up and asked again. Really not curious? Not curious. Su Di did not back down. This old city lord didn't know by what channels he had learned this information. He also didn't know if what he said was true or false. What if he was trying to fish for information? Furthermore, the eerie aura exuded by the old city lord had reached an ominous level. If such a level of eeriness were to descend upon the real world, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, even the entire human world could face destruction. Thinking of this, Su Di forcefully redirected the topic back to Sihua military industry. City Lord, I only want to do business honestly, I do not wish to get involved in any conflicts. This statement once again left the old city lord silent. After a few minutes, he said softly. Then what business does Boss Su want with our ancient city? Or perhaps you want to gain something from my ancient city? Chapter 137, Agreement on Cooperation. Inside the main hall. Su Di looked at the old city lord. Of course, it is money. I need a large amount of funds to expand my business and develop my company. At this point, he shifted the topic. Not all forces are as strong as your ancient city, so the Sihua military industry needs big clients like you. The old city lord fell silent again. From the competition held for selecting the new city lord, he saw that flesh weapons could turn the tide of battle. Thus, he returned personally from the ancient city and investigated the origins of Sihua military industry. To his surprise, this military company seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. But after the emergence of this arms company, the surrounding situation changed drastically in a short time. Originally, the various forces in the wilderness were cleared away quickly. And he discovered a key issue: the gap in usage between humans and the eerie beings was extraordinary. Whether it was ordinary flesh weapons or flesh battle vehicles, including the newly appeared flesh artillery, they all required Su Di's assistance. As a powerful being that had roamed the eerie world for 1,000 years, he knew that the emergence of such weapons would change the world. But he couldn't determine whether this change would be good or bad for the ancient city. If Sihua military industry intended to dominate, then its growth. But if Sihua military industry had no intentions of domination, the ancient city would become the first force to benefit. In fact, he wanted to crush Su Di while he was still in the cradle. But human players could directly return from the eerie world to the human world. Just this aspect meant he couldn't destroy Su Di. Simply destroying Su Di's company could not completely erase the existence of Sihua military industry. Considering this, the old city lord stopped hiding his intentions. Boss Su, the ancient city does indeed need the weapons provided by Sihua military industry. But before that, I need to confirm one matter: will Sihua military industry pose a threat to the ancient city? No. Su Di's expression remained unchanged. Moreover, I can guarantee that the weapons from my company will bring you profits far exceeding your expectations. Upon hearing this, the old city lord no longer hesitated. All right. In the next moment, the old city lord disappeared from the great hall. Then, a sharp voice sounded. The ceremony of succession has begun. Su Di breathed a sigh of relief. It's settled. With the old city lord's approval, the business with the ancient city was confirmed. Next came the tedious and boring succession ceremony. After the ceremony ended, the eldest son personally sought out Su Di. Boss Su, from now on, the Undying will be in charge of your company's business matters. You also know that after taking on the title of City Lord, there are many issues to deal with. Su Di nodded in understanding. My lord, then you go and handle your matters. After the new city lord left, Su Di immediately began discussions with the Undying about the upcoming transactions. Congratulations, Vice City Lord. The Undying had successfully achieved the long-desired position of Vice City Lord, and was specifically responsible for handling affairs between the ancient city and Sihua military industry. Compared to the previous role as the caretaker behind the scenes of the City Lord's mansion, it was a qualitative change. Now, he could also be said to hold great power. Boss Su, I need to convey the old City Lord's intentions to you. If you can accomplish these, Sihua military industry will become our ancient city's most important partner. In return, you provide us with weapons, and we will protect your force. Su Di paused for a moment, then nodded. Speak. The Undying said nothing, then took out a silk bag. Su Di took the silk bag and pulled out a letter. In summary, there were 2 points. First, the ancient city needs military assistance from Sihua military industry. Second, the ancient city needs priority purchasing rights for Sihua military industry's products. Besides that, the ancient city would not interfere with Sihua military industry's business at all. The old city lord stated that after taking down another force, he would satisfy Su Di's curiosity. He would inform him why he was aware of the existence of the horror game. After reading this, Su Di raised an eyebrow. I must say, the old city lord is quite capable. He sharply caught that the manipulator's understanding of weapons would greatly affect their power. Moreover, the letter did not mention that the for-fire military industry must not provide weapons to enemy forces. This made Su Di look at the old city lord with a new sense of respect. Back when he was selling arms in the human world. In Black State, he did not sell arms to both sides less. Since the ancient city gave him face, he would also give face to the ancient city. These are not problems. The corpse without decay immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was originally worried that Su Di would not agree to these demands. The old city lord also gave clear instructions. If Su Di did not agree to these demands, he would be placed under house arrest. Boss Su, then let's sign the contract. Once you sign this contract, you will become our ancient city's most esteemed partner. Su Di looked at the contract that radiated a terrifying aura and could not help but take a deep breath. He did not expect the old city lord to be so generous. He actually chose to sign the contract with him personally. The kind of strange status of the old city lord at the peak level, once the contract was violated. The punishment received would be far more terrifying than what Su Di, a nightmare level strange, would face. After signing the contract, the corpse without decay welcomed Su Di into the guest hall. And according to the previous agreement, it also took out a property deed for a shop in the core area of the inner city. After Su Di happily received the land deed, he looked at the corpse without decay. Let's talk, what procurement plans do you have this time? The corpse without decay smiled and joked. It seems nothing can be hidden from Boss Su. Our preliminary procurement order is for 1,000 flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and 200 flesh and blood artillery vehicles. The flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles took heavy losses as they charged into the front lines. The batch purchased by the eldest son at that time was almost depleted. So this time, the corpse without decay placed a large order directly. I don't think we need 1,000 flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. Taking this opportunity, Su Di pushed forward the flesh and blood tanks. In battles of this level, the speed of advancement would definitely not be fast. It is better to replace the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles with flesh and blood tanks, this way, the cost effectiveness would be higher. Aside from not having the speed of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles, the flesh and blood tanks dominate in both firepower and defense. The corpse without decay widened its eyes upon hearing that Su Di introduced a new product. Boss Su, is there new stock already? Just a few days have passed, and he created new strange items again? Yes, it's definitely a new product that will satisfy you. Can I inspect the goods? Su Di said with a smile. Why not? Are we going to the secret realm? The corpse without decay did not hesitate at all and immediately took Su Di to the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, a flesh and blood tank was rampaging. In the face of several flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles' siege, it broke through the encirclement with its strong armor. The corpse without decay stared blankly at this scene. Boss Su, we want this one. Now. In name, it was the purchaser for the for-fire military industry. But the orders obtained still needed to be submitted to the city lord's think tank for review. After approval, it could be formally signed. To escape the think tank's review, it needed to show results. To present results that would convince these guys so it could gain more authority. Replace all 1,000 flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles with flesh and blood tanks. Upon hearing this, Su Di shook his head. No need for that. This surprised the corpse without decay. Boss Su, what do you mean? In my opinion, 700 flesh and blood tanks and 300 flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles would be a more suitable order given the current situation of the war. This completely baffled the corpse without decay. It was somewhat unclear to it what Su Di's words really meant. Although the flesh tank was a bit more expensive, its firepower and defense far exceeded those of the flesh infantry fighting vehicle. In its mind, the flesh infantry fighting vehicle was already considered an obsolete product. Boss Su, I still don't understand. Su Di sighed helplessly. No wonder the old city lord placed military advisors at the top of the list. Even the noblest level strange beings had such minds. Let alone those with lower ranks of strangeness? These two types of equipment have their strengths and weaknesses. Depending on the situation, they can produce different effects. If the battle situation is critical and the enemy's firepower is fierce, the flesh tank is more suitable. If the enemy is in a rout, and we need to chase them down, the flesh infantry fighting vehicle is more suitable. The unchanging corpse barely understood part of the meaning and nodded. Boss Su, then I'll follow your wishes. Any orders will be determined by you. At this point, it couldn't help but quietly remind him. Could you make a list later to explain why such orders are given? Sudi couldn't help but frown at the unchanging corpse. In his mind, he thought, why are you asking so many questions? But looking at the potential big order, he still nodded. Alright, I'll have someone prepare one. Although he could list it, there wasn't much time. Moreover, among his many heroic souls, there were plenty of talents. A simple list was nothing difficult. Thank you, Boss Su. If this list can satisfy the think tank, then I will follow your orders from now on. Hearing this, Sudi understood. It turned out the unchanging corpse was just a messenger, and the real decision-maker was not it at all. What does it mean for you to be the Vice City Lord? The unchanging corpse scratched its head awkwardly. It had already turned from a retainer to the Vice City Lord, how could it think of more? Seeing the unchanging corpse remained speechless for a long while. Thinking about how the unchanging corpse had been negotiating for a long time during this period. There was no credit, but it had put in effort. Sudi couldn't help but say. When the military advisor arrives, you will directly negotiate with the military advisor. Let the military advisor provide orders based on the situation. If there's any strange trouble, you tell me. I'll personally go find the city lord. After hearing this, the unchanging corpse felt deeply grateful to Sudi. This was more than just a partnership, it was almost like being reborn as a parent. Boss Su, thank you. In the future. Alright, enough nonsense. Sudi waved his hand. Hurry up and submit the order. Yes. The unchanging corpse hurriedly left with the order. In the city lord's mansion. In that little courtyard corner. Zhao Tingshu was moving various items into a scroll. Like a laboring beast preparing to move house. Uncle, is this really necessary? Sudi couldn't help but ask Zhao Tingshu. Does that mean we won't be coming back? Zhao Tingshu answered without thinking. I've long been tired of staying in this place. Then why not just throw these things away? The various furniture continuously piled up in the scroll, even including a stone chess platform. Little Su, you don't understand, these pieces of furniture and the chessboard were all made by my own hands. They have accompanied me for over 1,000 years, I have feelings for them, I can't bear to part with them. Hearing this, Sudi helplessly nodded. He planned to help Zhao Tingshu empty this place. But unexpectedly, as soon as he got started, he accidentally broke a chair. Uncle. Sudi awkwardly looked at Zhao Tingshu. Zhao Tingshu's heart twitched, but he said. It's fine, just be careful later. Sudi then turned his attention to another chair. Creak. As with the last one, just picking it up, the chair cracked. Zhao Tingshu couldn't bear it any longer. These pieces of furniture had endured for 1,000 years and were already decayed. Otherwise, he would have thrown them all into the scroll without hesitation. Why go to such lengths to be careful? You brat, get out of here. Sudi fled the room like a scared rabbit. Though it was a good intention, he couldn't help it. But did something bad. What to do? What to do? Sudi walked back and forth in the courtyard. All right, just make 2 more, and it will be fine. Thinking of this, he directly returned to the human world. He found a furniture factory according to the memory of the chair. He planned to make 2 chairs as an apology for Uncle Zhao. I have to say, technology can really change life. Even the furniture factory had already used 3D printing technology. After Sudi drew the picture, in just a few minutes, 2 chairs were printed out. They looked exactly like the 2 chairs that were damaged. Uncle, I brought the chairs back for you. What? Zhao Tingshu was taken aback. Seeing the 2 chairs in Sudi's hands, he asked in surprise. Little Su, where did you get these? Oh, I'll tell you when I get back to the human world. Zhao Tingshu happily took the chairs. All right. After clearing out the entire courtyard, Sudi took Zhao Tingshu back to the flesh building. Uncle, are you ready? Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but look at Sudi. Why are you stalling? With your uncle here, what are you afraid of? Earlier, when it was in the ancient city, it wanted to directly join the four-fire military industry. But Sudi was worried about problems in the ancient city, so he brought it back to the flesh building. Sudi rubbed his hands together. I'm not nervous, I'm excited. This is a marquee-level abnormality. Once he joins the four-fire military industry, it will definitely raise the copy level. Plus, Sudi's avatar has reached the nightmare level. He didn't know if he could break through to marquee level in one go. If the four-fire military industry reached marquee level, then... Thinking of this, Sudi shook his head. Uncle, just sign here. Hearing this, Zhao Tingshu conjured up a brush. He wrote down his name in a flourish. Chapter 139, Returning to the Human World. Congratulations player for becoming a recruited marquee level abnormality, gaining query *1. Can query all player factions once to learn more details? Su Di was first stunned, then he laughed and shook his head. What's the use of this? To be honest, since being sent into the abnormal world by the horror game, Su Di seemed to have never really stayed in a copy apart from completing the beginner copy. After all, the rewards given by this horror game were too pathetic for him, far less valuable than unlocking weapons. Moreover, Su Di didn't know how the horror game determined the levels of these abnormal territories. Logically speaking, the 4-fire military industry now had over 100 chassis. There were SSS rank and nightmare rank, including 2 marquee level abnormalities. Even so, it couldn't elevate the 4-fire military industry to marquee level power. But many marquee level powers in the ancient city only had 1 marquee level power. Setting aside the skeleton incarnation, just Zhao Tingshu's strength was enough to crush them. Could it be that these marquee level powers were backed by the ancient city? Zhao Tingshu beside him couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing Su Di lost in thought, he couldn't help but ask. Little Su, are you done? I'm done, let's go back. Su Di came back to his senses. All set, uncle. The next moment, Su Di and Zhao Tingshu appeared at the farmhouse. There were no people here, so there was no need to worry about Zhao Tingshu scaring others. After all, the horror game was only not scary to him. To others, it was still an extremely terrifying existence. Not to mention, Zhao Tingshu was a nightmare-level abnormality. Zhao Tingshu looked at the mountains and rivers in front of him. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Recalling the years when he went to war with his army, he never expected to return to the human world after 1,000 years. He took a deep breath. It seemed the breath of the human world could dispel the gloom in his heart. Little Su, I will stay here. Su Di felt a bit confused. Uncle, aren't you going to see our beautiful mountains and rivers? Zhao Tingshu shook his head. The strange aura radiating from him darkened the skies here. The demonic seed is a bit restless, I need to spend some time suppressing it. Alright, uncle, tell me what you need, I will prepare some for you. But did something bad. What to do? What to do? Su Di walked back and forth in the courtyard. Alright, just make 2 more, and it will be fine. Thinking of this, he directly returned to the human world. He found a furniture factory according to the memory of the chair. He planned to make 2 chairs as an apology for Uncle Zhao. I have to say, technology can really change life. Even the furniture factory had already used 3D printing technology. After Su Di drew the picture, in just a few minutes, 2 chairs were printed out. They looked exactly like the 2 chairs that were damaged. Uncle, I brought the chairs back for you. What? Zhao Tingshu was taken aback. Seeing the 2 chairs in Su Di's hands, he asked in surprise. Little Su, where did you get these? Oh, I'll tell you when I get back to the human world. Zhao Tingshu happily took the chairs. All right. After clearing out the entire courtyard, Su Di took Zhao Tingshu back to the flesh building. Uncle, are you ready? Zhao Tingshu couldn't help but look at Su Di. Why are you stalling? With your uncle here, what are you afraid of? Earlier, when it was in the ancient city, it wanted to directly join the 4-fire military industry. But Su Di was worried about problems in the ancient city, so he brought it back to the flesh building. Su Di rubbed his hands together. I'm not nervous, I'm excited. This is a marquee level abnormality. Once he joins the 4-fire military industry, it will definitely raise the copy level. Plus, Su Di's avatar has reached the nightmare level. He didn't know if he could break through to marquee level in one go. If the 4-fire military industry reached marquee level, then... Thinking of this, Su Di shook his head. Uncle, just sign here. Hearing this, Zhao Tingshu conjured up a brush. He wrote down his name in a flourish. Chapter 139, Returning to the Human World. Congratulations player for becoming a recruited marquee level abnormality, gaining query *1. Can query all player factions once to learn more details? Su Di was first stunned, then he laughed and shook his head. What's the use of this? To be honest, since being sent into the abnormal world by the horror game, Su Di seemed to have never really stayed in a copy apart from completing the beginner copy. After all, the rewards given by this horror game were too pathetic for him, far less valuable than unlocking weapons. Moreover, Su Di didn't know how the horror game determined the levels of these abnormal territories. Logically speaking, the 4-fire military industry now had over 100 chassis. There were SSS rank and nightmare rank, including 2 marquee level abnormalities. Even so, it couldn't elevate the for-fire military industry to marquee-level power. But many marquee-level powers in the ancient city only had one marquee-level power. Setting aside the skeleton incarnation, just Zhao Tingshu's strength was enough to crush them. Could it be that these marquee-level powers were backed by the ancient city? Zhao Tingshu beside him couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing Su Di lost in thought, he couldn't help but ask. "Little Su, are you done?" "I'm done, let's go back." Su Di came back to his senses. "All set, uncle." The next moment, Su Di and Zhao Tingshu appeared at the farmhouse. There were no people here, so there was no need to worry about Zhao Tingshu scaring others. After all, the horror game was only not scary to him. To others, it was still an extremely terrifying existence. Not to mention, Zhao Tingshu was a nightmare-level abnormality. Zhao Tingshu looked at the mountains and rivers in front of him. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Recalling the years when he went to war with his army, he never expected to return to the human world after 1,000 years. He took a deep breath. It seemed the breath of the human world could dispel the gloom in his heart. "Little Su, I will stay here." Su Di felt a bit confused. "Uncle, aren't you going to see our beautiful mountains and rivers?" Zhao Tingshu shook his head. The strange aura radiating from him darkened the skies here. "The demonic seed is a bit restless, I need to spend some time suppressing it." "Alright, uncle, tell me what you need, I will prepare some for you." "Prepare some books for me, I want to see what has happened in this world." At that time, Lin Shi had bought quite a few books, detailing the developments of various dynasties throughout history. After organizing the room and placing the books, Zhao Tingshu urged Su Di to leave this place. "Little Su, say goodbye to your people here, keep as far away from this area as possible." "Understood, uncle, if you have any problems, just use this." Before leaving, Su Di specially left a customized communication device for Zhao Tingshu. At the foot of the mountain, Taoist Lingshu looked at the dark clouds gathering at the mountain top, feeling incredibly shocked. That thick, strange aura could kill an ordinary player on contact. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote, so there is no need to evacuate the crowd. Otherwise, it would truly be a troublesome situation. "Little Su, can the formation really block it?" Su Di waved his hand. "Don't worry, it will be fine." He immediately informed Taoist Lingshu about this news. After hearing the news, he rushed over to set up the formation. "But isn't the spreading speed a bit too fast?" Su Di stared at the continuously spreading dark clouds, explaining. "This action is to better suppress the demonic seed." Zhao Tingshu had been in the strange world for over 1,000 years. His soul had long been eroded deep into his essence by the strange aura. In such circumstances, he didn't go insane, which shows his strength. Now, releasing the strange aura is to completely suppress the demonic seed within his body. The human world is not like the strange world, which has so many strange auras. By first releasing the strange aura, it can cut off the supply to the demonic seed. This way, the demonic seed would weaken like a rootless duckweed. In this back and forth, suppression becomes much easier. By the way, Master Uncle, have there been any unusual movements in other countries? Talking about this topic, Taoist Lingshu's expression slightly changed. There are indeed some situations, but I can't explain them clearly to you right now. Little Su, wait here for me while I go fetch some information. Su Di needed to stay here to monitor the activities of the dark clouds. Before long, Taoist Lingshu returned with a thick stack of documents. Little Su, these are the results of our recent investigations. Now it's not just Western Europe, most countries seem to have started cooperating with the strange. Su Di took the documents and began to flip through them quickly. The first document immediately caught his attention. Western Europe has not been visited by just one powerful strange. Aside from the angel that swept through many nightmare-level instances, demons have also descended there. Moreover, these two forces are actually hostile to each other. This has led to two factions being formed there. One faction is led by the church, the angel faction, the other is made up of humans who have fallen into the demonic faction. Because of this situation, Western Europe has fallen into a state of chaos. No news has come out? Su Di couldn't help but ask. Taoist Lingshu immediately explained. The chaotic state is relative, ordinary players can't touch these things at all. Moreover, according to our investigation, these strange seem to intentionally lower their impact on the human world. If it weren't for those high-level players breaking into chaos, we would have had no chance of learning this information. This surprised Su Di. The strange intentionally hiding their information, not wanting ordinary players to be aware? This point is very strange. To be precise, it is particularly strange. Strange of this level shouldn't need to be so cautious. Unless they are brewing some kind of conspiracy, or perhaps they want to obtain something from the human world. But this has nothing to do with Su Di. What's more, Zhao Tingshu has now descended into the human world. Even if it were prince-level strange in person, they wouldn't be afraid. After going through all the documents, Su Di rubbed his head. Master Uncle, I have a feeling that bad things may happen next. The intelligence shows that countries are starting to trade with strange to varying degrees. Prepare some books for me, I want to see what has happened in this world. At that time, Lin Shi had bought quite a few books, detailing the developments of various dynasties throughout history. After organizing the room and placing the books, Zhao Tingshu urged Su Di to leave this place. Little Su, say goodbye to your people here, keep as far away from this area as possible. Understood, Uncle, if you have any problems, just use this. Before leaving, Su Di specially left a customized communication device for Zhao Tingshu. At the foot of the mountain, Daoist Lingshu looked at the dark clouds gathering at the mountain top, feeling incredibly shocked. That thick, strange aura could kill an ordinary player on contact. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote, so there is no need to evacuate the crowd. Otherwise, it would truly be a troublesome situation. Little Su, can the formation really block it? Su Di waved his hand. Don't worry, it will be fine. He immediately informed Daoist Lingshu about this news. After hearing the news, he rushed over to set up the formation. But isn't the spreading speed a bit too fast? Su Di stared at the continuously spreading dark clouds, explaining. This action is to better suppress the demonic seed. Zhao Tingshu had been in the strange world for over 1,000 years. His soul had long been eroded deep into his essence by the strange aura. In such circumstances, he didn't go insane, which shows his strength. Now, releasing the strange aura is to completely suppress the demonic seed within his body. The human world is not like the strange world, which has so many strange auras. By first releasing the strange aura, it can cut off the supply to the demonic seed. This way, the demonic seed would weaken like a rootless duckweed. In this back and forth, suppression becomes much easier. By the way, Master Uncle, have there been any unusual movements in other countries? Talking about this topic, Daoist Lingshu's expression slightly changed. There are indeed some situations, but I can't explain them clearly to you right now. Little Su, wait here for me while I go fetch some information. Su Di needed to stay here to monitor the activities of the dark clouds. Before long, Daoist Lingshu returned with a thick stack of documents. Little Su, these are the results of our recent investigations. Now it's not just Western Europe, most countries seem to have started cooperating with the strange. Su Di took the documents and began to flip through them quickly. The first document immediately caught his attention. Western Europe has not been visited by just one powerful strange. Aside from the angel that swept through many nightmare-level instances, demons have also descended there. Moreover, these two forces are actually hostile to each other. This has led to two factions being formed there. One faction is led by the church, the angel faction, the other is made up of humans who have fallen into the demonic faction. Because of this situation, Western Europe has fallen into a state of chaos. No news has come out? Su Di couldn't help but ask. Daoist Lingshu immediately explained. The chaotic state is relative, ordinary players can't touch these things at all. Moreover, according to our investigation, these strange seem to intentionally lower their impact on the human world. If it weren't for those high-level players breaking into chaos, we would have had no chance of learning this information. This surprised Su Di. The strange intentionally hiding their information, not wanting ordinary players to be aware? This point is very strange. To be precise, it is particularly strange. Strange of this level shouldn't need to be so cautious. Unless they are brewing some kind of conspiracy, or perhaps they want to obtain something from the human world. But this has nothing to do with Su Di. What's more, Zhao Tingshu has now descended into the human world. Even if it were prince-level strange in person, they wouldn't be afraid. After going through all the documents, Su Di rubbed his head. Master Uncle, I have a feeling that bad things may happen next. The intelligence shows that countries are starting to trade with strange to varying degrees. Prepare some books for me, I want to see what has happened in this world. At that time, Lin Shi had bought quite a few books, detailing the developments of various dynasties throughout history. After organizing the room and placing the books, Zhao Tingshu urged Su Di to leave this place. Little Su, say goodbye to your people here, keep as far away from this area as possible. Understood, Uncle, if you have any problems, just use this. Before leaving, Su Di specially left a customized communication device for Zhao Tingshu. At the foot of the mountain, Daoist Lingshu looked at the dark clouds gathering at the mountain top, feeling incredibly shocked. That thick, strange aura could kill an ordinary player on contact. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote, so there is no need to evacuate the crowd. Otherwise, it would truly be a troublesome situation. Little Su, can the formation really block it? Su Di waved his hand. Don't worry, it will be fine. He immediately informed Daoist Lingxiu about this news. After hearing the news, he rushed over to set up the formation. But isn't the spreading speed a bit too fast? Su Di stared at the continuously spreading dark clouds, explaining. This action is to better suppress the demonic seed. Zhao Tingshu had been in the strange world for over 1,000 years. His soul had long been eroded deep into his essence by the strange aura. In such circumstances, he didn't go insane, which shows his strength. Now, releasing the strange aura is to completely suppress the demonic seed within his body. The human world is not like the strange world, which has so many strange auras. By first releasing the strange aura, it can cut off the supply to the demonic seed. This way, the demonic seed would weaken like a rootless duckweed. In this back and forth, suppression becomes much easier. By the way, Master Uncle, have there been any unusual movements in other countries? Talking about this topic, Daoist Lingxiu's expression slightly changed. There are indeed some situations, but I can't explain them clearly to you right now. Little Su, wait here for me while I go fetch some information. Su Di needed to stay here to monitor the activities of the dark clouds. Before long, Daoist Lingxiu returned with a thick stack of documents. Little Su, these are the results of our recent investigations. Now it's not just Western Europe, most countries seem to have started cooperating with the strange. Su Di took the documents and began to flip through them quickly. The first document immediately caught his attention. Western Europe has not been visited by just one powerful strange. Aside from the angel that swept through many nightmare-level instances, demons have also descended there. Moreover, these two forces are actually hostile to each other. This has led to two factions being formed there. One faction is led by the church, the angel faction, the other is made up of humans who have fallen into the demonic faction. Because of this situation, Western Europe has fallen into a state of chaos. No news has come out? Su Di couldn't help but ask. Daoist Lingxiu immediately explained. The chaotic state is relative, ordinary players can't touch these things at all. Moreover, according to our investigation, these strange seem to intentionally lower their impact on the human world. If it weren't for those high-level players breaking into chaos, we would have had no chance of learning this information. This surprised Su Di. The strange intentionally hiding their information, not wanting ordinary players to be aware? This point is very strange. To be precise, it is particularly strange. Stranges of this level shouldn't need to be so cautious. Unless they are brewing some kind of conspiracy, or perhaps they want to obtain something from the human world. But this has nothing to do with Su Di. What's more, Zhao Tingshu has now descended into the human world. Even if it were prince-level stranges in person, they wouldn't be afraid. After going through all the documents, Su Di rubbed his head. Master Uncle, I have a feeling that bad things may happen next. The intelligence shows that countries are starting to trade with strange to varying degrees. Among the strange transactions, there were many powerful anomalies such as angels. Lighthouses, pickles, and ghosts were all part of this list. Surprisingly, the one making the most progress was actually the ghosts who had been plowed through by Su Di. In the intelligence reports, it showed that they had struck deals with more than one powerful anomaly. There were detailed records of two deals. One was a peak nightmare-level kappa, and the other was akin to the eight-headed serpent from ghost stories. Now, in terms of territorial rankings, the little ghosts had returned to the top 5. Among them, the nightmare-level dungeon was only slightly inferior to that of Dragon Country. Chapter 140, The Eight-Headed Serpent. What's wrong, little Su? Daoist Lingxiu was somewhat puzzled. Although these countries had made deals with many anomalies, they still couldn't compare to Dragon Country in player quality, quantity, or dungeon development. How could this be a bad thing? Su Di put down the materials and slowly stood up, saying, I need to make a trip to Ghost Island. Before Daoist Lingxiu could ask why, Su Di had already summoned the Jade Skeleton to this place. At that moment, the blood light and dark clouds created a strong contrast. Though the Jade Skeleton had merely left Su Di a thought, it was like a machine. With just this thought, it maintained the Blood Fiend Purgatory. Daoist Lingxiu was startled by the Blood Fiend Purgatory. Especially the aura emitted by the Jade Skeleton, which made him feel heart-pounding fear. Instinctively, he was about to strike. Su Di reached out to stop Daoist Lingxiu. Master Uncle, this is my avatar. What the hell, what did you do in the anomaly world that turned it from gold into jade? Daoist Lingxiu knew that Su Di had a golden skeleton avatar. But just a few days later, how could the golden skeleton become a jade skeleton? And the strange aura it gave off was completely incomparable to the golden skeleton. Ah, there's no time to explain. Su Di took off the raven long robe and draped it over the jade skeleton. When the jade skeleton disappeared, he said to Daoist Lingxiu, Master Uncle, I suspect there will be problems over there. There is a problem, that's why I don't want you to go. Earlier, Su Di had plowed the entire Ghost Island once. Only a few had managed to escape, along with ghosts who had long lived abroad. The 4 islands had become deadlands emitting strange auras. Recently, almost all the ghosts returned to the islands. Something strange must be afoot. Coupled with the trades that had been discovered, this conviction became even stronger. Therefore, Dragon Country immediately sent out scouts. Except for the 2 groups of 8-headed serpent and Kappa who replied with information, all other groups went missing. And after those 2 groups replied, they too went missing. It's okay, we will know what the situation is soon. While speaking, Sudi waved his hand, and a scene appeared. In the scene, it was extremely dim, where even the bloodlight couldn't pierce through the gloom. This situation, Sudi had seen before. The jade skeleton quickly condensed the blood fiend purgatory, compressing it to a size of several meters. Master Uncle, where are the Kappa and 8-headed serpent? One is in Huchuan, and the other is in Shermaine. Sudi immediately searched for the map with his phone. The jade skeleton simultaneously began to teleport to Huchuan. In this multitasking situation, Sudi discovered an interesting point. That is, when fighting other anomalies in the future. The jade skeleton would be at the front taking the hits, while Sudi fired from the back. They were essentially one person, so there was no need to worry about coordination issues. In Huchuan. From a distance, he saw the firelight ahead. Daoist Lingshu nervously held his breath. Among the scout team, there were certainly nightmare-level players. Even so, they had lost contact. Fearing that speaking might affect Sudi's control of the avatar, he suppressed his curiosity. The scene kept approaching. Finally, he could clearly see what the firelight was. A group of people in white robes dancing around the fire pit in a strange manner. And not far from the fire pit, a larger group in white robes knelt. There was also a formation, with all sorts of strange things placed on it. A figure in a black robe was mumbling something indistinctly. Sudi listened for a moment. He confirmed that this was not the language of the enemy, but an unknown bird-like tongue. What is this? The Daoist Lingshu stared at the absurd scene, momentarily stunned. It seems to be a summoning ritual of an evil cult. At that moment, the crowd gathered around the bonfire also noticed Sudi. One of them shouted in astonishment, it's here, the new god has descended. This remark caused a stir among the crowd. The people who were originally kneeling swarmed toward the jade skeleton. The jade skeleton made no movements, allowing these people to crowd around and bring him to the altar. Because among these people, the strongest in black robe was merely at the nightmare level. Even if he lay on the ground and let them beat him, they couldn't kill him. The black-robed priest looked at Sudi with astonishment. But upon sensing Sudi's powerful aura, he cautiously asked, Master, may I ask what offerings you need? Sudi remained motionless, speaking like a machine. What is this place? Back, my master, it is I who summoned you here, we are all your believers. The black-robed priest waved his hand. All the white-robed followers knelt in unison before the altar. Seeing this, Daoist Lingshu felt a terrifying thought arise in his heart. The Kappa and the 8-headed serpent might not have descended to reality through a horror game in a normal way. They might have been summoned here by these strange rituals of these people. Little Su, those eerie methods of descent may be wrong. I know. The black-robed priest saw that the jade skeleton made no movement and waved his hand again. A few white-robed individuals stepped forward from the crowd, shouting loudly. God, please receive the loyalty offered by your most faithful followers. Then these people charged straight into the bonfire. Accompanied by screams of agony, the black-robed priest began to mumble in the bird-like tongue again. Little Su, something is about to come out. Quick, dodge. A huge black hand, as dark as ink, stretched out from the formation. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, it swung directly towards the crowd. These SSS-grade players fell as easily as if made of paper. With one swing, a large number were injured or killed. The black-robed priest was dumbfounded at this scene. He glanced at the jade skeleton, then at the giant hand. At that moment, the black-robed priest realized. The jade skeleton was not the strange being they summoned. The master of that giant hand was. Offerings, offerings. The surviving white-robed followers rushed towards the bonfire in a frenzy. It was clear that this fire was closely related to the summoning formation. After losing its target, the giant hand focused on the jade skeleton and struck heavily. The jade skeleton dodged, instantly casting the blood fiend purgatory to envelop the giant hand. Suddenly contracting, in an instant, it severed the giant hand. The formation shattered with a thunderous sound under this strike. Baka! Even the black-robed priest and white-robed followers, no matter how foolish they were, now understood what had happened. The jade skeleton was an external anomaly, severing their summoning formation. The remaining white-robed followers all pulled out daggers to cut their throats. Summon the true god, eliminate the heretics. The black-robed priest let out a furious roar. The blood spurted from these white-robed followers gathered to form a new formation. The Jade Skeleton watched this scene, quietly waiting. It would be great if another eerie being like the giant hand came. In the next moment, the formation flashed with a glimmer of light. A massive serpent's head slithered out from within. This time, the serpent head did not attack immediately but looked toward the black-robed priest. "My lord eight-headed serpent, your most loyal servant begs you to act and eliminate the heretics." The black-robed priest lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes filled with fervor. He shrank quickly, like a deflating balloon. A swirl of black mist surged into the formation, causing the blood-red formation to suddenly expand several times. It seemed that something else was about to emerge from the formation. "Die, heretic!" But the Jade Skeleton moved faster, and in the moment the snake head looked back, the blood-evil purgatory enveloped it. In the terrified gaze of the black-robed priest, the snake head was severed by the blood-evil purgatory. The formation burst apart with a thunderous crash under the impact of the Jade Skeleton. The black-robed priest exclaimed in horror. "Impossible, this can't be happening." Sudi frowned at the shriveled old man, unable to help himself. If that formation had been completed, that powerful strange being would have surely descended here. From this aura, he could feel the overwhelming strength of that strange being. The Jade Skeleton would definitely not be the opponent of that strange entity. Lord Yaki? Could it be that the black-robed priest was trying to summon that noble-level Yaki serpent just now? "Who are you?" The black-robed priest shouted as if he couldn't hear. "This is impossible." The next moment, the black-robed priest exploded into a mist of blood. The blood mist surged wildly towards the shattered formation. And after receiving this blood energy nourishment, the formation quickly began to condense. A roar broke out from within. Sudi naturally wouldn't give the black-robed priest this chance. With just a slight tug, the blood energy was drawn into the blood-evil purgatory. Not only the blood energy, but also the soul of the black-robed priest, which had not yet dissipated. Amidst the angry roars of unwillingness, the formation completely dissipated here. After doing all this, the Jade Skeleton captured the soul of the black-robed priest. Compared to those white-robed believers, this guy's soul was much stronger. So at the first moment, it wasn't fully absorbed by the formation. "Tell me, who exactly are you?" What Sudi didn't expect was that, even in this situation, the black-robed priest seemed to have a problem with his mind, laughing madly. "Damn heretic, when Lord Yaki descends, it will be your end." Senior Lingshu couldn't help but curse. What the hell are these damned beings doing? Setting aside anything else, using living people as sacrifices to summon the strange beings, just this alone could bring catastrophic disasters to the entire reality. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed. The black-robed priest, who tried to blast his soul again, was forcibly gathered by the blood-evil purgatory and thrown into the magma that melted souls. These devils really summoned a lot of big shots from the strange world. Senior Lingshu took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask, "Is that guy very strong?" From just the images, he couldn't determine the level of those two strange entities. "Very strong." Sudi nodded. He could confirm that these two strange beings had reached noble level. Especially the latter Yaki serpent, which was very close to the old city lord. It was very likely at the peak level of noble rank. He really didn't know where the devils found such a formation that could summon beings of this level. Even more terrifying was that he didn't know what kind of deal these guys had made. Moreover, these summoned strange beings were not recorded by the horror game. So currently, it was impossible to judge how many strange beings were on these islands. Thinking of this, Sudi fished the soul of the black-robed priest out of the purgatory. "Tell me, what are you all doing?" In that bloody magma, the black-robed priest truly experienced what it meant to be unable to live or die. And that kind of torment from the soul was far beyond that of physical suffering. This time, he was much quieter. He just wanted to answer the questions properly and then let this foreign strange being give him a quick end. "We are conducting a new god summoning ritual. How many such strange beings have you summoned?" Upon hearing this question, the black-robed priest realized something was wrong. "Who exactly are you? How many such strange beings have you summoned?" No. 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 In an instant, countless strange beings crawled out of the blood-evil purgatory. All of these were the strange beings that had been melted by the Jade Skeleton. They were trapped here forever, not only in body but also in soul. The black-robed priest felt the fear from the soul at this moment and shouted, "My lord, I speak." Unfortunately, this time, Sudi did not give it another chance. After completely refining this guy, he began to search through the fragments of memory. But after taking a look around, Sudi scratched his head. Indeed, there was a strange cult summoning eerie beings on the Ghost Island. But this guy was just a marginal figure. He didn't know any secret information at all. He didn't even know what bizarre things were summoned by that formation. This led to him mistaking the jade skeleton for a new god that was summoned when he saw it. However, from its memories, Su-di still analyzed some things. This new god had already formed a scale here, with at least over 20 of them. The Taoist Ling Su quickly asked. "Little Su, what exactly did you find out?" Su-di slowly said. "Those ghosts established a cult specifically for summoning the eerie. There could be more than 20 Lord-level eeries that have been summoned." Hiss. Over 20 Lord-level eeries. The Taoist Ling Su inhaled sharply. Wasn't this a bit too terrifying? The only Lord-level eerie he had ever seen was Zhao Ting Shu. Aside from this ancient person from China, he hadn't seen any other Lord-level eeries. Who would have thought that the ghosts quietly summoned so many Lord-level eeries? In this situation, they still kept all the information hidden. There must be a huge conspiracy hidden within. Without any hesitation, he immediately reported this information. More than 20 Lord-level eeries. If targeted, this would deal a devastating blow to the Dragon Country. It should be known that there is a large population here. Even with the progress of universal players and greatly increasing player levels, there are still a considerable number of civilians who are ordinary players. Moreover, these are all Lord-level eeries, let alone ordinary people. Even high-level players may not be able to withstand. The jade skeleton moved again. According to the intelligence, the eerie existing in this area was not the 8-headed serpent but a kappa. Perhaps capturing that kappa would help understand what had happened here. This time, the jade skeleton no longer hid its form. Using all its power, it operated the blood-evil purgatory and began to explore in Huchuan. Even if the summoned eerie must have territorial divisions, as long as the kappa was still around, seeing the jade skeleton being so ostentatious would surely provoke it. Huchuan was not large. In just half an hour, Su-di had searched the entire area, but he could not see the shadow of the kappa anywhere. Chapter 142, Creating the Altar. Huchuan. The jade skeleton searched around and around here. Not to mention that kappa, there were even no cultists. In the end, Su-di chose to leave the jade skeleton here, waiting for other eeries to come knocking. The intelligence showed that the 8-headed serpent had successfully descended into the real world. The jade skeleton had severed one of its snake heads, so it would definitely come for revenge. This was an opportunity to refine the giant palm and snake head. Su-di had a feeling that after refining this part of the eerie, the jade skeleton could become even stronger. Because, having only refined a portion, the jade skeleton's body already shone with a diamond-like luster. "Little Su, why did you turn it off? There's no need to keep watching, we just need to wait for that big snake to find us." The Taoist Ling Su was taken aback. The skeleton won't be taken down, right? From the previous brief confrontation, he could confirm that the skeleton had also reached Lord level. But from Su-di's words, he judged that the skeleton was not as powerful as the 8-headed serpent. "Don't worry, it won't." What to do next? Su-di pinched his brow and said to the Taoist Ling Su. "Think about whether there are any coping strategies. If in the eerie world, more than 20 Lord-level eeries wouldn't really be a big deal. But in the real world, these 20 Lord-level eeries were indeed a problem." The black-robed priest felt the fear from the soul at this moment and shouted. "My lord, I speak." Unfortunately, this time, Su-di did not give it another chance. After completely refining this guy, he began to search through the fragments of memory. But after taking a look around, Su-di scratched his head. Indeed, there was a strange cult summoning eerie beings on the Ghost Island. But this guy was just a marginal figure. He didn't know any secret information at all. He didn't even know what bizarre things were summoned by that formation. This led to him mistaking the jade skeleton for a new god that was summoned when he saw it. However, from its memories, Su-di still analyzed some things. This new god had already formed a scale here, with at least over 20 of them. The Taoist Ling Su quickly asked. "Little Su, what exactly did you find out?" Su-di slowly said. "Those ghosts established a cult specifically for summoning the eerie. There could be more than 20 Lord-level eeries that have been summoned." Hiss. Over 20 Lord-level eeries. The Taoist Ling Su inhaled sharply. Wasn't this a bit too terrifying? The only Lord-level eerie he had ever seen was Zhao Ting Shu. Aside from this ancient person from China, he hadn't seen any other Lord-level eeries. Who would have thought that the ghosts quietly summoned so many Lord-level eeries? In this situation, they still kept all the information hidden. There must be a huge conspiracy hidden within. Without any hesitation, he immediately reported this information. More than 20 Lord-level eeries. If targeted, this would deal a devastating blow to the Dragon Country. It should be known that there is a large population here. Even with the progress of universal players and greatly increasing player levels, there are still a considerable number of civilians who are ordinary players. Moreover, these are all Lord-level Eries, let alone ordinary people, even high-level players may not be able to withstand. The Jade Skeleton moved again. According to the intelligence, the Eerie existing in this area was not the 8-headed serpent but a Kappa. Perhaps capturing that Kappa would help understand what had happened here. This time, the Jade Skeleton no longer hid its form. Using all its power, it operated the Blood Evil Purgatory and began to explore in Huchuan. Even if the summoned Eerie must have territorial divisions, as long as the Kappa was still around, seeing the Jade Skeleton being so ostentatious would surely provoke it. Huchuan was not large. In just half an hour, Su Di had searched the entire area. But he could not see the shadow of the Kappa anywhere. Chapter 142, Creating the Altar. Huchuan. The Jade Skeleton searched around and around here. Not to mention that Kappa, there were even no cultists. In the end, Su Di chose to leave the Jade Skeleton here, waiting for other Eries to come knocking. The intelligence showed that the 8-headed serpent had successfully descended into the real world. The Jade Skeleton had severed one of its snake heads, so it would definitely come for revenge. This was an opportunity to refine the giant palm and snake head. Su Di had a feeling that after refining this part of the Eerie, the Jade Skeleton could become even stronger. Because, having only refined a portion, the Jade Skeleton's body already shone with a diamond-like luster. Little Su, why did you turn it off? There's no need to keep watching, we just need to wait for that big snake to find us. The Taoist Ling Su was taken aback. The skeleton won't be taken down, right? From the previous brief confrontation, he could confirm that the skeleton had also reached Lord level. But from Su Di's words, he judged that the skeleton was not as powerful as the 8-headed serpent. Don't worry, it won't. What to do next? Su Di pinched his brow and said to the Taoist Ling Su. Think about whether there are any coping strategies. If in the Eerie world, more than 20 Lord-level Eries wouldn't really be a big deal. But in the real world, these 20 Lord-level Eries were indeed a problem. Just because, the horror game has its limits. It won't let so many Prince-level weird entities descend into the real world. Unless Su Di can find a similar summoning ritual, something that can handle the upcoming situation. Relying solely on him and Zhao Tingshu, they cannot stop so many Prince-level weird entities. Moreover, besides Ghost Island, there is also the lighthouse. For the weird entities, what is the best offering? Isn't it just humanity? Initially, the population of the white elephant was the largest. But after experiencing a series of weird descents, the population sharply decreased. Now, which country has the most surviving humans? The Dragon Country. What kind of situation could this possibly develop into? It could likely become an invasion of countless weird entities into the Dragon Country. And these summoned weird entities, without the limits of horror games, will be even more rampant. Uncle Master, do you think we have similar summoning formations? Taoist Lingshu furrowed his brows tightly. Taoist Lingshu, we can't use it. Back in the early days of the horror game's arrival, the Taoist sect had already tried. But whether it was summoning their ancestral masters or inviting them to descend, every attempt ended in failure. Su Di made a hand gesture. Uncle Master, the past is the past, and now is now. The 8-headed serpent has come out, why can't we? In terms of mythological stories, the Dragon Country should not fear any country. Since Pangu opened the sky, even not counting various gods, just the various spirits and monsters cannot be compared to other countries. Taoist Lingshu hesitated for a moment. Then I'll gather the fellow disciples in the sect to try again. Good. After Taoist Lingshu left, Su Di transformed into a weird entity and returned to the farmhouse. Inside the farmhouse, looking at that eerie and weird shadow, Su Di couldn't help but exclaim. Damn, uncle, why did you transform into this ghostly appearance? Previously, although Zhao Tingshu looked a bit pale, one could at least tell he was human. But now he radiated a weird aura, as if he escaped from hell like a vengeful spirit. Oh, it's you, little Su. Zhao Tingshu suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at Su Di. That cold and eerie aura burst forth, and Su Di decisively chose to retreat. At this moment, Zhao Tingshu was clearly not acting normally, it was very likely that he was affected by the demonic seed. Zhao Tingshu saw this scene and couldn't help but shout. Little Su, you are going to be the emperor in the future, how can you retreat? Come here. Before Su Di could react, he suddenly said. Little Su, how about we eliminate the city lord, and I'll directly support you for the throne. No, why return to that hellish place? This place is so good. Everywhere is filled with delicious humans, it's much better than that godforsaken land of the dead. No, I can't, I am a human, not a ghost. But those humans really smell so good. Little Su, after you become emperor, can you offer some to your uncle? This chaotic speech left Su Di speechless. Who exactly are you? Zhao Tingshu's face regained a hint of clarity, and he joked. We are of course your uncle. Damn it. I should have known better than to come. Su Di cursed inwardly. He originally came to check on Zhao Tingshu's condition and to ask about the altar. But unexpectedly, he awakened the demonic seed. I'm leaving now, uncle. Little Su, where are you going? Zhao Tingshu grabbed Su Di's shoulder, looking at him with a smile. Not going anywhere, not going anywhere. Without the jade skull and the crow robe, Su Di couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Seeing that Su Di had no more movements, Zhao Tingshu finally let go of him. Little Su, you don't have to be afraid. He is your uncle, and we are also your uncle. We want you on the throne more than he does. Hurry up and ascend to power, and recreate the great song. Hearing this, Su Di breathed a sigh of relief. He had already determined what the desire produced by Zhao Tingshu's demonic seed was. It was once to return to the human world. Now it had transformed into recreating the great song. Though the demonic seed would increase the weird desires, the corresponding desires would also impact the demonic seed. Could he utilize this to find a corresponding solution? Uncle, is there any way to summon the weird entities into reality? Just because, the horror game has its limits. It won't let so many prince-level weird entities descend into the real world. Unless Su Di can find a similar summoning ritual, something that can handle the upcoming situation. Relying solely on him and Zhao Tingshu, they cannot stop so many prince-level weird entities. Moreover, besides Ghost Island, there is also the lighthouse. For the weird entities, what is the best offering? Isn't it just humanity? Initially, the population of the white elephant was the largest. But after experiencing a series of weird descents, the population sharply decreased. Now, which country has the most surviving humans? The dragon country. What kind of situation could this possibly develop into? It could likely become an invasion of countless weird entities into the dragon country. And these summoned weird entities, without the limits of horror games, will be even more rampant. Uncle Master, do you think we have similar summoning formations? Daoist Lingxiu furrowed his brows tightly. Daoist Lingxiu, we can't use it. Back in the early days of the horror game's arrival, the Daoist sect had already tried. But whether it was summoning their ancestral masters or inviting them to descend, every attempt ended in failure. Su Di made a hand gesture. Uncle Master, the past is the past, and now is now. The eight-headed serpent has come out, why can't we? In terms of mythological stories, the dragon country should not fear any country. Since Pangu opened the sky, even not counting various gods, just the various spirits and monsters cannot be compared to other countries. Daoist Lingxiu hesitated for a moment. Then I'll gather the fellow disciples in the sect to try again. Good. After Daoist Lingxiu left, Su Di transformed into a weird entity and returned to the farmhouse. Inside the farmhouse. Looking at that eerie and weird shadow, Su Di couldn't help but exclaim. Damn, uncle, why did you transform into this ghostly appearance? Previously, although Zhao Tingshu looked a bit pale, one could at least tell he was human. But now he radiated a weird aura, as if he escaped from hell like a vengeful spirit. Oh, it's you, little Su. Zhao Tingshu suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at Su Di. That cold and eerie aura burst forth, and Su Di decisively chose to retreat. At this moment, Zhao Tingshu was clearly not acting normally. It was very likely that he was affected by the demonic seed. Zhao Tingshu saw this scene and couldn't help but shout. Little Su, you are going to be the emperor in the future, how can you retreat? Come here. Before Su Di could react, he suddenly said. Little Su, how about we eliminate the city lord, and I'll directly support you for the throne. No, why return to that hellish place? This place is so good. Everywhere is filled with delicious humans, it's much better than that godforsaken land of the dead. No, I can't, I am a human, not a ghost. But those humans really smell so good. Little Su, after you become emperor, can you offer some to your uncle? This chaotic speech left Su Di speechless. Who exactly are you? Zhao Tingshu's face regained a hint of clarity, and he joked. We are of course your uncle. Damn it. I should have known better than to come. Su Di cursed inwardly. He originally came to check on Zhao Tingshu's condition and to ask about the altar. But unexpectedly, he awakened the demonic seed. I'm leaving now, uncle. Little Su, where are you going? Zhao Tingshu grabbed Su Di's shoulder, looking at him with a smile. Not going anywhere, not going anywhere. Without the jade skull and the crow robe, Su Di couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Seeing that Su Di had no more movements, Zhao Tingshu finally let go of him. Little Su, you don't have to be afraid. He is your uncle, and we are also your uncle. We want you on the throne more than he does. Hurry up and ascend to power, and recreate the great song. Hearing this, Su Di breathed a sigh of relief. He had already determined what the desire produced by Zhao Tingshu's demonic seed was. It was once to return to the human world. Now it had transformed into recreating the great song. Though the demonic seed would increase the weird desires, the corresponding desires would also impact the demonic seed. Could he utilize this to find a corresponding solution? Uncle, is there any way to summon the weird entities into reality? Zhao Tingshu's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Why are you asking this? Su Di took a deep breath. Uncle, I want to bring my people over. A bunch of king-level anomalies have been summoned into reality. These guys want to take my territory. If I don't bring my people back, I won't be able to handle them. Zhao Tingshu shouted in shock. What? Someone is actually trying to take our territory? Where is it? I'll take care of it. Su Di was stunned for a moment. He never expected Zhao Tingshu to say that. Uncle, their numbers are quite large. No problem. More than 20 king-level anomalies, and I've seen one that's at the peak level. No problem. Seeing that Su Di was about to say more, Zhao Tingshu couldn't hold back. What are you babbling about, you little brat? If I don't go over there, how will I know how they summoned the anomalies into reality? Are you a big fool? Su Di was directly stunned by the scolding. Then do we want to find that 8-headed serpent? Lead the way. As Su Di thought, he summoned the jade skeleton to his side. Just as he was about to take off the crow robe on the jade skeleton's shoulders, he was stopped by Zhao Tingshu. Let this little thing go, just take us with you. All right. The jade skeleton first took Zhao Tingshu to Huchuan. Here, the remnants of the summoning array were still left behind. This array seems a bit interesting. Uncle, can you tell what kind of array this is? Zhao Tingshu revealed a sly smile. I've never seen it, but we can give it a try. In the world of anomalies for thousands of years, it had sought countless ways to return to the human world. The anomalous world array also had its own research. Under the deduction, an array slowly emerged. This array was different from the one Su Di had seen before. But at the moment it was about to fully take shape, the array suddenly shattered. Su Di frowned at this scene. What was the reason? Could it be that it lacked a sacrifice? Zhao Tingshu suddenly laughed loudly. I understand, so that's how it is. No wonder we searched for so many years in the anomalous world, so many arrays, and couldn't find a way back to the human world. In the next moment, Zhao Tingshu dispersed the array and drew another array out of thin air. This array was much larger than the previous one. At its appearance, a loud thunder rang in the sky. A vast amount of anomalous energy filled the array, making this already eerie and silent place seem even more terrifying. As the array took shape, a head emerged from it. Damn, it worked! Su Di exclaimed. Because he recognized this anomaly. It was the same one that used to play chess in Zhao Tingshu's courtyard. That anomaly peeked out from the array in a sneaky manner. It seemed to be stuck in the array, unable to come in or go back. Master, I'm stuck. A hint of impatience appeared on Zhao Tingshu's face as he waved his hand. As the anomaly disappeared, the array slowly dissipated in place. Zhao Tingshu looked at the array thoughtfully. Su Di did not disturb him and left some of his consciousness in the jade skeleton. This summoning array was not something that could be understood immediately. Moreover, the ancient city still had business to attend to. As for safety, that was not something Su Di needed to worry about. Zhao Tingshu had killed king-level anomalies at the nightmare level, and clearly stated that he could take down that old city lord. Even if there were more than 20 king-level anomalies on that island, safety was absolutely guaranteed. Blood and Flesh Skyscraper. Lin Shi hurriedly found Su Di. Where have you been? I went back to handle some matters. What happened? They diverged several times from the ancient city. Su Di glanced at the time. There were 20 minutes left until the delivery time. Okay, I got it. As he spoke, Su Di disappeared from the spot. Sorry for keeping you waiting. The person without a corpse quickly stood up and spoke. Boss Su, the situation is urgent, and I hope you can deliver as soon as possible. No problem. Due to the ban, Su Di cannot store flesh equipment in the ancient city store, only flesh weapons. And the flesh building is still quite a distance away, and the company's transport route has not been set up yet, causing delivery to only be done by Su Di personally. What happened? According to the agreed time, all orders were supposed to be delivered this afternoon. At the same time, corresponding personnel were sent here to train on the strange happenings in the ancient city. But having the corpse not transformed so anxiously must be due to some problem. However, this is not something Su Di needs to worry about. What he needs to do now is deliver the goods and collect the money. Complete the task assigned by the system and unlock new flesh equipment. Boss Sue, please wait a moment. We need to change the delivery location. Sue D stopped and turned to look at the untransformed corpse. Change to where? The front line. Sue D's face twitched. These supplies are being sent directly to the front line? Seeing Sue D's reaction, the untransformed corpse immediately said, Boss Sue, don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. Protect your eggs. What is the situation on the front? Sue D had just checked the strange monitoring satellite. Let alone nightmare-level strangeness, even aristocrat-level strangeness has casualties. And the scale of that battlefield is truly enormous. It is nothing like the small scenes of the previous Phase 3 exploration. It belongs to a truly giant battlefield. Although the enemy's vanguard suffered huge casualties under the artillery fire of the ancient city. But they couldn't hold back the sheer number of troops sent by the enemy. Now, all the blood and flesh armored vehicles on the front line have been destroyed. Without the support of flesh equipment, the ancient city side is being gradually pushed out of the battlefield. Once pushed out of this combat area and allowing the enemy to reclaim several cities, then everything the ancient city has done before will turn to bubbles. Seeing that Sue D still said nothing, the untransformed corpse became a bit anxious. It had a hard time getting to today and finally climbed up to the position of Deputy City Lord. If this matter is messed up, then its status as the Fortune City Lord will become completely ornamental. Boss Sue, as long as you agree to send the equipment directly to the front line, I can get the authority to trade directly with you. In the future, no matter what orders, I will do my best to meet your requirements. Sue D felt a bit helpless. Actually, it's not that he doesn't want to go, but the front is just too dangerous. Furthermore, the Jade Skeleton and Raven Robe are not here. What if they are targeted by enemy aristocrat-level strangeness? What happened? She noticed Sue D's emotional fluctuations and teleported over immediately. Deputy City Lord, wait for us to discuss a bit. Although the untransformed corpse was anxious, it still nodded. Boss Sue, please make a decision quickly. The ancient city wants me to send the equipment directly to the front line. She was stunned for a moment and quickly asked, Is the front dangerous? Sue D felt quite helpless. If the Jade Skeleton and Raven Robe were here, then it wouldn't be a problem. But the key is, I don't have those two items here. Most importantly, Zhao Tingshu, at this stage, has been controlled by the demon seed. It absolutely cannot be allowed to return to the strange world if the demon seed gets the nurturing of this world's strange aura. Then Zhao Tingshu is very likely to be completely controlled by the demon seed. Plus the many problems appearing in the human world, it is absolutely crucial not to lose such a major client as the ancient city at this stage. If we lose this major client, the time to unlock new equipment will increase exponentially. She saw Sue D's dilemma. I will accompany you, the aristocrat-level strangeness can't break our door. Sue D hugged Shi. Okay. The untransformed corpse quickly asked when it saw Sue D come out. Boss Sue, what have you decided? Sue D looked at the untransformed corpse and slowly said. The goods can be sent to the front line, but my people cannot go to the front line. I allow them to assist you in commanding the battle from the rear and help you use the new equipment. Without hesitation, Bawashi agreed immediately. No problem, Boss Sue. As long as these tanks could reach the front lines and move, they would have achieved their goal. 30 kilometers away from the battlefield, several powerful and strange beings were waiting here with their subordinates. Upon seeing Bawashi arrive, the Supreme Commander shouted immediately. Vice City Lord, has the new equipment arrived? That batch of blood-flesh infantry vehicles has been blown to pieces. Bawashi remained silent and looked at Sue D. Boss Sue, what do you think? Sue D showed no hesitation at all. In front of all the strange beings, he placed hundreds of blood-flesh tanks and blood-flesh infantry vehicles on a nearby open area. The Supreme Commander waved his hand. Countless strange beings swarmed out, rushing towards the blood-flesh infantry vehicles. These nightmare-level and SSS-level strange beings had all learned how to operate the blood-flesh infantry vehicles. So, at the first opportunity, they surged towards the blood-flesh infantry vehicles. Even though the blood-flesh infantry vehicles had been destroyed, they still saw their terrifying nature. The survival rate when driving the blood-flesh infantry vehicles was 70%, while the survival rate for those entering the battlefield on foot was 0%. Once these hundreds of blood-flesh infantry vehicles entered the battlefield, they could definitely turn the tide and reverse the situation. Vroom vroom. The engines of the blood-flesh infantry vehicles roared loudly. One after another, they charged toward the battlefield ahead. Seeing this scene, Sue D couldn't help but comment. Bawashi, didn't you tell these guys that the blood-flesh tanks are more suitable for this battlefield? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Bawashi's face. Others referred to him as Vice City Lord entirely based on the esteem of this batch of equipment. Moreover, the attributes of the submitted blood flesh tanks were delivered to the think tank. Bawashi was unclear if those guys had communicated the specific information about the blood flesh tanks to the front command. Is this Boss Su? Bawashi quickly said to the commander. Yes, take this opportunity to ask Boss Su anything you don't understand. The commander lowered his stance significantly. Boss Su, the city lord requests your presence for a discussion. The delivery location was not the command center but the most convenient passage into the battlefield. Su Di considered for a moment. Lead the way, then. Boss Su, please. As soon as Su Di sat in the blood flesh tank, he heard a gasp from the driver's cabin. Sir, this tank has no steering wheel. Hearing this, Su Di was speechless. Come on, aren't you all doing it this way? This tank is not about the steering wheel, it's about a lever. If these strange beings could drive, that would truly be a ghost story. Seeing Su Di staring at him, the commander's expression remained unchanged. Boss Su, how should this new equipment be used? Su Di felt almost speechless. Come on, if you don't know how. Just ask directly, why all this fuss? He walked out of the turret and crawled into the driver's cabin. In front of all the strange beings, he began to teach how this thing should be operated. Compared to the steering wheel, this lever-operated tank was easier to learn. Since those dispatched this time had all encountered and learned how to operate the blood flesh infantry vehicles. So, in just a few minutes, these beings learned how to drive. Before Su Di could explain how to fire, these strange beings drove the tank into the battlefield. Lin Shi couldn't help but comment from the side. Why are these strange beings so dazed? The commander agreed. That's why we need Boss Su's strong assistance. Bawashi stood beside, completely stunned. No wonder he could sit in the commander's position, he really knew how to talk. Especially with that serious expression, it was even more. The command center. The old city lord and several pinnacle-level strange beings stood in front of the sand table, analyzing the current situation. With the addition of hundreds of blood flesh infantry vehicles and blood flesh tanks to the battlefield, the ancient city successfully stopped its decline and began to push forward again. Boss Su, what do you think? Su Di shrugged. I don't understand, let's wait for my people to arrive. He has already transported Zheng Tianyu and the others to the shop in the ancient city, and is now on his way there. As for the sand table, Su Di really doesn't understand. The old city lord smiled but said nothing, instead looking at Lin Shi behind Su Di. This little guy seems to have some interest. Su Di took a step back, protecting Lin Shi. The old city lord waved his hand with a smile. I sensed a trace of an old friend's aura from it. Don't worry, Boss Su, you are our esteemed guest in the ancient city. Your people are also our esteemed guests. Aura of an old friend? Su Di furrowed his brows, looking at the old city lord. Lord City Lord, do you know him? Lin Shi also came from a giant city. And due to his memories being sealed, he doesn't even know which area the ancient city is in. The old city lord seemed to be lost in thought. After a moment, he finally spoke. Once, my dear friend and I set foot in a giant city. The city lord welcomed us warmly. But now, things are different, my friend has gone, and the giant city has perished. At this point, he looked deeply at Su Di. Su Di naturally knew who this so-called dear friend was. Unfortunately, this so-called dear friend was regarded as the biggest threat by him. Su Di changed the topic. Lord City Lord, where is that giant city? The old city lord looked at Su Di. If you are willing to bring your people to see the battle situation with me. The meaning was very clear. If Su Di was willing to help the ancient city achieve substantial progress on the front line, he would be willing to reveal what happened in the past. Su Di thought for a moment and said softly. You go back first. Lin Shi tightly hugged Su Di's arm, shaking his head. Listen, go back first, Lord City Lord will keep me safe. Seeing this, the old city lord smiled and said. That's natural, Boss Su is our most esteemed guest of the ancient city. At that moment, a strange figure came to report. Sir, Boss Su's people have arrived. The old city lord waved his hand and stood up. Quick, let them in. Zheng Tianyu and the others then walked in. Su Di took the opportunity to whisper in Lin Shi's ear. Go back first, I will be very safe here. If you are here, I won't be able to perform well. Only then did Lin Shi reluctantly let go, teleporting away. Then Su Di introduced to the old city lord. Lord City Lord, I will let my subordinates assist you in the battle. Good. The old city lord nodded, then looked at Su Di. Boss Su, why not take this opportunity to see the talent of your subordinates? What could be wrong with that? The old city lord then waved his hand. All the noble-level strange figures in the command center stood up. On the way. Li Buran gave Su Di a thumbs up. Boss, you are amazing, doing business with such high-level people. Su Di smiled and shook his head, then projected the battle situation on the front line. Captain Zhang, can such a level of war be commanded? Zhang Tianyu also shook his head, then looked at the nearby hero Soul. Old Mo, what do you think? Chapter 144, Firepower Coverage. At the front line of the ancient city. Old Mo observed for only 2 minutes before giving an evaluation. Management is chaotic, there are no tactics, and no coordination. Even Su Di, an outsider, could see this point. One can imagine how chaotic this level of great melee is for these strange beings. The flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles are still okay, at least they can fire. But those flesh and blood artillery vehicles were somewhat absurd, purely relying on their flesh armor to crush through the enemy camp. Several strange commanders responsible for the battle immediately retorted. What do you know? We have the upper hand in the situation. Overtaking this battlefield is just a matter of time. Facing these doubts, Su Di did not pay them any attention, but looked at the old city lord. The enemy is constantly reinforcing. If this continues, the situation will just be a stalemate here. Once these supplies are exhausted, we still won't be able to take this place. This is the enemy's last stronghold, a dangerous threshold. Taking this area means flatlands ahead. So the enemy is disregarding losses. Madness was pouring the medical records into this area. At that time, the bloody equipment could run rampant, directly flattening the opposition. The old city lord did not get angry, but instead looked at Su Di. Boss Su, what countermeasures do you have? Su Di turned his head to look at old Mo. The command power is given to you, how long will it take to take this area? 3 hours. 3 hours? The other eerie commanders laughed out loud. Where did this fool come from? In this level of war, don't mention 3 hours. Even 3 days or even 3 months wouldn't be enough. It usually becomes a matter of who can hold out until the end. To them, the situation was vastly favorable now. Simply because the enemy's troop strength was several times theirs. But this way, the situation was also at a stalemate. Waiting until the enemy had no troops left to commit, then they could put in a large number of fresh troops. At that time, they could decisively take this territory. The old city lord's smile instantly disappeared, looking seriously at Su Di. Boss Su, if you can take this area in 3 hours. My ancient city can offer you 3 strikes from the 4-fire military industry. Su Di's face turned serious. Is this true? The old city lord immediately took out a contract. It's true. If it takes more than 3 hours, what do you say, Boss Su? Su Di pointed at the battlefield. If my people can't hold this battlefield in 3 hours, all weapon consumption in this war of the ancient city, I will cover it with the 4-fire military industry. Delightful. The old city lord directly signed the contract. After Su Di signed the contract, he looked at old Mo. Do you have confidence, old Mo? Old Mo was also a tough person. If we can't take it in 3 hours, I will kill myself. Then he directly looked at the old city lord. Lord City Master, I need command power. After obtaining command power, old Mo immediately issued the order. Retreat the entire army. This order caused all commanders to panic. They had fought hard to reach this point, but had paid a huge price. No, City Lord, we absolutely cannot retreat at this time. Yeah, if we retreat now, everything we did before will be for nothing. This guy must have bad intentions, he's possibly sent from the other side. All the previously committed troops were the personal armies of these eerie lord-level commanders. They were counting on these losses to gain rewards later. If they did this, they wouldn't get their share of rewards afterwards. The old city lord stared expressionlessly at these commanders. Follow orders, and you won't miss out on the benefits. After receiving the old city lord's promise, they reluctantly handed command power over to old Mo. With the sound of the retreat signal sounded, the army on the battlefield was thrown into greater chaos. There were even signs of a rout. Su Di watched the scene, unable to help but frown tightly. Li Buran even quietly complained. Are these guys too stupid to even know how to retreat? Zhang Tianyu also frowned tightly. He did not expect this situation either and could only look at old Mo. Old Mo observed the battlefield situation with no expression at all. Due to the battlefield's intense conditions, even after an hour, they hadn't fully retreated the troops. The enemy occupied the majority of the battlefield. From the looks of it, they seemed ready to use this opportunity to launch a desperate counterattack. All the lord-level eerie beings felt a chill. Even the old city lord frowned at this situation. This kind of situation was simply too terrible for the ancient city. At this moment, the ancient city's troops had already shown signs of collapse. In a short time, it would be a hassle to reorganize the raw troops. At this time, Old Mo issued the next command. Artillery team, cover the battlefield with full firepower. Not everyone has retreated yet. There was still 30% of the troops from the ancient city that hadn't retreated. And a large part of the enemy's forces had already squeezed into the battlefield. At this time, full firepower coverage would only lead to both sides suffering losses. Old Mo did not respond, but reiterated the command. Artillery team, cover the battlefield with full firepower. At this moment, Su Di understood. Old Mo was truly like a wolf devouring everything. Although this scheme will cause losses for the ancient city, the enemy's losses will be far greater. The most important thing is, the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks have now withdrawn from the battlefield. The old city lord took a deep breath and uttered 2 words. Execute. The noble level commander of the artillery squad gritted his teeth and gave the order. The artillery squad received the command. They quickly covered the entire battlefield with gunfire. Old Mo looked at the battlefield and suddenly asked, how long can the shells support? At most, it can support for another 10 minutes. Not enough. How long is needed? 1 hour. Hiss. Covering for 1 hour. This sentence made everyone present, both humans and weird beings, gasp in shock. Hundreds of artillery pieces bombarding nonstop for an hour. The weird beings in the battlefield would be lucky if 1/10 survive. At this moment, the old city lord finally understood Old Mo's intentions. Boss Su, I trouble you to take a trip. No problem. Su Di paused for a moment and then said, City Lord, I have some new goods that just happen to suit the situation. New goods? The old city lord was taken aback upon hearing this, and then his face filled with joy. Boss Su, what new goods? Let's go to the artillery position. The old city lord had to suppress his curiosity. Artillery position. The defense was extremely strict. Even patrols were led by noble-level weird beings. One can imagine how much the ancient city valued the artillery team. This looks somewhat decent. Old Mo saw this and finally gave a slightly good evaluation. After Su Di finished replenishing the ammunition at the armory, the old city lord couldn't wait to ask, Boss Su, what new equipment do we have? In an open space, Su Di displayed the brand new equipment. Li Buren couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this equipment. Wow, boss, where did you get this from? Chapter 145, Flesh and Blood Rocket Launcher. Wow! Li Buren looked at the rocket launcher vehicle, his eyes sparkling. Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but climb onto the artillery vehicle, reaching out to touch the barrel. Old Mo, who had a blank expression, couldn't help but swallow when he saw the flesh and blood rocket launcher. Su Di enthusiastically introduced to the many weird beings. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my company's latest product, the flesh and blood rocket launcher. The old city lord and the group of weird beings looked at the rocket launcher vehicle in confusion. What is this new equipment? Flesh and blood rocket launcher? Could it be stronger than the flesh and blood artillery? A noble-level weird being couldn't help but ask, but where is its barrel? Li Buren pointed at the frame. Isn't this it? Su Di also looked at the old city lord. City lord, this equipment has firepower far exceeding that of the flesh and blood artillery. The old city lord was the first to come back to his senses. Boss Su, can you demonstrate it for us? It could not just take Su Di's word for it, it needed to see the true value of this new equipment with its own eyes. Brothers, get to work. As soon as Su Di's voice fell, Li Buren rushed over and jumped into the driver's seat. Unlike the flesh and blood artillery, the operation platform of the flesh and blood rocket launcher was in the driver's seat, not in the artillery chamber. Zhang Tianyu was a step slower, only able to grab the task of loading shells. With the shells loaded and coordinates input. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Flames spewed out. More than a dozen shells were instantly launched. This scene left all the weird beings present dumbfounded. If the flesh and blood artillery was a firecracker, then the flesh and blood rocket launcher was a Gatling gun. Before they could react, Zhang Tianyu operated the mounted vehicle and replaced the frame again. Once again, a torrent of fire spewed out. This time the old city lord really couldn't hold back, it didn't even ask for the price. Boss Su, I want 500 units. Su Di showed no hesitation and directly took out a contract. After the old city lord signed the contract, Su Di waved his hand. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket launchers lined up in rows appeared in the empty space of the artillery position. Fortunately, this area is relatively large. Otherwise, 500 flesh and blood rocket launchers wouldn't fit. Li Buren and Zhang Tianyu started pre-war training on this position. Compared to the flesh and blood artillery, the flesh and blood rocket launcher was even easier to operate. Although this scheme will cause losses for the ancient city, the enemy's losses will be far greater. The most important thing is, the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks have now withdrawn from the battlefield. The old city lord took a deep breath and uttered 2 words. Execute. The noble-level commander of the artillery squad gritted his teeth and gave the order. The artillery squad received the command. They quickly covered the entire battlefield with gunfire. Old Mo looked at the battlefield and suddenly asked, how long can the shell support? At most, it can support for another 10 minutes. Not enough. How long is needed? 1 hour. Hiss. Covering for 1 hour. This sentence made everyone present, both humans and weird beings, gasp in shock. Hundreds of artillery pieces bombarding nonstop for an hour. The weird beings in the battlefield would be lucky if 1/10 survive. At this moment, the old city lord finally understood Old Mo's intentions. Boss Su, I trouble you to take a trip. No problem. Su Di paused for a moment and then said, City Lord, I have some new goods that just happen to suit the situation. New goods? The old city lord was taken aback upon hearing this, and then his face filled with joy. Boss Su, what new goods? Let's go to the artillery position. The old city lord had to suppress his curiosity. Artillery position. The defense was extremely strict. Even patrols were led by noble-level weird beings. One can imagine how much the ancient city valued the artillery team. This looks somewhat decent. Old Mo saw this and finally gave a slightly good evaluation. After Su Di finished replenishing the ammunition at the armory, the old city lord couldn't wait to ask, Boss Su, what new equipment do we have? In an open space. Su Di displayed the brand new equipment. Li Buren couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this equipment. Wow, boss, where did you get this from? Chapter 145, Flesh and Blood Rocket Launcher. Wow. Li Buren looked at the rocket launcher vehicle, his eyes sparkling. Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but climb onto the artillery vehicle, reaching out to touch the barrel. Old Mo, who had a blank expression, couldn't help but swallow when he saw the flesh and blood rocket launcher. Su Di enthusiastically introduced to the many weird beings. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my company's latest product, the flesh and blood rocket launcher. The old city lord and the group of weird beings looked at the rocket launcher vehicle in confusion. What is this new equipment? Flesh and blood rocket launcher? Could it be stronger than the flesh and blood artillery? A noble-level weird being couldn't help but ask, but where is its barrel? Li Buren pointed at the frame. Isn't this it? Su Di also looked at the old city lord. City lord, this equipment has firepower far exceeding that of the flesh and blood artillery. The old city lord was the first to come back to his senses. Boss Su, can you demonstrate it for us? It could not just take Su Di's word for it, it needed to see the true value of this new equipment with its own eyes. Brothers, get to work. As soon as Su Di's voice fell, Li Buren rushed over and jumped into the driver's seat. Unlike the flesh and blood artillery, the operation platform of the flesh and blood rocket launcher was in the driver's seat, not in the artillery chamber. Zhang Tianyu was a step slower, only able to grab the task of loading shells. With the shells loaded and coordinates input. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Flames spewed out. More than a dozen shells were instantly launched. This scene left all the weird beings present dumbfounded. If the flesh and blood artillery was a firecracker, then the flesh and blood rocket launcher was a Gatling gun. Before they could react, Zhang Tianyu operated the mounted vehicle and replaced the frame again. Once again, a torrent of fire spewed out. This time the old city lord really couldn't hold back, it didn't even ask for the price. Boss Su, I want 500 units. Su Di showed no hesitation and directly took out a contract. After the old city lord signed the contract, Su Di waved his hand. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket launchers lined up in rows appeared in the empty space of the artillery position. Fortunately, this area is relatively large. Otherwise, 500 flesh and blood rocket launchers wouldn't fit. Li Buren and Zhang Tianyu started pre-war training on this position. Compared to the flesh and blood artillery, the flesh and blood rocket launcher was even easier to operate. As long as you can input coordinates and launch, that's enough. The only difficulty lies in teaching these anomalies how to drive the equipment vehicles and change the gun mounts. The old city lord naturally knows the importance of the equipment vehicles. To the summoned anomalies, he made grand promises. Anomalies who learned to drive the equipment vehicles would not need to enter the battlefield, and their original treatment would be increased 5 times. As for those who did not learn, they would be sent to the front lines. Heavy punishment and heavy reward were implemented simultaneously. With heavy rewards, there would surely be brave souls. This saying holds true for anomalies as well. Moreover, there was the fear of death waiting at the front lines. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of anomalies learned how to operate. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket artillery and flesh and blood artillery vehicles pointed their fire towards the battlefield. Sudi smiled and nodded at this scene. This kind of firepower was starting to look decent. The flesh and blood rocket artillery was the reward he unlocked after completing the flesh and blood tank. Furthermore, the flesh and blood rocket artillery also came with an equipment vehicle to load and unload the gun mounts. On the battlefield, countless artillery fires rained down here. After a full hour of bombardment, the entire battlefield had become a hellish nightmare. As far as the eye could see, all were broken walls and ruins, severed limbs and broken arms. There wasn't even a complete building in sight, let alone the anomalies themselves. Under Old Mo's command, the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks entered the scene. This war had no suspense anymore. The enemy had lost. Lost utterly and completely. They had committed 80% of their forces to this battlefield. Yet, in the end, less than 5% of them managed to survive and retreat from the battlefield. In the command room, all the noble-level anomalies fell silent. In what should have been a moment of celebration, they all seemed a bit fearful. This was due to the entirely unexpected new equipment produced by the for-fire military industry. In past wars among the anomalies, there had only been two key factors. First, the number of subordinates anomalies had. Second, the strength of the anomaly leader. However, the emergence of the flesh and blood equipment completely changed everything. The forces sent to the battlefield from the ancient city were far fewer than those of the enemy. Yet here on this battlefield, they had achieved a crushing victory with the ancient city's overwhelming might. Only during the frantic withdrawals did they lose some forces. However, the enemy paid a tremendous price with their main battle group. Even during this time, there had been no engagements between both sides. After a long silence, Sudi couldn't help but ask, "City Lord, how did my subordinates perform?" The old City Lord looked at Sudi with a complex expression. "Mr. Su, just call me City Lord." "Oh?" Sudi was taken aback. Though it was just a title, it reflected a great deal of issues. The old City Lord placed him on the same level. This was a lord of a major city power. Before Sudi could respond, the old City Lord spoke again. "Mr. Su, I have an unusual request." "Please speak, City Lord." The old City Lord took a deep breath. "I want to hire Mr. Old Mo to serve as the overall commander of this battle." At this declaration, everyone in the command room was astonished. Even Old Mo stood frozen in place. Serve as the overall commander? His power was only at the SSS level. The old City Lord actually wanted to give him such an important position? Sudi paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "City Lord, Old Mo is indeed my military advisor. If City Lord trusts him, then I believe Old Mo will surely assist the ancient city in achieving victory." "Wouldn't you say so, Old Mo?" Old Mo came back to his senses. "Yes, boss. I will assist the ancient city in achieving victory." Sudi continued. "City Lord, it's just that my subordinate's strength is rather low. I hope the ancient city will ensure his safety." Seeing Sudi being so courteous, the old City Lord didn't hesitate. "Rest assured, Mr. Su. The ancient city will fund the purchase of a noble-level anomaly servant for Commander Mo." Hiss. Sudi gasped in surprise. A noble-level anomaly servant. This old City Lord really was making a grand investment. He had previously learned about this from Zhao Tingshu. Noble-level anomaly servants were not only expensive, but also not everyone could afford them. Only one can be purchased each year. This kind of noble-level strange servant will be absolutely loyal to its master after signing the contract. With the protection of a noble-level strange servant, there's no need to worry about Old Mo's safety. Not to mention the future. At this stage, Old Mo is definitely the guest of honor in the ancient city. On the way back, Li Buren leaned closer to Sudi. "Boss, can you buy me one too? I also want to find a noble-level strange wife." Sudi smiled and tapped Li Buren's head. "You want one? I want one too." Chapter 146, Mind Exploding. Brothers. My mind has exploded. I need to seriously consider whether to continue writing this book. But whether I write or not, I will give this book an ending. This chapter is just to fill up the pages for now. I will revise it when I have a clearer mind. "What do you want?" Lin Shi appeared beside Sudi, speaking softly. Sudi's expression remained unchanged as he pulled Lin Shi into his arms. "Of course, I want you, darling." Seeing this, Li Buren quickly added, "Sister-in-law, my brother just said he would find me a noble-level wife." "Is that so?" Lin Shi looked coldly at Sudi. "Did I just hear someone wanting to find a noble-level wife?" Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhang Tianyu noticed something was off and pulled Li Boren away. Let's go back. Lin Shi suddenly pulled Su Di. Busy, all you do is busy. I'm suffocating here. If you don't properly accompany me to practice, how am I supposed to advance to noble level? Uncle, can you tell what kind of formation this is? Zhao Tingshu smiled mischievously. I've never seen it, but we can give it a try. In the strange world for 1,000 years. It had searched countless times for a way back to the human world. The strange world formation was also studied. Under deduction, a formation slowly emerged. This formation was different from the one Su Di had seen before. But just as it was about to be completed, the formation suddenly shattered. Su Di furrowed his brows at the scene. What was the reason for this? Was it because of a lack of offerings? Zhao Tingshu suddenly burst into laughter. I see, so that's how it is. No wonder after searching for so many years in the strange world, we couldn't find a way back to the human world. In the next moment, Zhao Tingshu dispersed the formation and conjured another formation out of thin air. This new formation was far larger than the previous one. As it appeared, a thunderbolt sounded from the sky. Within the formation, a large amount of strange aura spread out, making this already eerie and terrifying desolate land seem even scarier. As the formation took shape, a head poked out from it. Damn, it worked! Su Di exclaimed. Because he recognized this strange creature. It was the one he had played chess with in Zhao Tingshu's courtyard. That strange creature peeked its head out of the formation stealthily. It seemed to be stuck in the formation, unable to go in or out. Master, I'm stuck. Zhao Tingshu showed a hint of impatience and waved his hand. After the strange creature disappeared, the formation slowly dissipated in place. Zhao Tingshu stared at the formation deep in thought. Su Di did not disturb him, leaving part of his consciousness in the jade skeleton. This summoning formation wouldn't be understood anytime soon. Moreover, there were still business matters to attend to in the ancient city. As for safety, that was not something Su Di needed to worry about. Zhao Tingshu had killed noble level super strong strangeness at nightmare level, and clearly stated he could take down Old City Lord. Even if there were more than 20 noble level strangeness on that island, safety was absolutely not an issue. In the Blood Flesh building, Lin Shi hurriedly found Su Di. Where have you been? I went back to handle some matters. What's wrong? The ancient city has already urged several times. Su Di checked the time. There were still 20 minutes until the delivery time. Alright, I understand. As he spoke, Su Di disappeared from the spot. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not a corpse quickly got up and spoke. Boss Su, the situation is urgent, and we hope you can deliver the goods as soon as possible. No problem. Due to the ban, Su Di cannot store flesh equipment in this shop in the ancient city, only flesh weapons can be stored. And the flesh mansion is quite far from here, plus the company's transport routes are not set up yet, which means Su Di has to come personally to deliver the goods. What happened? According to the agreed time, all orders were supposed to be delivered by this afternoon. At the same time, personnel were dispatched here for training on the anomalies in the ancient city. If the Necronomicon is so anxious, there must be some problem. But this is not something Su Di needs to worry about. What he needs to do now is deliver the goods and collect the payment. Complete the task assigned by the system and unlock new flesh equipment. Boss Su, please wait a moment. We need to change the delivery location. Su Di stopped and turned to look at the Necronomicon. Where to change it? To the front line. Su Di's face twitched. Deliver these equipment directly to the front line? Seeing Su Di's reaction, the Necronomicon immediately said. Boss Su, don't worry, I will definitely protect your safety. Protect my ass. What is the situation on the front line? Su Di just checked via the anomaly monitoring satellite. Let alone nightmare level anomalies, even noble level anomalies had casualties. And that battlefield was simply too large. It was nothing like the small scenes during the expansion phase 3. This was a truly giant battlefield. Although the enemy's vanguard suffered huge losses under the cannon fire of the ancient city. But they couldn't stand the fact that the enemy had sent too many troops. Now, all the flesh battle vehicles on the front line were damaged. Without the support of flesh equipment, the ancient city side was gradually being forced out of the battlefield. Once they were pushed out of this combat area, allowing the enemy to retake several cities, then everything the ancient city had done before would turn into bubbles. Seeing that Su Di remained silent, the Necronomicon started to feel anxious. It had worked hard to reach today, struggling its way up to the position of Deputy City Lord. If this thing got messed up, it would definitely become a mere decoration as the Deputy City Lord. Boss Su, as long as you agree to send the equipment directly to the front line, I can obtain the right to trade directly with you. From now on, whatever orders there are, I will do my best to meet your requests. Su Di felt somewhat helpless. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to go, but the front was truly too dangerous. Plus, the Jade Skeleton and the Raven Robe were not here. What if the enemy's noble-level anomalies targeted him? What happened? Lin Shi noticed Su Di's emotional fluctuation and teleported over immediately. Deputy City Lord, let us discuss for a moment. Although the Necronomicon was anxious, it still nodded. Boss Su, please make a decision quickly. The ancient city wants me to deliver the equipment directly to the front line. Lin Shi was taken aback and quickly asked. Is it dangerous on the front? Su Di felt quite helpless inside. If the Jade Skeleton and the Raven Robe were here, it would be no problem. But the key is that these two items are not here. The most crucial issue is. At this stage, Zhao Tingshu was controlled by the magic seed's consciousness. It must not be allowed to return to the anomaly world, once the magic seed obtains nourishment from this world's anomaly aura. Then Zhao Tingshu could very well be completely controlled by the magic seed. Plus, with various problems appearing in the human world, absolutely cannot lose such a big client as the ancient city at this stage. If this big client is lost, then the time for him to unlock new equipment will increase exponentially. Lin Shi could see Su Di's dilemma. I'll go with you, noble-level anomalies can't break our door. Su Di hugged Lin Shi. Okay. Seeing Su Di come out, the Necronomicon hurriedly asked. Boss Su, what have you decided? Su Di looked at the Necronomicon and slowly said. The goods can be sent to the front line, but my people cannot go to the front line. I allow them to assist you in commanding the battlefield and help you use the new equipment. Without hesitation, Bu Huashi agreed immediately. No problem, Boss Su. As long as these tanks reach the front line and can move, they have achieved their purpose. 30 kilometers away from the battlefield. Several princely-level monsters, along with their subordinates, were waiting here. Seeing Bu Huashi arrive, the Supreme Commander immediately shouted. Sir Deputy City Master, has the new equipment arrived? That batch of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles has been destroyed. Bu Huashi remained silent and turned to Su Di. Boss Su, what do you think? Su Di showed no hesitation. In front of all the monsters, he placed hundreds of flesh and blood tanks and flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles on the nearby open ground. The Supreme Commander waved his hand. Countless monsters flooded out, rushing towards the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. These Nightmare-class, SSS-class monsters had all learned how to operate the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. So, they surged toward the vehicles at the first opportunity. Although the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles were previously destroyed, they still recognized their terrifying power. The survival rate of driving a flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicle was 70%, while the survival rate for monsters entering the battlefield on foot was 0%. Once these hundreds of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles entered the battlefield, they would absolutely turn the tide and change the current downturn. Boom! 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 The engines of the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles roared. One after another, they charged toward the front line. Seeing this scene, Su Di couldn't help but complain. Bu Hua, didn't you tell these guys that flesh and blood tanks were more suitable for this battlefield? A hint of embarrassment showed on Bu Huashi's face. Others respectfully called him Deputy City Master purely because of this batch of equipment. Moreover, the attributes of the flesh and blood tanks he submitted were delivered to the think tank. Whether those guys conveyed the specific information about the flesh and blood tanks to the frontline command post, Bu Huashi wasn't sure. Is this Mr. Su? Bu Huashi quickly addressed the commander. Yes, take this opportunity to ask Mr. Su anything you don't understand. The commander kept his posture low. Mr. Su, the city master invites you for a talk. This delivery point was not the command post but the most convenient passage into the battlefield. Su Di thought for a moment. Lead the way. Mr. Su, please. Once sitting in the flesh and blood tank, Su Di heard exclamations coming from the driver's cabin. Sir, this tank has no steering wheel. Upon hearing this, Su Di was speechless. Come on, don't you all operate like this? This tank isn't about a steering wheel, it's about a lever. If these monsters could drive, that would be truly spooky. Seeing Su Di staring at him, the commander remained composed. Mr. Su, how do we use this new equipment? Su Di was nearly at a loss for words. Come on, if you don't know, just ask directly, why make this so complicated? He stepped out of the turret and climbed into the driver's cabin. In front of all the monsters, he began to teach them how to drive the thing. Compared to a steering wheel, this kind of lever-based tank was easier to learn. Since all the monsters sent this time had experience in training and operating flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles. So, in just a few minutes, these monsters learned how to drive. Before Su Di could explain how to fire, the monsters had already driven the tank into the battlefield. Lin Shi couldn't help but joke from the side. These monsters are so silly. The commander agreed. That's why we need Mr. Su's strong assistance. Bu Huasher listened on the side, stunned. No wonder he could reach the position of commander, he was really good with words. Especially with that serious expression, it was even more impressive. At the command post, the old city master and several peak princely level monsters stood in front of the sand table, analyzing the current situation. With hundreds of flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks joining the fight, the ancient city managed to stop the decline successfully. Once again, the push was expanded. Boss Su, what do you think? Su Di shrugged his shoulders. I don't understand, let's wait for my people to arrive. He had already sent Zhang Tianyu and his group to the shop in the ancient city, and they were now on their way. Regarding the sand table, Su Di really had no idea. The old city lord smiled but did not speak, instead looking at Lin Shi behind Su Di. This little guy seems a bit interesting. Su Di took a step back, protecting Lin Shi. The old city lord waved his hand with a smile. I can sense a hint of an old friend's aura on it. Don't worry, Boss Su, you are our esteemed guest of the ancient city. Your people are also our esteemed guests. An old friend's aura? Su Di frowned as he looked at the old city lord. City lord, do you know them? Lin Shi also came from a giant city. Due to the sealing of memories, it did not know what area the ancient city was in. The old city lord seemed to be lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke. Once, my dear friend and I visited a giant city. The city lord warmly welcomed us. But now, the world has changed, my dear friend is gone, and the giant city has fallen. As he said this, he looked deeply at Su Di. Su Di naturally knew who this so-called dear friend was. Unfortunately, this dear friend was seen as the greatest threat. Su Di avoided the topic. City lord, where is that giant city? The old city lord looked at Su Di. Boss Su, if you are willing to take your people with me to see the battle situation. This was quite clear. If Su Di was willing to help the ancient city achieve substantial progress on the front lines, he would be willing to disclose the past matters. Su Di pondered for a moment and said quietly. You go back first. Lin Shi tightly hugged Su Di's arm and shook her head. Listen, go back first, the city lord will protect my safety. The old city lord smiled and said. That is natural, Boss Su is our most distinguished guest of the ancient city. At this moment, a strange being came to report. Lord, Boss Su's people have arrived. The old city lord waved his hand and stood up. Quickly, welcome them in. Zhang Tianyu and his group then walked in. Su Di took this opportunity to whisper in Lin Shi's ear. Go back first, I will be safe here. If you are here, I won't be able to perform well. Only then did Lin Shi reluctantly release her grip and teleport away. Then Su Di introduced to the old city lord. City lord, from now on, my subordinates will assist you in the battle. Good. The old city lord nodded and then looked at Su Di. Boss Su, why not take this opportunity to see this batch of talents under you? What's wrong with that? The old city lord then waved his hand. All the noble-level strange beings in the command center stood up. On the way. Li Burang gave Su Di a thumbs up. Boss, you are awesome, able to do business with such high-level figures. Su Di smiled and shook his head, then projected the frontline battle situation. Captain Zhang, can you command such a level of war? Zhang Tianyu also shook his head and then looked at the spirit beside him. Old Mo, what do you think? Chapter 147. Still explosive. The brothers' mindset is still explosive. While they were trying hard to sort out the plot, hoping to straighten it out today. Damn it! Li Burang looked at the rocket artillery with eyes shining brightly. Zhang Tianyu could not help but climb onto the artillery vehicle, reaching out to touch the cannon barrel. The expressionless old Mo, upon seeing the flesh and blood rocket artillery, could not help but swallow his saliva. Su Di warmly introduced to the many strange beings. Everyone, this is my company's new product, the flesh and blood rocket artillery. The old city lord and the strange beings looked at the artillery vehicle's frame, all stunned. What new equipment was this? Flesh and blood rocket artillery? Could it be more powerful than the flesh and blood artillery vehicle? A noble-level strange being could not help but ask. But, where is its cannon barrel? Li Burang pointed at the frame. Isn't this it? Su Di looked even more at the old city lord. City lord, my equipment's firepower far exceeds that of the flesh and blood artillery vehicle. The old city lord was the first to come back to his senses. Boss Su, could you show us? It couldn't just take Boss Su's word for it, it needed to see the true value of this new equipment for itself. Brothers, let's get to work. As soon as Su Di finished speaking, Li Buran rushed forward and jumped into the driver's seat. Unlike the flesh and blood artillery, the operating station for the flesh and blood rocket launcher was not in the gun chamber, but in the driver's cabin. Zhang Tianyu was a step slower and only managed to grab the job of loading shells. With the shells loaded and the coordinates inputted. Whoosh! 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 Flames erupted. A dozen shells were launched instantly. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. If the flesh and blood artillery was like a firecracker, the flesh and blood rocket launcher was like a Gatling gun. Before it could react, Zhang Tianyu drove the assembly vehicle and changed the gun mount. Another round of flames poured out. Now the old city lord really couldn't hold back, it didn't even get to ask the price. Boss Su, I want 500 vehicles. Su Di showed no hesitation and directly took out a contract. After the old city lord signed the contract, Su Di waved his hand. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket launchers appeared in neat rows on the clearing of the gun formation. Fortunately, this area was quite large. Otherwise, 500 flesh and blood rocket launchers wouldn't have fit. Li Buran and Zhang Tianyu began pre-battle training in this area. Compared to the flesh and blood artillery, the flesh and blood rocket launcher was easier to operate. As long as one could input coordinates and launch, that was enough. The only difficulty was teaching these strange creatures how to drive the assembly vehicle and change the gun mounts. The old city lord naturally understood the importance of the assembly vehicle. Promises were made to the summoned creatures. Those who learned to drive the assembly vehicle would not need to enter the battlefield and would have their original benefits increased fivefold. As for those who did not learn, they would be sent to the front lines. Heavy penalties and heavy rewards were implemented together. Under heavy rewards, there must be brave men. This saying also applied to the strange creatures. Moreover, there was still the fear of being sent to the front lines to die. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of strange creatures had learned to operate. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket launchers, hundreds of flesh and blood artillery, all aimed their fire at the battlefield. Su Di watched this scene, smiling and nodding. This kind of firepower had a bit of style. The flesh and blood rocket launcher was the reward he unlocked after completing the flesh and blood tank. Moreover, the flesh and blood rocket launcher came with an assembly vehicle for loading and unloading gun mounts. On the battlefield, countless cannons pointed toward it. After a full hour of bombardment, the entire battlefield had turned into hell. As far as the eye could see, there were only broken walls and shattered limbs. Let alone the strange creatures, even not a single intact building could be seen. Under the command of Old Mo, the flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks entered the battlefield. This war had no suspense anymore. The enemy had lost. Lost completely. They had committed 80% of their forces to this battlefield. Yet in the end, fewer than 5% managed to retreat alive. In the command room, all the noble-level strange creatures fell silent. At a moment that should have been filled with cheers, they all appeared somewhat fearful. This was simply because the new equipment produced by the Fourth Fire military industry exceeded their expectations. In the past, wars between strange creatures only had two key factors. First, the number of subordinate strange creatures. Second, the strength of the leader of the strange creatures. But the emergence of flesh and blood equipment completely changed everything. The ancient city had deployed far fewer forces than the enemy. But on this battlefield, it was a crushing victory for the ancient city. They only lost a portion of their forces during the arduous withdrawal. But the enemy had paid a heavy price with their main force. Even during this time, neither side had encountered each other. After a long silence, Su Di couldn't help but ask, "Lord City Master, how did my subordinates perform?" The old city lord looked at Su Di with a complex expression. "Boss Su, just call me City Master." "Oh?" Su Di felt a shock in his heart. Although it was just a title, it reflected many issues. The old city lord placed it at an equal position. This is a lord of a giant city's power. Before Su Di could respond, the old city lord spoke again. "Boss Su, I have an unpolite request." "Please, city lord, go ahead." The old city lord took a deep breath. "I want to hire this Mr. Mo as the overall commander for this battle." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the command room was stunned. Even old Mo stood frozen on the spot. To be the overall commander of the battle? His power was only SSS level, and the old city lord was willing to give him such an important position? Su Di paused for a moment and smiled. "City lord, old Mo is indeed the military advisor I sent. If the city lord believes in him, then I believe old Mo will certainly help ancient city win this battle. Don't you think so, old Mo?" Old Mo came back to his senses. Yes, boss. I will help Ancient City win this battle. Su Di continued. City Lord, it's just that my subordinate is not very powerful. I hope Ancient City can ensure his safety. Seeing Su Di being so considerate, the old City Lord didn't hold back. Don't worry, Boss Su. Ancient City will invest in purchasing a marquee-level bazaar servant for Commander Mo. Hiss. Su Di took a deep breath. A marquee-level bazaar servant. The old City Lord was really spending big. He had once inquired about this with Zhao Tingshu. Marquee-level bazaar servants not only cost a lot but are not something every power can buy. Even a powerful force like Ancient City can only buy one in a year. Such a marquee-level bazaar servant, after signing the contract, would be absolutely loyal to the master. With a marquee-level bazaar servant for protection, there was no need to worry about Old Mo's safety anymore. Not to mention later. At this stage, Old Mo would definitely be a guest of honor in Ancient City. On the way back, Li Buran scooted over to Su Di's side. Boss, can you buy me one too? I also want to find a marquee-level bazaar wife. Su Di smiled and tapped Li Buran's head. You want one? I want one too. Damn. Li Buran looked at the flesh and blood rocket artillery, his eyes shining brightly. Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but climb onto the artillery car and started touching the barrel. Old Mo, with a deadpan expression, couldn't help but swallow as he saw the flesh and blood rocket artillery. Su Di enthusiastically introduced many bizarre beings. Everyone, this is my company's new product, the flesh and blood rocket artillery. The old City Lord and the crowd of bizarre beings stared at the artillery vehicle's frame in confusion. What new equipment is this? Flesh and blood rocket artillery? Could it be even more powerful than the flesh and blood artillery? A marquee-level bizarre being couldn't help but ask. Artillery? But where is its barrel? Li Buran pointed at the frame. Isn't this it? Su Di looked at the old City Lord. City Lord, this equipment's firepower far exceeds that of the flesh and blood artillery. The old City Lord finally came back to his senses. Boss Su, could you demonstrate it for us? It couldn't rely solely on Su Di's word, it wanted to see the true value of this new equipment with its own eyes. Brothers, let's do it. As soon as Su Di finished speaking, Li Buran rushed over and jumped into the driver's seat. Different from the flesh and blood artillery, the control panel of the flesh and blood rocket artillery was not in the artillery compartment but in the driver's seat. Zhang Tianyu was a step slower and only grabbed the job of loading the shells. With the shells loaded and the coordinates entered. Pew! Pew! The fire tongue spewed out. Dozens of shells were instantly launched. This scene left all the bizarre beings present in awe. If the flesh and blood artillery was a firecracker, then the flesh and blood rocket artillery was a Gatling. Before they could react, Zhang Tianyu drove the equipped vehicle and changed the artillery frame. Another round of flames poured out. This time, the old City Lord couldn't hold back, it didn't even ask the price. Boss Su, I want 500 vehicles. Su Di didn't hesitate at all and directly took out a contract. After the old City Lord signed the contract, Su Di waved his hand. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket artillery lined up in the vacant area of the artillery formation. Fortunately, this area was relatively large. Otherwise, 500 flesh and blood rocket artillery cannot unfold. Li Buran and Zhang Tianyu conducted pre-war training in this position. Compared to flesh and blood artillery, flesh and blood rocket artillery is easier to operate. As long as you know how to input coordinates and fire, that's enough. The only difficulty is teaching these weird beings how to drive the loading vehicle and change the gun mounts. The old City Lord naturally understands the importance of the loading vehicle. He made a promise to the gathered weird beings. Those weird beings who learned to drive the loading vehicle would be exempt from the battlefield and have their original treatment raised 5 times. As for those who did not learn, they would be sent to the front lines. Heavy penalties and heavy rewards were both implemented. With heavy rewards, there will surely be brave men. This saying also applies to the weird beings. Moreover, there is the fear of death from being sent to the front lines. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of weird beings learned to operate. Hundreds of flesh and blood rocket artillery and hundreds of flesh and blood artillery all leaned towards the battlefield, firing their guns. Su Di watched the scene and smiled, nodding. This kind of firepower is just a little impressive. Flesh and blood rocket artillery is the reward he unlocked after completing the flesh and blood tank. Moreover, this flesh and blood rocket artillery also comes with a loading vehicle for assembling and disassembling the gun mounts. On the battlefield, countless gunfire leaned here. After a full hour of bombing, the entire battlefield has become hell. Everywhere you look, there are broken walls and shattered limbs. Not to mention the weird beings, even complete buildings cannot be seen. Under Old Mo's command, Flesh and blood infantry fighting vehicles and flesh and blood tanks entered the scene. This war has no suspense. The enemy has lost. Lost thoroughly. They deployed 80% of their forces to this battlefield. But in the end, less than 5% survived to withdraw from the battlefield. In the command room, all the Lord-level weird beings fell silent. At the moment that should have been filled with cheers, they all seemed a bit fearful. Simply because the new equipment from the for-fire military industry exceeded their expectations. In past wars between weird beings, there were only two key factors. First, the number of subordinate weird beings. Second, the strength of the weird leader. But the emergence of flesh and blood equipment completely changed everything. The forces deployed by the ancient city in battle were far fewer than those of the enemy. Yet on this battlefield, it was a crushing victory for the ancient city. They only lost some troops during the tense withdrawal period. But the enemy paid a huge price with their main battle group. Even during this period, both sides did not meet face to face. After a long silence, Su-di couldn't help but ask, "Lord City Master, how did my subordinates perform?" The old city lord looked at Su-di with a deep and complex expression. "Boss Su, just call me City Master." "Oh?" Su-di was taken aback. Though it was just a title, it reflected many issues. The old city lord placed him on an equal footing. This is a lord of a giant city power. Before Su-di could respond, the old city lord continued. "Boss Su, I have a humble request." "City Master, please speak." The old city lord took a deep breath. "I want to hire this Mr. M.O. to be the overall commander of this battle." Upon hearing this, everyone in the command room was shocked. Even old M.O. was frozen on the spot. To be the overall commander of the battle? His strength was only SSS level, and the old city lord was actually willing to assign such an important position to him? Su-di paused for a moment and smiled, saying, "City Master, old M.O. is indeed my military advisor. If the City Master trusts him, I believe old M.O. will definitely assist the ancient city in achieving victory. Isn't that right, old M.O.?" Old M.O. came back to his senses. "Yes, boss. I will assist the ancient city in achieving victory." Su-di then added, "City Master, my subordinates are just weak. I hope the ancient city will ensure his safety." Seeing Su-di giving such face, the old city lord was also generous. "Don't worry, Boss Su. Our ancient city will fund the purchase of a lord-level weird servant for Commander M.O. Hiss. Su-di took a breath in surprise. A lord-level weird servant. The old city lord really spent a lot. He once asked Zhao Tingshu for information about this. The mysterious servant of the prince level is not only expensive, but also not something just any force can buy. Even a powerful force like the ancient city can only buy one in a year. This prince-level mysterious servant will be absolutely loyal to the master after signing the contract. With the protection of a prince-level mysterious servant, there is no need to worry about old Mo's safety. Not to mention the future. At this stage, old Mo is absolutely a guest of honor in the ancient city. On the way back, Li Buren leaned closer to Su-di's side. "Boss, can you buy one for me too? I also want to find a prince-level mysterious wife." Su-di laughed and tapped Li Buren's head. "You want one, I want one too.